Chapter 1. Am I Luffy? In the tranquil depths of the forest, silence reigned, a stillness that often breeds unease. Amidst the shadowy underbrush, a fleeting glimmer occasionally pierced the darkness, reminiscent of a predator's gaze fixated on its prey upon closer inspection. One might discern a shadow lurking in the obscurity, slightly askew from the trees. I really shouldn't stay up all night. My head aches, came a voice of complaint, shattering the prolonged stillness of the woodland. A pair of small hands struggled to prop up a frail body, as bewildered eyes surveyed the surrounding environment. Nearby, unknown creatures froze in place, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, paralyzed by the sudden disturbance. It had been ages since such commotion graced this secluded forest. Even the newly born beasts, governed by instinct, learned to blend into the darkness from the moment of their birth. Those brazen enough to expose themselves had long since become prey, digested and expelled by stronger predators. Where am I? Narrowing his eyes, the child gazed at the towering trees and the shrubbery level with his line of sight, instinctively waving his arms. What was happening? Staring at his delicate hands, the child's pupils dilated in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Am I in another world? Ugh! With a sudden exclamation, the child collapsed, unconscious. Fortunately, the forest's beasts had never encountered a creature like him, and thus refrained from advancing with aggression. Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! System binding successful. The host can silently invoke system to access the operation panel point. Two chilling system notifications echoed in his mind, yet the unconscious child seemed oblivious to them. In a state of semi-consciousness, he drifted into a vivid dream. The dream was simple. It began with strange sounds emanating from someone, and he realized that mimicking those sounds would reward him with delectable treats. Gradually, in the dream, he grew and gained the ability to move freely. However, each day was monotonous eating and sleeping, waking to eat again, and then returning to slumber, with time flowing endlessly as he continued to grow. Within this realm of dreams, an affectionate figure he called Grandpa emerged, who treated him with utmost kindness, until one fateful day, Grandpa abruptly seized his collar and whisked him away to a terrifying place, only to release him and let him experience the true essence of free fall. Awakening from the dream, his eyes opened wide. Though still somewhat incredulous, the memories imparted by the dream and the tales of transmigration he had read resonated within him. Am I in another world? Is this the realm of my beloved One Piece? And have I become the child of destiny? Luffy. Rising to his feet, Luffy emerged from his confusion, awakening to his new reality. Without any preparation, one perished suddenly in the midst of slumber. On Earth, one still had parents and family. Due to an excessive infatuation with the realm of anime and the lack of understanding from one's parents, despite having been a prominent content creator in a previous life with an overwhelming fan base, one remained unacknowledged by family, perceived by parents as a failure. Fortunately, the nation had implemented a two-child policy, and one's younger brother had grown up. Moreover, the savings in one's bank account should suffice for their affluent living on Earth for a lifetime. One hoped that they would not grieve excessively. And furthermore, reflecting upon the stories embedded in one's memories and the adorable characters from the world of pirates, Luffy wore a mysteriously confident smile. Gazing at his diminutive physique, Luffy mused, I have transformed into Luffy, which signifies that I possess exceptional potential. With diligence, I can become a world-class powerhouse, and this body is endowed with the most enigmatic form of haki, the Conqueror's Haki. My future self is destined to be a paramount figure in this world. Still lost in reverie, Luffy suddenly fell silent. Before him, a mouse emerged from the grass, a rodent as large as a husky. For an adult, it might not pose a significant threat, but Luffy glanced at his slender arms and then at the mouse's fangs, broader than his own thigh, and could not help but swallow nervously. Without uttering a word, he bolted backward. I cannot afford to remain here. I have a glorious future ahead. How could I become prey for a beast, and a filthy, oversized rat at that? Luffy sprinted forward, the massive rodent rapidly closing in behind him. As the mouse's nose nearly brushed against Luffy's rear, he instinctively scrambled up onto a sturdy branch of a large tree. Phew, that was close. Gasping for breath upon the branch, Luffy reflected. It seems the mouse's enlarged size has rendered its claws inadequate for climbing. I narrowly escaped. Fortunately, I am still small. My strength relative to my body remains substantial, allowing me to scale this tree with ease. The giant mouse hesitated momentarily beneath the tree, realizing it could not attain its desired meal, and to avoid attracting the attention of other predators, it swiftly retreated into the underbrush. Perched atop the tree, Luffy quietly caught his breath, replaying the venomous serpent, its hue reminiscent of the trees, encircled Luffy, its maw transforming into a gaping abyss, as it lunged toward his head. Fortunately, Luffy's reflexes were swift. He thrust his hands against the serpent's jaws, narrowly evading being swallowed whole. Yet, after a tense standoff lasting several seconds, beads of perspiration began to form on his brow. He pondered in bewilderment how the original Luffy had managed to survive this dire encounter. Just as he felt the numbness creeping into his arms, on the verge of collapse, a shadow concealed in the darkness narrowed its gaze that a sudden gust swept through the forest, causing the serpent's eyes to roll back. Its strength waned abruptly, and seizing the moment, Luffy thrust his index finger directly into the serpent's eyes. That a tumult ensued within its brain, and only when he was certain of the serpent's demise did he retract his hand. Gazing at his bloodied hands, Luffy found himself momentarily lost in thought. A chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has slain a common beast, earning 5 experience points. What is this? A system? With that fleeting thought, Luffy's eyes involuntarily shut. The discomfort of his newly acquired body, compounded by the continuous threats to his life, overwhelmed him, leading him to faint once more. In less than 10 minutes since his arrival in this world, Luffy had already lost consciousness 3 times. With a thud, he fell from a tree, landing in the embrace of a figure clad in a white uniform and a dog-headed hat, whose cape fluttered gracefully despite the absence of wind. Emblazoned with the bold characters for justice, TSK. It seems my training is still insufficient. I nearly fell prey to such a creature. How can I aspire to be the strongest marine under such circumstances? Garp gazed at the slumbering Luffy with a gentle, affectionate expression. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Golden Finger. A soft murmur emanated from a small chamber aboard a swaying warship. Luffy awoke, sitting up in bed, surveying the empty room, while feeling the rhythmic rise and fall of his body. He threw back the covers, noting that his form still resembled that of a child. Indeed, this was no dream, given the extent of the swaying. I must be in the cabin of a ship. His muddled thoughts prompted Luffy to shake his head and recline once more to Garp. My dear grandfather was nearby all along. Naturally, one wouldn't leave such a young child in a perilous position unattended. Covering his head with a blanket, Luffy sought solace in the tranquil darkness, hoping to restore his depleted spirit. Wait, I feel as though I've forgotten something important. He abruptly sat up again. I remember hearing some strange sound before I fainted, something about experience. Recalling the myriad system novels he had perused in his past life, Luffy's scattered thoughts began to coalesce once more. System, Luffy silently murmured to himself. Zing! He felt a sudden shift in the world around him. A flash of white light revealed numerous options before his eyes. Attributes, equipment, companions, sailing ship, marketplace, system. These selections lined up sequentially in the lower right corner of his vision. The attributes option featured a small black figure. Equipment displayed an image of a garment. Companions showcased several black silhouettes standing together in various poses. The sailing ship was merely an image of an ordinary small boat. In stark contrast, the marketplace glimmered like a golden ingot, provoking a sense of disdain. The system appeared as a pair of dull, unassuming Chinese characters. The icons for sailing ship, equipment, companions, and marketplace were all muted gray, inaccessible, while the attributes option shone brightly. Regardless of where Luffy directed his gaze, the positioning of the options remained unchanged. When Luffy diverted his focus to other matters, the selections gradually faded. Their presence felt yet unremarkable, as if they had always existed in such a manner. Since the attributes were visible, Luffy concentrated on it and quietly commanded, "Open." A panel abruptly materialized before him. Character, Monkey D. Luffy. Level 1. Experience points, 5100. Health points, 50. Stamina, 5. Strength, 2. Agility, 4. Spirit, 85. Just as Luffy was engrossed in examining his attributes, the cabin door swung open and a dog's head poked in. "How's it going, Luffy?" Hearing the commotion outside, Garp rushed over to check on his beloved grandson, who lay on the bed with a dazed expression. Seeing Luffy's lack of reaction, Garp approached and gave Luffy's small head a hearty pat with his large, calloused hand. "Everything all right, Luffy? Damn it, how could you throw me into such a dangerous place?" Luffy swiftly replied, adopting the tone he typically used when addressing Garp. "Aha! Seeing you so spirited puts my mind at ease." Garp vigorously ruffled Luffy's hair, stating, "You're destined to become the strongest marine. How could you possibly be defeated by such a minor setback?" Luffy struggled against Garp's massive hand, attempting to halt the affectionate torment, but to no avail. "All right, you should rest well. Grandpa's off to enjoy some delicious senbei." Garp withdrew his hand from Luffy's head and turned to exit the room. It seems I should let Luffy grow a bit more before training him. It might be too early for him. As he watched Garp's departing figure, Luffy's expression twisted in frustration. Only after Garp left the room did Luffy's demeanor gradually return to calm. It appears this panel is visible only to me. Just as Garp entered rather abruptly, Luffy, who was diligently examining the system, had yet to retract his attribute panel. However, Garp appeared utterly oblivious to this, indicating that, for some reason, only he could perceive the system. While Luffy pondered this, the system suddenly emitted a sound. Indeed, only the host has the ability to view the system. You can communicate? Luffy murmured softly. This system possesses a rudimentary artificial intelligence that can elucidate questions regarding its functionalities for the host. Furthermore, the host is able to contemplate inquiries in their mind without the necessity of vocalizing them. The frigid voice of the system resonated continuously, addressing Luffy's curiosities. Then please provide me with a detailed explanation of what these attributes signify, Luffy mentally conveyed to the system. The attribute system permits the examination of the host's physical metrics. The moment the system is activated, the host body becomes digitized and will only alter in accordance with level advancements. As long as the life force does not reach zero, the host body remains unscathed and combat efficacy is unaffected. Should life force reach zero, the host meets their demise. With each level gained, each attribute increases by 10, alongside the acquisition of 10 free attribute points. Stamina serves as the primary attribute, correlating with life force, defensive capability, and recuperative prowess. Furthermore, only upon reaching a stamina level of 500 can the host wield haki. Strength represents the most direct manifestation of physical attack. The greater the strength, the more formidable the strikes or slashes. Upon both strength and stamina reaching a value of 500, the host can employ armament haki. Agility reflects the character's speed of movement and reflexes, and a higher agility rating enhances movement velocity. When agility reaches a certain threshold, it can also amplify the character's attack power, as speed equates to strength. Upon both agility and stamina achieving a value of 500, the host can utilize observation haki. Mental fortitude signifies both offensive and defensive capabilities against mental attacks, and it can indirectly influence the character's willpower. Mental strength fluctuates with age and life experiences and cannot be augmented through training. When mental strength and stamina reach the value of 500, the host can awaken Conqueror's haki. Wait, as the system concluded its enumeration of attributes, Luffy promptly interrupted. You mean to say my body has already been digitized? Indeed. Now, any attack directed at the host will not result in any physical alteration until life force depletes to zero. Then I won't be stuck in a child's form indefinitely, will I? Luffy's gaze remained fixed on the attribute panel, his palms clammy with sweat. The system unexpectedly fell silent, seemingly engaged in rapid computational processes. Hey, hello, can you please respond? Luffy shouted, no longer concerned about whether he was alone in the empty room. Indeed, the system abruptly interjected, delivering a chilling revelation that extinguished Luffy's hope. Moreover, should the host be unable to level up, there will be no enhancement in physical attributes. Ugh. Struck by a heavy blow, Luffy collapsed onto his bed, silently gazing at the wall. Does this mean I must remain a child for the rest of my life? Am I destined to live in this form forever? In despair, Luffy closed his eyes, tears of regret silently streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 3. The Frustrating System. In truth, the host still had a chance to become an adult. Perhaps it was Luffy's tears that stirred the system's indifference, prompting it to emit a cold voice, subtly offering a hint. What opportunity? Luffy inquired hastily, for his future happiness was at stake, leaving him no choice but to act with urgency. In the marketplace, there exists an item known as the Rapid Growth Capsule, which grants the user the ability to sacrifice a year of their lifespan in exchange for maximizing their physical potential for that duration, due to its severe side effects. It is classified as a mid-tier item and is relatively affordable, with a maximum limit of 18 capsules that one may consume. The Rapid Growth Capsule? Only 18 in total. Fortunately, that is sufficient. Luffy realized that he would no longer remain in the guise of a child. The weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. System. How old am I now? It is currently the year 1506 of the sea calendar, and the host has just celebrated his 3rd birthday. Only 3 years old? Is Garp truly my biological grandfather? How could he send a mere toddler to such perilous places? Luffy gazed at the wound on his thumb, which had vanished due to the system's influence. However, the lingering pain from his encounter with the venomous serpent was still faintly etched upon it. Wait a moment, a beast. Formidable enough to challenge even an adult, granted me a mere 5 experience points. To ascend to level 2, I require 100 points. Thus, I must vanquish 20 creatures of similar strength to an adult to achieve that elevation. Luffy silently contemplated that upon reaching level 2, his attribute points would increase by 40. However, this would only render him slightly stronger than an ordinary individual. Luffy could not help but bite his nails. Yet, in this world, even a mere tavern attendant might possess strength beyond that of an ordinary individual, and it requires a mere 500 points to acquire the ability to wield haki. By this reasoning, Whitebeard's attributes must undoubtedly exceed a mere few thousand points. Luffy contemplated the modest attributes he had gained through his recent upgrades, and suddenly, a sense of uncertainty enveloped him. A gentle reminder from the system indicated that the attributes acquired through leveling up were the least significant in aiding the host's growth. Other avenues for development awaited the host's exploration. The least significant. This implies there are indeed multiple ways to strengthen oneself, does it not? Rejuvenated with hope, Luffy immediately felt invigorated. If there were other opportunities, the most apparent one must surely be this. Luffy directed his thoughts towards the equipment section, quietly whispering open. Yet nothing transpired. Only after the host procured his first piece of equipment from the marketplace could the equipment option be activated. The system coldly delivered a notification of failure to Luffy. The marketplace? Then, Luffy once again concentrated his thoughts on the marketplace, commanding it to open. Yet there was no change. Only when the host accumulates a bounty or slays a creature with a reward exceeding 10 million berries can he obtain coins and unlock the marketplace system. Within Luffy's heart, a surge of frustration welled up as he contemplated the paradox of his situation. He had discovered a means to strengthen himself, yet was bound by the necessity of acquiring a bounty to access it. However, attaining such a bounty required power, thus ensnaring him in a vicious cycle. The system suddenly interjected with a seemingly redundant statement. Any creature that dies due to the host's actions can provide experience. This was clearly superfluous information. Was it implying something deeper? Luffy lifted his head and inquired. Does it mean that regardless of the harm inflicted by others ahead, as long as the final blow is delivered by me, I shall receive the experience points? Indeed, the system elucidated. Moreover, indirect damage is also accounted for instance, if the host ignites a fire in the forest or orchestrates the inundation of a town, they will acquire experience points equivalent to the deceased creatures. Upon hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but shudder. So, if I were to become a cold-hearted, ruthless dark overlord, I could ascend in level swiftly? As Luffy pondered the countless scenes of his past actions, he quickly shook his head. The thought of harming the villagers of Windmill Town. No, that simply would not do. While decisive action in battle might be acceptable, indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent would be a grave misstep. Moreover, there was no necessity for him to resort to such extremes. Given the current circumstances, his only path to strength lay in leveling up. Yet, with his grandfather still guiding him, he found himself devoid of opportunities for growth. There was no need to rush the matter of advancement, after all. Grandpa Garp had numerous responsibilities at the Navy headquarters, and eventually, freedom would be his. With a clear understanding of his situation, Luffy succumbed to a restless yet hopeful slumber. The warship sailed steadily towards its predetermined destination, and amidst the vessel's gentle undulations, Luffy found a stable respite. Time passed unmeasured until the high-ranking naval ship docked at an inconspicuous harbor on a small island. Luffy, wake up quickly. We've arrived. Garp barged in, lifting the slumbering boy from his bed without regard for whether he was awake, and promptly carried him off the ship. A refreshing breeze brushed past, prompting Luffy to reluctantly open his eyes. Huh? Where am I? With the deck a meter or more above him, Luffy struggled to stabilize his body, which swayed due to inertia. Curse you, Grandpa. Put me down. This is so uncomfortable. Luffy waved his arms incessantly, attempting to escape from Garp's grasp. Ah, you're awake, Luffy. Today, Grandpa will introduce you to some new friends. Ha 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 ha. Unfazed by Luffy's struggles, Garp led him into a quaint village. After just a few steps, an elderly man, hunched over and leaning on a cane, emerged from the village and exclaimed, Garp, what brings you back? It was the village chief. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Garp greeted him warmly. Luffy has grown up and can no longer undergo training. That old fool Sengoku has been pestering me day and night, leaving me no peace. I had no choice but to return and seek someone to help look after Luffy. I am counting on him to inherit my legacy. Garp, gripping Luffy's collar as if presenting merchandise, introduced him to the village chief. Ah, the elderly chief, unaware that Garp was holding a child, hurried forward to embrace Luffy. Is this your grandson? He bears no resemblance to you at all. What is his name? The chief cradled Luffy like an infant. Grandpa Chief, my name is Luffy. Could you please set me down? Luffy exclaimed, leaping forcefully to the ground. After finally escaping Garp's clutches, he was reluctant to be treated as a child again. After all, within his small frame resided the spirit of an adult. Moreover, the chief was not a beautiful older sister, and being embraced was rather uncomfortable. Haha, Chief. I leave Luffy in your capable hands. Sengoku is urgently calling me back. Garp looked down at his grandson with reluctance as he bid farewell to the chief. Is it about that fishman who intruded into Mariewa? The chief's tone turned serious as he gazed into Garp's eyes. The newspaper delivered by Cial yesterday mentioned a fishman named Fisher Tiger who liberated numerous slaves in Mariewa. Are you going to capture him? Haha. How could that be? I'm merely worried that Sengoku will discover the long-hidden sabe I've been reluctant to eat, so I must return quickly. Garp cheerfully responded to the chief's inquiry, then turned to say, Chief, I entrust Luffy to you. Make sure to educate this little rascal properly. Rest assured. We will ensure he grows up swiftly, the chief replied, adjusting his glasses with his cane-free hand. Grandpa Chief, that wish of yours may be in vain. Luffy silently thought. Watching Garp gradually recede into the distance, Luffy felt a twinge of helplessness emanating from that towering figure. Chapter 4. Days in Windmill Town as night fell. In a tavern in Windmill Town, little Luffy sat in a small corner. Hi there, little brother. A girl with deep green hair approached. Placing a bowl of warm porridge in front of Luffy, Luffy raised his head and beheld the young maiden before him. Her large, expressive eyes, delicate features, and gentle smile evoked a sense of tranquility akin to a gentle breeze for anyone fortunate enough to gaze upon her visage. This enchanting girl was named Makino, the daughter of the tavern's proprietor. Thank you, sister. Since arriving in this world, Luffy has never tasted food. Gazing at the meal before him, he disregarded whether the porridge was hot or not and began to slurp it down eagerly. Haha, little brother, what is your name? Marcy, observing Luffy's voracious appetite, couldn't help but chuckle. I am Luffy. Sister, is there any meat here? After swallowing the last spoonful of porridge, Luffy looked up and inquired. Luffy, my name is Marcy. Just a moment, I will prepare some roasted meat for you. As the future proprietor of the tavern, she possessed a higher emotional intelligence than many of her peers, and upon hearing Luffy's request, she immediately thought of preparing meat for him. However, this time, Marcy misjudged his intentions. Wait, Sister Marcy, I don't want to eat meat just yet, Luffy urgently called out to her as she headed toward the kitchen. I would like to ask you where the tavern usually gets its meat. In truth, Luffy's real intention was to ascertain whether Windmill Village had a slaughterhouse or something similar, which would allow him to safely gain experience. Despite Luffy's formidable future, at just 3 years old, he was merely sturdier than an ordinary child, after all. His attributes were still developing, and even with a high spirit, it could not yet be wielded as a means of attack. He suspected that if he were to get serious, he might not even be able to defeat Marcy. The meat is typically hunted by the villagers who go into the mountains and forests. It is delivered to the tavern every morning, Marcy replied with a hint of confusion. Is that so? Well, Luffy sighed, feeling disheartened as he rested his head on the table, his energy seemingly drained. From now on, Luffy shall reside in my home. My father has already prepared a room for you to serve as your bedroom, said Makino, gazing at Luffy with a hint of curiosity. All right, thank you so much, Sister Makino. Under the guidance of Makino, Luffy arrived at his bedroom, bid her good night, and collapsed onto the bed. Despite his body being digitalized, certain genetic habits remained unchanged. Within mere seconds of lying down, Luffy succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the sun had only partially emerged, while the moon still lingered faintly in the sky. Village Chief, something's amiss. Something's amiss. Makino frantically knocked on the door of the chief's residence. Coming. What is the matter? The village chief, accustomed to rising early, leaned on his cane as he opened the door. What is it, young Makino? Village chief, Luffy. He has vanished. Makino gasped, her distress palpable. This morning, I intended to check on Luffy's rest, but when I quietly pushed open the door, I found the bed empty. Luffy was not there. I searched the entire vicinity of the tavern, yet I did not see him. She anxiously grasped the chief's arm, shaking it fervently. Slow down, Makino, the chief said, visibly overwhelmed by her fervor. Gradually, Makino ceased her frantic movements. Rest assured, young Makino. Although Luffy is young, he is quite astute. He will be fine, so do not worry, the chief reassured her, though a glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes. An hour later, the sun had fully risen, and the sky was a pristine expanse of blue. Outside the village, a diminutive figure struggled to drag something towards the town. As Luffy entered the town, he was immediately spotted by several individuals. "Hey, young Luffy is back. Come quickly. He is here." A large crowd swiftly surrounded him, obscuring the diminutive figure of Luffy entirely. "Make way, make way." Machino, accompanied by the village chief, approached Luffy. It was evident that Luffy had a bone knife sheathed at his waist and was gripping the leg of a dead rabbit in his right hand. The creature's belly marred by a significant gash, its blood long since drained due to the passage of time. "Luffy, what on earth have you been up to?" Machino inquired with concern, inspecting Luffy's body, and, upon discovering that he bore no injuries aside from some dirt on his clothing, she exhaled in relief. "I apologize, Sister Machino, for causing everyone to worry," Luffy said, astonished by the extent of the commotion surrounding him. "What were you doing?" the village chief asked, approaching with a tremor in his voice. "I wanted to eat meat, but there isn't much at Sister Machino's, so I thought I would find some myself," Luffy replied, withholding the truth of his intentions. "I'm sorry, Sister Machino. I took some vegetables from the kitchen and this knife." Luffy produced the knife, offering its hilt towards Machino. "It's all right, little Luffy. I'm just glad you're safe," Machino responded, accepting the bone knife and rising to her feet. "I apologize for the disturbance, everyone. Thank you all for your assistance. I will take Luffy home to tidy up." With that, Machino grasped Luffy's small hand, picked up the rabbit he had killed, and bid farewell to the village chief and the crowd as she headed towards the tavern. Upon entering the tavern, before Machino could utter a word, Luffy eagerly interjected. "Sister Machino, may I keep that bone knife?" Machino paused in surprise and asked, "What do you need this knife for?" "I want to continue hunting beasts in the forest," Luffy replied. Machino crouched down, about to say something. Luffy spoke up first, declaring, "I want to grow strong enough to defeat my grandfather. So he won't have to work anymore and can stay home every day, enjoying senbei. After that, I will become the strongest person in the world, and no one will dare to do anything I dislike." Machino gazed at Luffy, her small eyes shimmering with courage and confidence. After a moment of silence, she rose slowly, walked to the back of the tavern, and after a while returned to Luffy's side. "Here, Luffy, this is my father's hunting bag from before." As she spoke, Machino handed Luffy a crossbody bag containing a dagger, explaining, "This knife is a kitchen tool and somewhat dull. This one is more suitable for you." However, suddenly, Machino crouched down, placing her hands on Luffy's face and began to rub it. "You are smarter than your peers. You must promise me, Luffy." "Absolutely, absolutely. Do not let yourself get hurt, all right?" Machino slowed her motions, but did not remove her hands, continuing to gently squeeze Luffy's cheeks. "I understand, Sister Machino." Once again, Luffy was bullied for his small stature. That is good. I will go prepare a meal for you, so just wait here." All right. Chapter 5. Slow progress. After enjoying a meal of rabbit meat, Luffy returned to his room, holding the dagger gifted by Machino. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he drew out the dagger. It was evident from the handle that this knife had seen some years. However, judging by the sharpness of the blade, it was clear that it had been well maintained. Stowing it away, Luffy lay down on his warm little bed, resting his arms beneath his head. System, check attributes. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared. The attribute panel displayed before Luffy. Character, Monkey D. Luffy level, 1 experience points, 6100 health, 50 stamina, 5 strength, 2 agility. For spirit, 85. Sighing deeply at the meager increase in experience points, Luffy felt a wave of despair wash over him. That morning, before dawn, he had risen early. After rummaging through the tavern's kitchen, he found a handy tool and dug out some vegetables. With these items in hand, Luffy planned to venture to the outskirts of the forest to set up a simple trap, embarking on his journey of leveling up. However, perhaps due to its proximity to the village, Luffy found himself at the periphery of the forest, where not even the faintest shadow of an animal could be discerned. In his desperation, he resorted to locating a bug, which he promptly crushed underfoot, only to be met with the system's notification. Ding! Host has killed a common insect. Earning 0. 1 experience points. Insufficient experience for accumulation. Cursing under his breath, Luffy couldn't help but mutter in frustration. He subsequently encountered a bird the size of a sparrow and a mouse, both yielding less than a single point of experience. Furthermore, these points could not be combined. Each life was accounted for individually. Ultimately, with no other option, Luffy ventured deeper into the woods. He dug a pit, layered it with some grass, and placed his prepared bait, thus crafting a rudimentary trap. After an interminable wait, a wild rabbit was finally lured in. However, as it was Luffy's inaugural attempt at trap-making, coupled with the oversized creatures of the pirate world exceeding his expectations, the unfortunate rabbit found itself ensnared, with only half of its body caught in the trap. In an instant, Luffy realized that he had a catch. However, as he rushed over with remarkable speed, the knife in his hand was yet to be raised when the hare, with a powerful kick of its hind legs, leapt out of the trap. Witnessing the elusive prey making its escape, a frantic Luffy hurled the boning knife from the kitchen towards the rabbit. Yet, as if foreseeing the danger, the hare effortlessly sidestepped to the left, evading the flying weapon. It then collided violently with a tree stump, rendering itself unconscious. Such were the entirety of Luffy's encounters that morning. At this rate, he pondered, when would he ever accumulate 100 experience points? In the afternoon, having satiated his hunger, Luffy resumed his endeavors, clutching the dagger pouch and fastening it to his person, adjusting the size to suit his needs. He bid farewell to Michino and hastily departed from the tavern. Observing the concern in Michino's eyes, the tavern owner, while polishing a glass, reassured her, there is no need for worry. The vicinity of the town is teeming only with small birds and rabbits. As long as one does not venture deep into the forest, danger will remain at bay. Yet, Michino shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I simply do not understand why this child strives so hard. He is still so young. Unbeknownst to Michino, Luffy was acutely aware of his own urgency. He felt utterly ensnared by the system. What could he do if he did not level up? Ordinarily, by the time Luffy encountered Ace, his physical prowess had already marginally surpassed that of an average person. His formidable genetic potential was enough to fulfill his growth requirements. Yet, with the system in play, if Luffy did not level up or devise ways to unlock new functionalities, he would remain akin to a mere 3-year-old child. Upon entering the forest, Luffy passed the trap from that morning without a moment's pause, continuing deeper into the woods. Time seemed to slip away as he noticed the trees around him growing taller and denser. Eventually, he came to a halt, perhaps due to his remarkable mental fortitude of 85 points, which instilled in him an instinctual sense of impending danger should he proceed further. Given his diminutive stature, he resolved against delving deeper. Soon, Luffy began to excavate a hole, reminiscent of his earlier efforts. However, having learned from the morning's lesson, he exerted considerable effort to dig a hole nearly half a meter deep. Had he not feared being unable to climb out, he might have continued digging. He positioned the newly acquired dagger upright in the center of the trap, its chilling tip aiming skyward. Subsequently, he camouflaged the trap with thin branches and fresh grass, placing a sparrow, approximately the size of a small crow, atop the trap. With all tasks completed, the sun began its gentle descent. Luffy discovered a hollow in a nearby tree, and after modestly concealing its entrance, he began to meditate, drifting between slumber and wakefulness as he awaited the unfolding of events. Approximately an hour later, he was abruptly roused from his dreams by a piercing scream. Upon regaining his composure, Luffy did not dwell on his earlier negligence of falling asleep. Instead, he swiftly grasped a sturdy branch he had prepared earlier and hurried towards the vicinity of the trap, only to find that the cover over it had vanished. Luffy looked down and saw a wildcat struggling amidst the tangled branches, with Luffy's newly acquired dagger embedded in its left flank. The wildcat, upon noticing Luffy, disregarded its grave injuries and prepared to leap out of the trap in an attempt to escape. Luffy hurriedly wielded a branch to repel the wildcat that had descended to the ground, persistently using the stick to harass the creature. In its desperate attempts to evade, the wildcat inadvertently dropped its dagger, causing its wounds to bleed profusely. After several minutes, the wildcat began to close its eyes, becoming utterly still. Noticing the creature's cessation of struggle, Luffy leapt into the trap. At the moment of his descent, the seemingly motionless wildcat sprang to life, launching itself fiercely at Luffy. However, Luffy had anticipated this and swiftly thrust the branch towards the wildcat, halting its advance. He then quickly retrieved the dagger from the ground and plunged it directly into the wildcat's throat. With a visceral sound, blood spattered onto Luffy. Ding! The host has slain a common beast, earning 3 experience points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Luffy finally relaxed, sinking to the ground as he exhaled deeply. Luffy was aware that the wildcat might still possess the ability to retaliate. However, he felt a deep reluctance to kill it simply to enhance his own strength. As there was no enmity between them, he was unwilling to subject the wildcat to any further suffering. Thus, he orchestrated a scene intended to grant the wildcat a swift and merciful death. After a brief respite, Luffy utilized a vine to ensnare the wildcat. subsequently climbing up before pulling the creature up alongside him. Having tidied up the area, he began to drag the wildcat's lifeless body back to Windmill Town. It is worth noting that in the world of One Piece, even a wildcat of seemingly modest size could weigh several times that of a rabbit. Given the depth of his journey that afternoon, Luffy found himself returning to the tavern well into the evening. He thought to himself that a warm bath was in order. "Luffy, here, eat quickly." Sitting at the dining table, Luffy savored the dish served by the lovely Marcy. After expressing his gratitude to her, he began to devour the meal voraciously. Despite his body being transformed, Luffy retained the sensations typical of hunger and thirst. Neglecting these needs for too long would result in a decline in his vitality. Fortunately, Luffy would maintain his youthful appearance for quite some time. Otherwise, Marcy's family might have found it challenging to support him. Observing Luffy heartily consuming the food she had prepared, Marcy joyfully returned to the kitchen. In the tavern, Marcy's father, the owner, stood in a daze as he gazed at the wildcat that Luffy had brought back. "What's the matter, Dad?" Marcy curiously interrupted her father's contemplation. He picked up one of the wildcat's claws, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. One by one, he pried out the hidden talons, marveling, "He truly is the grandson of Admiral Garp. Quite impressive." "Ah," Marcy gasped, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment. Gazing at the sharp claws and recalling Luffy's small stature, the father and daughter fell into a contemplative silence. "Marcy, is there more food? I'm still a bit hungry." Chapter 6. Level up. More than 2 months later, in a patch of dense forest surrounding Windmill Town, a clearing revealed a gruesome heap of bloodied flesh at its center, surrounded by an eerie stillness. Suddenly, a series of delicate sounds echoed from the depths of the woods. A robust paw slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing a forest wolf approaching cautiously, drawn by the scent of blood. Its sharp teeth could effortlessly sever the throat of any creature, and its eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Noticing the absence of any other beings, the forest wolf cautiously advanced towards the carcass, sniffing the air intently. While the creature's instincts had sharpened, it was still perplexed as to why food had been left in such an unusual place. However, there exists no rationale for abstaining from delectable cuisine readily available. After ascertaining the safety of the surrounding environment once more, I indulged heartily in the sumptuous feast before me. The forest wolf, savoring its meal, remains oblivious to the existence of a species known as humans, intelligent, cunning beings adept in the use of tools and potions. Upon consuming all the enticing bait, the forest wolf was about to return to its territory when, after taking but a few steps, it suddenly felt lightheaded. As if it were about to soar into the sky. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground. "Ugh, I'm suffocating." Not far from where the forest wolf had fallen, a child abruptly rose to his feet. This child donned a green hat fashioned from wild grasses, his face smeared with a verdant paste, and his body clad in a patterned hide armor. At his waist hung a dagger on one side and a short spear made of animal bone on the other, complemented by ordinary dark trousers and a pair of charming tiger head shoes. Gazing upon the helplessly vulnerable wolf before him, Luffy could no longer contain his frustration, recalling the tribulations he had endured over the past 2 months. Rising early and toiling until dusk, he spent entire days within the forest, frequently shifting his hunting grounds. There were times when days passed without a single catch, and on several occasions, he faced attacks from wild beasts. Had it not been for the digitization of his physical state, he would have borne countless wounds by now. Just days ago, he had been pursued by a wild boar. Luffy never anticipated that the seemingly clumsy wild boar possessed such an extraordinary sense of smell, enabling it to bypass the bait and directly discover his presence. Ultimately, the boar's foolishness proved its undoing. It relentlessly pursued Luffy, only to be led to Windmill Town by Luffy's serpentine maneuvers around trees. There, it met its demise at the hands of the townsfolk united in their assault. The village chief, witnessing Luffy nearly succumb to the beast, was filled with trepidation and forbade him from hunting any further. It was only after Luffy insisted he would sneak out regardless that the chief relented once more. Subsequently, the chief accompanied Luffy to the village apothecary, where they procured some tranquilizers and poisons, and arranged for Luffy's weapons to be sharpened and leather armor crafted. With a swift motion, Luffy extracted the bone spear lodged in the neck of a forest wolf, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. Ding! The host has slain a common beast, earning 7 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Experience points are now full. Leveling up commences. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Current level, 2. A series of system notifications echoed in Luffy's mind. He had finally leveled up. A radiant joy illuminated Luffy's face, so profound that even his green complexion began to flush with excitement. System, I wish to view my attributes. Understood. In response to the system, an attribute panel instantly materialized before Luffy's eyes. Character, Monkey D. Luffy level, 2 experience points, 2200 health, 150 stamina, 15 strength, 12 agility, 14 spirit, 95 free attribute points, 10 ha. Feeling a tangible transformation within his body. Coupled with the numbers displayed on the panel, Luffy experienced the true power of the system for the first time, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. Luffy clenched his fist and remarked, "It has truly been quite a challenge." He attempted to throw a punch, although it lacked immense power. It represented a monumental shift compared to his previous feebleness. System, allocate all my free attribute points to stamina. Allocation complete. Current attributes are as follows. Character, Monkey D. Luffy level, 2 experience, 2200 health, 250 stamina, 25 strength, 12 agility, 14 spirit, 95. My health has been reduced to 250, Luffy said, gazing at the awkward figure with a hint of resignation. Well, 250 it is. As long as I grow stronger, that is what matters. He glanced at the experience required to reach level 3, 200 points. For a level 1 Luffy, that posed quite a challenge. However, having felt his power multiply several times after leveling up, he believed he could achieve it in an instant. Regardless, I should head home first. Grasping the tail of the forest wolf, Luffy, donning his tiger-headed shoes, began his journey homeward. Upon noticing the tiger-headed shoes adorning his feet, a twitch of amusement flickered across Luffy's lips. After a few hunting excursions, he had realized that his previous sandals were ill-suited for such activities, prompting him to ask Magino to find him a pair of appropriate hunting shoes. After 3 days of seclusion, Magino joyfully presented him with a pair of tiger-headed shoes. The radiant smile on her face made it difficult for Luffy to refuse, and he reluctantly donned the child-sized footwear. Magino had also assured him, "These shoes carry the essence of a tiger. Ordinary beasts will fear you, ensuring your safety." Upon returning to the village entrance, Luffy immediately captured the attention of the townsfolk, primarily due to his striking appearance. A small child, barely half a meter tall, wore a confident and carefree smile while sporting the adorably peculiar tiger-headed shoes. Behind him trailed a massive wolf nearly 2 meters in length, with sharp teeth, formidable claws, and eyes that seemed to glare menacingly even in death, instilling an unsettling sense of anxiety in those who beheld the scene. Luffy grasped the wolf's tail and made his way to the tavern's entrance. Before he could even step inside, he eagerly shouted, "Sister Makino, Uncle, come help me. Hurry." His excitement resembled that of a child vying for praise. It was indeed Luffy who had returned. Hearing his voice, Makino, who was tidying up, immediately set aside her work and rushed out. "Sister Makino, please help me lift this inside. It's quite heavy for me alone," Luffy exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the little girl who had cared for him for 2 months. In truth, Luffy was not fatigued. While the weight was considerable, his data-driven body no longer experienced weariness. He merely wished to showcase his growth to those who had treated him kindly. Perhaps after 2 months of being a child, even his adult heart had grown simpler. "All right, Luffy, you should rest." Makino gazed in awe at the colossal creature before her, momentarily lost in thought, before hurrying to the back of the tavern to find her resting father. This is truly remarkable. Makino's father was equally astonished by the prey Luffy had brought back. Observing Luffy enter the tavern with a smile, he silently mused. It seems a new storm is about to arise. Chapter 7. The battle after the upgrade. At the entrance of Makino's family tavern, a crowd had gathered, all scrutinizing Luffy's catch, including seasoned hunters. Did this truly come from that little rascal Luffy? How astonishing, they murmured. How old is he? A throng surrounded the carcass of the forest wolf, continuously expressing their astonishment at Luffy's feat living in the East Sea. They simply could not comprehend how a mere 4-year-old child accomplished such a feat. Even the most experienced hunters in town could not have hunted such a beast alone, and few would have considered the method of poisoning. Firstly, adults possess a considerable physique, rendering them less adept at concealing themselves and managing their body odor. Secondly, there is Luffy's unique skill, holding his breath, allowing him to emit not a single sound, thereby rendering him imperceptible to the beasts beyond his line of sight. Due to his digitized physique, Luffy remains unaffected by the discomforts associated with oxygen deprivation, although prolonged duration may lead to a decline in vitality. his stamina attributes still afford him a degree of physical recuperation. This implies that, at intervals, Luffy's vitality may indeed increase. Eventually, as his stamina escalates, he may even reach the capacity to engage in combat in an oxygen-deprived environment. After a moment of astonishment, the onlookers dispersed. At the tavern's entrance, only Makino and her father remained. They exchanged glances, having witnessed Luffy's gradual growth. From initially bringing back only small-sized or herbivorous creatures to now capturing large beasts. A mere 2 months had elapsed. Initially, Makino had been quite anxious upon observing Luffy's lack of growth over the past 2 months. After all, children are in their most rapidly developing phase, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they change daily. This concern led Makino to prepare a variety of nutritious meals for Luffy, resulting in scant offerings for the patrons dining at the tavern. Yet, despite her efforts, Luffy showed little change, leaving Makino uncertain of how to explain the situation to Luffy's grandfather. Makino's father took the forest wolf into the kitchen to begin processing it. The wolf's fur, claws, and teeth held significant utility, while the wolf's tail possessed medicinal value. Truly a treasure trove of resources. That evening, Luffy consumed food exceeding his own weight once more, returning comfortably to his room. Lying on the expansive bed, Luffy's emotions remained unsteady, his left hand cradled under his head, while his right hand reached skyward, forming a fist. He savored the sensation of strength coursing through his small arm. Perhaps the moment of breaking through the starry sky was not far off. With a chuckle, Luffy could not help but laugh at his own words. As the night fell, it quietly enveloped Luffy's fanciful imaginings. The morning in Windmill Village was alive with vigor. Every household flung open their doors and windows, preparing for a day of toil. Dressed in his attire, Luffy strolled leisurely into the forest, just as he had done countless times before. Arriving at the very spot where he had first slain a wild rabbit, due to limited energy and time, he had ventured deeper into the woods in pursuit of greater experience, and it had been quite some time since he last visited this place. However, this occasion was decidedly different. Luffy drew the dagger from his waist, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Before long, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes. Without hesitation, Luffy strode confidently towards the source of the sound. Indeed, he soon spotted a gray figure darting swiftly. It was a gray rabbit. Upon noticing Luffy, the rabbit immediately fled into the distance. However, Luffy was no longer the same as before, with just a few strides. He closed the gap and struck down with his blade, landing a precise blow to the creature's neck. Ding! The host has slain a common beast, earning 1 experience point. Effortless. As if he had vanquished a formidable foe, Luffy twirled the dagger in his hand before sheathing it at his waist, and, basking in the radiant sun, continued his journey forward. Ding! The host has slain a common beast, earning 2 experience points. Ding! The host has slain a common beast, earning 1 experience point. Ding! The host has slain a common beast, earning 3 experience points. Luffy progresses steadily, relentlessly slaying the creatures of the forest, and his experience points soar dramatically, soon reaching level 25. It is noteworthy that at level 1, Luffy would sometimes expend an entire day merely to gain a fraction of experience. Luffy believes that as he ascends in rank, the pace at which he grows stronger will also accelerate. Gradually, he ventured into the perilous depths of the forest, an area frequently frequented by formidable beasts. Luffy advanced gently, step by step. Last month, he encountered a lion in this vicinity, a magnificent creature measuring 3 meters in length, which had startled him into a hasty retreat. Yet today, it had become his objective. It remains uncertain whether this lion still remembers him. After wandering aimlessly for quite some time, Luffy had yet to catch sight of any wild beasts. Nevertheless, he did not lose hope. The tranquility of the area itself hinted at an underlying truth. The only reason this forest could maintain such silence was the presence of a formidable master. Luffy patiently searched and, after half an hour, finally discovered a trail of blood. Luffy followed the trail of blood, ultimately arriving at the mouth of a cave. Venturing into a cave in the forest might seem a foolhardy endeavor, yet Luffy pressed on. Perhaps it was the sudden surge of power that inflated his confidence. Or perhaps he yearned to test the limits of his own strength. Crouching low, he stealthily entered the cave, his right hand poised on the hilt of his dagger, ready to draw it at a moment's notice should danger arise. As he ventured deeper, the light within the cave was gradually consumed by encroaching darkness. Just as he felt he might be swallowed by the shadows, Luffy spotted his target. Not all beasts revel in the dark. Or perhaps the master of this cave detested it. The cave's sovereign, a dark purple lion, was slowly devouring the carcass of an antelope that lay on the ground. The blood of the antelope was still fresh, indicating it had been recently hunted. Luffy slowly picked up a stone from the ground, and with a sharp crack, he struck the lion's back before dashing out of the cave. The purple lion, feeling provoked, roared twice and pursued Luffy as he emerged. Luffy, having exited the cave a moment earlier, did not stray far but paused beside the entrance, listening intently to the sounds within. Sensing the lion was about to burst forth, he grasped his uniquely crafted poison bone spear in his right hand and thrust it fiercely into the figure that suddenly charged out of the cave. With a roar, the lion, struck in its hindquarters, swung its paw towards Luffy. However, Luffy had anticipated this move. He crouched down to evade the attack and then swung his dagger, landing a decisive blow on the joint of the lion's raised paw. With a powerful tug, he withdrew the dagger, leaving the forest's dominant beast with one of its front paws nearly severed, only a few scraps of flesh still tethering it. As the effects of the poison began to take hold, the lion's hindquarters became completely numb, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. With just one paw remaining, it clawed weakly at the earth, desperately trying to escape from this demon. Luffy approached slowly, fully aware that victory was his, and although he had employed tools, it was undeniable that he had slain the ruler of the forest. Sensing Luffy's proximity, the purple lion raised its head and gazed at him, tears glistening in its eyes as it emitted low, mournful sounds, pleading for mercy. A beast that had grown to such an extent possessed a certain degree of intelligence, capable even of discerning the general meaning of human language through tone. Luffy approached the lion, silently raising his dagger before plunging it forcefully into the creature's eye socket, twisting it with a grim resolve. My apologies, but to accelerate my journey toward strength, I am left with no alternative. Ding. The host has slain a common beast, earning 15 experience points. Chapter 8. Growth 2 years later, in a desolate mountain in the southern region of the Goya Kingdom, at the bottom of a profound gorge, seemingly an endless abyss, there were neither the eerie calls of spectral apes nor the resonant cries of distant eagles. Only a pair of joyful little feet and a frantic saber-toothed tiger were present. Stand still. How infuriating. Luffy swung his fist with unwavering speed, his short legs, unchanged over the past 2 years, continuously pounding the ground before leaping high once more, traversing countless pebbles. A howl echoed, confronted by the stone wall ahead. The saber-toothed tiger emitted a desperate roar. In this moment, the once formidable predator, which had once roamed the forest with elegance, was now a shadow of its former self. Bloodied and battered, its tail severed, and its abdomen deeply sunken, as if death could claim it at any moment. As Luffy observed the saber-toothed tiger cornered and desperate, he gradually slowed his pace, astonished that it could still run so swiftly despite its grievous injuries. The diminutive and endearing Luffy wiped the dried blood from his face and spoke menacingly. A low, mournful whimper escaped the saber-toothed tiger as it crouched down, bowing its head in submission. Having encountered countless familiar scenes before, Luffy did not hesitate. At the moment the beast lowered its head, he surged forward and delivered a powerful punch that shattered its skull. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a common beast and earning 55 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are now full. You are about to level up. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current level is 12. System, as per usual. Allocate all free attribute points to stamina. Understood, host. Allocation complete. Your current attributes are as follows. Character, Monkey D, Luffy level, 12 experience points, 52,000 health points, 250 stamina, 225 strength, 112 agility, 111 spirit, 195 how weak. It is difficult to pinpoint when it all began, but the exhilaration of leveling up has long since faded for Luffy. In the past, each advancement would yield a doubling of attributes, yet now, the increase is merely a fraction, a mere tenth, and soon it may dwindle to a 20th or even less. The beasts that Luffy could once defeat on this island have nearly all perished, and if this continues, the pace of his leveling will inevitably slow. What is to be done? Setting sail prematurely might accelerate his growth, but the risk of losing fated companions feels like a grave miscalculation. It matters little. I bear no personal vendettas, and my current strength suffices to survive in the East Blue. Perhaps it is best to return home, for it has been far too long since my last visit. During this period of frustration, an unexpected yet anticipated group arrived in Windmill Town. At the narrow harbor, a grand pirate ship docked with steady resolve. The figurehead bore the visage of a red dragon, and the sails were emblazoned with a colossal skull. Its left eye marked by a crimson streak. The pirate crew made their quiet entrance, but the villagers were ill-prepared for such a visitation. The first to recognize the vessel as a pirate ship cried out, and soon more eyes were drawn to the ominous sight. A flurry of panic erupted in the village. Doors and windows were hastily secured, and residents clutched makeshift weapons, their nerves on high alert. If these pirates were benevolent, they could easily seize the food and gold left in the villagers' yards without resistance. However, should they prove greedy, the villagers would ensure they learned that this sea was not a realm for the lawless. This had become the villagers' most prudent strategy after several encounters with marauding pirates. Yet today, the residents of Windmill Town were destined to gain new insights, for they were encountering the rare breed of pirates known as the red-haired pirates, who did not oppress the common folk. "All right, mates, we've arrived. Let us disembark and enjoy a drink," exclaimed a man with red hair and a straw hat aboard the ship. "Finally here. I'm craving meat. Hey, shouldn't you consider shedding a few pounds?" Another chimed in. "Let us hurry. I hope this village has enough ale." On deck, a steady stream of crew members emerged, casually chatting and linking arms as they made their descent. "Who are you?" demanded the village's authoritative figure, the mayor. His voice tinged with fear as he beheld the descending figures. The crowd parted, revealing the red-haired youth with the straw hat, who approached the mayor and reassured him. "Fear not, elder, we are not villains. We are merely travelers in need of supplies. We are ready. Feel free to take whatever you wish." "As long as you can leave this place promptly," the village chief said, gesturing toward the provisions gathered by the villagers. "Please, do not be alarmed. Trust us. We may not be the best of people, but we would never harm you or your village," Shanks replied, adjusting his straw hat with a hint of resignation. After scanning the surroundings, he seemed unable to locate his target and bent down once more to address the village chief. "Elder, you are the village chief, correct? Could you kindly direct me to the tavern? My crew is in need of food and drink. Rest assured, we will pay every penny." "You are looking for the tavern, are you?" A youthful voice suddenly chimed from behind the chief. "Follow me," the young voice continued without hesitation. "Do not worry, Grandpa Chief. I will lead them to the tavern," Luffy declared with a calm demeanor, which somewhat eased the village chief's frantic heart. Without further ado, the chief stepped aside to allow Luffy passage. However, Shanks and his crew remained frozen, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at Luffy's rear. A 3-year-old child was tethered by a rope to a tiger, which had lost half of its head. The tiger's tail was tied to a snake's tail, and the snake's head was fastened to the body of a dead wolf. In total, there were 15 wild beasts, each towering over Luffy by 4 or 5 times. Yet, this formidable menagerie was being dragged along the ground by a small child, who wore a peculiar pair of tiger head shoes. "What are you all staring at? Did you not say you wanted to drink? Hurry up and follow," Luffy urged impatiently, observing their dumbfounded expressions. "How amusing," Shanks remarked, pulling down his hat and speaking in a low voice before striding after Luffy. "Ha ha ha ha, this child is truly bizarre. Perhaps he possesses a devil fruit that grants eternal youth. He must be older than you. Bah, if he could be your grandfather, then surely he could be mine as well. I am your grandfather. Get lost. Get lost." The pirates bantered and mocked one another, as though they had not just been rendered speechless by their astonishment. Perhaps this was the essence of piracy, possessing a resilient spirit, dependable strength, and an unquenchable yearning for freedom. Chapter 9. Encounter with Shanks. Margie, I have returned. Luffy led Shanks and his companions to the Tavern of Makino. "You all go ahead. I need to put some things in the back," Luffy said, turning to Shanks behind him. After speaking, Luffy grabbed the game he had hunted and made his way to the storage room, disregarding Shanks and his group. "What a peculiar child," Shanks remarked, shaking his head as he entered the tavern. In the warehouse, Luffy drew out a dagger and meticulously began to carve out the useful parts from the carcass, categorizing them with care. This dagger had not seen battle for a year. As the beast he encountered grew stronger, the tangible damage the dagger could inflict diminished accordingly. Upon realizing that after a year of wielding a dagger he had yet to master any techniques, Luffy resolutely abandoned it in favor of the most primal form of engagement, physical confrontation. To his surprise, he discovered that the visceral sensation of each blow ignited a delightful thrill within him, leading him to become utterly captivated by this newfound passion. Once he had tidied up, Luffy washed his hands and entered the tavern through the back door. At that moment, the establishment was bustling with patrons, and Makino was diligently serving drinks at various tables. "Sister Makino, allow me to assist you," Luffy effortlessly lifted a barrel of and filled each empty cup on the bar. "Thank you so much, Luffy," Marcy said as she accepted the filled cups and busied herself once more. After filling the cups, Luffy retrieved a jug of milk from beneath the counter and poured it into the glasses. This milk had been around for 2 years, and despite Luffy's age, he had shown no signs of growth during this time. The Marcy family harbored great concern, fearing that Luffy might be afflicted with some form of dwarfism, and thus they consistently provided him with the finest fresh milk, yet to no avail. Luffy has developed a fondness for the delightful sensation of drinking milk. In his earlier days, he relished yogurt, but now he finds the taste of milk to be unparalleled. In the world of One Piece, animals grow more robust, and the milk there surpasses that of Earth in flavor. Thus Luffy readily embraced Makino's milk subscription plan. Perched on a bar stool, he savored the fresh milk, when suddenly, a cup filled with alcohol shattered beside him, and its owner took a seat next to him. Well, little one, would you care for a sip of my drink?" Shanks remarked, casting a playful glance at Luffy's milk. "Oh dear, I forgot that children can't drink alcohol." Observing Luffy's composed demeanor, Shanks couldn't resist teasing him. "Let's see who among us appears more childlike," Luffy promptly retorted in his youthful voice. "Ahahaha!" Luffy's retort provoked uproarious laughter from everyone present. TCH. Shanks, seemingly reluctant to accept defeat, let out a sound through clenched teeth. "You may not realize this, kid, but we are the fearsome red-haired pirates, notorious across the seas. Even the smallest child stops crying at the mere sight of us." Shanks feigned a grim expression, mimicking a terrifying visage. "So what?" Luffy replied calmly, sipping his milk. "My grandfather is the legendary marine hero Monkey D. Garp." As soon as Luffy's words echoed through the tavern, an eerie silence enveloped the entire establishment. In this vast ocean, few individuals could instill fear in Shanks, but Garp undoubtedly ranked at the very top. Back when Shanks was merely a novice sailor aboard the Roger Pirates, he had witnessed the formidable might of Garp's iron fist countless times. There were even occasions when he inadvertently found himself caught in the aftermath of Garp's battles with Roger, narrowly escaping with his life. However, that was a distant memory. The Shanks of today was no longer the youthful, colorful-haired lad who could be easily trifled with. After a brief moment of surprise, Shanks regained his composure, placed his cup on the table, and, with a fierce demeanor, declared, "The legendary marine hero Garp, you say? Young man, do you not realize that we are pirates? Our greatest disdain is reserved for the Marines." Luffy calmly lifted his milk and took a sip, casting a sidelong glance at Shanks before resuming his drink. "It's rather dull," he mused. Suddenly, Shanks let out a sigh, shook his hand in resignation, and sat down. Picking up a beer as he remarked, "You're quite the peculiar child." The tavern erupted into a cacophony once more. "By the way, what brings you to the East Blue?" Luffy inquired nonchalantly. This was also a mystery that had crossed Luffy's mind in his previous life. After all, Shanks had already attained the formidable prowess of a warlord of the sea. While it was undeniable that many remarkable figures had emerged from the East Blue, its reputation as the weakest of the seas remained unchallenged. Upon hearing Luffy's question, Shanks hesitated for a moment, swirling his drink before responding. "You seem to know quite a bit about me." Glancing at the clock on the wall, he spoke in a low, somber tone. "I am here in search of the descendant of a benefactor of mine. His current situation is perilous." "Descendant?" Luffy finished his milk in one gulp, silently contemplating. So, he must be looking for Ace. No wonder. Sighing deeply, Shanks suddenly found tears welling in his eyes. He removed his hat and placed it beside his glass before raising his cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. "My grandfather seemed to have said something similar." "What?" Shanks quickly turned his head, intrigued by Luffy's words. Luffy approached the shipping container, holding an empty cup, and poured himself a fresh glass of milk. "My grandfather once told me that he had adopted a friend's offspring," Luffy said with an innocent smile. Shanks looked at Luffy in bewilderment, seated on a chair, refilling his drink, uncertain of what Luffy was about to convey. Luffy raised his milk cup, gesturing to Shanks as he continued. "He seems a bit older than me, and he even claims he will be my brother in the future." Shanks' hand, holding the cup, suddenly trembled, as if a memory stirred in his mind. The naval hero, Garp, the offspring of a friend. Reminiscing about the peculiar outcomes of the encounters between Captain Roger and Garp, Shanks inexplicably felt that the child Luffy spoke of might indeed be the one he had been searching for. He lifted his glass in response to Luffy and, with a determined gaze, drained it in one gulp. The members of the red-haired pirates had fallen silent, and the tavern was unusually quiet, with only the sound of Shanks swallowing and Luffy slurping his milk breaking the stillness. Time passed in this serene silence. The more Shanks pondered, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. If Garp had adopted the captain's son, then the boy's safety should be assured. Moreover, Shanks looked down at Luffy, who was drinking his milk, and it seemed as though this child was intentionally conveying something to him. Truly, he was Garp's grandson. Shanks regarded Luffy, who was comfortably seated, and remarked, "It seems the Navy is about to gain another formidable admiral." The Navy? Luffy licked the milk from the corner of his mouth and declared, "I want to work for the world government. But if you want to know what I plan to do in the future, or rather, what my goal is." As he spoke, Luffy stood up from his chair, one tiger head shoe resting on the table. He raised his milk cup triumphantly and proclaimed, "My goal is the vast sea and the stars." At that moment, all eyes were fixed on this oversized infant. Just moments ago, they had viewed him as an extraordinary young man. Yet, witnessing Luffy utter such audacious words in his adorably innocent manner, they could no longer contain themselves and erupted in laughter. The tavern was filled with cheerful voices, even Magino. Now the proprietress covered her mouth, joining in the mirth. These patrons were not mocking Luffy's dreams. Rather, they found it irresistibly endearing to hear such a charming child express such grand ambitions. It would have been a disservice to their eyes not to laugh. As Shanks and the others reveled in Luffy's antics, Magino, suppressing her laughter, lifted Luffy from the table to the stool and said, "Our future captain must grow up quickly. It would be quite unbecoming if the master of the sea were a little shorty." As she spoke, Magino filled Luffy's cup with more milk, and he felt utterly enveloped in a delightful aroma of milk. Suddenly, Luffy rose to his feet, as if struck by an epiphany, and addressed Shanks. "Shanks, please take me with you on your next voyage." Chapter 10. The Voyage of Battle, huh? Do you wish to join my pirate crew? Shanks gazed at Luffy in astonishment. With his keen insight into human nature, he had never entertained the notion that Luffy would consider submitting himself to another. Thus, he had not contemplated this direction. Hearing Luffy's declaration, Shanks felt a surge of joy. Though Luffy was still young, he had already displayed remarkable potential, and Shanks believed that he would undoubtedly blossom into an extraordinary individual. Moreover, having experienced the vastness of the world, Shanks never judged a person's strength based on their age or stature. Absolutely not. Luffy vehemently declined. "I merely wish to hitch a ride and test myself on the open sea. You can simply drop me off at a suitable location." Naturally, Luffy could not divulge his true intentions to Shanks and the others. "Very well, without further ado, we shall set sail tomorrow," Shanks declared, raising his goblet in agreement with Luffy's request. Excellent. Although time was somewhat tight, the years had been spent in such a hurried manner that he had grown accustomed to such expeditions. Luffy addressed Makino in the corner of the tavern, saying, "Sister Makino, tomorrow I shall venture out with them for a while." Makino paused momentarily, her hands gently lifting before she seemed to recollect something, subsequently lowering them slowly. "Do take care," she replied, a warm smile blossoming once more upon her countenance. "Today is a splendid day, my comrades. Let the festivities begin." Shanks rose to his feet, draping an arm around Luffy's neck, laughing heartily as if he had finally discovered the perfect reason to celebrate. "Put me down, my neck," protested Luffy, feeling the discomfort of the embrace, which only solidified his resolve to procure a growth capsule at the earliest opportunity. Hilarity echoed throughout the tavern, resounding in waves until the night enveloped them. After a night of revelry, the tavern lay in disarray. As dawn broke, the sun gently crested the horizon, casting a radiant glow. Luffy rose early, preparing to tidy the disheveled tavern. The previous night, he had witnessed the raw, visceral life of pirates for the first time. Fortunately, he had sent Makino home to rest early. Otherwise, she would have seen drunken pirates performing lewd dances. The mere thought sent a shiver down Luffy's spine, raising goosebumps across his skin. Upon entering the tavern's main hall, he found Makino gently cleaning up, surrounded by numerous fallen barrels and bottles. "Let me assist you, Sister Makino," he offered, stepping forward to help with the laborious task. "Luffy," Makino called softly, observing his busy form. Before she could finish her thought, Luffy, while working, interjected, "I'm sorry, Sister Makino, but I may have to leave here, and I don't want to worry you." Upon hearing this, Makino slowly shook her head, her smile rendering her tear-brimmed eyes even more enchanting. "I know. I've known from the very beginning. Luffy, you are strong and remarkable." With that, she resumed her cleaning with renewed vigor, and Luffy remained silent as they worked together in quiet camaraderie to restore the tavern to its former cleanliness. At noon, By the small port of Windmill Village, 6-year-old Luffy embarked on the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, amidst the farewell of the villagers. Standing at the ship's stern, he gazed at the diminishing figure of Windmill Village, as if he could still see Makino tearfully bidding him farewell. "I will return," Luffy silently vowed, turning around just in time to see Shanks approaching. "Luffy, are you nervous about sailing for the first time?" Shanks inquired, slowly removing his straw hat. "A bit nervous, perhaps," Luffy replied, his small hands gripping the ship's railing, his entire being leaning against it, eyes sparkling with excitement, showing no signs of anxiety whatsoever. Observing Luffy's enthusiasm, Shanks glanced at the hat in his hands and said, "Luffy, this hat was given to me by someone very important." Luffy gazed at the hat in Shanks' hand and slowly remarked, "It must hold great significance for you, doesn't it?" "Indeed, it is of utmost importance," Shanks replied. "It carries his will. As long as I wear this hat, it will be challenging to surpass him while bearing another's will." Luffy suddenly interjected, cutting Shanks off mid-sentence. Shanks' hand trembled momentarily, as if Luffy's words had pierced him deeply. After a long pause, he shakily placed the straw hat back atop his head, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Luffy gazed at the boundless sea before him, suddenly taking a seat on the ship's railing. With a playful kick of his small feet, he declared, "Grandpa always wanted me to join the Navy, but I refuse to let anyone else's will dictate my choices. Having finally arrived in such a fascinating world, I shall live for myself and pursue what I truly love." Shanks, sharing the same view of the vast ocean, responded thoughtfully, "Indeed, that is a truly magnificent dream." Luffy harbors no desire for significant alteration, yet he shall not refrain from taking action merely to avoid disrupting the narrative. As he has expressed, having fortuitously traversed into the realm of pirates, equipped with a currently indiscernible yet potent advantage, he aims to live his life according to his own aspirations. If feasible, he yearns to explore whether there exists a path back home in this world. What a remarkable young lad he is, Shanks mused quietly within, observing Luffy's resolute gaze. Sensing Shanks scrutinizing him with the eyes of a guardian, Luffy felt a tinge of exasperation. In truth, there are many instances where he wishes to escape such expectations. Yet, he finds himself constrained. After all, his system is rather burdensome. He merely hopes it will eventually bestow upon him formidable capabilities, lest he be relegated to a heartless, diminutive assassin within the pirate realm. If that is your mindset, I wonder if you possess any clear objectives, Shanks responded, seemingly spurred by Luffy's words. If possible, just drop me off at Logtown. By the way, could you also assist me in locating the whereabouts of Cocoa Village and Frost Moon Village in the East Blue? All right. I shall inquire on your behalf. In the years that Luffy has traversed, in order to preserve the essence of the original narrative, he diligently recollects the storyline of One Piece whenever time permits, particularly the more tragic events, which he has not forgotten in the slightest. His decision to embark on Shanks' ship was a premeditated one. However, he did not anticipate setting sail so swiftly, a whole year ahead of the initial plan. Consequently, Luffy finds himself considerably underpowered at present. In terms of strength, his capabilities are comparable to those of a pirate with a bounty of around 500,000. Yet, for a mere 6-year-old child, this may indeed be quite substantial. Luffy has many aspirations, yet his current strength is utterly insufficient. In the original narrative, Kuina and Belmere are pivotal relatives of Zoro and Nami, respectively. If it were possible, Luffy would wish to avert their deaths. Even though such actions might lead to unforeseen alterations in the storyline, Luffy genuinely desires to shield his future companions from sorrow. Yet he is unaware of the precise moments when these tragedies occur. Thus, he resolves to investigate each event, believing that inaction is not an option, regardless of whether he can prevent the impending misfortune. Consequently, Luffy meticulously charted his future journey aboard the Red Force, gradually making his way to the bow of the ship. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. In the world of pirates, I, Monkey D. Luffy, have arrived. Chapter 11, Logtown, situated at the entrance of the Grand Line, is known as the town of beginnings and endings. It is here that the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, was born and ultimately met his demise. A few days later, Luffy stood alone at the harbor, appearing remarkably insignificant amidst the bustling crowd. Shanks had accompanied Luffy to Logtown before embarking on his own adventure. As Luffy inquired about his surroundings, he attracted the curious gazes of passers-by and eventually found his way to a tavern. At this time, Smoker had yet to arrive in Logtown, and the era of great pirates was in utter chaos. The 4 emperors had not yet established their dominance, and the Navy's 7 warlords had not been appointed, resulting in a diverse throng of individuals flocking to the sea. Lobe Town, as a confluence for the 4 seas leading into the Grand Line, could be described as teeming with pirates, with businesses catering exclusively to their needs. Inside the tavern, a cacophony of noise erupted, groups gathered to drink, while others engaged in combat, surrounded by an audience cheering enthusiastically. Here, the Navy remained confined to their base, showing little concern for the happenings in the town. The tavern served not only as a place for respite and revelry, but also as a hub for the exchange of information. Luffy entered the tavern, disregarding the peculiar gaze of the bartender, and settled into a seat near the bar. "A glass of milk, please." The bartender's motion of polishing a glass abruptly halted, and even the patrons nearby paused in their revelry. "Ha ha ha, little one, you shouldn't wander off before being weaned. Hurry back to your mother." Beside Luffy stood a bald, muscular man clad in a green tank top, who laughed heartily and extended a hand, attempting to lift Luffy. "Do not touch me," Luffy retorted, swatting the man's hand away with a dismissive gesture before casually addressing the bartender. "A glass of milk, please, and make it quick." The tank top-clad man, visibly infuriated by Luffy's disregard, rose to his feet and cracked his knuckles, declaring, "Kid, it seems you are rather oblivious to your current predicament. Hey, little one, kneel and apologize. This esteemed gentleman has a bounty of 3.5 million, a true figure capable of taking lives without a second thought." The bartender, a decent fellow, hoped to avert the demise of such a young soul. However, his efforts were in vain. Upon hearing the bartender's words, Luffy's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he took a closer look at the tank-top man. He hopped off his stool and inquired, "You truly have a bounty of 3.5 million? Kid, it's too late for apologies now. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner," the tank-top man replied. Luffy's eyes gleamed even brighter at these words as he stepped forward and said, "It's nothing. I merely wished to confirm." As the words left his lips, Luffy lunged forward, leaping effortlessly to meet the tank-top man at eye level. With a powerful twist of his waist, he struck the man's throat before he could react. With a resounding crash, the tank-top man crumpled against the shattered wall of the tavern, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his neck contorted beyond repair. Silence enveloped the tavern in an instant. A bounty of 3.5 million may seem insignificant on the vast seas, yet in Rogue Town, it was not every day that a significant figure arrived. The tank-top man was among the higher bounty pirates in the vicinity. To think such a man could be felled by a child no taller than an adult's knee was almost unimaginable. Ding! The host has slain a common pirate, earning 255 experience points. Luffy paused, astonished. This marked the first time in many years he had received more than 100 experience points, and it was an impressive total of 255. He pondered whether this was due to the man's humanity or his bounty, then returned to his seat. Once more, he addressed the bartender, "A glass of milk, please." Oh, right." The bartender, startled by Luffy's sudden voice, regained his composure and hurried to the kitchen. After all, it was a pirate tavern, and no one had ever considered ordering milk here. Fortunately, there was some milk stored away for cooking purposes. The bartender, moving at lightning speed, fetched the milk while resolving to ensure that all possible refreshments were prepared from the next day onward. After consuming a glass of milk, Luffy surprisingly felt a pang of hunger and proceeded to indulge in a hearty meal at the tavern. As he prepared to leave, he requested the latest bounty list, pointing at the tank-top man's corpse, and said to the bartender, "The cost of my meal should be deducted from his bounty." Upon exiting the tavern, I ventured into the bustling street and perused the bounty list in my hand, committing the visages of those individuals to memory, prioritizing the most pressing matters. I momentarily set aside the option for swift advancement. Luffy then made his way to the port, where he discovered a merchant ship bound for the island of Wano. Employing a guise of innocence, he persuaded the captain to allow him to board for free. As night fell, the merchant vessel swayed gently on the sea, gradually making its way toward its destination. In the crew's dining quarters, the captain personally delivered a meal to Luffy. "Luffy, come and eat. Do not be disheartened. We shall soon arrive at Wano and find your parents," he said, completely duped by Luffy's fabrications. Concerned for Luffy's spirits, the kind-hearted captain sought to offer comfort. Accepting the food with a smile, Luffy expressed his gratitude and began to dine. Observing Luffy's eating habits, the captain chuckled heartily, remarking, "He truly resembles my own son. Take your time." Just as everyone was enjoying their dinner, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. "Captain, "Captain, something's wrong. Come to the deck," shouted a sailor, causing the captain to dash outside without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the alarm. Luffy devoured the last 2 morsels of food and promptly arrived at Class A. Upon his arrival, he observed a sailor gesturing towards a certain direction while speaking animatedly. The captain, holding a nautical telescope, wore a grave expression as he scrutinized the area indicated by the sailor. Luffy approached the captain, and with extraordinary vision, he discerned a distant ship drawing nearer. Its deck subtly populated with figures. It was indeed the Rumble Hammer pirates, without a doubt. The captain lowered his telescope and spoke to a nearby sailor. Then, he issued commands loudly to the other crew members. Quickly raise the sails, steer 45 degrees to port, and proceed at full speed with the wind. He continued, "Communicator, swiftly contact the nearest naval base to request assistance. The rest of you, prepare your weapons, secure yourselves to the ship, and be wary of cannon fire." As a flurry of orders was given, everyone sprang into action. In a desperate attempt to evade the pirate ship's assault, the sailors began to discard the heavy, worthless cargo into the sea. Luffy tugged at the captain's sleeve and inquired, "Is this pirate crew formidable? With so many of us, should we still fear them?" The captain lowered his gaze and replied, "Little Luffy, why are you still here? Quickly, retreat to the cabin and do not venture out." As he spoke, the captain began to pull Luffy towards the cabin. "But Captain, you haven't answered my question," Luffy protested, reluctantly being towed along. The Raucous Hammer Pirates are a well-known crew in the vicinity, led by the notorious Jackal the Hammer, who boasts a bounty of 5 million. With over 100 pirates in his ranks. Nevertheless, rest assured, we shall remain safe. Though the captain's heart was in turmoil, he continued to comfort Luffy. 5 million. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. 100 people. Luffy swiftly snatched it from the captain's hands. "Don't run away, just hand it over to me," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 12. Zoro, stop it. Luffy, the captain shouted anxiously, grabbing a nearby sailor who had rushed past. "Quickly take this child to a safe place." With that, he hurried off to attend to other matters. The summoned sailor, bewildered, bent down to lift Luffy. Luffy hurriedly leaped aside, jesting that he could not constantly be regarded as a mere child, even though he indeed was one. Luffy addressed the sailor, saying, "Brother sailor, please lend a hand, I know where to go." Without a care for the sailor's expression, Luffy dashed away in a flash. This time, a bountiful harvest awaited him. Indeed, the vast ocean was the finest avenue to strengthen oneself. Luffy cracked his knuckles, preparing for a fierce confrontation with the pirate crew. However, fate had other plans. Ultimately, under the adept command of Captain Gao Ming, the merchant ship successfully eluded the pursuit of the pirates. Luffy's sense of helplessness was palpable. This was not the narrative he had envisioned. As he watched a ship laden with seasoned pirates drift further away, he stood at the stern, utterly bereft of tears. "Luffy, why are you still here?" The relieved captain was inspecting the vessel for any damage when he noticed Luffy, his feet off the ground, hands resting on the rail, gazing into the distance. Observing the glistening moisture in Luffy's eyes, the captain approached and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right, you're safe now. Do not be afraid." The captain's sturdy hand rested on Luffy, while the rising sun behind them painted a poignant tableau, contrasting beautifully with Luffy's forlorn expression. Thus, Luffy spent several tranquil days sailing on the serene sea. The merchant ship docked at the port of Frostmoon Village. "Luffy, do you remember where your home is?" the captain inquired, gesturing towards the residential area. "Don't worry, Uncle Captain. Thank you for bringing me here." Luffy waved his hand, dismissing the captain's concern, and made his way into the village. Upon entering the village, Luffy spotted a vendor selling fruit by the roadside. He approached and asked, "Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me how to get to the One Heart Dojo in Frostmoon Village?" The fruit vendor, on the verge of dozing off from boredom, startled at Luffy's sudden inquiry. What?" Luffy, obscured by the fruits, stretched his hand up and said, "I'm right here." Is being short such a tragic fate? Finally locating Luffy, the vendor offered an awkward smile and replied, "Little one, what can I do for you? Are you looking to buy some fruit?" Luffy inquired, "Could you kindly direct me to the Isen Dojo?" The Isen Dojo," the vendor exclaimed, "how impressive." "Indeed. It attracts numerous young children, yet it's quite rare to encounter a little uncle such as yourself. Simply follow this main road through the village and proceed for about 2 kilometers beyond its bounds. You shall soon arrive," he advised. Upon hearing the vendor's response, Luffy realized that the dojo was not difficult to find, though the journey would require some time. "Then I shall hasten my pace," Luffy mused to himself. After expressing his gratitude to the fruit vendor, he embarked along the village's main thoroughfare. Luffy remained unperturbed, for in his heart, he had already arrived at a conclusion. After all, Zoro was 2 years his senior. In the original narrative, when Kuina met her untimely demise, Zoro was approximately 6 or 7 years old. This journey would likely alter nothing. However, some actions cannot be forsaken simply due to foreknowledge of the outcome. Which is precisely why Luffy made the deliberate choice to venture to Frostmoon Village. Inside the dojo, in the training area, a green-haired youth was suspended with weights in both hands, his teeth clenched around a rope, the other end of which was tethered to a substantial stone. Despite the burden he bore, the boy relentlessly executed squats, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, his eyes resolute and unwavering. After an hour of tireless exertion, the green-haired boy paused, ready to take a moment's respite, when suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from afar. A child clad in a white martial arts uniform rushed breathlessly towards Zoro, panting heavily. After catching his breath, he exclaimed, "Zoro-senpai, trouble is afoot. A newcomer has come to challenge us." Zoro blinked, intrigued, and replied, "A challenge? Is he skilled with the sword?" The youth in the martial arts uniform responded, "Not at all. He merely wields a sword without any real technique, yet his strength is formidable, having bested many of our seniors. Let us go and see," Zoro declared. Tidying his training equipment, Luffy skillfully regulated his strength, sending a wooden sword flying through the air. With a swift motion, he positioned the sword against the neck of the child opposite him. "I concede." Luffy retrieved his wooden sword and performed a respectful bow. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, and Gung Shiro clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth." Luffy cast his gaze and saw that it was Gung Shiro approaching, promptly performing a respectful gesture befitting a junior. After all, Gung Shiro possessed the prowess of a grand swordsman, unlike Shanks, who embodied freedom. This formidable figure adhered to a more traditional demeanor, warranting a measure of respect. As the saying goes, one should not fault courtesy. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. But I merely possess a sturdier physique," Luffy replied modestly. Gung Shiro smiled slightly at Luffy's display of respect, seemingly approving of his demeanor as he remarked, "To achieve such remarkable feats at such a tender age with an ordinary human body, you are the second person I have encountered in my lifetime to do so." Though Luffy's precise age was indiscernible, his youthful stature unmistakably marked him as a child. Contemplating Gung Shiro's words, Luffy mused, "The second? Then the first must be Zoro." It seems Gung Shiro has not considered Kuina. He wondered if Kuina would appear soon. If she did, he would have to remain here for a while. The notion of being the second left Luffy with an expression of confusion, intermingled with skepticism and disbelief. "The Rushi performance method, showtime," Gung Siling replied. "He is my dojo's eldest disciple. I just saw someone looking for him. He should return shortly. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate this encounter." This statement was not merely a performance for Luffy. It stemmed from genuine anticipation. After a while, Gung Siling, who had been sitting in silence, stirred slightly and rose to his feet. Luffy, however, felt nothing at all. Moments later, he began to hear the sound of footsteps approaching. One might say that he truly lives up to the title of a great swordsman, whether it is due to his acute hearing or his mastery of observation haki. It is undeniably impressive. Zoro rushed into the room and called out loudly to Gung Shiro, "Master, where are the challengers?" In Zoro's mind, such matters were always handled by Kuina in the past. Now that she is no longer present, it falls upon him to assume her responsibilities. Gung Shiro furrowed his brows and replied, "Zoro, do not act recklessly. It is unbecoming." Luffy smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing, Senpai Yashiro." After a brief pause, he continued, "Your name is Zoro, is it not? Shall we have a spar?" Observing Luffy's diminutive stature and his unorthodox sword-holding technique, Zoro couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. He drew 3 wooden swords from the rack behind him and, with an unusual intonation, proclaimed, "Come, let me teach you a lesson." Chapter 13. A first encounter with Zoro. Luffy firmly grasped the wooden sword with both hands, directing it towards Zoro. However, Zoro remained intensely focused on Luffy, meticulously scrutinizing for any vulnerabilities. After a while, neither of them made a move. Luffy remained still as he sought to gauge Zoro's capabilities. Now at the tender age of 8 or 9, Zoro should not be overly feeble. He could easily contend with a few ordinary pirates. However, Zoro hesitated, for he perceived numerous openings in Luffy's stance, leaving him uncertain of where to strike. Compounding his indecision was the earlier communication from his fellow disciple, who had declared Luffy to be formidable, leading Zoro to suspect that the apparent vulnerabilities were mere feints. After a prolonged silence, Luffy could no longer contain himself. He lifted his wooden sword and swung it fiercely towards Zoro. How swift! Faced with this unexpected burst of speed, Zoro narrowly dodged to the left, raising his own wooden sword with great force to strike at Luffy's arm, which lingered mid-air. Upon witnessing this, Luffy forcefully propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, leaping into the air and narrowly evading Zoro's assault. Thus far, the two have engaged in a dance of attack and evasion. Luffy swung his arm once more, wielding his sword as a spear, forcefully thrusting it towards Zoro. Zoro, with all three swords united, accurately met Luffy's assault at the point of intersection. Just as he prepared to exert his strength, he discovered to his astonishment that he was ensnared by an unseen force, utterly immobilized. As Luffy realized that his attack had proven futile, he exerted force through his arm, executing a swift spin to create distance. However, Zoro seized this opportunity, swiftly dashing forward, crossing his two swords in a dynamic motion before delivering a powerful cross slash. In a hurried motion, Luffy brandished his sword, attempting to halt Zoro's relentless assault. As Zoro's attack made contact with the wooden sword in Luffy's grasp, it shattered with a resounding crack, splintering into 3 fragments. Simultaneously, the blade in Zoro's mouth was flung towards Luffy's neck. With the wooden sword destroyed, Luffy extended his right arm to intercept Zoro's final strike. Indeed, it seems that the use of fists is inevitable. Luffy shook his injured arm. Although he felt no pain, his vitality had indeed diminished significantly, allowing him to gauge the formidable strength of Zoro, not to mention the enhancement of his swordsmanship. What? Zoro's eyes widened as he beheld Luffy, seemingly unscathed. It was important to note that this strike could shatter even solid rock. Without uttering a word, Luffy delivered a powerful punch to Zoro's nose while he was momentarily stunned. In an instant, Zoro was sent flying, crashing against the wall before finally coming to a halt. Upon closer inspection, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Jinchurou and the other disciples stood by, utterly astonished. It is understandable that Luffy has defeated his disciple, Yagushiro, for he recognizes that some individuals in this world are inherently more powerful than others. However, Zoro, whom Yagushiro nurtured and watched grow, is arguably the finest swordsmanship prodigy he has ever encountered. Zoro's prowess is remarkable, even before the age of 10. He possessed the qualifications to establish his own dojo and teach the art of the sword. Initially, Luffy wielded only a wooden sword, and Yagushiro remained unfazed. Yet, now that Zoro has been knocked unconscious by Luffy's punch, Yagushiro can no longer overlook the gravity of the situation. What a formidable individual! He murmured while adjusting his glasses. Forgive me, Yagu-sensei, my swordsmanship is inadequate for battle, Zoro admitted. Yagushiro shook his head and responded to Luffy. Strength is strength. An adversary will not choose to engage you by exploiting their weaknesses against your strengths. You have imparted a valuable lesson to Zoro. At a loss for words, Luffy pondered Yagushiro's statement. Fortunately, Yagushiro continued, if you wish to stay here for a while, I can have one of my disciples escort you to Zoro's room. There is ample space there. Even 2 individuals can reside comfortably without feeling cramped. Thank you, sensei. Luffy replied gratefully. As night fell, the moon shone exceptionally round, evoking a sense of nostalgia for those who inadvertently gazed upon it, stirring memories of home and family. Zoro gradually regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to behold what appeared to be the ceiling of his room. The dojo, influenced by Yagushiro, was designed in a traditional Japanese style. Suddenly, a fragment of memory surfaced. He recalled the final moments before his fainting spell. You're awake? A voice called out, and Zoro turned to find the very youth who had defeated him, seated on the steps of the courtyard, tilting his head curiously. You are remarkably strong. After a prolonged silence, Zoro found himself at a loss for words. Luffy shook his head and replied, No, I am still quite weak. Zoro remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment, Luffy inquired, Do you have a dream? Zoro was momentarily taken aback by Luffy's abrupt question. Then, narrowing his eyes as if lost in thought, he declared, My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, whether for good or ill. I shall ensure that my name resonates throughout the heavens, echoing far beyond the clouds. Indeed, Zoro is undeniably impressive, even as a mere youth. Luffy glanced at Zoro, then gradually turned his gaze towards the moon. After a brief pause, he remarked, That is indeed an extraordinary dream. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zoro suddenly felt a deep connection between them. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Luffy. What about you? You are so young yet so formidable. Do you have a dream of your own? Luffy gazed at the moon, his eyes gradually losing their focus. The former Luffy, or rather the Luffy of Earth, had merely aspired to earn a little money, acquire the things he cherished, and show filial piety to his parents, lacking any grand ambitions. Upon arriving in this new world, he bore no animosity and had nothing particular to chase after. He simply wished to grow stronger and embrace greater freedom. Yet, when it comes to dreams, he undeniably yearned to see his parents once more. How he longed for them to witness that, even while not confined to home, he was thriving. He hoped they could comprehend that his presence by the computer was not solely for gaming or indulging in trivial pursuits. He wished to see their astonishment upon discovering the wealth he had unknowingly amassed. But alas, it seemed those visions were forever beyond his reach. Father, mother. Luffy gazed up at the round moon in the sky, slowly rising to his feet. A moon akin to that of Earth. Is this my dream? Luffy extended his hand, attempting to grasp the moon hanging in the sky, and continued, if only I could. I truly wish to return and see them again. Unbeknownst to him, tears that had long been accumulating in his eyes finally began to flow gently down his cheeks. Zoro, unsure of who Luffy referred to, and unaware of their existence in this world, felt an echo of Luffy's sentiment, and his own eyes grew moist. The two remained in their moon-gazing posture for an interminable time. A breeze swept through, causing the leaves to rustle softly, while the pond in the courtyard stirred, creating ripples upon its surface. Luffy suddenly turned to Zoro and asked, Zoro, do you wish to grow stronger? Zoro, with a serious expression, replied, I have always been striving for that. Not that kind of strength. I mean becoming faster and stronger. Luffy exclaimed, stretching his arms wide towards the moon. Though his small frame rendered the gesture somewhat comical, Zoro felt an inexplicable sense of seriousness emanating from Luffy. Luffy took a deep breath and said, Do you know? This world is predominantly comprised of vast oceans, which are further divided into the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Zoro remained silent, prompting Luffy to continue. In the 4 seas, the inhabitants are primarily ordinary citizens. Although formidable individuals do emerge, their ultimate aspiration remains remarkably similar, to venture into the Grand Line and even the New World. Zoro felt somewhat bewildered by Luffy's words, and could only nod in response, indicating his understanding. Luffy let out a sigh and slowly remarked, You may not fully grasp the situation, so I can only convey this to you. In the New World, there are numerous masters comparable to the esteemed Kayashiro, and many can effortlessly surpass him. Upon hearing this, Zoro's pupils constricted, genuinely astonished by Luffy's words. In Zoro's mind, Kayashiro was formidable. While not insurmountable, Zoro believed it would take him a considerable amount of time to catch up to Kayashiro. Yet now, Luffy stated that in this place known as the New World, nearly everyone possesses skills on par with Kayashiro, if not superior. Unconsciously, Zoro clenched his fist and turned to Luffy, asking, What exactly are you trying to convey with this? Luffy chuckled heartily, extending his hand towards Zoro, and suddenly, with a serious demeanor, declared, Zoro, become my comrade. Together, let us grow stronger and stand at the pinnacle of the world. In response to Luffy's unexpected invitation, Zoro remained remarkably composed, gazing into Luffy's eyes as he slowly replied, On what grounds? Luffy gradually lowered his hand and said with a smile, Because I can make you stronger, faster than anyone else, turning you into the mightiest. Just as Zoro was about to respond, the door between the bedroom and the living room suddenly swung open. Gunshiro walked in slowly. He approached Luffy and Zoro, gazing up at the moon. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice, It's truly beautiful. Pausing, he turned his attention to Zoro and continued, Zoro, what Luffy said is indeed true. The world is vast, while this place feels too small. Gunshiro sighed deeply and went on, You are a talented individual, and I am confident that I will not squander your gifts. However, our paths diverge, and I cannot teach you too much. Placing his hand on Zoro's head, he added, Though I am unsure why Luffy would express such sentiments, I can see his confidence. If you truly wish to have your name resonate throughout the heavens, perhaps Luffy is a commendable choice. Although it felt somewhat awkward to be critiqued in front of him, Luffy extended his hand and replied calmly, I promise. Of course, the ultimate decision lies with you. I apologize for inadvertently overhearing your conversation. The last remark was directed at Luffy by Gunshiro. Luffy smirked slightly and remarked, I refuse to believe that was an accident. Not a single adult is truly virtuous. Subsequently, an overwhelming silence enveloped them as the three sat in the courtyard, gazing at the round full moon, each lost in thoughts of their beloved. Chapter 14. The partner system unveiled the following day. A morning mist shrouded the entire dojo. Luffy remained soundly asleep in his bed. In a distant clearing beyond the dojo, Zoro walks slowly, solitary, until he arrives at a stone tablet. Kuina, if it were you, what choice would you make? Zoro sits before Kuina's grave, leaning back on his hands, his gaze lifted to the faint sunlight filtering through the misty sky. The air is thick with humidity, making each breath somewhat stifling. Gradually, Zoro feels as though he has entered a peculiar realm. Here, he finds himself transported to the past, to the moment just before his final duel with Kuina. The battle commences, yet this time, the outcome diverges. In response to Kuina's fierce strikes, Zoro, with seasoned expertise, parries her assault with one sword while delivering a decisive cut to her wrist with the other. A resounding crack echoes as Kuina's sword clatters to the ground. Zoro stares in bewilderment at the defeated Kuina, who gazes back at him with a smile, saying, "Zoro, you have grown stronger." Zoro glances at his hands, then back at Kuina, softly murmuring, "Have I truly become stronger?" Kuina chuckles gently, "Indeed, you have grown stronger, but not yet strong enough. You must become even more formidable." With that, she steps forward and lightly taps his forehead, adding, "You need to be strong enough for me to hear your voice even in heaven." Heaven? What do you mean, Kuina? Kuina withdraws her hand, revealing a sorrowful smile. "I must leave, Zoro." Confused, he exclaims, "You're leaving? Where to?" A strange sensation washes over him, as if he already knows the answer but dreads its confirmation. Suddenly, a monstrous beast appears, possessing 3 heads. Its skull-like visage stark against the shadows, and 9 blade-like arms resembling those of a mantis. Kuina stands behind the beast, tears streaming down her face as she waves goodbye to Zoro with a smile. "No. Kuina, where are you going?" Zoro, filled with anguish, reaches out in a futile attempt to bring her back. Yet she recedes further away, and he collapses to his knees, weeping bitterly. The beast raises one of its blade-like arms, poised to strike. In an instant, the world collapses, dividing into 2 halves at Zoro's presence, slowly turning to ash. In the enveloping darkness, Zoro pounds the ground with his fists, wailing uncontrollably. Suddenly, he awakens with a start, eyes wide open. "Am I awake now?" Luffy held an oiled paper umbrella, shielding both his petite frame and Zoro from the elements. Was it raining? Zoro rose to his feet, silently observing the world beyond the umbrella, uncertain whether he was speaking to Luffy or to himself. Luffy held the umbrella and took a step forward, his tone calm as he remarked, "Your face is drenched by the rain." Zoro wiped the moisture from his visage and murmured, "Is that so? Let's head back." In truth, Luffy had sought out Zoro with the umbrella as soon as the skies began to darken. While his clothes may have been dampened by the rain, Luffy was acutely aware of the source of the liquid upon Zoro's face. Zoro glanced back at Kuina's grave before shifting his gaze to his own toes. The events from his dreams lingered vividly in Zoro's mind. "Luffy," Zoro called out. Luffy turned around to gaze at Zoro, who, with a look of bewilderment, inquired, "Can you truly make me stronger?" Luffy chuckled and remarked, "That is for you to answer." Zoro grinned slightly in agreement. "Indeed. So what shall we do next?" "We are pirates." Luffy handed the umbrella to Zoro, as Luffy found it quite uncomfortable due to Zoro's towering height. Zoro paused for a moment, lowering his head, and after a while murmured, "Pirates? There's nothing wrong with being a pirate. Even if it means becoming a villain, I aspire to be the strongest among them." Reflecting on the monstrous figure that split the heavens in his dreams, Zoro was overcome with a peculiar sense of both helplessness and familiarity. Accepting the umbrella, Zoro led Luffy back on their journey. Luffy found himself pondering a peculiar thought. Why had Zoro, who had already resolved to accompany him, not received any notification from the system? Is it because he has yet to provide his formal consent? Inside the dojo, Yashiro sat calmly, his demeanor gentle as he observed the 2 figures, one large and one small, gradually drawing nearer. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Yashiro let out a sigh. Initially, he had intended to wait until Zoro reached maturity before allowing him to venture out for training. But Luffy's formidable strength and invitation had altered his perspective. Upon entering the room, Luffy stepped in first, while Zoro meticulously stowed away his umbrella at the entrance. Luffy walked ahead, with Zoro closely following behind. "Hey, this feeling is truly delightful. Tomorrow we shall set sail. There are still a few matters to attend to." So let us prepare well today, Luffy stated, turning to Zoro. Tomorrow, huh? Understood. It must be said that Zoro's character genuinely puts Luffy at ease. Even as a child, he possesses a remarkable ability to maintain a relaxed demeanor. On one hand, Luffy, despite his tender age, wields extraordinary strength. On the other, the death of Konao and the peculiar dream from this morning have profoundly affected Zoro. Entering the main hall, they found Kushiro kneeling in the central position. Beside him were 2 cushions, 3 exquisite cups, and a pot of tea. Master, Zoro greeted upon entering. Kushiro-senpai, Luffy followed suit with a bow. Kushiro maintained his ever-courteous smile. Gesturing towards the 2 cushions before them, he invited, "Please, take a seat for a while." As Luffy and Zoro took their seats opposite Yasuhiro, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over Luffy each time he beheld Yasuhiro's smile, particularly those squinted eyes that seemed the most ominous. "Zoro, have you made your decision?" Yasuhiro inquired, as if already aware of the answer. With his eyes wide open, Zoro solemnly replied, "Yes, master. I have decided to continue my training alongside Luffy." With that, he bowed deeply. "I apologize, master, but I have resolved to become a pirate with Luffy." Over the years, Zoro had seldom addressed Yasuhiro as his master, let alone performed such a formal gesture. Yasuhiro lifted a cup of steaming tea, blowing gently to disperse the heat. The steam enveloped his glasses, cloaking his gaze in a thick veil of mist, rendering his expression even more profound. "A pirate, you say?" Yasuhiro paused before continuing. "Zoro, you must remember this. Whether a pirate, a marine, or an ordinary person, first and foremost, you are a swordsman." "Yes, I shall remember." Zoro did not lift his head, as his tears had yet to cease flowing. Rising to his feet, Yasuhiro retrieved the large sword and the Wado Ikemanji from the wall, presenting them to Zoro. "Zoro, this belonged to Kuina. I believe you will need it." Kuina Zoro, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked up at his master and the sword in his hands. "I understand." Taking the Wado Ikemanji with both hands, he declared, "I will ascend to the pinnacle of the world with this blade." Zoro drew the sword, which was nearly his own height, and held it firmly, savoring its essence. Meanwhile, Luffy and Yasuhiro continued their conversation. "Zoro is the most talented child I have ever encountered. Though I am unsure how you have trained to such strength at such a young age, I hope you will not squander Zoro's talent. If that were the case, it would be better for him to remain here, where, despite less experience, his foundation would be more solid. Yasuhiro, I assure you, I have a method, and believe me, I, Monkey D. Luffy, will astonish this world." With nearly 200 points of mental strength, although not half of the Conqueror's haki, the pressure he could exert at this age astonished and convinced Yasuhiro. "In that case, I entrust Zoro to you. Rest assured." Ding. The host has acquired their first partner. Meeting the requirements to activate the partner system. The partner system is now activated. Chapter 15. The partner system. With the conversation with Yasuhiro concluded, he provided Luffy with a sum of money as a form of guardianship fee for Zoro, which Luffy accepted without hesitation. Initially, Luffy had intended to borrow some funds from Yasuhiro for supplies, albeit with no intention of repaying. For those who have reached a certain level of strength, such trifles hold little significance. The rain had ceased. Luffy arrived at Frost Moon Village alone, intending to purchase a small boat, some provisions, as well as a nautical chart and a compass. While sailing across the seas, people still prefer to rely on these ordinary tools. On the road, Luffy engaged in a silent dialogue with the system. "System, please elucidate the partner system." "Certainly. The partner system is a vital avenue for the host to enhance their strength. The host can acquire a maximum of 10 partners. Each partner can provide an attribute enhancement of 5 times their level to the host's various attributes. Depending on their qualifications, partners offer different percentage boosts to the host's attributes. For instance, if one of the host's partners has a strength attribute of 200, the host's strength attribute will receive a boost of 200 multiplied by the qualification percentage. The qualifications of partners are categorized into 6 levels: SSS, SS, S, A, B, and C. Qualification also signifies the growth rate of the partner. SSS represents the highest tier, indicating top-tier qualifications in the pirate world. Possessing this qualification with diligence, one is destined to become a formidable leader or a figure of historical significance. Conversely, C level signifies the qualifications of an ordinary person, making it challenging to grow stronger independently. The 6 qualification levels provide the host with percentage boosts of 50, 25, 10, 5, 2, and 1, respectively. Partners may also utilize equipment from the marketplace, designated for 3 locations: head, body, and feet. However, the attributes provided by these equipments do not enhance the host. The most crucial aspect of the partner system is the ability to grant each partner a unique item, which can significantly augment their attributes and even enhance their qualifications. Although the qualifications provided by the unique items do not increase the percentage of attribute enhancement, the attributes gained can still benefit the host. Ding! The introduction is complete. The sky, recently washed by rain, now bore a sun that felt warmer than usual. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. On the path between the Isen Dojo and Frost Moon Village, Luffy leaned against a tree, his entire being trembling with excitement. By the time the system's introduction reached its midpoint, he had lost all interest in continuing his journey. The thrill coursing through him rendered him incapable of processing anything with his mind. The companion system had brought Luffy an abundance of surprises. Not only could he elevate his own level, but he could also empower his companions, and their newfound strength in turn bolstered his own. Moreover, the ability to utilize equipment was an enticing prospect. Although there were merely 10 slots available, it was more than sufficient for Luffy. In that moment, he felt as though he was not fighting alone. Above and below, he reigned supreme. The forest remained eerily quiet. After a considerable time, Luffy finally managed to calm his emotions. Once composed, he suddenly realized something. The system promised an increase in attributes, yet he felt no discernible change. Please allow the host to draw exclusive items for new companions. Once equipped successfully, the entire companion system will commence its operations. Luffy bit his finger and inquired, "Will there be a lottery? What might we draw?" The prizes of the lottery are as varied as the cosmos, randomly selecting an item from all realms of fantasy that would best suit a new companion. All realms of fantasy. Luffy found the system's statement to be rather weighty with information. Indeed, once the host's marketplace system is activated, 3 items from the realms of fantasy will be randomly refreshed each month for the host to purchase. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luffy's smile grew ever more pronounced. So, it seems that from now on, I can roll the dumplings and shout, "I am the man destined to become the Pirate King." Ha 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 ha. As Luffy pondered, he found the situation increasingly amusing, ultimately unable to suppress his laughter. Fortunately, he was alone in the forest. Otherwise, he might have startled any passers-by. System, please open the companion interface to review Zoro's attributes. Affirmative. The attribute interface unfolded, revealing a 2-dimensional image of Zoro before Luffy's eyes, accompanied by 4 slots designated for exclusive items, headgear, body armor, and footwear. Below were Zoro's data attributes: character, Roronoa Zoro qualification, SSS stamina, 125 strength, 85 agility, 70 spirit, 120. Examining Zoro's interface meticulously, Luffy committed everything to memory. He remarked, somewhat predictably, no surprise there. Zoro's qualifications are indeed top tier. This is excellent. I will also become stronger swiftly. Now, let's complete the tasks at hand. The rest can wait until later. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain to Kushiro-senpai. Luffy looked up and continued, "This truly is a remarkable gift for both Zoro and myself." At the port of Shimatsuki Village, Luffy devoted an entire afternoon to preparing the nautical charts, compasses, and a selection of provisions. He arrived at a modest shipyard by the port, which typically catered to fishermen in need of fishing vessels. The request for a small boat, such as Luffy's, was somewhat unfamiliar to the shipwrights. Fortunately, Luffy's demands were modest. A vessel sufficient for 3 individuals to set sail would suffice. Moreover, Luffy displayed remarkable generosity, offering significantly more than the usual price of several thousand berries for the craft, over 100,000, while simply requesting to embark the following day. Once all was settled, Luffy instructed them to have the boat ready and docked at the port before he departed the shipyard. Upon returning to the dojo, Luffy found a multitude of children wielding wooden swords, practicing diligently on the damp earth, striking repeatedly. Yasaka stood to the side, his kind and gentle smile serving as a reminder that the children dared not slack off. Upon his return, Luffy greeted Gankuro and learned that Zoro was training alone in his usual wooded sanctuary. Luffy pondered for a moment before deciding to seek out Zoro. After all, they were destined to share both joys and hardships as brothers, and nurturing their bond at this juncture would be beneficial. In a clearing within the forest, Zoro gripped the sword Wado Ikamanji with both hands, assuming an attacking stance. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust on the ground into miniature whirlwinds. A solitary leaf, propelled by the wind, gracefully floated down towards the edge of Wado Ikamanji. In an instant of silence, the leaf was cleaved into two, falling to the ground at Zoro's feet due to insufficient buoyancy. With a sudden awakening, Zoro's eyes flew open as he executed a deft swing of his sword. Before him stood a stone, roughly the height of a person, which was swiftly severed in half, the upper portion sliding down the blade with a deliberate grace. With a resounding crash, it fell to the earth, shattering into fragments. On the remaining piece of stone, a smooth, mirror-like incision quietly emerged. Truly, what a magnificent blade! With a beaming smile, Luffy approached from the opposite side of the forest. Upon hearing Luffy's praise, Zoro cast a meaningful glance at the sword Wado Ikamanji before sheathing it. "Is there something on your mind, Luffy?" Zoro inquired. Luffy stood on tiptoe, confidently patting Zoro's shoulder as he declared, "I am fully prepared. We can set sail tomorrow." Zoro surveyed the training ground he had inhabited for several years, quietly reflecting, "So, we are truly leaving, Kuna." "What?" Luffy could not decipher Zoro's barely audible words. "It's nothing," Zoro replied, unwilling to reveal his softer side. "Let us return. Master mentioned that today there would be an exception, a farewell banquet in our honor." "Sounds splendid. I must admit, I have yet to partake in a banquet where I am the guest of honor. This will be my first." Observing Luffy's radiant smile, Zoro found his melancholy about parting considerably diminished. Chapter 16. The soul-cutting sword. The following noon, a messenger from the shipyard arrived at the Hashin dojo to inform Luffy that the ship had been completed and was docked at the harbor. All the supplies left at the shipyard had also been loaded onto the vessel. This news invigorated Luffy, who had been waiting with anticipation all morning. The service was impeccable. At the harbor, the vast ocean stretched endlessly, evoking a sense of yearning. A solitary seagull, soaring overhead, circled above the people below, who appeared less affluent, before flying away. Gung Shirlang and a group of dojo apprentices stood beside the harbor at Xuanyue village, watching the ship grow smaller in the distance. Many children began to cry, for in Master's absence, they had formed close bonds with their elder brother. At such a tender age, they struggled to fully grasp the sorrow of farewell. On the ship, now departed from the harbor, Luffy stood at the stern, waving goodbye to Gung Shirlang and the others until the harbor was no longer visible. "Aren't you going to bid farewell to Master and the junior apprentices?" Luffy inquired as he approached the bow, noticing Zoro sitting there, fixated on the horizon. I'm no longer a child. What is there to say?" Zoro stammered, his voice barely coherent, almost rendering Luffy unable to understand him. Observing the damp floor beneath Zoro's feet, Luffy intuitively responded, "Very well, I shall return to study the nautical charts. You keep an eye on our course and ensure we do not stray." "All right, okay." Realizing he had been discovered, Zoro's voice waned significantly. Luffy opened the door and descended the short staircase into the cabin. "System, why is it that I already possess a ship, yet the maritime navigation system cannot be activated?" As Luffy found himself with a moment of leisure, he promptly voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart. The response from the system was as follows. To activate the sailing vessel system, the following conditions must be met. 1. The vessel must possess a name. 2. The vessel must have the capacity to accommodate at least 10 individuals. 3. The vessel must bear a flag. Upon assessment, it has been determined that your current vessel does not fulfill any of these criteria, thus the sailing vessel system cannot be activated. Accepting the system's explanation with a hint of resignation, Luffy acknowledged the inherent challenges associated with the activation of each segment of the system. Nevertheless, the thought of the adventures that lay ahead filled him with a renewed sense of excitement. Luffy rubbed his palms together and inquired, "System, may we commence the extraction of Zoro's exclusive item now?" The system's cold voice resonated once more, stating, "The host may begin at any moment. Simply access the companion interface. Locate the newly added ally, and silently recite the extraction for the exclusive item." All right. Luffy adeptly maneuvered within his mind, accessing Zoro's personal panel, and silently uttered the command to extract the exclusive item. In an instant, a large circular disc materialized, adorned with an array of blades, tomes, and an assortment of peculiar objects. Without any command from Luffy, the roulette began to spin automatically, accelerating to a dizzying speed until everything became a blur. Eventually, the rapidly rotating wheel came to a halt, the pointer resting upon a cluster of blue substance. This was one of the few things Luffy had no knowledge of. Ding! The host has acquired the essence of a Zanpakuto, now stored in the backpack. Zon. Zanpakuto. To think that just yesterday he had been envisioning himself wielding the Rasengan, and today he had obtained a Zanpakuto. Wait, that blue mass certainly does not resemble a sword, Luffy mused internally. Please, host, open the backpack to inspect it. A backpack? You say? Luffy opened his backpack interface, and, indeed, in the first slot, he discovered a blue orb. With a mere thought, the scene before him shifted to another interface. Soul Slayer Essence. This item, when used on a blade imbued with spirit, can transform it into a Soul Slayer, the weapon wielded by Shinigami. Its form and capabilities are intricately crafted based on the very essence of the Shinigami's soul. By acknowledging the name bestowed upon their Soul Slayer and engaging in a mental communion with it, the Shinigami harnesses its power. After perusing the system's description, Luffy mused to himself, a soul, you say? Perhaps a Soul Slayer would be most fitting for Zoro, considering Zoro's formidable aura. It might harmonize unexpectedly well with a Soul Slayer. Luffy grows increasingly eager to witness Zoro wielding the Zanpakuto. Yet, one cannot help but ponder whether the blade, like the renowned Ikemanji, possesses a spirit of its own. It ought to, for if even the Ikemanji is devoid of such essence, it seems that there are scarcely any swords left in this world that could claim the same. Contemplating this, the gravity of the situation becomes apparent. Should it indeed be so, it would spell considerable trouble. Time is of the essence. Luffy retrieved the essence of his Zanpakuto from his backpack. A luminous blue orb materialized in his hand. Strangely, despite its apparent weightlessness, it gave Luffy the sensation of holding something substantial. Outside the cabin. During the time Luffy was engaged in communication with the system, Zoro remained on the deck, attentively observing the direction in which the ship was sailing. When Luffy arrived at Class A in search of Zoro, Zoro had already moved past the sorrow of parting and was gazing at the tranquil sea to calm his spirit. Just as Luffy, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to speak to Zoro, he suddenly sensed something amiss. After glancing towards the sun, he inquired of Zoro, Zoro, what was the sailing direction I calculated using the nautical chart just now? Zoro, somewhat puzzled, replied, did you not just say it was 3 degrees south-southwest? South-southwest? Luffy echoed. Indeed, that was precisely what you told me. Luffy's legs trembled slightly as he approached the compass perched on the shelf, stammering. Then why are we heading due east? Zoro, taken aback, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hesitated to speak. Luffy felt utterly foolish for having forgotten Zoro's notorious reputation as a direction-only challenged individual. Yet, one can hardly place the blame solely on him. Who could have anticipated such an evident indication of direction? Zoro, relying on his extensive experience as a navigator with a poor sense of direction, managed to steer the ship off course. Zoro, I hereby issue my first command as captain. From now on, you are not to wander aimlessly or take control of the ship's direction without permission, Luffy said with a sense of resignation. Acknowledging his fault, Zoro responded awkwardly, All right, Captain. Seeing Zoro's sincere acknowledgement of his mistake, Luffy chose not to press the matter further, recognizing that he too had erred by forgetting Zoro's lack of navigational skills. After a brief pause, Luffy continued, I sought you out for another, more pressing matter. Zoro lowered his gaze to Luffy, indicating for him to proceed. The reason you chose to follow me is significant for you, isn't it? Are you saying we can begin training now? Zoro's spirits lifted at the mention of becoming stronger. Not training. I have a far superior method in mind. Luffy raised the essence of his Zanpakuto and presented it before Zoro, continuing, draw your sword. Obediently, Zoro brought forth the Wado Ikemanji and offered it to Luffy. For reasons unknown, Zoro felt an overwhelming power emanating from the orb in Luffy's grasp, even sensing that his very soul began to stir in response to this formidable force. Luffy held a sword in one hand, while in the other, he placed Zoro's exclusive artifact upon the blade of the Wado Ikemanji. The luminous orb gradually melded into the sword, and then a flash of blue light emanated from the Wado Ikemanji, signaling the conclusion of the event. The sword retained its original appearance, the sole alteration being that the hilt had become remarkably white. And now, system, is this truly the end? Within the depths of his heart, Luffy cried out to the system, filled with anticipation and excitement for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with a mere flash of blue light before everything faded away. The system promptly responded, assuring him, do not fret, host. The blade before you has transformed into a genuine Zanpakuto. However, you must still facilitate its union with Zoro's spirit. Realizing that the journey was far from over, Luffy let out a sigh of relief and inquired, so, what must I do? You simply need to pierce Zoro's body with the Zanpakuto. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that I must kill Zoro? Not at all. This is the only way for the Zanpakuto to merge with Zoro and become his own. Is that so? Understood. With clarity dawning upon him, Luffy suddenly lifted his gaze towards Zoro. The unexpected intensity of Luffy's stare startled Zoro. Moments ago, Zoro had watched Luffy press the ball of light against the sword Daichi, remaining in a fixed posture while his facial expressions fluctuated dramatically for an extended period, causing Zoro to worry about what was troubling Luffy. Luffy gazed up at Zoro and exclaimed, Zoro, I have discovered a method to help you grow stronger swiftly. Is that true? How can I achieve this? Zoro, disregarding Luffy's peculiar demeanor, was determined to seize every opportunity to become the world's greatest swordsman. Observing Zoro's eager expression, Luffy suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness. Allow me to stab you. Chapter 17. Hell. Come on. What? Zoro spread his arms wide, presenting his chest to Luffy, and declared, Let us proceed, as you suggested. Luffy lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. When he raised it again, a smile adorned his face, a blend of joy and satisfaction. The feeling of being trusted is indescribably wonderful. I shall not disappoint you, Luffy proclaimed, drawing the sword dowie and pointing its tip at Zoro's heart. Zoro's lips curled into a grin, revealing a row of pristine teeth. I too shall not engage in any actions I might later regret. On the azure expanse of the sea, two children, one large and one small, stood on a modest vessel. The blade inched closer to Zoro, and the smile faded from Luffy's face, replaced by a grave expression. Zoro, with a companion like you, I shall never feel lonely on this vast ocean. With that, Luffy thrust his hands forward, driving the sword deep into Zoro's chest. The blade penetrated Zoro's body inch by inch, yet no wounds marred his form. Until the entire sword vanished from sight, Zoro's eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Luffy dragged Zoro into the cabin and laid him down on the bed originally prepared for him. Rest well. From here on, you must rely on yourself. Luffy returned to the A-class deck, grasped the compass, and began to steer the ship's course. The sea breeze caressed his ears, and everything felt so tranquil. Meanwhile, Zoro found himself in a peculiar place. The skies were overcast, shrouded in a dense black mist that obscured everything in sight. The ground emitted an eerie red glow, with intermittent streams of lava flowing nearby. Zoro surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment. Is this hell? He cautiously began to explore. After what felt like an eternity, Zoro realized that no matter how far he ventured, he merely felt himself moving. The atmosphere around him remained unchanged, equally oppressive, equally terrifying. Thus, he abandoned his initial caution, yet remained vigilant, traversing this uncharted realm of dread for an entire day and night. Leaning against a crimson rock, weary Zoro gazed up at the grayish sky. After such an extended journey without any change, it seemed his approach was flawed. He tilted his head towards the heavens, pondering aloud. Throughout, Zoro never once doubted Luffy. Even if this were hell, there must be a way to grow stronger. This was his unwavering belief. In a state of drowsiness, fatigued Zoro succumbed to sleep. The sky remained as oppressive as ever, the earth still shrouded in gloom, but this time, there appeared to be a slight shift. Zoro, Zoro. A nostalgic whisper resonated within Zoro's soul. Awakened by the familiar call, he slowly opened his eyes. Kuina? At the sight of the long-missed figure before him, Zoro felt little excitement. Surely, he was still dreaming. He turned over, closed his eyes, and attempted to return to slumber, murmuring softly, Kuina. Having called out to him for so long only to see him drift back into sleep, was nearly exasperated. In her anger, she pinched Zoro's ear, twisting it sharply. Dreaming. You big-headed fool. The pain jolted Zoro awake instantly, and he sprang to his feet, escaping Kuina's grasp. He gently rubbed his ear, the discomfort slightly subsiding. Suddenly, Zoro felt as if he were frozen in place, his head stiffly lifting. Kuina? Rubbing his eyes, he cautiously opened them again, afraid that this was merely a figment of his imagination. Kuina, with her hands behind her back, sweetly remarked, You fool. Do you mean to say that after such a long separation, you have forgotten me? Zoro blinked in astonishment. He had never seen Kuina look so adorable. Typically, they trained together, and her training regimen was so rigorous that it left adults in awe. Kuina's relentless pursuit of mastery and swordsmanship had shaped her resolute character. With confusion, Zoro could not help but inquire, So, does that mean this place is truly hell? Upon hearing Zoro's words, Kuina's expression turned somber as she replied, Indeed, This is hell. So does that mean I am dead? For reasons unknown, Zoro still found it difficult to accept that he was now in hell. Reflecting on Luffy's expression when he had pointed a knife at him, Zoro continued to place his faith in Luffy. Though they had known each other for only a few days, Zoro felt an inexplicable sense of destiny binding their fates. Suddenly, as Zoro remained lost in thought, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, accompanied by a strange roar from afar. "Oh no, we've been discovered," Kuina exclaimed, grabbing Zoro's hand and swiftly fleeing. Unsure of the situation, Zoro followed her, inquiring amidst their escape, "What was that sound, Kuina?" Without turning her head, Kuina responded, "I'm not entirely certain. But it's an exceedingly terrifying monster. It is colossal, with 3 heads and 9 arms, and it wears a white bone mask upon its face." As Kuina continued to describe the creature, its form gradually materialized in Zoro's mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he recalled a dream he had experienced that very morning. Astonishingly, it matched Kuina's description perfectly. In his dream, it was this very monster that had taken Kuina away. Cursing under his breath, Zoro pondered this revelation when Kuina abruptly halted. Standing still in her tracks, Zoro lifted his gaze, following her line of sight. Before them stood the monstrous figure, its 3 heads and 9 arms now fully aware of their presence. Instinctively, both Zoro and Kuina took a step back. Zoro, having finally reunited with Kuina, was reluctant to let this encounter end so swiftly. "Quick, let us run back," he urged her. Yet, recalling the monster's devastating attacks from his dream, Zoro felt no inclination to engage in battle. Kuina, however, calmly stated, "We cannot escape. It is futile." Zoro, seeing the creature approaching them, anxiously insisted, "Kuina, you must run ahead. I will distract it." With that, he prepared to charge towards the monster. Kuina grasped Zoro's arm. Her eyes locked onto his as she gently said, "Zoro, you have grown stronger, haven't you?" "Of course, but a monster of that caliber is beyond our ability to confront. I can only buy some time. You must leave at once." Although Zoro found Kuina's demeanor somewhat peculiar, his primary instinct was to ensure her safety. "Let us fight together." Kuina grasped Zoro's hand and, in an instant, emitted a radiant white light. Gradually, the luminescence diminished, and the figure of Kuina standing there vanished, replaced by a sword in Zoro's hand, a blade forged in the likeness of Wado Ikemanji. Chapter 18. The Battle with the Monster. As Zoro held the sword that had transformed from Kuina, he tested its weight and found it identical to the familiar feel of Wado Ikemanji. Suddenly, he heard Kuina's voice echoing in his mind, "Stop dawdling, Zoro. The monster is approaching." "Kuina?" Zoro responded, bewildered. Sensing his nonchalant demeanor, Kuina's voice grew urgent. "Yes, it is indeed me. Don't just stand there. Quickly evade." In the blink of an eye, the monster loomed before Zoro, an arm raised, poised to strike him down. Zoro swiftly pivoted and dashed away, narrowly escaping the creature's assault. The monstrous arm crashed into the ground, leaving a 2-meter-long gash in its wake. Upon witnessing the destruction wrought by the beast, Zoro's racing heart finally found solace. This creature was nowhere near as formidable as the one from his nightmares. He had feared for his life, realizing that although the monster possessed immense destructive power, it was not insurmountable. He felt reassured as long as he had the strength to fight. With its initial attack thwarted, the monster, undeterred, pursued Zoro with fervor. Resembling a predator that had caught sight of its prey, the sound of its heavy footsteps drew closer, and Zoro gripped his blade tightly. As the monster closed in, all 9 of its blade-like arms rose, forming a massive fan that effectively sealed off Zoro's escape routes. Just as Zoro raised Wado Ikemanji above his head, the 9 blades slashed down upon him, each strike generating a fierce gust of wind. Utilizing his remarkable reflexes, Zoro seized the moment, stepping onto one of the nearby blades, propelling himself to the left in a horizontal leap, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of strikes. However, with 9 arms at its disposal, the monster was relentless. As Zoro evaded the 9th attack, the first arm had already been raised again, suspended in midair. Zoro found himself with no option but to cross Wado Ikemanji before his chest. The monster's blade crashed against his sword, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent debris flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro was propelled outward by the force, landing awkwardly before rolling a considerable distance. Quickly regaining his footing, he assumed a defensive stance. The monster was relentless, delivering blow after blow, each strike as heavy as a mountain, the cold glint of its blade piercing through Zoro's very marrow. With no choice but to react swiftly, Zoro began to wield his sword in frantic defiance against the relentless onslaught of the creature. Boom. After a crisp sound of impact, Zoro seized the opportunity to create distance once more, the gravity etched on his face accentuating the beads of sweat that traced his features. Silently, Zoro contemplated. This situation was untenable, his rhythm of attack entirely dictated by the foe, while he found himself unable to land a blow upon its form. Shaking off the sweat that clung near his eyes, he steadied his blade, bracing himself for the upcoming confrontation. Zoro, do not rely on brute strength. Kuina's voice resonated within him at the opportune moment. Upon hearing her, a fleeting tranquility washed over Zoro's heart. No need for brute force. Indeed, a sudden recollection of Yagushiro's words from his past surfaced in his mind. When he had first joined the One Heart Dojo, just embarking on his journey in swordsmanship, he had innocently inquired of Yagushiro, do warriors capable of cutting through iron truly exist? He vividly remembered how Yagushiro demonstrated by attempting to slice through a drifting piece of paper, only for the paper to evade the blade under the gust of his swing. Yagushiro then calmly articulated, in this world, there exists a type of swordsman who may be unable to sever anything, yet can effortlessly slice iron like mud. To me, the essence of the strongest sword lies in its ability to safeguard what one wishes to protect and to sever what one desires to cut, nothing more. The echoes of his teacher's words resonated in Zoro's mind. He suddenly recalled the significance of his presence here, departing from the One Heart Dojo, leaving Kuina's home. Drifting upon the sea alongside Luffy, and being pierced by Luffy's blade, what was the purpose of it all? He thought of Yagushiro's unwavering guidance, the dreams he had shared with Kuina under the moonlit fields, and the unhesitating resolve that had compelled him to follow Luffy upon hearing the promise that he could become stronger. With renewed determination, Zoro slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes unexpectedly shimmering with a crimson glimmer, evoking a deeper fear than that of the beast itself. The creature offered him no respite. The sky remained dim, and the earth continued to languish in shadow. In this silent expanse, the cacophony of clashing sounds reverberated, infusing the atmosphere with a new element. Zoro repeatedly masterfully navigated the monster's tempestuous onslaught. At last, finding an opening amidst a fresh wave of attacks, Zoro sheathed his sword, targeting the creature's vulnerability. One sword style, II slash. A flash of green light flickered by, as Zoro swiftly maneuvered from in front of the beast to behind it, sheathing his sword. Wadikamanji. With a sharp sound, a line of blood erupted from the monster's left leg, gushing forth relentlessly. Yet, the creature seemed impervious to pain, supporting its injured leg as it swiftly turned around. It appeared to sense Zoro's fatigue and took a small step back, raising all 9 blades high in the air, their tips radiating an ominous aura, aimed directly at Zoro, launching towards him with great speed. Zoro, however, maintained his posture with his back turned, utterly still, as if still reeling from the previous attack. The monster closed in on Zoro, its injury not hindering its pace in the slightest. The sharp edges of the blades were poised to pierce Zoro's form when he finally turned to face them, his eyes closed, his breath gradually returning to calmness. One might even question if he had succumbed to slumber. In an instant, Zoro opened his eyes, the crimson glow within them piercing the very fabric of the world. The black mist in the sky dispersed, and the fissures in the earth began to mend. The moon hung high, illuminating the rejuvenated land where tender green grass sprouted rapidly, swaying gently in the caress of the breeze. The entire world transformed, yet the only constant was the 9 malevolent blades about to strike Zoro, and Zoro himself. On the brink of attack, he slightly bent forward, positioning Wad Ikamanji upright at his right side, with the sheath resting behind his left leg, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt, while his left hand clutched the sword's handle. The words of his master remained a mystery to him. He only understood that unwavering perseverance embodied his swordsmanship. Zoro's blood-red eyes widened, a wildly arrogant grin gracing his lips. I can see it. I can feel it. The breath of the wind, the breath of the grass, and your breath. This is the power to sever steel and iron. One sword style, II Lion's Song. Zoro and the monster's figures intertwined, both seemingly frozen in time. Crack, crack, clash. A crisp sound echoed as the monster's arm shattered into fragments, falling to the ground. Gush! A torrent of blood erupted from the monster's waist, its body cleaving in two and collapsing onto the earth. In no time, the entire carcass of the creature vanished, leaving behind only a black sheath and hilt of a sword, resting in place. Chapter 19. Kuina and the Beast Who Did It. Zoro. The sword in Zoro's hand once again emanated a brilliant light, as Kao re-emerged within the blinding radiance. You actually defeated it. It seems you have indeed attained the prowess of a swordsman. Guena, with determination, began to stride towards the dark blade transformed by the monster. Wait, Zoro interjected, stepping in to block her path. Guena glanced at Zoro, whose expression was one of vigilance, and suddenly offered a cold smile. Interesting. When did you realize? From the very beginning, Zoro replied, his tone as unyielding as a dry well, devoid of any emotion. Guena's icy demeanor softened slightly as she retorted, that is impossible. Your declaration of impossibility is of no consequence, Zoro dismissed, turning to retrieve the dark blade. The moon, unwavering, cast a faint light upon the world. In the shadows, where the moonlight did not reach, a massive figure gradually emerged. It was the monster that had just been cleaved in two. Guena spoke suddenly. It is called the Beast. Her expression remaining as frigid as before. So, from the very beginning, you deliberately led us into battle, did you? Zoro grasped the black blade, a weapon of pure darkness, its form vaguely reminiscent of a Wado Ikemanji. With his other hand resting on the blade, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Curiously, a portion of this power manifested unexpectedly, merging with his being, while another flowed from the dark blade into him. Observing Guena standing alongside the beast, Zoro couldn't help but scoff. Had you been like this from the start, perhaps I wouldn't have discovered it so swiftly. In her hands, Guena slowly materialized a blade, a white Wado Ikemanji, one that Zoro had recently wielded. Seeing Guena adopt her stance, Zoro too assumed a serious posture with the black blade, ready for combat. Meanwhile, in the reality beyond, Luffy, having gazed at the sea for over a day, was on the verge of boredom, surrounded solely by the vast ocean. With the only other person capable of conversation rendered unconscious, Luffy reclined on the deck, basking in the sun, while the compass in his hand was tossed into the air, only to be caught by him once more. Ding! Zoro successfully bound the exclusive item, and the attribute enhancement was complete. The host is invited to check it at their leisure. Huh? Well, startled by the sudden voice of the system, Luffy nearly fumbled the compass as it descended from the sky. It is worth noting that this compass is their only tool for navigation. If it were to break, they would be adrift upon the vast sea. Safely placing the compass down, Luffy eagerly opened his attribute panel. Although he had already sensed changes within his body, the system's display provided a more tangible representation. Character, Monkey D, Luffy level, 12 experience points. 2, 602, 000 health points. 3, 500 stamina, 350 strength, 212 agility, 201 spirit, 345 yes. After reviewing his attributes, Luffy triumphantly raised his fist and leaped into the air with a jubilant shout. He had not anticipated that his strength had more than doubled in an instant, and this was merely the first companion. Just imagine once he acquires a second, a third. The thought was utterly exhilarating. It is now the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, and at merely 7 years of age, he has already attained a level of strength comparable to that of the original Luffy when he first set sail. Just think how formidable he shall become in 10 years' time. Luffy discovered that his mental attribute had unexpectedly increased from 345 to 346. System, what is the reason behind this sudden increment in my mental attribute? He inquired. Responding to the host, this is due to Zoro's mental attribute having risen by 2 points. Huh? Luffy expressed his confusion. By the way, why hasn't Zoro awakened yet? There is not a sound coming from the cabin. Zoro is currently undergoing the trial for the initial release of his Zanpakuto in the realm of his spirit. Luffy bit his thumb, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. So, does this mean that Zoro will soon have another opportunity for significant growth and strength? A reminder to the host, it is not imminent. Currently, Zoro's power is insufficient to achieve the initial release of his Zanpakuto. Luffy couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment as he sighed. Well, I suppose I shall wait a while longer. Once again, the host was reminded that this period may extend for quite some time. What? Within Zoro's spiritual realm, the sounds of ping, ping, echoed as two contrasting shadows, one black and one white, continuously intertwined, the metallic clashing resonating like an unending melody. Crack! The two blades remained locked in a stalemate, and the figures came to a halt. The ground around them instantaneously caved in and shattered, a gust of wind dispersing outward. Zoro, wearing a fierce yet delighted grin, remarked, "You truly are formidable." Kuina, maintaining her composed demeanor, replied, My strength is merely a reflection of yours. Whether in physical prowess or swordsmanship, we are equal." With a swift motion, Zoro drew his black blade, his breath becoming slightly labored. "Do you need to rest?" Kuina asked with an endearing smile. Huff, huff. Zoro inhaled deeply twice, raising his black blade once more, declaring, "No need." Their figures clashed again, each powerful encounter wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. The duel's duration remained uncertain. The moon hung bright in the sky, yet the ground had transformed into a pockmarked battlefield, unrecognizable from its once verdant state. Zoro was already covered in wounds, and Kuina was equally battered. The two shared a tacit agreement to pause momentarily. Despite her injuries, Kuina still appeared remarkably spirited. "I can no longer continue like this," Zoro exclaimed, gasping for breath. Kuina, equally exhausted, slowly responded, "So, what will you do? You can never defeat me. After all, as you grow stronger, so shall I." Indeed, that was true. Zoro gradually closed his eyes. "However, as long as I can unleash a strike that could slay me, that will suffice." "Oh, that sounds quite impressive." Kuina, ever sweet even in the midst of battle, maintained her charming smile. "You'll find out when you try." Zoro's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He then gripped his sword with both hands, positioning the blade downwards, close to the ground, at an angle to his right side. His aura intensified, as if a colossal figure emerged behind him, causing Kuina to feel an unusual tension. Her smile faded slightly as she observed Zoro's escalating power, her grip on the sword instinctively tightening. As the energy reached its zenith, Zoro's eyes snapped open, and a feral presence surged forth. One sword style, flying swallow slash. In an instant, Zoro surged forward, leaving deep footprints imprinted upon the ground. He swiftly approached Kuina, drawing his sword upward. The blade's glimmer bursting in the air like a bird taking flight. Yet, confronted with Zoro's full-force strike, Kuina realized evasion was futile. She promptly adjusted her stance, preparing to parry his blow. With a resounding crack, Kuina, unarmed, stood in stunned silence as Zoro completed his strike. The wide blade of the Zanpakuto spun gracefully in the air several times before plunging into the earth. At last, Zoro awaited the culmination of this moment. Under the moonlight, the girl's hair danced gently in the breeze, while the boy pointed his sword at her throat. "Who are you truly?" Zoro finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind. Kuina, gazing at the sword aimed at her, replied, "I am Kuina, yet not the true Kuina." The power of the Zanpakuto amalgamates your memories and emotions tied to Kuina, or perhaps your dreams and aspirations, to form my being. At that moment, a beast lurking in the distance approached, and with a guttural voice, it spoke, "And I am forged from your primal instincts and savagery." Wait. Seeing that their combativeness had dissipated, Zoro sheathed his sword. "What is a Zanpakuto?" The beast responded, "A Zanpakuto is a blade manifested from the soul, an embodiment of one's essence." Kuina interjected, "Previously, Luffy infused an unclaimed Zanpakuto into your body, binding it to your soul and merging them. Due to your obsessions, the Zanpakuto divided its soul's power into 3 parts. I and the beast are 2 of those, representing your current strength." The beast continued, "You must defeat all 3 of us to unlock the initial release of the Zanpakuto and to escape this realm." "Where is the 3rd person?" Zoro asked impatiently. Kuina shook her head, replying, "The 3rd cannot emerge yet. In your current state, you are no match for him, or rather, you lack the ability to conquer him." Just as Zoro was about to speak, the beast interrupted, "Indeed, it is still premature. Having been defeated by you, both Kuina and I now yield to you and pose no threat." Kuina added, "What you must do now is to diligently train in this space, without concern for the outside world. The Zanpakuto will absorb the energy in the air to nourish your body." Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Zoro contemplated before relaxing his grip. "I am still too weak. I need to grow stronger swiftly." Observing his silence, Kuina remained quiet, while the beast waved a claw as if to offer solace. "There is no need for such haste, after all. The 3rd entity is a manifestation of your potential and future, the mightiest blade of all." Chapter 20, Luffy's nautical journal. He remarked, in the midst of wind and rain, "This mere pain is inconsequential. Wipe away your tears and refrain from questioning why. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, a small vessel dances with the breeze. Melodious songs resonate from within the boat." Luffy wrung out his clothes and trousers with fervor, laying them upon the deck to await the sun's gentle caress. Just last night, a relentless downpour had descended upon Luffy. Alone, Luffy struggled to manage both the sails and the helm. his inexperience evident in his frantic maneuvers that barely prevented the ship from capsizing. When the storm subsided the following day, Luffy entered the cabin only to find Zoro buried beneath a heap of furniture and debris. After considerable effort, he finally extricated Zoro, unceremoniously tossing him aside. Luffy had only just begun to tidy up his wardrobe and arrange the furniture. After completing these tasks, he realized that he was drenched, still clad in garments that had endured the torrential rain. He removed his clothes once more and washed them thoroughly. After all, in this vast expanse of the ocean, there was no one else around. Zoro lay in a deep slumber, unaware of when he might awaken. Clothes and such were mere external possessions. He decided he would no longer wear them. As Luffy pondered, he began to bask in the sun on the deck, while he relished the joys of life. A large vessel was slowly advancing through the surrounding waters. From a bird's-eye view, one would notice that the course of this imposing ship intersected perfectly with Luffy's trajectory. On board, a pirate with an eccentric hairstyle was conversing with a robust companion, beside whom lay a colossal spiked mace, towering over them. "Captain, we lost 6 brothers in yesterday's storm," reported the oddly coiffed pirate. The captain stroked his chin and replied, "No matter, we have over 100 men. Their inability to endure to the end merely proves they are a worthless lot." "Indeed, Captain. However, we also lost a supply of food yesterday. The remaining provisions will barely last a week." "Worthless." The captain swatted the reporting pirate away with a dismissive gesture, summoning another nearby pirate to inquire, "How long until we reach the nearest island?" The trembling pirate responded, "Captain, the closest island is Cocoa Island, but it is perilously close to the naval base, so we should perhaps avoid it." Before he could finish, the captain kicked him away. "I don't need your advice," he bellowed. He then shouted towards the lookout, "Keep a vigilant watch. Once you spot any passing ships, signal me to accelerate." "Yes, Captain," replied a pirate on the lookout, who dared not defy him. No sooner had he spoken than another lookout suddenly called out, 30 degrees northeast, a small vessel spotted. If it maintains its course, we will meet in 40 minutes. Upon hearing this, the captain declared to the other pirates, "I cannot wait 40 minutes. Now, let us set sail at full speed and seize that ship." A chorus of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the dozens of pirates nearby in response, as they busied themselves with hastening the ship's pace. Meanwhile, having just weathered a storm, Luffy, feeling disoriented, resigned himself to fate, adjusting his course back to its previous angle and adopting a laid-back approach to sailing, allowing destiny to dictate his journey. He lay naked on the deck, dozing off. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until a resounding bang jolted Luffy awake, followed by a cacophony of noise. Luffy rubbed his eyes and rose to his feet, only to discover a large vessel moored near his own ship. The railing of the grand ship was bustling with a throng of people. "Captain, it appears that there is no one aboard that ship." Luffy observed a diminutive pirate conversing with a towering companion. Yet, despite his short stature, the smaller pirate stood at least thrice Luffy's height. I am not a mere human." Luffy rose to his feet, vociferously protesting against the reporting pirates. Suddenly, he realized he was still unclothed. In a flurry, he hastily retrieved his sun-dried garments, and, before the gaze of 100 pirates, donned his clothes with deliberate slowness. Meanwhile, a bridge had been established between the two vessels. The pirate captain, accompanied by 20 or so pirates, approached, filling Luffy's ship to the brim. One of the pirates, standing beside the captain, assessed the situation and remarked, "It appears to be a shipwreck. Only a small child remains aboard. I wonder why such a diminutive vessel ventured so deep into these waters." The pirate captain, swinging his spiked mace onto his shoulder, declared, "Who cares why? Quickly, inspect this ship for anything of value and bring it aboard. I have no use for such a tiny craft." At once, the 20-odd pirates sprang into action, transferring all usable and edible items from Luffy's ship to their own. Luffy stood by, silently observing with an amused smile playing upon his lips. Before long, a pirate carried Zoro and unceremoniously dropped him beside Luffy, then hurried off to report to their captain. "Captain, we have received a substantial supply of food and some daily necessities from the cabin. Additionally, we have discovered 2 children who appear to be survivors of a shipwreck. Should we bring them back with us?" Following the direction indicated by the pirate, the captain cast a glance at Luffy and Zoro, replying, "No need. They are too small to be of any combat value. They would merely squander our provisions. I shall deal with them. It's better than letting them starve on this empty ship. Ha ha ha." With that, the pirate captain approached Luffy. Wielding a spiked club, The nearby pirates seemed unfazed, chuckling as they watched their captain pass judgment on the two children. To them, this act was comparatively merciful compared to the captain's past misdeeds. In contrast, some pirates aboard the ship covered their eyes in anger, unwilling to witness the unfolding cruelty. Before Luffy, the captain cackled grotesquely for a while, relieved that Luffy was of a shorter stature. Otherwise, the revolting stench of his breath might have been unbearable. Kid, I am the captain of the rampaging pirates, and today, I shall send you to hell. Do you have any last words? He guffawed. Luffy, confident in the face of danger, thought to himself that anyone who could laugh so heartily before taking a life was either a fool or deranged. Clearly, today, he belonged to the former. Since you choose not to speak, do not blame me for silencing you, the captain declared, losing interest in the game as he raised his massive club to strike Luffy's head. A thunderous crash echoed as the captain's attack was thwarted. Luffy effortlessly blocked the full force of the blow with a single hand. You made an error in your previous statement, Luffy remarked coolly. What? The captain stammered, realizing he might have provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. In fact, I am quite adept at menial tasks, Luffy replied, flashing a radiant smile at the captain before vanishing from his sight. Help. The air was filled with the haunting cries of the pirates. The captain could only watch in horror as several pirates aboard the smaller boat collapsed, each with gaping wounds in their chests or abdomens. Some succumbed instantly, while others writhed in agony, though their struggles were futile. Cold sweat soaked the captain's clothes as he swallowed hard. Ding! The host has slain an ordinary pirate, gaining 25 experience points. Ding! The host has slain an ordinary pirate, gaining 28 experience points. Ding! The host has slain an ordinary pirate, gaining 36 experience points. The sound of experiences being acquired was a delightful melody to Luffy's ears. Observing the captain, who was utterly terrified, Luffy inquired, So, what do you think, Captain? Have I performed my tasks adequately? The captain, his spirit seemingly lost in fear, exclaimed, Who are you truly? Luffy responded, I am the person you shall never possess in your lifetime. Luffy played a jest from a previous life, then swiftly dashed to the forefront of the pirate captain, gracefully leaping to an optimal height. With determination, he extended his hand, and his slender fingers effortlessly pierced through the captain's skin, crushing his heart. Even as the captain of the raucous pirate crew faced his demise, he remained perplexed, pondering the meaning behind Luffy's words. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he succumbed to confusion and departed from life. Ding! The host has slain a common pirate, earning 625 experience points. Chapter 21. The overwhelming battle upon hearing the system's notification. Luffy's grin broadened. He turned his gaze toward the pirates still aboard their ship, as if surveying a delectable feast. The terrified pirates, caught in the intensity of Luffy's stare, instinctively took a collective step back. Quick, remove the plank, shouted a pirate with a spark of wit. Those near the boarding plank, sensing a glimmer of salvation, hurriedly disengaged its fastening mechanism, and with a frantic urgency, tossed the plank into the sea. Hooray! The pirates aboard cheered loudly as they witnessed the plank plunge into the water, creating a great splash. Luffy regarded the celebrating pirates with the bemusement of one observing a troop of fools. Approaching the edge of the ship, he lifted his foot and lightly pressed against the railing, propelling himself forward in a graceful leap of approximately 10 meters, landing behind the still cheering pirates. Pray tell, what is the cause of such merriment? Young Luffy inquired, his sweet smile and cherubic demeanor exuding innocence. Were it not for the vivid crimson of his attire and the blood still dripping from his right hand. A hush fell over the scene as the pirates huddled together, some overwhelmed by fear, having already leapt into the sea. A few menacing pirates brandished weapons, thrust forward by the crowd. As Luffy approached step by step, the tension within the throng escalated to a breaking point. Help! He is not human. He is a demon. Wretched fate. If this continues, we shall all perish. We must slay him to survive, shouted some fierce pirates, their morale slightly bolstered as many readied their weapons anew. Now this is truly entertaining, Luffy remarked, observing the rekindled fighting spirit among the pirates. If they were to yield without resistance, he might have hesitated to unleash his fury. For Luffy was not one to indiscriminately take lives based solely on experience. However, since they had chosen to defy him, he felt justified in eradicating those who resisted. Glancing at his experience points, Luffy estimated that vanquishing this group of pirates would surely elevate him to level 13. With this thought, a peculiar grin spread across his face. Unable to withstand Luffy's smile any longer, one of the pirates shouted, "He is merely a child. Let us slay him." Suddenly, over 30 pirates surged from the crowd, encircling Luffy. "Do not hesitate. Attack together," commanded a pirate who appeared to be a leader. In an instant, an array of blades, axes, and various weapons were directed toward Luffy. Luffy stood in place, enveloped in a cloud of confusion, pondering why only such a meager number of individuals had arrived. With such a scant assembly, it seemed insufficient for an upgrade. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront them first. Suddenly, a bullet was towards Luffy. He swiftly turned his head, effortlessly evading the projectile. Seizing a knife that was aimed at him, he pivoted and tossed it aside. Although Luffy lacked proficiency with weapons, his immense strength rendered the pirates he encountered utterly dismembered or bisected in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Luffy had dispatched nearly 10 adversaries. Just as he was engaged in attacking those before him, he was struck from behind by an assailant wielding a blade. However, the knife met Luffy's body like it was striking against a sponge, failing to penetrate his flesh regardless of the effort. Luffy glanced at his health bar and noticed he had only lost a few points, which was a trivial matter for him. Over the past few days, although Zoro remained unconscious, his attributes had been steadily increasing, providing Luffy with ever greater enhancements. He turned and delivered a powerful punch to the stomach of a pirate who dared to attack him. The assaulted pirate was sent flying, colliding with 3 others. In this back-and-forth exchange, over 30 pirates had been reduced to mere half of their original number. The remaining ones had long since lost the courage to continue fighting. Unfortunately, one must bear the consequences of their own choices. If one dares to wield a weapon, they must be prepared to face death. After Luffy had snapped the necks of 3 more adversaries, the survivors began to scatter in all directions. Those closest to the ship chose to leap into the sea, a decision Luffy did not bother to contest. The meager experience points were not worth the expenditure of time. At that moment, Luffy pondered whether he had become somewhat overconfident. No, devil. No. After eliminating the last pirate bold enough to confront him, Luffy's gaze shifted toward the ship's rear, where a group of trembling pirates huddled together. At that moment, one individual emerged from the crowd. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his hair was tinged with gray. He immediately fell to his knees before Luffy. Master, we were all captured by the chaotic Hammer pirate crew and are not true pirates. I implore you to spare us." Those behind him, upon hearing his words, also knelt and cried out, "Master, I was once an ordinary fisherman, forced into this life. Master, I was a sailor on a merchant ship." Looking at the multitude of people before him, all weeping and wailing, Luffy felt a twinge of frustration. Luffy bellowed, "Enough! Silence, everyone!" Once the clamor of the pirates subsided, he glanced at his experience points, realizing he was merely a little over 100 away from leveling up. Luffy declared, "Now, select from among you the one who has committed the most misdeeds." The pirates began to hesitate, whispering among themselves. Luffy shouted in anger once more, "Hurry up!" Instantly, over a dozen individuals pointed their fingers towards someone in the crowd. Luffy approached the individual, and the surrounding pirates parted ways to make room for him. Upon seeing Luffy, the person immediately fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head until it was bloodied. "My lord, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I shall change my ways," he pleaded. Luffy remained silent, gently placing his hands upon his head. With a crisp snap, he had already twisted his neck. Ding! The host has slain an ordinary pirate, earning 45 experience points. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly declared, "Now, let us select another individual deemed the worst." At that moment, without hesitation, the crowd swiftly presented another person before Luffy. Luffy did not afford him the opportunity to speak. He struck him directly with a fist to the heart, causing internal organs to rupture, resulting in an instantaneous and fatal spurt of blood. As Luffy shook the blood from his hands, he was about to speak when the first middle-aged man stepped forward and exclaimed, "Sir, please spare us. We are truly just ordinary folk. Even when coerced, we have committed no wrongdoing, merely performing menial tasks." Upon finishing his plea, he repeatedly bowed down on the ground. "Enough. Enough. Rise, for I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent." Luffy gestured dismissively, glancing at the experience points that were a mere 13 away from leveling up. He lamented, "Had I known earlier, I would not have allowed those pirates to leap into the sea." Tears of regret welled in Luffy's heart. One by one, dozens of individuals slowly stood up, and the leading middle-aged man stepped forward once more, saying, "Thank you, noble sir, for rescuing us from our plight. It is nothing." It is nothing. By the way, do any of you possess the skill to read nautical charts? The middle-aged man immediately bowed, replying, Sir, I was once a navigator on a merchant vessel. Oh? Then please assist me in determining the fastest route to Kokoshia village. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, blinking at Luffy as he replied, Sir, given our current sailing speed and course, we shall reach Kokoshia village by tomorrow morning. Luffy exclaimed with delight, Is that true? I never imagined that the storm would lend me a hand. Now, let us proceed at full speed. Luffy turned to the elder and the others, proclaiming loudly, Since you are all mere mortals, I shall not trouble you. He added, There is no need to address me as Sir. Simply call me Luffy. In that instant, smiles broke out on the faces of the crowd, for they realized that, at last, they were truly saved. However, fate often has its own designs. Just as they began to tidy up the deck, a fair-skinned youth in the crowd suddenly pointed at Luffy and shouted, You are a demon. Those beside him immediately rushed to cover his mouth. Luffy, who had intended to find a place to rest, slowly turned at the sound of his words, his gaze growing somewhat frigid. Let him speak, Luffy said calmly. The individuals attempting to restrain him dared not utter another word. Once liberated, the youth fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, You are a demon, a murderer. My father. He fought you to protect me. You killed him. Ah. As he spoke, he pounded the deck in anguish. Demon. Murderer. Why don't you just die? Upon hearing the youth's accusations, Luffy walked slowly to him and gently lifted his chin with his small hand. I am truly sorry. Luffy said, I genuinely regret that somewhere along the way, you came to believe I was a good person. With that, he grasped the youth's neck firmly. A sharp crack echoed, and the youth collapsed to the ground. Ding. The host has slain an ordinary pirate, gaining 25 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, the host's experience points are now full, and leveling up begins. Ding. Congratulations. The host has leveled up, current level is 13. Silence enveloped the crowd. Not a soul dared to utter a sound. Luffy approached the edge of the ship, and, with a vigorous leap, returned to his former small boat. He picked up Zoro, who had been discarded on the ground, and jumped back onto the pirate ship. Dragging Zoro by one leg, he made his way towards the cabin. Just before entering, he turned to the middle-aged man and said, Set sail at full speed towards Kokoshia village. Call me when we arrive tomorrow. Chapter 22. Kokoshia Village. Kokoshia Village is a tranquil and serene little hamlet. The local law enforcement is just and benevolent, and the doctor possesses both compassion and skill. Nearby lies a substantial naval base, and the proximity to the sea has fostered a thriving fishing industry. The land is fertile, supporting prosperous agriculture, ensuring that the villagers want for nothing. In this tumultuous era of great pirates, merely being born in a peaceful place like Kokoshia village is a stroke of fortune. Alas, fate often delights in human suffering rather than in bestowing happiness. The sun hung high in the sky, and the waves rolled in from the horizon, crashing against the rocks and sending sprays of water into the air, resembling shattered jewels, as if narrating the day's unrest. In the distance, faint silhouettes could be discerned on the horizon, an ominous premonition of impending doom. In Kokoshia village, at the home of Officer Ajian, the charming Nami donned a light, breezy dress, her short orange hair giving her the appearance of a fruit too ripe. Swinging her little feet, Nami sat on a stool with her head bowed, murmuring softly, I've run away from home. Across from her stood Ajian, a middle-aged man clad in old-fashioned police attire. Curiously, a small windmill was affixed to his police cap, spinning as he moved his head. Upon hearing Nami's words, Ajian clenched his teeth, his face flushing red, until he could no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha, he laughed, slapping the table, his mouth agape. So you came running to me? You call running from the outskirts to the village running away from home? How simple indeed. Ha ha ha. As Ajian's laughter echoed, Nami's head drooped even lower. After a moment, she hesitantly murmured, Perhaps, for Aunt Belmare, it would be better off without us. Why do you say that? Ajian inquired, his smile suddenly vanishing and the windmill ceasing its spin. Realizing she had spoken unwisely, Nami turned her gaze away, unable to meet Ajian's eyes, and continued, Because if we are here, it will only bring poverty, and the villagers will come to dislike me. Due to Belmer's obligation to care for 2 children, her working hours were limited, resulting in meager earnings. Meanwhile, Nami had a keen interest in maritime literature. Yet these books were rather costly. Consequently, Nami often resorted to pilfering money or books within the village. Gradually, some villagers began to murmur discontent about Nami, though outright animosity was far from the case. Nami, however, felt that her very existence was the cause of Belmer's poverty and unpopularity. After hearing Nami's explanation, Aiken found himself smiling once more, and the little windmill began to spin again. Ah, little Nami has reached the age of embarrassment. He reminisced about the first time he encountered Nami, who was then a tiny infant swaddled in blankets. Fear not, when Belmer was of your age. She too was notorious throughout the village for her mischievous ways. Ah, Belmer Annie as well. Do not be too astonished, compared to Belmer. You are not so bad after all. Aiken turned to gaze out at the village, seemingly lost in thought, and continued, however, when Belmer departed the village and returned as an esteemed naval officer, the entire village was taken aback. The Navy? Indeed, that event is etched in my memory forever. On that tempestuous day, Belmer returned to the village aboard a dilapidated warship, cradling 2 children, drenched in blood, and cried out, "Someone, please save these children. They are burning with fever. I beg you, fetch a doctor." Those 2 children were 3-year-old Nojiko and the infant Yu. But, she said I was found beneath the bridge. That was merely a tale spun by Belmer. As Aiken reminisced with Nami about those days. At the coastline of the island where Kokoyashi village lay, a colossal ship anchored on the shore. From the vessel emerged a group of imposing figures. Unbeknownst to the villagers of the small hamlet regarding the events unfolding by the coast. Nami. Suddenly, the door to Aiken's home swung open. A girl slightly taller than Nami stood at the threshold. With her wavy purple hair and an old-fashioned overall dress, she was Nojiko, Nami's elder sister by 3 years. There you are, Nami, Nojiko declared. Aiken gently patted Nami's head and said, "Come now, someone has come for you. Hurry home." Pirates. Just as Nami was about to head home with Nojiko, a sudden cry pierced the air. Aiken's expression shifted instantly, urgently pushing Nami and Nojiko, exclaiming, "Quick! This place is perilous. To the forest, swiftly." However, Aunt Belmer. Nami had more to say, but the sensible Nojiko, a few years her senior, quickly took Nami's hand and slipped through the back door into the forest, their petite figures swiftly concealed by the lush trees. A grown man is worth 100,000 berries. A child, 50,000 berries. The fishman Arlong, with his elongated shark-like nose, addressed the villagers below. Other fishmen stood at the doorsteps of each house, ensuring there were no hidden individuals within. "How much have we collected, Black Belt?" Arlong inquired of another robust fishman, possessing a human body yet a fish's visage. "Approximately 250 million, slightly more," Black Belt replied. The villagers clenched their fists, gritting their teeth. "All right, comrades. That will suffice for today." Arlong gestured dismissively, preparing to call for a retreat when a rotund fishman suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look over there." Following the direction indicated by the plump fishman, Arlong noticed a wisp of smoke slowly rising. His expression darkened as he murmured, "Almost missed that." The Arlong pirates followed the smoke's trail to Belmer's residence. A few villagers, including Aiken, quietly trailed behind. At that moment, Belmer was engrossed in preparing lunch. After a quarrel with Nami that morning, she had resolved to prepare a grand meal to mend their relationship. "Should I open a bottle of wine for them?" Belmer pondered with a smile. Knock, knock. 2 heavy knocks echoed through the air, causing Belmer to turn abruptly. "Are they back?" Arlong stood outside, awaiting her response. The door isn't locked. "Come in," she replied. Upon hearing this, Arlong pushed the door open. The instant the door swung wide, Belmer, armed with a spear, executed a backflip kick. Her legs soared high, propelled by inertia, delivering a powerful strike to Arlong's neck. He was forcefully brought to the ground, and Belmer thrust the spear's barrel into his mouth. "Did you expect there to be a Navy presence in this village?" she declared fiercely. Reminiscent of her days as a naval officer, a menacing aura about her, a freshly lit cigarette dangling from her lips. "Ha ha ha." Upon witnessing Belmer's triumph over Arlong, the fishmen of the Arlong pirates erupted in mocking laughter. Belmer, appearing anxious, pressed the spear down with greater force and shouted, "What is so funny?" Crack. Arlong bit down, shattering the spear's barrel. "I laugh at your kindness incompetence." Arlong cast a scornful glance at the terrified Belmer, seizing her and forcefully slamming her to the ground. At that moment, Nami and Nojiko, who were rushing home to rescue Belmer, happened to witness this scene. Just as Nami was about to scream, Nojiko suddenly covered her mouth from behind, shaking her head in disapproval. Crack. Arlong placed a foot upon Belmer's shoulder, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. He raised his foot once more, aiming to stomp down upon Belmer's head. "Foolish Belmer. Do not sacrifice your life for a trivial sense of justice. Some battles are futile. Certain problems can be resolved with money, shouted Arlong's accomplice, a man named Aiken. Attempting to intervene, slowly retracting his foot, Arlong remarked, "Indeed, it costs 100,000 for an adult and 50,000 for a child. Female Marine. Will you choose to pay or perish?" Seeing the situation, Aiken hurried over to assist the injured Belmere. "Belmere, how much money do you have at home?" he asked softly. "Not enough. With what we can gather, we only have about 100,000 berries," Belmere replied weakly. 100,000 berries? That is sufficient? Aiken stood up, addressing Arlong. "Belmere's household possesses 100,000 berries. I shall retrieve it for you." At this moment, a fishman octopus named Kocho, with 8 arms, chimed in, "Boss, it seems they have prepared food for 3 people." Aiken quickly added, "Belmere invited me and the doctor for a meal today. We will prepare the 100,000 berries right away." He then assisted Belmere back into the house to fetch the money. After a while, Aiken handed the money to Arlong, feigning ease. "Wonderful. Now everyone is paid, ensuring the safety of the entire village." Collecting the money, Arlong declared, "Very well, let us return. Comrades, this is splendid. Perhaps we can be saved." Belmere, holding her injured shoulder, managed to stand with difficulty. 100,000 berries, 2 children. "This 100,000 belongs to my children. My portion is insufficient." Aiken shouted in anger, "Belmere, you." "I am sorry, Mr. Aiken, but I cannot utter words like 'there are no family members,'" Belmere said, tears streaming down her face. "You have children?" Arlong turned back, his voice low. Belmere wiped her tears with her hand, unable to bear the thought of not being able to continue with her daughters, even if just in words. "They are still my children, are they not?" "Belmere, Belmere." Hidden nearby, Nojiko and Nami could no longer contain their emotions, tears streaming down their faces as they ran toward Belmere, the 3 of them embracing tightly. "I'm so sorry, Nojiko, Nami. I truly wish to buy you many things, new clothes, books, and so forth. I'm sorry I never fulfilled the responsibilities of a good mother." Belmere wept, voicing what she might never again have the chance to express. "These are your daughters, aren't they?" Belmere lifted her gaze to Arlong and asked, "Surely you wouldn't lay a hand on these children?" "Of course, as long as you obediently accept your fate," he replied with a smirk. "How despicable." At that moment, Aegean drew his pistol, aiming it at Arlong. "You will die for this." Meanwhile, Black Belt swiftly moved, striking Aegean with his sword just as he was about to pull the trigger, leaving a deep gash across Aegean's face and chest. "Ha ha, such inferior beings. A lesson is sufficient, no need to kill him," Arlong chuckled, raising his own gun and pressing it against Belmere's forehead. "You shall be the first to be punished for the folly of love." "Nojiko, Nami, I love you." Belmere closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A small stone struck Arlong's gun with precision, causing it to explode. "Phew, I made it just in time." Luffy gazed at the multitude of fishmen, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 23, The Transaction. Arlong furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards Luffy, who stood not far ahead. With his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he was astonished that a child had appeared by his side without his notice. The stone that shattered the pistol had evidently originated from this child's direction. Discarding the remnants of the broken gun, Arlong's complete attention shifted to Luffy, his idol and leader. Fisher Tiger had once sought to return a human girl, a slave, to her home, only to be betrayed by her family. The Navy, alerted by the commotion, surrounded him, and although he ultimately escaped, he succumbed to blood loss. From that moment on, Arlong developed a profound hatred for humans, particularly human children. "Who are you, kid?" Arlong inquired in a low voice. Luffy merely smiled at Arlong, saying nothing. At that moment, he was preoccupied counting the fishmen present, having no time for conversation. Determining their numbers would help him ascertain if any had evaded capture. Such was his experience. Luffy did not trouble the remaining pirates of the Hammerhead Pirates. Observing a larger pirate ship docked at the port, he instructed the survivors to commandeer the Hammerhead ship and leave. Whether they chose to continue their piratical ways or return home to a tranquil life was no concern of Luffy's. Belmere, having narrowly escaped the grasp of death, slowly opened her eyes. Still disoriented and unclear about her situation, her gaze was vacant, and she could not ascertain whether she was alive or dead. As she relaxed, her body suddenly grew weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. The cigarette in her mouth fell to the earth, rolling a few times while continuing to emit wisps of smoke. "Belmere, Belmere." Nojiko and Nami hurried over, embracing Belmare and weeping profusely. You all, Belmare, enveloped in the warmth of her daughter's affection, felt her spirit revitalize. Look out! Realizing that Arlong and his crew had begun advancing towards Luffy. Belmare understood that the child was in danger. Having just closed her eyes, she was unaware of the events that had transpired, only knowing that the boy had done something to momentarily quell Arlong's murderous intent. No more innocent lives must be lost. Belmare swiftly released Nami and Nojiko. Picking up the remaining stub of her cigarette, she stood and declared, "Hey, pirates!" She moved forward, determined to confront Arlong and his men. Suddenly, a hand grasped Belmare from the side. Aiken, clutching his bleeding wound, shook his head at her and said, "Don't be reckless, Belmare. That child seems far from ordinary." At this moment, Aaron and his companions had encircled Luffy, seemingly intent on preventing his escape. Each of the fishmen towered over 2 meters in height, while the underdeveloped Luffy was not even as robust as a single calf of a fishman. "Hey, the boss is asking you a question," approached a blue-skinned fishman with an elongated mouth, known as Kiss Fishmanchio, one of the 3 principal officers of the Dragon Pirates. As he advanced with his towering figure, Luffy displayed a confident smile, uttering not a single word, his gaze greedily sweeping over the fishman officer without reservation. "How infuriating! You little brat." Luffy's gaze evoked memories for Chu of those compatriots who had been captured and enslaved, those vulnerable humans who regarded them with the very same look. "I shall kill you," Chu declared, raising his right hand high and, with all his might, striking down towards Luffy. Regardless of whether this punch would reduce the young boy before him to mere pulp. In the distance, Belmare suddenly broke free from Aiken's grasp, attempting to save Luffy from the impending blow, fully aware that her efforts were likely in vain. Yet her sense of justice compelled her to act. "You scoundrel! Cease this at once!" Belmare shouted as she quickly picked up a stone with her uninjured hand and hurled it towards Arlong. Yet all was futile. As Chu's fist still connected with Luffy, a dull thud resonated through the air. The force of the punch stirred up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the vision of all present. Arlong and the other fishmen grinned, ready to revel in their forthcoming taunts. Belmare closed her eyes tightly, gazing skyward, tears streaming down her face as she bit down hard on her teeth, her expression marred by regret. It was all her fault for being so weak. She couldn't even protect a child. How infuriating. Be Belmare. Look, Nami's heightened intuition, sharper than that of ordinary folk, sensed no imminent danger for the boy. In fact, upon his appearance, she felt an inexplicable sense of calm. Thus, unlike the others who averted their gaze in dread, Nami fixated her wide eyes on the center of the dust cloud. Slowly, the dust began to settle. The silhouette within the haze gradually revealed itself to all. Luffy raised one arm, opposing it against the fist of Cho, despite the fact that his fist was merely 1/5 the size of Cho's. It rendered Cho incapable of advancing any further. Luffy wore a broad smile, while Chio's eyes were bloodshot, her body hunched, and her gaze filled with terror and anger. Luffy's smile faded slightly as he concentrated his energy. With a swift motion of his body, the strength from his waist propelled his arm forward in a fierce attack. Upon witnessing this scene, Chopper had no time for contemplation, as an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, prompting an instinctive step back. Boom, 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 boom. Luffy's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble and the winds to surge. The ground was rent asunder, and countless shards of stone were propelled into the air. The shockwave from the blow sent Ju hurtling backward, with fragments of rock exploding against his skin. Drops of blood fell to the ground, and Ju's breath grew increasingly faint. Though not fatally wounded, rising to his feet again seemed an arduous task. Beneath the azure sky, Arlong's eyes widened in fury, his cold gaze piercing Luffy like a chilling blade. "You wretched brat! How dare you injure my kin? This is unforgivable." Witnessing one of his formidable subordinates nearly obliterated, Arlong's visage contorted further into a grotesque mask of rage, a tempest of fury swelling within him. Luffy cast a fleeting glance at the irritable Arlong and, with an air of cold determination, stepped out of the encirclement of the fishmen, who recoiled slightly, their bodies trembling. He approached Belmare and the others. Upon seeing Nami, taller than himself with her vibrant orange hair, Luffy revealed a dazzling smile, his pearly white teeth glinting in the light. As he greeted her cheerfully, "Hello, I am Luffy." His confident and radiant grin exuded a sense of security. momentarily allowing Nami to forget the menacing presence of the Arlong pirates and the heart-wrenching farewell she had just experienced with Belmere. Almost instinctively, Nami reached out her hand to clasp Luffy's, introducing herself, "I am Nami." Suddenly, she withdrew her arm, perhaps realizing that the current situation was not conducive to forging friendships. Belmere's arm was still bleeding, and Arlong's crew member, injured, sat on the ground, appearing utterly drained. Luffy turned to Belmere and said, "Auntie, you must be Nami's mother, am I right? Shall we strike a deal? Who are you? What kind of deal do you propose?" Belmere did not trust Luffy merely because he had saved her life. After all, the power he had just displayed indicated that he was no ordinary child. "Allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Luffy, and I am a pirate," he stated with an air of nonchalance. However, his tone suddenly darkened, imbued with an undercurrent of chill that made those present instinctively recoil. "If you allow Nami to join me in my adventures at sea, I shall eliminate every single one of the fishmen present." "Absolutely not." "Fine." The voices of Belmere and Nami rang out in unison. Belmere hastily pulled Nami behind her, shielding her from Luffy's gaze. "What do you want with Nami? I will never entrust her to someone of your dubious origins," Belmere exclaimed anxiously. Yet Nami peered from behind Belmere, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she implored, "I agree to your deal. As long as you eradicate them all, I will follow you and become a pirate." Belmere attempted to intervene, but Nami urged her, "Please, agree to his terms, Belmere, or we shall all perish today." Belmere glanced at the terrifying fishmen in the distance, then at the seemingly harmless yet far more menacing child before her. After a moment of silence, she remained speechless. Luffy grinned broadly and declared, "In that case, the transaction is officially established." Suddenly, Nojiko, who had remained silent, shouted, "Be careful. The fishman crocodile." Witnessing Luffy's blatant disregard for his brother Arlong and the injury inflicted upon his kin, could no longer contain his rage. For the first time, he acted without Arlong's consent. Fishman karate. Crocodile assumed a horse stance, aligning his arms parallel to his chest, his palms aimed at Luffy's head, and, seizing the moment while Luffy had yet to turn around, he struck down. Crack! Without even turning his head, Luffy extended a hand, effortlessly blocking Crocodile's attack and seizing his arm. "How audacious of you to interrupt my appointed navigator." Luffy's gaze suddenly turned frigid, and an ominous aura began to emanate from him. The air momentarily solidified, and a faint scent of blood wafted from his form. Gripping Crocodile tightly, he yanked with force, causing Crocodile's body to uncontrollably lurch towards Luffy. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he aimed for the fishman's head. The first strike. Thud! A headless fishman corpse crumpled to the ground. Ding! The host has slain a fishman officer, earning 890 experience points. Chapter 24. The Dragon Pirate Crew. The sound of the experience notification is truly a delightful refrain. Luffy shook off the thick blood from his fists and spoke. Crocodile. Arlong, taken aback, realized that a moment of negligence had cost him the life of his most trusted commander. Tears welled in his eyes as he reminisced about the shared memories of growing up together on Fishman Street. They had dreamed of the world above the sea, evaded the clutches of slave hunters, and vowed to grow stronger. It was only upon meeting Captain Tiger that Arlong led them to follow Tiger in pursuit of their aspirations. After Tiger's death, differing ideologies between himself and Jinbe led to their unwavering allegiance to him, bringing them to this small corner of the East Blue. How infuriating. How utterly infuriating. He had never imagined that a brother who had fought alongside him in the Grand Line in the New World would perish here. He had envisioned ruling over humanity with them, repaying the pain and humiliation inflicted upon them. Ah, damn humanity. You shall perish. Consumed by rage, Arlong's fury became uncontrollable. Clenching his fist, he charged at Luffy with great speed. His powerful arms were as solid as steel, and the force of his punch was akin to a cannonball. Facing Arlong's assault, Luffy's body tensed. This was the first time since setting sail that he approached a fight with such earnestness. As he observed Arlong's fist, Luffy planted his feet firmly. With a thunderous sound, the ground beneath him caved in as he surged towards Arlong with even greater speed. With his diminutive stature and overwhelming velocity, Luffy closed in, leaping into the air to execute a perfect 360-degree spin. Extending his left foot parallel to the ground, his small foot collided fiercely with Arlong's waist, unleashing astonishing power. Under the impact, Arlong's waist caved in deeply, his eyes bulging and face contorted in agony as he was sent flying uncontrollably. Boom! Arlong crashed to the ground, sliding backward for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. Brother Arlong. Captain, how is this possible? Damn it. Witnessing Arlong being flung away by Luffy, a group of fishmen fell into a state of panic. If even Captain Arlong could not defeat this boy, what fate awaited them? How infuriating. Damn humanity. Arlong staggered to his feet from the rubble, seething with rage. Damn it, he shouted, as he prepared to strike once more. Luffy grasped Arlong's fist with one hand, his form flickering as he tossed Arlong in the direction of his charge. With a resounding crash, Arlong fell to the ground once more, his jagged nose embedding itself into the earth, creating a sizable crater. Nami and the others stood a short distance away, watching as Luffy toyed with Arlong as if it were a mere game. Luffy stood resolutely, gazing at Arlong sprawled on the ground, and said with a hint of disdain, "What is the matter? Is lying down rather comfortable?" The wretched human, Arlong, with his skin torn and shallow blood oozing from his wounds, was gradually healing due to the formidable regenerative abilities of his fishman lineage. Arlong opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth that appeared more lethal than any weapon. Even though he understood the vast chasm separating him from Luffy, he could not afford to relent, for the fallen crocodile, for his own belief, for the sake of his fishman brethren. For all of this, Arlong had no choice but to fight. Die, you human brat. Arlong lunged forward, his razor-sharp fangs aimed at Luffy's head. His eyes glowed crimson, filled with rage and anxiety, banishing all other thoughts. Only forward. It must be forward. Thud. Luffy's fist collided with Arlong's face, sending him crashing down once more. Damn human. Thud. Damn human. Boom. Cursed. Time and again, Arlong rose, launching himself at Luffy with all his might, only to be struck down repeatedly. The surrounding fishmen yearned to rush in and assist their elder brother, but the sheer force of Luffy's battle rendered them unable to maintain their footing amidst the aftershocks. After several minutes, boom, Arlong was once again brought to the ground. Bloodied and battered, Arlong's legs buckled slightly, one hand pressed against the earth while the other reached toward his knee, desperate to rise once more. After enduring such prolonged punishment, his consciousness was fading, yet it was belief alone that sustained him, urging him to stand again. But that detestable human. Luffy cast a cold gaze upon Arlong. The standing Arlong swung his fist, aiming to strike Luffy. However, in his dazed state, he could not even perceive the actual distance between himself and Luffy. His fist missed its target, and propelled by the inertia of his arm, his entire body came crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy casually picked up a long sword that had been discarded by a fishman during the recent chaotic battle, and approached Arlong with the blade in hand. Arlong, propped up on his elbows, struggled to lift his head, gazing through his blurred vision at Luffy and the weapon he wielded. Though his spirit yearned for further combat, his body no longer permitted it. With tears welling in his eyes and blood thickening his speech, he lamented in a voice tinged with anguish, "Cursed humans." Luffy, dragging his longsword, approached Arlong, the blade tracing a lengthy line upon the ground. Gazing down at Arlong with an air of tranquility, he exhibited a rare absence of mockery. For the first time in their protracted confrontation, Luffy's expression remained devoid of any derisive smile. Adopting the tone of a teacher imparting wisdom to a pupil, he spoke, "Arlong, do you not yet comprehend?" Arlong's eyes, clouded and filled with a hint of confusion, reflected a profound realization. The true malevolence has never stemmed from humanity, but rather from weakness. Tears streamed from Arlong's eyes, each drop falling to the earth, moistening the soil beneath him. Struggling to support himself, he turned over, lying sprawled upon the ground, silently observing the clouds above. "The sun over the sea is truly beautiful," Arlong murmured softly. Luffy knelt down, placing his hands over Arlong's eyes, gently closing his eyelids. "Could you, please, spare them?" Arlong whispered humbly. "I regret to inform you that I made a promise to my navigator to eliminate every fishman present without exception," Luffy replied. Arlong's lips quivered incessantly, blood tears streaming from beneath Luffy's hands, trickling down his cheeks and falling to the ground. "I truly apologize to you all," Arlong uttered in his final breath. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced Arlong's heart. Due to excessive blood loss, he could not expel much blood. "Brother, Captain." The fishmen watched in horror as the blade penetrated Arlong's body, collapsing to their knees, weeping profusely. From the very inception of Fishman Street, Arlong had tirelessly aided these homeless orphans. It was through his resolute choices that they were able to glimpse a world beyond the sea. In the moment of Arlong's demise, their world crumbled along with him. Ding. Host has slain a bounty pirate, earning 1350 experience points. Ding. Host has met the requirements to unlock the mall system. It is now active. Ding. Host has slain a bounty pirate, earning 3,000 gold coins. Chapter 25. Nami. The weather grew increasingly warm. As the midday sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, Luffy drew the long sword from Arlong's heart. He spoke softly, glancing at the mermen who were still sorrowfully lying on the ground. Luffy turned his head and addressed Nami in the distance. There are a total of 138 fishmen. Once we eliminate them all, you shall be my navigator. What? Nami and the others remained entranced by Luffy's formidable strength, still unable to fully comprehend his words. Luffy did not linger with Nami. Instead, wielding his sword, he instantly appeared beside a merman. With a swift motion, he aimed for the creature's throat and delivered a gentle yet lethal strike. The entire scene unfolded so rapidly that none of the onlookers had time to react before a lifeless body lay before them. The sound of an experience gain notification echoed in Luffy's ears. Casting a glance at his current experience points, which stood at 2, 550, 300, he realized that he was on the brink of leveling up, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Each merman yielded over 200 experience points. Should he eliminate them all, he could amass 20 to 30,000 points. Perhaps he would soon ascend to level 20. As Luffy contemplated, his hands remained unceasing. With each punch, slash, and stab, he claimed the lives of the merfolk. At this moment, the dragon pirates found themselves in disarray. Their captain lay slain. Crocodile, one of the 3 officers, had been reduced to a headless corpse, while Ju was rendered immobile. Only the octopus merman, Shuha, remained. Yet he possessed no capacity to confront Luffy in battle. However, as the sole remaining representative of the dragon pirates, he had no choice but to step forward. Clang. As Luffy was about to strike down a fleeing fishman, his sword was unexpectedly parried. Little 8, employing his adept six-sword style, deflected Luffy's attack. Oh, are you attempting to cut in line? Luffy casually tossed his long sword to the ground and raised his fists, gesturing with a smirk. Little 8's eyes betrayed his fear, nervously gazing at Luffy as he stammered, I will not allow you to wantonly slaughter my kin. Well then, it shall depend on whether you possess the requisite qualifications. No sooner had he spoken than Luffy vanished from sight. Little 8 only caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before feeling a sharp pain in his leg. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. It appears you are not qualified. Before Little 8 could gather his thoughts, Luffy reappeared before him, his fist raised high. In that moment of impending impact, Little 8 already understood the outcome, tears streaming silently down his face. Confronted by this embodiment of malevolence, he recalled the slave-catching crew he had encountered in his childhood. Back then, he had been just as vulnerable, powerless to do anything but weep. How had he managed to escape from the slave catchers? Ah yes, it was Brother Arlong, who, alongside his comrades, had driven the captors away. From that moment on, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Brother Arlong. Brother Arlong. As Luffy's fist drew ever closer, Xiao Ba beheld his own reflection in Luffy's eyes, reminiscent of the frailty he once knew in his childhood. Wait. Xiao Ba discerned something peculiar. What could it be? It was the disheveled image of himself in the demon's gaze. It was the forehead. No, it was the sun, the very sun of the Straw Hat Pirates. Clang. Huh. Luffy gazed in astonishment at Xiao Ba, who had managed to block his fist with a sword. I never expected you to match my speed. Summoning all his strength, Xiao Ba pushed Luffy back. Luffy gracefully leaped into the air, landing firmly in a poised stance. Little 8 rose to his feet, arranging 6 swords into a defensive formation. Unless you kill me, you shall not pass. Luffy observed the fishmen fleeing in haste, a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. In light of this, I shall not hold back any longer. Luffy advanced once more, while Little 8 relentlessly struck his fists with a blade. Despite the apparent softness of Luffy's fists, they clashed with Little 8's sword, producing a resounding clang. With unwavering resolve, Luffy relentlessly confronts Xiao Ba's slashing strikes, risking his very life. Clang. At long last, amidst the ceaseless clashes, Xiao Ba momentarily succumbs to fatigue, granting Luffy the opportunity he so desperately seeks. With a powerful punch, he deflects Xiao Ba's blade and swiftly follows up, delivering a vicious stomp upon one of Xiao Ba's arms. Ah! Xiao Ba cries out, instantly stifling the pain, while the remaining 5 hands wielding weapons continue their relentless assault on Luffy. Yet, none of the 6 hands can match Luffy's prowess. Especially in this moment, Luffy seized the opportunity once more, delivering a powerful punch that shattered Xiao Ba's other arm. Crack! The 3rd arm. Crack! The 4th arm. Xiaoba's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he endured the agonizing pain of his severed limbs. Without the slightest hesitation, Luffy ruthlessly severed the fifth arm of Little Eight. I hold you in high regard, but alas, I must apologize. Luffy spoke calmly, then propelled his body forward with great force, moving so swiftly that Xiaoba could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Xiaoba, with his solitary hand, crossed his sword over his chest, a smile gracing his face as he gently uttered, "Thank you, Brother Arlong." With a resounding thud, the blade shattered into two pieces, clattering to the ground. Luffy's arm was thrust deep into the heart of Little Eight. With a sickening squelch, he withdrew his arm, a torrent of crimson blood cascading to the ground. Shaking off the viscous liquid that clung to his hand, Luffy pondered the necessity of acquiring a finer pair of gloves in the future, for such unrelenting carnage was undeniably damaging to his image. As he turned around, he observed that not a single living fishman remained by his side. This was troublesome. Luffy indeed did not anticipate that Little Eight would prove to be so formidable. In contrast, the other two had not withstood even a single blow. Casting a glance at Nami and the others, he noticed that they were all staring at him with expressions of utter bewilderment. Luffy, with a bashful smile of apology, promptly followed the path taken by the fleeing fishmen. Nami glanced at the lifeless forms of Arlong and Hatchan, recalling their final moments, and, after a brief hesitation, suddenly dashed after Luffy. "Nami, where are you going?" Bell-Emery and Nojiko hastily pursued her. Meanwhile, Akaji, unable to move due to a chest injury, remained behind, guarding a pile of fishmen corpses. Fortunately, many fishmen, concerned for Hatchan's safety, had not retreated far. Luffy struck once more, dispatching his foes to the ground. He pursued them all the way to the seaside, eliminating approximately 20 individuals along the way. With the considerable experience gained from his companion, Luffy ascended to level 15, dutifully allocating his attribute points to enhance his vitality as per tradition. Upon reaching the shore, he discovered that the fishmen had boarded the pirate ship, preparing to set sail. At that moment, a sense of urgency gripped Luffy. Having vowed to leave none behind, he was on the verge of allowing over 100 fishmen to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped aboard the pirate ship, resuming his onslaught. Driven to desperation, the fishmen took up their weapons in retaliation. While they could have jumped into the sea to flee, these fishmen were steadfast comrades who had fought side by side, and none contemplated fleeing alone. Yet, not a single one could withstand even 3 of Luffy's strikes. By the time Nami and her companions arrived at the shore, the ground was already littered with corpses. Witnessing such a scene for the first time, tears streamed down Nami's face. Observing Luffy relentlessly continuing his assault on the fishmen, she could no longer restrain herself and cried out, "Enough!" Luffy had long sensed Nami's arrival, yet he mistakenly believed she had come to ascertain whether he had slaughtered all the fishmen. Thus, he continued his relentless assault. Upon hearing Nami's voice, Luffy's hand, which was poised to snap the fishman's neck, halted its movement and slowly descended. The fishman stood frozen in place. With tears streaming down her face, Nami implored, "Please, no more killing. It is enough. I beg you, cease this violence." After a moment of silence in response to her words, the atmosphere shifted to an eerie stillness. "Leave the ship. You may swim away," Luffy declared abruptly. However, the fishmen remained motionless, paralyzed by fear. "Shall I repeat myself?" Luffy cast a sharp glance and spoke. In that instant, the fishmen sprang into action, hastily leaping into the sea, eager to flee from this place without a moment's hesitation. Observing their retreat, Luffy descended from the ship and washed his arms thoroughly by the shore. Although his clothes remained stained with blood, at least his hands and face were clean. After cleansing himself, Luffy hurriedly made his way to Nami. "I truly apologize. I thought you would despise them." Despite having taken many lives, Luffy effortlessly concealed his ferocity, revealing a radiant smile akin to sunlight, expressing a hint of remorse. "And no, it's all right." Nami was taken aback, unable to fathom how such a fierce individual would heed her words and even apologize. "What a pity, we did not complete our transaction." Luffy's expression turned somber. "I can no longer allow you to join my pirate crew." This sadness was mostly feigned, with a small part stemming from the fact that he had reached level 17 after eliminating a few adversaries. Regardless, he had had several girlfriends in his past life. Young girls were utterly defenseless against such tactics of allure and retreat. It was my own decision to stop you. It is not your fault. So. Nami's words faltered as she awkwardly fidgeted with her attire. "So, does this mean you agree to set sail with me?" Luffy exclaimed joyfully. ending his statement with a tone of assurance. Nami lowered her head, continuing to fidget with her little dress. All right. However, Nami. Luffy's tone suddenly grew serious, prompting Nami to look up, puzzled. If we are to embark on this journey, I hope you understand that kindness is of no use on these treacherous seas. Upon hearing Luffy's words, she reflected on her own actions in preventing him from taking decisive action. The fishmen had come to oppress the villagers and had nearly taken Bel-Amri's life. Yet she had urged Luffy to spare them. But Luffy's voice rose suddenly. Your kindness, I shall safeguard it for you. Luffy clenched his right fist over his heart, adorned with a warm smile as he spoke. Nami gazed at Luffy, bathed in sunlight. Despite his diminutive stature, her cheeks flushed with an involuntary crimson hue. Behind them, Belmir and Nojiko remained silent, yet their watchful eyes revealed an understanding that Nami might truly be on the verge of departure. Ding! The host has acquired a second companion. Please promptly access the companion system to draw exclusive items for the new ally. Chapter 26. The marketplace system. Nightfall descended, and all was settled. Akin and Belmir were taken to the doctor for treatment. Nami and Nojiko returned the exact amount of money they had collected to everyone. Luffy ventured into the woods and retrieved Zoro, who had been concealed beneath a pile of leaves, bringing him back to Achan's home. Luffy had already made arrangements with Achan, stating that he would stay here today while Achan would recuperate properly at the clinic. It is indeed peculiar that Zoro has not consumed anything for quite some time. Yet his physique shows no signs of deterioration. In fact, he appears to have grown slightly taller, with his attributes experiencing a daily increment. Despite being dragged along the ground for so long, there is little dust on him, and any that may have accumulated seems to fall away gradually. What is Zoro's current condition? Is this situation normal? With a leisurely moment to spare, Luffy could not help but inquire of the system, replying to the host. Zoro is currently undergoing a transition phase, shifting from human to spirit, influenced by both the material and spiritual realms. He can now sustain himself through the spiritual particles in the air, rendering the material world unnecessary for his nutritional needs. Is that so? Luffy discarded the outfit he had worn in the morning and donned the new clothing that Nami had purchased in town. Now, system, please introduce the mall system. Certainly. Upon the successful activation of the mall system, the host will also unlock its subsidiary, the coin system. The host can acquire coins by defeating or vanquishing individuals of notable reputation or rank, with the amount of coins awarded determined by the identity of the defeated. Furthermore, when the host achieves a certain level of notoriety, they will receive a monthly coin reward. The mall system comprises two categories, equipment and items. Additionally, each month the system will randomly refresh 3 special items. For further details, the host may review the information independently. In the abode of Achan, Luffy rummaged through drawers while listening to the system's explanations, ultimately discovering a packet of exquisite tea leaves. One wonders why such a fine treasure was hidden so deeply. After the system concluded its narration, Luffy brewed a steaming cup of tea and settled down. When will Zoro finally awaken? It is quite unreasonable to keep him in this state for so long, Luffy mused as he sipped his tea. Currently, Zoro is undergoing an exceptionally rare trial, which is preliminarily estimated to require 8 to 10 years. The hot tea that Luffy had just sipped was suddenly expelled from his mouth. 10 years? Luffy's face was a canvas of astonishment. What a ridiculous joke. Is it not merely a matter of initiating a release? How could it possibly take so long? The system could not provide a detailed explanation for the host. Requesting the host to exercise patience, Luffy sat on the chair, one hand cradling his head while the other rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table. Time passed slowly. Well, although it was somewhat unexpected, it would not significantly affect the forthcoming plans. Luffy let out a deep sigh, casting aside this unexpected surprise. Perhaps it would be best to explore the new features first. Luffy summoned the system interface and discovered that the icon for the shop had transformed from a dull gray to vibrant colors. Upon entering the shop, a large inventory appeared before him, with a small line of text at the bottom. Gold coins, 3,000. This must be the reward for defeating Arlong. He hoped that the price of the growth capsule would not be excessively high. Luffy shifted his focus to the items in the marketplace and opened the equipment section. Luffy furrowed his brow in dismay. System, why are there only 6 pieces of equipment here? He inquired, responding to the host. The fixed equipment in the shop is designated for companions and can only be utilized by them. What a ridiculous setup. Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, what about my equipment? Wasn't it stated that I would unlock the equipment system upon purchasing gear? The equipment available for the host will randomly appear among the assorted items. Please check accordingly. Came the reply. It seemed that whether it was due to Luffy having passed the novice phase or some other reason, the system was now offering increasingly scant explanations. Luffy glanced at the marketplace interface and, indeed, discovered a shimmering roulette situated on the opposite side of equipment and items. Luffy clicked on the icon, and a grand wheel appeared. Before he could take any action, the wheel began to spin on its own. With a swift motion, it spun 3 times before vanishing, replaced by 3 distinct icons. Luffy gradually opens the Mjolnir, originating from the Marvel Universe. Description: when utilized in close proximity, it can generate physical attacks equivalent to twice the host's strength attribute. When employed at a distance, it can unleash lightning elemental attacks amounting to 3 times the sum of the host's stamina and mental attributes. Moreover, no one other than the host is capable of wielding Mjolnir. Price: 300,000. Luffy was utterly perplexed upon gazing at the first item. This aesthetic is all wrong. Moreover, is that price serious? Can he truly afford this hammer after vanquishing Akainu? Realizing the system's penchant for deception, Luffy had relinquished all hope. He merely wished to broaden his horizons and clicked on the second item. Zampakit, Ice Wheel Maru Origin, the world of Bleach description, mastery of the swordsmanship skill. Initially, it can unleash ice elemental attacks equal to twice the host's spiritual attribute. As one deepens their understanding of the Zampakit, the multiplicative enhancement can increase without limit. Price: 500,000. Ah, splendid. Remarkably powerful. On to the next. Rainbow Fruit Origin. Toriko description. A single drop of the pure essence can transform 25 cubic meters of water into a rich and flavorful juice. Price: 1,000. At last, an item within my means, though it seems rather useless. Luffy quietly closed the random item interface and opened the inventory. Upon entering, he discovered an array of various life potions, experience elixirs, and an assortment of peculiar gemstones. Luffy did not examine each item meticulously. Instead, he diligently sought after the rapid growth capsule he longed for the most. At the tender age of 3, his small stature barely reached the height of an adult's knee, forcing him to tilt his head back to an uncomfortable degree. Fortunately, the selection within the marketplace was rather limited, allowing him to find it swiftly. Rapid growth capsule description. In exchange for 1 year of physical life, it grants the maximum attributes attainable within that year. Price: 2,000. Luffy glanced at the price and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not excessively expensive and was within his means. System: purchase a growth capsule. Ding. Purchase successful. It has been added to the item backpack. Luffy eagerly retrieved the growth capsule from his backpack. A red and white capsule, resembling a medicine, appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the capsule whole. Yet, nothing occurred. There were no bulging veins or torn clothing. He merely felt as though he had distanced himself further from the ground. Comparing himself to the table in Aegeon's home, he realized he had grown approximately 10 centimeters taller. Although he still remained a child, he exclaimed, "Yes, this works. I can grow taller." Luffy is utterly fed up with the days of being a little squirt. The bounty on Arlong is a staggering 20 million, yet his prowess evidently surpasses this figure. Thus the system has rewarded him with 3,000 gold coins. This implies that by merely locating a pirate with a bounty of 20 million, one could exchange it for a single capsule. Given my current capabilities, I am unable to contend with those above the 100 million mark, yet I should easily dominate those beneath it. There is no doubt about it. Hope lies just ahead. With uncontainable joy and a sense of triumph, Luffy waved his hand dramatically. System: grant me a colorful fruit. Ding. Purchase successful. It has been placed in the item backpack. D. I was merely jesting. Chapter 27. Dragon Extinguishing Magic Crystal. Luffy gazed quietly at the vibrant array of fruits upon the table. He pondered whether proclaiming that this was a potent devil fruit would deceive anyone. Alas, impulsiveness is indeed a deceptive fiend. Luffy let out a sigh and stowed the colorful fruit back into his backpack. There were more pressing matters to attend to. System: display Nami's attribute interface. Understood. In an instant, Nami's attribute interface appeared before Luffy. Character name: Nami. Qualification: SS Stamina. For strength, 2 agility, 6 mentality, 104 system. What does the plus sign next to the qualification indicate? Response: host. The plus sign signifies that this companion possesses a rare hidden talent that does not augment the character's inherent abilities. Hidden talent? then it must refer to Nami's extraordinary control over the weather. Luffy stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Speaking of which, it is rather peculiar that Zoro lacks the ultimate talent of a swordsman. Responding to the host, given Zoro's abilities and tenacity, he could ascend to the pinnacle of any field he chose. It is merely because he has opted to pursue swordsmanship that he has become a swordsman. Zoro truly is remarkable. Luffy glanced at Zoro, still unconscious on the ground. Is he the kind of person who would succeed regardless of the circumstances? With such a person following him, it seems he must strive harder. System, extract Nami's exclusive item. Another grand wheel appeared, adorned with an array of peculiar items. Luffy discovered, to his surprise, that he hardly knew anyone. The only person he recognized was associated with the randomly appearing Thunder Goddess hammer. As the wheel spun uncontrollably, the pointer finally landed on a crystal. Ding! The host has acquired the Sky Dragon Slayer magic crystal, now stored in the backpack. Please check. Dragon Slayer magic crystal? A sense of foreboding washed over Luffy. He hastily opened his backpack to inspect it. Sky Dragon Slayer magic crystal, upon use. It grants access to the Sky Dragon Slayer magic. In the world of fairy tale, Dragon Slayer magic allows the user to transform their body into that of a dragon. A magic intended for slaying dragons, taught by dragons themselves, or embedded within the body as a dragon attribute magic crystal. Luffy recalled that. In the fairy tale universe, it seemed that Sky Dragon Slayers did not suffer from motion sickness. A gentle reminder, in the fairy tale world, Wendy does not experience motion sickness due to her insufficient magical power. However, the host need not worry. The Sky Dragon Slayer magic crystal merely enables the user to master the Sky Dragon Slayer magic without any adverse side effects. The system's two statements sent Luffy's emotions on a roller coaster ride, rising and falling erratically. Fortunately, if the navigator could not set sail, it would be exceedingly awkward. With everything settled, he resolved to embark without delay. Closing the system interface, Luffy entered Ajian's bedroom, preparing for sleep. After a while, Luffy emerged again, lifting Zoro, who was still sprawled on the floor, and placing him onto the sofa before returning to rest. The night passed quietly. The villagers, still reeling from Arlong's arrival, found themselves unexpectedly rescued. Nami and Nojiko vigilantly stayed by Belmir's side. "Belmir, you should rest," Nami gently urged. Belmir continued to gaze at Nami, unwilling to avert her eyes. He had intentionally left the fishman pirate ship behind, presumably preparing to set sail soon. Belmir gazed at Nami, quietly extracting a cigarette from her pocket. The doctor advised against smoking. Nami was about to interject when Noki offered a match from the other side. Belmir ignited the cigarette, inhaling deeply as a faint aroma of smoke wafted through the air. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following day, a gentle breeze caressed the charming village of Kokosia. Nestled in relatively serene waters, the village basked in sunshine nearly every day, and this day was no exception. Seagulls occasionally swooped down to the sea, snatching up plump fish to carry off into the distance. The invigorated Luffy rose early and made his way to the village clinic. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld Belmir reclining half-sitting on a medical bed, her hands resting on the heads of the two little ones beside her. Last night, they had shared countless stories, reminiscing about childhood tales, future aspirations, and Belmir's most delectable dishes, among other things. As their conversation continued, the two little ones eventually drifted off to sleep. Thus, Belmir silently watched over them until dawn. Hearing some commotion, Nami and Noki gradually awoke. Luffy peeked his head out of the clinic, glancing at the sun already high in the sky. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were still asleep." He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed for disturbing Nami and the others. "It's all right." Observing Luffy's endearing demeanor, Belmir began to ponder that perhaps, by following him, Nami would experience a more vibrant life. Was it just her imagination, or did the boy seem to have grown a tad taller? As Nami and Noki gradually regained their clarity, Luffy announced from the doorway, "I need to speak with Nami about something." Upon hearing his words, Belmir's hand trembled slightly before she affectionately patted Nami's head, smiling gently as she said, "Go ahead." Nami hesitated, casting a glance at Belmir before following Luffy out of the clinic, making their way toward the seaside. People passing by greeted Nami warmly. Though they were unaware of who had driven away the fishmen, they knew that it was Nami who returned the money to each household. Upon reaching the shore, the ship of the dragon pirates remained anchored, as waves relentlessly crashed against its hull, causing it to sway back and forth with a creaking sound. "Nami, as my second partner, I have a gift for you." Luffy halted his steps and turned around with a cheerful smile. "Nami." still lost in her daydreams of future adventures at sea, envisioned a life shared with Luffy. Oh, perhaps with the green-haired boy who remained in a state of unconsciousness. But that was inconsequential. It was ultimately about her and Luffy. What? Luffy's sudden pivot startled the engrossed Nami. Luffy retrieved Nami's exclusive tool from his backpack. To her astonishment, a dazzling crystal suddenly appeared in Luffy's hands, reminding her of the gift he had just mentioned. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, transforming into two little stars, and she could hardly contain her drool. Although she had not suffered the same persecution as at the hands of Arlong, her impoverished upbringing had instilled in her a deep love for wealth. Moreover, no woman could resist the allure of something that glitters. However, Luffy felt a tinge of embarrassment as he presented the crystal. System, how is this crystal to be used? Surely, I don't have to consume it. He measured the size of the crystal, shivering slightly. The system informed him that he merely needed to place the Sky's Annihilation Dragon Magic Crystal on the forehead of its designated holder and silently utter use. So simple. That's no problem at all. Luffy raised the crystal, disregarding Nami's puzzled gaze, and placed it upon her forehead. Activate. Suddenly, a tempestuous wind erupted, transforming the once picturesque coastline into a whirlwind of chaos. Sand and debris swirled through the air, coalescing into a colossal tornado. The sea, under the influence of the gale, surged violently, causing the pirate ship to spin uncontrollably. Even Luffy found himself struggling against the ferocity of the winds, retreating a considerable distance before he could steady himself. System, come forth, Luffy shouted, for his own voice was barely audible above the cacophony. What on earth is happening? This is utterly outrageous. To be so powerful immediately after activation. This defies all logic. Luffy shielded his eyes with his arm to protect himself from the onslaught of sand and debris. Responding to the host, Nami was currently undergoing a magical transformation aimed at enabling her to fully adapt to the magic of the Sky Dragon. Thus, she was immersed in the essence of sky magic. Once the transformation concluded, the potency of the magic she would unleash would still correlate with her inherent attributes. In that fleeting moment, Luffy felt as though he was no longer the master of this system. Zoro, having acquired the soul-cutting blade, would require a decade to achieve its initial release. One could only imagine the immense power he would wield upon success. Now, with Nami as the second companion, the mere act of awakening had already caused such a considerable upheaval. Meanwhile, he found himself stymied by the system, unable to grow, with the enhancements gained from leveling up being so minimal. Who, in truth, was this system designed to serve? Time drifted slowly amidst the chaotic winds. 5 minutes elapsed, and the tempest gradually subsided. A sudden flash of green light flickered in Nami's eyes, then she began to descend gently. Luffy. Nami gazed at him, bewildered. How do you feel? Luffy approached her slowly. At this moment, villagers began to make their way from the village to the seaside for the towering tornado. Reaching heights of 100 meters, was visible to all on the island. Observing the chaotic surroundings, Nami attempted to raise her hands, and a gentle breeze began to coalesce around her, swirling around her fingers. Luffy pointed to a rock that had been washed ashore by the recent tempest and suggested, "Why not give it a try?" Nami examined the stone, then positioned her hands, summoning an unceasing gust of wind. Dragon Wing Strike. Nami shaped her hands like wings and swept them forward. The fierce winds coiling around her hands transformed into two powerful wings, striking the rock with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, the stone was mercilessly sliced apart, exploding into fragments in an instant. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Belmare and Nojiko, who had hurried over to investigate. The two stood frozen in place, gazing at Nami, who had just released her magic. Could this be the legendary devil fruit? Belmare murmured in disbelief. Nami, exhilarated, looked at her hands, her expression betraying an eagerness for another demonstration. Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy felt compelled to intervene, stating, "The hour grows late. I must prepare a few things, for our departure is imminent." Nami's excitement was doused as if doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her enthusiasm in an instant. Is it truly so urgent? Indeed, time waits for no one. In truth, Luffy felt a pang of discouragement. Reflecting on the arduous journey he had endured in the depths of the wilderness to attain such strength, he realized that should he fail to exert himself further, he would indeed be overtaken. "I shall go speak with Belmare and the others," he began, but before he could finish, Nami dashed off to Belmare's side. Belmare and Nojiko remained in a state of shock. As Nami approached, she spoke, "I may be leaving this afternoon." Belmare blinked in surprise. "So soon?" Nami. Nojiko's eyes glistened with tears. Do not weep, Nojiko. Nami has grown stronger. We should be joyous. With that, Belmere stifled her own tears, turned away from Nami, and took Nojiko's hand, leading her back towards their home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy remained oblivious to their parting murmurs, as he was entirely engrossed in examining Nami's attributes. Character: Nami. Qualification: SS. Stamina: 188. Strength: 108. Agility: 136. Spirit: 400. Luffy gasped in astonishment. With such attributes, if another dragon pirate crew were to appear, Nami alone could effortlessly resolve the situation with her magic. Of course, Nami, having just acquired her magical abilities, was not yet that formidable. However, with the addition of Luffy's level multiplied by 5 in attribute points, she would transform into the sovereign of the seas. Luffy felt a sense of helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, he discreetly opened his attributes interface, which instantly captivated his attention. Character: Monkey D. Luffy level: 16 experience, 56. 406,000 health, 5. 220 stamina, 522 strength, 304 agility, 300 spirit, 490. To his astonishment, the first form of haki he awakened was the Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, Luffy yearned to set sail immediately and vanquish a few pirates upon the high seas. He envisioned the scene where his haki was unleashed, causing legions to bow before him. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to notice Nami had finished and was approaching him until he heard the sound of footsteps nearby. Luffy deactivated his attribute panel and offered a smile to Nami. However, Nami, with a hint of melancholy, inquired, "When shall we depart?" Luffy, slightly puzzled, soon realized, perhaps I did not convey it clearly before. I have set our official departure for 10 years hence. In a decade, I shall return for you, and together we shall stir the winds of this world. The thought of future adventures caused Luffy's eyes to shine ever brighter, while Nami's expression grew increasingly rigid. In the afternoon, at Belmere's home, Belmere was tearfully packing Nami's belongings. Nojiko remained silent in the corner. After a while, a can arrived at Belmere's residence bearing fruit, followed by a doctor with some medications. The elderly woman from the bookstore brought along the book Nami had long desired to pilfer. Gradually, the villagers gathered in that small room. Creak. The door opened once more. Nami entered, surveying the room filled with people, and awkwardly uttered with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, "Luffy and the others have already departed. I may have to stay here for another decade." Chapter 28. Return to Logtown. This is the direction. It should be fine. Luffy glanced at the compass and the nautical chart in his hand. The chart depicted the optimal sailing route to Logtown, meticulously illustrated with Nami's assistance. All he needed to do was adjust his course accurately upon spotting the corresponding landmarks. I hope we do not encounter a storm this time, he mused. In his heart, Luffy silently contemplated as he cast a glance towards the direction of the cabin, where Zoro remained in deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the confines of Zoro's mental realm, the clash of blades echoed, clang, clang, clang. Amidst a flurry of shimmering steel, 3 figures danced, 1 large and 2 small. Zoro wielded a black and a white blade, fiercely countering the assaults from Kuna and a beast. The ground around them lay riddled with trenches and craters. With a resounding thud, Zoro caught Kuna's strike with one hand while parrying the beast's full-force attack with the other. He bent low, spun on the spot, and with a deft motion of his dual blades, unleashed a pair of slicing arcs that forced both Kuna and the beast to retreat. As they distanced themselves from the fray, Kuna suddenly relaxed her grip, remarking, "You have grown stronger, Zoro." The beast remained silent, retracting its claws without a word. Zoro, dissatisfied, spat out a breath and inquired of the sword spirit Kuna, "When will I finally meet the third blade?" After a moment of contemplation, Kuna shook her head and replied, "You are still far from that. You have merely taken your first steps into the realm of the swordsman." After her words, Kuna gazed into the distance, lost in thought, as if something awaited her beyond the horizon. "How long have I been here?" Zoro gently polished his black blade and asked. 58 days, Kuna answered. "Since you fused with your Zanpakuto, 58 days have passed in the real world." The beast stood silently beside them. Ever since its introduction that day, it had spoken little, merely accompanying Zoro in his training. 58 days. It's too slow. Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt, lost in his own thoughts. Kuina smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Everything is well outside. Your captain is taking good care of you." Moreover, you are now on the verge of unleashing the flying slash. For anyone, that is a remarkable advancement. Zoro looked up at the moon, having not seen the sun for quite some time. For anyone? But Luffy must be growing impatient. In the moonlight, Zoro caught a glimpse of his reflection on the blade. His hair seemed to have grown a bit longer. The trio fell into a momentary silence. I have made up my mind. I am going to give it a try, Zoro suddenly proclaimed. Try what? Kuina asked, bewildered by his sudden declaration. The silent beast, however, immediately discerned Zoro's intent and spoke in a low tone. Are you planning to seek the third blade? Kuina quickly interjected. No, your current strength is too weak, meaning it would not be beneficial for you. Zoro insisted, at the very least, I need to know where the target is. That way, I can have a direction to strive towards. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Zoro had made up his mind, and deep down, he knew that they would never truly kill him. From the very beginning, neither of them had displayed any intent to kill, which was precisely why Zoro felt emboldened to challenge them. Whether it was the beast, Kuina, or the unseen strongest blade, they all seemed to serve a singular purpose, to elevate him to the pinnacle of power. This was evident from the relentless guidance Kuina had provided during this time. Since it was destined to be his eventually, what harm was there in taking a glimpse ahead? Kuina attempted to intervene, but an ancient and profound voice resonated from the very fabric of the universe. Let him come forth. This voice seemed to emanate from another realm. Kuina bit her lip, torn with uncertainty, and questioned, is this truly necessary? The beast interjected, perhaps we have been overly protective of him. You are his hope and dream, always wishing to shield him, unable to bear the thought of him being harmed. Yet, Zoro has never experienced a true battle, rendering my presence here ineffective. Ignoring Zoro's bewilderment, the beast continued to address Kuina. Failure is a form of growth. It is in the dance between life and death that one's potential is truly awakened. I believe you understand this, for I, like you, comprehend him. Very well, Kuina reluctantly conceded. No sooner had she spoken than the world around them transformed in an instant. The bright moon faded, and the floor withered away, enveloping them in desolation. In a heartbeat, Zoro and the others found themselves in a barren valley. Looking up, he saw only a narrow expanse of sky, with towering stone walls that seemed unfathomable, as if the very air had solidified. Kuina and the beast gradually vanished, leaving Zoro alone to curiously survey his surroundings. It has begun. The voice from the ancients echoed once more. Zoro focused on the darkness ahead, and a figure emerged from the shadows. I am Shura. A towering silhouette clad in blood red appeared, his muscular frame leaving no doubt of his formidable strength. He wore only a pair of shorts woven from withered grass, his bare feet firmly planted on the ground. Behind him floated a golden Buddhist halo, within which a faint blood hue flowed, exuding an otherworldly aura. Are you the strongest blade? Zoro took his stance, preparing his dual sword technique, his attention honing in on the long blade at the figure's waist. It was a dark red longsword, the hilt matching in color, while the blade emanated an eerie crimson mist. Shura drew the sword from his side, reminiscing as he caressed its surface. The strongest blade? Huh, that is a relic of the past. Zoro, from the moment you merged with the Zanpakuto, I ceased to be the strongest. Zoro's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? As the Azura wielded his blade towards the ground, he spoke slowly. As you can perceive, I am the spirit of the blade, born from the convergence of your potential and future. Yet, I represent merely a fleeting glimpse of what lies ahead. The moment you merged with your Zanpakuto, I came into existence. However, my power remains eternally tethered to your abilities at that time, forever incapable of evolution. Yet now, you possess boundless possibilities. One day, your strength shall far surpass mine, and I shall be cast aside in disdain. Zoro felt an inexplicable sensation at Azura's words. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, a sword indeed possesses qualities of both excellence and mediocrity. However, since you have emerged from my very soul, you are destined to be an unparalleled weapon. Upon hearing Zoro's declaration, a faint smile graced Azura's lips, which suddenly broke into a boisterous laughter. Ha! Truly worthy of our master. In that case, let us promptly delve into the matter at hand. Shall we finally engage in battle? Zoro exclaimed with excitement. Battle? No, this is not a fight. Zoro, your experiences are still far too limited. You are utterly oblivious to your own potential. The world is vast. You must hasten to escape this confined space. Azura lifted the long blade, pointing it at Zoro, and declared, truly grasp this strike. It is the bare minimum standard for you to wield my power. The blade swung downwards, unleashing a crimson arc extending 1,000 meters, moving with such velocity that Zoro could hardly react. The strike passed by Zoro without faltering, continuing its trajectory towards the valley behind him. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shattered. The peak, cleaved by the strike, split asunder, and debris cascaded downwards. The desolate valley took a long time to regain its former tranquility. Zoro, brushed by the strike, bore an expression of anguish, sweat trickling down his nose and falling to the ground. He forced a smile and uttered, "Is this what it means to be a true powerhouse? How exhilarating." With that, Zoro was reduced to ashes, vanishing as if he had never existed. Is this truly acceptable? The vanished Ka reappeared, gazing anxiously at the spot where Zoro had disappeared. "Fear not, for he is indeed the master of us three," the beast reemerged, stating, "Only by witnessing true strength can one comprehend their own insignificance. There is no cause for concern." Azura concluded, turning away and merging into the shadows, disappearing from sight. "The rest is entrusted to you. Let him grow stronger swiftly." A faint voice lingered. Simultaneously, in the realm of reality, "Wow, we have finally arrived," Luffy exclaimed, clumsily maneuvering the ship of the dragon pirates into the harbor of Logetown, inadvertently colliding with a neighboring pirate vessel. Chapter 29. The gatekeeper of Logetown. Luffy, accompanied by Zoro, sought out a modest and enclosed proximity to the dock, securing 2 single rooms for a duration of 6 months. After all, the funds were drawn from the coffers of the notorious dragon pirate crew, and there was no hesitation in spending them. The innkeeper, astute and perceptive, did not attempt to deceive Luffy due to his youthful appearance. He had witnessed Luffy emerging from the grand pirate ship, dragging along an unusual object. It was evident that the proprietors of establishments in such locales were far from foolish. With casual disregard, he tossed Zoro into one of the rooms. Under the awed yet curious gaze of the innkeeper, Luffy produced a long-preserved bounty list and inquired, "Are there any names from this list nearby?" The innkeeper promptly shook his head. Such matters, even if known, must be feigned ignorance. Otherwise, the next person to lose their head would undoubtedly be him. Alas, it seems he must embark on the search alone. Luffy gazed despondently at each bounty notice in his hand. Yet, he mustered his resolve. After all, he was on the brink of unlocking the formidable conqueror's haki. The mere thought of wielding such impressive power filled him with anticipation as he eagerly sought to gain experience. With a contented smile, Luffy opened his attributes, yearning to admire the imminent surge past 500 attribute points. Mental attribute, 476. It was almost within reach. Luffy suddenly froze, blinking in disbelief as he scrutinized the situation before him. System, come forth at once. What is happening?" he urgently called out within his mind. Responding to the host, this is due to Zoro's demise within the realm of the mind, resulting in a loss of mental acuity, which has caused a slight delay in the enhancement of mental attributes. However, rest assured, this will not inflict any permanent damage upon Zoro. He shall fully recover in approximately a year, emerging even more proficient. Luffy internally spat a mouthful of blood. "Zoro, oh Zoro, you truly are a source of endless worry. I am on the verge of unleashing my conqueror's haki, and here you are, complicating matters at such a crucial moment." Casting a glance at Zoro's attribute panel, he noted with dismay that the increase in mental attributes was significantly less than the usual daily growth. "Is this really acceptable?" Luffy inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. "Rest assured, this is beneficial for accelerating Zoro's development," came the reassuring response. "That's a relief." Sighing, he lamented, "It seems that what should have been the moment to unlock my conqueror's haki at level 17 will have to be postponed. My previously jubilant spirit has dampened considerably. It was an overly grave issue, just a matter of needing to wait a bit longer." "Well, it's no matter," he concluded. Though the unexpected deviation from his plans left him feeling quite disheartened, Luffy strolled along the street, his heart heavy with sorrow. Replaying his feelings over and over in his mind, he intended to visit the naval base to check for the latest bounty listings. As the one he possessed was long outdated, Luffy found it rather amusing that these feeble individuals could survive for such an extended period. It was certainly time for a change. The naval base lay on the outskirts of the town. Gradually, Luffy had distanced himself from the bustling city center, and the presence of people became increasingly sparse. While he was initially engrossed in his path, Luffy suddenly sensed that he was being followed. Intriguing. A smirk crept across Luffy's lips. Those who could trail him, if not alerted by his extraordinary nature, must undoubtedly be child traffickers. This town, it seemed, lacked any formidable figures. Thus, the two individuals behind him were certainly traffickers. Having been somewhat disheartened by matters pertaining to his attributes, he now found himself amidst an unexpectedly entertaining situation. Luffy feigned ignorance and continued to walk forward. This time, however, he did not head towards the naval base, but rather chose a deserted path at random. Luffy's pace gradually slowed, his mind incessantly murmuring, "These two fools, with no one around, why aren't they making a move?" Just as Luffy finished his thoughts, the two individuals behind him finally sprang into action. One of them swiftly produced a handkerchief covering Luffy's mouth and nose. Before lifting him up, the other, equally quick, unfurled a snakeskin bag and placed Luffy inside, hoisting it up and making a hasty retreat. Their movements flowed seamlessly, a testament to their intimate coordination, clearly indicating that this was not their first venture into such mischief. Within the confines of the burlap sack, Luffy endured the jolting motions, expelling the handkerchief from his mouth. It seemed to contain a peculiar anesthetic, infused with an odd scent. However, given Luffy's remarkable stamina, such a sedative had long ceased to take effect. Luffy lay within the confines of a serpent skin bag, able to overhear the conversation of two human traffickers outside. This must be the sixth one of this batch, right? Indeed. With this operation, our leader will undoubtedly reward us handsomely. Once we amass enough fortune, we shall acquire a ship and set sail in search of the treasure of the Pirate King. We must procure a grand vessel, return home, and let the villagers behold our triumph. As Luffy listened to the idle chatter of the two individuals, he envisioned grand aspirations. After approximately half an hour, they had likely arrived at the den of the traffickers. A peculiar knocking echoed, resembling a secret signal. Creak, the door swung open. "Do you have the goods?" "Indeed, we do." Without exchanging any further pleasantries, the guardian at the door permitted the two traffickers to enter. Luffy sensed the traffickers descending the staircase, realizing that he was likely in an underground lair. After a brief while, the sack containing him was unceremoniously lowered. The opening of the bag was unfastened, and Luffy, with a sense of determination, emerged from within. "This little rascal has actually awakened. Did you perhaps use too little of the drug?" inquired the individual who had unsealed the bag. Another figure hastily retorted, "Impossible. I was trembling more than usual this time. I administered more than I typically do." "No matter. It is all the same," he replied, seizing Luffy by the collar and hoisting him into an iron cage. Inside the cage were 5 other children, 2 boys and 3 girls, each around the tender age of 5, still innocent and naive. However, the vacant expressions on their faces revealed that they had undoubtedly been drugged. Scanning the surroundings, Luffy noted the presence of numerous cages, at least a dozen, each containing no fewer than 1 child. "Is everything prepared?" inquired the sentry at the door. Yes. The 2 men responded in unison. The sentry continued, "If everything is ready, hurry to the main hall. A meeting is to be convened today." "Oh, right. We are on our way," the traffickers replied, hastily tidying their instruments of malice before swiftly departing the warehouse. Luffy observed the tranquility returning to this place. With his hands resting upon the iron railing, he exerted a gentle yet forceful pull, and an exit roughly his size materialized before him. Stepping out of the cramped confines of the children's storage room, indistinct murmurs drifted toward him from a distance. Luffy's ears twitched as he discerned the precise direction and made his way over. As he approached, the voices grew increasingly distinct. "We must temper our actions for the time being. My intelligence indicates that the Navy is intensifying its crackdown on small-scale criminal organizations like ours. Once we sell this batch of slaves, I will lead everyone to engage in legitimate trade for a while." The speaker continued to elaborate on some matter. A voice interjected. "Boss, we come from a background of petty thievery. Venturing into legitimate business is beyond our capabilities." "Fool, I have already stated that the crackdown is severe. We cannot operate in defiance of the law," the initial speaker retorted. "Boss, why not share the buyer's contact information? I can take a few brothers and continue our work while you lay low," a sharp voice suggested. The boss, visibly angered, exclaimed, "I see you wish to break away and go solo." The sharp-voiced individual calmly replied, "It is not as you think, boss. The brothers have grown accustomed to such lucrative ventures. I fear they may harbor grievances if we shift to something else." Bang! The boss struck the wall with a powerful fist, producing a resounding crash. "Do not anger, boss. By the way, in my haste today, I forgot to introduce this individual." The sharp-voiced man gestured to a muscular man beside him, saying, "This is the butcher Bob. Let's all get acquainted." Upon hearing the name Bob, the boss's complexion turned ashen. Bob stood up, And the sharp-voiced man continued, "Brother Bob is a pirate with a bounty of 5 million, who is eager to make some money. He has expressed interest in our business and is willing to act as our guarantor. Now let us allow Brother Bob to say a few words." Thud. Bob's throat choked momentarily before he collapsed to the ground, revealing a small child behind him, the child's right hand smeared with blood. "Perhaps it would be better if Luffy spoke to you all instead," Luffy said with a sweet smile. After a while, Luffy emerged from the clandestine lair of the human traffickers and made his way directly to the naval base, where he recounted the harrowing events to a naval officer. Although the officer was initially skeptical of Luffy's claims, the recent mention of a notorious trafficking syndicate by higher-ups compelled him to follow Luffy. Upon arriving, he was confronted with the grim sight of over 30 corpses in the hall and the missing children below. Thus, Luffy's name became indelibly etched in the memories of the naval personnel in Rogue Town. As time passed, the infamous moniker Demon Boy began to circulate. It was said that those who fell under his gaze rarely lived to see the dawn of the next day. In an instant, the underworld of Rogue Town fell silent, and pirates venturing towards the Grand Line began to steer clear of the town, abandoning their plans for resupply. Chapter 30. The Demon Boy in the waters near Rogue Town. A colossal pirate ship sailed through the waves, its crew enveloped in joyous laughter and revelry. Goblets clinked together, overflowing with fine wine that cascaded onto the deck. A group of fearsome pirates, typically known for their ruthlessness, were now filled with mirth. "To celebrate our captain's bounty reaching 15 million, cheers," one pirate proclaimed, raising his cup towards the captain seated at the head of the table, with the rest of the crew joining in the toast. The aroma of wine wafted throughout the ship, even causing passing seagulls to feel a slight intoxication. To the captain's right, an unassuming pirate, bespectacled and clad in a neat suit, suddenly stood up. "Captain, we are nearing the direction of Rogue Town." The gentlemanly pirate adjusted his glasses and continued, "It is rumored that a formidable bounty hunter has emerged recently in Rogue Town, causing many renowned pirates to meet their demise here. I believe it prudent for us to avoid the risk and take a detour." Ignoring the potential dampening of spirits, he expressed his concerns to the captain. Despite the captain's fierce demeanor, he remained remarkably composed. He swirled the wine in his cup, gazing through the liquid at the vast ocean ahead, before softly stating, "I have heard that the last bounty of 10 million on the Hungry Wolf met its end in these waters. While rumors may not always hold truth, one must exercise caution while traversing this sea. First mate, inform the lookout to enhance vigilance in the coming days." "Yes," the gentlemanly pirate replied before departing from the banquet. The following day, the ocean remained a brilliant blue as the ship cleaved through the waves, carrying the dreams of its crew forward with determination. On the deck, dozens of crew members lay sprawled on the ground, faces flushed from the previous day's revelry, still not fully recovered. However, this did not hinder the ship's operation, as many others who had abstained from the festivities were diligently attending to their duties. The captain and first mate stood at the bow, gazing at the endless horizon. "At last, we have arrived here." The captain's gaze sparkled with the starlight of dreams. Indeed, time has flown by unnoticed. The first mate removed his glasses and took out a handkerchief to gently wipe them. "Haraha. I remember when I first invited you to join me as a pirate, you were utterly resistant. Now, you have grown increasingly esteemed in your role as first mate." In response to the captain's words, the first mate could not help but chuckle. "You speak as if you've forgotten. Back then, I was diligently serving as a constable, and you suddenly knocked me unconscious and whisked me away to the sea." As they reminisced about the past, both men felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. Gazing towards the rising sun, which ascended like their shared dreams, "Captain, first mate, come quickly, there's a peculiar fishing boat approaching from behind." Their contemplations of the future were abruptly interrupted by the lookout's shout. Following the lookout's direction, they made their way to the stern of the ship, where they spotted a small vessel approaching at an astonishing speed. Luffy sat upon a small vessel, his arms moving the oars with an imperceptible swiftness. The boat surged forward as if propelled by an engine, racing towards the pirate ship. After Luffy had twice severed the oars and was compelled to swim in pursuit of the pirate vessel, he had sought out a blacksmith in Rogue Town to forge a pair of alloy oars. Upon witnessing the speed of the small boat, the first mate's brow furrowed with concern. Recognizing the inevitability of confrontation, he promptly commanded that all pirates arm themselves and prepare for battle. The crew hastily complied, rousing even the drunken souls still lost in slumber. Their enduring years of navigation upon the vast seas were not solely attributed to their captain's formidable prowess, but equally to the first mate's foresight and cunning. Luffy navigated his small vessel to the side of the pirate ship. With adept precision, he retrieved a chain hook from his boat and forcefully struck the midsection of the pirate ship, creating a gaping hole. Ensuring that his small craft remained anchored against the surging waves, Luffy grasped the chain and swiftly ascended onto the pirate ship. Upon leaping aboard, he was met by a throng of armed men, numbering around 100, all directed towards him. Before Luffy could utter a word, the first mate interjected, observing, "With your youthful appearance, peculiar demeanor, and those inscrutable eyes, you must be the renowned bounty hunter, the Devil Child, who has been making waves lately." "Oh, you possess quite the discerning eye," Luffy replied with a playful grin. The first mate responded calmly, "If that is indeed the case, how about this? We have certain valuables here, worth no less than 10 million. If they catch your fancy, you may take them all. It is not that we fear you, but I cannot guarantee the safety of my crew, so we would prefer to part with our riches to avert disaster." First mate, we are not afraid. First mate, we are many. The pirates, stirred by the first mate's words, bristled with enthusiasm, eager to engage in battle. Luffy, seemingly indifferent to the group of pirates, calmly addressed his first mate, inquiring, "Where is your captain?" "The bounty of 15 million belongs to the pirate Jerson. I have heard that you recently ravaged a village last month, which has significantly increased the value of your captain's head." From the crowd emerged a towering figure. None other than the captain of the ship, Jerson. "It was an unfortunate incident. We merely intended to seize some supplies and depart. Little did we anticipate that a villager would launch a surprise attack, resulting in the deaths of our men." The conflict escalated uncontrollably on both sides. However, in these waters, it has always been a matter of survival of the fittest, a truth you likely understand well, Jerson responded coldly. "Survival of the fittest, you say? You could have stated that earlier instead of dragging it out," Luffy retorted impatiently. With that, he swiftly plunged into the throng, his gloved fists mercilessly striking the bodies of the pirates. In an instant, the air was thick with murderous intent, and chaos reigned as blood and flesh intertwined amidst the crowd. Witnessing this, Jerson's fury ignited, his eyes turning crimson. He had intended to exchange further words with Luffy, but upon seeing his comrades fall one after another within the blink of an eye, he could no longer maintain his composure. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Allow me to be your opponent." As he spoke, his body began to swell rapidly, his garments tearing apart, arms darkening and thickening, his head enlarging as a long, pointed horn sprouted from his forehead, transforming him into a towering, bipedal rhinoceros. Upon witnessing this, Luffy's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had encountered a devil fruit user wielding their powers since arriving in the world of pirates. Jerson bent at the waist, lowered his head, and aimed the sharp horn atop his head directly at Luffy, declaring in a fierce tone, "I am a rhinoceros man who has consumed the rhinoceros fruit. Since you have chosen to stand against me, brace yourself for the pain that follows." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jerson charged straight at Luffy. The sound of his footsteps reverberated, causing the entire ship to sway. Luffy, unable to evade in time, resorted to shielding himself with his hands. In the fleeting moment when the rhinoceros horn charged at him, Luffy expertly grasped the horn, leveraging his body to maintain balance. However, Jerson had anticipated this move. Noticing that Luffy had dodged the sharp attack, he lowered his head even further, the horn pressing against Luffy as it scraped against the deck. Then, with a sudden motion, he thrust his head upward, delivering a powerful strike to the deck once more. Boom! The deck was shattered, creating a deep hole, and Luffy plummeted into the ship's hold below, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Chapter 31. The Awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. Is it resolved? The first mate inquired, stepping forward. The other pirates had already retreated to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the chaos. Jerson did not revert to his human form. Instead, he fixated on the gaping hole, remaining silent. The sensation he experienced while confronting that young boy was unlike anything he had felt before. The boy's body was as resilient as steel. Thus, he remained on high alert. Suddenly, a faint sound of exhalation echoed from beneath the deck. Luffy gradually emerged from the cave, positioning himself opposite Jerson. He brushed off the dust from his attire and remarked, "The intelligence department of the Navy is utterly incompetent. Such prowess is worth far more than a mere bounty of 15 million. Observing Luffy unscathed, Jerson forcibly quelled the fury that surged within him. He understood that, in the presence of such a formidable opponent, he could not afford to act rashly out of indignation. Jerson regained his composure, steadying his stance as he fixed his gaze upon Luffy. Despite his anger, his demeanor had returned to one of tranquility, with his brows slightly knitted in concentration. Upon observing the situation, Luffy became earnest, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying Jerson. He is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing an imposing physique. Likely his strength is not far from mine. Although his running speed is not slow, his agility is evidently lacking. Given this fact, I should be able to vanquish him with relative ease, Luffy contemplated inwardly. Since his recent ascension in power, he had seldom encountered an adversary capable of challenging him. Each battle had been akin to a mere child's play, with opponents not even on the same tier. Jerson, distinctly different from the other pirates of the seas, had remained unnoticed simply due to the depths of his concealment. Having completed his contemplation, Luffy immediately sprang into action, for he has never been one to linger in anticipation. A powerful straight punch was aimed directly at Jerson's eye. Jerson, embodying the steadfast nature of a rhinoceros, did not flinch. Instead, he resolutely extended his beastly rhino hoof, prepared to match Luffy in a contest of strength. Luffy swiftly transitioned from a single-handed grip to a double-handed hold, firmly grasping Jerson's wrist. With his feet planted on Jerson's abdomen, he propelled himself upward, turning his back to Jerson in midair, aligning his body with Jerson's head. He leveraged Jerson's arm as a fulcrum, exerting considerable force with both hands. In a fluid motion, his entire form leaped upward, delivering a powerful kick to Jerson's head. Bang! Luffy landed gracefully, observing Jerson, who had collided with the wall, and chuckled. "You're back, Captain. Boss." A few pirates around the wall hurriedly rushed to check on Jerson's condition. Slowly, Jerson propped himself up. His non-digitized body was evidently affected by the blow. Shaking his head, Jerson's face turned ashen as he pushed away the nearby pirates. Without uttering a word, he launched himself at Luffy, executing a rhino charge. However, having been struck once, Luffy was not prone to falling for the same attack twice. He had long been prepared for Jerson's move, swiftly anticipating and sidestepping to evade the sharp horn of the rhino. Due to the excessive speed of his charge, Jerson was unable to react in time. Luffy approached his adversary from the side, delivering a powerful punch to his waist, accompanied by a sickening crack as bone shattered. Luffy murmured, "I have triumphed." The force of the blow sent Jerson hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, staining the ground red. Coughing violently, he lay on the ground, expelling clots of blood, his heart racing. Though he had deliberately concealed his true strength, it did not signify a lack of pride. Jerson had always considered himself among the elite of the four seas, believing that his underlings were simply too weak, which had delayed his journey to the Grand Line. After inadvertently slaughtering a small village, he knew he had drawn the attention of the Navy, though they might not prioritize him initially. However, once that thin veil of ignorance was pierced, it was only a matter of time before the truth emerged. The government would never tolerate the emergence of a formidable force in the four seas. They must retain absolute control. Thus, under the guidance of his first mate, he resolved to forge ahead into the Grand Line for further development. Yet, he never anticipated that before even reaching the entrance of the Grand Line, he would be severely injured by a sudden, monstrous youth. Gritting his teeth, Jerson rose once more. He could not afford to fall here. He had vowed to embark on the Grand Line and carve out a destiny, and he could not succumb so easily. The waves roared fiercely, surging mightily. Despite his injuries, Jerson lifted his heavy fist, preparing to strike at Luffy once again. Without flinching or evading, Luffy raised his fist to meet the incoming blow. Bang! The clash of one large fist and one small fist sent shockwaves through the air, shattering the wooden planks beneath their feet. Bang! 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 With each strike, Jerson's stamina diminished, while Luffy remained exuberant, delivering each blow with maximum force. The first mate, recognizing Jerson's waning strength, urgently shouted, "Jerson, cease fighting. We surrender. We can offer him all our treasures." Jerson remained unresponsive, continuing to exchange punches with Luffy. He could not halt, nor could he bring himself to stop. His companions, lacking in strength, failed to perceive the gravity of the situation, but he felt it keenly. Behind Luffy's seemingly harmless smile lay the malevolent intent of a relentless demon. Boom! After hundreds of exchanges, Jerson's power waned further. His energy was utterly depleted, leaving only the inertia of his body and the resolve of his mind to sustain his movements. As Luffy assessed the situation, he decided to withdraw promptly. However, Jerson, still caught in the momentum, threw a punch that landed in the empty air, causing his entire body to uncontrollably topple to the ground. Luffy swiftly stepped forward, channeling all his strength into a single punch aimed directly at Jerson's head. No! The first mate bellowed with intense fury. Luffy, of course, would not heed his words. He delivered a powerful punch directly to Jerson's temple. "What a pity," Luffy murmured softly, Had you ventured into the Grand Line, you might have encountered a far more exhilarating future. Little did he know that, had it not been for his interference, Jerson would have become a prominent general under the 4 Emperor Kaido. Ding. Congratulations, the host has slain a devil fruit user, earning 3,000 experience points and 5,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, the host's experience is now full. Leveling up has commenced. Ding. Congratulations, the host has leveled up, current level, 19. Ding. Congratulations. The host has met the requirements to unlock Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, it allows the user to perform a mental attack of level 5 and a physical attack of level 10 on any number of selected targets within range, with the release range determined by the user's mental attribute. If the target's mental strength is insufficient to resist, they will fall into a state of unconsciousness and incur a certain degree of mental damage. A series of system notifications echoed in the air. An inexplicable sensation surged within Luffy's heart, as if he had always been adept at wielding Haki. The restoration of Zoro's mental energy, combined with the recent elevation of his free attribute points, finally enabled Luffy to unlock his Conqueror's Haki. Luffy remained with his eyes closed, savoring the mastery of his Haki. Beside him, the first mate had collapsed to the ground, hands covering his face, tears streaming through his fingers. He and Jerson had grown up together in the same town, childhood friends bound by their shared experiences. While he ascended to the position of town constable through his cunning and intellect, Jerson languished as a mere petty thug. Yet, this disparity never tarnished their camaraderie. Everything changed with the death of Roger, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. One fateful day, Jerson approached him with an audacious proposal to form a pirate crew and seek the fabled treasure of the Pirate King. Unsurprisingly, he declined, only for Jerson to knock him unconscious and cast him out to sea shortly thereafter. From initial fury to gradual acquiescence, the two men thrived amidst the vast ocean. Today, however, Jerson, the steadfast protector who had always shielded him from harm, lay lifeless before him. After shedding his tears, the first mate slowly rose, drawing a pistol from his waist and leveling it at Luffy, his eyes ablaze with wrath. I shall avenge Jerson. To my valiant brothers, rally to my side. For our captain's honor, let him find no rest in death. With a thunderous crack, the bullet was unleashed, only to be caught effortlessly in Luffy's hand. Luffy furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat mentally fatigued from the battle. He had initially intended to spare these inexperienced pirates. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, a commanding gaze emanated from him, exuding a unique and formidable presence. The pirates, who had been eager to engage Luffy in a life-or-death struggle, found themselves collapsing one after another under the weight of his aura. The first mate staggered a couple of steps, dazed and disoriented, raising his gun in a futile attempt to continue the attack. However, his frail body faltered, and with a soft thud, he succumbed to the ground. Chapter 32. Return to Windmill Town. A peculiar event transpired in Rogue Town today. After half a year of leaving no survivors in his wake, the notorious Demon Boy had surprisingly returned with a ship full of living pirates, albeit all rendered unconscious. The Navy personnel swiftly secured the pirates, binding them tightly before dragging them off one by one. Luffy accompanied the colonel from the naval base to the treasury, intending to settle the bounty for Jerson. After presenting Jerson's lifeless body, he found that the bounty settlement involved several intricate steps requiring approval. Seizing this opportunity, the colonel of Rogue Town graciously invited Luffy to his office for a brief respite. Within the confines of the highest commander's office at the Rogue Town naval base, the colonel extended a freshly brewed cup of tea to Luffy with both hands, expressing his respect with a sincere compliment. Congratulations, young Luffy. You have once again vanquished a formidable pirate. It truly brings a sense of security to have such a powerful presence like yours in Rogue Town. Luffy took the tea and casually sipped a couple of times before replying to the commander. Commander, you jest. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. He then cast a meaningful glance at the commander and continued, after all, you have never defaulted on my bounty. Haha. Of course, the commander said with an awkward smile. 6 months prior, Luffy had brought a small pirate's corpse here to exchange for a bounty, only to have the Navy base withhold his payment on account of his tender age. In his fury, Luffy had punched through the gates of the Navy base, startling all the sailors present. Ultimately, it was this very Navy commander who, upon understanding the situation, imposed strict punishment on the officer responsible for the bounty's reduction to avoid inciting Luffy's wrath. The commander cleared his throat, wishing to steer clear of the embarrassing incident, and addressed Luffy earnestly. I wonder, young Luffy, would you have any interest in becoming a guardian of justice within the Navy? I cannot guarantee much, but should you choose to join, I could request a transfer back to headquarters. In that case, you would be the highest commander of this base. It must be said, this Navy commander was indeed a devoted public servant. Recently, he had received word that headquarters might summon him back for advanced training, after which another Navy commander would be dispatched to take his place. In his experience, most of the individuals at Navy headquarters were second-generation officials. True elites would seldom deign to serve in such a remote locale. During this time, through his observations, he noted that although Luffy was fierce in his actions, he never bullied the common folk. Moreover, Luffy showed no mercy towards wrongdoers, resulting in a town where no one dared to commit misdeeds. Petty thefts and break-ins had become exceedingly rare. Rog Town was in dire need of such a formidable yet compassionate leader, one who was ruthless to enemies but benevolent to the populace. The commander wished to retain Luffy in Rog Town, leveraging his own seniority as the highest commander to advocate for Luffy's promotion. Unfortunately, he had misjudged the candidate. I apologize, Commander, but I am accustomed to a solitary lifestyle and must decline your kind offer, Luffy stated bluntly. Ah, the commander sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Very well. After sipping his tea again, Luffy directly stated, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to rest. With that, he stood up, preparing to depart. The commander rose to see him off, somewhat unwilling to give up, and added, all right, but should you change your mind, you are always welcome to seek me out. The treasury has already prepared your bounty. Thus, Luffy took a bag of money and headed towards the inn near the port. Upon arriving at the inn's entrance, he coincidentally saw the proprietor preparing to leave. Luffy called out to the proprietor, saying, Boss, our rent must be nearing its expiration, right? As it happens, I am tidying up and preparing to depart today. Upon hearing this, the owner immediately panicked and exclaimed, What is the matter, young Luffy? Why do you wish to leave? If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to mention it. Should you dislike that room, you may choose any accommodation in this inn, and I assure you, I will charge you not a single coin. The owner was genuinely anxious. It is worth noting that ever since it became known that the notorious demon boy Luffy resided at this inn, it has been deemed the most exquisite establishment in Rogue Town. Luffy, though a killer, targets only those of ill intent. For the ordinary folk of Rogue Town, particularly those who lead simple lives engaged in trade, Luffy is regarded as their guardian deity. Should this protector choose to depart due to their own perceived inadequacies in hospitality, it would leave the townsfolk with a sense of despair. It is not a matter of the inn's shortcomings. Rather, I have pressing matters that compel me to leave this place, Luffy elucidated. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper dared not protest further, responding despondently with, very well. That evening unfolded quietly. Luffy meticulously packed his belongings, bringing along several sets of oversized clothing purchased earlier in the afternoon, as well as a bag containing Zoro. He made his way to a shipyard at the harbor. Over the past 6 months, all the pirate ships Luffy had acquired had been sold at this very shipyard, and now his savings had swelled to nearly 50 million berries. Upon entering the shipyard, Luffy immediately spotted the elderly shipwright with whom he often conversed. Upon learning that Luffy desired a small sailing vessel, the old man, without hesitation, gifted him a ship, insisting that accepting money would imply a lack of respect. Thus, Luffy set sail on a vessel bestowed upon him, heading towards his homeland. As night descended, the stars twinkled in the vast sky, and the lights danced like distant dreams. A magnificent full moon hung high above, radiating its brilliance in an exceptionally pure glow. The sea shimmered gently, devoid of wind or waves. Once he secured the ship's course, Luffy stepped into the cabin. System, how many gold coins do I currently possess? The host presently owns 300 gold coins. 6,003? Yet my equipment remains in the dull gray state. Luffy sighed deeply, realizing that improvements to his gear were not imminent. The least expensive item he had encountered in the random items was last month's Doran ring, which could enhance mental attributes by 100 points. Yet it was priced at a staggering 5,000 gold coins. Purchase 3 rapid growth capsules. Purchase successful. Now placed in your backpack. Please check. Luffy retrieved 3 capsules from his backpack, stripped off his clothing, and consumed them all in one swift motion. At that moment, he distinctly sensed a change, feeling himself growing taller. He estimated he had reached approximately 1 meter 30 or 40. After finding a reference point for comparison, Luffy mused aloud. He chose a subtly elegant deep blue tank top and a stylish pair of light yellow shorts. Coupled with Luffy's charming smile and composed gaze, a dashing young man emerged. Surely, Sister Makino and the others would be utterly astonished. Haraha. The thought of soon reuniting with the village chief and Makino brought a knowing smile to Luffy's face. It had already been a year. The night sky, akin to the boundless and transparent ocean, was tranquil, vast, and shrouded in mystery. In this manner, Luffy peacefully succumbed to slumber, enveloped in nostalgia and anticipation. Chapter 33. The Mountain Bandits. In the tavern of Windmill Town, known as Makino's, the villagers raised their cups and cheered boisterously. "Thank you, Sister Makino." Luffy blinked his starry eyes, holding a cup of exquisite fresh milk, and expressed his gratitude to Makino. This celebration welcoming Luffy's return was solely organized by Makino. Overnight, the entire Windmill Village learned of young Luffy's return, noting not only his growth and stature, but also the arrival of a man alongside him. Makino smiled softly, pondering for a moment before expressing her concern. "Luffy, the boy you brought back has been asleep for 3 days. Is everything truly all right?" The mere thought of Zoro made Luffy feel a bit overwhelmed, and he replied with a hint of resignation in his tone, "Don't worry, Sister Makino. He's had some issues with his health and may need to sleep for a decade or so." "What?" Makino gasped, covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed from her busy efforts, rendering her utterly adorable. "Rest assured, Sister Makino, it's nothing serious." Luffy gently waved his hand, signaling her not to worry, then continued, "By the way, has my grandfather returned?" "Ah, not at all." "Why? Are you missing him?" Makino asked with a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Of course not," Luffy quickly denied. "I just—" Suddenly, the tavern door was forcefully kicked open, producing a thunderous noise that interrupted the laughter of the patrons, plunging the tavern into an immediate silence. Intruders. Shadows gathered at the entrance, blocking the tavern completely. The leader, towering over 2 meters, bore a grayish-yellow face, wrinkled like the bark of an old oak, with deep creases all over. He wore a disheveled brown coat, carelessly draped over him, and a curved blade, stained with a hint of blood, hung at his waist. Striding with a heavy gait, he approached Luffy and Makino, leaning on the bar with one arm and rasping in a harsh voice, "We are mountain bandits. However, we are not here to rob today. Sell me 10 barrels of your finest wine." Forgive me," Makino stammered in panic. "We have run out of wine today." The arrival of the bandits filled Makino with dread. Despite managing the entire tavern, she was still just a young girl. "Ran out. What have they been drinking?" The bandit shot a glance at the wine on the villagers' tables, his tone laced with anger. Makino was too frightened to respond to his intimidating demeanor. "Hey, I'm in a good mood today. Don't provoke me." Luffy, irritated by the disruption caused by the bandits, exclaimed. Time had stretched on too long, had they not appeared. He might have forgotten that this band of mountain bandits existed near Windmill Village. The bandit leader turned to glare at Luffy, who had just spoken while sipping his milk, and his fury ignited. "What did you say?" The words of the bandit leader abruptly ceased as he caught sight of Luffy's gaze, instantly dousing him with a chill akin to a bucket of cold water. His countenance shifted to a pallid hue, and a wave of unease washed over him. With merely a hint of malevolence emanating from Luffy, the bandit chief was rendered motionless with fear. Yet, how infuriating. "Let us depart. We shall explore another town." The chief, still trembling from the encounter, swiftly turned away, unable to meet Luffy's gaze any longer, retreating with his entourage, who had initially approached with great bravado, but now left in disgrace. The fleeting presence of the bandits did little to dampen the spirits of the villagers. Those who were already inebriated quickly resumed their revelry, laughter once again resonating throughout the tavern. However, Makino remained visibly concerned, quietly bending toward Luffy to say, "Luffy, why did you speak to them in such a manner? They're all villains. You must be cautious next time. Do not provoke them." Luffy, seemingly unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Rest assured, Sister Makino, I've lost count of how many such individuals I've dispatched." With that, he downed the last sip of milk in his cup. Taking a life is wrong. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Makino's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She never doubted the veracity of his statement, for Luffy possessed the strength to back it up and had never deceived her. This expression was one she had never witnessed on Luffy's face before. "Luffy," Makino exclaimed, extending her hands to cradle his head, their eyes locking in a moment of earnest connection. "Promise me, from now on, you must refrain from taking lives indiscriminately." With his cheeks firmly grasped in her hands, Luffy pouted, unable to struggle against her grip, and reluctantly conceded, I understand. Sister Makino, please let me go. I knew you would be the most obedient." Once she received the answer she sought, Makino playfully kneaded Luffy's cheeks a couple more times before reluctantly releasing him. Observing the grown-up Luffy, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy, contemplating that opportunities to fondly ruffle his face might become increasingly rare. The following day, dawn broke. Luffy remained in a deep slumber, undisturbed by the raucous sounds emanating from outside. "Luffy! Luffy!" A villager burst into the tavern, shouting fervently. Awakened by the urgency in the villager's voice, Luffy hastily donned his attire and stepped outside. Upon catching sight of Luffy, the villager, without a moment to spare for explanation, seized Luffy's arm and began to run. "Something grave has occurred," was all he managed to utter along their hurried path. Luffy followed the villagers to a main road of the town. As soon as he halted, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation, fury etched across his face. His eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable wrath that erupted like a volcanic eruption. On the main road, a cart laden with barrels of wine lay tilted on its side. Several barrels shattered, their contents spilling onto the ground. Surrounding them were a band of over 20 mountain bandits. The village chief knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in desperate supplication. Scattered around were several villagers, one of whom lay bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound to the abdomen. Machino was seized by someone. Her face swollen and bruised, blood trickling from her mouth and nose, her eyes clouded with confusion. The mountain bandit leader from yesterday, in a fit of rage, gripped Machino by the neck with one hand while raising the other, poised to strike again. "Stop. Right. There." From the furious Luffy. The conqueror's haki surged forth with full force, enveloping the mountain bandit leader. The leader's eyes rolled back, his steps faltered, and in a haze of bewilderment, his grip loosened. Luffy swiftly dashed over to catch the falling Machino. As he gazed upon her face, marred by bloodstains, it was evident that she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Luffy's eyes were so red they seemed on the verge of bleeding, his pupils terrifyingly constricted. At that moment, all he desired was to take a life. He gently laid Machino down upon the ground beside him. Luffy seized a barrel with one hand and hurled it forcefully at the head of the mountain bandit leader. The bandit leader was immediately knocked to the ground. The barrel shattered, and the intoxicating liquid began to rouse the bandit leader from his stupor. As he regained consciousness, he was met with Luffy's feral gaze, which seemed as if it might burst forth from its sockets. The fury in his eyes akin to a lightning bolt poised to tear through the darkest clouds. Luffy refrained from allowing any superfluous words to escape his lips. He swiftly unsheathed the curved dagger from the waist of the bandit chief, plunging it into the chief's heart, much to the disbelief reflected in his eyes. Withdrawing the blade, he cast a sweeping glance at the surrounding brigands. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to re-emerge with the severed head of a bandit rolling upon the ground. Moments later, amidst the 20 scattered corpses, Luffy stood, blood trickling from his face to his chin, cascading onto the ground. Chapter 34. The Return of Garp. A few days later, Machino's wounds gradually healed, and the injured villager managed to survive due to timely medical attention. The tavern, lacking management, was compelled to close its doors. In recent days, Luffy had not been idle. He wandered near Fusha village and vanquished 2 small bands of mountain bandits, totaling less than 30 men. This act somewhat quelled his fury. However, the sight of Machino's injuries ignited a deep-seated wrath within him, compelling him to wish for the chance to drag the bandit leader from the depths of hell and slay him 100 times over. Machino was the person he had interacted with the most since arriving in this world. For 2 years, he had focused solely on his growth, while Machino meticulously managed his daily necessities. Despite her youth, she cared for Luffy with the tenderness of a mother. Just as Luffy was contemplating seeking further trouble with the bandits, an unexpected arrival saved the bandits near Fusha village. On this particular day, as dawn broke, the eastern sky revealed a pale light, and the deep blue heavens shed their azure veil. A colossal vessel, unlike any that had graced the once desolate harbor, approached. The flag of the navy fluttered majestically in the breeze, resembling a soaring seagull in flight. A warship docked in the small harbor of Fusha village. Yet only a single figure emerged from the imposing ship. It was none other than the Navy hero, Garp, clad in a pristine white naval uniform. The word justice emblazoned on his cape danced in the wind. With piercing blue eyes and a long scar beneath his left eye, his head was crowned with a mane of gray and white hair. His tall stature, defined by bulging muscles, gave the impression that his body was sculpted from the very mountains. His sleek physique resembled that of a ferocious lion. Yet, at that moment, this formidable man descended the ship with an uncharacteristic demeanor, one hand digging into his nostrils while the other rested in his pocket, lacking all semblance of decorum. "Why is the town so desolate today?" Garp mused, glancing around to find no one in sight. Wiping his finger on his clothing, he remarked, Oh well. I shall first visit the village chief's home to see how my beloved grandson is faring. With that, he strode purposefully towards the chief's abode. Grandpa. Just as Luffy returned from a hunting trip, he spotted the leisurely Garp and could not help but shout. Upon hearing the long-missed voice of his grandson calling Grandpa, Garp's lips curled into an involuntary smile as he turned toward the sound, exclaiming, "Ah, it's Luffy." In that instant, Garp stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He beheld his grandson, who at barely the height of his waist, was joyfully bounding toward him, carrying a wild boar that resembled a small mountain. Garp remained astounded, as if he were a piece of wood, until Luffy approached him with his prize. "Grandpa, you're back." Luffy hurled the prey to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and continued, "What a fortunate encounter today with such a massive creature. We can indulge in a grand feast together. Ah ha ha ha." Garp glanced at the wild boar, its head bearing a significant indentation, and then at Luffy's small fist. Though he was aware of the formidable lineage of their family, the extent of its strength was undeniably daunting. Nevertheless, the one who felt this trepidation was certainly not Garp. With a fond smile, he approached Luffy and affectionately tousled his hair, laughing heartily. "Ah ha ha ha. My grandson is truly remarkable. Luffy, you truly live up to being my grandson. This time, you shall accompany me back to partake in the new recruit's training. That old coot Zephyr constantly boasts about his pitiful students, and I expect you to teach them a lesson when you arrive." Garp, with his muscular frame and exuberant demeanor, spoke without regard for the feelings of others, rambling on and on. Ultimately, he clasped Luffy under his arm, one hand grasping Luffy's prize, and declared, "Let us first pay a visit to the village chief." At the chief's abode, a steaming cup of tea was presented to Garp. The elderly chief, trembling and leaning on his cane, curiously inquired, "Have you finished your duties with the Navy? What brings you back here?" Garp took a sip of the hot tea and nonchalantly replied, "Not yet. The seas are in chaos. A pirate by the name of Shanks has emerged, and he is currently vying for territory against Whitebeard and his crew. So, what brings you here?" "I heard an imbecilic celestial dragon is visiting. The government has requested the Navy to be on high alert. Coincidentally, that old fool Sengoku wanted to send a vice admiral over. So I left him a note and sailed over directly." Ha 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 ha. After this, Garp appeared to envision Sengoku's enraged expression upon reading the note, and he laughed heartily, slapping the table in amusement. After a brief pause, Garp continued, "By the way, Chief, thank you for taking such good care of Luffy. I intend to bring him back for training, and I believe he will soon become a renowned member of the Navy." "I refuse." Luffy, who had remained silent until now, hastily rejected Garp's plan. In truth, he had no desire to join the Navy. Being a pirate was evidently far more liberating. Moreover, with the events yet to unfold, Luffy wanted to be involved, and he knew that being in the Navy would consume far too much of his time. "You fool of a grandfather. I have no intention of becoming a Navy officer. I want to be a pirate. The strongest pirate." Bang! A fist of love struck Luffy's head with force. "You little brat. How dare you speak such nonsense? You and Ace shall strive to become the mightiest of the Navy," Garp exclaimed, grasping Luffy's face and angrily dragging him out the door. Before departing, he turned back to the chief and said, "Chief, I will be placing Luffy in another location for a while. Please inform Makino for me." I. The chief was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Luffy's dream was to become a pirate. After several attempts, Luffy realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Garp's formidable grip. With a lopsided grin, he mumbled to the village chief, "Village Grandpa, please make sure that Big Pig takes good care of Sister Makino, so she can recover well. I promise to come back to see her." "All right. Once you become a Marine, I'll let you return anytime," Garp replied, tightening his hold slightly as a thought crossed his mind. "I'll check on Makino later. I have some special Navy medicine on my ship." "That hurts, Grandpa. Let go of me," Luffy protested, his mouth somehow mimicking the effects of the gum-gum fruit despite lacking its powers. "Shut your mouth," Garp gritted his teeth. "Leaving you in that unreliable windmill village was a grave mistake." Thus, Garp continued to grip Luffy tightly, their banter carrying them for several hours until they arrived at a small wooden cabin nestled deep within a forest on the other side of the island. "Knock, knock, knock." Garp pounded rudely on the door while shouting, "Open up, Dayton." After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a plump woman, as round as a top, with disheveled orange hair and a cigarette dangling from her mouth, standing in a daze. She was flanked by several scruffy-looking men. Upon seeing the child in Garp's arms, her expression shifted dramatically as she waved her hands in protest. exclaiming, "Mr. Garp, please spare me. That kid Ace is already 10. We truly can't handle him anymore. Just take him away." Garp, seemingly unfazed by Dayton's pleas, hoisted Luffy higher and declared, "This is my grandson. From today onward, he will be under your care." Huh? 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 The band of mountain thieves gasped in astonishment. Another one of G-Garp's grandsons? This is impossible. No way. Dayton's body trembled with denial, shaking her head vigorously. "Fine. You choose. Would you prefer to spend your life in prison, or take this boy in?" Chapter 35. Ace. As Luffy was just released by Garp, he suddenly sensed a palpable malice emanating from behind him and swiftly evaded the impending danger. A glob of saliva plummeted to the ground in the direction he had previously occupied. Had he not reacted in time, the outcome for Luffy would have been dire. What a close call. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp. Luffy felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, pondering the unpleasantness of being struck. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a young boy perched upon the carcass of a wild buffalo, glaring intently in his direction, with deep, ebony eyes and a mane of raven-black hair. The boy bore an exposed torso, clad only in black shorts and ordinary canvas shoes. In his hand, he wielded a slender iron rod. His robust physique and handsome visage marred by a thick bandage affixed to his forehead, exuding an expression imbued with a sense of resentment, as though he harbored a profound enmity towards the world. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Luffy exclaimed. Despite having previously shed tears for Ace that had required 2 rolls of toilet paper, he could not tolerate the boy spitting in his direction. TCH. Although somewhat astonished by Luffy's quick reflexes, Ace's aloof demeanor rendered him disinclined to converse beyond the barest necessities, save for Sabo. At the sound of commotion, Dayton and Carp turned their heads in unison. "Oh, you're back, Ace," Carp greeted, his tone as calm as one would use with a family member seen daily. Afterward, he playfully thumped Luffy on the head and remarked, "This is Ace, 3 years your senior. From today onward, you will be living together. Make sure to get along well." Dayton paused momentarily, then hastily interjected, "Is this decision final?" Carp raised his fist, revealing the prominent veins on his wrist, and asked, "Do you have any objections?" "None." At the Kolbo Mountain, within Dayton's abode, following Carp's departure, the group gathered around a cooking pot. Inside simmered the buffalo Ace had just hunted. "I despise mountain bandits," Luffy remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on the iron pot. Deep down, he understood that this animosity should not extend towards Dayton and her family. For in the original narrative, Dayton genuinely cared for Luffy and Ace as a mother would. "Perhaps my recent thoughts of slaying bandits have left an imprint on my subconscious." Luffy internally rationalized his peculiar thoughts. Dayton's face turned ashen, and in a fit of anger, she snapped her chopsticks, rising abruptly to bellow, "You little brat. Silence yourself at once. Do you think we wish to take in a child like you?" Meanwhile, a nearby bandit hastily restrained Dayton, fearing she might storm over and deliver a thorough beating to Luffy, though it was uncertain who would truly end up on the receiving end. Ace, on the other hand, remained silent, engrossed in his meal. Luffy glanced at the furious Dayton and then at the silent Ace, before suddenly rising to his feet and declaring, "I'm tired. I need to rest." Without regard for the feelings of those around him, he strode into the house. "Hey, it's broad daylight," Dayton shouted from outside. Finding a room that resembled a bedroom, he closed the door and disregarded Dayton's angry complaints, collapsing onto the bed. "In a few days, when Grandpa leaves, I'll bring Zoro here." Luffy pondered, closing his eyes, and to his surprise, he fell asleep within less than a minute. Nightfall arrived, and the Dayton family had settled down for the evening. Ace, weary from the day's activities, returned home and lay down, ready to rest. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he rolled over, alert and watchful, scanning the corners of the room. Truly, Ace's instincts were sharp. Luffy emerged from the shadows with a faint smile. "What do you want?" Ace asked, still on guard. Showing no signs of relaxation. To him, the space had initially felt empty, yet he had sensed a fleeting presence. Observing Luffy stepping forth from the darkness, Ace realized that this aura had been deliberately projected by Luffy himself. Luffy, with his mouth agape and teeth bared in a broad grin, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I merely wish to befriend you, and I forgive you for spitting on me." With that, he unexpectedly extended his hand, awaiting Ace's response for a handshake. However, finding Luffy devoid of malice, Ace felt no inclination to engage further. Regardless of how well he could conceal his thoughts, it mattered not to him. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Noticing Ace's disinterest, Luffy felt no embarrassment as he retracted his hand and ventured into the depths of the mountains. Intent on hunting a couple of beasts for a feast, the stars flickered and vanished one by one from the cloud-strewn azure sky, leaving only the remnants of a waning crescent moon. Gradually, the horizon brightened, as if someone had brushed a layer of pink across the pale cerulean expanse, concealing beneath it countless golden rays. Days passed, one after another. Luffy, much like Ace, returned each day with a wild beast, which was entrusted to Dayton for preparation. On this particular day, Luffy surmised that Garp had likely departed from Windmill Village. Relying on his swift pace, he made his way back to Windmill Village in less than half an hour. Luffy's greatest concern, of course, was the still healing Marcy. Upon arriving at Marcy's tavern, he discovered that it had already resumed operations. As he entered, Luffy spotted Marcy, whose face still bore a hint of swelling, diligently cleaning the premises. "Marcy," he exclaimed, "allow me to assist you. Please take a moment to rest." Without hesitation, he seized the broom and began tidying up. Marcy stared at Luffy in astonishment, and suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Luffy glanced at Makino with a hint of confusion. "You truly haven't changed at all, Luffy," Makino said, gazing at him with affectionate fondness. Luffy lowered his head, working diligently while expressing a tinge of remorse. "I'm sorry, Sister Makino. I took a life. Truthfully, I never wished for you to witness such an act." Makino shook her head gently and replied, "No, Luffy. It is I who am at fault. I should not have interfered with your choices. Pursue what you wish to do. Sister Makino will always stand by you." "Thank you, Sister Makino. Please wait a moment. I will fetch some milk for you." Even though Luffy had been fostered by the Dayton family, Makino still made it a habit to reserve some fresh milk each day, eagerly anticipating Luffy's return to offer him a drink. In Windmill Village, he lingered for yet another day. Luffy, bearing Zoro on his back and clutching his belongings, waved farewell to Makino as he embarked on the journey back to K-Rubwa Mountain. Remarkably, Zoro had indeed grown taller over the past year, even while being carried. His calves grazed the ground. Fortunately, Luffy had prepared an ample supply of clothing in Roga Town, sufficient for both him and Zoro to wear until adulthood. The sky was draped in a deep crimson haze, casting a warm glow over the forest, rendering the trees a vibrant shade of red akin to autumn leaves. The setting sun lingered on the horizon behind Luffy and Zoro, flickering with the remnants of daylight from afar. Dusk, with its nimble stride, quietly approached from the mountains in the edge of the sky. Chapter 36, Ace and Sabo. Luffy brought Zoro back to the Dayton household, casually finding a spot for him and briefly explaining the situation to Dayton. Through the past few days of interaction, the relationship between Luffy and Dayton's family had considerably softened. For Luffy was not the obstinate child who ignored counsel. However, Dayton's furrowed brow at the sight of yet another child in her home could have easily crushed a fly. On a fine and sunny day, Ace arose early as usual, preparing to rendezvous with Sabo at their secret base. "Hey, where are you going?" Luffy inquired, stepping forward to intercept Ace, who was silently striding into the forest. Ace cast a cold glance at Luffy but chose to remain silent. Luffy yearned to pursue further, but Ace abruptly turned, delivering a powerful kick that severed a robust tree. The fallen trunk and its lush foliage formed a barrier between Ace and Luffy. Witnessing this, Luffy could only shake his head in resignation, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed far from simple. Upon traversing the northern slopes of Corbo Mountain, they encountered a peculiar locale. Here lay an accumulation of forsaken objects, both material and human. Undoubtedly, this was a no-man's land, devoid of physicians and laws, where crime and disease proliferated unchecked. A foul stench lingered perpetually in the air, and mountains of refuse, subjected to the sun's rays, emitted a haze that enveloped the area. This was the terminus of uncertainty. Ace navigated through the debris-strewn wasteland and ventured into the forest on the other side of the uncertain terminus. "Sabo, Sabo, are you there?" he called out, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice as he delved deeper into the woods. Perched on a nearby tree branch was a small child, slumped over. "Oh, Ace, you're late." The child beamed with confidence, adorned with a tall top hat, clad in a distinguished blue evening suit, and sporting expensive high-top leather shoes. Were it not for the stains upon his attire and the steel pipe in hand, one might easily mistake him for a scion of nobility. "Apologies for my tardiness," Ace replied with no hint of regret. "You're quite late. Before you arrived, I had already pulled off a score in the town." Ace grinned, boasting, "Is that so? I did the same." In the dense woodland of the uncertain terminus, a magnificent and towering tree stood, its canopy blocking out the sun. Ace and Sabo perched themselves at the fork of a sturdy branch. The bark had been sawed into a square aperture, revealing the hollowed-out heart of the tree. Sabo was engrossed in counting the money in his possession, while Ace observed quietly. Wow, impressive. You have more than I do. Where did you acquire all this money? Sabo exclaimed in astonishment as he scrutinized the bills. Ace proudly responded, I took it from a gang at the town's entrance. Damn it, I lost again today. Sabo muttered, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. It matters not who wins. This is our savings for when we set sail in the future. We've been saving for 5 years. It's been arduous, Sabo mused. Gazing wistfully at the treasure in their secret hideout, glittering gold coins, exquisite jewels, and stacks of cash, he couldn't help but inquire. I wonder how long it will take to afford a pirate ship. Turning his head with longing, Ace replied, I have no idea, perhaps tens of millions. Or even hundreds of millions. We are still far from it. As Sabo continued to admire their treasure, Ace, filled with concern, urged, hurry and cover it up. If someone discovers it, we are doomed. Upon hearing this, Sabo quickly seized a piece of bark, preparing to conceal their precious hoard. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the two as if thunder had struck above them, their expressions shifting instantly. Are you two planning to become pirates? In an instant, Ace and Sabo turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Perched on a branch was Luffy, who had somehow arrived there, grinning widely. His eyes sparkling like sunlight breaking through the clouds, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had stumbled upon their most significant secret. The leaves on the tree rustled gently, as if not stirred by a breeze, but caressed by fleeting rays of light. With a serious expression, Ace looked at Luffy and inquired, How did you find this place? I came with you, of course. Luffy replied, his smile unwavering and his demeanor relaxed. Damn it. Ace clenched his teeth in frustration. Sabo, anxious, asked, Ace, who is he? He's the one I mentioned before, the boy who also lives with Dayton. Ace replied, a hint of regret in his voice. So I let you stay here. You insisted on trekking back and forth for training, and now you've brought trouble upon us. Sabo glanced at Luffy and continued, if the secret is known, releasing him will surely lead to him telling others. We must eliminate him. Ace stated decisively. All right, let us do it. With that, Ace and Sabo picked up their steel pipes, inching closer to Luffy, who remained silent, merely watching them with a smile. Sabo, hurry up and act. Ace called out, a twinge of anxiety creeping into his voice as they approached. Sabo, astonished, exclaimed, what are you saying? You do it. I've never killed anyone. I don't know how to. Neither do I. Ha ha ha. You two are quite amusing. Watching their escalating argument, Luffy couldn't help but burst into laughter. You idiots. Shut up. Ace and Sabo shouted in unison at Luffy. Hey, let us be friends. My name is Luffy, and I'm a pirate captain. Disregarding everything, Luffy stood up and introduced himself to the two individuals who threatened his life. Pirate captain? Upon hearing this, Ace and Sabo immediately gazed at Luffy with envy, their eyes sparkling like little stars. Wait, that's not right. You live with me at Dayton's house. How could you possibly be a pirate? Ace suddenly realized, how could this younger boy, who was even younger than himself, be a pirate? With a slight upward curve of his lips, Luffy replied nonchalantly, because I am strong enough. Upon finishing his words, he extended his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and delivered a powerful strike backward. A gust of wind erupted from his punch, resembling the spiraled shell of a grand sea creature. The lush forest behind him was stirred by the winds, producing a haunting sound akin to a chorus of wild wolves howling in unison. Branches swayed violently in the tempest, seemingly yearning to break free from their trunks and be swept away by the breeze. Flowers and grasses were flattened to the ground, while trees swayed in a furious dance. The raging wind, akin to a ferocious beast on the prowl, threatened to annihilate and consume everything in its path. Ace and Sabo stood in stunned silence. Their mouths agape as if struck by a heavy blow, rendered speechless. Even the steel rod they held slipped from their grasp, rolling a few times along the branches before tumbling to the earth, leaving them devoid of sensation. Upon witnessing this, Luffy's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a serious and handsome visage as he silently nodded in approval, affirming that it was truly worth employing his conqueror's haki to display such prowess. Chapter 37. The Brotherhood Wine. Ace widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the chuckling Luffy. It was simply too formidable. Sabo remarked as he took a step back. After all, in their youth, they had yet to encounter a true powerhouse. The power that Luffy has displayed is sufficient to dominate the kingdom of Goa. In other words, he has preliminarily acquired the strength to annihilate nations. Impressive, isn't it? Suddenly, Luffy burst into a triumphant smile, a stark contrast to his earlier reckless demeanor. Ace, astonished, could hardly believe that this younger boy, who shared a home with Dayton and was 3 years his junior, possessed such formidable power. Let us be friends. Luffy extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, adorned with a smile as warm as spring. Why? What is your motive behind this? Ace was no longer concerned that Luffy coveted their treasures. With such might, there was no reason for him to do so. In fact, his strength was reason enough. Yet, Ace remained perplexed as to why Luffy wished to forge a friendship. Motive? What motive could there be? You and I are both grandsons of our grandfather. We are brothers. Isn't it natural to have a good relationship? Luffy spoke with an air of simplicity. However, this very ordinary explanation struck a chord within Ace. The term brother deeply resonated with Ace's closed-off heart. Having grown up amidst the curses of others, he was confronted for the first time with the realization that he indeed had family. Do you want me to live? Ace murmured hesitantly. Of course. Luffy replied without a moment's hesitation. Ace shook his head, feeling somewhat despondent. No, you don't understand. Oh, I do. Grandpa has told me all about it. Luffy's tone took on a playful note. What? Ace gazed at Luffy in shock. You know. Then why do you still? Luffy spoke with a hint of melancholy. What does it matter? You are still Garp's grandson, and you are still my brother. Ace was momentarily choked with emotion, unable to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Sabo stood perplexed, observing the exchange between Luffy and Ace, completely oblivious to their discourse. What are you two talking about? Ace, what is wrong? Sabo inquired with a blend of curiosity and concern. Ace, you need not be troubled by the opinions of certain individuals. It is impossible to gain everyone's approval. What truly matters is that there are those in this world who need you. I need you, Sabo needs you, and even Grandpa Garp needs you. Although the Dayton family may often speak harshly, they genuinely regard you as one of their own. Luffy unexpectedly expressed a heartfelt speech. Ace, moved by Luffy's words, gradually shed tears, ultimately becoming inconsolable. Although Sabo was unaware of the reason behind Ace's tears, he instinctively knew what he ought to do. He stepped forward, embraced Ace tightly, and cheerfully said, Indeed, Ace, I need you. Ace, perplexed by his own emotions, found his tears cascading down his face like a gentle waterfall, completely beyond his control. As night fell, the inky sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, twinkling like pearls scattered upon a jade plate. What was happening? Ace, Luffy, who is this child? Why is there another little one here? In the house of Dayton, she bellowed with fury, her eyes wide as she stared at Ace and Luffy. Sabo, undeterred, approached and clasped his hand with Dayton's in a mock handshake. Hey, you must be Dayton. Hello, my name is Sabo. Dayton furrowed her brow, gazing at the grinning Sabo with evident annoyance, the smoke from her cigarette curling lazily in the air as she bluntly retorted. I've heard you're not one to be trifled with. Is that so? I've also heard that Dayton is an old hag. The veins on Dayton's forehead throbbed with irritation. Thus, Sabo successfully became a resident of Dayton's household. After dinner, as they prepared to rest, Ace, bewildered, pointed at Zoro in the corner and asked, Who? Is he? Ah, don't mind him. He is my companion. He is currently training and needs to sleep for 10 years. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads as they looked at the already resting Luffy. They both thought simultaneously, Luffy's strength was already peculiar enough. Now, his companion was even stranger. Could it be that extraordinary individuals are the shortcut to becoming stronger? At this thought, Ace and Sabo shared a tacit understanding, nodding at each other. The next day, Ace and Sabo had just risen. Despite it being Sabo's first night at Dayton's home, he felt no discomfort and naturally joined Ace in preparing for breakfast. Upon entering the hall, they heard a rough voice exclaim, Luffy, I've brought the alcohol you wanted. What are you planning to do? A tall mountain bandit, cradling a large cask of wine, shouted from the doorway. At that moment, the bandit felt a twinge of helplessness. Reflecting on his current state, watching children, doing their laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Now, he found himself scurrying to the town to procure alcohol for these kids, feeling increasingly un-bandit-like. Here it is. Thank you, uncle. Upon hearing the sound, Luffy rushed over and seized the wine jar from the bandit's embrace. The bandit hastily replied, No need to thank me. No need to thank me. He truly dared not utter a word to Luffy. For the very thought of the game Luffy brought back each day was indeed more substantial than even that of Ace. Looking down at Luffy, who was clutching the wine jar while searching for Ace and Sabo, the bandit mused to himself, what truly fearsome little monsters they are. In the depths of the Kolbo Mountains Valley, Luffy placed a bottle of sake and 3 cups upon a stone altar. Luffy, what have you summoned us here for? Ace and Sabo queried, gazing at him in confusion. The two had just risen from slumber, their breakfast yet to be consumed, when Luffy called them to this spot. Ace, Sabo, you both aspire to be pirates, don't you? Luffy inquired. Absolutely, they exclaimed in unison. Then would you care to join my pirate crew? I aim to become the strongest man in the world. Certainly not. The two replied again in chorus. It is best to forge your own path. Luffy, one day I shall surpass you. Ace's eyes gleamed with ambition, filled with hope. Indeed, Luffy, I shall lead my own pirate crew, explore this vast world, and pen a tome chronicling all that I have witnessed. Sabo declared, his fist clenched with determination. When it came to dreams, the three were imbued with fervor. It seems each of us must tread our own path. I shall not interfere, Luffy mused inwardly. Approaching the stone altar, he opened the bottle and filled the 3 cups to the brim. In that case, it appears we are destined to set sail separately. Luffy raised a cup, proclaiming, Do you know? With this cup of brotherhood, we are now bound as siblings. Brothers? Ace and Sabo were momentarily taken aback, then their faces broke into radiant smiles. They stepped forward and each grasped a cup. Luffy continued, Perhaps when we became pirates, we were not comrades aboard the same ship. Yet the 3 of us share a bond akin to brotherhood. Regardless of where we are or what we do, this connection shall never be severed. Ace echoed Luffy's sentiments, while Sabo raised his cup, proclaiming, From this day forth, we shall be brothers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Chapter 38, Sabo. The uncertain terminus is also referred to as the Garbage Mountain. At the northern end of the Garbage Mountain lies a small town. However, a formidable wall stands as a barrier between the mountain and the town. The city gate, known as the Great Gate, serves as the sole entrance and exit to the small settlement. The Kingdom of Goa generates an immense quantity of refuse, which is deposited on the Garbage Mountain twice daily. The residents of the mountain sift through the detritus in search of sustenance or salvageable items. They occasionally venture into the town to peddle their repurposed goods, never once resorting to begging from the townsfolk, for no one truly desires to live such an uncomfortable existence. Passing through the Great Gate reveals a broad avenue that lays bare all passers-by, leading towards the unpleasantly odorous outskirts of the town. This area serves as a haven for the town's inner dwellers and ruffians. Venturing further leads to the pristine and orderly main street, where at its heart stands a towering wall. Beyond this wall resides the nobility and royalty of the high town. The Kingdom of Goa, lauded as the cleanest nation in the East Sea, remains unblemished. By entirely discarding the unnecessary, this nation exemplifies a successful model of a segregated society. Each day, several detachments of the Royal Guard rotate to oversee the gates of the Garbage Mountain and the outskirts. Today is no exception. Listen up. After dusk, the garbage hunting squad will roam the town. Be wary of your lives. The soldier on duty impatiently called out, observing the long line of waiting citizens. Catch them. A sudden commotion erupted within a local tavern, accompanied by the cacophony of clattering sounds. Seize them, shouted a middle-aged man, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle and apron, brandishing a ladle as he stood in the street. The passers-by halted, intrigued by the 3 figures that galloped away with haste. Thank you for the hospitality. Luffy and his companions shouted gleefully as they raced beyond the town's confines. Curse those wretched kids. Do not return. The exasperated tavern owner stomped his feet in frustration, panting as he yelled. Just then, the ever-late security officer arrived at the owner's side, jiggling with excess weight, furiously bellowing at the proprietor. Did you not know they are habitual offenders? Why did you let them into your establishment? Poor boss, not only subjected to a dine and dash, but also to admonishment from the sheriff. Haha. Luffy and his companions ran towards the Grand Gate, their laughter and cheerful banter echoing around them. Oblivious to the startled pedestrians they left in their wake. Directly in their path stood a slightly portly nobleman, adorned in resplendent attire. The sounds of laughter from Luffy and his companions echoed continuously, causing the nobleman to twitch his ears, as a sense of familiarity enveloped him. As Luffy and his companions passed by the nobleman's previously composed expression shifted dramatically. Sabo? Is that you, Sabo? He exclaimed, his voice ringing out. Stop. You're alive. Come back home with me. Despite the nobleman's fervent calls, the trio did not slow their pace. However, Sabo's countenance shifted from joy to a somber gravity. Hey, Sabo. Someone's calling for you. Ace inquired curiously upon hearing the persistent shouts behind them. Sabo, his expression darkening, replied dismissively, "It's probably a case of mistaken identity. Let's keep moving." Luffy, understanding the underlying context, chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the inn, the proprietor lamented to a waitress, "We've lost 26 bowls of ramen and a window." The waitress, astonished, responded, "I never expected them to escape through the window. We're on the 4th floor." The trio hurried back to their secret hideout, skillfully navigating the familiar path. After catching their breath, Ace turned to Sabo and asked, "Why did that man recognize you? Are you hiding something?" Sabo, with a despondent tone, replied, "What could I possibly conceal?" Ace, unconvinced, pressed on, "That's impossible. Speak up, Sabo." "Indeed, Sabo. Do we still have secrets between us?" Luffy chimed in supportively. Sabo, momentarily lost in thought, finally began to recollect. "Actually, I have parents. I am not an orphan, nor did I grow up in the garbage heap. The person who called out to me today was, in fact, my father." As Sabo's words became increasingly melancholic, he lowered his head in despair. "I'm sorry for deceiving you both," he confessed. "It's all right. Acknowledging it is the first step, and I forgive you." Luffy responded with a cheerful grin. Ace, however, turned away, muttering loudly, "What a shock this is. If you were the son of a noble, why would you flee to the garbage heap?" At Ace's words, Sabo fell once more into the depths of painful memories, remaining silent for an extended moment. Upon witnessing this, Luffy hurriedly interjected, all right, Ace, who doesn't have a few things they'd rather not discuss? However, Sabo, you truly are rather pathetic." Sabo lifted his gaze, blinking in confusion as he looked at Luffy. "Ace, is it all right if I shared your story with Sabo?" Ace tightened his grip on the steel pipe momentarily before relaxing. "It's fine, Sabo. Since you have already revealed your origins, I shall also be forthright as a brother. Port D. Ace, son of the Pirate King Gold. Roger. Monkey D. Luffy. Grandson of the Marine hero Monkey D. Garp, and son of the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon." The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Sabo's mouth hung agape, his astonishment nearly causing his jaw to drop. Luffy helplessly waved his hand and turned to glance at Ace, only to find that Ace's expression was strikingly similar to Sabo's. "Luffy, you are actually the son of the revolutionary dragon?" Ace exclaimed in astonishment. Even someone like him, who seldom paid attention to the news, was aware that Dragon was the most troublesome criminal for the world government. Sabo remained in a daze, standing there, unsure of what to say. Luffy, however, chuckled as he patted Sabo's shoulder. "That is precisely why I say, Sabo, you are utterly pathetic. You should leave the group. To think you are merely the child of an ordinary noble family. Ha ha ha." As Luffy spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter, disregarding the bewildered gazes of Sabo and Ace. "You guys are truly remarkable." Sabo was indeed taken aback by Luffy's words. However, this diversion lightened his spirits considerably. In contrast, Ace felt a twinge of sorrow as memories from the past surfaced. "It's all right, Ace." Luffy patted Ace's shoulder, offering both comfort and a serious declaration to the two. "Our forebears' legacies hold little significance for us. Since we were born into this world, it is our world. There is something I have yet to share with Ace. The former crew of the Pirate King approached me, wishing for you to inherit Roger's will, but I declined. We are not the inheritors of anyone's legacy. We are our own selves. We fight solely for ourselves. I aspire for the day when the three of us can surpass all predecessors and become legends of the world. To become beings whose mere stamp of foot can cause the world to tremble." Chapter 39. Nobility. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. From that day onward, several months passed swiftly. Under Luffy's inspiration, Sabo and Ace appeared unchanged on the surface. The trio continued their daily routines of training in the deep mountains, scavenging in the garbage hill, and occasionally indulging in free meals in the small town. Yet, Luffy was the only one aware that every night, at the stroke of midnight, Ace and Sabo would rise in unison and stealthily venture into the forest for intensified training. Luffy simply smiled, feigning ignorance. It continued until today. "Brats, what are you up to?" Within the garbage hill, Luffy and his companions were, as usual, treasure hunting in that very spot when, unexpectedly, a burly man with a bloated visage materialized, seizing Sabo by the throat and rendering him immobile. Upon witnessing this, Ace rushed forward, eager to intervene, only to be confronted by a group of soldiers clad in gas masks and armor, brandishing their firearms menacingly at him. Gradually, the soldiers parted, revealing a figure who stepped forth: Sabo's father, the aristocrat. What on earth is going on? The nobleman approached Ace and Luffy with an air of arrogance, one hand buried in his pocket while the other pointed accusatorily at them. Sabo is my son. It is only natural for a son to heed his father's words. How dare you instigate Sabo to run away from home? What did you say? Ace could hardly contain his fury, his fist raised, ready to strike the aristocrat. However, a corpulent pirate grasped Ace's fist, poised to retaliate, when an inexplicable chill washed over him, causing his punch to freeze midair. The pirate's eyes widened in fear, as he sensed that delivering this blow could lead to his demise. I strongly advise you to release him, Luffy coldly warned the pirate. In that moment, Luffy found himself hesitating, uncertain whether to rescue Sabo. Saving Sabo might jeopardize his future opportunities. Sabo's ideals and deeds suited a revolutionary far better than a pirate. However, no. When did I become so indecisive? Luffy pondered. Am I to simply watch Sabo suffer to preserve the narrative? What use is my strength then? In a fleeting moment of clarity, Luffy's resolve solidified. The bloodlust that had lain dormant within him surged forth, and his gaze took on a feral intensity. Extending his hand, he revealed his razor-sharp fingertips. A flash of crimson light flickered. With a sudden gasp, the pirate holding Ace released his grip, clutching his throat with both hands as he staggered backwards. Alas, some things are beyond control. The pent-up pressure of his arterial blood finally found an outlet, erupting forth. The pirate's robust physique allowed for an even greater volume of blood, which gushed forth in a spray, reaching 2 meters high, splattering onto everyone present. You, Sabo's father, witnessing the bloodied spectacle before him, was struck with a primal terror, his eyes glazing over and legs growing weak. As Luffy's frigid gaze fell upon him, a mixture of fear and rage surged within him, prompting him to tremble and scurry behind the soldiers, as if seeking solace in their ranks. Kill him, pirates. Do it now. Quickly. Sabo's father cowered behind the soldiers, his fear palpable. Yet he still attempted to issue commands to the hired pirates. Unfortunately, none of the pirates present dared to heed his directives. The recently deceased pirate had been the strongest among them, second only to the captain. No one was truly foolish, while wealth could compel individuals to risk their lives. An insatiable greed did not equate to a willingness to sacrifice one's existence. Luffy advanced step by step towards Sabo's father, his conqueror's haki flickering intermittently, stirring a deeper unease within the hearts of those present. Sabo is my brother. I shall not interfere with his choices. However, should anyone dare to coerce him, I will not remain passive. As Luffy approached ever closer, the soldiers, overwhelmed by his imposing presence, dared not obstruct his path and instinctively made way. Fear enveloped Sabo's father, who at that moment cast aside all semblance of noble demeanor. With each step that Luffy took, it felt as though a heavy hammer was striking his heart. He trembled all over, his mouth half ajar, emitting a hoarse cry that pierced through him like a knife splitting his chest. Cursed pirates! You are mercenaries! The pirate captain, who had accepted remuneration, suddenly recalled the aristocrat's anguished roar and hurriedly set Sabo down gently upon the ground. He vowed that he had never treated anyone with such tenderness in his life. Once placed on the ground, Sabo remained silent, merely mirroring Ace's demeanor as they both gazed at the crowd, effortlessly suppressing nearly 100 soldiers and pirates with sheer presence alone. This time, the image of strength was indelibly etched into their hearts. During their training sessions, Luffy had only utilized a fraction of his true power, leaving them unaware of the full extent of his formidable abilities. Luffy's aura steadily intensified, the pressure primarily bearing down on Sabo's father. Of course, taking a life was out of the question. After all, he was Sabo's biological father. However, if he desired Sabo's obedience, Luffy was not averse to imparting a small lesson. Sabo watched as his father grew increasingly disoriented under Luffy's threat, lowering his head in contemplation. After a period of internal struggle, clarity began to return to Sabo's gaze. Luffy, I have decided to return with him, Sabo suddenly declared. Luffy, still exerting his haki, was momentarily taken aback, his imposing presence dissipating as he turned to regard Sabo with confusion. Ace, however, hastily grasped Sabo's hand and exclaimed, What are you saying, Sabo? Didn't you say you despised the life of nobility? Ace was genuinely perplexed. Sabo had previously vowed never to return, and now that Luffy could resolve everything, why would Sabo choose this moment to act otherwise? Ace, we are brothers. Sabo's words caused Ace's grip to gradually loosen, with a smile in his eyes. Sabo looked into Ace's and added, I will handle my own affairs. A brother should protect his younger sibling, not rely on him. Upon hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but smile knowingly. In that case, I respect your choice. I trust you, brother Sabo. Luffy nodded at Sabo, a grin spreading across his face. This is quite agreeable. Perhaps this is the dignity of a true warrior. Luffy mused inwardly. Ace gradually stepped back, casting a silent glance at Sabo before wordlessly making his way home. Luffy turned back and waved farewell to Sabo, softly uttering words of encouragement before chasing after Ace. Only Sabo remained, along with the dazed pirates and soldiers, and the nobles who had already fainted. Chapter 40. The Burning Garbage Mountain. Upon returning, Ace presented an air of aloofness, remaining silent as he strode directly into the house. Curious, Dayton and the mountain bandits refrained from confronting Ace at that moment, quietly pulling Luffy aside and drawing him outside. As Ace's adoptive mother, Dayton, with a hint of worry, inquired, "Luffy, what has happened to Ace? Where has Sabo gone? Could it be that they had a quarrel?" A host of mountain bandits encircled Luffy, anxiously awaiting his response. Rest assured, everything is fine. They are both doing well," Luffy replied, his hands resting behind his head, a grin adorning his face. Observing Luffy's relaxed demeanor, Dayton and the others sensed that it was not a matter of grave concern, alleviating their worries. That's good. That's good." Suddenly, the door swung open. Ace emerged, fully armed, a large pack slung over his back, filled with various tools for survival in the wilderness. "Luffy, I will be departing for a while, possibly for an extended period. During this time, take care of yourself," Ace stated earnestly. "All right, don't worry. You've got this," Luffy exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Having deduced Ace's intentions, as Ace departed, Luffy watched him fade into the distance, silently reflecting, "Hurry and grow, or you truly will be unable to keep pace with me." Recently, Luffy has paid little heed to the matter of experience points. Nowadays, experience has surged into the tens of thousands, with wild beasts yielding at most a few hundred points. Clearly, the path to leveling up here is far from straightforward. Fortunately, with the enhancements provided by Zoro and Nami, Luffy finds himself gaining a point or two in attributes almost every few days. Presently, his strength attribute is nearing 450. This implies that, even if Luffy were to remain idle, within about a year, he would meet the minimum standard for awakening the armament haki. At that time, he would still be under 9 years of age. As night descended, Sabo returned home under the guidance of his father to a lavish, petite castle. Earlier that afternoon, he had given a statement to the local authorities, uttering disparaging remarks about Luffy and Ace. He claimed that Luffy and Ace had coerced him into committing wrongful acts, suggesting that failing to comply would tarnish his family's reputation, a stigma that his noble father would never allow. To avoid such consequences would consume an inordinate amount of time. In his former self, he would never have contemplated inflicting harm upon Luffy and Ace. However, after witnessing Luffy's performance today, he comprehended that true freedom in this world belongs solely to the strong. If he could attain strength akin to Luffy's, how could the chains of his family possibly restrain him? Sabo recalled the words spoken on the day of their brotherhood. In the past, he and Ace had shared aspirations, yet they had never dared to dream grandly. Previously, he merely sought to escape the confines of class. Now, he yearned to become the architect of his own framework. Sabo's family is a prestigious lineage of the Goa Kingdom, one of the few families entitled to intermarry with the royal bloodline. Their study could be deemed the repository of knowledge in the Goa Kingdom, second only to the royal archives, housing numerous tomes deemed forbidden for the common folk. Within its walls lay not only authentic history but also treatises on military strategy, army management, class domination, and illustrated guides to the devil fruits, texts that were never meant to grace the homes of the peasantry. This was also one of the reasons Sabo had agreed to return. Upon reaching the doorstep, Sabo's father bellowed, "Sabo, you cannot enter the house looking so disheveled. First, wash yourself in the courtyard, then disinfect. And only after that may you bathe." Perhaps due to the comfort of returning home, the once aloof noble now found his voice. Sabo, walking ahead, halted in his tracks. Slowly turning back, a strange authority glimmering in his gaze, a subtle yet potent aura coalescing around him. "Do not command me." With a sudden thud, Sabo's father felt as if he were ensnared by some unseen force, rendered immobile, as an overwhelming dread enveloped him once more. Gazing into Sabo's eyes, he was reminded of the child from that morning, the specter of death looming ominously. His legs weakened, and he sank to the ground, with his pupils dilated in fear. He stammered, It. Sabo swiftly tidied himself and, guided by memory, made his way to the study. Upon entering the room filled with shelves of books, he began to meticulously select his reading material. Time was of the essence, He needed to depart this home before his engagement to the princess. Regardless of the circumstances, they were his parents who had nurtured him. Sabo could never bring himself to harm them. Just as he found a tome on maritime adventures and began to delve into its contents, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Curiously, Sabo lifted his gaze. His father, aware of his presence in the study, would not disturb him, nor would his mother, who never ventured into this space. The household servants would certainly not seek him out at this hour. "Nice to meet you. Please take care of me, brother." A golden-haired boy with a mushroom haircut, roughly the same age as Luffy, announced from the doorway. Sabo closed the book and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Brother, who are you?" "My name is Starry. I am 8 years old, and I am the child adopted by father," the boy replied. "I've heard many tales about you." Sabo scrutinized Starry for a moment, then returned to his reading without uttering another word. Unperturbed by Sabo's indifference, Starry entered the study and continued. "They say you are quite the fool. Hee hee. Father and mother have certainly spoken ill of you behind your back." Starry plopped down onto the chair beside Sabo, maintaining an air of arrogance as he continued, "But you are quite fortunate. The day for incinerating refuse is fast approaching. Had you remained amidst the garbage heap, you would surely have met your demise. However, for me, it is rather fortuitous that the biological son of the household will not return." "What did you say?" Sabo abruptly slammed the book onto the table, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Starry. Grasping the boy's collar, he incredulously demanded, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the endpoint for uncertain refuse will be set ablaze?" Caught off guard by Sabo's grip, Starry hastily replied, "Indeed. You have been residing in the rubbish heap for so long that you are unaware. This decision was made months ago, and the entire town is in the know. Are you aware that the world government's inspection team is currently surveying the entire East Sea? Soon, they will arrive at the Goa Kingdom. Among the visitors are the celestial dragons, members of the world aristocracy, which has caused quite a stir. The royal family, eager to curry favor, has resolved to eradicate the blemishes of this nation with fire." Stelly's face twisted increasingly, ultimately transforming into a ghastly visage as he gloomily proclaimed, "As long as this mountain of refuse is eradicated, this nation shall be truly pristine." Chapter 41. Sabo and Ace, what nonsense are you spouting? Sabo fiercely grasped Stelly by the collar, showing no intention of releasing his grip even as Stelly began to suffocate, on the brink of losing consciousness. Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Stelly, shouting, "But there are still so many people living there. If you incinerate the garbage mountain, where will everyone go? They depend on that refuse for survival." Stelly's eyes glazed over, and he could barely muster a faint whisper, let go of me." Upon witnessing this, Sabo suppressed his mounting rage and forcefully released his grip. Stelly flailed his arms in the air, realizing for the first time how precious oxygen truly was. Under Sabo's menacing gaze, Stelly solemnly explained, "Did I not tell you? We must eradicate the blemishes of this nation, and that includes the people." "Not even the people?" Sabo's brow furrowed deeply, his complexion darkening as disbelief washed over him. Gazing out the window at the pristine streets, the orderly greenery, and the respectable passers-by, Sabo felt a surge of irony. What has become of this world? With a sudden resolve, he flung open the window and leapt out, determined to reacquaint himself with this unfamiliar realm. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Do you believe this is just any floor?" Stelly exclaimed in astonishment as he watched Sabo plunge out the window and swiftly dart into a nearby alley, his movements flowing like water. I couldn't care less about you," Sabo retorted, and Stelly shut the window, feigning nonchalance as he exited the study. Near Sabo's residence lay the headquarters of the Goa Kingdom's military. Sabo stealthily climbed to the eaves of the military building, discovering a brightly lit conference room. Pressing himself against the wall near the window, he eavesdropped on the meeting inside. "Are tomorrow's operations fully prepared? There must be no room for oversight. We are flawless. The issue lies with whether the pirates can successfully ignite the refuse. They are dispersing fuel and explosives throughout the garbage mountain." The discussions within the room flowed one after another. Sabo listened intently, his heart sinking as the gravity of the situation unfolded before him. Such a ludicrous plan. It seems to be true. Previously, Sabo clung to a flicker of hope, unable to believe the news. Now, the die has been cast. Upon returning home, Sabo found himself devoid of the will to read. A night passed in silence. Deep within the southern foothills of Mount Kolbo, Ace completed his set of push-ups, counting to 1,000. With his warm-up concluded, he prepared for battle. He touched the wound on his chest, though exertion could still draw blood. It would no longer hinder his combat. Gazing at the distant forest, a fiery determination flickered in his eyes as he grasped his weapon and resolutely ventured into the woods. In the forest, towering trees reached for the heavens, their lush foliage creating a verdant canopy, dense and intertwined. The brilliant sun radiated its warmth, saturating the air with the essence of midsummer. Ace arrived once more at the familiar clearing, surrounded by the remnants of broken wood. The air still tinged with the lingering scent of blood. "Hey there, I'm back," Ace shouted into the void. Suddenly, a tremor echoed through the forest as heavy footsteps approached, growing ever closer. From behind the thick underbrush, two eyes, as large as lanterns, emerged. With a thunderous roar, a colossal white tiger, over 10 meters long, burst forth, bearing fangs larger than a man's and a tail like a chain, confronting Ace. Yet, the tiger's movement appeared peculiar. A closer inspection revealed one of its hind legs twisted unnaturally. "It's time to face off," Ace declared, drawing the steel pipe from his back, firmly gripping it in preparation for the tiger's advance. The tiger, lowering its growl, remained wary of Ace. Noticing the beast's hesitation, Ace raised his hand and charged at the tiger. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in chaos. Dust and debris flew as splintered wood scattered, shrouding the woods in a cloud of tumult. After a lengthy struggle, Ace stood panting, his clothes tattered, his body bruised and battered, not a single part unscathed. Blood streamed from his forehead, mingling with the flow from his chest wound, cascading to the ground. The tiger, too, bore its injuries. Swelling had formed on its head, its already wounded leg now utterly broken, its eyes bloodshot and swollen, uncertain of how long recovery would take. Ace sheathed the steel pipe behind him and addressed the tiger. "Let us call it a day. Rest well, and I shall return to seek you again." With that, he paid the tiger no further mind, leaping onto a branch and, like a ninja, vanished into the dense foliage. The tiger, with a mournful roar directed to the sky, seemed to implore, "Please, do not return." As night descends, the stars shine brighter and more abundantly than ever before, unblinking and unwavering, resembling a multitude of eyes observing the farce of the evening. The night over the garbage mountain is particularly luminous. Everyone awaken. Flee at once. The fire spreads from all directions. Forget the houses, run. Curse it. We can't escape now. We are left to await our demise. What folly! To the coast, where the sea lies. Alas, the coast is blocked by flames. Amidst the chaos, voices cry out and scream, yet their pleas are futile against the raging inferno, which encircles the garbage mountain in a tight embrace. Sabo, seated in the castle, gazes through the window, tears streaming down his face, shed for his own impotence. In the depths of the mountains, Ace emerges from his tent, looking towards the northern sky, which shines even more brightly than during the day, yet the hue of red evokes an ominous feeling. On the highest peak of the Corbo mountain range, Luffy lifts a milk barrel before him and pours himself a generous glass. He drinks deeply, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion as he gazes at the distant flames, whether sympathy or resignation he cannot discern. Within the flames, thousands perish from the choking smoke, and hundreds succumb to the searing fire. Just as despair envelopes all, a fierce wind sweeps through, parting the flames and revealing a safe passage across the battlefield of fire. On the coast, a grand ship hides amidst the roaring blaze. On board, a man cloaked in thick fabric, with a mysterious totem etched on the left side of his face, stands prominently at the bow. In the fiery sea of death, people instinctively gather along the safe passage, slowly making their way to the ship. The mysterious figure raises his arms high and calls out with fervor, "Those willing to fight for freedom, come aboard this vessel." In the distance, Luffy witnesses this scene unfold before his eyes. Luffy gazed intently at his father, Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, as the vessel vanished beyond the horizon. Was it to conceal his identity that he refrained from extinguishing the flames? Was it to cultivate a path of life from the inferno for the goodness residing within his heart? Or was it to transform the refugees, who were left with no escape from their suffering, into a formidable army for the oppressed across the world? Luffy shook his head with a smile, raising the milk in his hand and drinking it in one gulp. Fortunately, he held no interest in such matters. Chapter 42. The Sea of Sabo. On this day, the world nobles, the celestial dragons, arrived in the kingdom of Goa from the Grand Line. A grand ceremony had been meticulously prepared to welcome their ships into port. The docks were teeming with people, both commoners and nobles alike, all dressed in their finest attire, neatly arranged at the harbor, wearing expressions of eager anticipation. A short pirate from the Dayton family stood atop a vantage point, peering through a telescope to observe the bustling port. just as the crowd brimmed with excitement. A nobleman at the front suddenly shouted, "Hey, it seems someone has set sail." "What? Hey, come back. You're disrupting the grand ceremony." The crowd began to stir, and the faces of the front row nobles turned ashen as they glared at the small fishing boat that was drifting further away from the port. "It's a child." "Whose child is that?" The official responsible for maintaining order anxiously stomped his feet on the dock, desperately calling out to the crowd. The azure sea mirrored the sky, blending seamlessly in the distance. It was immaculate, transparent, pure, and serene. The boundless ocean, with its rolling waves and the pure white foam splashing into the air, rendered everything at the port so insignificant and superficial. What splendid weather! Today is a perfect day for sailing. Sabo secured the fishing boat's sail and stood up, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. A black flag fluttered atop the mast, emblazoned with a white's and two crossed white bones behind it. Though it was a standard pirate flag, it bore no ominous undertones. The crowd at the port continued to shout, attempting to persuade Sabo to return and not disturb the celestial dragon's festivities. Sabo turned to glance at the faces of the nobles, recalling events from only days prior. The most terrifying thing was the thought of being consumed by this nation, becoming nothing but a soulless husk. "I'm sorry, Ace, Luffy, but I will not turn back." The small boat gradually drifted away from the harbor, confronting the boundless ocean, akin to a mere speck of dust. From the side of the island, a massive ship slowly emerged, towering dozens of meters high and stretching over 1,000 meters in length. The ship's bow was adorned with a lion's head crafted from pure gold, signifying the noble status of its owner. The colossal vessel glided closer to the port, prompting the nobles of the kingdom of Goa to erupt in exuberant cheers, bustling with excitement. Were it not for the constraints of noble etiquette, they would have eagerly leapt into song and dance. Their fervent gazes were fixed upon the approaching world nobles. Was that ship truly home to the world aristocracy? In this lifetime, to behold such grandeur with my own eyes would render me utterly content. Those on the shore utter words that defy comprehension. Yet, the small vessel of Sabo draws ever closer to the colossal warship of the celestial dragons. How I long to captain a ship of such magnificence. As the risk of collision looms, it would be wiser to maintain our distance. Sabo gazed at the immense ship with longing, skillfully maneuvering the fishing boat away from its path. The celestial dragons, descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, reside in the sacred land of Mariewa as the world's aristocracy. They regard themselves as supremely elevated, disdainful of sharing the same air as common folk, donning bubble-like headgear, and treating other races as mere slaves. They enjoy all privileges, and should they be affronted, the admirals of the Navy would mobilize their forces in a swift and overwhelming response. Over time, their unchecked power has led to a gross abuse of authority, resulting in various tyrannical acts in the Sabaody archipelago. They hold a strong belief in bloodline superiority, exhibiting profound racial arrogance, and harboring severe discriminatory attitudes towards anyone who is not a celestial dragon. In essence, they do not regard others as human. Upon the giant ship, the celestial dragons disdainfully observed the cheering fools in the port. One of them languidly remarked, "This must be the last place, correct?" "Indeed, Lord Jelmac." A man in a black suit promptly answered with deference. What is that?" The celestial dragons suddenly noticed a small black dot floating on the sea beside their ship. The suited bodyguard retrieved binoculars for a closer look, stating, "It appears to be a fishing boat." "Oh, a fishing boat? It seems there is even a child aboard. Since it flies the Jolly Roger, let us treat it as pirates." With that, Jalmac retrieved a sniper rocket launcher from the slave behind him. He aimed the scope at Sabo's vessel, the massive barrel fixated on him. Boom! The projectile launched forth, slicing through the air, leaving a trail of flame in its wake. From a desolate mountain adjacent to the port, Luffy beheld the entire scene. At the moment the cannonball was discharged, the mighty aura he had been gathering erupted forth, the conqueror's haki colliding with the projectile. Luffy gazed at the horizon, perplexed. An even greater force surged upward, similarly directed at the cannonball. Bang! The two powerful auras clashed together, preemptively detonating the shell and unleashing a more potent shockwave. The impact radiated outward, creating a vast crater in the sea, which subsequently formed a swirling vortex. Sabo's fishing boat was reduced to splinters amidst the turmoil, and the frail Sabo was rendered unconscious by the aftershock. The fragments of the vessel sank into the depths of the sea within the vortex. A mysterious wind stirred, and in an unforeseen twist, the unconscious Sabo was not drawn into the whirlpool. Instead, Propelled by the wind's force, he gently drifted toward the depths of the ocean. Luffy's pupils constricted as he focused his mind. With his superhuman vision, he faintly discerned a ship on the horizon, its bow resembling that of the vessel that had emerged from the sea of flames that day. Luffy chuckled softly. It appears that his father has had prior contact with Sabo. Luffy retracted his imposing aura, reverting to an ordinary child, and turned to head towards Dayton's home. At that moment, the port had descended into chaos. Sabo, the mountain bandit, stared wide-eyed at the sea, his gaze fixed, as tears slowly streamed down his cheeks. Overwhelmed with sorrow, the fishing vessel had been struck. My heavens, is that child still alive? Damn it, he has angered the celestial dragons. The cannon-firing Saint Jelmuk, in stark contrast, was as merry as a 200-pound jester, laughing heartily. Finally, things are not so dull, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the bodyguard in black furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual about the cannonball, yet despite his heightened observation, he could perceive nothing. After contemplating the presence of the celestial dragon beside him, his internal vigilance waned. The sea regained its tranquility, and the colossal ship of the celestial dragons docked at the port. The nobles noticed that their esteemed celestial dragon did not appear enraged by the recent events. Rather, he seemed somewhat pleased, allowing them to exhale in relief. The grand welcoming ceremony proceeded smoothly, with a red carpet laid from the port to the palace, as both the common folk and the nobility knelt alongside its edges. Throughout the entire Goya kingdom, only the footsteps of the celestial dragons echoed. The king knelt at the end of the red carpet, reverently awaiting the arrival of the celestial dragons. Chapter 43. Setting Sail. Luffy leisurely strolled back home from the coast, and upon nearing the vicinity of Don's house, he discovered a throng gathered at the entrance. What did you say? Ace, just returned from the depths of the mountains. Glared with fiery eyes, his fists clenched, as he roared at the diminutive mountain pirate, Dogura, demanding him to retract his earlier statement. Surrounding them, Don and the other brigands looked on in disbelief at Dogura. Dogura, with his head bowed in anguish, remained silent. You scoundrel! You must be lying. How could Sabo possibly be dead? Ace's agitation intensified as he witnessed Dogura's silence. He found it unfathomable and impossible to accept, fueling his anger as he swung his fist towards the blathering Dogura. Smack! Ace, calm down, Luffy interjected, seizing Ace's fist. Sabo was indeed struck by a cannonball. As Ace beheld Luffy, who halted his fist, his eyes gradually brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow and indignation, he murmured, How? How could this be possible? Luffy, this cannot be true. This is a dream, isn't it? Ace grasped Luffy's shoulders, shaking him vigorously, his eyes swollen from tears. This cannot be true, right? This cannot be true. Luffy, calm down. Listen to me. Distressed by Ace's fervent shaking, Luffy forcefully shook off Ace's hand and continued. Sabo was indeed struck by a cannonball, but he did not perish. Upon hearing these words, Ace finally ceased his frantic movements, tears streaming down his face, his gaze vacant, as he gradually regained his composure. Seeing Ace finally calm down, Luffy addressed him, as well as the Dayton family, saying, Sabo was not directly hit by the cannonball. He is alive. Is that true? That's wonderful. Ace lowered his head and slowly knelt on the ground. Ace, there is something else I must tell you. With Ace's composure restored, Luffy continued, I will be leaving for a while. This place no longer serves me. In order to grow stronger, I have decided to set sail in a few days. Ace kept his head down, remaining silent, yet his heart was tumultuous and restless. Why? Why am I so weak? Why? He, too, could not fathom the reason, feeling powerless to earn recognition, powerless to stop Sabo from being taken away. When he heard of Sabo's supposed demise, he found himself at a loss for what to do, resorting only to anger directed at his own companions. Luffy disowned the solitude and confusion that enveloped Ace. He crouched down, placing a reassuring hand on Ace's shoulder, and spoke with earnest gravity. Ace, we are still young, lacking the strength to alter the world. I have my opportunities, and you have yours. It is merely that the time has not yet come. Sabo is not dead, yet he will not return in the immediate future. This too is his chance. I shall also be away for a considerable time, but rest assured, I will return to partake in your departure ceremony. There is no need for sorrow. If you find yourself at a loss, striving to surpass your own limits is the finest course of action. The day we three brothers make our names across these seas will also be the day we reunite. As night fell, Dayton unexpectedly prepared a feast, bringing forth a cherished bottle of wine. This was Sabo's farewell gathering, even in his absence. Every individual present sincerely wished for his future to be filled with promise. The following day, Ace departed once more, without uttering a single word. Luffy entrusted Zoro to the care of Dayton's family, instructing her to have Zoro wait there should he awaken prematurely. Subsequently, Luffy visited Windmill Village to bid farewell to Makino and the others, fully aware that he would be away for an extended period. A few days later, a mountain bandit hurriedly returned, informing Luffy, "Luffy, I bring you precise news. The patrol unit will depart tomorrow morning." A glimmer of silver flashed in Luffy's eyes as he softly murmured, "Tomorrow, is it? I understand." After gathering a few larger garments, he stealthily departed from Dayton's home. Upon reaching the harbor, he took advantage of the night, skillfully evading the patrolling soldiers with his diminutive frame, and clandestinely boarded the colossal ship of the Celestial Dragons. He swiftly sought refuge in a storage room, concealing himself within. As dawn broke the next day, the port of the Goa Kingdom buzzed with renewed vigor. The troupe of dancers, the band of musicians, and the ceremonial parade sprang into action, eager to bid farewell to the world's aristocracy. The nobles of the Goa Kingdom gathered, yearning for another glance at the esteemed Celestial Dragons. Fireworks erupted in the sky, and rose petals fell gracefully from above, creating a scene of exuberant festivity. Germaxane ascended the grand vessel with an air of indifference, casting not a single glance back at the cautious king behind him. Accompanied by a few newly acquired slaves, ready to return to the sacred land of Mariehua. As the ship gradually departed from the Goa Kingdom, Luffy remained hidden, not revealing a single sound, until one day, voices drifted in from outside the storage room. "We've finally left the calm belt. Indeed, Lord Germac has been fishing with slaves daily to observe the giant sea kings. It seems the slaves have all perished. Not just that, yesterday there were no slaves left. And the Lord tossed Tony into the sea, still wanting to continue his amusement. Fortunately, we have passed the calm belt. Otherwise, we might be next. He really had it coming. Ha ha. Last time, the unwanted female slave that the Lord discarded was supposed to be a shared amusement. But he ended up killing her outright." Their voices faded gradually, until they vanished completely. Have we really crossed the calm belt? Luffy's thoughts began to stir after a prolonged silence. To transition from the four seas into the Grand Line, there are but two choices. One option involves ordinary vessels, which must navigate through the passage between the Red Line to enter the Grand Line. However, the uncertainty of this passage is immense. Without exceptional navigational skills and a fair bit of luck, it is exceedingly difficult to access the Grand Line. The other option is the calm belt, controlled by the world government, which lies between the Grand Line and the four seas. Yet, the calm belt is fraught with peril, teeming with giant sea kings that pose a lethal threat to passing ships. Nevertheless, the government possesses unique measures. They coat the hulls of their ships with a significant amount of sea prism stone. This extraordinary stone, akin to the ocean itself, nullifies the powers of those who possess devil fruit abilities upon contact and mimics the essence of seawater, rendering the sea kings oblivious to any anomalies. Thus, both naval warships and the world government's vessels can traverse the Grand Line with relative ease using this method. It is time to set the plan into motion. Luffy chuckled with excitement. The journey across the sea had become rather monotonous, and Germac was languishing in his cabin, having grown weary of fishing. He was now distressed about what to engage in next. The most formidable black-clad bodyguard stood vigilantly at the door of the Celestial Dragon's quarters. Suddenly, he twitched his nose, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly exited the exclusive cabin of the Celestial Dragon. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a cloaked figure clutching his throat, collapsing before him in despair. The floor was strewn with blood and lifeless bodies. The Celestial Dragon's cabin had been constructed from specially processed materials, rendering it completely soundproof. Had it not been for the overpowering stench of blood wafting through the cracks, he would have remained oblivious to the chaos outside. "Oh, discovered so soon?" Luffy exclaimed joyfully. It was no wonder he felt elated. After emerging from the warehouse, Luffy stealthily made his way to the sailors' quarters, ensuring that all the crew members on duty were trapped in an eternal slumber. He then commenced a brutal massacre of the awakened staff. This commotion soon captured the attention of the men in black. However, the arriving figures posed no match for Luffy. Even the few formidable opponents fell easily to his relentless assault, as he traded injuries for victories. After nearly obliterating the entire crew, Luffy's long-dormant level finally ascended. Allocating his newfound attribute points to strength, he was rewarded with a phrase he had eagerly anticipated. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your stamina and strength attributes meet the requirements. Awakening the armament haki. Armament haki consumes a small amount of stamina to gather one's life force, forming a black substance on the surface of the body or weapon, granting a power boost of 2 to attacks and a defensive enhancement of 2 to stamina. With the activation of armament haki, Luffy found himself even more adept at slaughtering his foes. Initially intending to save the strongest adversary for last, he was taken aback when that very individual emerged before him. The black-clad bodyguard eyed Luffy with palpable tension, plagued by an unsettling premonition. "Who are you? Do you not realize this is the ship of the celestial dragons?" The figure demanded. "Oh, you need not concern yourself with such knowledge," Luffy retorted, dismissing idle chatter as he unleashed a punch enveloped in armament haki towards the bodyguard. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The bodyguard responded in kind, employing his own armament haki. Bang! 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 The two exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Ultimately, they both staggered back a step. The colossal ship lay in ruins, battered and scarred from the tumultuous clash of their battle. Beneath the moonlight, the waves surged violently, crashing against the great vessel before retreating in a shroud of mist. Luffy gazed in surprise at the individual before him, having slain so many men in black. He had assumed that this ship harbored no formidable warriors. It appears that a fierce battle awaits. Luffy had just awakened his armament haki, and he certainly did not believe that the individual before him, who had also mastered this skill, possessed less combat experience. However, from their recent exchange of blows, it became evident that the opponent's offensive capabilities were not significantly superior. With a fleeting thought, Luffy launched himself into action once more, this time aiming directly for the head of the man in black. The dark-clad figure crossed his arms and retreated a couple of steps, successfully thwarting Luffy's assault. Luffy, however, found himself suspended in midair. Seizing the opportunity, the man in black swiftly raised his knee and delivered a powerful blow to Luffy's abdomen. Luffy's health has plummeted by over 1,000 points. Ignoring the pain, Luffy clasped the black-clad figure's thigh with determination, landing firmly without being sent flying. He raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the enigmatic stranger, his expression shifting in an instant as he unleashed the full might of his conqueror's haki upon him. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall silent, causing the black-clad figure to falter, momentarily lost in a haze of confusion. Luffy struck directly without a leap, delivering a punch straight to the groin of the man in black. The recently revived figure, overwhelmed by pain, lost consciousness once more. Luffy has never been one to show mercy. Seizing the moment while the cloaked figure was defenseless, he ruthlessly delivered a fatal blow aimed at the man's throat. Crack! The cloaked figure was sent flying, crashing against the ship's hull. Conquerors. Haki. He uttered his final words, spitting blood before succumbing to death. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a celestial dragon servant, earning 10,500 experience points and 8,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, the host's experience points are now full. The leveling up process begins. Ding. Congratulations, the host is leveled up to level 22. Ding. Congratulations, the host's stamina and agility attributes meet the requirements. The observation haki has been awakened. Observation haki, a profound awareness of the surrounding atmosphere, enabling one to sense enemies beyond sight or anticipate their movements. The range of perception is 10 meters multiplied by stamina, with the intensity of perception increasing alongside agility. Haraha. Beneath the waning moon, Luffy stood on the deck, laughing uproariously. Where is everyone? Someone, bring me some food. Jermac Saint emerged from the cabin, declaring. Days later, a newspaper from the Newsbird sent shockwaves throughout the world. The world noble Jermac Saint had been attacked and perished at the hands of an unknown pirate. Chapter 44. The demon reappears. The world of One Piece is divided into 6 regions, the Grand Line, Red Line, and the 4 seas of East, West, South, and North. The Grand Line intersects perpendicularly with the Red Line, encircling the world and dividing it into 4 seas. The Calm Belt is a banded area on either side of the Grand Line, isolating the 4 seas from it. The Red Line and the Grand Line share 2 points of intersection, the Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land of the World Nobles, Mariehwa. Reverse Mountain is an incredible and perilous mountain, serving as the gateway to the Grand Line. It features 5 river channels, 4 of which flow upward towards the summit, defying the laws of gravity. These 4 channels connect to the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, respectively. The final channel gathers the waters from the 4 seas at the mountain's peak, flowing into the Grand Line. These 5 channels operate in a 4-in, 1-out manner, meaning that entry to the Grand Line is only possible through the outflowing channel, which serves as the starting point of the voyage. The Grand Line is a uniquely treacherous sea. Its first half is known as Paradise, while the latter half is called the New World. Particularly in the New World, geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents are in disarray, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain one's location, let alone search for islands. Traditional navigation techniques and experiences are unreliable. In the Grand Line, only the log pose and permanent post are trustworthy navigational tools. The log pose records the magnetic forces that attract islands to one another, providing a permanent direction to the next island. Upon arriving at each island, one must dedicate hours to months to fill the records of the guiding compass before embarking to the next isle. The Eternal Compass, a permanent edition of the guiding compass, perpetually points towards a specific island. From the upside-down mountain, 7 magnetic forces extend outward. Initially, any of these paths may be chosen, however, regardless of which island the magnetic force originates from. Once a selection is made, it cannot be altered. One must traverse each island along the designated route, ultimately converging into a singular path, leading to the final island, Loft-Dro, the terminus of the Grand Line. There also exist certain small island nations not situated along the magnetic routes, due to the absence of directional guidance from the compass. These nations seldom witness pirates or merchant vessels. In the first half of the Grand Line lies a nation called Redley, situated on such an island. While termed a nation, it is merely a coalition of several small towns, where leaders such as village chiefs convene to deliberate on various matters. Fortunately, the climate here is temperate, and the populace has enjoyed a life of self-sufficiency and happiness. However, 2 months ago, a nightmare descended upon them. On that day, the winds, as gentle as ever, flowed through the island, which is perpetually spring-like. Guided by the breeze, a small boat drifted across the sea, carrying an unconscious individual. The vessel was diminutive, and no one would be foolish enough to navigate the Grand Line in such a craft. The compassionate villagers immediately recognized it as a ship of refuge. What a pitiable soul! The villagers contemplated this situation. A few strong men, skilled in swimming, immediately plunged into the sea to pull the small boat ashore, preventing it from being swept away by the waves. Soon, others arrived to escort the injured back to the city in search of medical assistance. The man, robust in stature yet covered in blood, had multiple fractured ribs. The doctors exerted considerable effort to sustain his life. However, this marked merely the onset of a nightmare. Fast forward 2 months. The small island, which had long been devoid of passing ships, was once again graced by the arrival of a pirate vessel. 17-year-old Luffy disembarked from the ship, entirely unaware that slaying a celestial dragon could yield a staggering bounty of 100,000 gold coins. Elated, Luffy promptly purchased 10 rapid growth capsules aboard the celestial dragon's colossal ship, transforming his appearance from a mere 7 years of age to that of a 17-year-old. His initial attempts at using the capsules had only resulted in a slight increase in height, with negligible enhancement of his attributes. It was not until the 10th capsule that he observed a noticeable improvement, and upon consuming the last one, his attributes surged by over 100 points each. Empowered by this remarkable growth, Luffy found a lifeboat on the massive ship and departed from that treacherous sea. His time adrift was not extensive. Within mere days, Luffy encountered another pirate ship. Initially, he sought only a passage, reluctant to resort to violence, having just emerged from a bloody ordeal. Yet, this crew of pirates deemed Luffy's fair and handsome visage as a lucrative opportunity, planning to sell him into slavery. Faced with such a predicament, he realized that while one may be forgiven for the sins of fate, self-inflicted misfortune is inexcusable. Upholding his belief in the supremacy of strength, Luffy unleashed his might, granting this band of pirates a chance at redemption. Ironically, this crew was not without its own notoriety. Their captain was a formidable pirate, having once dominated the first half of the Grand Line, with a bounty of 130 million berries. Alas, it remains uncertain whether his fate was one of fortune or misfortune. In a moment of uncontrolled force, Luffy's final punch sent him plunging into the sea. One might have assumed that, as a devil fruit user, such a fall would surely lead to his demise. Surprisingly, however, Luffy found himself awaiting the system's notification, which never arrived. After lamenting the loss of experience points and coins, he took command of the pirate ship, aimlessly drifting across the vast ocean. Last week, in a fit of boredom, Luffy rummaged through the captain's quarters and stumbled upon a piece of life paper hidden within the bedside drawer. Life paper is a unique artifact. Impervious to both water and fire, crafted by blending one's own nails into its composition, it symbolizes the vitality of its owner. Typically, individuals would tear this paper and present it to loved ones or friends about to part ways, while the torn pieces possess a mutual attraction. With nothing better to occupy his time, Luffy manipulated the sails of the ship, following the direction indicated by the life paper, curious to see what adventures awaited him. Thus, he arrived at a tranquil island, untouched by conflict. Entering the small town through the harbor, Luffy noticed that every household had its doors firmly shut, and the shops stood ajar, giving off an air of desolation. Upon reaching the heart of the town, he finally encountered a throng of people, all busily engaged in labor, transporting stones and hauling sand. Among them was an elderly man, staggering as he maneuvered a large stone behind him. Luffy curiously stepped forward to lend a hand and inquired, "Old man, what are you doing?" The sudden lightness startled the elder, nearly causing him to stumble. Turning to glance at Luffy, he was about to utter something when, crack, a whip lashed against the old man's back. "Hey, you there, old man, who told you to stop?" a burly man shouted, brandishing the whip. After that, he turned his gaze towards Luffy and demanded, "Which family do you belong to? Return to your post. Do you no longer desire your rations for today?" Observing the imposing figure of the whip-wielding man, Luffy bowed his head, silently contemplating. It seems there's work to be done again. Chapter 45, The King? The burly man swung the whip, displaying his authority, the crack of the whip slicing through the air with a resounding pop. "My apologies, I shall take my leave." Luffy chuckled awkwardly, nodding an apology to the man. "Make haste," the burly man replied, choosing not to press further. Perhaps recognizing Luffy's robust build and considering the possibility of him becoming a colleague in the future. Reflecting on this, the burly man reminisced about himself 2 months prior, toiling laboriously in the fields. Now, by simply obeying the commands of the adults, he could indulge in meat at will and entertain women freely. He felt exceedingly clever for having allied himself with the powerful early on. As Luffy observed that the burly man had chosen to disregard him, he relinquished any inclination to meddle further and shifted his focus away from the man's gaze, continuing his pursuit in the direction indicated by the paper of life. Upon exiting the sweltering construction site, he was taken aback to discover a quaint castle nestled behind it. The structure featured circular towers, small windows, semicircular arches, and low, rounded roofs, with door frames that jutted out layer by layer, embodying an impeccable architectural design. The stone walls of the castle glimmered subtly under the sun's rays, revealing that it had yet to succumb to the ravages of time, appearing utterly pristine. At the entrance stood 2 guards, though lacking steel helmets and iron armor. They donned standard uniforms and wielded identical longswords. "Halt! Who goes there?" One soldier brandished a sword, barring Luffy's entry into the castle. Little could anyone discern that merely 2 months prior, these 2 soldiers had been nothing more than ordinary farmers. Luffy, weary of engaging in idle chatter, swiftly struck the soldiers on their necks with the edge of his hands. He held no regard even for soldiers who were truly well-trained, let alone for mere farmers who had only practiced rudimentary movements. With 2 soft thuds, the soldiers collapsed to the ground. Luffy continued his advance. Within the castle, there was a stark contrast to the opulent exterior. The interior was devoid of lavish adornments. However, the abundance of maids bustling about, their figures partially concealed, rendered Luffy a reclusive young man, quite flushed. At times, the allure of their attire surpassed that of nudity, presenting an undeniable temptation. Disregarding the curious gazes of those around him, Luffy strode directly into the depths of the castle. After traversing the grand hall, he arrived at a side chamber, which, judging by its ornate decor, appeared to be a royal suite. Thus, Luffy boldly approached a grand door, upon which a life paper was affixed with force. It was evident that the owner of the life paper resided within this very room. At this moment, Luffy found himself intrigued by how a pirate crew could possess the life paper of a small nation, and he noted with surprise that this palace was guarded only by 2 soldiers at the entrance, with no one else attempting to impede his progress. He politely knocked on the door, producing a series of firm raps. "Who?" came a furious roar from within. Luffy furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he pondered where he had heard that voice before. Bang, bang, bang. Luffy knocked on the door once more, his curiosity intensifying. Damn it! A series of exasperated sounds emerged from within, followed by footsteps approaching the door. "Who is it that has grown impatient?" inquired the individual inside as the door swung open. In that fleeting moment, Both Luffy and the person inside were momentarily taken aback. Luffy suddenly regarded the pirate captain before him, clad only in his undergarments, with a playful glint in his eye. "Well, I must say, your abode is quite splendid." Luffy teased. "Aren't you the notorious pirate Black Tiger Parker, with a bounty of 130 million? How is it that you've fallen so low as to lack even a proper outfit?" "Ahaha," observing Parker. Luffy felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Who would have thought that a mere stroll could lead to reclaiming a once-escapable prize? Parker shook his head, momentarily convinced that he had not yet awakened from the nightmare of the previous night upon seeing Luffy. Instinctively, he took a couple of steps back, inadvertently allowing Luffy entry into the lavish interior. The room was adorned with exquisite furniture, beautiful beds, a dining table, chairs, a sofa, and a coffee table, complete with delicate cups. On the bed lay two lovely maidens, their eyes swollen and their bodies bare, modestly covered by a small blanket. Luffy took 2 steps forward, and Parker retreated 2 steps. Advance again, retreat once more. Approach, withdraw, advance, retreat. Luffy cornered Parker against the wall as he entered. The impact of his head striking the wall jolted Parker back to reality, and he trembled as he uttered, "Why you? How did you find me?" Recalling that fateful day, he remembered how his hundreds of subordinates were no match for Luffy's singular prowess. He himself had been effortlessly defeated. Had he not fortuitously grasped the rope of the lifeboat while being flung away, he might have long since met his demise. He had once believed he would never encounter this demon again, for the island possessed no magnetic pull and lay far from any navigable routes. Only by sheer chance could one stumble upon such a remote place. Parker had intended to reign as a local tyrant for the rest of his days. Yet, it had scarcely been a moment since, and this demon had come knocking at his door. Upon hearing Parker's inquiry, Luffy smiled at him, extending his right hand slowly and opening it wide. The life paper gently floated upwards, landing on Parker's face. Confused, Parker grasped the life paper, his pupils constricting in shock. He could hardly fathom that the very life paper he had hidden away to prevent his crew from absconding with their treasure had now become an instrument of his own demise. As he stared at the life paper, regret and shame swelled within him, ultimately transforming into a fierce anger under the looming threat of death. Luffy hardly uttered a word when Parker erupted in a furious roar. "How dare you? Do not overstep your bounds." Enraged, Parker instantly transformed, his black fur bristling, his eyes shimmering a striking golden hue. His sharp teeth protruded from the corners of his mouth, and his muscular physique exuded a streamlined elegance, morphing him into a towering black tiger. Although it was not the first time witnessing such a transformation, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim once more, "So cool." The fierce black tiger, Parker, glared at Luffy with a piercing gaze, embodying the essence of a mountain overlord. His razor-sharp claws lunged forward, aiming directly at Luffy's heart. Yet, Luffy did not even employ the armament haki. Instead, he struck forcefully with his left hand against the paw of the black tiger. The creature staggered 2 steps forward due to inertia, coming to a halt just behind Luffy. With a slight bow and a swift turn, it crouched, gathering strength as its claws lunged once more towards Luffy's waist. A sharp sound echoed, akin to metal grinding, as the claws collided with a layer of black substance. Unable to penetrate even a single centimeter further, Luffy swiftly turned and seized the razor-sharp claw of the black tiger, pulling with tremendous force. The black tiger, utterly powerless against Luffy's overwhelming strength, was helplessly drawn towards him. Luffy delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of the black tiger, followed by a swift pull and a side kick that struck the waist of his opponent once more. With another pull, the black tiger, having endured a barrage of over a dozen kicks, found his eyes bulging, spewing forth a spray of bloody saliva onto the ground. Cough, cough. Parker knelt on the ground, one hand clutching his stomach and the other propping himself up, gasping for breath. In but a fleeting moment, Luffy had successfully quelled the fury of Parker. Luffy took a step forward. Parker hurriedly raised his hand from the ground, palm facing Luffy, and exclaimed, "Wait, just a moment." Luffy halted his steps, intrigued as he gazed at Parker, eager to hear what he had to say. Despite the pain, Parker prostrated himself on the ground, pleading, "Spare my life. We harbor no deep-seated enmity. If you grant me mercy, I shall serve as your subordinate. I was once the king's personal guard, well-versed in the affairs of the palace. Should you spare me, you would reign as the sovereign here. I can manage everything for you, relieving you of any worry." As Parker repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, the gravity of life and death rendered dignity utterly inconsequential. "A king, you say?" Luffy chuckled softly at Parker. "Indeed. In time, You shall be the master of multitudes, surrounded by boundless treasures and endless women, all yours. Is this the vision of a king you hold dear? What? Nothing. With a powerful surge, Luffy's arm, enveloped in the color of armament, appeared to swell in Parker's eyes. Bang! The castle walls were shattered. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have slain a bounty pirate. Experience gained, 11,500. Gold acquired, 18,000. Has the gold already reached 150,000? Luffy murmured to himself. Casting a glance at the two girls lying motionless on the bed, he said nothing and exited the castle. What a pity to waste such a splendid devil fruit. Chapter 46. Port of Kamos. In the span of a single night, Parker's demise became known throughout the nation. All the traders who had once allied with Parker were apprehended and confined together. Those who had suffered under oppression were granted their freedom. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in their newfound liberty. Though the duration was brief, the 2 months of subjugation had deepened their appreciation for the freedom they once enjoyed. Luffy stood upon the pirate ship, his gaze a tapestry of emotions as he observed the throng at the port bidding farewell. Some eyes shimmered with admiration. Others brimmed with reluctance, while a few, as they watched Luffy's vessel recede into the distance, sparkled with excitement and a hint of avarice. Certain things, if never encountered, remain unimagined by the masses. Yet, once one has glimpsed their exquisite allure, there will always be those who will stop at nothing to possess them. Luffy shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, what relevance did it hold for him? He glanced at the random items available in this month's system shop. Indeed, they were formidable, yet beyond his financial means. Luffy steered the ship, following the direction indicated by the log pointer aboard the pirate vessel, as they continued their journey. Kamos Port, a bustling harbor city situated centrally within the first half of the Grand Line, served as a nexus for those who had long roamed its treacherous waters, be they merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, or naval officers. Anyone who had spent a considerable time in the Grand Line would possess a permanent pointer to Kamos Port. This locale boasted the largest commercial trading hub in the first half of the Grand Line, facilitating the exchange of all manner of goods, including the bounties of notorious pirates. Here lay the grandest auction house in the region, where records of sales for devil fruits, renowned swords, and scientific research materials could be found. Of course, on ordinary days, the most common items for trade were gold and silver jewelry, antiques, artworks, and even slaves. In this unique environment, pirates and navy personnel could dine in the same establishment, for no one dared to engage in violence here. This was the domain of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Yet, Luffy was unaware of these complexities. He merely followed the log pointer, which led him to this port. Upon arrival, his eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of row upon row of pirate ships, each representing a potential fortune. However, Luffy was no fool. He understood that a port capable of accommodating such a multitude of pirate vessels must possess its own intricacies. Luffy felt it imperative to conduct a thorough reconnaissance, for he was merely slightly stronger than the average. Should he inadvertently stumble into a den of thieves, it would spell disaster. He anchored the ship at the dock. Luffy descended from the ship. The entire dock was paved with marble, although not pristine. It was sufficiently level to facilitate the smooth passage of cargo vehicles. The atmosphere here was undeniably bustling. The dock was teeming with people, arriving in droves. Some were loading goods onto the ships, while others were unloading cargo, creating a cacophony of noise and a vibrant throng. Struggling to navigate through the port, Luffy even employed his observation haki to swiftly extricate himself from the crowd. Upon exiting the port, he beheld the grandest edifice in the city, the Kamos Auction House. This auction house was situated at the far end of Kamos Port City, with a main thoroughfare leading directly from the port to the auction house. Alongside the main road were various large shops, as the auction house traditionally dealt in rare treasures. Therefore, for specific needs, people preferred to shop at the stores lining either side of the main road. All the prominent trading companies of the Grand Line maintained a branch here. Several side streets intersected the main road, serving as habitats for various non-retail or service industries. Taverns, inns, hot springs, establishments of ill repute, and casinos were all present. Many offered comprehensive services, commandeering entire areas to conduct their business. Although the individuals on the road may not be as densely packed as those in a port, they can hardly be deemed idle. Luffy held no interest in the industries of salt and cloth vendors lining the streets. His greatest desire remained to indulge in a hearty feast. However, whether in his former life or this one, it was his inaugural encounter with an auction house. Rarely did curiosity triumph over his gluttonous inclinations, Yet today he resolved to explore the auction house, having overheard a passerby mention that an auction was currently underway, featuring a particularly special centerpiece, the devil fruit. This piqued Luffy's curiosity even further. At the entrance of the auction house, the guards, having commenced their duties, were denying entry to anyone. Fortunately, Luffy had his own means of gaining access. Luffy feigned ignorance as he approached the entrance of the auction house. As the guards prepared to intercept him, an extraordinary aura emanated from Luffy, momentarily disorienting the sentinels and leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Unimpeded, he entered the auction house. "Look, that person just walked into the venue after the auction began," exclaimed a pirate bystander in astonishment to his companion. The latter quickly retorted, "Don't stare. Such a prominent figure, whom even the guards dare not challenge, is beyond our reckoning." Startled by this revelation, the pirate instinctively withdrew his head, cautiously surveying his surroundings. After ensuring that no one had noticed, he exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to Luffy, he had nearly frightened a pirate. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, a crown was being presented for bidding. This exquisite crown was meticulously handcrafted by the renowned gem artisan from the West Sea, Shakemans. Adorning its sides were two sets of red crystals, arranged in a gradient from large to small, while at its center lay the illustrious heart of the forest, a gem previously auctioned alongside the heart of the desert and the heart of the ocean. Under the sunlight, the brilliance of the gems cast a verdant hue over the crown, symbolizing royal nobility, with a starting price set at 30 million berries. The auctioneer delivered an elaborate introduction, the veracity of which was uncertain. Before striking the gavel to commence the bidding, Luffy quietly observed the dignitaries around him, who were racking their brains and might even risk their fortunes, all for a mere green hat. He had merely come for the novelty of the experience and had no intention of making any purchases. Ultimately, the crown was claimed by a royal named Jebelo for the staggering sum of 99,999,000 berries, igniting a fervent atmosphere in the auction hall. The subsequent items for bid became increasingly extravagant, and the excitement mounted with each lot. However, Luffy found himself utterly bewildered by these auction treasures. The only item he recognized, a large sword, fetched just over 20 million berries. As the auction dragged on, Luffy felt himself on the verge of slumber. At last, two elegant attendants ceremoniously emerged from backstage, bearing a box. The auctioneer rapped his gavel, urging the crowd to maintain silence. What followed was the much-anticipated piece d'arrestance of the day, the devil fruit. The auctioneer dramatically spread his arms, and the lights illuminated the box beside him. Chapter 47. What kind of fruit could it be? After several yawns, Luffy finally felt a spark of energy. On the stage, the auctioneer commanded the attendants to open the case and began to recite his lines to build the suspense. As is widely known, devil fruits are categorized into three main types: paramecia, logia, and zoan. Although consuming a devil fruit incurs the sea's disdain, it simultaneously bestows the eater with formidable powers. The fruit being auctioned today, as authenticated by our auction house, is... The auctioneer continued his scripted introduction. The box was slowly opened, and Luffy, who had initially been a mere spectator, suddenly focused intently, his expression transforming in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the fruit within the center of the stage. As verified by our auction house, this fruit is the most powerful logia type, the flame fruit. Bang! Luffy, filled with exhilaration, leaped to his feet, the force of his movement shattering the chair beneath him, leaving him momentarily stunned. His astonished gaze was fixed upon a spherical fruit, resplendent in a vibrant orange-red hue, adorned with countless miniature flames spiraling across its surface. How can this be? How is it possible? This fruit was supposed to be the one Ace acquired after setting sail, and yet, here it is. Could it be that I have inadvertently caused a butterfly effect? But how could such a humble auction house dare to put such a precious item up for bid? Within Luffy's heart, a sense of astonishment cascaded as thoughts flitted through his mind. Ultimately, as his observation hockey flared to life, a subtle aura swept across the entire auction house. Indeed, on the upper floor of the auction house, two formidable presences were keenly observing every movement within. Damn it, there are two individuals stronger than I am. It seems that a forceful takeover is unlikely. Luffy was anxiously contemplating within himself, while the auctioneer on stage had already unveiled the commencement of the auction. The starting bid was set at 500 million berries. What? Even though the audience consisted of elite figures from the Grand Line, they were still taken aback by such a staggering opening price. Damn it, I only brought 400 million, quickly informed the captain. And have him bring me 300 million more. No, for 100 million. Hurry. The atmosphere descended into chaos. Despite having received word that a natural-type fruit would be auctioned today, no one had anticipated that it would be one of the most powerful fruits in the natural category, the Mera Nomi. At this moment, no one questioned whether the 500 million starting price was excessive. They only lamented their lack of sufficient berries prepared in advance. What should I do? This fruit cannot be allowed to fall into someone else's hands. Luffy furrowed his brow, filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, the crowd had already begun to bid. 510 million. 530 million. 600 million. The price soared rapidly, and before long, it reached 800 million. Luffy cast a glance over the crowd, inwardly thinking, there's no need to concern myself with the details. I must secure it first. 1 billion. A wave of astonishment swept through the venue as everyone turned in unison to look at Luffy, seated at the back of the hall. Robin, concealed behind a prominent figure with a mask, also turned her head, curiously observing this individual who appeared to be of a similar age. 1 billion berries. For the first time, the auctioneer raised his gavel and struck it once. 1 billion berries. For the second time. 1 billion. Wait. At the front of the hall, the prominent figure beside Robin halted the auctioneer's decisive strike. Standing up to declare, I suspect he does not possess the means to pay 1 billion berries. Upon the utterance of the statement, the venue erupted into whispers. Who is this kid? I don't recognize him. I've never seen his face before. Their skepticism is understandable. The notable figures of the Grand Line's first half occupy the front rows, while the back is typically filled with lackeys or members of obscure organizations. Under the scrutiny of these influential individuals, the auctioneer began to waver. Initially, he aimed merely to amplify the bid, subconsciously believing that no one would dare disrupt the 7 warlords' domain. However, after observing Luffy, he hesitated and inquired, Sir, might I trouble you to verify your identity? Luffy lowered his head and murmured, Such a hassle. He descended the steps, each stride leading him closer to the front of the venue. Every step felt exceptionally weighty. Thud, thud. The hall fell into silence, the echo of Luffy's footsteps resonating in the hearts of all present. Upon reaching the center of the venue, Luffy raised his head. An inexplicable gust of wind swept through, causing his tousled hair to flutter. Crack. A fissure inexplicably emerged in the hall, the aura of a king re-emerging. The floor shattered, and one by one, the individuals seated began to faint, including the auctioneer on stage, leaving only a few in the audience able to remain conscious. Luffy stepped forward, continuing his journey. He arrived before the first formidable figure who dared to question him, standing on the steps and looking down upon him. What is it that you seek? As proof? Luffy gazed intently, his eyes darkening, then suddenly flickering before returning to an inky blackness. His soft yet commanding words exuded an undeniable authority. The esteemed figure was drenched in sweat. He yearned to move, but found himself paralyzed, wished to speak, yet remained silent. Overwhelmed by an all-consuming fear, he stood frozen in place, wishing in that moment to faint like others had done. Luffy ignored him, redirecting his gaze towards the Mera Nomi. The air crackled with the tension of Conqueror's haki, shattering Robin's mask, which fell away in fragments. Luffy observed Robin with a sense of familiarity. Though he could not pinpoint why, he retracted the oppressive aura surrounding her, opting for silence. There were far more pressing matters at hand. Suddenly, Robin, appearing somewhat relaxed, trembled slightly and steadied herself in her seat as she heard footsteps approaching. She lifted her gaze towards the staircase. Descending from the second floor were 2 figures. One was hunched over, disheveled hair encircling his head, with a large blob of mucus dangling from his nose. The other boasted a muscular upper body, paired with slender legs. His bronze skin glistening, towering close to 3 meters, adorned with golden armor at his waist. They were none other than the 2 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family from the 7 warlords, the Paramecia user, Tremble, and the Stone Fruit user, Pika. Tremble and Pika exchanged solemn glances with Luffy, recognizing the formidable aura that surrounded him. It was the same potent essence of Conqueror's haki, a rare quality possessed by only 1 in a million, akin to that of the young master. Luffy gazed intently at the 2 individuals who had appeared, comprehending why the Mera Nomi was being auctioned here. In the first half of the Grand Line, Logia-type devil fruits were indeed sought after by the masses, a treasure coveted by thousands. However, in the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line, the formidable warriors placed greater faith in their own intrinsic strength. Unless the fruit was exceptionally suited to one's desires, they would typically refrain from pursuing it. For someone like Don Quixote da Flamingo, naturally, it was more advantageous to exchange the fruit for an even greater value. Tremble, bearing the weight of Conqueror's haki, stepped forward and inquired, "Might I ask who you are, and why you seek to disrupt the auction of the Don Quixote family?" Luffy reigned in his imposing aura, his eyes brightening as he turned to Toripole and said, "I wish to propose a transaction." Chapter 48. Nico Robin, a transaction? Toripole inquired with curiosity, stepping forward. "You, sir, have disrupted the auction and now wish to negotiate? This may be somewhat irregular, wouldn't you agree?" Were it not for Luffy's display of Conqueror's haki, Toripole would not have engaged in such lengthy discourse. Those who dared to jeopardize the business of the young master typically faced dire consequences. However, this time, Doflamingo's intent was to cultivate a puppet force in the first half of the Grand Line using the unexpectedly acquired Mera Nomi, facilitating arms deals under the radar. Although the sum of several billion berries was considerable, it posed little challenge for the underground arms emperor, Joker. After all, money is only meaningful when spent. What remains in hand is merely a pile of worthless paper. If he could indeed gain control over the underground forces of the first half of the Grand Line, such an investment would be deemed worthwhile. Luffy vaguely sensed a hint of Torpole's intentions. If he were truly unwilling to engage in a transaction, a confrontation would have erupted by now. In such a case, he would have been prepared to swiftly retreat with Robin. However, the demeanor of his opponent did not suggest a desire for battle. Rather, it bore the hallmark of a tedious and cliché discourse. Luffy, lacking the patience for their convoluted games, stated directly, "I can accomplish 5 years' worth of work for you in exchange for this Mera Nomi. This is my offer." "What?" Torpole was caught off guard by Luffy's straightforwardness. "I do not wish to repeat myself. You may now report this to your captain." After delivering his words, Luffy paid no heed to the outcome and turned resolutely towards Robin. Robin remained in a daze, for even after her extensive experience in the underworld, this was her first encounter with the true master of Kamabaka Port, let alone a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Without regard for Robin's thoughts, Luffy approached her side and suddenly exclaimed, "Nico Robin?" Robin was startled by Luffy's unexpected engagement, her eyes reflecting a fear akin to that of a hunted creature. "Do not be alarmed," Luffy continued, his smile unwavering. He slowly bent down, bringing his face close to her ear, and whispered in a tone meant only for their ears, "Admiral Akiji was once a subordinate of my grandfather. I am well aware of your circumstances." With a playful bravado, Luffy spoke with ease, yet Robin's mind was overwhelmed, as if she had plunged into an endless abyss of ice. Memories long buried and thought forgotten resurfaced with haunting clarity. Her mother, Dr. Kureha, Saul. A single utterance from Luffy evoked a cascade of memories from Robin's past. Accustomed to betrayal, Robin silently shed tears that had long been hidden. Luffy was utterly taken aback. He merely sought a fitting reason to approach Robin, to assure her that he would never harm her. Yet, unexpectedly, women are indeed like water, weeping without the slightest premonition. "Robin? Robin? Robin?" Luffy called out repeatedly, and it was only after a while that Robin gradually awakened from her reverie, returning to the realm of reality. Upon opening her eyes, she found Luffy staring at her with a perplexed expression. Realizing her moment of vulnerability, Robin hastily wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Regaining her icy demeanor, her eyes, shadowed beneath thick lashes, appeared even more somber as she spoke in a low tone. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" In that moment, Robin felt an inkling of resignation. She contemplated the possibility that Luffy might be a covert agent of the government, inadvertently stumbling upon her during a different mission. Having witnessed Luffy's formidable strength, she believed she had no means of resistance. Given this, she thought it might be wiser to surrender outright, sparing herself further anguish. After all, the hardships she had endured over the years were already more than sufficient. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, her eyes glistened with tears once more. Luffy, truly apprehensive about saying anything further, noticed Robin's impending tears and quickly interjected, "Don't misunderstand. I merely find you incredibly beautiful. So, what do you say? Would you like to join my pirate crew?" Robin blinked, her tear-laden lashes fluttering in confusion as she stared at Luffy and asked, "Pirate crew?" It seemed she struggled to grasp the meaning of his words. Suddenly, the unexpected arrival of Tremble interrupted the exchange between Luffy and Robin. Luffy gestured to Robin to discuss matters further later, then turned his attention to Torpole. There he beheld a telephone bug, cradled in its hands, adorned with 2 fiery red triangular lenses over its eyes, and a ring of delicate pink feathers encircling its neck. Wearing a sly grin, the telephone bug, a creature utilized for communication, bears a resemblance to a snail, with a walkie-talkie or buttons atop its shell. When not in use, it slumbers, but upon activation, it awakens, emitting a series of bubbling sounds. During a conversation, the mouth of the telephone bug moves in sync with that of the speaker, possessing the ability to comprehend human emotions and speech. Luffy stepped forward and grasped the transponder snail with one hand, speaking into the receiver with a grave tone. "I am Luffy. I trust that my terms and demands have been conveyed to you by this gentleman." The transponder snail emitted a peculiar laughter, responding, "Youngster, do you truly believe that by causing chaos in my territory, you can simply walk away unscathed? In the New World, individuals possessing the Conqueror's Haki are as numerous as the fish in the river. Do you think that merely having the Conqueror's Haki grants you the liberty to act without consequence?" Doflamingo's tone grew increasingly authoritative, and by the end, an undeniable pressure radiated from the transponder snail itself. Luffy boldly asserted, "All right, Doflamingo. Just state your conditions outright. If you had no intentions, you wouldn't waste time conversing with me, would you?" A chilling laughter echoed through the air. "You are indeed straightforward." The eyes of the transponder snail glimmered with authority as it relayed, "Accompany Treble and the others back to Dressrosa and serve me for a decade. After 10 years, the choice to stay or leave shall be yours." "Doflamingo, are you truly serious?" Luffy's gaze began to take on a dangerous intensity. Pika shifted his stance, shielding the flame fruit behind him, while Torpal's body began to writhe, the viscous substance primed and ready. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, with Robin scarcely daring to draw a breath. After a moment, Luffy spoke in a calm, chilling tone. "How about this? I can offer you something that could serve as leverage against me." The transponder snail, maintaining its sinister grin, echoed back, "Oh? Do enlighten me." Its tone was casual, as if it were wholly unconcerned. "It was I who killed Don Quixote Jermac," Luffy stated flatly. Silence enveloped the room, an absolute stillness. Even the transponder snail on the other end, facing Doflamingo, began to breathe heavily. For those in the pirate world, the celestial dragons held a status akin to ancient monarchs, instilling an instinctive fear of rebellion, let alone. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the transponder snail. After a prolonged pause, Luffy broke the silence, inquiring, "What seems to be the matter, Don Quixote Doflamingo?" Luffy bit down particularly hard on the name Don Quixote. "With the Marimari no Mi. Work for me on the Grand Line for 5 years." This time, Doflamingo spoke decisively, harboring no doubt that a person of regal bearing would stoop to such deception. "Tory Bull." "Yes, young master. Eliminate everyone present." "Understood." With a grave expression, Doflamingo ended the call and approached the castle window, gazing out at the sky. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Fufufu. Fufufu, ha 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 ha. This sea. It is becoming increasingly intriguing. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 49. Cotton Gloves Astonishing. The 7 warlords of the sea have been subjected to such an ordeal. The renowned commercial hub of the Grand Line, Kamek's port city. 3 days prior, the Kamek auction house, a property of the Don Quixote family's enterprises, was besieged by a mysterious organization. This organization was ruthlessly savage, slaughtering all attendees of the auction and absconding with every auction item. Upon receiving this news, the leader of the Don Quixote family in the New World, Don Quixote Doflamingo, erupted in fury. He ordered a manhunt, placing a bounty of 500 million berries on the heads of the assailants, and urged anyone with information to report, promising rewards based on the significance of the intel. Contact the newly appointed head of the Kamek auction house, the devil child, Luffy. This was the entirety of the front page news. Robin set down the newspaper, her expression complex as she cast a glance at Luffy, who lay innocently asleep at the desk. That day, it was he, along with Tory Bull and Pika, who ruthlessly slaughtered over 200 leaders of the underworld, leaving only her alive. Now, the underworld of the Grand Line's first half had descended into chaos, rife with arson, murder, and pillage, engulfed in the smoke of battle. The solitary silver lining was that the previously peaceful nations had become even more tranquil. Just a conversation among a few individuals could alter the world's dynamics. Robin couldn't help but recall her mother and the scholars who perished in O'Hara. They had tirelessly pursued the truth of history, yet who would inscribe that truth? Was this path truly right or wrong? The sound of the transponder snail interrupted Robin's contemplation. She quickly picked it up and approached Luffy, bending down to shout into the ear that was visible, "Boss, there's a call." In truth, she initially declined to undertake such a task, though she remained uncertain as to why he placed such unwavering trust in her, entrusting the management of the auction house without question or hesitation. The entire city of Comoros now acknowledged her as the newly crowned queen. However, the chilling ruthlessness with which Luffy took a life, coupled with the unsettling glimmer of exhilaration in his gaze, was forever etched in Robin's heart. Luffy slowly opened his bleary eyes, groggily surveying the enchanting figure before him. The frost-kissed beauty. He propped himself up, wiped away the drool, and stretched luxuriously, ultimately answering the phone under Robin's exasperated gaze. Torbol's raspy voice erupted from the transponder snail, bellowing right off the bat. "Hey, could you possibly answer the phone a bit quicker next time?" Luffy, yawning with a sense of lethargy, inquired, Is there something happening today?" Toripol, with a serious demeanor, responded, "The young master has dispatched a group of individuals for you today to help you revive the Kamaz auction house. Furthermore, there are recent matters. You can simply discuss these with Robin." Before the words could fully escape the speaker's lips, Luffy promptly handed the transponder snail to Robin, then laid his head down on the table and drifted back into slumber. With a sense of resignation, Robin accepted the phone, undertaking the responsibilities that were rightfully Luffy's. How infuriating. Back in the New World, Torpol furiously ended the call, seething at the memory of Luffy's dismissive demeanor. He could hardly fathom how such a person could possess the Conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, Robin also terminated the call with a sigh, glancing at the still slumbering Luffy before stepping out of the office. Unbeknownst to Luffy, or perhaps indifferent to it all, was the fact that his immediate priority was to swiftly recuperate the energy he had expended the previous night. Time rewinds. It was 11:59 p.m. the night before. Luffy lay excitedly on the newly decorated bed in the boss's chamber, quietly counting the seconds in his mind. 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Ding. The random item refresh was successful. The host is invited to check. Following a series of system notifications, Luffy eagerly accessed the shop system. Ever since he had seized a multitude of underground bosses' heads from Torbol and Pika 2 days ago, his gold reserves had finally surpassed the remarkable threshold of 500,000. Unfortunately, the coveted Rui Jingu Bang, the 10,000-year soul ring, and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire this month were exceedingly expensive. The price is daunting enough that Luffy lacked the courage to count the zeros beyond. As the clock struck midnight, heralding the start of a new month, Luffy immediately perused the random items available for the current month. The first item, Romantic Cannon Origin, from the world of Akame Ga Kill Description. The basic attack inflicts damage equivalent to twice the host's mental acuity. Moreover, the greater the threat faced by the host, the more formidable the cannon's explosive power, peaking at a maximum strength of the base attack multiplied by 100. Price, 300,000 gold coins. This is utterly useless. If I'm under threat, how can I even fire? Upon seeing the first item, Luffy lamented, oblivious to the existence of a mystical technique known as Gunfu. He clicked on the second item. The Shirkan Jewel Origin, from the world of Inuyasha Description, formed through the fierce battles of a powerful priestess against demons. This jewel embodies the fusion of her spirit with that of a monster, endowing it with potent spiritual energy. It can merge with non-human entities to unleash tremendous power, varying in effect depending on the individual. Price, 2 million gold coins. Luffy is experiencing a slight toothache. If this were to be utilized by Chopper in the future, wouldn't it instantaneously manifest into a formidable creature? This item is indeed powerful, yet it comes at a rather exorbitant price. Alas, Luffy sighed in resignation. Moving on to the next, Luffy examined the third random item. The first two had dealt him a considerable blow, and at that moment, he harbored little hope. After all, the items that suited him and were within his financial reach were exceedingly scarce. Perhaps it would be wiser to save more gold before making any decisions. With a sense of despondency, Luffy clicked on the final item, which turned out to be a pair of cotton gloves, further deepening his sense of helplessness. X-Gloves Origin, world of the Tutor Description. Prior to wearing, they appear as ordinary cotton gloves. Upon donning them, they transform into gauntlets capable of converting the host's fighting spirit into fiery damage. Each melee attack is enhanced with an additional 1.5 times the host's mental energy as fire elemental damage, and flames can also be unleashed as a ranged attack. Price, 500,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations. The purchase has been successful, and the item has been allocated to your inventory. Please check it. With no further hesitation, Luffy, who had been feeling disheartened, made his decision the moment he saw the name. This was the item for him. Even if his gold dwindled down to 4 digits in an instant, it was worth it, for he had long desired a pair of combat gloves. He retrieved the X gloves and slipped them on. What once was a pair of soft cotton gloves instantly transformed into sturdy gauntlets, cloaked in a deep black hue with bright silver fingertips. Adorned with a prominent X on the back of the hand, unquestionably striking. Gazing at his hands, he concentrated his will upon them. In an instant, two flames ignited in his palms, and amidst the roaring flames, Luffy beheld his own reflection. Still as handsome as ever. He cautiously brought the flames closer to himself, feeling a comforting warmth wash over him, yet devoid of any scorching pain. Luffy's gaze shifted, and his demeanor transformed. The conqueror's haki enveloped him, causing the flames in his hands to suddenly swell. The entire room was ablaze with fiery brilliance, yet not a single object was harmed. Gradually, he reigned in both his aura and the flames. It appeared that if he bore no intention to attack, the fire would inflict no damage, and the intensity of the blaze would fluctuate with his mental state and will. How utterly fascinating! Luffy clenched his fists, brimming with excitement. Throughout the night, he devoted himself entirely to testing the gloves, expending all his mental energy before finally drifting into slumber. Chapter 50. Breaking the Firmament. Ah, how wonderfully restful sleep is. Luffy stretched languidly, unable to suppress a contented sigh. Robin turned her gaze towards the freshly awakened Luffy, then returned to her mountain of documents. Continuing her work. If only she could express her frustration, she would certainly utter a curse, but alas, she refrained. Hello, Robin, what time is it? Luffy inquired cheerfully, utterly oblivious to the time. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Luffy. Do you require a meal? Robin replied, her expression weary. A meal? Luffy paused momentarily, his stomach growling audibly. He chuckled sheepishly. Now that you mention it, I am indeed a bit hungry. You are quite considerate, Robin. Robin's lips twitched slightly, thinking to herself that after sleeping the entire day, it would be strange if he weren't hungry. She instructed the servants to prepare a lavish feast. And despite her lack of rest, Robin joined Luffy for a late-night snack. An hour later, having satisfied his hunger, Luffy patted his belly and surprisingly felt the urge to sleep once more. As if recalling something, he suddenly asked Robin, what did Doflamingo call about? Robin was taken aback. She had not expected Luffy to remember any pressing matters, which indeed surprised her. Today, Tremble called to discuss some auction house matters, but I have already handled everything. Additionally, there are two mafia factions on Dressrosa Island. One is allied with the Don Quixote family and is demanding the elimination of the other faction. Tremble mentioned that you should take some people and handle it. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, the mafia? I find that intriguing. Let us rest well today, and at the break of dawn tomorrow, we shall embark on our journey. We? Robin queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, you and I together. But what about our duties at the auction house? Robin expressed her uncertainty. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Robin. It's not important, not important. The auction house can be left to someone else to manage. All right, it's getting late. Let us hurry back and rest. Without waiting for Robin's response, Luffy had already exited the office. That night, Robin stood by the window, gazing at the hazy moonlight outside. For the past few days, she had been in a state of confusion. Although she had diligently completed her work, ever since Luffy disrupted the venue, leading to their slaughter of it, she felt like an ant, her fate tightly bound in the hands of others, utterly powerless to resist. Sigh. She closed the window. It was time to sleep. In the world of pirates, there are deserts, rainforests, plains, and meadows, yet the prevailing theme remains the unchanging vastness of the sea. Upon the ocean lie countless treasures, breathtaking vistas, endless delicacies, and inevitable storms. Robin, hurry. Bring in the sails. Luffy's clothes were already drenched, rainwater streaming down his forehead to his chin. Like Luffy, Robin struggled against the salty air, using the powers of the Hana Hananomi to untie the nylon rope securing the sails. No, the storm is still too strong. Robin shouted anxiously. The ship swayed erratically under the force of the wind. I know, Luffy exclaimed, tightly gripping the helm. The pressure needing to be just right, too much or too little would spell disaster. Damn it, I should have taken a smaller boat, Luffy lamented. For this journey, he had deliberately chosen the largest vessel, hoping to experience the luxurious lifestyle of the wealthy, only to find that a larger ship was far more challenging to control. Coupled with the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, they had fallen into this terrifying tempest. Suddenly, Robin halted in her tracks, her powers dissipating as if she were nailed to the spot, as though the very heavens were about to tear apart before her eyes. There's a whirlpool ahead. Mr. Luffy, it's a massive whirlpool. Robin cried out in despair. The whirlpool swirled faster and expanded, drawing the ship ever closer to its gaping maw. Robin's eyes began to lose their color, for the fate of a devil fruit user falling into the sea is all too predictable. Is this the end? I'm sorry, Sauron. Mr. Luffy is undoubtedly formidable. He should be able to navigate through this perilous situation. Robin gradually closed her eyes. No matter what challenges one faces, one must not forget to smile. Salong's words echoed in her mind. In her final moments, she recalled the beautiful memories of the past. Dill. He. Robin imitated Salong's laughter, confronting the imminent danger of being engulfed by the whirlpool. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not genuinely muster a smile. Reflecting on her life, she felt an overwhelming sense of failure, akin to a mere grain of sand, swiftly drifting through this world, leaving no trace behind. Robin, please come and help. Robin. Robin? Luffy, struggling to control the helm, called out repeatedly for Robin to assist, but received no response. Luffy curiously glanced back and beheld Robin slumped in the center of the grand ship, her expression a perplexing blend of laughter and tears as she muttered something incomprehensible. Yet, the cacophony of the storm rendered Luffy unable to discern her words. Hey! He shouted once more. Suddenly, a colossal wave crashed against the vessel, causing it to sway violently. The ship began to tilt upon the tumultuous waves, and numerous items from the deck tumbled into the abyss below. With her eyes closed, Robin seemed oblivious to her dire predicament, having resigned herself to her fate. As the sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, a carousel of memories flashed before her eyes: celebrations of the doctor's birthdays, the teachings of Saul, the warm smile of her mother. All the cherished recollections surged forth. 2 tears escaped the corners of her eyes, mingling with the rain. Yet, a lingering sense of regret remained. How she longed to glimpse the true history. Robin lamented in her final moments. Luffy held Robin, who was on the verge of falling, tightly in his embrace and shouted angrily, "Are you an idiot? What on earth are you thinking?" As the cold rain cascaded down, Robin began to awaken. Feeling the warmth emanating from Luffy as he effortlessly cradled her in one arm while desperately sprinting towards the ship's helm. However, in that fleeting moment of departure, the helm was left unattended, and the entire vessel succumbed to the pull of the whirlpool. "Let me go, Luffy. You must survive," Robin pleaded, struggling in Luffy's grasp, attempting to persuade him to release her. "Shut up, you foolish woman," Luffy retorted vehemently. With a commanding roar, Luffy interrupted Robin's actions. Robin lifted her head, staring blankly at Luffy. The ship spun increasingly faster, perilously close to plunging into the center of the whirlpool and the depths of the ocean below. Luffy gazed at the sky, where ominous clouds raced through the heavens like malevolent spirits, commanding thunder and unleashing raindrops that clashed like stones in a fierce battle. If one cannot surmount such adversity, what hope is there of becoming the strongest in the world? Robin, remember this. In the face of challenges, standing idly with a foolish grin is the most foolish of actions. With a low growl, Luffy gathered every ounce of strength into his right hand. The conqueror's haki coalescing as his eyes transformed into the shape of flames, his tousled hair gently swaying even amidst the rain. A flicker of fire ignited in Luffy's right hand, shimmering momentarily before vanishing. In an instant, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from Luffy, spreading outward in a radius of 1,000 meters. Flame Dragon Pierce. Luffy once again summoned all his strength, striking his right fist towards the heavens. "Give it to me. Break." A burst of flames transformed into a colossal dragon, slicing through the heavy void and soaring into the clouds, creating a vast chasm in the mountain-like dark clouds. The ocean beneath the ship relentlessly evaporated, while the surrounding waters churned violently, disrupting the structure of the whirlpool. The flames continued to spread, and at the heart of the inferno, Robin felt as though a rainbow traced a graceful arc across the horizon of her heart. Standing as a barrier between herself and the fire, mesmerized by Luffy's fierce determination. First, the clouds parted, revealing a cerulean sky through the gaps. Then the rift in the clouds widened, akin to a torn veil, expanding further like taut light blue satin, casting a bright clarity over the ocean and land. The pristine azure sky finally unfurled completely above the sea. After the rain, the world was washed anew, the sky a brilliant blue. A rainbow spanned the entire sky, bridging one end of the world to the other, absorbing all the soft colors of existence, reflecting Robin's innermost feelings at that moment. "Robin, from here on." Huff. Luffy stumbled slightly, panting heavily. "It's up to you." Boom. Luffy directly embraced Robin and collapsed onto the deck, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 51, Godia, Apodize Island. This place belongs to one of the 7 great routes of the Grand Line. It has been plagued by perpetual conflict, mafia skirmishes, civil uprisings, military purges, and pirate invasions. Some wars are premeditated, while others arise spontaneously. Regardless, peace is a distant dream here. After a 3-day slumber, Luffy, who stands resolutely against the formidable forces of nature, finally awakened. He and Robin had sailed the seas for nearly a month before arriving at this tumultuous island. They casually sought out a nearby shore to dock, allowing Luffy and Robin to conclude their prolonged maritime odyssey. "Where are the mafia that Doflamingo mentioned?" Luffy inquired, stretching his limbs and inhaling the earthy aroma of the air. "Shall we contact them now, Mr. Luffy?" Robin asked, retrieving a small transponder snail from her bosom. Never mind, let us explore for a while," Luffy pondered before responding. "Jumping straight into work can sap one's spirit." "Very well," Robin replied with a radiant smile, her hand playfully tousling her long hair, revealing her captivating beauty. Regrettably, Luffy, walking ahead, remained oblivious to her charm. Since the tempest, Robin's demeanor towards Luffy had transformed. She no longer served out of fear. Now, she adhered to Luffy's every decision with utmost obedience, cherishing his words. Yet, Luffy found it peculiar that the partner system had yet to respond. "There's still plenty of time. We can take it slow," Luffy mused, not overly concerned. After all, if she belonged to him, how far could her heart truly be? Stepping out from the coastline and traversing a small, dense thicket, a somewhat antiquated town presented itself before Luffy. The city walls, rising over 3 meters high, featured a gate that was left unguarded. Upon entering the town, a pungent stench of decay assailed his senses. The streets appeared desolate, with scarcely a few shops open, some of which bore signs that were in tatters, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep them away. In stark contrast to the bustling Kamas city, this place felt as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. Fortunately, Luffy could still occasionally spot a few pedestrians flitting about, or else he might have thought he had stumbled into a ghost town, despite his curiosity to witness such a phenomenon. Navigating the uneven marble streets, Luffy resolved to seek out a cleaner hotel to rest, while Robin quietly followed behind him, step by step. Suddenly, from a narrow alleyway ahead, a group of children burst forth, clad in tattered clothing and shoes riddled with holes, chattering and laughing as they dashed toward Luffy. Among them, a boy with brown hair, slightly taller than the others, led the pack. As the children approached Luffy, they scattered to avoid him and Robin. However, the brown-haired boy turned to speak to his companions and, oblivious to Luffy's presence, collided into him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," the young boy exclaimed in panic, bowing deeply twice and repeatedly apologizing. Fearing Luffy's wrath, he hurriedly attempted to retreat. A sudden clap echoed in the air. Luffy grasped the boy's arm firmly, preventing his escape, and lifted him off the ground, giving him a slight shake. With a clatter, a bag filled with gold coins tumbled from the boy, its opening torn, scattering the gleaming coins across the ground. This was Luffy's personal stash, carefully kept to ensure he wouldn't be separated from Robin. The boy, now suspended in the air, felt his pupils constrict. Upon seeing the coins strewn about, his immediate reaction was not one of avarice or regret, but a profound terror. He had believed it to be an ordinary pouch, unaware that it contained a fortune in gold. The children who had rushed over halted in their tracks, their expressions filled with worry as they glanced at their leader, realizing that the figure before him was far beyond his capacity to confront. The brown-haired boy quickly turned to shout, "Run! Don't worry about me." The other children hesitated briefly before scattering into the nearby alleys, vanishing from sight in no time. "Ah, you do have a sense of loyalty," Luffy remarked as he released his grip, causing the boy to plummet onto the ground. From the earth, hands emerged to gather the coins back into the bag, readying it securely. Then, another hand appeared at the junction of the first, and soon 2 hands. The pouch was presented before Luffy. "Thank you, Robin," he said, as the hands vanished with a soft thud, transforming into petals that ultimately dissolved into the air. The young boy stared in a daze, regarding Luffy and Robin as one might gaze upon a creature of myth. "Get up, and lead us to a place where we can dine," Luffy commanded, casting a cold glance at the boy. Without uttering a word, the boy quickly rose to his feet and began to walk deeper into the town. Luffy quickened his pace to catch up. Upon witnessing this, Robin smiled gently and hurried to follow suit. She was well aware that Mr. Luffy possessed a remarkably gentle nature. The Hotel of the Damned Buddha's Song. Luffy gazed up at the peculiar name of the hotel, before following the young boy inside. To his surprise, despite the somewhat odd name and sign, the interior ambience was quite pleasant. He promptly arranged for 2 rooms with the proprietor without even inspecting them and settled at an empty table in the lobby. Shortly thereafter, a lavish spread of dishes was served. Perhaps due to the quality of the ingredients, the food did not appear particularly appetizing, but it was certainly a significant improvement over the ship's rations. "What is your name?" Luffy suddenly inquired after taking a few bites of his meal. The young boy, momentarily entranced by the tantalizing aroma and drooling slightly, responded in a flustered manner, as if jarred awake from a classroom slumber. "Ah? Sir, my name is Gidia. Sir, ah, Gidia, please, sit down and eat," Luffy replied nonchalantly. "Wow, what?" Gidia exclaimed in astonishment, utterly questioning his own hearing. Luffy remained silent, while Robin, with her melodious voice, gracefully interjected, "Please take a seat. One must not disregard the orders of Mr. Luffy." As she spoke, a hand extended from the table, offering a pair of chopsticks. Oh. Gidia hurriedly accepted the chopsticks and cautiously settled down, delicately picking at the dish before her, taking small, measured bites. Although her consumption was minimal, the food disappeared rapidly. Luffy, unable to bear the sight any longer, helplessly remarked, "Stop stuffing your pockets with meat. Once we finish eating, I'll let you take some home." Gidia's arm paused, trembling slightly, before he lowered his head and began to eat heartily. Robin observed the two with a gentle smile, gracefully concluding their midday repast. In the depths of a dilapidated mansion, a one-eyed man, clad in tattered garments stained with blood, voiced a question, "Brother Tiger, will we be able to fight back this time?" Within the estate, nearly 100 individuals gathered, and the man known as Brother Tiger reclined on a sofa at the center, surrounded by his most trusted confidants. Few would imagine that this disheveled middle-aged man had, just 2 months prior, ruled as the mafia boss of 3 cities. Fear not, Brother Tiger's gaze was profound, devoid of signs of defeat. "Last month, I dispatched a message to that esteemed individual, and he has acquiesced to my terms. Soon, we shall be contacted. With care." Brother Tiger retrieved a snail phone from his breast pocket. "Thank you, Ace, for the generous donation to Ting. Apologies, the writer's assistant cannot view the comments on QQ reading. Some have mentioned that I can establish a reader group. Though I am uncertain of its purpose, the group number is 534403868. Chapter 52, Garen and Arthur. Brother Tiger. "A group of children has arrived, seeking you," a guard suddenly announced. Brother Tiger furrowed his brow. "Children?" Peering toward the entrance, he indeed saw a throng of youngsters, wailing and arguing with the guards. "Let them in," Brother Tiger coldly commanded. A gaggle of children shuffled in, chattering incessantly. Sir, please save Gidia. Sir, we beg you. Save Brother Gidia." The children rushed toward Brother Tiger, kneeling and repeatedly bowing their heads in desperation. "Silence." The gang leader bellowed impatiently, "We are not the Navy. If you seek to save someone, go to others. With no further business, be gone." The long-standing aura of authority rendered the children instantly mute. Brother Tiger initially assumed the youngsters sought some mischief, for they were notorious in this city as a clever band of orphans. However, to seek him out for salvation? They had indeed chosen the wrong person. In this world, human life held little value. He had never harbored the habit of doing good deeds. A group of children exchanged glances, intimidated by the imposing presence of Tiger Brother, and dared not utter a word. At that moment, a slightly older and sturdier child stepped forward cautiously and said, "Sir, I possess additional information. The individual who took Gidia is in possession of gold, and quite a substantial amount at that. We witnessed it with our own eyes." Gold. This time, Tiger Brothers' interest was piqued. During their flight, the circumstances had been perilous, and aside from their weapons, they had brought no valuables. If they could acquire some wealth, they could treat the adults to a fine meal, enhancing their standing and familiarity. However, Tiger Brothers' eyes darted thoughtfully. Those who dare venture to a Bossader Island are likely not to be trifled with. Given the current tumultuous times, it is prudent to refrain from rash actions. Tiger Brother settled onto the sofa, tapping his fingers thoughtfully for a while. After a long pause, he inquired, "What do those 2 individuals look like?" The child who had spoken initially quickly responded, "One is a male and the other a female. Both are young, likely in their 20s. Though they appeared travel-worn, their clothing suggested they are not lacking in resources. In these chaotic times, anyone, even a child, who survives possesses an insight beyond the ordinary." Tiger Brother fell into contemplation once more. It is impossible to ascertain the identities of these two based solely on the words of a child. It would be unwise to complicate matters further. You may return for now. I shall deliberate on this matter. With a casual excuse, he dismissed the children. The group departed the gang's territory, somewhat disheartened. Yet their keen perception allowed them to grasp the unspoken message from their leader. What should we do, Galen? A blond boy asked anxiously. Let us not panic, Arthur. Perhaps Brother Gydia is not in danger? The sturdy boy reassured him as they walked ahead. However, Arthur seemed poised to voice further concerns. Hey, children! A gruff voice called from behind. Galen and Arthur turned to see the one-eyed dragon who had been following Tiger Brother. Did you say there is gold? The one-eyed dragon's brows twitched, seemingly alive with anticipation, his single eye sparkling with intensity. Why yes. Galen and the others trembled slightly, unnerved by the dragon's fearsome demeanor, their legs involuntarily quaking. The one-eyed dragon's expression grew even more menacing, as if contemplating something dreadful. After a moment, he said, So there are only two of them? Yes. Stay here and do not wander off. With that, he strode purposefully back toward the mansion. Upon his return, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, Brother, I will take a few brothers to the town and gather information from the local ruffians. It is best to remain well informed at such a time. Very well, go ahead. Tiger Brother watched as the one-eyed dragon exited the grand estate, gesturing to another subordinate to follow discreetly and report back if there were any developments. This was not born of suspicion towards the one-eyed dragon, who had faithfully accompanied him for quite some time, if he needed to be wary of him. Then Tiger Brother's leadership would indeed be in question. Rather, the one-eyed dragon had a penchant for clumsiness and lacked foresight, a trait that had cost him his eye. Thus, Tiger Brother's decision to send someone to observe was merely a precautionary measure. With the elders' consent, the one-eyed dragon set out with over 20 members of the mafia, soon locating Galen and his associates by the roadside. Do you know where they are? The one-eyed dragon inquired of Galen. Yes, indeed, Galen replied, nodding vigorously. Brother Gydia took them to the Euphoria Hotel. They should still be there. Euphoria Hotel? It seems they truly are among the affluent. The Euphoria Hotel was the property of the Hygikic Principality, the largest organization on Apposite Island, which commanded respect from all factions on the island, as it was capable of establishing direct communication with the world government. Meanwhile, having finished his meal, Luffy was inquiring with Gydia about the island's circumstances. To his surprise, the situation on this island was unexpectedly intricate. On the surface, there existed a principality and a rebel army comprised of the populace, with the two factions perpetually waging war against one another. Beneath this turmoil, smaller gangs, led by the two major mafias, were engaged in the illicit trades of drugs, firearms, and slavery. According to Gydia, it seemed that these two major gangs had recently engaged in a deadly showdown, leaving one severely battered, with only a handful of core members managing to escape. Rumor had it that those who fled were now hiding within this very city. Gydia's revelations left Luffy and Robin astonished. Their purpose in this city was indeed tied to the mafia, and regardless of which faction held sway here, it would undoubtedly alleviate much of their concerns. Luffy subtly gestured to Robin, who nodded faintly, preparing to retrieve the transponder snail from her chest. Suddenly, a dozen individuals surged into the hotel, encircling Luffy and his companions tightly. Gydia. Outside the encirclement, a sturdy young boy frantically waved to Gydia, urging him to flee. Gydia, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the crowd and then at Galen, seemingly struck by a thought. However, he felt increasingly helpless, considering how kind Luffy had been to him. Gydia mustered his courage to address the surrounding mob, saying, Esteemed gentlemen, I am unscathed. This individual merely seeks my guidance. Let me go? The one-eyed dragon, uninterested in his ramblings, swiftly swatted Gydia aside. Gydia. A group of children rushed over to help him up. The one-eyed dragon slammed a handgun onto the table, threatening, Kid, I've heard you possess gold. Oh? Luffy replied, brandishing a pouch of coins that clinked melodiously, akin to a beautiful symphony. Is this what you mean? At least you know your place. The one-eyed dragon sneered as he reached for the pouch. However, just as his hand neared, Luffy seized it with a firm grip. The one-eyed dragon struggled vigorously, yet his hand felt as though ensnared by steel, utterly immovable. You're aiming in the wrong direction, Luffy mocked, swinging his arm upward, sending the one-eyed dragon soaring into the air. The latter, panicked like a frightened cicada, fell silent, plummeting downwards. Thud. Luffy raised his leg and kicked the one-eyed dragon out of the hotel, crashing through the entrance and landing heavily on the ground. Crack! Extending his left hand, clad in dark armor, he revealed two fingers that swiftly grasped a long blade concealed behind him. Without turning back, Luffy activated his observation haki, perceiving everything around him with remarkable precision. Flames erupted from his hands, shaped like guns, as he raised his arms, aiming at the surrounding mafia members. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou Biabubiu. Within a mere 15 seconds, a scorched hole appeared on the bodies of over 20 robust mafia men. Noticing that a few still stood, Luffy did not retract the flames, continuing to fire at those who remained upright. At this moment, the one-eyed dragon had just regained his footing and dashed into the hotel. Meanwhile, Robin, who was protecting the children, observed their wide-eyed astonishment and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction as her lips curled into a smile. Upon the one-eyed dragon's return, he was met with the sight of his fallen comrades and realized he had encountered formidable opposition. He swiftly turned to flee outside. Chapter 53. Pop Luffy is not one to let valuable experience slip through his fingers. He swiftly exited the hotel and made his way to the street. The one-eyed dragon, indeed, lives up to his reputation as the second-in-command of one of the two major gangs. Although his strength may not be particularly formidable, his speed in fleeing is truly remarkable. In just a matter of seconds, he had already covered nearly 1,000 meters. Luffy was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed his first encounter with an adversary possessing such astounding speed. Perfectly, it presented an opportunity to test out his new ultimate technique. Luffy's observation haki was fully activated, allowing him to perceive every move of the one-eyed dragon. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, stretching his body and enveloping his arms in a pitch-black coating of haki, forming a triangle before his chest. Armored black dragon break. A beam of black light erupted from the triangular area, transforming in midair into a fierce black dragon, its claws bared and a menacing expression upon its face. Cloaked in swirling black flames, it radiated an indescribable majesty. The black dragon, seemingly alive, danced through the air before hurtling towards the one-eyed dragon. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, the one-eyed dragon turned to witness the colossal beast charging towards him. Beneath the searing flames, his skin cracked, his eyes filled with resentment and fear, his complexion pale. Despair overwhelming his mind. In that fleeting moment, his legs inexplicably halted. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic dragon collided violently with the ground beneath the one-eyed dragon. In an instant, all sound, color, and scent vanished, everything plunging into an abyss of nothingness. The sky was shrouded in an eerie black light, lingering as if to contest the sun's brilliance. After a prolonged silence, as dust settled and debris scattered, the earth still radiated warmth. The entire street resembling a mountain of flames, rendering the air stifling. The one-eyed dragon lay charred, smoke escaping his mouth as he staggered 2 steps before collapsing onto the searing ground, lifeless. The one-eyed dragon. Just moments after receiving the news, Brother Tiger, who had rushed to the scene, could only watch helplessly as the black dragon consumed his brother. Am I, brother? The typically unyielding Brother Tiger knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face for the first time before his subordinates. His fingers dug deep into the soil as tears fell upon them, only to be absorbed by the parched earth. Both he and the one-eyed dragon were orphans from the slums, where they had grown up alongside a little girl of similar age. The trio scavenged for food together, relying on one another. The girl blossomed into a striking beauty as time passed, capturing the affections of both him and the one-eyed dragon, who resolved to work diligently to provide her with a normal life. Yet fate had other plans. One fateful day, a group of drunken thugs invaded their desolate slum. Enchanted by the girl's beauty, they cruelly assaulted her. That night, when Brother Tiger and the one-eyed dragon returned home from work, they were met with the sight of the girl hanging lifelessly, accompanied by a tear-stained farewell letter that simply read, "I love you both. I'm sorry." From that moment onward, the two became obsessed, relentlessly seeking information about the thugs. In pursuit of better intelligence, they joined a small gang. 5 years later, through their exceptional talents, they ascended to high-ranking positions within the organization. During a gathering of the upper echelons, the one-eyed man recounted tales from their past in the slums. To their surprise, their leader remarked, "Sometimes, it is indeed the slums that produce remarkable talents." He reminisced about a few years prior when he was merely a small-time boss and encountered a girl in the slums who was truly breathtaking. They had both been inebriated at the time, laughing heartily, reflecting on their youthful ignorance. That very night, It was said that their gang was attacked by a rival faction, leaving only the two of them alive. Through brutal methods, they consolidated the smaller leadership of the gang and claimed the position of gang leaders. With mutual trust and support, they transformed their gang into one of the two major factions on Ambassador Island. The one-eyed man sacrificed his eye to save him. In return, he willingly relinquished a significant territory, leading to a total collapse of their front, awaiting aid from the Don Quixote family. Beneath the overcast sky, it seemed that no beauty was permitted to exist. It's all gone. I have lost everything. Tiger's expression became vacant, his hands digging deeper into the earth, tightening into fists. If that is the case, nothing else matters. His gaze fixed on the distant figure of Luffy. He knew he was no match for him, yet it no longer mattered. Just as Luffy descended from the sky, a figure lunged towards him with astonishing swiftness, crashing into his form. This was the velocity of fury, the velocity of despair, the velocity of a last-ditch effort. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Luffy was sent flying, crashing through 4 houses before finally bracing himself against the ferocious impact. However, Brother Tiger showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing him, his eyes ablaze with fervent intensity. Transforming his right fist into a claw, he charged forth with the ferocity of a wild beast. Tiger fist, hungry tiger pouncing on prey. His claws struck Luffy's face with tremendous force, seemingly carving a path of crimson light through the air. Bang! Just as Luffy managed to stand, he was once again hurled away, skidding along the street for over 100 meters. Luffy! Robin exclaimed in concern, rushing towards him, but halfway there, her steps gradually faltered. Brother Tiger stood rooted in place, panting heavily, having expended all his strength in those 2 blows. Even standing felt like a tremendous exertion to him now. Pooh-pooh. Luffy rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, his gaze somewhat intimidating. It was indeed the first time he had been beaten to such an extent. Luffy slowly lifted his head, squinting slightly as he regarded the man who had managed to render him utterly defenseless. His eyes revealed a cautious glimmer. In an instant, Luffy's figure flickered, moving with such incredible speed that the air around him resonated with a series of sharp whooshes. A punch, the most ordinary of punches, yet imbued with sheer force. It struck Brother Tiger squarely on the jaw. Crack, the sound of shattered bones echoed. The leader of the Black Hand was sent soaring high into the sky, disappearing amidst the heavy, gray clouds. Luffy raised his right hand towards the clouds in the sky. Ultimate Flame Sunscorch. The gauntlet seemed to resonate with the sun above, emitting a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, a beam of flame extended from Luffy's arm, reaching towards the sun. The beam arched across the azure sky, piercing through the diminutive figure of Brother Tiger. It is over, brother. And her. In the embrace of the crimson flames, he closed his eyes in contentment, and subsequently, he transformed into ashes, scattered by the winds to every corner of the world. The entire sky was tinted red by the glow of the fire. Suddenly, as the flames receded, tranquility returned to the heavens, though the air throughout the city became parched. A breeze swept through, seemingly carrying away some of the world's dust. The group of henchmen brought by Brother Tiger stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend the sight of Luffy vanquishing their leader. Quick, kidnap that woman and the children, someone urged, as they hastily drew their firearms, aiming at Robin and the children. Robin too crossed her arms before her chest. No need for that, Robin. The returning Luffy called out to her, his gaze sharpening as the Conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the air to tremble. Under this force, the Mafia members collapsed one after another, as if they were dumplings falling into boiling water. Glancing at the desolate city around him, it took but a moment for the once thriving heart of the city to become a wasteland, such as the terror of the strong. Luffy let out a sigh. Feeling a sense of helplessness within, he pondered how many innocent lives had been caught in the turmoil of this battle. Turning to Robin, he spoke with a hint of detachment. Robin, please summon those over here to tidy up the aftermath. Understood. Robin reached into her chest once more, retrieving a nearly suffocated snail phone, and proceeded to dial. Bloop, 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 bloop. Suddenly, the sound of ringing emanated from a pocket of a fallen member of the Mafia. Chapter 54, Mr. Luffy bloop, bloop, bloop. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Luffy discovered a transponder snail among the Mafia's belongings. Upon lifting the receiver, the snail's eyes instantly mirrored Robin's likeness. Without hesitation, Robin terminated the call. After all, gazing at a snail bearing her expression was simply too grotesque. What should we do now? Robin glanced at Luffy with a hint of amusement. torn between laughter and restraint. Luffy rubbed his temples and remarked, "This is troublesome. It seems that the fight was for naught." However, it was not entirely in vain, as he had accrued over 50,000 coins in the system, and he was on the verge of leveling up. Of course, even if Luffy voiced these thoughts, others would remain oblivious to their significance. "Do you know who they are?" Luffy inquired, waving at Gidia in the distance. Upon noticing, Gidia hurried over, exclaiming, "My lord, they are indeed the faction that I mentioned, suspected to have been defeated by the two major gang organizations." In that moment, Gidia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such formidable individuals were dining at the same table as him. At that instant, a seed named Dream was sown in Gidia's heart, awaiting only a nurturing touch to sprout into life. This aligns perfectly. Luffy, with a sense of resignation, stroked his chin and remarked, "Do you know where their base is?" "Indeed, my lord," responded Gidia. "They are concealed within the slums to the southeast of the city." However, Gidia hesitated momentarily. "However, what?" Luffy pressed. "It appears they number only a little over 100 now, and they should all be gathered here today." Gidia indicated towards the scattered members of the Mafia lying on the ground. Luffy furrowed his brow and inquired, "Over 100 individuals? How could there be so few?" "I am unaware, sir. All this information was obtained from other factions," Gidia replied, a tinge of guilt shadowing his expression for his inability to contribute meaningfully. "Never mind." Luffy stretched lazily, feeling invigorated after his recent exertion. "Since the client has perished, we might as well return. The air here is simply too foul." He chuckled awkwardly at Robin. Robin's brows knitted together, thoroughly unimpressed. This was undoubtedly the most disappointing boss she had ever encountered. After pondering for a moment, she spoke. "I heard from Lord Treble that this time the reward includes an unknown devil fruit." Robin's voice trailed off, casting a questioning glance at Luffy. "A devil fruit, you say? That piques my interest. We should certainly investigate." Luffy's enthusiasm was ignited, as such fruits were indeed a central theme in the world of pirates. "Gidia, do you know where their base is located?" Luffy inquired, patting Gidia on the shoulder. "Indeed, their base is quite easy to locate." "Is that so? Then lead me there." "Yes, sir." Luffy held in his hand a devil fruit, shaped like an apple, its surface a deep, ominous black adorned with a peculiar spiral pattern. He scrutinized it for quite some time, feeling an inexplicable sense of peculiarity emanating from this fruit, a sensation he had never experienced even when encountering the Mera Mera no Mi. "Do you know what this fruit is, Robin?" Luffy suddenly inquired. "I'm not sure. This fruit is vastly different from the Hana Hana no Mi that I consumed," Robin replied candidly. After a moment's contemplation, Luffy's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he proposed, "We can find out what it is by having someone eat it." He turned to the group of young scallywags nearby and called out, "Is there anyone among you who would dare to take a bite?" Generally speaking, devil fruits tend to enhance the strength and potential of their consumers. Luffy continuously weighed the devil fruit in his hand, his gaze sweeping over a group of younglings. The crowd stirred momentarily, before collectively directing their attention towards Gidia. Unlike Luffy, who regarded the devil fruit as merely a perilous vulnerability, to them it represented a coveted treasure for empowerment. Ultimately, they chose to bestow this opportunity upon Gidia. Without hesitation, Gidia stepped forward under their watchful eyes, bending his knees to kneel before Luffy. "Esteemed sir, I earnestly beseech you to grant me this fruit." Upon uttering these words, Gidia placed his hands on the ground, prostrating himself as a gesture of loyalty. Luffy paid no heed and casually handed over the fruit, saying softly, "Get up. There is no need for that." Gidia obediently rose to his feet. "Go ahead and eat," Luffy encouraged, presenting the black fruit to Gidia. Taking the fruit, Gidia stared at it for quite some time, lost in thought. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and took a bite, immediately furrowing his brow. He was taken aback by the horrid taste, far worse than the remnants of a trash can. Unfamiliar with the rules of the devil fruit, Gidia compelled himself to consume the entirety of the fruit. Luffy furrowed his brow as he gazed at Gidia, who had consumed the devil fruit. From Gidia, he sensed an unusual aura, dark and chilling yet simultaneously warm and fiery, coalescing around him. "Activate your abilities. Let me witness them," Luffy inquired with curiosity. "Yes, my lord." Gidia obediently began to harness the power within him. Despite it being his first time, he felt an uncanny familiarity. Soon, Gidia's form transformed. He lowered his limbs to the ground, his body elongated, and he grew to twice his size, morphing into a colossal dog. His body was a deep black, while his head was strikingly white, creating an indescribably bizarre spectacle. Luffy circled around Godia, forming certain conjectures in his mind. Typically, Zoan-type devil fruits manifest in the most commonplace animal forms. It is only the legendary mythical Zoan and ancient types that deviate from the ordinary. Godia's peculiar canine form appeared neither as a standard dog-type fruit nor as an ancient variant. Thus, only one conclusion remained. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a rare mythical Zoan. What a delightful surprise. Do you know what type of fruit you possess, Godia? Luffy inquired once more. After transforming into his animal form, Godia had been inexplicably fixated on the sun, and Luffy's abrupt question roused him from his reverie. In his animal guise, Godia emitted a deep, resonant voice, saying, "My lord, the power within me reveals that this is the great Tengu form, which allows me to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to enhance my strength. I can feel my body growing stronger, and I can also store this energy to replenish my stamina and heal injuries. Additionally, I possess an innate sense of danger. I can sense a formidable power emanating from you, my lord. It seems that you harbor no malicious intent or negative emotions towards me, which has quelled any thoughts of fleeing. Furthermore, my lord, please remain still and do not move." Godia suddenly paused mid-sentence. Although curious, Luffy remained steadfast and did not stir. Godia turned his body, positioning his white canine head towards Luffy. An unusual force radiated from Godia, shooting skyward. The already gloomy sky quickly gathered more dark clouds, plunging into utter darkness. A howl. Godia let out a piercing cry that resonated through the clouds and echoed into the vastness of space. From within the cloud cover emerged two beams of light. Luffy and his companions gazed upwards to discover both the sun and moon suspended in the sky, yet under the cloud's dominion, the beams converged entirely upon Godia. With another powerful howl, Godia harnessed the sunlight and moonlight, concentrating it upon his forehead. Lowering his head, he communicated telepathically with Luffy, "My lord, please place your hand upon my forehead." Reluctantly, Luffy complied with Godia's instruction, placing one hand upon the luminous area of his forehead. In an instant, a beam of light coursed down his arm, transforming into a fluid that surged into Luffy's being. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the permanent blessing of the great Tengu. During this buff, the quantity of gold coins obtained is doubled. In this moment, Luffy's eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, widening in sheer delight, as if he were on the verge of taking flight. Indeed, although he often relished in projecting an air of superiority, the magnitude of this surprise was simply overwhelming. He felt joy permeating his entire being, reaching every pore in an instant. His eyes squinted into mere slits, his mouth stretched from ear to ear, and his teeth glimmered, emanating an infectious and captivating laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Godia, this gift of yours is truly magnificent." As the radiant beam from his forehead faded, Godia returned to his human form, panting heavily, and knelt on one knee before Luffy. "My lord, this is the third function of the Daikokuten, which harnesses the powers of the sun and moon to bestow blessings upon an individual, allowing one to avert misfortunes and transform calamities into fortunes," Godia explained, pausing momentarily before adding, "This can only be used once in a lifetime." Luffy gazed at Godia with a look of admiration and slowly spoke. "Rise. There is no need to address me as sir any longer. Simply call me Luffy." After a brief pause, Luffy continued, "What do you say? Would you be interested in becoming my companion and exploring a grander world?" Luffy, too, was swept away by excitement. Yet this decision was not devoid of contemplation. The mythical Zoan-type devil fruit evidently possesses the capacity to augment one's potential, standing in stark contrast to ordinary fruits. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Godia immediately knelt on both knees and implored, "My lord, please forgive this humble one for declining your generous offer. I cannot leave this place, for my brothers are still feeble. Should I depart, they would struggle to survive in this land. However, I assure you, I am not ungrateful. Once my brothers have matured and can stand on their own, I shall undoubtedly seek you out to offer my unwavering loyalty and service. I beseech you, grant me your understanding." With that, Godia once again bowed his head to the ground. Luffy casually waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand your decision. From now on, just call me Luffy." "How can that be? You are an adult. I cannot dare." Godia's words were interrupted by Luffy, who added, then like Robin, "You may address me as Mr. Luffy." After a moment of hesitation and contemplation, Godia replied, "Yes, Mr. Luffy. The seed has begun to sprout." Chapter 55, The Equipment System. 3 months later, on the coast of Apatese Island where Luffy had docked his ship. After enduring 3 months of tides, the vessel remained steadfast. Unchanged. Mr. Luffy, the supplies are all ready, Gidia reported, having completed her tasks, standing at the port with a group of children. During these 3 months, Luffy and Robin transformed the Mafia's mansion into a stronghold, sharing life with the children. Throughout this period, Luffy imparted some of his combat experience, training methods, and basic knowledge of the Marine 6 styles, as well as the concepts of haki, both observation and armament. Of course, Luffy merely spoke offhandedly, as he himself did not fully grasp these concepts, let alone teach them. He simply aimed to provide Gidia with a direction for her efforts, ensuring that such a precious fruit ability would not go to waste. Over the course of these 3 months, Luffy also witnessed the formidable power of the mythical Zoan fruit. The once slightly robust child now found it effortless to contend with a group of 20 or so delinquents. Luffy gazed skyward, marveling at the rare and splendid day. In the waters surrounding the long-clouded Apatese Island, a radiant sun had unexpectedly emerged. What a splendid day for setting sail. Standing at the harbor, Luffy beamed with joy. Then let us embark. With a grand sweep of his arm, Luffy's red coat rustled softly in the gentle breeze, billowing gracefully in the air as he stepped onto the weathered vessel that had braved countless storms. Robin, obediently trailing behind, wore a serene smile yet remained silent, embodying the principle of a secretary who speaks little but accomplishes much. The ship glided through the tranquil sea like an arrow, cutting through the stillness with purpose. Under the radiant sun, the sails fluttered like delicate white butterflies soaring forward. Robin entered the cabin and soon emerged, holding a permanent compass, and remarked, "If all goes well, we should return to the port of Kamoth in about a month." "Kamoth port?" Luffy replied, somewhat surprised. "What do we need to go back there for?" Robin was momentarily taken aback by Luffy's question, gazing at him in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Luffy then retrieved a new recording compass from his pocket and tossed it to Robin, saying, "This is the recording from the island over the past 3 months. Let us navigate by this compass." But the situation at Kamoth port. Robin hesitated, her concern evident. Luffy casually interrupted Robin's words with a wave of his hand, nonchalantly declaring, it's fine. Even without us, nothing will go awry. Besides, do you really think I would work for Doflamingo?" However, Robin stood still, grappling for words but unable to articulate her thoughts. She simply could not fathom the workings of Luffy's mind. Was it not said that the strong value their reputation? Shouldn't promises made be honored? Yet, given that he is now the captain, Robin obediently placed Luffy's log pose on the shelf near the helm, guiding the vessel according to its direction. As the endless sea stretched before her, Robin read her book while deftly utilizing her Hana Nomi abilities to navigate the ship. Occasionally, she cast a curious glance toward the cabin. After Luffy had finalized their course, he had retreated into the cabin, and half a day had passed in silence. Had she not known that Luffy had slept for over 12 hours the previous day, she might have assumed he was napping in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Luffy, alone in the cabin, found himself engulfed in confusion, primarily due to the activation of the system's new feature, the equipment system. Upon its initiation, 2 main interfaces emerged, one for the host's equipment and another for the companion's equipment. Every time Luffy purchases an item in the mall system, a new subinterface is added to the host's equipment display, showcasing details such as the item's introduction, attributes, enhancement potential, and enhancement count. For instance, Luffy's X gloves bear a notation indicating that they can evolve up to 3 times. Curiosity piqued, Luffy inwardly inquired, "System, what does this enhancement entail?" A cold, mechanical voice responded, "Host, equipment can be enhanced by purchasing evolution gems in the system mall. Enhancements will either increase base attributes or unlock unforeseen special functions." "How much do the evolution gems cost?" Luffy asked. Evolution gems provide the special energy required for the enhancement of host equipment. As the evolution count increases, the number of gems consumed also escalates. Price, 500,000. The steep price of the evolution gems did not daunt Luffy. Despite his impoverished state, he had developed a keen eye for value through prolonged exposure to the system. He understood that the pricier an item, the more worthwhile it often proved. After reviewing the system's description, Luffy queried, "System, how does the quantity of consumed evolution gems increase?" Host, the first enhancement requires 1 evolution gem, the second requires 2, the third requires 4, and so forth. Each time, the consumption doubles from the previous count. Sighing, Luffy lamented, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. He mentally calculated that a pirate with a bounty of 100 million could yield approximately 10 to 20,000 coins, and with the blessing buff from Dako couldn't. This could rise to between 20,000 and 40,000. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, few could boast a bounty of 100 million. Most of such bounties surged under the pressure of the New World. Indeed, if one wishes to amass substantial wealth, venturing into the New World is essential. Yet, with my current strength, I can still flaunt my prowess in the first half, but it may pose a significant risk in the New World. Luffy's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic gleam. It seems the moniker of the gatekeeper shall be of use once more. Now, let us delve into the equipment for companions, Luffy continued. The companion equipment system operates similarly to the host equipment system. Each time the host acquires a companion, a new sub-interface for companion equipment is unlocked. Each companion can equip 3 items, categorized into head, body, and foot gear. The host can choose whether to display the gear based on their needs. Initially, the equipment appears rudimentary, but as its tier advances, it becomes more tailored to the wearer and aesthetically pleasing. Each equipment piece starts with 2 options, either cloth armor that enhances agility and spirit or heavy armor that boosts stamina and strength. The host can freely customize the equipment for their companions. Although initial equipment does not significantly enhance attributes, the host can purchase enhancement gems, star-up gems, and advancement gems in the mall to fortify the gear. Enhancement gems can increase the percentage of attributes without a cap, but they can only enhance the non-starred percentage attributes of the equipment. Each enhancement requires the expenditure of a quantity of enhancement gems equivalent to the level of the equipment. Priced at 1,000 gold coins, star gems can elevate the star rating of the equipment, granting an attribute boost equivalent to that of a non-starred state with each star gained. A fully starred piece of equipment reaches 5 stars, priced at 10,000 gold coins. Ascension gems can be used to promote fully starred equipment, which results in the star rating resetting and activating unique effects that vary by individual. Priced at 100,000 gold coins, the system presented a convoluted array of information reminiscent of a low-end mobile game. Although it was logically structured, Luffy found himself perplexed and ultimately requested the system to project the text onto his retina. After a prolonged examination, Luffy arrived at a singular conclusion. The system is immensely powerful, yet it demands a monetary investment. Indeed, poverty breeds diligence. Let us set a modest goal for now, to upgrade the X gloves. Chapter 56, Dialogue. Luffy reclined on a spacious lounge chair, clad only in a pair of sky blue shorts that accentuated his streamlined physique and iron-like six-pack abs. Sipping on ice-cold lemonade, he basked in the sun, relishing the gentle sway of the ship, fully immersed in the joys of life. After departing from the island of Apathide, Luffy and his companion had been sailing the vast sea for 2 months. Absent were the dreadful storms, and the tranquility of life at sea had instilled in Luffy a reluctance to return to shore. However, Robin harbored no such sentiments. Over the past 2 months, between doing laundry and cooking, the once cunning queen had nearly transformed into a domestic housewife. As she chopped vegetables, she found herself unexpectedly reminiscing about the intricate intrigues of her former life. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a telephone bug interrupted her thoughts. Quickly, Robin wiped her hands and removed her apron, relying on Luffy to answer the call. Perhaps in another lifetime. Yet, as she approached the vicinity of the telephone bug, her pace faltered. On board the ship, there were 3 telephone bugs. One purchased on Apathide Island for communication with Gudea. Another was the exclusive telephone bug of Treble. And the final one belonged to the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Rather than answering, Robin took the telephone bug directly to Luffy, who was still enjoying his leisurely existence. What do you mean? The telephone bug with pink-tinted lenses inquired, its tone menacing and foreboding. Luffy, seemingly oblivious, responded with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. So it is the esteemed Doflamingo. What brings you to call me today? On the other end of the phone, Doflamingo's expression darkened further, his anger unmistakably evident in his words. You would do well not to entertain any foolish thoughts. This vast ocean is not governed by the likes of you. Ha ha. Please, do not speak so. Luffy suddenly fell silent for a moment, unusually sitting up straight, with his arms resting on his thighs. He gazed out at the sea and said into the receiver, a mere character? Luffy rose to his feet, his tone deepening as he continued. Doflamingo, I advise you not to underestimate those of humble beginnings. Chasing after colossal dragons for too long can be exhausting. Beware of being tripped by mere ants. As for the matters concerning Apocrypha Island, you need not worry. Within 5 years, that all shall undoubtedly belong to you. I shall not return to the auction house. After Luffy finished speaking, a considerable amount of time passed, yet Doflamingo remained silent. It was unclear whether he was provoked by Luffy's words or if he was contemplating their significance. Luffy paid little heed to his thoughts and continued to express his own. I believe you can sense it as well. The sea is soon to embrace tranquility. The red-haired pirates have emerged in the new world with a regal presence, shattering the equilibrium of the three powers. Do you truly believe that, a small fry like you, can seize the opportunity to reign supreme in this serene new world? You wouldn't genuinely resign yourself to a humble corner, content to be a mere petty king, would you? The seven warlords of the sea, indeed a resounding title. Yet, at the end of the day, it is merely under the king. Luffy's voice initially rose to a crescendo, then softened and became melancholic, before ultimately descending into a shadowy tone. As he uttered the words King of the Seas, his intonation intensified, facing the ocean while revealing a sneer of disdain. It was a gaze that belittled all existence, accompanied by a smile that toyed with the very fabric of the world. Beside him, Robin found herself ensnared by Luffy's demeanor and words, conjuring a chilling notion that the world was, after all, rather trifling. Even Doflamingo, who resided within the palace of Dressrosa, felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead at that moment. A master of manipulation, he experienced for the first time a sense of his thoughts being firmly guided by another. After a brief interlude, Doflamingo composed himself, exhaled softly, and in a chilling tone inquired, "So, what are your intentions?" Luffy once again revealed a disdainful smile and said, "What is this? The illustrious warlord of the sea, coming to inquire of a mere nobody like me? Spare me the pleasantries. I advise you not to overstep your bounds." Doflamingo replied in a dangerously low tone, "Hey." The wind tousled Luffy's tousled hair as he gazed with eyes that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the world, calmly stating, "That's a matter still undecided. However, since tranquility has no place here, let us embrace the chaos instead." "What do you mean?" Doflamingo inquired. "You need to concern yourself with that, for soon enough, you shall know," Luffy cryptically responded before abruptly hanging up the transponder snail. The creature descended into a slumbering state. Robin remained immersed in the conversation between Luffy and Doflamingo, uncertain of what extraordinary event the man before her was about to unleash. The incident involving the celestial dragons last year had indeed thrown the world into disarray. Unexpectedly, Luffy turned around, sporting a mischievous grin, and exclaimed to Robin, "So, what do you think? Was that performance not remarkable?" "What?" Robin was taken aback by Luffy's sudden shift in demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Luffy chuckled heartily and remarked, "That was just now, wasn't it? I performed splendidly, or so it seems. That fool Doflamingo appeared to be completely deceived by me. This way, we shall be free to roam as we wish. Only a fool would grant him the upper hand. Above the vast ocean, freedom is of paramount importance." As he spoke, Luffy spread his arms wide and leaned back, inadvertently collapsing onto a lounge chair. With a swift motion, he reached for his unfinished lemonade, bringing the straw to his lips and taking a couple of hearty sips. He seemed an entirely different person from moments ago. Robin inhaled deeply, as if attempting to suppress something, and softly inquired, "So, what you just said was all fabricated?" Luffy, biting his habitual chew, gazed at the sun through his sunglasses and replied, "How could that be? Doflamingo is no fool. It is merely a matter of truth and deception often. The more intelligent one is, the more susceptible they become to pitfalls." "Pitfalls? What sort of pitfalls?" Robin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Luffy lifted his sunglasses, revealing his intense gaze fixed upon Robin as he spoke. "Remember this, Robin. In this world, no conspiracy can withstand the might of strength. What constitutes turmoil? And what defines tranquility? The sole reason you find yourself as a mere pawn is your own frailty. When you possess the power to upheave the very fabric of the world, the circumstances surrounding it will bear no significance to you, for those circumstances will undoubtedly be shaped by your own hand." A cool breeze swept over the diminutive vessel, caressing the even more diminutive Robin. Luffy's words resonated within Robin's heart, akin to a single droplet disturbing the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring waves of emotion deep within her. Indeed, had she possessed sufficient strength at that time, perhaps her mother would not have perished, nor would Sabaody, nor O'Hara. As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, tears welled in Robin's eyes until she heard Luffy's next utterance. "However, Robin, the energy of a single individual is ultimately limited. We all require companionship, just as I need you. You, too, require me. As comrades, my strength is your strength. Should you need it, feel free to utilize it to the fullest. The earnestness in Luffy's gaze and his unassailable tone rendered any contradiction futile. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen, etching that smile into the depths of Robin's soul. The wind commenced to blow once more, yet this time, it was thwarted by an unyielding rock that obstructed its path. Ding! The host has acquired the third companion. Please promptly access the companion system to draw exclusive items for the new ally. Chapter 57. The Ring of Clouds, Ice Bar Island. Despite being adjacent to the Sabaody archipelago, this island is devoid of its neighboring beauty. The terms battered by snow and wind aptly describe this desolate land. It is a winter island, perpetually ensnared in a frigid season. The harsh winter lingers stubbornly, trailing a long tail. Snow-capped mountains rise majestically at the island's center, while relentless gales howl through the valleys, transforming the silver-clad peaks into an unyielding realm of ice, leaving no sanctuary for any living creature. The port of Ice Bar Island is a stark contrast to the desolation within. Proximate to the Sabaody archipelago, it has become a refuge for those who have offended powerful figures or found themselves unable to survive, including merchants, slave capturers, pirates, and bounty hunters. Here, amidst the wintry surroundings, humanity has triumphed over nature's forces, establishing a city solely for humankind, a city of innocence. In this place, irrespective of one's past identity, one may attain the status of an ordinary resident, provided one is willing to work or possesses wealth. The earth is blanketed in white frost, dry and hard. Luffy strode along the street, his footsteps crunching on the thick blanket of snow. He carried 2 large bags, brimming with women's clothing. Just yesterday, the weather had been scorching, akin to being trapped in a steamer, yet today it transformed into a flurry of snow, with droplets crystallizing into ice. The climate of the Grand Line indeed shifts with whimsical unpredictability. While this chill posed little discomfort to Luffy, Robin, whose resilience had yet to reach monstrous levels, felt a shiver coursing through her. Thus, Luffy willingly assumed the role of a devoted gentleman, accompanying Robin as they explored the city's various clothing shops. Though it was said they traversed the entire city, in reality, there were not many stores to speak of, especially when it came to luxury boutiques. The average residents tended to buy fur directly, casually seeking out tailors to craft their garments. When even basic sustenance is a challenge, who would concern themselves with aesthetics? Luffy strides ahead, while Robin, with an expression of pure bliss, quietly follows in his wake, resembling a young girl eagerly anticipating a designer handbag promised by her boyfriend. Yet, Robin's joy extends far beyond this singular moment. A closer inspection reveals a stunning, jet-black ring adorning her right middle finger. The tale of this enchantment begins on a night a fortnight ago, on the day when Luffy conversed with Doflamingo. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sunlight bathing concluded, Luffy relished a home-cooked meal prepared by Robin before returning to his bedroom, eager to commence the exhilarating moment of the lottery. Upon entering the room, Luffy could hardly contain his anticipation and promptly issued a command to the system. System. Display Robin's attribute list. The system responded in a cool, detached tone, understood. Subsequently, Robin's attribute list materialized before Luffy's eyes. Character: Nico Robin. Qualification: SS Stamina, 246 Strength, 86 Agility, 180 Spirit, 600 points. Indeed, Luffy beheld Robin's remarkable mental attributes, yet he felt no joy. Mental attributes are influenced solely by 2 factors: inherent talent and past experiences. The destruction of her homeland, the loss of loved ones, and the incessant betrayals born of greed have relentlessly weighed upon Robin's fragile spirit, forging it into the resilient form it embodies today. Luffy let out a deep sigh, silently vowing to himself that he would no longer allow you to suffer. Feeling an unexpected wave of melancholy, he was determined to expedite the process. Succinctly addressing the system, commenced the extraction of Robin's exclusive item. Affirmative, the system responded in a cold tone, and a familiar spinning wheel materialized before Luffy, adorned with an array of peculiar and extraordinary objects. This time, Luffy's curiosity waned, and the wheel began to spin automatically. Luffy simply closed his eyes, for he knew that he had no control over the outcomes of the lottery. Even if he were to see something splendid, it would be far better to patiently await the final result. Ding! The host has acquired the cloud ring of the Vongola, which has been placed into the backpack. Please check. Vongola? Upon hearing the sound of the system's enhancement, Luffy paused for a moment, glancing at the cotton gloves resting beside his bed. He murmured to himself, "The Vongola ring, does that not belong to the same power system as my ex-gloves?" However, he pondered, He had not heard of any specific functions associated with the ring. He opened his backpack and accessed the attributes of the ring for examination. Vongola Ring of Cloud. When worn, it grants the ability to utilize the properties of cloud proliferation. In the world of the tutor, this ring can only be worn by the strongest guardians of the Vongola family, symbolizing the aspiration to remain unbound and to fiercely protect the family as a solitary, lofty cloud. Luffy gazed at the ring resting in the palm of his hand. The band was a deep black, adorned with a silvery pattern of a purple flower, flanked by edges of an unidentifiable silver metal. The face of the ring was shaped like a small shield, intricately engraved with a swirling cloud. Would it be valuable? It seems quite fitting for Robin. Luffy pondered to himself. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early. At this hour, Robin must still be in her room, engrossed in her books, he mused. Holding the ring as he approached her door, he gently tapped on it. Luffy inquired, "Robin, are you there? Could you please open the door?" The previously audible commotion within the room ceased entirely upon hearing Luffy's voice. Puzzled, Luffy furrowed his brow and knocked again. A hint of concern lacing his tone as he called out, "Are you there, Robin? Is something wrong?" Inside, Robin responded with an urgency akin to a student caught off guard in class, exclaiming, "It's nothing, nothing at all, Mr. Luffy. Please wait a moment." The sounds of hurried movements reached Luffy's keen ears, revealing the flurry of activity within. Bewildered, Luffy stood quietly at the door, awaiting a response. After what felt like an eternity, the door finally swung open to reveal Robin clad in a knee-length sweater, her hair still damp. Her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue as she greeted him. "I apologize, I was just in the shower. What can I do for you?" In her haste, Robin had not dried herself completely. The sweater clung snugly to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette and revealing two long, fair legs. Standing slightly taller than Luffy, she leaned forward slightly while flashing a disarmingly pure smile, captivatingly beautiful and evoking a sense of tenderness. Even Luffy felt a flutter in his heart, momentarily entranced by her ethereal charm. Fortunately, the resolute Luffy, bolstered by his formidable mental fortitude, swiftly regained his composure. The shift in his gaze from dazed to clear occurred in the span of mere seconds, yet Robin could not help but notice a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, as if the desired effect had eluded her. "But he definitely stared at me for a second." Robin mused silently, her face once again adorned with her ever-present smile. "Is there something you need, Luffy?" She seized the opportunity to inquire once more, feigning innocence as she mimicked Luffy's earlier days. Luffy remained unfazed as he slowly produced a ring under Robin's astonished and disbelieving gaze. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its gentle and radiant glow. The silvery light danced upon the waves, and the soft illumination adorned the surface of the sea, enveloping the night in a warm and harmonious embrace. "Robin, this is the Ring of Clouds. I hope that when you wear it, you will no longer be bound by any constraints, just like a cloud. And I shall become your sky, providing you with a vast expanse in which you can soar freely." In a tone that was both unadorned and resolute, Luffy conveyed the heartfelt message entrusted to him by the clouds to Robin, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto her eyes. In that moment of shared connection, Robin's eyelashes quivered slightly before she gradually closed her eyes once more, the corners glistening with impending tears, yet she refrained from weeping during this enchanting moment. Tenderly extending her right hand, she signaled for Luffy to adorn her, her voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing, softly articulated, "Thank you, Luffy." Beneath the hazy moonlight, the tumult of her heart was no longer one of confusion, but of longing, of hope, and of an ineffable sensation. The ocean is boundless, and one day you shall undoubtedly encounter companions who will safeguard you. Life within this world is not destined for solitude. Hiki. As night descended, Robin sat on her bed with her knees drawn close, gazing at the ring in her hand, illuminated by the starlight streaming through the window. "I have met the person you spoke of, Saron." Chapter 58, Stirring Up Trouble. The procured garments were returned to the ship. Luffy found himself utterly perplexed. Why, when the record pointer could be resolved in merely a week, was there a necessity to purchase an abundance of winter clothing? After pondering for some time, he decided it was of little consequence, as it wouldn't cost much anyway. As Luffy and Robin stepped into the cabin, two men lurked furtively behind a shipping container at the port, pointing and whispering about the vessel that had just departed with Luffy and the others. "Is it her?" one queried uncertainly. "It must be." The two men clutched a bounty poster, which featured a childhood photograph of Robin. "But the difference is quite significant," one remarked hesitantly. The other responded earnestly, "Trust my judgment. Remember, This bounty poster is an outdated version from several years ago. However, it is not that he lacks faith in his companion's judgment. After all, they have collaborated seamlessly for many years. Yet, he has grown accustomed to the modest life of the common folk on Iceberg Island, where each day, though simple and toilsome, is devoid of turmoil and peril. 3 years prior, the two of them were part of a renowned bounty hunter duo, traversing the Grand Line. Their harmonious collaboration and meticulous strategies allowed them to thrive upon the seas, having once vanquished a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, thus earning them a modest reputation in the earlier stages of the Grand Line. One fateful evening in a tavern, while conversing with other bounty hunters, they stumbled upon an intriguing revelation regarding the Sabaody archipelago. It was the island closest to the Navy base, yet paradoxically, it was also the most concentrated haven for pirates. The implication was clear. Working as bounty hunters, there would guarantee them daily opportunities and financial rewards. The speaker merely intended it as an entertaining anecdote. But the two friends etched this notion deeply into their minds. By a stroke of fortune, during a mission to apprehend a pirate, they inadvertently rescued a merchant vessel. The grateful captain, having compensated them generously, requested their assistance in escorting the ship, which was bound for the Sabaody archipelago, the very place where their dreams yearned to set sail. Both young men, driven by ambition, felt an undeniable urge to transcend their stagnant existence. It was time for transformation. With hope in their hearts, the two ventured to the legendary Sabaody archipelago, renowned for its abundance of pirates. Regrettably, the reality of their aspirations became evident. The number of pirates was not merely substantial, but overwhelming, rendering them too fearful to reveal their identities as bounty hunters. They resorted to their customary methods, conducting thorough investigations followed by silent surveillance. Eventually, they seized an opportunity to strike, dispatching a pirate with a bounty of 75 million berries in a narrow alley. Before their triumph could fully resonate, a group of slavers abruptly surrounded them. The leader of the slavers, in a fit of rage, revealed that the pirate they had slain was a user of the glass fruit, a power coveted by a wealthy gambling magnate who had preemptively booked the pirate's capture. The slavers' team had spent considerable effort tracking him down, only to be thwarted by these two unknown individuals before they could even commence their operation. Enraged, the slaver leader sought to execute them on the spot. Fortunately, they possessed some skills that allowed them to escape the clutches of the Sabaody archipelago. They stealthily commandeered a small vessel and, adrift without direction, found themselves marooned on Iceberg Island. Thus, 3 years passed. Even Robin's bounty poster remained that of 3 years ago. Lacey, we are yet to reach 30. Do you truly intend to spend the next 50 years in a place like this? This is a dreamer. A bounty hunter who cannot bear the thought of leading a life so utterly mundane. Yet, he understands that without companions by his side, his combat prowess would diminish significantly. Which is why he relentlessly persuades Lacey. The man named Lacey bites his lip, unable to summon the resolve, hesitatingly stating, "But wasn't our original plan to wait until the storm has completely passed before returning to the Grand Line to start anew? You said that, Claire. You mentioned we were too presumptuous and needed further honing. Do you not comprehend, Lacey? This is the finest opportunity bestowed upon us by fate," Claire asserts, placing his hands on Lacey's shoulders as he continues. "Do you recall the rumors we once heard? The demon child, Nico Robin, is not as formidable as her bounty suggests. Her reputation is exaggerated due to her caution. Do you not see that such a figure is a sign from heaven for our resurgence?" Lacey abruptly shakes off Claire's arm, gazing into Claire's flushed eyes with an unfamiliar expression, asking, "What has happened to you, Claire? You never spoke like this before." Claire stares incredulously at the arm that was just rejected, bewildered by Lacey, who is usually so tender towards him. After a moment, Claire lowers his head, speaking in a peculiar tone. "I understand now." "Lacey? What?" Lacey inquires, observing the unusual demeanor of Claire. "I understand. We can never return to the past. From now on, we should go our separate ways." With that, Claire's expression darkens as he turns to leave. "Claire." Lacey seizes his arm. "Get away." Snowflakes flutter down, seemingly summoned to witness this poignant farewell. As night falls, the snow intensifies, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of silver. Everything appears to be orchestrated by destiny. Claire's feet tread silently upon the snowy expanse, employing his remarkable stealth techniques. Claire clandestinely boards Luffy's ship. 2 rooms aboard glow with light. Claire knows one belongs to a companion of Nico Robin. It appears they are not in a romantic relationship. Making his task considerably easier, Claire muses. His nose twitches as he gently inhales, detecting a subtle, enchanting fragrance wafting from one of the rooms. It seems that Nico Robin resides in that chamber. Today, I shall blend this alluring scent with the stench of your wicked blood. Just as Claire prepares to act, an unsettling realization dawns upon him. There are 2 rooms, yet the one in question is the master suite. Whoever occupies the secondary room must not be underestimated, especially if they are associated with a notorious bounty, such as Nico Robin. Claire's hand, gripping the dagger, was slightly perspiring. Whether due to the long absence from combat or the anxiety that had begun to take hold of her, there was no time for such considerations. If all went well, she would eliminate the son of evil and depart without delay. Having meticulously formulated her plan in her mind, Claire retrieved the prepared incense of bewilderment, slipping it through the crack of Robin's door. Just as she believed everything was in place, a voice interrupted her. "Hey, what do you intend to do to my companion?" Luffy glared at Clark with fury. Chapter 59, Proliferation. Luffy forcefully slammed Claire's head against the wall, fury blazing in his eyes. Had it not been for a sudden, inexplicable thought that flickered through his mind, Robin would have truly been in peril. How infuriating! Luffy shouted in anger, applying even greater pressure with his hand. Sensing the immense strength emanating from Luffy's grip, Claire wisely refrained from attempting to break free by sheer force. Instead, she drew a dagger from her waist and, relying solely on instinct rather than sight, aimed a thrust towards Luffy's head. However, Luffy, having activated his observation haki, was already prepared. He slightly tilted his head, effortlessly evading the dagger's strike. Yet, this action only served to further provoke Luffy's wrath. Luffy lifted Claire's head and, with a resounding crash, brought it down forcefully against the ground, creating a deep indentation in the wooden floor beneath the impact. Claire sustained grave injuries from this blow, her mind becoming clouded as Luffy pressed her down, forcing her to cough up blood. What transpired? Hearing the commotion, Robin hurriedly opened the door and was met with the sight of Luffy, his expression fierce, pinning someone to the ground. She certainly did not entertain the notion that Luffy was merely bored and decided to seek out a fight in the dead of night. With a hint of concern, Robin inquired, "Who is he, Luffy?" Luffy, without loosening his grip, merely lifted his head and smiled at Robin, saying, "It's nothing, just a little rascal. You should return and rest." Luffy refrained from disclosing that Claire was coming after Robin, so as to spare her any unnecessary worry. Luffy aimed to reassure Robin that as long as he was present, she would be free from peril. However, Claire, who had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from Luffy's blow, surprisingly mustered the strength to struggle once more, her dislocated jaw slowly articulating, "I am not a petty thief. I am the future strongest bounty hunter, Claire." Exhausted but resolute, Claire finally expressed what she had longed to say, albeit the timing seemed somewhat amiss. The term bounty hunter caused Robin's pupils to constrict, her keen intellect swiftly piecing together the implications. After all, she was the only one aboard the ship with a bounty on her head. Those years had seen her evade the blades and firearms of numerous bounty hunters. In that instant, her demeanor darkened. The weight of her past suffering seemingly lifted as shackles shattered, an empowering force surging within her. She was no longer the Robin who only knew how to flee. Now, she possessed her own shield, requiring merely a slight effort to grasp it tightly. With a calm resolve, Robin addressed Luffy. "Allow me to handle this, Luffy. It's nothing. Just a small." Luffy's words abruptly ceased as he beheld the fierce, violet flames igniting from Robin's right hand. The Vongola Ring could unleash latent abilities based on one's will or determination. The more vibrant the flames, the greater the person's resolve. Observing Robin's awakening, Luffy gradually released his grip on Claire's head. Amidst the flames of enlightenment, the appearance of the cloud ring transformed, no longer resembling its previous all-metal form. The band shifted from a black base with white patterns to a pure black base with black motifs, as the flames coalesced, ultimately forming a diamond-shaped purple crystal at the ring's face, noble and resplendent. Claire collapsed to the ground, struggling to support her weight with her arms. Cough. Another spurt of blood escaped her lips. Although Luffy's 2 strikes had landed squarely on her crown, Claire was not yet incapacitated. She merely suffered from a concussion. Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet, shaking her head in an attempt to clear the vision obscured by blood, though it seemed of little effect. Luffy gradually retreated to the side, preparing to witness Robin's upcoming battle of rebirth. Claire realized he could not escape today. The disparity in strength made him acutely aware of his own arrogance. Yet, even in death, he yearned to die with dignity, to perish in the throes of combat. He assumed his customary stance, raising his dagger diagonally to his chest, poised to seize the opportunity to strike. Claire. A figure leaped onto the deck. Claire. I have arrived. The newcomer wielded a heavy sword, muscles bulging beneath a suit of metallic armor, apologizing. I'm sorry for the delay. I had trouble finding my gear. TCH with a slight smirk curling at the corners of his blood-stained lips. Claire's gaze flickered with renewed clarity as he begrudgingly retorted, You traitor. Get away from me. Is it not a tad late to say such things? Lacey charged directly at Robin, sword in hand. Claire also moved with remarkable speed, surpassing Lacey, shouting, I don't need your help at all. Yet his body glided to Robin's flank. Lacey raised his heavy sword, advancing upon Robin head-on. Despite 3 years without combat, the two exhibited a seamless synergy, their words designed to disarm the enemy while their actions delivered punishing blows. Unfortunately, their adversary was the transformed Robin. Robin observed their every move, a proud purple flame surging from her ring, enveloping her form in an instant. Within the transparent flames, pink petals wafted gracefully, and arms emerged from the ground, ultimately converging into a pair of colossal hands that clasped around Robin. The heavy sword and dagger struck the immense palms, causing only a few petals to drift away without inflicting any harm. Damn it. She's a devil fruit user. The palms began to dissipate from above. Robin clasped her hands together, palms outstretched. 80 petals. For trees. Heavy strike. A flurry of cherry blossoms swirled around Lacey, and Claire as 4 tree-like arms shot skyward, their palms forming massive fists. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 giant fists relentlessly pummeled Claire and Lacey. Lacey attempted to block a punch with his heavy sword, but an overwhelming force surged through the blow, sending his body soaring into the air, landing far outside the ship onto the open ground. Claire, relying on his agile movements, evaded the onslaught, but upon witnessing Lacey being flung away, he momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Robin's colossal fist grasped Claire and slammed him violently into the ground beside Lacey, creating a deep crater. This way. I 1T soiled the deck. One of Robin's eyes glimmered with lively darkness, while the other blazed with terrifying purple flames as she lamented. Cooking is already a hassle. Having to clean up afterward is just so disheartening. Originally, Luffy intended to disembark and observe the circumstances of the 2 narrow-minded bounty hunters. But he halted abruptly, casting a glance at Robin's profile and contemplating inwardly. Perhaps I shall attempt to prepare dinner myself tomorrow. In the distance, on the open ground, Claire, having been cast aside, coughed violently and spat out blood, his body riddled with fractures, rendering him unable to rise again. Lacey, with several broken ribs, despite the excruciating pain, mustered his strength and approached Claire, supporting his battered form. He understood that if they did not act swiftly, death awaited them. Claire, now not only suffering from internal injuries, but also reeling from a recent blow to the head, was barely conscious, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Yet, he summoned his remaining strength to speak to Lacey. Do not concern yourself with me. Lacey, I beg you, flee to the town. Perhaps there is still a chance for survival. What foolishness is this? Have you forgotten our oath? In this lifetime, we are brothers, together in life and death. Lacey dared not look back. He could only drag Claire's frail body toward the direction of the town, tears streaming down his cheeks as he whispered, I am sorry, Claire. I never promised you. In truth, I have fallen in love with Laura. I yearn for a mundane existence. I had intended to share this with you at a later time. Claire's head hung low, and after a moment, he sighed. I have known for a long time. But Laura loves you. That is why you were so eager to depart from here. I am aware of everything. The sound of boots crunching on the snow behind them abruptly interrupted their conversation. Luffy and Robin swiftly caught up with the 2 heavily injured individuals. Surely, you do not think I would allow you to escape? Luffy, with a hint of anger in his eyes, spoke calmly, for he had not forgotten the intentions that had brought these 2 here. Lacey came to a halt, fully aware that there was no chance of evasion. Suddenly, Claire summoned an inexplicable strength, breaking free from Lacey's embrace and collapsing to her knees with a thud. Her eyes were wild, streaming a mixture of blood and tears. Her legs contorted at odd angles as she pleaded, my lord, I beseech you, spare Lacey. This entire operation was solely my initiative. I acted without consent. If you so wish, I can end my life right here. She repeatedly struck her head against the ground, producing a series of dull thuds. Luffy gazed at Claire, who was bowing and pleading, and truly felt the depth of their brotherhood. In a gentle tone, he remarked, I deeply admire your bond of brotherhood. He exchanged a glance with Robin, then continued, however, this cannot absolve you of the crime of attempting to harm my comrades. With a swift motion, he unleashed the second round of the flower hook claw. Two arms emerged from behind Claire, seizing his head and forcefully twisting it. A crack echoed through the air. Claire. Ah. Watching his dear brother perish before him, with deep remorse reflected in his eyes, the usually composed Lacey could no longer contain himself and swung his heavy sword towards Luffy. Flame Dragon. A fire dragon intercepted Lacey's assault, completely engulfing him. As he collapsed beside Claire, moments later, the land was left with only melting snowmelt and a layer of ashes. The descending snowflakes would soon cover the site, rendering it as if nothing had transpired. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your companion has slain a bounty hunter, earning 9,800 experience points and 29,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a bounty hunter, earning 9,500 experience points and 25,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are now full. You are about to level up. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current level is 24. Upon hearing the two notifications from the system, Luffy paused for a moment. It turns out that his companion's kills also yield rewards. How wonderful. Chapter 60. Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago, situated at the forefront of the Red Line in the midst of the Grand Line, serves as a confluence point for the first half of the Grand Line's routes. The island is composed of numerous colossal trees, with the ground formed by their roots, which produce resinous bubbles that emerge from the earth, hence the alternate name, Bubble Island. The entire archipelago consists of 79 of the world's largest red mangrove trees, each uniquely numbered. Towns and facilities are constructed upon the tree roots, and the island is divided into 6 distinct regions based on these numerical designations, each fulfilling different functions. Luffy gradually docked the ship beneath a red tree marked with the number 70. At last, they had arrived. Observing the island before him, filled with soaring bubbles, Luffy couldn't help but express his sentiments. It had nearly been 2 years since they departed from the Goya Kingdom. Apart from the enhancements granted by the X-Gloves and Robin S abilities, his level had not seen significant progress. Luffy had come to realize that experience points had begun to lose their importance. True strength relied on gold. Acquiring superior equipment and ascending to higher ranks was the true path to power. Currently, Luffy's stamina, agility, and mental attributes each surpassed 1,000, while his strength had reached over 900. This remarkable enhancement was primarily due to Zoro, Nami, and Robin's contributions, although Robin had recently acquired her special abilities. Her explosive growth had already occurred, and further rapid advancement seemed challenging. Nevertheless, with the fiery power of the X-Gloves, Luffy now dealt an average of 2,500 damage per strike, calculated as strength plus mental attribute multiplied by 1.5. He now dared to claim that even if Doflamingo were to face him in combat, disregarding other factors and tactics, he could outlast him through sheer endurance. However, speaking of tactics, Luffy cast a glance at the store, where a binding rope was priced at 10 million gold coins. Who knows what other means one might possess in the future? Time to earn money. He would still need a year to return to Kolbo Mountain to send Ace off to sea, which meant he had 2 years to remain in the Sabaody Archipelago. What he looked forward to the most were the pirates, the slave-catching crews, and the celestial dragons that filled this place. Noticing Robin, who was curiously observing her surroundings, Luffy smiled and suggested, "Let us find a place to stay first." Coming to her senses, Robin pointed toward a distant inn and inquired, "How about that one? It looks so beautiful." She had been gazing at it for some time. Unbeknownst to her, Robin, who had always dwelled in shadows, had begun to yearn for these beautiful things. Luffy followed Robin's, and indeed, there stood a splendidly impressive inn. Rising to a height of several meters and occupying a small square, its facade was adorned in resplendent gold, with 2 impeccably dressed doormen stationed at the entrance, ready to assist guests with their luggage. It was unmistakably a high-end hotel. However, Luffy shook his head, gently addressing Robin as if seeking her counsel. "It's too conspicuous. We intend to stay here for an extended period and engage in some rather dubious activities." "Oh, very well then," Robin replied, displaying her understanding, though tinged with disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy continued, "How about this? Let us purchase a residential property here, and you can freely renovate it, transforming it into a space that reflects your personal taste. After Luffy spoke, he gave Robin a sweet smile. Upon hearing his words, Robin's expression shifted from a state of daze to one of gradual transformation, ultimately culminating in a playful blink of her sparkling eyes, revealing her pearly white teeth as she cheerfully replied, "Sure." In her youthful exuberance, Robin perfectly embodied the playful charm of a young girl, presenting her finest self to the person who mattered most. As she walked alongside Luffy on the shores of Sabaody Archipelago, surrounded by the vibrant, sunlit bubbles of various hues, Robin began to envision the happiness that awaited her in the coming 2 years. She imagined a simple yet blissful life spent under the same roof as Luffy, indulging in the ordinary joys of existence. Though she was acutely aware that such a reality was unattainable, their identities destined them for anything but an ordinary life. She still held an eager anticipation for that day to arrive. Recently, she mused to herself about the need to hone her culinary skills. Meanwhile, Luffy was preoccupied with thoughts of how to swiftly amass gold coins. For him, becoming a bounty hunter was undoubtedly the most fitting identity at present. A return to his roots. Thus, the initial step would involve gathering intelligence. In Sabaody Archipelago, the best source of information was undoubtedly Shaki's bar. However, after all these years, Luffy had long forgotten the bar's exact location. Fortunately, its unique name lingered vividly in his memory. He knew that finding someone to inquire about it would not consume much time. All right, let's first. Luffy was about to articulate the next course of action when he suddenly noticed Robin, her face alight with joy as she admired the various stalls and vendors lining the street, the transformed transportation bubbles surrounding them, creating an atmosphere of warmth, peace, and breathtaking beauty. The delight radiating from Robin's demeanor was palpable. Her eyes shimmered with tenderness, and her lips curled into a smile akin to that of a bride on her wedding day. One hand clasped tightly around the other, as if holding the hand of a beloved. She trailed slowly behind Luffy, her attention entirely captivated by the enchanting surroundings. Luffy has just realized that the current Robin is entirely different from the mature, composed, and intellectually sophisticated woman depicted in the original work. Perhaps he should pay more attention to her, he mused inwardly. Luffy's sudden voice captured Robin's attention, and she gazed at him with curiosity, perplexed as to why he abruptly halted mid-sentence. Luffy smiled gently, as sunlight filtered through the vibrant bubbles, casting a warm glow upon his eyes, reminiscent of clear azure waves. Let us first meander through this place, sampling the street food and indulging in a delightful feast. Then Luffy turned, pointing towards the distant bubble Ferris wheel, and said, afterward, we shall revel in the amusement park over there for an entire day of unbridled joy, and finally, we will spend a night at the hotel you just mentioned. This encapsulates our itinerary for today. Luffy spoke fervently, expressing everything that came to his mind. Robin's heart fluttered gently, akin to a butterfly basking in the summer sun, flitting its wings as it danced among the blossoms. Her heart brimmed with sweetness, an unstoppable urge to smile overwhelming her. In that moment, the dark clouds that had long settled in her heart seemed to dissipate, bursting forth with brilliant and joyous sparks. Subsequently, true to his word, Luffy led the young Robin on a whirlwind adventure through every delightful locale. Due to the constraints of time, many places were merely passed by in haste. Nevertheless, Luffy had assured Robin that there would be countless opportunities in the future to revel in joy as they did today. That night, lying in the luxurious suite, Robin felt sincerely that since Luffy's arrival, each day of her life had become immensely precious. Chapter 61. Shaki and Rayleigh on a bright and sunny morning. After a day of play and a long slumber, Luffy and Robin emerged from the opulent hotel near Red Tree number 70, brimming with energy. They had important matters to attend to. Following inquiries at the hotel, they finally located Shaki's extortion bar situated at Red Tree number 13. The bar was a modest stone brick building, its outer walls cloaked in moss, with patches of peeling paint in some areas. Despite its dilapidated appearance, a conspicuous sign boldly proclaimed the establishment's name, Shaki's Extortion Bar. Robin, filled with curiosity, surveyed the place, unable to discern what made it worthy of Luffy's early morning enthusiasm and effort to seek it out. However, Luffy's decisions were undoubtedly sound, and with a gentle smile, Robin silently trailed behind him, maintaining a respectful distance. This must be the place, Luffy declared as he stepped forward and pushed open the bar's grand door. Entering the peculiar establishment, the sound of wind chimes tinkled as the door swung wide. Upon entering, both Luffy and Robin halted, momentarily stunned at the threshold. The bar was bustling with a crowd of around a dozen patrons. In the center stood a woman with a curvaceous figure, though time had etched subtle wrinkles upon her once youthful face. This alluring lady was currently gripping the head of a pirate. With a powerful punch, she drove him into the ground, blood gushing forth and splattering at Luffy's feet. "Ah, we have guests. Please wait a moment. I'll finish extorting them shortly," Shaki remarked, lighting a cigarette without hesitation, seemingly unfazed by the blood staining her fists. Instinctively, Robin took a step back, tugging at Luffy's sleeve, her expression questioning as she shook her head, seemingly daunted by Shaki's commanding presence. Luffy was also taken aback by Shaki's fierce demeanor, yet having mentally prepared himself, he grasped Robin's hand and offered her a reassuring nod. He then responded to Shaki, "All right, let us take a seat over there for a while." After speaking, he led Robin to a secluded corner of the tavern, observing as Aunt Shaki unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving a group of pirates, who had painstakingly made their way to the Sabaody archipelago, desperately pleading for mercy. Ultimately, they managed to escape the bar after surrendering their entire wealth. While Luffy concentrated on assessing Shaki's prowess, he remained oblivious to Robin, who was now blushing fiercely, her gaze cast downward in silence. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. She smiled, lifted her head to glance at him, and then bashfully lowered it again, focusing on the hand that held hers tightly. "Excuse me, you two handsome individuals, do you require assistance?" Shaki approached, having dealt with the ill-gotten gains. Her slender waist, agile legs, and robust physique exuded a blend of raw elegance and grace with every movement. Luffy naturally released his grip on Robin's hand, eliciting a wave of disappointment from her. With his hands clasped on the table, his dark, expressive eyes pierced through to Shaki, seemingly oblivious to the earlier scene. He cheerfully remarked, "Greetings, beautiful lady. I have long heard tales of the hidden talents within the Sabaody archipelago. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience, haha. Do not jest, sir. What drinks would you two like to order?" Shaki inquired with a smile, shaking off the ash from her cigarette. From the moment Luffy stepped through the door, she had sensed the presence of the two. The aura of confidence emanating from Luffy, though devoid of any overt threat, subtly exuded the demeanor of a formidable presence. The astute and perceptive Shaki had long sensed this. "If possible, I would like a glass of milk," Robin remarked. Luffy turned his head, casting an inquiring glance at Robin, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. Luffy continued, "1 glass of milk and 1 glass of lemonade. Thank you." "Very well. Please wait a moment," the young man replied. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Shaki turned to leave, the tavern door swung open once more. An elderly gentleman stepped inside, his long, flowing hair cascading down, and his chin adorned with a silver beard. He wore spectacles, with a prominent scar running down his right eye, presenting an air of nonchalance. "Ah, there's quite a bit of work today," he said as he settled into a bar stool with familiarity. "Shaki, could you fetch me some wine?" Upon noticing Luffy and the others, he turned with an apologetic smile. "Oh, I didn't realize there were guests, my apologies." In that fleeting moment, Luffy's expression stiffened. A peculiar wave of psychic energy surged towards them, overwhelming in its intensity. He was keen to shield both himself and Robin from the intrusive gaze of the stranger, swiftly gathering his own aura to form a protective barrier in front of them. A soft thud echoed in the air, as if a tremor had occurred. Yet it seemed as though nothing had transpired. The first encounter between Luffy and the elderly man concluded with an air of nonchalance. Although Luffy was aware that the individual before him bore no intention of causing harm, a sense of vigilance arose within him. After all, the man seated quietly, sipping his drink, was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. Even after years of seclusion, his prowess and agility remained unmatched. He could effortlessly intercept Admiral Kazuru of the Navy and traverse the calm belt teeming with sea kings. He was a legend of the previous era, a figure comparable to the current Yonko, Whitebeard. Rayleigh's gaze reflected a hint of astonishment. He had merely employed his observation haki out of habit to discern the identities of Luffy and his companions, only to find that the young boy effortlessly neutralized his efforts. Moreover, he sensed a domineering aura of a king, albeit still nascent, that suggested immense potential for the future, given such accomplishments at this tender age. What a formidable young man! Rayleigh murmured softly, lifting the cup of liquor that Shaki had just handed him, offering Luffy an apologetic smile before taking a slow sip, his eyes both gentle and piercing. Shaki approached with a tray of milk and lemonade, curiously probing into Luffy's background. Though her perceptive abilities had not reached their zenith, she was far from being a mere novice. She had observed the recent exchange of spiritual energy with keen interest. which only deepened her curiosity about the young man before her. Even with her formidable intelligence-gathering skills, she had never encountered a newcomer of such strength. It was not entirely her intelligence network's fault. Luffy had been at sea for nearly 2 years without revealing his identity in public. The only exception was during the events at the Kamabaka auction house, which had been orchestrated under Doflamingo's manipulation, leaving few aware of his true identity. As a result, Luffy remained an inconspicuous figure upon these seas. Accepting the drink from Shaki, Luffy expressed his gratitude and proceeded to speak candidly. Let us be direct. Miss Shaki, our current identities are those of bounty hunters. We have come here to acquire valuable information regarding certain pirates from you. Chapter 62. Women. Oh. Shaki's slender waist swayed slightly as she adopted a teasing tone, addressing Luffy. Young man, your request seems to contradict the rules of information exchange, doesn't it? Regulations are immutable. Yet humans are not. Upon noticing that Shaki did not outright refuse, Luffy realized that this transaction still had the potential to proceed. In truth, Luffy had another alternative at his disposal. By merely leveraging the identity of Roger's son as intelligence, he believed that Shaki and Rayleigh would certainly engage in a reciprocal exchange. However, Luffy was reluctant to pursue this path, as it invoked a peculiar sense of exploiting Ace. With smoke curling from her lips, Shaki enigmatically offered, "How about this? I can divulge a piece of information that you are unaware of, but is readily obtainable." Disposing of her extinguished cigarette into a nearby bin, Shaki continued, "This year, a formidable individual has graced the Sabaody archipelago, and the entire island is likely aware of it. You must have just arrived on the island, haven't you?" As she spoke, Shaki retrieved a pristine bounty poster from her fourth-dimensional pocket. Witnessing this somewhat familiar scene, Luffy instinctively glanced at Robin and her own fourth-dimensional pocket. Under Luffy's inquisitive gaze, Robin shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Shaki laid the bounty poster flat upon the table, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface as she declared, "This is the most notorious newcomer of the first half of this year's Grand Line, the infamous George the Butcher. His bounty stands at 270 million. He once led his crew to successfully assault a Navy base, ruthlessly slaughtering all the Navy personnel within, hence the exorbitant bounty reflecting his brutal methods and formidable strength, making him a true supernova of this year. Just 3 days prior, he arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, having recently escaped from a Navy fleet commanded by a vice admiral. Though he suffered considerable losses among his crew, currently, he is recruiting new members to prepare for an incursion into the New World." As she spoke, Shaki produced a somewhat crumpled flyer and spread it across the table. The flyer was simple, featuring a bloody pirate flag, with a line of small print indicating that on February 14th, the following afternoon, there would be a crew recruitment near the Red Tree number 32. They sought only those with bounties exceeding 10 million, be they ruthless villains or devil fruit users, to join them in pursuit of their dreams in the New World. Luffy picked up the bounty poster and examined it closely. It depicted a robust, bald figure clad solely in a fur jacket, his chest exposed. He wielded a silver crescent blade, and behind him lay a gruesome tableau of corpses amidst a sea of blood, his face adorned with a cruel and satisfied grin. After pondering for a moment, Luffy set the bounty aside and picked up another recruitment list. Robin took the bounty poster from him, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the pile of bodies behind George. Then, as if struck by a thought, she shook her head and returned it to Shaki. "Well, it's settled then," Luffy exclaimed, slapping the table with his hands. He joyfully downed the remaining milk and said, "Thank you, Aunt Shaki." At that moment, Luffy's mind was already envisioning the vast wealth that would come from vanquishing all the pirates present the following day. However, upon hearing Luffy's address, a frown creased Shaki's forehead, her expression turning a shade of iron. And yet, Luffy saw nothing. With a sense of joy bubbling within him, he continued to smile and said, "By the way, Aunt Shaki, there is one more matter for which I need to trouble you. We are seeking a house. One that does not need to be overly spacious. This should be a rather effortless task for you, Aunt Shaki, wouldn't it? What is wrong with you, Aunt Shaki?" Suddenly, a massive hole appeared in Shaki's bar, and a figure soared through the opening, crashing onto a thick tree trunk. Luffy. The events unfolded too abruptly for Robin to react. She merely witnessed Luffy being propelled through the wall by a punch from Shaki, flying far away. Regaining her composure, Robin instantly crossed her arms over her chest. 30 blooms of flowers. "Wait, Robin." Luffy rose swiftly from the ground, urgently calling out to Robin. Suddenly, a multitude of arms burst forth from Shaki's body, poised to wrench every joint from her frame, when an overwhelming presence descended upon Robin. Momentarily dazed, her powers waned. "Do not attack. Do not attack." Luffy dashed back to Robin's side, positioning himself between her and Shaki, intercepting her intent to unleash a more formidable technique. Upon witnessing Luffy's return, Shaki stepped forward, seizing his ear and twisting it vehemently, her teeth clenched as she seethed. "You little brat. Who were you just calling Auntie? Ouch. Ouch. Please stop twisting it." "I was wrong, Sister Shaki." Luffy hastily apologized, suddenly understanding the reason behind the unexpected blow he had received. After Luffy pleaded for mercy, Shaki twisted again with a firm grip before finally releasing him. "Kid, you'd best mind your words in the presence of women," he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Robin. Continuing, he lit a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring, and added, "I won't extort you today, but you must repair this wall. Moreover, half of your future bounty will belong to me, as a fee for your information." Robin, realizing she may have misjudged the situation, understood that Shachi's strike against Luffy was an offense she could never condone. When she noticed Shachi's gaze landing on her, she unflinchingly returned his stare. All right. Luffy quickly nodded in agreement to Shachi's terms. Shachi then returned to the bar, retrieving a key from a drawer and tossing it to Luffy. "Here. This is a residence in room 14 of the Red Tree. Consider it rented to you with a monthly fee of 10 million. Luffy, with a sense of resignation, accepted the key and tucked it into his pocket, acquiescing to this exceedingly unreasonable housing rental agreement. "There are materials for sale at the Red Tree number 10. Hurry up and repair this wall before nightfall," commanded Shaki, her arms crossed beneath her chest, one hand clutching a cigarette, her gaze sharp and serious. Yes. Luffy replied eagerly, swiftly pulling Robin away from this contentious place. Shaki took a deep drag from her cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. After a moment of reflection, she remarked, "Today's children are truly remarkable. I exerted all my strength in that punch, yet the child remained unscathed." The foul second-hand smoke wafted toward Rayleigh, who coughed a couple of times, unexpectedly adding, "That young girl is no ordinary foe. Under my haki, she merely faltered for a moment before preparing for her next attack." "Indeed," Shaki said, glancing at her shoulder, a shudder of apprehension in her voice. "That ability and speed caught me completely off guard." A gust of wind swept into Shaki's bar, where Rayleigh sipped his drink, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought. Chapter 63, Deceived. At the number 32 Nalchaman Red Tree Halfport, a bustling leisure square sprawled over an expansive area, adorned with lush green grass and the sweet melodies of birds, creating a picturesque environment. Typically, local residents would stroll here with their children or pets, enjoying a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, today, the scene was markedly unusual. Despite it being midday, bathed in bright sunlight, the entire number 32 Halfport was eerily deserted, with every household shuttered and shops closed. A palpable sense of dread hung in the air, unsettling passers-by. Residents had received word in advance and had vacated the area the previous day. Those still present in the square were blood-stained individuals with bounties on their heads worth millions. Perhaps even a few pirates hoping to test their luck for a reward. Yet, not all in the vicinity were mere villains seeking to join the butchering pirate crew. Some were self-important crew members of other pirate factions, unwilling to remain in the shadows, drawn here by the commotion. However, those daring enough to observe the spectacle in such a place were certainly no ordinary adversaries. Amidst the crowd, a short yet robust man, as solid as a bullet, brushed his hand over the two pistols at his waist and subtly addressed a tall figure cloaked in a cape nearby. "Brother, it seems the time is nearly upon us. The scouts have returned." After a brief pause, a muffled voice emerged from beneath the cloak, stating, "Is that so? If the time is right, we may begin." With that, the cloaked man turned and departed from the throng, the diminutive figure hastily following in his wake. Luffy cast a curious glance at the two individuals who brushed past him, departing from the square, but he did not dwell on it for long. Before long, the sun began its descent, and the over 500 pirates gathered in this place grew increasingly impatient. A stir began to emerge within the crowd. On the periphery of the square, several pirate crews maintained their own camps, their captains casting dark glances at the assembly of pirates. "Captain, if the butcher pirate crew truly absorbs them, wouldn't they instantly become a dominant force upon entering the New World?" One of the crew's underlings remarked in astonishment, tinged with envy at the unfolding scene. "It is not so simple. The New World is home to the 4 emperors." The captain, believing himself to possess great foresight, analyzed the situation. He surveyed the crowd and noted several notorious pirates, each with bounties rivaling his own, awaiting their turn for the recruitment ceremony of the butcher pirate crew. The captain's expression darkened further, yet he feigned calmness as he instructed, "Go and see if there are any suitable candidates we can invite to join our crew. After all, I am the notorious pirate Zoyama, with a bounty of 88 million. This is an opportune moment to enhance our strength." Humph. In the end, it remains uncertain who will be laughing last. As he spoke, the Captain Zoyama's voice dripped with jealousy, eliciting a few chuckles from the other pirate crews nearby, who harbored similar thoughts. 5 more minutes passed, and the clamor escalated. Numerous individuals began to push and shout, with a few hot-headed ones even engaging in brawls. Suddenly, atop the tallest statue in the square, an enigmatic figure appeared. No one knew when he had taken his position there, for the distance was too great, allowing only the silhouette of a bald head to be discerned. "Silence!" The bald figure on the statue exclaimed, arms outstretched, deridingly capturing the attention of all present. "Today, I have summoned you here." Luffy squinted his eyes and gazed upwards at the statue. The bald man began his impassioned speech, not for any other reason, but for the dream that resides within our hearts, be it wealth, power, or anything else. "From now on, you shall become my subordinates. I am your supreme leader. I will lead you to victory." Here and now, before the bald man's speech could conclude, a sudden uproar erupted from outside. "Gather, quickly, surround them." The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. All exits of District 32 had been sealed. "Jack the Ripper, George, you are encircled." The Navy surged in, encasing the entire square with an impenetrable barrier. Countless cannons were aimed at the pirates' congregation. "Damn it, it's the Navy. So many of them. What should we do?" The pirate captains, who initially sought mere amusement, were now gripped by panic. Nearly 2,000 naval officers, armed with formidable weaponry, posed a catastrophic threat to them. From the heart of the Navy stepped a figure, none other than Rear Admiral Vincent, who had been pursuing the Ripper pirates since days prior in the Grand Line. Vincent parted the ranks of the Navy and raised his massive axe, addressing the pirates. "This is the end. Pirates, surrender obediently. Resistance leads to certain death." He then turned his fierce gaze towards the silhouette atop the statue, glaring with intensity. "Jack the Ripper, George, today you shall surely meet your demise. I shall avenge my fallen brothers in the Navy." Vincent's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his battle axe down, creating a seismic crack that surged towards the pirate horde. Boom! Several pirates, caught off guard, were cleaved in two. Vincent vividly recalled that haunting scene from the day he had gone to the naval base for resupply. Thousands of corpses were piled at the entrance. The highest commander's head severed and placed at the forefront, his eyes wide open, filled with agony and hatred, never to close again. From that day forth, Vincent had vowed to personally slay that scoundrel and his pirate crew. Today, he finally seized the opportunity. He hadn't anticipated that their previous pursuit would inflict such devastating losses, forcing them to hastily recruit reinforcements to face the new world. Consequently, the news spread to the Navy, who had long prepared a trap to ensnare the pirates of Sabaody Archipelago. With a swing of his axe, Vincent commanded, "Fire indiscriminately. Mission: eliminate all pirates." In an instant, the thunderous roar of gunfire erupted, composing a grotesque symphony of bloodshed. In times past, Vincent might have been concerned with the image and discipline of the Navy. However, the heinous acts of the butcher pirates had ignited an intense desire within him for the complete annihilation of all pirates. At this moment, he finally comprehended the ruthless nature of Admiral Akainu. For this is the embodiment of absolute justice, the justice that upholds peace. "Luffy, what shall we do?" Robin inquired anxiously amidst the panicking crowd. Luffy, however, remained silent, gritting his teeth. After a moment, he spoke with exasperation. "I've been played. Haven't I?" "What?" Robin asked, perplexed. Luffy ceased his speech, his body contorting as he leaped forth, ascending to the elevated platform. With a swift motion, he seized the bald man's throat, his gaze piercing and resolute as he inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 64, Naval Vice Admiral. "Let me go?" The bald man clutched Luffy's arm with both hands, struggling desperately. Yet his efforts proved futile. Luffy hoisted him up, gazing down at the lives being devoured by bullets and cannonballs, his heart bleeding. "Those were all my gold coins. How infuriating." I let my guard down. Over the past few years, as the system's capabilities grew stronger, Luffy had primarily relied on his formidable strength to crush foes or his foresight to evade danger. This was the first time he had been deceived by a minor character who had not appeared in the original narrative. Upon reflection, One realizes that Sabaody Archipelago is situated near a naval base, where recruiting would take place. If they were merely ordinary pirates, it might have been acceptable. But the infamous Butcher pirate crew had committed heinous acts against the naval base. The Navy would never allow such a disgrace to spread into the New World if they had the opportunity. Unfortunately, the adversary proved to be more cunning than anticipated. Meanwhile, Luffy had been so preoccupied with amassing gold coins that he had failed to consider these factors. The Butcher pirate crew had intentionally leaked information, then found a hapless actor from who knows where. Anyone bold enough to deceive the Navy and so many pirates could not possibly escape unscathed. Given the presence of the naval rear admiral, Luffy dared not reveal Robin. Otherwise, allowing her to wield the powers of the flower fruit would make the mere handful of heads a trivial task. Watching as pirates perished one after another below, Luffy seized the bald man and, aiming toward Rear Admiral Vincent, swung his arm forcefully downward. Amidst the chaos, he swiftly returned to Robin's side, disregarding her worried expression, and stated directly, "Robin, find a chance to escape. But, trust me, it will be fine." Upon uttering his final words, Luffy plunged into the throng, engaging in a fierce battle. At this moment, time indeed equated to wealth. Given Robin's current prowess, as long as she was not the primary target of the siege, escaping from such a level of encirclement was a trivial matter. With a resounding crash, the bald man was slammed into the ground before Vincent, creating a substantial crater. Vincent turned his gaze towards Luffy. The instant Luffy leaped into the air, he had noticed him, astonished as he watched Luffy effortlessly subdue the notorious Jack the Ripper George. Having faced George himself, Vincent was acutely aware that the bounty of 270 million was not casually bestowed by the Navy. Now, as Luffy charged into the encirclement to eliminate pirates, Vincent found himself perplexed by Luffy's intentions. However, being a straightforward individual, Vincent chose to inquire directly. Wielding his axe as a means of communication, with a mighty roar, Vincent raised his colossal axe, startling both pirates and Navy personnel alike with his sudden outburst. Cyclone Slash. He bellowed, swinging the axe with ferocity toward Luffy, unleashing a barrage of cleaving strikes. Each swing wielded the power to slice through the air, creating a continuous state of vacuum that induced intense air currents, generating enough wind pressure to lift the very ground and swirl dust into the air. As the tempest raged on, billowing clouds of dust swept away all pirates in its path, surging directly toward Luffy. Anticipating the oncoming chaos, Luffy, hearing the commotion behind him, delivered a single punch that pierced through the heart of a pirate before turning around. Concentrating immense energy into his fist, flames erupted, enveloping him in a radiant crimson glow that obscured the sky. A colossal figure resembling a deity emerged from the flames, towering as a pillar that seemed to uphold heaven and earth. The clouds above were scorched red, appearing to belong to a different realm, while the sun dimmed. Reluctant to compete with Luffy's brilliance at that moment, the air grew parched as a dozen pirates succumbed to unconsciousness, deprived of oxygen. "Fire God Punch," Luffy shouted, launching his full-powered strike against the cyclone of slashes. The fiery giant collided with the tornado-like assault, incinerating all pirates in its wake. "What is this?" they exclaimed. "Damn it, this is a battle we cannot partake in. Scatter." At that moment, whether Navy or pirate, a single thought echoed in their minds: flee. At this level, even the residual shockwaves of battle are beyond their capacity to withstand. When flames collide with the tempest, the anticipated cataclysm does not ensue. Under Luffy's command, the giant melds into the whirlwind, giving rise to an even grander fiery tornado that stands tall between Luffy and Vincent. The vortex accelerates, its pressure drawing in the feeble pirates around, who were subsequently reduced to ashes by the ferocity of the flames scattered upon the earth, contributing a modicum of nourishment to the rebirth of this once transformed park. Vincent's palms glistened with sweat. That last strike had been an attempt to gauge Luffy's strength, utilizing 8/10 of his power. Little did he anticipate that Luffy would effortlessly harness it, transforming it into a more formidable attack directed at the nearby pirates. Vincent, self-aware, understood that had that inferno been aimed at him, he would now be in a state of utter disarray. The fiery tornado continued to dance in the open space, incinerating the grass, bloodstains, and corpses, restoring the earth to its primordial state. The system's alert tone reverberated for an extended period, and when Luffy perceived that no living pirates remained in the vicinity, he waved his hand with a single motion. In an instant, the flames appeared to freeze in time, motionless, before erupting outward, transforming into sparkling flecks that cascaded down to the ground. Luffy surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any living creatures, before turning to the wary Vincent and stating, "Greetings, Navy officer, there is no need for such apprehension." Vincent, however, remained vigilant, gripping his battle axe tightly as he replied, "Who are you?" He was acutely aware that he might not be a match for Luffy, yet he was not one to be easily intimidated. From the moment he donned the mantle of Navy justice, he acknowledged the inevitability of confrontation. "Do not misunderstand me, Navy officer. I am merely a bounty hunter. As you can see, we appear to share a common objective today, though it seems we have both been deceived," Luffy remarked, gesturing towards the pirate behind Vincent, whose breath was becoming increasingly shallow. It was then that Vincent recalled his primary target, glancing back at the pit where George lay. His pupils constricted in an instant, and an overwhelming fury ignited within him. Having previously battled George, he vividly remembered the man's visage. The bald figure in the pit bore some resemblance to George, yet in every other aspect, they were entirely dissimilar. Initially, the distance had obscured his recognition, and his focus had shifted to Luffy. But only now did he realize he had been duped. "Ah!" Vincent roared as he swung his massive axe, mercilessly ending the life of the bald man. Then threw his head back in a primal scream, as if to expel the tumult within his heart. Following this clash, the hundreds of pirates concentrated in that area were nearly annihilated, with only a fortunate few, or those possessing unique abilities, managing to escape. Luffy's reputation has undeniably taken flight on the Sabaody archipelago. It is believed that it will not be long before it resonates throughout the vast seas. Chapter 65. The global situation. Yesterday, the government navy laid numerous ambushes on the Sabaody archipelago, successfully annihilating a significant number of pirates. Among them were over 500 bounty-bearing pirates, including but not limited to the 8 million bounty of Zoyama, the 79 million bounty of Igio, and the 50 million bounty of. Under the leadership of the world government, the seas are tranquil and harmonious, with the populace thriving in peace and prosperity. Singing praises of the government's leadership and extolling the might of the Navy, we must unwaveringly support the governance and administration of the world government, for it is the rightful path toward achieving global prosperity and the happiness and well-being of the world's people. Navy Daily. Doflamingo closed the newspaper, massaging his temples in mild exasperation, and turned to Toribol with a puzzled expression. "Did that lad merely suggest we take a look at this newspaper?" Toribol, sniffling as he wiped his nose, scratched his head and pondered. It seems that was all he mentioned. Doflamingo lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, and suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. He reopened the newspaper, standing in the palace of Dressrosa, gazing out at the sea beyond the island, and declared, "He must be trying to inform us that the Navy is preparing to take action in the New World." "What?" Toribol exclaimed, unable to believe what he had just heard. It is no wonder that Toribol was astonished. Recently, the New World had been rife with fierce battles. Only just settling down a few days ago, red-haired Shanks, with indomitable vigor, had ascended to the throne of the New World. Thus, the four emperors' power dynamic was established, and the entirety of the New World was thoroughly divided, with no one daring to act recklessly. Doflamingo adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, and to validate his thoughts, he continued his analysis. The Navy's recent maneuvers can be seen as a sweeping operation to eradicate the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line, thereby depriving the New World of fresh blood. Now that Shanks has just assumed the title of Emperor, his foundation remains unsteady. The Navy's obliteration of a significant number of new pirates at this juncture likely aims to convey a message to the other three emperors, placing Shanks at a disadvantage. Those three seasoned emperors will surely harbor discontent at a mere youth standing on equal footing with them. At that moment, infighting among the sovereigns will ensue, allowing the Navy to reap the benefits. Truly, a masterstroke. At this moment, a figure flitted through Doflamingo's mind, the Naval Chief of Staff, Admiral Tsuru, who had forced him to flee in all directions. How infuriating. It must be that damned scheming old hack. Just the thought of her sends a shiver down Doflamingo's spine. Admiral Fujitora has become a haunting specter in his mind. And that young lad, he has anticipated everything. Doflamingo recalls the words Luffy spoke to him that day. To articulate the intricacies of the global situation with such clarity, what was mere conjecture 6 months ago has now solidified into certainty, has elevated Doflamingo's esteem for Luffy even further. Who among those destined to be players would willingly degrade themselves to become mere pawns? What exactly are you waiting for? Dressrosa, a land of love, passion, and toys. On the streets, every individual, along with every toy, radiates joyous smiles. A sneeze. Far away on the Sabaody archipelago, Luffy resides in a cozy little abode, relishing freshly washed fruits prepared by Robin, while perusing the wares available in the system shop. Following the events of yesterday, Luffy briefly communicated with Vincent in his capacity as a bounty hunter. Ultimately, Vincent declared his intention to persist in his pursuit, determined to personally confront and vanquish the notorious Kurizumi pirates. Out of humanitarian concern, Luffy offered Vincent a measure of encouragement before parting ways. As he departed, a naval officer captured a photograph of Luffy and Vincent together, informing him that the incident would be featured in the Navy Daily on February 15th. Luffy, who had never cultivated a habit of reading newspapers, was certainly unaware of this particular publication, which was distributed internally within the Navy as a complimentary edition. Upon returning home, Robin mentioned that Torbol had called to inquire about Luffy's recent progress. Luffy was completely oblivious to the progress of the matter he inquired about, casually mentioning something about the newspaper to deflect the conversation. As a result, Doflamingo misinterpreted Luffy, analyzing the world's situation while placing him on an equal footing. However, one must concede that Doflamingo's insight was astute. Although his assumptions regarding the cause were entirely misguided, the eventual outcome aligned perfectly with his analysis. A month later, news of the conflict between the Beast Pirates, led by Kaido, and the red-haired pirates, under Shanks, spread throughout the seas. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, a small conference room was filled with officers of admiral rank and above. At the forefront of the meeting, Fleet Admiral Sengoku placed a stack of intelligence reports on the table, his tone laden with gravity as he addressed Tsuru. Tsuru, could you provide a brief analysis of the impact this conflict between the two emperors will have on the New World? Upon hearing Sengoku's request, a slight commotion ensued in the meeting room, eventually directing all eyes to the white-haired woman, Vice Admiral Tsuru, seated beside Sengoku. Tsuru sighed softly and began. The battle between the two emperors, while our intelligence personnel did not witness the entire course of events, suggests that the newly ascended emperor, red-haired Shanks, secured victory by a narrow margin. Following the war, 2 islands within Kaido's territory have vanished, presumably reduced to fragments during the conflict. With Shanks' triumph, it is unlikely that Whitebeard and Big Mom will take any further action. Thus, Shanks has firmly established himself as the true 4th emperor of these seas. In the coming years, the New World will experience a brief period of peace, even amidst the shadows, signifying further detachment from our control. As Tsuru concluded her remarks, a contemplative silence enveloped the assembled Navy personnel. Given Tsuru's analysis, the current situation appeared quite bleak for the Navy. The New World, comprising the latter half of the Grand Line, was a gathering place for various extraordinary individuals. It served not only as a source of replenishment for the pirate emperors, but also as a critical arena for the Navy to recruit talent. The prospect of the New World slipping from the Navy's grasp was something that could not be allowed to transpire. Sengoku tapped the table with his finger, breaking the collective reverie, and calmly inquired, Tsuru, what do you believe our next course of action should be? With her hands clasped and resting on the table, a habitual gesture she adopted when deep in thought, Tsuru replied solemnly, do you remember the plan that was left unfinished halfway through? At that time, red-haired Shanks surged forth, and the Navy was compelled to divert most of its focus, leading to the plan's suspension. Sengoku appeared somewhat moved, and after a brief pause, he responded, you are referring to the 7 Warlords plan, are you not? The 7 Warlords plan can be regarded as a concept that originated during the era of the generals in the Warring States period. It aims to weaken numerous formidable pirates, thereby placing their power firmly in the hands of the Navy. Additionally, by assisting these notorious pirates in establishing a foothold in the New World, it seeks to diminish the dominance of the 4 emperors. If necessary, they could also serve as a source of military strength to bolster the Navy's capabilities. Unfortunately, due to the inherent animosity that pirates feel towards the Navy, more than half of the positions within the 7 warlords remain unfilled, aside from the few pirates currently recruited. Subsequently, all commanding officers presented their most ambitious suggestions along with intricate details for consideration. Ultimately, Admiral Sengoku established the overall tone for the meeting. Very well. Our task ahead is to seek suitable candidates for the 7 warlords. Thank you all for your hard work. The meeting is dismissed. Kapu rubbed his eyes, wiping away the sleep from the corners, and yawned, saying, finally, the meeting is over. Time to go home and continue my slumber. Chapter 66. Gloves v. After the conclusion of the meeting, everyone began to depart. Admiral Sengoku, a naval vice admiral, suddenly called out. Sengoku turned his head, curiosity evident in his gaze, and inquired, "What is it?" The others halted in their tracks and turned to look. The vice admiral lowered his head, his voice trembling as he hesitantly asked, "Is it true about Vincent?" Upon hearing the question, Sengoku removed his glasses, holding them in his palm, his hands slightly trembling. And with an expression imbued with an indescribable sentiment, he replied slowly, "Yes. Is it not written in the report?" Seemingly sealing away his emotions. Sengoku turned and walked away without further delay. The vice admiral stood motionless in the conference room as everyone gradually exited without uttering a word to him. Some were accustomed to such matters, others were indifferent, while some buried their hatred deep within, expressing it through their actions. Battle-hardened? Even when a pirate had once slashed his chest, the vice admiral had never flinched, yet tears began to flow slowly down his face. Clenching his fists, he shook his head to wipe away the tears, his gaze solidifying with greater resolve than ever before, making him the last to leave the conference room. On the table in the conference room lay a piece of meeting information forgotten by someone, which bore a line at the bottom stating, "Naval Vice Admiral Vincent, while pursuing the butcher pirate crew in the New World, fell into a trap and tragically perished. It is recommended to increase the bounty on Butcher George and remain vigilant towards other colleagues." The sea breeze swept through, carrying away the final remnants of sorrow. Surrounding Marineford, countless warships were docked. On the fortress, heavy artillery was arrayed. In these times, countless naval personnel have generously laid down their lives to uphold the peace of the seas. Some have been wounded, some left maimed, others have shed both blood and tears. They are the true heroes. Yet, heroes remain nameless. The various departments of the naval headquarters continue to operate normally. The officers embark one by one onto the colossal vessel, setting sail towards the depths of the ocean. The Gamber Islands, a naval subbase. Luffy and Robin were seated on a sofa in an office, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Before long, the door to the room swung open. A Navy officer entered, carrying a black briefcase, and respectfully placed it on the coffee table in front of Luffy. "Master Luffy, this is your bounty. Please take a look," he said. "Haha, no need for that," Luffy replied with a hearty laugh. He picked up the briefcase from the table. But his tone shifted to one of mild lamentation. "However, your efficiency is rather lacking. It has nearly been a month. And this is only the first batch of the bounty." The officer quickly apologized, eager to avoid inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. "I sincerely apologize, Master Luffy. The process of certifying bounties requires several steps, and the cash must be retrieved from headquarters. Each stage involves numerous obstacles. But I assure you that you will not have to wait so long next time." "All right then, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave," Luffy said. Luffy, carrying a black leather case containing 100 million berries, emerged from the naval base and returned to the cozy abode he shared with Robin. He extracted 20 million from the case and handed it to Robin, saying, "Robin, could you do me a favor? Please run over to Anishiya and collect the latest bounty list." Additionally, Luffy suddenly lowered his voice and softly said, "If possible, inquire about the celestial dragon's whereabouts." Robin's pupils contracted, and she nodded in response, "Understood." After Robin departed, the room was finally left with only Luffy. "System, how many gold coins do I possess now?" Luffy inquired eagerly. Answering the host, "Your current gold coin balance is 1,536,480. Luffy found himself somewhat incredulous, unable to fathom the wealth he had inadvertently amassed. Gazing at the digits projected before him, he feared that a mere blink might cause them to vanish. Nevertheless, he understood that gold could only be deemed truly valuable when transformed into strength. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved internally, "System, exchange for an evolution gem." With his current wealth of 1,500,000, Luffy was more than capable of facilitating 2 evolutions of the gloves. However, he wished to first test the waters and ascertain the effects of the evolution. Ding. Purchase successful. The evolution gem has been placed in your backpack. Please check. His fortune diminished by a third in an instant. He had just felt quite affluent, but it appeared to be an illusion after all. Indeed, money does not last long when spent. Luffy opened his backpack and, with a flicker of his mind, extracted the evolution gem. A small, delicate pink crystal materialized in Luffy's hand. Luffy held the evolution gem before his eyes, scrutinizing it meticulously. Aside from its aesthetic appeal, It appeared no different from an ordinary diamond. System, how does one utilize this item? Luffy inquired within his mind. The host merely needs to place the evolution gem alongside the equipment intended for evolution and then access the equipment system to select the evolution option. Must I also navigate through the interface? Understood. Luffy removed the ebony gauntlets from his hands, and they were instantly replaced by a pair of white cotton gloves. Placing the gloves alongside the gemstone, Luffy accessed the equipment interface, and indeed, a new option for evolution appeared on the X-glove screen. Luffy, with a surge of determination, pressed the button on the control panel. Suddenly, the evolutionary gem emitted a dazzling white light, akin to a divine radiance, enveloping the entirety of the glove. This brilliance persisted for no less than 5 seconds, illuminating the entire room. Curiously, despite the intensity of the light, Luffy experienced no discomfort whatsoever. At the very core of this luminescence, he could distinctly witness the transformation of the glove. As the light manifested, the cotton glove transitioned into its armored form. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the shell of the armor gradually developed fissures, fragmenting little by little to reveal a novel appearance. Initially, only the fingertips gleamed with a silvery hue. However, in this new form, all fingers shimmered in bright silver. The X design on the back of the hand shattered and dissipated, as if reborn through the power of the divine light. A serene, sky-blue gemstone emerged, reminiscent of the vast heavens, coalescing in the original position. Within this gem lay a peculiar and indistinct pattern, yet Luffy seemed to discern the faint silhouettes of Zoro, Nami, and Robin within it. Ding. Equipment upgrade successful. Please check, host. Luffy picked up the brand new gloves, and as soon as he donned them, a surge of power coursed through his arm and into his heart. Strangely, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, rendering the joy of his equipment's evolution rather subdued. X-gloves for V. R. Originating from the world of the tutor, these gloves evolved from the X-gloves. In addition to unleashing a gentle flame with a mental strength of 1.5 times, they can also emit a fierce flame with a strength of 2 times the sum of physical and mental prowess. This explosive power, however, is difficult to control and consumes a significant amount of stamina, allowing for a full release of the fierce flame only once for every 500 points of stamina. Through rigorous practice, one can master the 0-point breakthrough of death energy. The initial version transforms the flames on the hands into negatively compressed energy, manifesting as the ice of death energy. Only a high level of mental power can melt this ice. Physical and mental strength combined yield a multiplier of 2. The 0-point breakthrough of death energy. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the freshly unveiled X-gloves for V. R, scarcely able to believe his own vision. In that fleeting moment, Luffy felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Invincibility, how profoundly lonely it is. Chapter 67, The Flame of Valor. System. Open the attribute panel. Very well, the attribute panel has been activated. A cascade of data projected onto Luffy's retina. Character, Monkey D, Luffy level, 26 experience points, 1, 213. 860, 000 health points, 1, 510, 015, 100 stamina, 1, 510 strength, 1, 097 agility, 1, 079 spirit, 1, 400 Luffy, filled with excitement, raised his fist, astonished by the realization of his newfound strength. Based on his experience, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million typically possesses an average of 500 in attributes, while those with bounties of 300 million exceed an average of 800, and pirates with 500 million boast an average of over 1,000. Once the bounty surpasses 500 million, there exists a considerable disparity in attributes with each incremental increase. According to Luffy's estimation, Torbol's attributes should average above 1,500, while Doflamingo's attributes likely reach 3,000 or even 4,000, with mental attributes that are undoubtedly formidable. However, as Luffy glanced at his new weapon, he smacked his lips and revealed a confident smile. There remains a considerable distance to cover. With less than 6 years until the onset of the plot, and himself merely 11 years of age, he was capable of delivering a strike infused with haki that could inflict approximately 5,500 damage. Perhaps even his grandfather, Garp, would find himself exclaiming in pain under the force of such a blow. Haha. Now, let us test the power of this new ability. Boom. On Sabaody Archipelago, at the number 14 Isle, an inexplicable explosion erupted within a house, reducing it to ashes. The residents of the No. 14 I looked up, only to witness a plume of thick smoke rising amidst the flames above. Fortunately, the surroundings of Shaki's house were spacious and devoid of passersby, thus sparing any casualties, or so it seemed. Cough, cough, cough. From the ruins, a figure slowly emerged. Luffy, sporting a wild, explosive hairstyle and covered in soot, stood amidst the ruins of what was once a cozy abode. His gaze was vacant, as if he struggled to comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he once again raised his hand. Boom! Following another thunderous roar, Luffy plummeted to the ground from a height of 20 meters, yet thanks to his remarkable agility, he managed to regain his footing. The remnants of the house, which had already been reduced to rubble, had now completely vanished, leaving no trace of debris behind. All that remained was a gaping pit and the faint scent of charred remnants. Luffy gazed in astonishment at the X-gloves adorning his hands. In his initial attempt, lacking experience, he exerted merely 1/10 of his strength, only to inadvertently obliterate a house. On his second endeavor, he moderated his force by half, yet still propelled himself over 20 meters into the air. It seemed that this flame of the just was far more potent than he had anticipated, Luffy remarked. Slightly taken aback, he surveyed his surroundings, glancing at the site where the residents once stood. Luffy's face fell into a sorrowful expression as he murmured, "This power is rather difficult to control." He recalled how Robin had joyfully purchased 2 potted plants just yesterday, placing them at the entrance, proclaiming that this would create a sense of home. Now, witnessing the current state of affairs, he pondered how he would explain this to Robin. The mere thought of her returning home, filled with anticipation, only to confront such a dismal scene, might very well bring her to tears. No. Robin must not return home today. At the very least, it should be postponed until tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy devised a plan. Continuing to speak to himself, "Yes, I shall spend the day out and about, and then tomorrow, I will secretly purchase a new house. This way, Robin won't be too." Luffy abruptly halted mid-sentence, exclaiming, "Buying a house. My money." Luffy climbed back into the pit, incessantly searching for something. Yet, apart from the scattered remnants of wood, not even the shadow of the black box could be seen, let alone the belly within it. It is often said that fortune seldom comes in pairs, and misfortune never comes alone. Murphy's Law states that the more one worries about a particular event, the more likely it is to occur. Just as Luffy wore a frown heavy with concern, Robin's sweet and youthful voice echoed from a distance. A charming figure emerged, joyfully running toward him from the edge of the forest. As she approached, her pace inexplicably slowed, finally coming to a halt. Driven by inertia, she mechanically took 2 more steps forward. Upon seeing the dilapidated state behind Luffy, her eyes instantly filled with concern, and she rushed to his side. "Luffy, are you all right? Were you attacked by pirates? Are you hurt anywhere?" Robin asked anxiously, as she gently smoothed Luffy's disheveled hair. Observing his present condition, a wave of sorrow washed over her, and she silently chided herself. How could this happen to Luffy? The enemy must be formidable, and I was not by his side. Lost in her thoughts, a look of self-reproach unconsciously crossed Robin's face, which only added to Luffy's embarrassment. After a while, once Robin had restored Luffy's hair to its original state, he awkwardly began to speak. Robin, actually, I blew up the house myself." Robin, still immersed in her inner turmoil, failed to grasp Luffy's words. Luffy continued, saying, "In truth, I have recently mastered a new technique today, but I failed to control the force properly and inadvertently. Well, it just happened." Luffy's head bowed lower the more he spoke, eventually feeling somewhat embarrassed to meet Robin's gaze. Fortunately, Robin's character is both wise and understanding. Observing Luffy apologizing in such a manner, she felt a twinge of regret for the brief time he had spent in his home, yet she would never reveal it on her face. In a gentle tone, she reassured Luffy, saying, "As long as you are well, that is what matters. Please do not let this happen again. You possess such remarkable strength. It would be unfortunate if you were to inadvertently harm yourself with your own techniques." Luffy promptly waved his hand and said, No. Although I am not yet proficient, I have certainly begun to grasp the basics." As Robin observed that Luffy was not angry, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. How gentle Robin truly is. Relieved that he had not upset her, Luffy, having just acquired new gear, could hardly contain his childlike desire to show off. With his right hand placed over his heart, he formed a fist, revealing the new style of his X-gloves before Robin's eyes. His teeth gleamed as he smiled and exclaimed, "This move is genuinely powerful. If I master it, I assure you, no one in these seas will dare to bully you again." Although Luffy's laughter was reminiscent of a child's, Robin found herself inexplicably believing in him. "Watch closely," he said, his spirit ignited by the desire to impress. He raised one hand, forming it into the shape of a pistol, aiming at a centuries-old tree in the distance. Flame bullet. A flicker of fire gathered at his fingertips as Luffy strained to control the power. With a whoosh, a flame erupted akin to a bullet, soaring through the air with a piercing shriek, followed by a deep roar. Despite the modest force behind it, Luffy was still jolted back 2 steps by the formidable recoil of the flame. Due to his lack of control, the fireball ultimately landed in the clearing before the tree. In an instant, flames surged upward, and earth was sent flying, while a wave of heat swept through the air like a tsunami. Luffy hastily conjured a curtain of soft flames before him, shielding himself from the onslaught of flying debris. As the dust settled, he sheepishly remarked, Our house was destroyed in this manner." Chapter 68. Departure thus. "What brings you here this time?" Shaki inquired, igniting a cigarette as she settled across from Luffy and Robin, propping her chin on one hand. Luffy, somewhat flustered, hesitantly uttered, "Well, Xia. We are set to depart from the Sabaody archipelago today." "Oh?" Xiaqi's curiosity was piqued. She had assumed that Luffy and his companions would linger on the island for quite some time, especially since they were engaged in purchasing furniture and renting accommodations. The abruptness of their departure genuinely astonished her. "Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, our plans have shifted. I find myself in need of a tranquil place to focus on my training and to reflect," Luffy explained, willingly addressing Xiaqi's inquiry. Luffy's original intention was to establish himself as a prominent bounty hunter on Sabaody archipelago, amassing a fortune in gold coins. Moreover, should the opportunity arise, he contemplated covertly eliminating a few celestial dragons, undeterred by the potential turmoil it could incite on the islands. Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. The Navy's relentless crackdown swiftly apprehended all the notorious pirates on Sabaody, with the remaining few subsequently captured, likely now imprisoned in the depths of the underwater prison. In the foreseeable future, the number of pirates venturing into the New World is expected to significantly diminish, although ultimately Luffy has reaped considerable rewards, accumulating a vast fortune. This has led many pirates to adopt a cautious stance, refraining from setting foot on Sabaody archipelago. Consequently, Luffy finds himself stagnant, making no progress in the upcoming month. The uncontrollable nature of the X-Gloves Vervi has illuminated for Luffy the realization that while these system tools possess formidable power, mastering them with true stability demands considerable time and effort. Initially, the power of the Flame of Gentleness was relatively mild and manageable, allowing Luffy to effortlessly attain proficient control. However, the recent evolution into the Flame of Rigor has presented him with a formidable bottleneck. The explosive force manifests in a manner that renders it unusable in combat. At this juncture, even executing techniques becomes an insurmountable challenge, let alone engaging in battle. Moreover, the zero-point breakthrough of Death Chi, in its initial form, is a technique that Luffy had recognized as powerful from an early stage. He had anticipated relying on his own understanding to master it, only to discover that the evolved gloves directly assisted him. The Flame of Death Chi represents the manifestation of one's inner strength, whether it be the Flame of Gentleness, the Flame of Rigor, or the proliferation flame utilized by Robin. All are energies ignited by determination and awareness. The zero-point breakthrough of Death Chi, in its original version, channels this fighting spirit to its lowest ebb, releasing the energy of enlightenment under absolute calmness, ultimately transforming into an ice form that stands in stark contrast to fire. Although its deterrent capability may not rival that of Admiral Akiji's freezing fruit, capable of instantly encasing the sea in ice, it possesses the advantage of being ice formed from enlightenment, impervious to any flames thawing. Once an enemy is encased in this ice, they must rely solely on their willpower to gradually melt away, which could take minutes, days, or even years, depending on the individual's mental fortitude. It can be regarded as a true technique for one-on-one confrontations. Regrettably, Luffy currently struggles to master both the Flame of Fighting Spirit and the Flame of Rigor, let alone the more complex zero-point breakthrough of Death Chi. Fortunately, the upgraded X-Gloves have imparted to Luffy the essential skill of controlling his inner self, leaving only the matter of time for him to refine it. Shaki flicked the ash from her cigarette, letting out a soft sigh as she remarked, To be young is truly wonderful. The freedom to leave at a moment's notice is exhilarating." However, her smile quickly morphed into a poignant loneliness, her gaze becoming somewhat distant. reminiscent of a tree stripped bare of its leaves, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. Time has elapsed for far too long, to the point where she hesitates to count the days with her fingers. Exhaling the last wisp of smoke, Shaki continued, "Are you all heading to the New World after departing from Sabaody Archipelago? It would be a perfect opportunity for Rayleigh to coat your ship. This time, I can offer you a more favorable rate." With her thoughts turned over in her mind, Xiachi reverted to her usual demeanor, contemplating how she might assist these two young individuals once more. However, upon hearing Xiachi's words, Luffy awkwardly responded, "Let's leave the New World for another time. This time, we should return to the Four Seas." Luffy hesitated, contemplating whether or not to disclose the matter of the house. After all, it was a kind-hearted gesture for someone to rent him a place, only for it to be lost within a month. Yet, if he were to confide in Aunt Xia, it could very well lead to another round of reprimands. The Four Seas? Xiachi regarded Luffy with a hint of confusion, continuing, "Returning to the Four Seas is no simple task. How do you intend to navigate through the doldrums?" Luffy scratched the back of his head, pondering for a moment before offering a sheepish smile. "I haven't quite made up my mind yet. Let's take it one step at a time." He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and continued, "It's getting late. Aunt Shaki, Robin and I are off to gather supplies. We must depart today. Are you leaving so soon?" Shaki inquired with surprise, bewildered by Luffy's urgency. "Indeed. Time waits for no one," Luffy replied somewhat ambiguously. Rising from his seat, he patted Robin's shoulder, signaling that it was time to take their leave. Beside them, Robin's cheeks flushed, her demeanor radiating a sense of bashfulness that intrigued Shaki, who couldn't quite grasp the little secret shared between the two. As Luffy exited the bar, he feigned a sudden recollection and turned back to say, "By the way, Aunt Shaki, I've encountered a bit of an issue with that house. Would you sell it to me? I promise to pay you when I return next time." Shaki leaned her head on her hand, observing the two young individuals who were so spontaneous in their departure. Reminiscing about her own youthful days, she casually remarked, "Oh well, Rayleigh is quite the handyman. He can check it out later." "Is that so? Then I shall trouble Uncle Rayleigh," Luffy responded. "Until next time, Aunt Shaki." With that, he left Shaki's bar without looking back. "Safe travels," Shaki called out, watching the two young figures fade into the distance, chuckling to herself, truly a whirlwind duo. As they strolled down the street, Robin, feeling a tad perplexed, asked, "Is it really all right not to inform Aunt Shaki?" Luffy, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Uncle Rayleigh and the others won't mind this." Haraha. In truth, he was merely intimidated by Aunt Xia's formidable punch, and a single house should hardly pose a concern for Uncle Rayleigh and the others, right? He could simply make amends upon his next return. A few days later, Rayleigh stood beside a pit with a bewildered expression. "Where's my house?" Chapter 69, The Enigmatic Triangle Zone Caught. The tranquil surface of the sea suddenly erupted into frothy white waves, the playful splashes sending countless tiny droplets scattering under the radiant sunlight. They resembled shimmering fish scales adorning the water's surface, or lively children joyously leaping about. A colossal shadow gradually emerged, thrashing upon the water's surface and conjuring even more formidable surges. Luffy gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, a gleeful smile adorning his face. The fishing pole arched gracefully in the air, forming a bridge of contention between the two competitors. The shadowy figure was evidently at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the might of its adversary. Regardless of its desperate struggles, it could not escape the inexorable reality of being drawn ever closer to the water's surface. "You shall be my lunch today," Luffy declared, stepping onto the ship's railing, his arms sweeping upwards with vigor, his supple body snapping back like a whip. With a mighty splash, a colossal silhouette burst forth from the water, momentarily eclipsing the sun above, soaring over Luffy's head before crashing onto the deck, thrashing wildly and scattering droplets everywhere. Meanwhile, Robin, reclined on a sun lounger, nonchalantly waved her hand, and in an instant, a series of elegant white arms emerged from the deck, entwining in a meticulous embrace to secure the unfortunate marine creature, leaving it with no chance of escape. "Ding! Congratulations, partner. You have slain a small sea king, gaining 856 experience points." Under the blazing sun, the enormous fish, trapped upon the deck, soon succumbed to the exhaustion of life, transforming into a fresh delicacy. "Robin, I'm hungry," Luffy lamented, leaning over the carcass of the Sea King, his eyes pleading. "Should you not prepare a meal soon? I shall resort to eating it raw." With a hint of exasperation, Robin closed her book and smiled at Luffy, saying, all right. I shall attend to it right away." With that, she waved her hand again, and 2 rows of arms emerged from the ground, transporting the Sea King as they followed Robin into the ship's cabin. The vessel sailed gracefully across the vast ocean. Luffy reclined upon the sun lounger recently vacated by Robin, enveloped in bliss. As he awaited his meal, he mused contentedly. Just as he was about to indulge in a delightful nap, a sudden exclamation echoed from the cabin. Luffy, hearing the call. He hastily sprang from the chair and dashed into the kitchen. What is the matter, Robin? Upon entering, Luffy beheld Robin clad in an apron adorned with whimsical cartoon designs. Her curvaceous figure accentuated to perfection, evoking a myriad of thoughts. However, one could hardly overlook the bloodied kitchen knife she wielded. What's wrong? Luffy inquired, stepping closer as Robin pointed towards the body of a sea creature. Luffy turned his gaze towards the scene, where within the gaping belly of the Sea King lay a dilapidated wooden barrel, accompanied by a shattered stick and an unusual piece of cloth emblazoned with the words "Treasures of the Sea God." For reasons unknown, Luffy felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this barrel, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Extracting the barrel from the creature's belly, Luffy and Robin approached with a shared curiosity. Luffy circled around the wooden barrel, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he turned to Robin and exclaimed, Robin, are you aware of the terrifying legend that haunts these seas? Robin responded, her voice imbued with a delicate curiosity, which fueled Luffy's eagerness to continue. It is said that there exists a dreadful maritime zone known as the Bermuda Triangle, where everything mysteriously vanishes. Luffy's gaze shimmered with excitement, as if he had glimpsed something truly captivating. Robin looked at Luffy with a puzzled expression and gently replied, I am familiar with this legend. It is said that countless ships have been lost in that treacherous expanse, never to return. Luffy shook his head and replied nonchalantly, It is not that sea, but this sea. What? Robin's delicate face suddenly grew grave. According to the rumors she had heard, the Mystic Triangle had never allowed a living soul to escape. Luffy gently tapped the lid of the barrel and continued, however, it would not be entirely accurate to say that. From this moment forth, let us explore this vicinity. The legendary sea should be nearby. Robin, with a hint of concern, opened her mouth as if to speak, but paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. At your command, Captain. Luffy nodded and suddenly exclaimed, I'm so hungry, Robin. After their meal, Luffy and Robin took the helm, steering the vessel in circles around the area. Luffy hoisted the barrel onto the deck and forcefully lifted the lid. Suddenly, a projectile resembling a flying monkey soared into the sky, bursting with a resounding bang. In an instant, the heavens were painted crimson, the blinding red light completely eclipsing the sun, rendering everything beneath the shell of the explosion devoid of color. Half a minute later, the scarlet hue gradually faded, and the sky returned to its original hue, while the sea lay tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Was this a signal flare? The erudite Robin swiftly deduced the contents of the barrel. Indeed, and the individual who discarded this barrel is certainly no benevolent soul. We are being targeted, Luffy replied with a grin. Seemingly struck by a thought, he glanced at Robin's slender arms and remarked, By the way, Robin, it seems you ought to consider enhancing your training. Robin, still pondering the signal flare, was abruptly interrupted by Luffy's sudden comment. However, now that she had come to trust Luffy implicitly, she quickly dismissed the notion of the signal flare, meeting Luffy's gaze, seemingly awaiting his next words. Although it may be somewhat premature for you, it is indeed prudent to be forewarned. As Luffy spoke, he raised his arm to gesture towards Robin. You should have noticed during my battles that I frequently employ a technique that darkens and hardens my body. To elucidate further, Luffy enveloped his entire arm in haki, continuing. This is haki, an essential skill for any formidable warrior in the New World. It bolsters defense, enhances attacks, and allows one to strike the corporeal forms of Logia fruit users. Robin approached, gently caressing Luffy's arm, and for some inexplicable reason, Luffy felt a sense of being taken advantage of. Noticing the change in Luffy's expression, Robin chuckled, saying, Hee, I am aware, you taught Guttia about this last time, and I happened to overhear. Luffy's demeanor shifted, his mouth twitching slightly as he stammered. Well, I know about observation haki and conqueror's haki too. With a playful yet sweet charm, she resembled a mischievous 18-year-old girl caught in the throes of a romantic escapade, which, in truth, she was. Very well. Luffy had anticipated indulging in the role of a mentor once more, yet he did not foresee this outcome, especially since Robin had not been present during their last lesson. Wait a minute, am I being surveilled? What about when I bathe? Oh damn. At this moment, Luffy's expression was as capricious as the weather on the Grand Line. Robin realized that she had inadvertently revealed too much and hastily shifted the topic, saying, Luffy, have you noticed that the mist around us seems to be growing denser? Chapter 70. The Pockball. Oh, prompted by Robin's observation, Luffy suddenly became aware of the peculiarities surrounding them. Momentarily setting aside the lesson he had intended to impart to Robin, Luffy and Robin worked in unison to fold the sails. Subsequently, the two of them navigated through the fog-laden Devil's Sea, seemingly guided by mere luck. After sailing for a while, Luffy noticed no change in their surroundings and suggested that Robin return to her quarters to rest, opting to keep watch on the deck alone. After all, Robin had been tirelessly cooking and washing for him, which was quite demanding. At that moment, upon spotting a wooden barrel, a brilliant idea struck Luffy's mind. He had departed from Sabaody Archipelago in search of a pristine location to train his Conqueror-S Haki in the 0-point breakthrough. Given the formidable destructive capability of Conqueror-S Haki and the stringent environmental requirements for the 0-point breakthrough trainings, it would be most prudent for Luffy to seek out an uninhabited island. However, the choice of a deserted isle posed the risk of dwindling supplies over time. Conversely, selecting a biodiversity-rich island might compromise the tranquility essential for the 0-point breakthrough training. It was only moments ago that Luffy recalled the long-overlooked terrifying three-masted ship. This vessel, belonging to the future warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, was originally anchored on an island within the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle. Moria and his crew had transformed it into a ship capable of navigation at will, boasting the title of the largest pirate ship in the world. However, after Moria's crew was defeated by Kaido's pirates, his comrades perished, leaving him despondent and spiraling into despair. He became convinced that survival was synonymous with loss and began collaborating with the brilliant Surgeon Hogback to harness his devil fruit powers in creating an indomitable army of zombies. The terrifying three-masted ship not only provided the solitude Luffy required, but was also sparsely populated, with the only living souls being Moria, his three subordinates, and a handful of survivors deprived of their shadows. This setting perfectly catered to his training needs, and all he needed to do was subdue them. Upon reflection, it appears that the presence of Perona, the user of the ghost fruit, and Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit, may serve as excellent mentors for Robin in honing her Haki skills. Perona, a charming and eternally youthful figure, possesses commendable abilities, albeit with certain limitations and a rather modest potential for growth. According to Luffy's estimations, her capabilities might only reach an S rank. Otherwise, he might have been genuinely intrigued. As Luffy considered Robin, he accessed the partner system and discovered her attributes. Character: Nico Robin. Qualification: SS Stamina, for 90 Strength, 230 Agility, 330 Spirit, 770 with Luffy's level enhancements and the potential activation from the Ring of Clouds. Robin's attributes have seen remarkable advancements, with her basic stamina reaching an impressive 490 points and her spirit soaring to 770. Observing that Robin is on the verge of surpassing 500 points in stamina, Luffy inquisitively inquired of the system, if Robin's stamina and spirit are about to exceed 500. Does that imply she is on the cusp of awakening the Conqueror's Haki? This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Luffy. He envisioned a future where, as his level increased, he could assist his companions in transcending the 500-point threshold, allowing each of them to wield the Conqueror's Haki. The mere presence of their crew, collectively emanating such power, could instill fear in countless adversaries. However, the system's response abruptly shattered Luffy's reverie. Response to the host: that is not the case. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki at the threshold of 500 stamina and spirit is exclusive to the host. Others must possess the requisite qualifications and elevate their stamina and spirit beyond 500. Those lacking such qualifications, regardless of their high spirit, can only exhibit resistance to Conqueror's Haki or other mental attacks. They remain unable to learn the technique through practice. Furthermore, it should be noted that surpassing 500 in other attributes does not guarantee the ability to utilize armament Haki or observation Haki. A score of 500 merely represents the minimum standard for Haki usage. All others, apart from the host, must diligently train to acquire it. What? Luffy lamented in disappointment. So it turns out that Conqueror's Haki is contingent upon qualifications. I had thought that reaching a spirit level of 500 was already a sign of qualification. The system responded coldly to Luffy's dismay. Under normal circumstances, this would be a fair assessment. To elevate two attributes beyond 500 under standard growth conditions is akin to finding a gem among millions. Such individuals are born rulers. Nonetheless, some ordinary individuals can, through sheer effort, reach levels comparable to those of prodigies. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luffy gained a modicum of understanding. Perhaps due to Robin's profound childhood trauma, her psyche remained in a state of perpetual tension, ultimately leading to her current predicament under immense pressure. Sighing softly, Luffy refrained from uttering any more pitiful words. Robin would not wish to hear them. Time continued its relentless march, and the fact that Robin could now smile genuinely indicated that her perseverance had not been in vain. With over 1 million gold coins at his disposal, Luffy contemplated investing them entirely in Robin. He realized he had yet to check this month's random items. Lacking the funds to purchase items from the system's shop had caused him to lose the habit of browsing it monthly. Had he not pondered the issue of equipment this time, he might have missed it entirely. What if there were something truly valuable? Opening the shop system, Luffy was momentarily taken aback, for this time, the system had refreshed 3 identical random items. Pokeball, originating from the world of Pokemon. It can capture any life form devoid of human genes as a pet. The pet will obey the host unconditionally, unlocking a dedicated attribute panel and benefiting from the host's level attributes. Upon successful capture, it will activate the partner system.S pet subsystem. Price: 100,000 gold coins. After thoroughly perusing the functionality of the Pokeball, Luffy promptly purchased all 3. This was the first time he encountered an item capable of triggering a subsystem's. Without a second thought, he deemed it essential to acquire them. Moreover, according to the system's description, this effectively granted him 3 non-human companions. Although they would not contribute to his attributes, having a larger crew aboard would undoubtedly bring more joy. After all, the number of partners he could recruit was limited, and exceeding that limit would create a sense of alienation. To avoid such a rift, Luffy preferred not to recruit an excessive number of crew members. With a nonchalant expenditure of 300,000 gold coins, 3 red and white Pokeballs nestled quietly in Luffy's backpack, awaiting their moment of necessity. Chapter 71, Robin's Equipment. With 700,000 gold coins remaining, if he were to allocate them all to enhance Robin, Luffy gazed at the array of items in the shop system and commanded, "System, display partner equipment." "At your command," the system replied, as a burst of white light flickered. 6 items appeared neatly before Luffy. While referred to as 6 items, they were merely a set distinguished by color: 2 pairs of glasses, 1 black and 1 white. 2 shirts, 1 black and 1 white, and 2 pairs of cloth shoes, 1 black and 1 white. Luffy's expression turned awkward, and he let out a few dry chuckles. Murmuring to himself, "This seems rather casual." He focused his thoughts to activate the first item, the black glasses. Partner equipment: head, health 10, strength 10, price 10,000 gold coins. He then clicked on the white glasses. Partner equipment: head, agility 10, spirit 10, price 10,000 gold coins. In just a few lines, Luffy was taken aback not only by the nonchalant design of the equipment, but also by the casualness of their names, with the only consistent factor being the price, which was anything but casual. The remaining 4 items followed suit, categorized as partner equipment: body and partner equipment, feet, differentiated by black and white, enhancing either health and strength or agility and spirit. Luffy gazed at the rudimentary icons within the shop, suddenly uncertain whether he should make a purchase. Such an unappealing garment. Would Robin truly wear it? Perhaps it would be met with disdain. Nonetheless, he thought to himself, why not give it a try? Luffy spent 10,000 gold coins to purchase a pair of black spectacles, intending to test the waters. This was the only piece of equipment he deemed not excessively unattractive. As he retrieved the glasses from his backpack, a pair of large round frames reminiscent of Harry Potter's spectacles materialized in Luffy's hands. Luffy weighed the glasses in his hand, astonished to find them surprisingly weightless. "System, how can I enhance this? Is it similar to the evolution stones?" he mused, adjusting the glasses across his face. Once the host successfully acquires the equipment, enhancements, star upgrades, and tier advancements can all be performed on the partner equipment page. The partner page, is it? Luffy opened the comrades page, and indeed, near the headgear of Zoro, Nami, and Robin, there appeared a small flashing plus sign. Luffy clicked on the plus sign next to Robin, and a window appeared presenting the option to equip items. The only available equipment was the recently acquired black-framed glasses. He chose to equip them. The black-framed glasses in Luffy's hands suddenly underwent a transformation. It seemed that their size had diminished slightly, making them more suitable for Robin's facial structure. In the marketplace, he procured a gem for enhancement and opted to apply it to the glasses. Ding! Enhancement successful. Following a series of system notifications, the glasses remained quietly nestled in Luffy's palm, unchanged. Curious. Luffy opened the attributes of the glasses and discovered that aside from the name changing to partner equipment, Head 1, there were no other alterations. System. Why have the attributes not changed? Was it not said that they would be enhanced? Luffy inquired in confusion. Responding to the host, the enhancement level increases the attributes of the equipment by 1% for each level. Currently, the attribute increase is less than 1, hence the system does not display it. It is advisable for the host to elevate both the star rating and level of the equipment before selecting enhancement for a noticeable change. Star elevation, is it? With determination, Luffy decisively purchased 5 star elevating gems and 1 advancement gem from the shop, spending a total of 150,000 gold coins. He applied all the gems directly to the glasses. After a flash of brilliance, the appearance of the glasses remained unchanged, yet the attributes underwent a significant transformation. Partner equipment. Head 1, Stamina 60, Strength 60, Skill 1. Can transform into various head decorations according to the user's thoughts. Upon seeing the first skill, Luffy was momentarily stunned. Never expecting such an effect to manifest from an investment of 150,000 gold coins, Luffy reflected on the introduction of the evolution gems, pondering that with each advancement, a unique effect would be bestowed. Could it be that with another evolution, a dazzling golden effect would materialize? This thought ignited a sense of dread within him. Could he possibly be deceived? Ding! Fear not, esteemed host. Within the first 3 levels, the effects are universal. All companions' equipment will acquire versatile skills upon their initial evolution. Beyond the 3rd level, however, the equipment will be irrevocably bound to its wielder, generating exclusive skills. Exclusive skills? Indeed, they are tailored to suit the wearer. This piqued Luffy's curiosity. He licked his lips, mentally calculating. Each evolution costs 150,000 gold coins. And with his current total of 550,000 coins, he had sufficient funds for 3 advancements. Gold can always be earned anew, surely. The system's offerings will not lead him astray. Luffy, in a state of reckless abandon, clung to his final glimmer of hope and began to take action. His current gold balance stood at 400,000. With the acquisition of his second skill, he gained a 5 to all elemental resistances, reducing his gold balance to 250,000. The third skill, which offered a damage absorption of 10, was his last chance. Filled with excitement, Luffy glanced at the 5-star upgrading gems and 1 advancement gem nestled within his pack. The system had indeed not disappointed him. The skills obtained from the second and third advancements were beyond his expectations. The all-elemental resistance implied that any future elemental attacks would suffer a 5 reduction in damage. Should he complete his 3 pieces of equipment, it would mean that all nature-based abilities would have their attack power diminished by a remarkable 15. Coupled with the damage absorption provided by the 3 pieces of equipment, any attack, regardless of its form, would have its combat power reduced by 3 layers, rendering him an invincible bulwark. Luffy gazed at the formidable equipment with a broad grin. However, as his laughter echoed, he suddenly sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Wait. Such powerful gear is utterly beyond his grasp. Such advanced skills remain inaccessible to him. Luffy's inner joy swiftly dissipated. And after a brief moment, he resignedly remarked, Never mind. If I take it seriously, I shall surely lose. After 5 ascensions and 1 advancement, Luffy once again opened the attribute panel of his glasses. Partner equipment. Head 1. Stamina 212, Strength 212, Skill 1. Can transform into various head adornments at the user's will. Skill 2. All elemental resistance 5, Skill 3. Damage absorption 10, Skill 4. Perception ability 50, bound to Nico Robin. Luffy was taken aback to discover that Robin's unique skill was, in fact, her ability to perceive. It is worth noting that the true strength of the Hana no Mi lies not merely in the ability to sprout giant arms, but in her capacity to utilize her abilities from any location within her sensory range. In the original narrative, Robin effortlessly subdued Cavendish in his sickle state during the Dressrosa arc. It is significant to mention that Cavendish's speed was so remarkable that even Luffy's ardent admirer, Bartolomeo, could not discern it. Yet, Robin managed to accurately activate her powers on his body. This illustrates that Robin's perception is indeed extraordinary, with an additional 50% enhancement. It is conceivable that even Kizaru, who moves at the speed of light, might not stand a chance against her. Of course, this presupposes that Robin learns to envelop her abilities with haki, much like Luffy's Gear Forth in the original tale. Upon reflection, it is clear that the journey has only just begun. Chapter 72, The Terrifying Three-Masted Ship. Luffy examined the pair of spectacles in his hand. To any casual observer, they appeared utterly ordinary. Yet, concealed within their unremarkable facade lay immense power. Thus, he resolved to act decisively, without hesitation. Luffy exchanged all of the remaining coins, a little over 100,000, for gemstones, acquiring a total of 5-star enhancement stones and 54 enhancement gems. Thus, the enhancement of Robin's exclusive equipment reached a formal conclusion. The partner equipment, head, 10, stamina 286, strength 286. With this, Robin's attributes met the minimum requirements, allowing her to commence the practice of haki. Luffy laughed heartily, lifting his gaze to the sky. Alas, it was pitch black, rendering everything invisible. Luffy cast a glance around the cabin. Robin should not have retired for the night at this hour. Nonetheless, he decided it would be best to postpone the surprise until tomorrow, to avoid any awkward situations from recurring. Luffy resolved to keep his delightful revelation under wraps until the morrow. Thus, amidst the vast, misty sea, Luffy sat idly on the deck, gradually succumbing to slumber. In the midst of his dreams, a gentle voice seemed to call out his name. The tone was soft and sweet, akin to honey, flowing into Luffy's ears like a fine-aged peach wine, enhancing the quality of his repose. Sighing lightly, Robin observed Luffy's unyielding slumber with a knowing expression, her face tinged with a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A smile crept across Robin's lips, her eyes narrowing in delight, as if her earlier display of exasperation had been mere pretense. She grasped Luffy's cheeks firmly. "Luffy, wake up," she exclaimed, while her hands continued to pinch his cheeks, her visage radiating a sense of satisfaction and unrestrained joy. Luffy's mouth stretched wide, nearly reaching his ears. His cheeks flushed from her playful grasp. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, then closed, and eventually opened again. "Robin, what is it?" he mumbled, still ensnared in the remnants of his dreams. "Nothing. Wait, take a look around, Luffy." As she noticed Luffy stirring, Robin swiftly concealed her hands behind her back, gazing at him with a beaming smile, as if nothing had transpired. Luffy's eyes were glazed as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and rubbed his eyes, gradually shaking off the haze of slumber. He glanced around, noting that nothing seemed amiss. The surroundings were still shrouded in a violet mist, revealing no discernible changes. Unable to bear Luffy's foolish demeanor any longer, Robin pointed towards the direction in which the ship was sailing, gently urging him, "Look over there, Luffy." Luffy approached the bow of the ship, his eyes wide with anticipation as he gazed ahead. In the distance, a colossal mouth slowly drew nearer to them. Oh, it seems we have arrived." The sight of that eerie maw ignited a sudden excitement within Luffy. What? Robin, hoist the sails, straight ahead, full speed. Although Luffy did not elaborate on their destination, and Robin was unaware of where they were headed, she understood that at this moment, compliance was all that mattered. Seeing Luffy's joy brought her happiness as well. "At your command, Captain." Amidst a flurry of activity, the ship surged swiftly toward the gigantic mouth. Suddenly, Luffy recalled that he had spent his entire savings before falling asleep to craft the most exquisite pair of glasses for Robin. Producing the special glasses from his pocket, he declared, "Robin, I have a gift for you." In his palm lay an adorable pair of round-frame glasses. Robin's cheeks flushed crimson at that moment. Thoughts of treacherous seas and terrifying maws vanished from her mind. Accepting the glasses, she gently placed them upon her face, a perfect fit. Robin smiled tenderly, about to speak when an inexplicable power surged within her, enveloping her entire being. This sensation was familiar. The last time it had occurred was beneath the enchanting moonlight when Luffy adorned himself with that magical ring. It seemed these glasses were no ordinary item. Curiously, she glanced at Luffy, who was beaming at her. "How does it feel?" Luffy inquired, eagerly anticipating her response, given that this was a creation born from his entire savings. Robin replied with a bright smile, revealing her pearly whites. "Thank you, Luffy." As she felt herself growing stronger, she pondered when she would finally be able to assist him. "These glasses are remarkable. They can transform into any headpiece you desire," Luffy explained simply regarding their transformative abilities. Robin's expression shifted to one of astonishment as the glasses morphed, first into a mask, then into a headband. Ultimately, she reverted them to their original form, perhaps believing that this appearance would forever etch the memory of this moment in her heart. Luffy paid little heed to these developments. The ship drew ever closer to the gaping maw. Creaking sounds echoed as a series of mechanisms trembled, and the colossal mouth gradually opened, voraciously swallowing the surrounding seawater. While Luffy and his companion's vessel was swiftly drawn into the ravenous abyss. "Luffy!" Robin exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Luffy, seemingly unfazed, calmly reassured, "Don't worry, everything is fine." In an apparent attempt to soothe Robin, he gently pulled her closer and patted her shoulder. The ship swayed to and fro amidst the undulating waves, persistently rocking back and forth, until, with a loud thud, it collided with the shore, coming to an abrupt halt. Luffy leaped gracefully from the bow of the ship to the ground, while Robin, trailing behind, conjured two delicate, pink wings and descended slowly beside him. "This is it," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Robin surveyed her surroundings. Amidst the dense, eerie mist, everything appeared ominously foreboding. In the dark forest, it seemed as though some terrifying creatures lurked, accompanied by a chorus of unsettling whispers. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Robin posed the question that had long been on her mind, asking, "Luffy, where exactly are we?" As she spoke, whether intentionally or not, she stepped a little closer to Luffy, reminiscent of a shy young girl. Luffy surveyed his surroundings thoughtfully before speaking slowly. "This is the stronghold of a great pirate." "A pirate?" Robin couldn't help but express her bewilderment. What manner of dullard would choose to reside in such a desolate place? Indeed, a defeated pirate. This island is akin to his pirate ship. He was vanquished by Kaido in the New World, lost all his comrades, and thereafter dared not show his face again, retreating to this forlorn location. Luffy continued to address Robin's uncertainties, sharing with her all the information he had yet to forget. As they conversed, they ventured deeper into the forest, blissfully unaware of the dark surroundings. Robin listened intently to Luffy's voice, gradually sensing a transformation in the atmosphere around them, from an initial chill that invoked fear to a sense of diminutive disdain. It was peculiar. This was Robin's first experience of such emotions towards another. Was it because she now stood alongside a formidable ally? She glanced at her hands and then at Luffy, contemplating that it must be due to his presence beside her. A sweet thought lingered in her heart. Chapter 73. Bones hiss. 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 "Master Moria, the corpses are ready," proclaimed a peculiarly disproportionate figure, a bizarrely stout man whose upper body resembled a water barrel while his lower limbs were as slender as chopsticks. His upper half was draped in a fishing net, and he wore a form-fitting pair of overalls, topped with an ostentatious purple cloak adorned with fur. With a clap of his hands, two strange creatures, bound in bandages like mummies, slowly wheeled in an operating gurney. The odd figure, with a surgical scar stretching across his forehead and connecting both temples, exhaled air through his elongated pointed nose and respectfully addressed the massive shadow before him, "Master Moria. This is the legendary dragon slayer from Wano, Ryuma, along with his treasured blade, the black sword, Akushu." Upon the operating table lay a figure clad in a white kimono, with dragons embroidered on the sleeves, white hair, and a body reminiscent of a mummy, 1/3 of his head swathed in bandages. Beside him rested the entirely black Akushu, adorned with crimson patterns. "Quickly, let me become the Pirate King," echoed a giant silhouette emerging from the darkness, accompanied by an eerie laughter. Towering at 7 meters, with hair resembling green onions and a visage akin to a demon, he bore 2 horns at his temples, pointed ears, and teeth. His neck bore the markings of stitched wounds, and he was dressed in a shirt with bat-like collars and Gothic attire. This was none other than the notorious pirate, Gecko Moria, who had once commanded the seas of the New World with unmatched prowess. He had been a confident pirate, unafraid to chase his dreams, until a fateful battle with Kaido shattered his foundation, leaving him a solitary figure returned to the paradise. Now, at the age of 44, despite maintaining a pirate's boisterous demeanor, who could truly comprehend the depths of his inner thoughts? "Master Moria, this corpse is utterly unappealing. I do not like it. I desire a charming, plushy corpse." A little girl, donned in a princess gown and crowned with a tiara, her pink pigtails bouncing as she stood beside Moria, stomped her feet and exclaimed with a playful fury, "Yee-hee-hee-hee. Next time, Perona. This time, we shall create an exceptionally powerful zombie general." Moria chuckled as he declined her request. After a moment of laughter, he inquired of Hogback, "Where has Absalom gone?" With a sly grin, Hogback replied slowly, "It seems a new ship has arrived. He has gone to see if there are any lovely ladies to serve as his bride. He. Finding his own words amusing, Hogback erupted into laughter. Moria nodded slightly, choosing to disregard Absalom's whereabouts, and commanded into the distance, lower him down. At once, Master Moria, came a hoarse voice from afar. With a clattering sound of iron chains, a dark vampire coffin began to descend slowly from the castle above. Amidst the eerie atmosphere of the castle and the peculiar figures below, the black coffin inched closer to Moria. With a resounding thud, it landed, and two bandaged mummies stepped forward to gently open the coffin lid. Inside lay a tightly bound skeleton with an extravagant hairstyle, dressed in a formal suit, who promptly tumbled to the ground as the coffin opened. With nothing but bones remaining, one couldn't help but worry that such a fall might shatter him into pieces. Che. Perona pouted, softly murmuring, how utterly uncharming. He. Moria's chilling laughter echoed once more as he affectionately ruffled Perona's hair, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the skull lying at their feet wobbled, miraculously lifting its head. Hollow eyes ignited with an unsettling green glow, and its mouth moved to utter, Yahoho. Who? It seems I have escaped. Good evening, everyone. Brooke, the user of the Yomi no Mi, exhaled in relief, greeting Moria and the others before continuing. By the way, I just encountered a zombie. It truly frightened me to the core, even though I don't have a heart. Yahoho. Perona, observing Brooke as he entertained himself with his corny jokes, frowned in disgust and remarked, how utterly revolting. Master Moria, you wouldn't seriously consider using him, would you? It was peculiar that Perona, who typically reveled in the macabre, found a skeleton repugnant. Even Hogback and Moria were taken aback, yet Moria indulgently replied, He. Then let us swiftly extract his shadow and cast him into the devil's sea to fend for himself. Shine the light upon him. Upon hearing the command, Hogback swiftly directed the zombies behind him. A brilliant beam from a spotlight illuminated Brooke as one of the zombies approached and inserted a hook into the rope assisting him. The other end of the hook gradually ascended, hoisting Brooke into the air, casting a long shadow that stretched out beneath the intense light. Bewildered, Brooke continued to exclaim, Hey, what are you doing? Let me down. At that moment, he realized he had unwittingly escaped from the wolf's den only to walk into the tiger's lair. Having drifted in the Devil's Sea for over 40 years, he had finally discovered an island, only to be confronted by a terrifying horde of zombies, sending him into a frenzy. This group of zombies had pursued him relentlessly. In the midst of his panic, he suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness and inexplicably confined within a box. Initially, upon seeing a group of humans upon the box's opening, he felt a surge of joy, for he had not conversed with anyone in over 4 decades. However, he soon realized that his elation had been premature. Cackling sinisterly, Moria fiddled with a large pair of scissors while fear filled Brooke's gaze. Though he lacked eyes, the flickering flame of his soul within his skull vividly conveyed his current trepidation. In the midst of Brooke's astonished stare, Moria gently tugged at the ground, capturing Brooke's elongated shadow entirely. The shadow stretched like a line, connecting to the soles of Brooke's feet. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Brooke shouted urgently. The surrounding zombies echoed with their terrifying laughter, cackling, hissing, ha ha ha. Chapter 74. Entering the castle, Luffy forcefully snapped the branches and shrubs obstructing his path with Robin, and a chilling graveyard suddenly materialized before them. Luffy joyfully gazed at a large tree and a unicorn, both caught off guard while playing cards, frozen in place as if they were mere statues. Although this was the terrifying Thriller Bark, a place that instilled fear with its zombie paradise. Luffy felt as if he were a child wandering through a zoo, brimming with curiosity, eager to explore every nook and cranny. He glanced around, observing the bizarre and grotesque creatures of death, and suddenly a bold idea took root in his mind. He resolved to subdue Moria and conduct a thorough experiment. Luffy began to grow increasingly impatient to conquer this island. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from ahead. Hurry. He is about to wake up. Lady Perona instructed us to cast him into the Devil's Sea. We must not cause her any distress. But will he die if he falls into the water? How foolish. Wouldn't you rather place him on the ship? Oh. 3 peculiar squirrel-like creatures scurried past Luffy, chatting animatedly while clutching something in their hands, blissfully unaware of Luffy and his companions. I heard from Lord Absalom that another unfortunate soul has arrived on the island. One remarked. Yes, it seems there's also a girl. Lord Absalom has already gone to see her. They chattered incessantly as they emerged from the castle. Robin, overhearing their conversation, glanced back to see Luffy tethering a bloodied, gagged figure with a vine. This strange individual, despite his ornate attire, bore a grotesque visage, with long golden hair and a mouth reminiscent of a beast, utterly hideous. Moments ago, they had been stumbling through the forest together. A subtle unease crept into Robin's senses, as if the air around them had shifted. Ahead, Luffy, wielding his observation haki, swung a punch directly behind him, and the grotesque figure suddenly collapsed, unconscious. Luffy proclaimed that he still had a purpose, and with that, he bound the peculiar individual and dragged him out of the forest. "Hey, Robin, look over there," Luffy exclaimed, pointing into the distance and bursting into laughter. Following Luffy's gesture, Robin gazed towards the horizon and beheld a magnificent, yet ominous castle situated at the heart of the island. Looking up from the castle, 3 colossal masts towered into the heavens. From these great masts descended 3 large sails, with the central sail drenched in black dye, adorned with a skull in the shape of a bat engulfed in flames, signifying that the entire island was, in fact, a pirate ship. Robin was utterly astounded by the scene before her, despite Luffy having mentioned it previously. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief as she observed the sails rising and falling in the fierce wind, murmuring, "Is this the infamous 3-masted ship?" Luffy, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Indeed, what a magnificent scene. Those who dominate these vast seas undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities." However, he abruptly straightened his posture, his eyes shimmering with hope as he gazed skyward, proclaiming, "In the future, we shall possess a grander vessel, one that will carry our dreams. We shall roam these waters." "Dreams?" Robin queried, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Yes, your dreams, Robin," she encouraged. As Robin delved into her memories, she recalled her former existence. Sustained by Sabo's words that good fortune awaited those who persevered, she had indeed endured. Yet, did she still harbor any dreams? The visages of her mother and the doctor resurfaced in her mind. Was it the truth of history she sought? It seemed not. But what was it? Suddenly, she beheld Luffy's bright, clear eyes, gentle yet commanding. "I now understand what I desire." A soft smile graced Robin's lips as she murmured, "I truly hope to board this ship soon. Very soon. My back aches terribly, though I seem to have no back." Brook gradually regained consciousness, realizing he had been tossed back onto the previous ship. Rising, he inspected himself, finding nothing amiss. That peculiar individual," Brook recalled, remembering the moment before his unconsciousness when Moria, wielding scissors and laughing eerily, severed his shadow. Looking down, he confirmed his fears. Nothing remained. He dashed to the mirror, and indeed, he was devoid of his shadow. "No, I cannot lose my shadow," Brook stated with an unusual seriousness. Although he was unaware that losing his shadow would lead to his demise under sunlight, an instinctive urgency pulsed within his vibrant soul, compelling him to reclaim his shadow. Luffy pushed open the ancient door and, nonchalantly, entered the castle with Robin, dragging Absalom along. The graveyard they had just witnessed now bore an additional heap of corpses. Each body lay contorted, their joints dislocated, rendering them utterly immobile. Suddenly, a round head slipped from atop the pile and tumbled to the ground with a thud. How painful! In an extraordinary turn of events, the spherical head spoke, glancing around in a circular motion before exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey! Everyone, wake up, quickly. I can't move." One by one, the eyes of the corpses began to flutter open, transforming the once silent graveyard into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. "Someone help me. I'm stuck. Who is pressing down on me? Hurry, I can't move. Hey, what is going on here?" Dozens of corpses clamored, their voices overlapping in a relentless chorus. Meanwhile, the round head fell into a reverie. It recalled encountering a man and a woman who had entered the graveyard, and their intention to capture them. They concealed themselves within the cemetery, but upon emerging, they found their movements suddenly restricted, and then, in an instant, they had lost consciousness. Though somewhat jumbled, this was all that the round head could recollect. Earlier, as Luffy and Robin passed through the graveyard, Luffy had spotted this group of unintelligent zombies but had chosen to ignore them, finding them immobile and unworthy of attention. Little did they know that just as Luffy and Robin were about to exit the graveyard, the zombies sprang forth, startling Robin, who had been preoccupied with examining Luffy's hair. In an immediate flurry of movement, delicate arms twisted and contorted the joints and necks of all the zombies, and abruptly, the once silent undead erupted into a clamor, unable to move yet undeniably alive. Luffy found their incessant noise exceedingly bothersome, and with a mere flick of his conqueror's haki, he rendered them unconscious, much like a cannon dispatching a mosquito. They were indeed a pitiful bunch. Chapter 75, Dragon Horse Luffy. I have a peculiar sensation that we are being watched. Upon entering the castle, Robin felt an unsettling presence. After walking for a while, she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Huh. Luffy glanced back at Robin in surprise. He was astonished by the strength of Robin's perceptive abilities. Could it be attributed to the effect of her glasses? Although she had not reached the level of observation hockey, was this merely intuition? It was indeed perplexing. Are you suggesting someone is observing us? Luffy pointed toward a pig's head ornament hanging above the fireplace, cheerfully greeting it. Look at that pig's head. It's watching us. Hee hee, hello there. Suddenly, the pig's head broke into a cold sweat, tightly shutting its eyes, repeatedly muttering to itself, You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. As for its duty as the zombie captain, what a joke. Did it not see that even Lord Absalom was being dragged around like a dead dog? Resistance would surely lead to dire consequences. The pig-headed captain kept his eyes shut, incessantly giving himself psychological affirmations, akin to a devout fanatic. Unfortunately, if there truly existed a deity in this world, it surely did not heed the captain's fervent prayers. Luffy approached the fireplace, his hand clenched into a fist, which he placed firmly upon Captain Pighead's head. With an air of dissatisfaction, he exclaimed, Hey, I greeted you, and yet you dare to ignore me. As he spoke, his fist transformed into a conical shape, twisting vigorously upon the captain's forehead. Why you? Hello. Captain Pighead stammered, his voice laced with panic. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, streaming down his cheeks, although he had long since lost the sensation of pain. At that moment, as Luffy's fist made contact, he felt a brush with death. That's more like it, Luffy declared, a youthful gleam in his eye. You know your place, and I appreciate your expression. He then patted Captain Pighead on the back, before gripping the sides of his mouth and forcefully stretching it wide, playfully maneuvering it up and down, side to side. The surrounding mural zombies and carpet bears stood utterly still, as if they had perished, pretending to be mere decorations. As Luffy played, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu suddenly washed over him. He forcefully tugged at Captain Pighead's mouth, pulling it back until it nearly reached the nape of his neck. Then, with a swift motion, he withdrew his hand. Captain Pighead's face, akin to rubber, rebounded several times before gradually returning to its original form, and throughout the ordeal, he dared not utter a single word. Luffy turned his head and cast a curious glance at Robin, as if he had a vague recollection of the recent scene, reminiscent of a similar experience. However, upon noticing Luffy's gaze upon her, Robin promptly clasped her hands behind her back, feigning ignorance and surveying the surrounding decorations. Yet, her alluring eyes, which persistently darted towards Luffy, betrayed her without mercy. Luffy's brow twitched slightly, his mind incessantly muttering, Robin, you've gone astray. Just as he was preparing to impart some earnest guidance to Robin, the grand doors of the castle were abruptly shattered, collapsing with a thunderous roar. A samurai clad in a white bathrobe emerged, advancing slowly. Step, 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 step. The wooden clogs he wore struck the floor, producing a crisp sound. The Grand Line, the Red Line, Laboon, Bink Sake. The samurai ambled forth, murmuring nonsensical phrases, occasionally humming a tune. Step, step, step. His pace gradually slowed, and at the very moment he was about to exit the castle, his entire demeanor shifted abruptly. The confusion vanished, but vitality drained away. It was as if tender new leaves had withered and fallen in an instant, though devoid of life. They offered a richer essence, nourishing the earth. The samurai slowly lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with a ghostly light, and spoke, I am Ryuma, the Dragon Slayer. Under the command of Lord Moria. Ho 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 ho. His erratic tone and peculiar laughter instantly reminded Luffy of someone, a person he had yet to encounter in this world. The zombie samurai Ryuma turned to face Luffy and Robin, drawing his great sword, the Black Blade Shisui, and declared, Ho 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 ho. You must be the pirates who have just arrived on the island. Lord Moria has mentioned capturing you. Oh? Luffy nonchalantly tossed aside Captain Pig, scrutinizing the seemingly mindless samurai before him, who had just been granted a shadow. Ryuma, as a freshly animated zombie with a newly acquired shadow, did not recognize Absalom, one of the three oddities, who was incessantly gesturing at him. He mistook him for an ordinary zombie controlled by intruders, for Absalom was, after all, more grotesque than a zombie. Ho 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 now. As the final query before my assault, may I see your panties, dear lady? Robin had yet to respond when Luffy clenched his fist, flames of softness enveloping his palm as he lowered his head, his gaze fierce as he slowly approached Ryuma. It seemed Luffy was somewhat irked. Robin thought sweetly as she prepared to intervene. However, Ryuma paid no heed to Luffy's movements. His sword was drawn, and there was no reason not to attack. Assuming his stance, he charged towards Luffy in an instant. The distance between them closed rapidly, and Luffy raised one hand, ready to counter. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Luffy paused momentarily, then silently withdrew his fist along with the flames that danced upon it. Ho ho ho, young man over there. Allow me to take charge of the ensuing battle. Brook descended from the heavens, deftly intercepting the onslaught of Longma's sword. Luffy looked up at the ceiling and indeed discovered a small hole, one that could only be traversed by someone as skeletal as Brook. However, Luffy remained perplexed as to how Brook had descended from above, skillfully evading even his observation haki. It appeared to be a vulnerability. He must find a way to extend his observation haki to encompass the area above in the future. As Luffy pondered these matters, two swordsmen clashed fiercely nearby. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! The blades met once more. Ha ha ha! Your skills are lacking. The zombie Ryoma mocked with a hearty laugh. How infuriating. You are employing my own sword techniques. Why? Brook, gradually losing the upper hand under Ryoma's might, was caught off guard when the zombie Ryoma suddenly withdrew his sword and swiftly maneuvered behind him. Brook's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Step, step, step. Ryoma advanced, his wooden clogs echoing, sheathing his black blade, Chioshui, with a deliberate slowness. Brother knows, 3 cuts, tail slash. With a swift motion, Brook's chest garment erupted, his body crumpling as though struck by a tremendous force. The zombie Ryoma turned his head slightly, his hollow eyes casting a sidelong glance at Brook as he declared, I possess your techniques, your strategies, in the body of this dragon slayer. You stand no chance of defeating me. I merely use the back of my blade, after all. If you were to perish, it would present quite the dilemma for me. How infuriating. Return my shadow to me. Brook, unwilling to concede, collapsed to the ground. Chapter 76. Brook ha ha ha. Now, it is your turn. The zombie Ryoma's withered visage blossomed with an unsettling confidence, akin to a flower in bloom, exuding self-assurance despite its lack of aesthetic appeal. Luffy cast a curious glance at Brook, who lay sprawled on the ground, and inquired, Hey, are you all right, skeleton? The prone Brook shuddered slightly, his jaw quivering as he produced an eerie sound despite lacking vocal cords. Trembling, he responded, I'm fine, ho ho ho. Just a bit of tightness in my chest. Though I possess no chest. With one hand propped on the ground, Brook reached for his sword staff with the other, seemingly intent on continuing the battle. Luffy gazed at him in disbelief. Even in such a battered state, he still had the leisure to crack cold jokes. Indeed, Brook's character was designed for humor. Struggling to rise, Brook lifted his cane sword towards the zombie horseman and urged Luffy and his companions, You must flee. This island harbors a truly terrifying individual. His hand trembled slightly as he spoke. Unfamiliar with Luffy's identity, Brook seemed to perceive them as mere lost pirates, wishing to spare them from the fate of having their shadows stolen by that devilish man. Haha, you're quite the amusing skeleton. Luffy disregarded the zombie horseman and engaged in conversation with Brook, asking, Would you care to join my pirate crew? What? Both Brook and Robin exclaimed in unison, expressing their astonishment and skepticism. Luffy holds a rather optimistic view of Brook, appreciating both his musical talent and his devil fruit abilities. The Yomi Yomi no Mi truly serves as a testament to the existence of the afterlife in this world. In the future, Brook could harness the power of the afterlife, intertwining souls with his weapon, making him one of the few capable of delivering strikes on a spiritual level, a potential for remarkable development. Noticing Robin's reluctance, Luffy cheerfully explained, He's quite interesting, isn't he? Robin's lips twitched slightly as she forced out a response. Yes, indeed. It wasn't that she disliked Brook, rather, she cherished the moments she shared alone with Luffy. The thought of a third person on the ship made her uneasy, as it seemed to diminish her chances of solitude with him. Injured yet introspective, Brook suddenly felt a chill within him, though he lacked a heart. The tremors of his soul hinted that he was embroiled in something significant. Oh ho ho ho, what a rare scene we have here, he mused. But perhaps it's best to wait until you meet Lord Moria before we discuss further. The zombie horse, incensed by Luffy's disregard, abruptly interrupted their conversation, directing the black blade, Akushui, toward Luffy and Robin. Meanwhile, the explosive-haired skeleton, who had struggled to rise, was completely ignored. A flash of cold light appeared, as the heavy blade of Akushui transformed into a streak of crimson in the air, seemingly transcending time and space. The figure of the zombie horse vanished with the blade's gleam, executing the technique most familiar to its soul. Snip. A crisp sound echoed. The flames of the souls of both the zombie horse and skeleton brook flickered in unison, their hollow eyes widening in astonishment as if witnessing the extraordinary. Robin smiled faintly, as if everything were unfolding precisely as she had anticipated. Luffy slowly began to speak. That strike of yours must be a swift sword technique. Unfortunately, you were too slow. Releasing his grip on the black blade, Chiosue, the Obsidian X gloves bore no trace of impact. The zombie Ryoma hastily retreated 3 steps, his body trembling slightly, although he had not exerted his full strength in the previous attack. The fact that Luffy could catch that strike with his palm was ample testament to his formidable prowess. After a moment of composure, the soul fire in Ryoma's eyes regained its steadiness. He raised his sword once more and, in a calm tone, remarked, "Ho ho ho. It seems I have encountered a remarkable individual today." Even when faced with peril, his voice remained as infuriatingly upbeat as ever, as if sorrow were an emotion forever foreign to him. Luffy shook his arm, feeling a twinge of pain from the recent blow. A swirling flame ignited in his hand, and his pupils flickered, seemingly reflecting the hue of the fire. What was once a stark black and white gaze transformed into a dual-toned orange, shifting between light and dark. This time, Luffy endeavored to harness the power of inner tranquility, striving to cultivate an absolute calm within. Yet, within him, a restless flame flickered, incessantly disturbing his composure. Is it still futile? Luffy gazed at the flame in his hand with a hint of disappointment. As soon as those words escaped his lips, the inner flame surged with greater intensity. The zombie, Ryoma, poised for battle with his blade, sensed the tumult of Luffy's emotions and observed the flickering flame, unstable and erratic. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Might you be attempting to master your mental state, my lord?" Upon hearing this, Luffy looked up in surprise, his flames beginning to flicker uncontrollably once more. "How do you know that?" The zombie Ryoma replied with a slight smile, "Because it is the inevitable path of every swordsman." In that moment, the lively demeanor of the zombie Ryoma faded, his tone turning grave, his voice imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom, as if he had transformed back into the legendary dragon-slaying warrior, Ryoma. After a brief pause, the zombie Ryoma continued, "Every swordsman aspiring to become a master must grasp the essence of all things. The most effective way to achieve this is through sword meditation, which involves mastering one's inner self, allowing the body to attune to the universe, and enabling the blade to connect with all that exists. I observe that your fighting spirit fluctuates greatly. You have evidently reached the threshold of understanding the essence of all things, yet you seem dissatisfied. It appears you are in search of another, more extraordinary realm." After speaking, the zombie Ryoma remained standing, devoid of any desire to attack. He understood that he could not match Luffy's prowess. Had he been alive, he might have stood a chance, but now, given this reality, it would be better to patiently wait and see what further surprises this young man might bring forth. Upon hearing the words of the zombie Ryoma, Luffy closed his eyes and stood still, deeply contemplating the matter of his state of mind. Until now, he had been unaware that swordsmen also require mastery over their mental state. Perhaps he was aware, yet chose not to pay it heed. In the original narrative, Zoro attained the breadth of all things through combat, hence Luffy had never considered the correlation between mental state and swordsman. Following Ryuma's elucidation, Luffy seemed to realize he had strayed from the right path. He had been fixated on extinguishing the flame within, attempting to control his thoughts. Yet, the moment a thought arose, that flame already existed. Even if it were but a flicker, it would still emanate its warmth. However, if he were to adopt the swordsman's approach and embrace the essence of all things, no, it is not merely about perceiving all things. It is, I am all things. Luffy's gaze suddenly transformed, becoming serene and gentle. The flames in his hand gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into specks of starlight that fell to the ground. With a slight smile playing on his lips, Luffy placed his hands in front of his chest, striking a pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee's iconic stance, and calmly declared, "Come, let us engage once more." Chapter 77. The breakthrough at 0 point. Very well. The zombie Longma shifted his stance, directing the tip of his black blade, Chiosue, towards Luffy. Now that the inevitable outcome was known, it seemed wiser to unleash his full potential. In this final moment, let them battle with abandon. Prelude, shattering the enemy. Revolutionary dance, offensive charge. Dawn song, Aurora strike. Nocturne, piercing thrill. Wine barrel dance, chain assault. The sharp black blade conjured countless phantoms, and the shimmering sword lights surged towards Luffy like a storm. Each strike resembled a bolt of lightning, moving with a speed so swift that it left no time for a blink. Luffy's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to their previous placid state, exuding an aura of tranquility. As the sword energy formed a menacing web of thrusts, Luffy swiftly extended 2 fingers, his arms gracefully dancing as they conjured countless clones, each one poised to intercept the tips of the blades, thwarting all of Longma's assaults. In this instant, the age-old comparison of shield and spear unfolded before them. Clang, clash, ding. The cacophony of metal meeting metal resonated, both chaotic and harmonious. Gradually, the sounds of blades piercing, tips striking, and the advancing swordsman coalesced into a melodious waltz, seemingly inviting the opponent to join in this elegant dance. At the heart of the stage, the zombie Longma pressed forward with relentless vigor, while Luffy retreated with steady composure. Beneath the thick fog, the moonlight transformed into a spotlight, tracing the movements of both combatants. With a final flourish, the black blade, Autumn Water, appeared weary, humbly bowing its proud form. As Luffy plummeted from a stone pillar, the structure shattered with a resounding crash, scattering countless fragments across the ground and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed a chain reaction had commenced, causing the entire castle to tremble. Surrounding them lay the debris and gaping holes, rendering the once grand and majestic edifice unrecognizable, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a dazzling display, Robin extended her arms, summoning a multitude of hands from the ground that converged into 4 colossal palms, shielding herself and Brook. What on earth is this? Brook, still reeling from the awe-inspiring clash between Luffy and the dragon horse, suddenly found himself enveloped and hastily drew his sword. Striving to break through this barrier, a mouth emerged from the center of the palm, issuing a stern warning. Do not move, or I shall crush you. A shiver ran down Brook's spine. That ominous feeling had returned. Yet, recognizing Robin's voice, he ceased his struggle. Would he not draw his sword? After an intense battle, Luffy remained composed, undisturbed by any external turmoil. The zombie dragon horse shook his head with a wry smile, speaking with a sense of melancholy. It is futile. This is, after all, not my path of the sword. With that, he glanced back at Brook, who was sheltered within the giant palm. The zombie dragon horse continued. What follows will be my final strike, the most potent of them all. I implore you to treat it with the utmost seriousness. Luffy nodded slightly, extending his hands to signal zombie Longma, indicating that he was ready. This was a sword from the depths of my corporeal memory, and I knew not its name. I hope it meets your esteemed recognition. After uttering his final words, zombie Longma tightened his grip on the black blade, Chiyo Shuei, raising it above his head. In an instant, he surged forward. No longer as light-footed as before, each step seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the ground beneath him to crumble as he advanced. With a valiant leap, he soared high, crashing through the castle's roof and hanging in the air, obscuring the moon behind him. Since I do not know your name, I shall bestow one upon you. Flash! In the heavens above, Longma shouted. And with a swift motion, the black blade descended, transforming him into a bullet, hurtling fiercely towards Luffy. Luffy raised both hands, gazing upwards at the descending warrior. Bang! It was as if the world had plunged into an apocalyptic scenario. A straight line emanated from Luffy, cleaving through the castle and splitting it in twain, while carving a deep chasm into the ground. The load-bearing walls of the castle shattered instantaneously, leading to the complete collapse of the entire structure. Luffy stood at the deepest point of the chasm, his arms crossed, bracing himself against the dark blade of Ryuma, trembling ever so slightly. His eyes fluctuated incessantly, alternating between brilliance and dimness. At the intersection of his wrists, sparks of starlight intermittently burst forth. Is he losing control? Ryuma, exerting all his strength upon the dark blade, revealed a mouthful of white teeth and laughed heartily. Luffy remained silent, or perhaps, he found himself at a loss for words. In this moment, under the immense pressure of Ryuma's strike, a flicker of determination began to ignite within his heart. Do not suppress it. Free yourself. This is not the eradication of spirit. A true swordsman can merge his entire being with the sword. While Ryuma applied pressure, he continually urged Luffy to embrace the essence of merging with the sword. Luffy's mind fell into a fleeting reverie. The concept of zero-point breakthrough involves transforming the deadly energy into nothingness and then descending further. At present, he could barely manage to reduce the deadly energy to zero, but what comes next remains uncertain. Is the swordsman merging with his sword a metaphor for striking outward? Zero-point breakthrough. The ultimate outcome of the initial version is the ability to create a freezing effect through deadly energy. The manifestation of deadly energy takes the form of flames. Flames. And freezing. Ah, of course. Luffy's pupils suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Flames represent exothermic energy, a manifestation of one's resolve and fighting spirit unleashed. Conversely, freezing signifies the absorption of heat, implying that one must internalize the energy generated by their resolve and fighting spirit. This is the essence of self-integration. It is not about stifling the growth of one's fighting spirit, but rather mastering the manner in which that spirit flows. Integration within oneself. Llama felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Luffy suddenly relinquished his power, stumbling backward a few steps. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the black blade was drawn from its sheath. Just as Llama was about to raise his sword, he was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at his weapon, now encased in a layer of frost, reflecting a spectrum of colors beneath the moonlight, extending all the way to the hilt, which rendered the black blade devoid of its former splendor. "It seems you have succeeded," Llama remarked with a hint of tranquility in his heart. At this moment, Luffy's eyes had returned to their original pitch-black hue, yet the cold light gleaming from his gauntlet indicated that his heart remained unyielding. "How I wish to encounter you in the era of your existence," Luffy suddenly exclaimed with a sigh. Ryuma's hand trembled slightly. Yet upon glancing at the now unusable black blade, Chiu Shui, he let out a resigned sigh and spoke in a somber tone. "I have lost, ha. Come." Warrior Ryuma opened his arms wide and shouted at Luffy, "Let me, in this warrior's form, personally experience your strength, to truly taste the bitterness of defeat." Luffy lowered his head and softly murmured, "As you wish." In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear before Ryuma. Crack, crack. Frost spread from Ryuma's feet and arms, gradually engulfing his body. "Is this your power?" Truly a searing freeze. In the final moment, the frost encased Ryuma's eyes, rendering this legendary myth once again a tale of slumber. A strange shadow surged forth from Ryuma's mouth, swiftly darting beneath Brook's feet. Brook stared blankly at Luffy and whispered, "My shadow has returned." Chapter 78, Moonlight. Moria, 800 votes, ding. The host has slain the zombie Ryuma, earning 535, 489 experience points and 89,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your experience points are full. Leveling up begins. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have leveled up. Your current level is 27. Phew. Luffy let out a long sigh, his once formidable aura dissipating abruptly, and his tousled hair fell flat. In stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had exhibited during battle, he appeared as a completely different person. He had allocated his attribute points in a balanced manner of 2, 3, 2, 3 for stamina, agility, and precision, achieving a truly comprehensive development. As one who primarily relied on brute force, he naturally prioritized enhancing attributes that could inflict damage. Robin waved her hand, dispersing her fruit abilities, and the colossal hand transformed into a flurry of petals, dancing gracefully through the air before quietly vanishing. Upon seeing Luffy emerge from the rubble, disheveled and covered in dust, Robin hurriedly rushed over, her concerned gaze betraying her inability to hide her worry as she scrutinized him from head to toe, anxious about any potential injuries he might have sustained. At that moment, Brook was quietly slumped beside a large rock. He had just endured a heavy blow and managed to force himself to stand, only to find that he had been of little assistance, and the aftershocks of battle had aggravated his spine. Although he yearned to rise and greet his benefactor, for him, reduced to mere bones, his spine represented his entirety. Moreover, the current situation did not seem conducive for him to intervene. Contemplating the recent surge of emotion that had stirred deep within his soul, Brook involuntarily shivered. Unable to suppress a chill. "I should probably rest," Brook thought wisely. All right, Robin, I'm perfectly fine," Luffy said resignedly as he watched Robin fuss over him, wiping his face and brushing the dust off his clothes. He felt that if he didn't intervene soon, Robin might even take it upon herself to clean his boots. However, glancing down at his large black boots, he conceded that they could indeed use a good cleaning. Finally escaping from Robin's excessive concern, Luffy turned his attention to the frozen corpse of Ryuma encased in ice, along with his treasured sword, and couldn't help but shake his head. He had to admit that without Ryuma's guidance, he would have been at a loss as to when he might grasp the concept of zero-point breakthrough. While it was not to say that he could never learn it, Luffy felt that if he were to seek this enlightenment on his own, it would take him at least 6 months. Shaking his head once more in a mix of admiration and bewilderment, Luffy realized this was the first time he had accepted help from an enemy, leaving him with a peculiar sensation. Lost in contemplation. Luffy suddenly directed his gaze towards the rear of the castle. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the passageway connecting to the back of the fortress. The footsteps drew closer, prompting Brook, despite his exhaustion, and Robin to adopt a vigilant stance as they observed the passage leading deeper into the castle. Before long, an array of bizarre and grotesque zombies emerged at the exit of the corridor, many of which were of a species that even Luffy could not identify. These undead beings then aligned themselves in an orderly fashion along both sides of the passageway, standing as rigidly as soldiers awaiting their king. Their chests puffed out and utterly still. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps followed, causing the zombies to straighten their forms even further. As if eager to present themselves in a commendable manner, Luffy raised his head, his gaze gradually ascending. 3 figures emerged from the passage, and Moria's complexion turned slightly ashen. A vein bulging on his forehead, his teeth bared, while several tendons on his face twitched in agitation. Upon noticing Luffy standing sideways, his fury erupted like a volcanic explosion. An uncontrollable rage surging forth, pressing against his temples. The once magnificent castle had been reduced to ruins by Luffy, and even his recently resurrected subordinates had been purified, leaving the fate of Absalom uncertain. Were it not for Moria's awareness of Luffy's formidable strength, he would have undoubtedly made it clear to Luffy what it truly meant to be a great pirate. The current Moria was not the feeble figure he had become a decade later, too timid to engage in personal combat. Fresh from a defeat in the New World, he was filled with fervor and resentment. Is it you who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Moria loomed over Luffy, his towering height of over 7 meters casting a shadow as he looked down upon him, while dark currents swirled ominously beneath his feet, concealed amidst the wreckage. Mr. Moria, we've found Absalom. The ghost princess Perona, who appeared alongside Moria, immediately activated her ghost fruit abilities, summoning a multitude of spirits to scour the castle ruins. At last, within a triangular area formed by collapsed walls, they discovered the fortunate Absalom. Moria glanced in Perona's direction, signaling with a look, and 4 zombies hurried over to assist her in clearing the debris. Learning that Absalom had survived brought a measure of relief to Moria's heart, unbeknownst to him, and his anger subsided somewhat. Under the luminous full moon hanging high in the night sky, casting a gentle glow, Moria and Luffy locked eyes, one large and one small. Moria's aura coalesced slightly, attempting to suppress Luffy, threateningly proclaiming, "Boy, if you obediently relinquish your shadow, I can spare you some suffering." He cackled ominously. Luffy cast a calm glance at a fragment of rock nearby and disdainfully remarked, "Moonlight. Moria, once a renowned pirate who roamed the seas of the New World, now reduced to hiding in such a place." After Luffy spoke, he cast a glance at Moria's countenance. The devilish visage rendered Moria's somber expression even more disquieting. Alas, Luffy remained entirely unfazed, continuing to address Moria in a tone tinged with sorrow. "Moria, I have heard that in your battle against Kaido, you lost all your companions. Is it true that you have since dared not to venture into the New World? Truly a formidable great pirate, indeed." Haraha. Luffy, in an inexplicable fit of mockery, declared that he had penetrated the very heart of Moria, inciting a profound desire within Moria to deliver a fist squarely upon Luffy's face. Suddenly, Luffy raised his right arm, directing his palm toward Moria. A fierce flame erupted from the jewel embedded in his gauntlet, winding itself around his arm and coalescing into a fireball in his palm. "What are you planning to do?" Moria's large eyes bulged, as if they might leap from their sockets, his fierce visage contorted into a crumpled scowl. He had never anticipated that Luffy, who dared to meet his gaze with such audacity, would take the initiative to strike first. Shadow Warrior. In an instant, a dark figure surged forth from the crevice, swiftly positioning itself in front of Perona. Moria directly unleashed the Shadow Warrior, exchanging his shadow with his physical form. The fireball conjured by Luffy erupted forth, tracing a streak of orange lightning across the sky. With a resounding bang, the fireball struck Moria's shadow, shattering it into fragments that cascaded to the ground like droplets of water. Chapter 79. Devil against Devil. "You've enraged me, brat." Moria's eyes suddenly glimmered, darkening ominously as an uncontrollable rage ignited within him. "Oh, must I endure your incessant prattle before we engage in battle?" Luffy swiftly pivoted, his arm following suit, his dual-colored pupils shimmering with a brilliant light as he focused intently ahead. Flecks of starlight converged in his palm, coalescing into a searing wave of flame that violently seized the surrounding air, warping the very space around him. Shadow Sorcerer. Moria, this time, refrained from further banter. With Perona and Absalom at his back, he found himself with no means of evasion for this imminent strike. A dark purple figure teleported directly before Moria, mirroring his stature but with sharper contours, its cavernous maw agape, revealing beastly fangs. Boom! The flames surged mercilessly, clashing with the Shadow Sorcerer amid a torrential wave of heat. Golden flames radiated with fierce intensity, suddenly writhing through the air like a colossal serpent, gaping wide to engulf the figure of the Shadow Sorcerer, and then, unabated, it surged relentlessly toward Moria. Moria had anticipated this. The moment the Shadow Sorcerer dissipated, a mass of shadows returned to coalesce beneath his feet. Fragment bats. In a fleeting instant, Moria unleashed his fruit's power once more at astonishing speed, as countless dark purple vampire bats erupted from the shadows, darting toward the flames, serpent-like moths drawn to a flame, merging into a myriad of phantoms before solidifying together. One by one, the black bats gradually assembled, forming a wall of darkness before Moria, shielding him from the relentless onslaught of flames. Standing behind this shadowy barrier, Moria felt the seething heat pressing upon him. Gritting his teeth as he wrestled with his shadows, the terrifying vibrations sending waves of trepidation coursing through him. Boom! The entire flaming serpent collided forcefully with the shadow wall. An immense wave of heat surging forth, erupting with a fierce tide that thrust Robin and the others back several paces. As the flames subsided, the aftermath resembled a scene of devastation. All wooden structures had been reduced to ashes, emitting wisps of smoke. Within the castle, the immobile mural zombies had long since turned to dust in the course of this confrontation, their shadows returning to their master. The resplendent starry sky gradually emerged, as the mist above the island was dispersed by the heat wave. A breath of white vapor escaped Moria's nostrils. His body, unaccustomed to the rigors of battle after such a lengthy hiatus, felt an inexplicable tension mingled with exhilaration in the face of this overwhelming pressure. It was as though he had returned to the days of yore, navigating the tumultuous seas and competing against countless formidable foes, reigning supreme in his domain. Regrettably, he was now left alone, the last remnant of a once great legacy. Moria gasped for breath, his devilish eyes fixated intently on Luffy, wary of any further assault. Luffy exhaled softly, having just concluded a fierce battle with Ryuma. The attempt to achieve a zero-point breakthrough had drained him of considerable energy, and consecutive relentless assaults had further depleted his stamina. At this moment, he welcomed the opportunity to catch his breath. Glancing back at the fallen Brook and the somewhat disheveled Robin, Luffy abruptly lowered his arms and coldly addressed Moria. "Let us change the venue." Moria had successfully repelled all of Luffy's previous attacks, causing no harm to Perona and the others behind him. However, under the onslaught of the heat wave, an unprepared Robin and Brook bore the brunt of Luffy's strike, suffering the most grievous injuries. Moria's pupils momentarily dilated, and his bat-like eyes quivered. Yet he maintained a nonchalant tone as he remarked, "You're not plotting an escape route, are you? Enough of your prattle. Otherwise, you may wish to test whether my next strike can reach that little girl behind you." Luffy, uninterested in further banter, swiftly interrupted Moria's repugnant laughter. Moria's eyes flickered with irritation at being struck where it hurt, and he commanded, "Hogback, take Perona and Absalom away from here immediately." Among the crew, only these three truly mattered to Moria. The other zombies were mere tools. "Yes, Master Moria." Hogback, shaken by the recent terrifying battle, promptly obeyed the command. Eager to vacate the premises, he hastily lifted Absalom and pulled Perona away towards the distance. "Master Moria." Perona, reluctantly being dragged away by Hogback, cast a displeased glance back and exclaimed in frustration. Yet Moria remained unresponsive, having already crossed numerous lines today that diverged from his usual demeanor. "Robin, you should leave as well," Luffy calmly suggested, turning his gaze back. Robin bit her lip, nodded gently, and without hesitation, departed. "I am still too weak," Robin lamented, brushing her fingers over the ring on her right hand as she left with a sense of resignation. Brook, supporting his aching back, hurried to catch up with Robin. As Luffy's fists collided, the hand armor emitted a chilling metallic resonance, enveloped in a layer of darkness that absorbed all the light directed at it. Slowly lifting his head, he smiled at Moria with a playful smirk, proclaiming, "Now we can engage in a serious battle." Moria's brow furrowed slightly, noting the transformation in Luffy's arms. In the first half of the Grand Line, Few could effortlessly wrap their armament haki to such an extent. To his astonishment, this young man possessed not only a formidable fruit ability, but also extraordinary physical prowess. Moria silently reminded himself to remain vigilant. Given this revelation, he could no longer afford to take things lightly. Seizing the moment while Luffy had yet to attack, Moria raised one hand towards a distant zombie, invoking shadow gathering. Instantly, 100 zombies collapsed to the ground, dark shadows swirling from their bodies and flooding into Moria. With each shadow absorbed, Moria's form swelled, and with another swift motion of his other hand, another 100 shadows surged forth. His upper body inflated dramatically, towering over 10 meters high. The discordant power rendered Moria akin to a beast, crawling forth with an appearance reminiscent of a bat, resembling the legendary demon that roamed the earth. "You shouldn't have forced me to resort to this move, kid," Moria's voice echoed, resembling the simultaneous utterances of countless souls, emanating from the abyss, heavy and murky. With the combined strength of 200 shadows, Moria's punch could effortlessly shatter a colossal ship. A key reason for his dominion in the New World. Truly, I am filled with anticipation, feeling the unmatched force emanating from Moria. Luffy experienced a thrill of encountering a worthy adversary for the first time. After years in the pirate world, this was Luffy's inaugural clash with a true powerhouse. His hands swept to his sides. While he could not yet fully harness the violent flames of the hard type, the considerably weaker soft flames were well within his grasp. With a deep breath, nearly 1,000 points of mental energy converged into the X-gloves, unleashing a formidable aura from within him. A blazing fire enveloped his body, and the radiant flames, akin to a demon of crimson inferno, surrounded him. The terrifying three-masted ship stood witness to the confrontation of two giants, one luminous and the other shadowy, as an epic battle was about to unfold. Chapter 80. The Confrontation. Is this the extent of Luffy's power? Robin's eyes glimmered with indescribable emotions as she gazed intently at the fiery giant in the distance, its towering figure standing in opposition to the equally majestic shadow demon. Brook's hollow eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth quivering as he pointed at the two towering silhouettes on the battlefield, stammering in disbelief. What is that? If Robin merely deepened her understanding of Luffy's strength, then Brook was profoundly shaken by the immense power displayed by the two. Having barely entered the Grand Line before meeting his demise, he spent the remaining 40 years adrift in this terrifying mist, never having witnessed such astonishing combat prowess. Amidst the battlefield, the fierce winds surged, howling through the air as the gusts tousled Luffy's disheveled hair. Luffy stood resolutely amidst the flames, his presence radiating an intense aura, his mismatched eyes reflecting a blend of gravity and confidence. Suddenly, he transformed into a flash of fire, charging towards Moria like a crimson bolt of lightning. The fire giant followed Luffy's lead, forming a colossal fist with one hand, unleashing streams of fire serpents that danced through the air, as if intent on melting the very void around them. Moria emitted a disdainful grunt as a massive shadow spiraled up from beneath him, coiling around his right fist and transforming into a piercing spike aimed directly at the heart of Luffy's fiery fist. Boom! The collision of red and black shadows resembled the cataclysmic clash of celestial bodies, erupting in a violent explosion that unleashed a torrent of turbulent pressure akin to a mountain torrent breaking free. Before Moria's castle, energy waves surged chaotically, and debris flew in every direction, yet Luffy and Moria remained steadfast at the eye of the storm, undaunted. An overwhelming force, reminiscent of divine beings, enveloped the area, making it feel unattainable. The turbulent pressure surged towards Robin and the others like an avalanche. Robin swiftly waved her hands, activating the powers of the flower fruit. Two gigantic arms extended from behind her, shielding both herself and Brook from the chaos. However, on the other side, the youthful Perona and the hapless Hogback were ill-equipped to resist the onslaught. As countless fragments hurtled towards them, the frail pair could only shrink their bodies to minimize their exposure to harm. Hogback, with his comically round glasses, bit his lip resolutely, rolling over to protect Perona beneath his ample frame, shielding her with his girth. The howling winds roared past, the immense pressure causing Hogback's eardrums to throb painfully. Yet, undeterred by the raging tempest, he slowly lifted his head, casting a puzzled glance behind him. To their surprise, the previously unconscious Absalom had now opened his arms wide, standing firmly behind them, using his beastly form to block the oncoming debris. With a thud, as the wind's force diminished and the threat subsided, Absalom collapsed to the ground, once more succumbing to unconsciousness, having not even opened his eyes throughout the ordeal. "Absalom!" Hogback exclaimed, rushing to his side. Perona, now able to see the light again, was met with the sight of Absalom's back, bloodied and marked with countless shards, droplets of blood cascading to the ground. Hogback quickly hoisted Absalom onto his back, shouting to the still-dazed Perona, "Hurry, help me take him to the operating room. He needs immediate attention to stop the bleeding." Perona suddenly regained her senses and rushed over to assist Hogback in lifting Absalom's legs. Under Hogback's transformation, Absalom's entire body had been replaced with beastly parts, his weight far exceeding that of an ordinary human. The two struggled to carry him as they searched for the entrance to the operating room amidst the ruins. The rampant winds gradually dissipated, and the fierce gales had ceased. Beneath Luffy and Moria, a massive chasm, a yard deep, had emerged, leaving the castle in utter disarray. Moria clenched his sharp teeth, his eyes bulging as he gazed at the point where his fist met Luffy's. The original shadowy spikes shattered under Luffy's powerful blow, and the raging flames consumed Moria's flesh. His fingertips singed, Moria quickly withdrew his arm, his peculiar physique propelling him into the air, increasing the distance between him and Luffy. The flame giant flickered twice before slowly retracting, merging into Luffy's form. Although the flame giant had vanished, Luffy's aura remained unchanged, even subtly intensifying, his eyes calm yet fervent. At that moment, Luffy realized that the power of the gentle flame was still too feeble. Perhaps it could unleash a wide-ranging offensive, but ultimately its strength was limited. No matter how much mental energy he expended, it merely expanded the flame's reach without enhancing its might. Indeed, to battle formidable foes, one must possess stronger flames. Luffy mused to himself. Suddenly, two flickers of fire danced in his palm. Unlike the golden hue of the gentle flame, they radiated a vibrant orange, signifying extreme heat. The flames flickered erratically as Luffy began to test, with the slightest mental energy, how to stabilize the force of the fierce flame. The duration of the fiery light increased, and the explosive sounds grew louder, as if roaring, eager to assert its existence. Moria sensed that Luffy was employing yet another new technique, but he harbored enough confidence not to be intimidated. With arms outstretched, he unleashed a demonic howl toward the sky, calling out to the entire island, "More shadows. Come to me." Following Moria's thunderous cry, in the cemetery, within the castle, throughout the forest, and along the shoreline, corpses suddenly collapsed, shadows flowing from the lifeless bodies, as if on a predetermined path, drifting towards Moria. 300, 400, 500. He. Flame brat. Allow me to showcase my most formidable form. I am the Lord of Shadows. Moonlight Moria. Having absorbed 500 shadows, Moria's stature soared to 30 meters. However, due to the excessive power concentrated in his upper body, he could only prostrate himself on the ground, limbs spread wide, his bloodshot eyes glimmering with ferocity, and his mouth cracked open, revealing sharp fangs, resembling an even more frenzied beast. This state, however, could not be sustained for long, necessitating swift resolution. Observing Luffy still dazed and staring at the ground, Moria disregarded him, unleashing fists like towering mountains that stirred fierce gales. At that moment, Luffy could merely condense the flame of rigidity in his hands at its weakest intensity, unprepared for defense, and crossed his arms protectively before him. Watching as the flame gradually expanded, a colossal pressure enveloped Luffy, the weight of it rendering him unable to lift his head. His body was forcefully propelled in the direction of the mighty punch, soaring like a comet, crashing through the graveyard and into the forest, toppling trees in a straight line. Chapter 81. Ex-Burner Luffy. Upon witnessing Luffy being sent flying by Moria's colossal punch, Robin cried out in anguish, rushing toward the direction where he had fallen. In a flurry of blossoms, she activated her devil fruit powers, sprouting countless arms from her back that transformed into a pair of majestic wings, solemn yet beautiful. Miss Robin. Brook had initially intended to prevent Robin from reaching Luffy, especially since Moria was hastening towards the forest as well. However, after just 2 steps, Robin suddenly took flight, leaving Brook unable to intercept her. Within his skeletal form, the flame of his soul flickered, gritting his teeth. Brook pursued the direction in which Robin had ascended. In the forest, Luffy swiftly emerged from the deep pit. Although the recent blow was formidable, it failed to inflict any substantial harm upon him. In a critical moment, he unleashed the power of the flame of righteousness. Though he was propelled far away, it was primarily due to the thrust generated by the explosive force of the flame. At this juncture, Moria had already traced the trajectory of the attack, his enormous, menacing figure barely discernible amidst the dense foliage of the forest. Undeterred, his colossal, grotesque head bore a pair of lantern-sized eyes glinting with a chilling light. And within his gaping, crimson maw lay 2 rows of sharp, glistening teeth that instilled fear. His entire form surged like a cannonball, crashing through the forest in pursuit of Luffy. Moria's massive limbs struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to fracture instantly, with enormous fissures radiating outward. Sensing Moria's approach drawing ever closer, Luffy's gaze sharpened in the face of the impending onslaught. He slammed both palms against the ground, unleashing the flame of righteousness in an unrestrained eruption. A brilliant flash of fire illuminated the forest, igniting a roaring blaze. The ground was marked by 2 half-yard-deep craters, the soil charred and darkened with hints of ash. Under the terrifying, explosive force of the flame of justice, Luffy was propelled into the sky, soaring over 100 meters high. His body inverted, he gazed intently in the direction of Moria with a grave expression. At that moment, Moria, swaying his colossal form, arrived at the very spot where Luffy had just been. In an instant, a flash of fire illuminated the scene, and Luffy vanished without a trace beneath Moria's feet. Observing the 2 craters left behind, the battle-hardened Moria immediately lifted his gaze towards the void above. There, Luffy was descending upon him with astonishing speed. A chilling cackle escaped Moria's lips as he unleashed a colossal fist towards Luffy, who was soaring through the sky. The force of the wind surged violently, threatening to tear the heavens apart, accompanied by the deafening sound of the air being ripped as if a tempest were sweeping towards Luffy. Luffy extended his palms before him, confronting the overwhelming onslaught head-on. Infusing his spirit into his gauntlet, it erupted under the armor's embrace, radiating a magnificent brilliance. Orange flames surged forth like a gushing spring, steam rising with fervor. As immense spiritual energy coursed through the gauntlet, it momentarily shimmered with divine light, emanating a radiance akin to the sun, illuminating every shadowy corner of this island of darkness. A tremendous force surged outward from Luffy's center, a powerful wave that sent tremors of dread through the hearts of the island's survivors. Boom! The clash of fiery waves and Luffy's heavy fist resonated with a thunderous roar, as if time itself had halted. In the aftermath, a colossal thrust erupted from the epicenter of their confrontation, compelling Robin, who had approached the forest, to clasp her wings tightly around herself for protection. Once again soaring into the sky, Luffy displayed an inexplicable smile of confidence. After unleashing the full force of his flame of justice, his mastery over the flames had grown yet further. At this moment, should he choose to retreat, Luffy felt assured that when next he faced Moria, he could effortlessly vanquish him, even with the shadows at his command. However, the rarity of encountering a worthy adversary at this juncture left no room for thoughts of retreat. Luffy was determined to exhaust his final reserves of strength to see this exhilarating battle through to its conclusion. He gazed at Moria, who, despite struggling to retreat, wore a fierce countenance yet fought to maintain his form, his eyes locked onto Luffy's. Perhaps Moria harbored similar thoughts. Yet, he had no path of retreat left. He was the final bastion. Should he falter, the Moonlight Pirates would face utter defeat. Yet Luffy remained confident. Even if he were to be defeated, Robin possessed the capability to whisk him away from this dire situation. Both individuals, for their own distinct reasons, unleashed their full potential, engaging wholeheartedly in this fierce battle. How infuriating! Moria's visage twisted into a menacing glare as maintaining the state of 500 shadows drained him of considerable stamina and mental fortitude. Should he continue to exchange blows with Luffy, he knew he would be the first to falter. He could no longer afford to hold back. Shadow Master. With the last remnants of his strength, he invoked the powers of his fruit, and a towering silhouette, identical to Moria, materialized before him. Moria grinned sinisterly, pointing at Luffy, who was plummeting uncontrollably through the air, and bellowed, "Attack!" The weightless shadow moved with extraordinary swiftness, darting like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 100 meters away. A flash of purple light swept through the air, as 2 Moria figures, one black and one white, encircled Luffy. With a devious smile, Moria propelled his compact form upward with astonishing force, sending earth and debris flying, while the Shadow Master leaped into the void simultaneously. In the heights above, Moria extended his right hand, and the Shadow Master mirrored the motion. "Shadow Fighter!" Moria shouted once more, as his left arm transformed into a shadowy form while the Shadow Master's right arm solidified into a colossal fist. The impact of this gigantic fist threatened to wreak havoc upon the air itself. Even before the fist made contact, the sheer force of the wind rendered Luffy breathless. The two titanic fists, embodying Moria's entire might, surged towards Luffy, suspended in midair. Under incredible pressure, Luffy realized that any hesitation at this moment would yield disastrous consequences. He urgently shouted to Robin in the sky, "Robin, take cover underground." Robin, who was preparing to rush over and assist, suddenly froze in her tracks and, without a moment's hesitation, obeyed Luffy's command. With a swift motion of her right hand, her right wing transformed into a colossal fist, crashing down upon the ground below and creating a massive pit. In an instant, her wings dissipated, and she plummeted into the giant crater. Simultaneously, she conjured an arm-shaped passageway, effortlessly knocking down Brook, who had just rushed over, sending him tumbling into the pit. Above, the enormous fist loomed before Luffy. Seeing that Robin had found a hiding place, though not entirely safe, Luffy could no longer afford to worry. He trusted in Robin's strength to handle the situation. As the pressure of the fist bore down upon him, Luffy closed his eyes, raised his arms in defiance, and hung suspended in the air, his hair flowing wildly. He poured every ounce of his remaining mental energy into the X-gloves, as the sky-blue gem erupted with a dazzling brilliance, gathering an overwhelming tide of energy in his palms. With his eyes wide open and a grimace of effort etched upon his face, he declared, "X-burner. Dance of Chaos." Chapter 82 concludes. Faced with the dual onslaught from Moria, Luffy unleashed the full extent of his mental power. As the flames of his might surged mercilessly from his palms, the orange flames blazed like divine light, releasing torrents of heat, while two radiant orbs illuminated the heavens. The terrifying energy waves reverberated like an ocean, causing the very island to tremble. A ripple from his palm marked the last semblance of calm upon this island. Two immense beams of light erupted from Luffy's hands, dazzlingly brilliant, colliding with Moria's heavy fists, as the cataclysmic flames swiftly engulfed Moria's arm. What? Moria's face contorted in a snarl, disbelief etched across his features as he beheld the surging, searing orange flames erupting from Luffy, releasing boundless power that seemed to subdue all in existence. This magnitude of strength was not unfamiliar to Moria. Years ago, he had felt helpless and lost under such power, ultimately losing everything he once held dear. Now, having escaped the despairing new world and seeking to forget it all, he found himself once more confronted by this formidable force. Why did this familiar sense of powerlessness return? Why? Why was this happening? No one could unravel Moria's perplexities. The indescribable cataclysm swept over Moria's body, and in the final second of consciousness, amidst the searing inferno, he seemed to glimpse his former companions, reveling in the familiar castle, where goblets clinked and drums resounded. They respectfully called him Captain Moria, never shunning his peculiar appearance, sitting together in equality, feasting on meat and drinking heartily, imitating his unique laughter, forging ahead across the seas in pursuit of dreams. As he reminisced about this beautiful reverie, Moria succumbed to the overwhelming impact. A rare tear evaporated instantaneously amid the flames. Shadows billowed from Moria's form, dispersing in all directions, while his body gradually reverted to its original state, eyes rolled back, mouth agape, plummeting from the heights. "Ah!" In the sky, Luffy cried out in agony, unable to contain the explosive force of the armament haki, his arms twisting uncontrollably, his entire body spinning erratically like a top in midair. The heavens resembled a canvas splashed with graffiti, saturated with orange-red flames. The intensity of the armament haki remained fierce. Scorching flames ascended to the sky, tearing through the nocturnal expanse. The earth trembled as debris flew, etching a molten ravine across the ground. It collided with the forest, igniting a conflagration that eradicated the entire woodland from the island. As it surged into the sea, the waters boiled, conjuring towering waves that crashed upon the shore. In a mere half-minute, the once terrifying three-masted ship island was laid to waste, the horrifying heat cleansing the isle, replacing its former gloom with a hellish devastation. The castle shattered into fragments during the battle, and the sails turned to ash in the searing blaze. In the sky, Luffy's beleaguered figure plummeted from above, also succumbing to unconsciousness. Amidst the chaos, a solitary tree emerged. Robin gasped, her strength nearly depleted, summoning a colossal hand to catch Luffy as he fell, gently laying him before her. Exhaling a breath of relief, Robin reflected on how Luffy's uncontrollable flames had nearly engulfed her and Brook. Fortunate that she had refrained from engaging in the battle, preserving her stamina to maintain her devil fruit powers, ensuring the safety of both herself and Brook. Truly, it was terrifying, Brook murmured, trembling as he crawled from the pit, gazing at the castle, now split in two, debris scattered everywhere, smoking crevices. In the vanished forest, no one could have imagined that a single individual could so drastically transform an island in such a brief span. Looking at Luffy, whose eyes were tightly shut, Brook witnessed, for the first time, the essence of true strength. Lord Moria. On the other side, Hogback and Perona, concealed within the subterranean operating room, fortuitously evaded the cataclysm that engulfed the entire island. As they sensed the earth-shattering tumult outside, Perona's spirit exited her body. Ascending to the surface, she became the sole witness to the entirety of Luffy's destructive rampage across the island. Once the chaos subsided, Perona promptly returned to her corporeal form and emerged from the basement, only to discover Moria unconscious in a deep ravine. Regrettably, Perona's strength proved insufficient to lift Moria, who towered like a small giant. Thus, she resorted once again to her spectral form in search of Hogback's assistance. Meanwhile, Robin, perplexed, instinctively prepared to secure Luffy and transport him to his safe haven for recovery when she unexpectedly spotted Perona floating in the air. Reflexively, she attempted to ensnare her with her powers, only to find her abilities faltering for the first time. Perona, aware of Robin's presence, realized that her youthful self had yet to fully harness the true potential of her ghost fruit powers, rendering her incapable of any offensive action. The two women exchanged a glance, seemingly acknowledging their mutual concern for their captain, and, recognizing their inability to influence one another, tacitly turned away, pretending as if nothing had transpired. The ominous mist surrounding the island began to replenish, hinting that it would soon envelop the area once more. Brook, oblivious to any anomalies, voiced his confusion. "Miss Robin, what shall we do next?" After more than 40 years without encountering another human, Brook's heart raced at the sight of such a spectacle. "We should carry Luffy back to the ship," Robin expressed her worry, cradling Luffy in a princess carry. "The last time we faced a similar situation, Luffy slept for 3 days and fully recovered. I hope it won't take long this time." "Oh," Brook murmured, momentarily at a loss for words. Did he have to drift aimlessly on an empty ship once more? He couldn't bear the thought of remaining alone on this island. Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, Robin, heading toward the harbor with Luffy, turned back to ask, "By the way, have you given any thought to our earlier conversation?" Brook paused, puzzled. What conversation?" "The matter of joining our pirate crew," Robin said softly, her gaze steady. With Luffy incapacitated, she felt compelled to uphold his aspirations. Then, Brook stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to say, "Isn't that merely a jest from Captain Luffy?" Brook felt a mixture of surprise and trepidation. For how could such a formidable individual truly regard himself as just an ordinary being? Robin, lost in contemplation, took her time before gently articulating, "I cannot speak to other matters, but Luffy has confided in me regarding his earnest intentions to recruit companions. I believe he is not merely speaking for the sake of it." Like the gentle spring rain nourishing the earth, Robin's words refreshed Brook's heart. Although he had yet to receive Mr. Luffy's direct affirmation, Robin's assertion seemed unequivocal. The solitude of 40 years began to dissolve like an ice mountain melting into a vast ocean, flowing through his soul. With a heart fluttering with newfound hope, Brook's skeletal form seemed to blush as he eagerly approached, saying, "Miss Robin, allow me to assist you." "Get away." The flowing ocean seemed to encounter an ice age, freezing instantaneously, and just moments ago, Robin's gaze had imparted to Brook a sense of impending death, although he had already departed from this world. Chapter 83, New Member. The fog, a masterful sorceress, transformed the sea into an endless inferno. The magical mist enveloped everything between heaven and earth, shrouding the surface of the sea completely. The terrifying three-masted ship The shadow of a ship had long since vanished from this place, unworthy of the title. It could merely be regarded as a nameless isle adrift in the Devil's Triangle. Robin's and Luffy's grand vessel, along with Brook's ghost ship, docked at the harbor of the island, securely anchored to a stone pillar by a massive iron chain to prevent drifting away. For the past 2 days, Robin had remained by Luffy's side, attentively caring for him, envisioning the moment when he would first open his eyes to see her. Occasionally, she would engage in conversation with Brook, as Luffy had extended an invitation to him. In Robin's eyes, Brook had already become a companion aboard their ship. Surprisingly, the 90-year-old Brook found joy in conversing with Robin. Over these 2 days, Robin gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Brook, uncovering many accounts of modern history that had long been forgotten, as well as some lost legends, though perhaps aged. they still held significant value for research. On another front, in the surgical room beneath the shattered castle, Hogback was busily tending to Moria and Absalom, applying various medicinal dressings. Absalom's back had been shattered by rocks, his flesh reduced to pulp, with no muscle left intact. Fortunately, the damage to his internal organs was not severe. And the surgical room contained some fresh corpses. Utilizing his miraculous medical skills, Hogback replaced Absalom's back. All that remained was to wait for him to regain his strength and consciousness. After tending to Absalom, Hogback's attention turned to the barely living Moria. 2 days prior, he and Perona had exerted great effort to rescue Moria from a chasm. At that time, Moria's body had been charred by flames. Over 60% of his flesh reduced to cooked meat, devoid of vitality. As Hogback approached Moria's sickbed, preparing surgical instruments, he murmured, "What a terrifying monster. To have reduced Lord Moria to such a state. No, or perhaps. It is remarkable that Lord Moria could endure such an attack and sustain only 60% burn damage. Truly a fearsome creature. Powerless." Hogback could not fathom the realm of the strong, unable to comprehend how they achieved such feats, yet this did not hinder his exceptional medical prowess. Upon first witnessing the injured Lord Moria, he had already internally rendered a judgment of death. He had never witnessed anyone capable of emitting breath despite suffering from severe burns over their entire body. Upon hearing Moria's heartbeat, he immediately requested Perona's assistance to serve as a surgical secretary, meticulously observing Moria's condition in a ghostly state and providing him with a detailed account. Hogback, prior to his life as a pirate, held the esteemed title of the world's most brilliant surgeon. After years of seclusion, this moniker now exists solely within the annals of the medical community. However, a physician's prowess is always demonstrated through their skill. Utilizing his exceptional medical expertise, he meticulously excised necrotic tissue from within Moria's body, relying on Moria's formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities. For 2 consecutive days, he remained in the operating room, gradually removing tissue bit by bit, and only proceeding to other areas once new flesh had formed. After 2 days, the exhausted Hogback finally secured a moment of respite. Moria's internal organs and the protective tissue surrounding them had completely healed, leaving only areas that could be extensively excised, allowing for a patient wait. The reputation of the genius surgeon was indeed well-deserved. Yet, during Hogback's brief respite, Luffy slowly opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Luffy has never doubted his own success. He possesses unwavering confidence in himself as well as in Robin. Upon gazing at the familiar ceiling, Luffy comprehended everything. "You are awake, Luffy." A gentle voice resonated. As Luffy turned his head, he beheld Robin seated beside the bed, clad in a pristine white shirt, cradling a book he could not recognize. Upon noticing Luffy had awakened, Robin promptly closed the book and set it upon the table. She then picked up a cup of perfectly warmed water, her gentle smile suggesting she had rehearsed this moment countless times. "Thank you." Luffy calmly accepted the cup of water from Robin's hands. Although she had been feeding him during his unconscious state, he felt that taking the initiative in such matters would bring a greater sense of satisfaction. Gulping down the large cup of water, he barely had the chance to speak before Robin, with a gentle smile, informed him, "The meal is prepared. Though it may be slightly cool as it is not yet time for reheating." "That is wonderful. You are incredibly considerate, Robin." Upon hearing about the meal, Luffy disregarded all else and promptly stood up, eager to head to the dining area. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of a somewhat awkwardly poised skeleton dressed in formal attire standing at the threshold. Luffy turned back with a hint of confusion, while Robin tilted her head and offered a sweet smile, choosing not to say anything. Brook, nervously rubbing his fingers together yet maintaining his decorum, introduced himself. "Greetings, Mr. Luffy. I am Brook, a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, which grants me a chance to revive after death. Alas, my soul lost its way in the treacherous Devil's Sea on its journey home, and I have been unable to locate my body, which is why I now appear in this form." Brook's introduction was straightforward and evidently well-prepared, yet he faltered towards the end, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Brook has agreed to join us," Robin interjected understandingly from behind Luffy, alleviating Brook's awkwardness. He stood there, somewhat flustered, feeling an inexplicable fear of Luffy's potential rejection, as if he were on the brink of losing something profoundly significant. Fortunately, events unfolded as he had hoped. "Really? That's wonderful. Brook, let us go eat," Luffy exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon hearing Robin's words. perhaps due to his familiarity with Brook from the original narrative, or perhaps simply finding him genuinely intriguing. Luffy naturally patted Brook on the shoulder, and the two ambled toward the restaurant, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Robin felt a flicker of embarrassment, sensing that her intervention had been somewhat unnecessary. Brook, however, remained oblivious. At that moment, as he received Luffy's acceptance, he marveled at the world around him, finding beauty even in the dense, gloomy fog above, which seemed to drape the sky in a veil of ethereal charm. Ding! The host has acquired their fourth companion. Please promptly proceed to the companion system to draw exclusive items for the new ally. Chapter 84. Brook's Pass. To celebrate Brook's joining, Robin prepared an elaborate feast once more. At the Grand Round Table, the three of them took their seats side by side, as Luffy and Brook frequently raised their glasses in mutual camaraderie. The sound of clinking echoed through the air. Brook, reminiscent of an elderly man enjoying a chilled beer on a summer's day, exhaled contentedly after savoring a cup of exquisite milk, meticulously selected by Robin on the Sabaody archipelago for Luffy. I never expected that, mister. Luffy shares the same fondness as I do, Brook declared, slamming his empty glass onto the table with a satisfied thud. After all, it is milk that helps one grow tall, Luffy remarked while simultaneously drinking his milk, indulging in food, and engaging in conversation, managing to juggle all three activities without a hint of busyness. Turning to Robin, he praised her. The meals you prepare have truly become increasingly delightful. Robin smiled warmly, feeling that all her efforts over the past days had not been in vain. By the way, you mentioned that Moria is not dead yet? Luffy suddenly recalled what Robin had just informed him. Upon this topic, Robin's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Indeed, during my previous reconnaissance, I discovered that Moria was on the brink of death. However, it seems his subordinates have not given up and are still treating him. He has now escaped the clutches of death. Even now, Robin could hardly believe the meticulous surgical prowess displayed by Hogback that day. Is that so? Luffy pondered, chewing thoughtfully. What shall we do now, Mr. Luffy? Brook asked, gently stroking the handle of his cane. Deep down, he was averse to the idea of causing death. Fleeing seemed more in line with his disposition. Yet, Moria's formidable strength instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. He wondered how Luffy would choose to respond. Luffy looked up at Brook with surprise before replying. Let us wait a few days until he regains consciousness. Then we'll seek him out. Seek him to? Who are we looking for? Brook stammered, his hands trembling slightly, fervently hoping Luffy would mention someone other than Moria. Of course, it's Moria, Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of food. Brook's anxious hands quivered slightly, and he let out a sigh, thinking to himself, indeed, this man before me is a monster of the same caliber as Moria. It seems that being aboard this ship requires a shift in my mindset. By the way, Brook, why did you decide to become a pirate? As dinner neared its conclusion, Luffy felt that with a new companion on board, the evening was perfect for relaxation and mutual understanding. Brook suddenly seemed to calm down, as if lost in profound memories. He began to speak slowly. Mr. Luffy, there is something I have not shared with you all. Brook picked up the empty cup from the table and gazed into its depths, reflecting upon his own visage. He continued, I once made a pact with a companion. Should I fail to uphold my promise, I would not deserve to be called a man. An air of sorrow enveloped the room. I was once a crewmate of the Rumbar Pirates. We set sail from the West Sea, fueled by music and dreams, aspiring to become a pirate crew that could bring smiles to even the weeping children. During our time in the West Sea, a young whale, separated from its pod, began to follow us. We journeyed across many waters together, and the crew grew fond of it. To our astonishment, it continued to accompany us, traversing the entrance of the Grand Line, the Reverse Mountain, and entering the perilous waters of the Grand Line. Tears, born of his very soul, began to flow from Brook's eyes. However, the Grand Line proved to be far too treacherous, and Laboon was but a child. We could not allow him to venture into danger alongside us. Thus, with unwavering confidence, we made a solemn agreement with him. We would traverse the Grand Line straight and true, and then we would meet him once more. Yet, alas, Brook's tears flowed ever more abundantly as Luffy and Robin listened intently to his tale. Suddenly, Brook rose from his seat, knelt upon one knee, and, bowing his head earnestly, declared, Captain Luffy, permit me to reintroduce myself. I am Brook, the skeleton who has passed on, and I am a bounty hunter, known as the Soul King Brook, with a bounty of 33 million. I once served as the captain of a royal guard, and later joined the Rumbar Pirates as a vice-captain, musician, and swordsman. From this day forth, I shall heed the command of Captain Luffy. I hope to rely on your formidable strength to return once more to Reverse Mountain. Regardless of Laboon's current state, I long to visit the place we once agreed upon. Mr. Luffy, Miss Robin, please grant me this wish. As Brooks suddenly knelt before them, Luffy and Robin exchanged glances. Luffy gently urged, "Rise. It may not take long. I will need to return to the East Blue in 2 years for my brother's departure ceremony. After that, we will officially enter the Grand Line from Reverse Mountain. You will have the opportunity to witness it." Aware of the narrative, Luffy understood that Laboon still lingered there, providing Brook a chance for reunion. After speaking, Luffy's attention shifted to the Pokeball in his backpack, lost in contemplation. "Yes, Mr. Luffy." Upon hearing Luffy's intentions, Brook slowly stood, gazing at the beaming smiles of Luffy and Robin. Gripping his cane tightly, he felt a newfound glimmer of hope in life. "By the way," Robin interjected suddenly, breaking her silence, "I have heard rumors. It is said that at the entrance of the Grand Line, there exists a colossal whale that frequently collides with Reverse Mountain, causing destruction to many ships venturing into the Grand Line. The old man guarding the lighthouse mentioned that the whale is named Laboon." After sharing this, Robin smiled and locked eyes with Brook's hollow sockets. Brook trembled, slowly uttering, "Is he still waiting for us? Laboon, is it true? Is he well? He must have grown, right?" "Indeed," Robin replied softly. "I've heard more than once from pirates newly entering the Grand Line that he is quite a robust creature." Lowering his head, Brook covered his face with trembling hands, tears streaming down his skeletal visage. "Is that so? He is well." Awe, joy, sorrow, and longing surged forth, a whirlwind of emotions compressed over 50 years finally found an outlet. Opening his cranial cavity, Brook miraculously retrieved a purple shell from within. Gazing at the sound snail in his hand, Brook explained, "This is something I once acquired aboard a merchant ship, known as a sound snail. This remarkable object can store sounds for playback in the future. Here, the voices of departed companions have been recorded, conveying their desire to inform Labu that they have joyfully concluded their journey." Upon pressing the switch, a cascade of melodious tunes was released. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. The exquisite wine of Binks is delivered to your side. Indeed, to be alive is a wonderful blessing. Chapter 85. Brook's exclusive. Amidst the enchanting music, the three engaged in delightful conversation, discussing the Grand Line, culinary delights, breathtaking scenery, and methods of cultivation. Eventually, upon noticing Robin's weariness, Luffy became aware that it was quite late. In the misty sea, it was impossible to discern whether the celestial body above was the sun or the moon. After Luffy and his companions bid each other good night, they returned to their respective chambers. As soon as he entered his room, Luffy felt a surge of energy. It was once again an exhilarating moment. Rubbing his palms together and stretching lazily, Luffy silently commanded, "System, open Brook's attribute panel." "Understood, host," came the cold, mechanical voice of the system. Character, Brook. Qualification, SS. Stamina, 306 strength, 256 agility, 687 mentality, 1076 Upon observing Brook's attributes, Luffy found himself enveloped in profound contemplation. Notably, Brook's specialization was rather pronounced. With an agility exceeding 600, he was undeniably formidable in the first half of the Grand Line. His mental attributes surpassed 1,000. A rarity among individuals in the world. It could be said that Brook's mental fortitude had reached a level of global excellence. However, with a strength barely grazing 300 and a stamina just above that, he lacked the qualifications to engage in combat with true powerhouses. As a swordsman, this was indeed lamentable. Perhaps it was related to Brook's lack of muscular development, Luffy mused inwardly. Indeed. Suddenly, Luffy clapped his hands together, his eyes widening in astonishment. Brook possesses no muscle at all, thus, the power he currently wields must stem from his devil fruit abilities. This power likely consumes mental energy or perhaps some unknown source of energy, enabling him to achieve his present state. This energy intertwines with his bones, bestowing upon him his current strength. Luffy began to reflect on the future of Brook, yet he truly felt the presence of the underworld, capable of manipulating the frigid air of the afterlife to launch attacks. This suggests that the powers of the underworld fruit extend far beyond the mere concept of resurrection. The underworld, what precisely is it? Luffy first experienced a sense of bewilderment regarding the pirate world. If the devil fruits embody the laws of this realm, what then is the nature of the afterlife? And how does the Yomi Yomi no Mi fit into this intricate tapestry? Upon death, the powers of the fruit are returned to a corner of the world, suggesting that such abilities cannot traverse into the afterlife. Yet Brook is capable of summoning coldness from the realm of the dead, indicating a profound connection between the two worlds. Perhaps the Yomi Yomi Nomi serves as a bridge between them. In the future, Brook influences emotions through music, which may simply reflect a formidable mental prowess, akin to the ability of Conqueror's Haki to render individuals unconscious. This implies that even without the innate qualifications for Conqueror's Haki, a strong enough spirit can produce similar effects. But what, then, constitutes the qualifications for a conqueror? Luffy pondered over the plus sign adjacent to Brook's attributes on the panel, inquiring gradually. Host. The plus sign does not denote a special talent in music, but rather signifies Brook's unique gifts concerning the soul. Soul? Luffy murmured, biting his finger. Wait. Generally, devil fruit seldom possess the capacity to alter one's qualifications. To my knowledge, such an instance was only observed with the Tengu fruit in Godia, and that was due to its extraordinary abilities. Yet Brook's fruit directly enhances his capabilities. Consider Nami's terrifying talent that even the formidable Shiki found compelling. It appears the Yomi Yomi no Mi is indeed extraordinary. A torrent of questions flooded Luffy's mind. Luffy suddenly shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thoughts swirling within. After all, pondering over such matters without a solid foundation of strength would only lead to greater confusion. The system had once stated that his level had no limits. Perhaps when he truly attained a certain level of power, these questions would resolve themselves effortlessly. At present, these dilemmas were beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, Brook had already earned his recognition as a crew member, and in his grasp lay a key to unlocking the truths of the world. The paramount objective now was to grow stronger. The swiftest means to achieve this was through the system. Initiate the extraction of Brook's exclusive item. In an instant, the prize will reappeared before Luffy. Inspired by Brook's unique insights, Luffy took a moment to meticulously observe the array of items on the wheel. To his astonishment, he discovered a familiar and exhilarating object, a Western-style great sword emanating an aura of chilling indigo. Luffy instantly recognized it, for in his previous life, there resided an identical one-to-one model of Frostmourne in his bedroom. Besides that, there was also a staff, its handle adorned with a skull bearing a crimson, blood-like eye, which evoked a sense of discomfort in Luffy at first glance. A tome embellished with a skull motif, a golden skeleton, and a gem radiating a blue-black luminescence were among the other items. However, only these four artifacts struck Luffy with an extraordinary intensity, surpassing even the profound impression Frostmourne had left on him. The disc began to rotate, various items spinning wildly. In an uncontrollable whirlwind, the pointer eventually came to a halt, resting upon the gem that shimmered with a blue-black glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Brook's exclusive item, crushed jade. Suddenly, a series of question marks appeared on Luffy's forehead. The broken jade. How could this be possible? In Luffy's mind, if one were to compare the exclusive items obtained by his companions, the hierarchy would originally be Soul Cutter Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal Cloud Ring. However, the sudden emergence of the broken jade has truly taken Luffy by surprise. In his recollection, if the broken jade were to be included in this comparison, it would undoubtedly be Broken Jade Soul Cutter. The power structure has unexpectedly escalated several tiers, leaving Luffy astonished. Taking the broken jade from his backpack, a gemstone imbued with an eerie aura appeared in Luffy's hand. The broken jade, originating from the world of Soul Reapers, possesses the ability to protect its host's body from death and decay. When the host's abilities reach their limits or their life is threatened, the broken jade can facilitate an endless evolution into the next dimensional realm, lacking self-awareness. Luffy brought the broken jade closer, examining the gemstone with keen interest. Pondering, lacking self-awareness? I recall that the most formidable aspect of the broken jade is its ability to absorb and materialize the desires within people's hearts. Yet, if it lacks self-awareness, does that imply it cannot complete this process, or that it requires control to do so? Luffy suddenly felt that the mental exertion he experienced today surpassed that of an entire year. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Luffy stowed the collapsing jade back into his backpack. Perhaps it would be best to wait until tomorrow when Brook would use it. Chapter 86, The Collapsing Jade. Awakened from slumber, Luffy's grumbling stomach urged him to leave the warmth of his cozy bed and slowly venture out of his cabin. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of a bright oil lamp illuminating the deck, casting a warm glow amidst the dense purple mist. At that moment, Brook was on the deck, playing a gentle and melodious tune on his violin, facing the mysterious sea shrouded in fog. The ethereal strains of music flowed softly, reminiscent of a meandering brook, akin to a gossamer veil in a dream, transforming the murky world around into fleeting dreams of flowers on water, as if they had come and gone in an instant. Beneath the oil lamp lay a recliner, a wooden table, and a cup of steaming tea. Robin cradled a book in her hands, her brow furrowed in concentration as she diligently recorded her thoughts, immersing herself in the vast ocean of literature. Yet she was pulled from her reverie the moment Luffy appeared. "Luffy, breakfast is ready," she called, as if sensing his desires. Noticing the pitiful look in Luffy's eyes, Robin gently pointed to the insulated cover on the table and spoke kindly to him. As the metal cover lifted, it revealed a heartwarming breakfast still steaming with heat, a heart-shaped ham and egg, a cup of creamy coffee, and a large portion of braised pork. Under the enchantment of Brook's exquisite performance, Luffy devoured his meal in a whirlwind, taking no more than 10 minutes. He wiped his mouth roughly with the tablecloth. To cater to Luffy's preferences, Robin had generously drizzled extra sauce over the braised pork. Although this might have intensified the flavor, it was well worth it, for Luffy relished it. Having satisfied his hunger, Luffy suddenly addressed Brook, who was lost in the world of music. "Brook, as a new member of my pirate crew, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Both Robin and Brook inquired simultaneously, their curiosity piqued. Robin's intrigue stemmed from her awareness that Luffy's gifts were never ordinary. Adjusting her black-framed glasses, she glanced at the amethyst ring on her right hand. Each day, she felt the power emanating from the ring, solitary yet formidable. Regrettably, she was unable to harness the strength contained within it. Brook, on the other hand, remained blissfully unaware, simply curious about what kind of gift Luffy might bestow upon him. Could it possibly be a garment representing his identity as a crew member? No, that couldn't be right. Miss Robin wore casual attire as well. Luffy refrained from allowing them excessive time for idle speculation and directly retrieved the coveted crystal known as the Bongu from his backpack. It was a transparent gem radiating a mesmerizing blue-black light, and inexplicably, Brook felt a flutter within his core, despite the absence of a heart. "Mr. Luffy, what is this?" Brook inquired, his gaze fixed on the Bongu in Luffy's hand, a wave of indescribable emotion surging within him. "This gem is called Bongu. It possesses formidable power. I hope you can make good use of it," Luffy said with a smile, extending the Bongu toward Brook with an air of ease. "Bongu?" Brook murmured in confusion, extending his slender, bony hand to grasp the gem. As he cradled the Bongu in his palm, a potent energy coursed through his body, only to return to the gem itself. Feeling an inexplicable sense of exhilaration, Brook suddenly asked, "Mr. Luffy, how does one utilize this?" "Bongu? Luffy momentarily paused, but, recalling the previous circumstances, feigned calmness as he replied, "Try placing it on your forehead." "All right." Brook obediently positioned the blue-black gem upon his brow. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. A minute passed, and Brook lifted his head, his vacant eyes gazing at Luffy in bewilderment. Luffy, feeling slightly embarrassed under Brook's gaze, quickly queried in his mind, System, how do I use this Bongu?" To the host, "Simply ingest it." "Ingest it?" This was indeed an unexpected revelation. He anticipated that it was meant to be consumed. Could such a thing truly be eaten? Nevertheless, despite its absurdity, the system had spoken. Luffy directly addressed Brook once more, urging him, "Why don't you try consuming it?" "Eat." Brook hesitated for a brief moment, yet ultimately opened his wide mouth and placed the spherical orb of collapse within. Fortunately, Brook was not one with a delicate cherry blossom mouth. Otherwise, the two orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, may have proven unusable. As the orb of collapse entered Brook's mouth, it instantly transformed into a stream of energy, flowing along his ribcage into his abdominal cavity. Within the confines of his abdomen, it left behind a flickering orb of energy, visible yet untouchable. Brook placed a hand on his belly, seemingly sensing something unusual, yet he could discern no tangible change. "How do you feel, Brook?" Luffy and Robin gazed at Brook with curiosity, seemingly awaiting his words. It appeared that there was no change. Brook, hesitantly stroking his abdomen, spoke. As soon as his voice faded, a surge of power coursed through Luffy's body, with the most significant portion flowing into his mind. Following Brook's successful activation of the Soul King's equipment, Luffy was acutely aware of the situation, having encountered such phenomena before. However, Brook suddenly felt his body oscillating. An overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. His mental attributes, surpassing 1,200 points, appeared to unlock some latent potential within him. From the location of the collapsed jade, a torrent of vitality surged forth, enveloping every inch of Brook's being and tugging at the very essence of his soul. Crack, crack. Brook's already ghastly skeletal visage underwent a startling transformation as patches of white substance began to expand across his form. His body started to morph in peculiar ways. Crack, crack. The metamorphosis showed no signs of abating. Instead, it accelerated, spreading further and further. Brook, whose courage was already minimal, let out a terrified cry. Mr. Luffy, what is happening? Tears welled in his dark eye sockets as he stood paralyzed by fear, gazing up at Luffy, placing all his hopes in him. At that moment, Robin approached with a worried expression, observing Brook's unsettling transformation. The changes Brook was undergoing were indeed alarming. Although Luffy was uncertain of the exact nature of Brook's predicament, his limited knowledge of the collapsed jade led him to harbor some suspicions. He hurriedly reassured the terrified Brook. Do not fear, Brook. This is an opportunity. Embrace it. Think of your favorite music, your beloved. Bink's sake delivered to your side as Luffy offered words of comfort. He suddenly burst into song, continuing until the last vestige of white bone obscured Brook's eyes. Fortunately, under Luffy's explanation, Brook began to calm, and the familiar melody started to resonate within him. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 yo-ho-ho-ho. Chapter 87. The Rumba Pirate's Darkness, a pale darkness, eerie, terrifying. Where is this? In the depths of obscurity, Brook gradually regained consciousness, bewilderedly surveying his dim surroundings. He raised his right hand, intending to probe the vicinity. What on earth? A translucent azure arm materialized before Brook. As he attempted to wave it, he realized, to his astonishment, that it was indeed his own arm. Gazing at his ethereal limb, he noticed the surrounding space fluctuating incessantly, dancing like flames, ablaze with a fierce fire yet devoid of warmth. What is happening? Brook pondered. Raising his hands to his face for a closer inspection, he discovered, beneath the bizarre azure flames, a layer of human skin gradually emerging. Odd. Why does seeing this skin feel so unnaturally unsettling? Brook murmured in confusion. Suddenly, a booming voice pierced through. Brook, what are you dawdling for? Thud. A cannonball hurtling towards him was cleaved in two by a man wielding a sword, the halves cascading in opposite directions before exploding midair. A man clad in a standard green captain's uniform turned, a long scar gracing his face, lending him an air of maturity and trustworthiness. With a fierce glare, he bellowed at Brook, "Damn it! At such a critical moment. What's wrong with you, Brook?" Brook, bewildered, softly uttered, "Captain Rumba? Enough chatter. Hurry and lend a hand." The man paid no heed to Brook's peculiar state, as the imminent threat loomed large. Without a moment's pause, he charged into the throngs of enemies, engaging in battle. Huh? Brook stood there momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. Right, we are under attack. This is not the time for dawdling. The azure flames radiated from Brook, enveloping the surroundings, and the world reverted to its normal state. Above the ocean, two ships collided. Gunfire, cannon blasts, the glint of blades, the shadows of swords, and the cries of comrades filled the air. In this familiar battlefield, Brook instantly regained his composure. Dawn's melody. Thrust. Brook swiftly drew his cane sword, aiming it at an enemy before him, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to his back. Just as he was about to strike down his foe, a layer of mysterious white substance suddenly materialized on the pirate's back, thwarting Brook's offensive. Before he could launch a second attack, a voice cried out once more, "Over here." Brook, the cellist of the Rumbar Pirates, struggled against a pirate adorned with a bizarre white mask, urgently calling for Brook's assistance. Just as Brook brandished his sword to rush to the rescue, another pirate, his visage grotesquely skeletal, abruptly intercepted him, hindering his efforts to save his comrade. In a fleeting moment of failure, the cellist's rhythm was disrupted. The enemy seized the opportunity, delivering a fatal blow that cleaved through the cellist's chest, causing blood to spatter in a gruesome display. The cellist staggered back 2 steps, then collapsed onto the deck, lifeless and unresponsive. "No!" Brook bellowed in anguish. "Brook!" The voice of Captain Rumbar echoed once more. Brook witnessed the captain being sent flying by a hulking figure that had suddenly appeared, crashing violently into the ship's cabin, remaining motionless for an extended period. The brute wore a mask identical to those of the other pirates. Before Brook could process the dire situation, another scream pierced the air. Ah! A fellow member of the Rumbar Pirates was pierced through the heart by a sword, staggering 2 steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The cacophony of gunfire, slashes, Sword strikes and cannon blasts intensified as the mysterious enemies unleashed their formidable firepower. One by one, Brook's comrades fell to the merciless onslaught, plunging the entire pirate crew into a state of despair. How could this be happening? Another life was extinguished. Brook found himself encircled by 3 pirates, unable to escape their clutches. The masks on their faces conveyed an eerie and enigmatic mockery, seemingly ridiculing Brook's helplessness. As he watched his former companions being slaughtered one by one, Brook's heart raced with desperation, yet he felt utterly powerless. It should not be like this. With all his strength, Brook parried 3 swift sword strikes, pushing his adversaries back. Another comrade was overpowered, sent flying. This is not how it should be. I must save them. I am not weak. I am not that weak. Time was of the essence. The Rumbar pirates faced imminent annihilation. The 3 pirates lunged at him once more. Think. What can I do? What do I know? Brook sweat profusely, retreating as he fervently questioned himself. Think. Suddenly, amidst Brook's vigorous struggle, an image emerged in his mind. It was of a youth, a boy wielding flames in both hands. The fire dancing wildly and releasing a tremendous energy that permeated the surroundings, casting brilliant light and vibrant hues. Fire. Brook's clear eyes transformed, becoming deep and terrifying. It was indeed fire. The corporeal form of Brook began to dissipate, fragmenting into countless particles that ascended, departing from this realm. A flame of indigo hue, emerging from the depths of his soul, surged forth, coiling around Brook's skeletal arm and enveloping the slender sword, blazing fiercely as if conveying the anger of its master. The sword, imbued with the fire of the soul, effortlessly cleaved through the enemy's assault. A flash of sword light flickered as Brook slowly turned around, humming a tune. With a fierce strike, the throats of 3 pirates suddenly erupted in flames, the color of which mirrored that of the fire upon the sword. The flames spread across the pirates' bodies, instantly engulfing them. Yet, within the flames, the pirates appeared to feel no discomfort whatsoever. A few pirates suddenly gathered together, the azure flames coalescing into a single mass. The remaining pirates halted their attacks, drawn towards the blue flames. 1, 2, 3. Gradually, all the adversaries congregated beside the azure fire, each one becoming enshrouded in flames. Within the searing inferno, the enemies began to slowly melt away, transforming into pools of white liquid. The liquid amassed, eventually shaping into a colossal entity. Beneath the azure flames, the white liquid coalesced into a 4-legged monstrosity. As the blue fire gradually diminished until it concentrated at the creature's head, it appeared as though it was being absorbed as the azure flames morphed into a gigantic mask, identical to the one previously worn by the pirate captain. How is this possible? Brook murmured. Damn it, what is this? Run. We are no match for him. Everyone, retreat. Abandon ship. The Rumbar pirates were thrown into chaos, some eager to continue the fight, while others, paralyzed by fear, fled in haste. A howl pierced the air. The monster emitted a piercing howl, its gaping maw opening wide, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As a massive surge of energy coalesced within its jaws like a tempestuous wave. Once the gathering reached its zenith, the creature unleashed a crimson beam that shot skyward. The world seemed to tremble, reverberating with ominous sounds. Chapter 88. The broken mast. The colossal wave of energy swept past Brook's figure, swiftly overtaking the members of the Rumbar pirates behind him. The eerie red beam absorbed all warmth from the surroundings, exuding a chilling aura. A tremendous force surged through the air, undulating and transforming into a radiant band of energy that enveloped the entire crew of the Rumbar pirates in an instant. Brook, with his sword lowered, felt his eye sockets quiver uncontrollably, even the indigo flames dissipating, as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The beam grazed past, casting Brook into shadow, an embodiment of gloom, despair, and despondency. Brook's hollow eyes flickered with a flash of lightning, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed far and wide, akin to rolling thunder. The hatred born from his comrade's demise gnawed at Brook's heart like a relentless insect, as if a shackle had been utterly devoured. 2 malevolent tear tracks coursed down his cheeks, while sharp spikes bulged from his temples. Indigo patterns resembling flames clinging to the edges of his teeth, gradually revealing a skeletal visage identical to that of the monster. The ethereal flames of his soul entwined once more, transforming Brook's arms into a pitch-black hue that extended to his shoulders, where a sun-like black flame radiated, evoking a sense of solidity and immense power. The ghostly fire entwined tightly around his arms, ultimately manifesting as an extraordinary pattern etched upon his ebony limbs, mysterious and elegant. Transformed, Brook erupted into the air with ferocity, his sword descending like a radiant dawn, illuminating the world with a verdant glow, as if scorched by an agile flame. Blossoms of azure flames appeared to his left and right, cascading through the air, their petals resembling weeping tears, as if the fallen flowers mourned. The azure flames offered no warmth. Instead, they emanated a despairing essence from the depths of the underworld. "Ah, freeze for me, monster!" Brook plummeted from the heavens, driving his sword into the earth before the beast. The image of a youthful figure resurfaced in Brook's mind. Unlike before. This time the boy appeared more composed and steadfast. With palms pressed against the earth, an overwhelming force surged forth, incongruent with the boy's icy demeanor. A cascade of prismatic frost emanated from his hands, akin to the dawn of creation, instantly encasing everything before him in a stunning azure hue, while simultaneously radiating an exhilarating warmth. The boy's power seemed to envelop Brook, igniting indigo flames that erupted with ferocity, tearing through the realm towards the monstrous foe. Unlike before, this time the azure flames did not merely cling to the creature's exterior. Upon first contact, they transmuted into the frost of the abyss. Pale as if repudiating all living beings of the world, creeping slowly from the monster's ankles and gradually encasing it in ice. Though the advance was languid, the creature appeared ensnared, utterly incapable of escaping the spread of the azure frost. Roaring once more, the monster amassed a torrent of energy in its maw. Aimed directly at Brook. Beneath its mask, malevolent eyes glinted with boundless malice, coldly surveying Brook, as the air around them vibrated violently, seemingly desperate to flee from this confrontation. Brook lifted his gaze, his skeletal visage emanating a more formidable aura than the beast itself, undeterred by the colossal energy coalescing in the monster's mouth. Rising slowly, he gripped his sword with one hand, pointing it towards the creature's head, as the azure ripples along his obsidian arm radiated a brilliant luminescence, before coiling back, channeling that power into the blade. The sword's tip ignited in a spectacular brilliance, casting a radiant glow upon Brook, elongating his shadow dramatically. Boom! Two energy beams, one ascending and the other descending, erupted simultaneously as if choreographed, colliding with tremendous force. A dazzling radiance ascended defiantly, igniting the very essence of this world. From the world's edge, delineated by Brook and the monstrous entity, two nameless flames, one crimson and one azure, began to gradually engulf this space. Brook, grinning widely, revealed his grotesque teeth. The azure flames erupted instantaneously, consuming the scarlet energy with an unstoppable vigor, transforming it into a desolate frost that encased it within. The azure beam emanating from his sword unleashed unparalleled might, effortlessly dispersing the crimson energy into nothingness. The azure flames surged through the air like colossal waves, their fierce energy soaring skyward, illuminating the heavens with a deep indigo glow that struck directly against the monster's bony visage. As the bone structure fractured, the monster's form gradually succumbed to the chilling embrace of the azure flames, freezing into an icy sculpture. All fell into tranquility. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The monster and the azure frost dissipated into particles, vanishing into the ether. The ship, however, lay in tatters, seemingly bearing witness to a fierce battle just endured. The skies darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously above, as if poised to descend at any moment. Brook knelt in bewilderment, gazing at the lifeless forms of his companions surrounding him. The bone mask on his face crumbled gradually, pieces falling to the ground before vanishing into the air. What has happened? Brook's usual gentleness returned, no longer the wild figure from moments prior, yet it seemed he had not yet emerged from the recent conflict. How could everyone be dead? Brook sat on the ground, murmuring in confusion. Leaning on his cane, he rose slowly and approached the piano, taking a seat beside it. How could they have perished? As he murmured, his elongated bony fingers rested upon the piano's surface. Were we not meant to traverse the world and reunite with Lab? His fingers pressed down on the keys, and a familiar melody resonated once more. A solo. Mi sol 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 la sol mi sol a duet, Brook whispered. And suddenly, the fallen cellist beside him stirred, their lifeless form transforming abruptly into a swirl of green flames. The flames flickered in the air, gradually coalescing into the shape of the cellist. The cellist's hands danced in the air, conjuring yet another sphere of green flame, which rhythmically morphed into a cello. The cellist grasped the bow and began to play, synchronizing with Brook's tempo. Mi sol 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 la sol mi do. The trio has commenced. A vibrant green flame igniting as a violinist joins the ensemble. Sol mi re do la si do. Sol mi re do la do sol. The quartet emerges. La do sol sol la si do fa. A grand chorus. Flames swirl around Brook, and from within these fiery tendrils, silhouettes begin to materialize, some bearing instruments, others unarmed. An unparalleled concert of souls unfolds. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. Brook intensifies his playing, his skeletal visage etched with seriousness and focus. His hands flutter across the keys like butterflies, harmonizing with the spirits behind him in this soulful melody. Mi sol sol, sol la sol mi sol, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. The long-awaited chorus is rendered in a most extraordinary manner. As the piece concludes, Brook gracefully rests his hands upon the keys. Yet, the phantoms behind him do not cease. They restart, performing the tune of Bink Sake once more. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I am the king of souls. Brook, yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughs heartily. Yet tears stream from his hollow eyes, cascading down his bones and into the piano. Chapter 89, The King of Souls. In the realm of reality. After Brook found himself ensnared within the bone prison, 2 days and nights passed in tranquil stillness. Luffy languidly reclined on the deck, his mind wandering as he contemplated that Moria should have nearly recovered by now. To alleviate his boredom, he had borrowed 2 books from Robin, which barely sufficed to occupy his time. On the 3rd day, a peculiar sound seemed to emanate from the strange bony prison encasing Brook. The intermittent noise piqued the curiosity of Luffy and Robin, compelling them to approach. As they listened intently to the sounds within the skeletal cell, they gradually discerned a hint of melodic resonance. Suddenly, the sounds intensified, transforming from delicate and ethereal to a fervent crescendo, ultimately coalescing into a powerful atmosphere that stirred the emotions of Luffy and Robin, inciting a fervent desire to engage in battle. The magnificent symphony flowed like celestial music, soaring through the skies with intricate variations. The sea mirrored this energy, its waves rising and falling in rhythm. A tempest gathered, swaying in harmony with the melody. Abruptly, the musical composition shifted, and a deep, mellifluous sound emerged, even more enchanting to the ear. The haunting drumbeats evoked an inexplicable strength, tugging at the heartstrings and drawing Luffy and Robin into another realm. Fortunately, their mental fortitude proved resilient. With a slight moment of disorientation, they swiftly broke free from this enchantment. As if having endured a harrowing experience, Robin hesitated before voicing her concern. Luffy, what was that just now? Luffy furrowed his brow, for this was the first time he had encountered such a mental assault. Even he felt momentarily disoriented. Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, he gazed at the skeletal encasement surrounding Brook, expressing a hint of confusion as he remarked, perhaps it is some sort of ability of Brook's. Though it seems somewhat uncontrollable, this was the only explanation Luffy could conjure. Oh, Robin gently nodded in response. The two stood vigilantly beside the skeletal prison, observing the unfolding events with caution. The concert did not persist for long. Luffy and Robin remained in a daze for a brief moment, as the melody shifted and evolved, entering its final chapter. The last note transformed into an inexplicable force, resonating throughout the world before dissipating. The sea returned to its tranquil state, yet the sky appeared even more somber. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Luffy suddenly noticed that a subtle change seemed to be occurring atop the skeletal encasement. Crack! A slight fissure began to form in the upper dome of the skeletal structure. Crackle! The crevice abruptly widened, creating a small aperture from which a faintly malevolent aura wafted. The surrounding gloom thickened, and Robin even felt a chill. An eerie light emanated from within the skeletal prison, suffused with an otherworldly chill, as if phantoms were drifting above. As time progressed, the fissure expanded further until, at last, a fragment of bone broke free and fell to the ground. The detachment of this fragment resembled the tipping of a domino, heralding the subsequent shattering of the skeletal encasement. The peculiar, crisp sound sent shivers down their spines, teeth chattering, and hearts gripped by trepidation. Fragments of bone cascaded to the ground, and as the air stirred slightly, they stirred up clouds of dust that permeated the atmosphere. In an instant, the entire skeletal prison seemed to be thrust open by an overwhelming force, collapsing with a thunderous roar, transforming into a cascade of glimmering light that fell from the heavens. As the skeletal prison shattered, everything within gradually became visible to Luffy and Robin as the chilling light dissipated. There sat Brook alone upon a long bench, his gaze fixed intently upon a hauntingly white skeletal piano. A faint glimmer of cold light reflected in his eye sockets as his ebony fingers hovered over the keys. Trembling slightly, as if striving to detach himself from the recent melody. "Brook!" Luffy exclaimed urgently, shattering the silence that enveloped them. The icy air suddenly coalesced, and the temperature returned to normal. Robin curiously scrutinized Brook's appearance. The once dark evening attire had vanished, replaced by a pale samurai robe, from the sleeves of which emerged spectral black bones, evoking a sense of solemnity akin to the night. A stream of azure patterns spiraled upward from his fingertips, emanating a faint chill, radiating a sense of foreboding. The exposed skull appeared even more translucent, the previous scars and fissures having vanished, while the facial bones glimmered with a mysterious green light, as if the essence of his soul were seeping forth, casting reflections of this world's remnants. Luffy's call momentarily startled Brook, who was deeply engrossed in thought. He slowly lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings, as if he had just emerged from a mental reverie, still struggling to discern the boundary between reality and illusion. "Brook, how are you?" Luffy inquired gently once more. Although Brook had yet to regain his composure, Luffy was already privy to the outcome. In a realm unbeknownst to Robin and Brook, a character attribute panel unfurled before Luffy's eyes. Character: Brook. Qualification: SS. Stamina: 800 strength, 800 agility, 1000 mentality, 1211. Under the wondrous influence of the crumbling jade, Brook's capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, with both stamina and strength nearly doubling, while agility, though not quite reaching that threshold, had increased significantly nonetheless. Yet, his mental strength remained unchanged. Could it be that the power of the crumbling jade was ineffective on the mind? Or was there another reason? Luffy pondered silently. The three neatly aligned figures, devoid of any discrepancies, seemed nearly impossible to achieve in reality. Was it possible that these were merely templates predefined by the crumbling jade? A flicker of doubt crossed Luffy's mind, but it was fleeting. He had grown accustomed to the notion of letting go of things he could not comprehend, leaving certain matters to be resolved by a stronger version of himself in the future. Brook's emergence from his trance also signified Luffy's further enhancement. Perhaps he had gained around 1/6 more strength than before, while it may not seem substantial. As the number of comrades increased, so did Luffy's enhancements. Moreover, Luffy was only 12 years old. The capsule had merely preserved his appearance at 17. There remained ample time and opportunities for growth, and for his companions to train. For everything else, he would simply wait patiently. After Luffy's 2 calls, Brook finally detached from the spiritual realm and returned to the tangible world. The skeletal piano suddenly ignited with emerald flames, its form gradually transforming until it morphed into a bone staff, identical to the one he had wielded before, now hanging at Brook's waist. Rising to his feet, Brook's serious demeanor softened into the optimistic smile he had previously worn. Approaching Luffy, he knelt on one knee upon the deck, bowing his head slightly. The corners of his jaw slightly parted as he exhaled a breath of cold air, his voice resonating from the depths of his soul. "King of Souls, Brook." Saluting the captain. Chapter 90. Re-embarking on the island. "All right, Brook, please rise," Luffy said with a hint of exasperation, observing Brook kneeling before him once again. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to such solemnity directed at him. "Yohoraharo, at your command, my captain." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Brook immediately rose to his feet, his white samurai attire accentuating his already slender frame. His deep-set eyes sparkled with admiration as they remained fixed on Luffy. Perhaps only he understood the profound transformation Luffy had instigated within him, a metamorphosis that transcended mere attire and newfound strength. The abyssal gem, that enigmatic black-blue jewel, was now a palpable presence within him, yet he remained uncertain of how to wield its power. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that this petite gem would usher in boundless possibilities that soared infinitely high. And all of this stemmed from the man before him, who appeared effortlessly capable of confronting any challenge. A relaxed smile graced Brook's face, but deep within his heart lay an unwavering reverence and loyalty to his captain, Luffy. As Luffy scrutinized Brook's attire, his gaze fell upon Brook's unusual arms, prompting him to exclaim, "By the way, Brook, do you possess any new abilities now?" In Luffy's mind, those enhanced by the abyssal gem in the realm of the dead were formidable beings, each boasting increasingly peculiar powers, with the 20th blade mastering the terrifying principle of aging. Moreover, Brook had acquired an entire abyssal gem. Eagerly responding to Luffy's inquiry about new abilities, Brook's spirits soared. He was not one to keep secrets. Besides, all his abilities bore the shadow of a certain individual, and he could hardly contain his excitement to share this with them. The King of Souls had also joined the ranks of admirers. "Mr. Luffy, Miss Robin, please, do not blink," Brook proclaimed earnestly, drawing forth his pale sword from his waist. With a swift motion, the bone sword shimmered with fleeting patterns, seemingly channeling power into the blade as a chilling blue flame erupted around it, enveloping the sword until its very tip, exuding an eerie coldness. "Soul Reaver," Brook declared, his expression suddenly grave. He swung towards the sea with force, the indigo flames morphing into a blade of energy that streaked through the air like a meteor, trailing a long tail before plunging into the ocean. The potent wave of energy collided with the tranquil sea, yet curiously, it stirred not a single ripple. Under the despondent aura of the flames, the sea instantaneously transformed into a frosty layer, spreading across 100 square meters, constricting the already limited harbor space and emanating a chilling aura. Remarkably, even after freezing such a vast expanse of seawater, the blue flames showed no sign of extinguishing. Rather, they began to expand outward, albeit at a pace so slow it was nearly imperceptible. Yet the three individuals aboard were anything but ordinary. The frost radiated a sinister energy. As Luffy and Robin beheld the effects of the sword strike, they were momentarily taken aback, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over them. Robin instinctively cast a glance at Luffy and could not help but softly remark, "This is not Luffy's." The technique known as zero-point breakthrough was newly acquired by Luffy, having been demonstrated only once, thus Robin was yet unaware of its name. However, the striking resemblance between the freezing flames and zero-point breakthrough instantly reminded Robin of Luffy's formidable stance during his battle with Longma. Luffy, truly impressive. Brook, that skeleton, simply pales in comparison. Wait, why is he gazing at Luffy with such anticipation? Robin found herself ensnared once more in a daydream about Luffy, unable to extricate herself. Perhaps even the heavens could not fathom a woman's logic. Luffy was momentarily taken aback, though his reasons differed from Robin's. Brook's newfound ability bore a striking resemblance to the zero-point breakthrough. However, Luffy understood that even in the absence of the shattering jade, Brook would still possess the capacity to harness the power of souls and unleash frost-infused attacks. Thus, he pondered whether the shattering jade had merely catalyzed Brook's latent potential or if it had absorbed his thoughts and subsequently intertwined them with Brook's essence, culminating in this extraordinary ability. After all, this was pivotal to whether Brook could master the shattering jade flawlessly, a matter that Luffy took to heart. Nevertheless, Brook's prowess had yet to be fully realized. He required further practice. "All right, Brook, dispel your ability," Luffy commanded. The azure flame could not possibly extend infinitely without reason. Although it might not demand excessive effort, it still constituted a burden. "Understood, Mr. Luffy." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Brook once again swept his sword, and the distant azure flames transformed into a monochromatic crescent, reminiscent of a rainbow. As they returned to Brook's blade, and subsequently flowed back into the intricate patterns upon his arm, Luffy, deep in thought, glanced at Brook's ebony arm and enveloped his right arm in a layer of haki. Although the hue was somewhat distinct, Brook's arm indeed resembled the appearance of haki being applied. Could it be that the crumbling jade merely awakened latent potential? In Luffy's heart, an answer gradually emerged. After all, considering the specialized tools of Zoro, Nami, and Robin, none were designed to directly bestow immense power upon the user. Rather, they merely elevated one's capabilities to a certain level. The remainder still depended on the individual's own efforts. It seems that it is time to prioritize the training regimen. Luffy refrained from pursuing Moria's head, recognizing the latter's greater significance. From the moment of Dragon Horse's demise, Luffy resolved in his heart to protect Moria. Any who sought to harm Moria would find themselves opposing him, provided, of course, that Moria adhered to his directives. This conviction stemmed from the fact that upon Dragon Horse's death, the system not only granted Luffy experience but also an equivalent sum of gold coins. In essence, the zombies conjured by Moria were deemed adversaries by the system. Thus, by mastering Moria, Luffy effectively held the key to an inexhaustible source of leveling opportunities. This alone underscores Moria's critical importance to Luffy. Although acquiring corpses akin to Dragon Horses is a formidable challenge, the corresponding shadows are even more elusive. Nevertheless, Luffy has already conceived an idea in his mind. Moria's strategy was fundamentally sound, yet he possessed a fatal vulnerability: seawater. None of his crew could dive into the depths, whether due to Moria's deliberate avoidance or mere oversight. Within the boundless ocean lies a treasure trove of possibilities. The colossal sea kings serve not only as ideal materials for corpses, but also as formidable sources of shadows. Moreover, as the sea kings inhabit the ocean, once their shadows are extracted, they face minimal risk of demise from sunlight, aligning perfectly with Moria's abilities. Contemplating this, Luffy gazed at the now ruined island. Perhaps it was time to seek an audience with Moria. Chapter 91. Negotiation. The terrifying three-masted ship. Once, in this present day, the island bore no semblance of a normal structure. Even locating a smooth path proved to be an arduous endeavor. After traversing countless ravines, mounds of earth, broken timber, and debris, Luffy and his companions finally arrived at the underground surgical room previously discovered by Robin, the very location where Moria and his crew were currently concealed. This could very well be the only place on the island that could still be deemed a structure, despite the fact that the castle that once stood above the basement had long since vanished. Knock, knock, knock. Bam. Is anyone there? We are coming in. At the entrance of the basement, Robin and Brooke stared in bewilderment as Luffy first politely knocked on the door, only to immediately kick it open. To be honest, they were utterly perplexed by this course of action. Luffy is not one to dwell on trivialities. Knocking on the door is merely a habitual action he has cultivated. A forceful kick, however, signifies his attitude towards this visit. From the very beginning, Luffy has showcased his domineering essence, preferring not to engage in lengthy discourse with Moria. The sudden sound of the door swinging open reverberated through the dark staircase and into the underground chamber. Moria, still regaining his strength on the hospital bed, immediately opened his eyes. His imposing, demonic figure was now ensnared in bandages, beneath which lay a restorative concoction specially prepared by Dr. Hogback. Coupled with the naturally stagnant air of the basement, entering Moria's treatment room would engulf one in a pungent herbal aroma. Moria-sama, Perona, temporarily residing in the adjacent treatment room. Upon hearing the commotion, stealthily investigated before rushing over, her voice laced with panic. This is bad. That arsonist from before is back. Her alarm was entirely justified, for the power Luffy had displayed previously was overwhelmingly formidable, and she had been an eyewitness to the entire ordeal. That man wielded terrifying flames, unleashing an energy that threatened to shatter the very island itself, a godlike presence that none could withstand. The searing pillars of fire had pierced through her very soul, igniting a fierce sensation that led her to believe her spirit had been set ablaze. Upon hearing Perona's words, Moria mustered the strength to sit up, his visage twisted in rage, the flames of hatred burning fiercely within his eyes. Yet, as he glanced at Perona, a wave of concern washed over him, extinguishing the fire of animosity. He recalled Perona mentioning that the boy, after unleashing a power that instilled despair, had also succumbed to unconsciousness. He had assumed that Luffy and his companions would not take advantage of his incapacitation. They would either have left or be equally grievously injured. However, he was taken aback that they had chosen this moment to invade once more. Currently, Moria was not without the capacity to fight. In fact, thanks to Hogback's treatment, he could engage in a battle with all his might, provided he was willing to risk reopening his wounds. Yet, he understood that without the support of his shadows, he could not possibly stand against Luffy. Even in his strongest form, he had been bested by Luffy. How could he expect to fare any better now? Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered in his mind, a belief that such an onslaught could not have left Luffy unscathed, that he too must be severely injured. If that were the case, with nowhere left to retreat, what harm could there be in fighting once more? This, indeed, is the reason why Luffy looks down upon Moria. In his heart, Moria no longer warrants a serious approach from him, a brute devoid of understanding and restraint, merely a coward who fled back to the paradise from the New World. Were it not for Moria's arrogance, he would not have fallen to such a dismal state. In contrast, Doflamingo adeptly utilizes every available resource, submissively collaborating in the presence of the strong, yet retains his arrogance in full measure, although somewhat misplaced. One must concede that under his unique methods, his family has attained genuine power and influence. To Luffy, that is sufficient. To care for those you cherish and who cherish you in this world is not a feat achievable by just anyone. Conversely, Moria perpetually adopts a disdainful attitude towards others, even harboring delusions of revenge against Kaido. Perhaps he is acutely aware that such aspirations are futile, which is why he remains ensconced in the Devil's Triangle, indulging in his own amusement with the zombie paradise. He neither gauges the circumstances nor strives to enhance himself, instead evading responsibility with a defiant mindset after his failures. Forever lost in confusion, how can he hope to seize control of his own fate? It is no wonder that in the future, Moria will be manipulated by various factions. Perhaps the government recognized Moria's latent threat during the Marineford War, prompting them to command Doflamingo and the pacifists to eliminate him. Ironically, he fails to perceive issues that others can easily identify. Could it be that the dissonance between his head and body is indicative of his lack of intellect? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of 3 pairs of shoes clashing upon the revolving steps echoed crisply in the darkness. Upon descending to the final step, Luffy forcefully kicked open a wooden door. A burst of light emerged, momentarily blinding Luffy, who had been traversing the dark for quite some time. Inside the room, Moria had unwrapped all his bandages and donned a new pair of overalls and a small suit, revealing some burn marks on his exposed flesh. Perona and Absalom flanked Moria, while the defenseless hogback had seemingly vanished. Hehehe. Boy, I never expected you to dare come here. Before Luffy could utter a word, Moria preemptively spoke. Although his tone was laced with mirth, his expression bore no trace of ease. After scrutinizing Luffy and noting his complete lack of injuries, Moria's pupils constricted slightly, and his demeanor grew tense, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Sigh. Luffy exhaled, seemingly aware that Moria would not be easily subdued. And with a hint of annoyance, he declared, Moria, will you surrender, or shall I beat you into submission? You fragmented bat. In an instant, Moria was provoked into a fury by Luffy's disdainful tone. Embarrassed and enraged, he let out a thunderous roar, causing the earlier tension to evaporate in an instant as he unleashed his devil fruit powers. It appears a confrontation is inevitable. Luffy scoffed, seemingly disinterested in a battle devoid of experience. His hands ignited with searing flames, but they were no longer the familiar golden, gentle flames. Instead, they transformed into a deep orange, fierce blaze. Flame spear. Luffy transformed one of his hands into a gun-like shape, resembling a genuine handgun, and unleashed a barrage of flames imbued with immense energy towards the dark purple bats dancing in the air. One by one, the bats were shattered, dissolving into liquid before returning to the feet of Moria. Lord Moria, we are here to assist you, exclaimed Perona, her voice ringing out. Chapter 92. Restraint suddenly. Perona floated into the air, while Absalom rendered himself invisible, vanishing from sight. Robin and Brook furrowed their brows and stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Luffy. They were unwilling to leave everything to Luffy. As his companions, they yearned to share the burden, even if Luffy might not require their assistance. Luffy offered a faint smile, tacitly consenting to the clash of soldiers and generals that was about to unfold. His heterochromatic gaze swept towards Moria as flames flickered in his hand, a silent signal for Moria to refrain from interfering in the imminent battle. Negative ghosts. Perona, suspended in midair, forcefully thrust her hands downward, causing several white, fabric-like specters to drift from her delicate fingers. The ethereal apparitions wavered momentarily before gliding directly towards Robin. Kneel before me, you bust a fiend, she cackled, her voice tinged with a peculiar tone as she manipulated the negative spirits from her aerial position. Robin, taken aback, watched as the incorporeal specters approached her, perfectly neutralizing her abilities and rendering her powers ineffective. With no other recourse, she conjured a massive hand from the ground in a desperate attempt to fend off the ghostly assault. Yet, the intangible spirits effortlessly traversed through her outstretched palm without a hint of obstruction. Leave it to me, Miss Robin. Upon realizing that Robin's powers had no effect on Perona, Brook gallantly drew his sword, stepping forward to confront the bizarre white specters. The sharp blade glimmered with a chilling light as the aura of the underworld surged forth, coursing from his wrist along the sword's length. The ghostly flames, drawing upon the surrounding heat, ignited in a spectral blaze. As this marked Brook's first battle since joining the crew, he was resolute in his determination to avoid failure and protect Miss Robin from any harm. Spirit Dance. Waltz. With the flourish of his skeletal sword, a wall of azure flames formed before him, shielding Brook from harm. Ha ha ha. Useless. Perona taunted, hovering above Brook. Her body arched as she kicked forward, delivering her mocking laughter with playful cruelty. Huh. Brook opened his mouth, exhaling a breath of cold air, his eyes shimmering with a distant light as he coldly replied, "And what do you believe a soul to be?" His voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. The white specters lunged towards the fiery barrier without hesitation. Crash, crash, crash. Suddenly, the negative spirits that penetrated the azure flame barrier were encased in ice, crashing to the ground with a series of sharp clinks that echoed throughout the confined space. What? Perona's eyes widened, her pupils constricting in disbelief as she stared at the frozen spirits below, unable to fathom that her powers could be countered. This was a technique even Lord Moria could not unravel. How could it be possible? Her worldview shattered effortlessly. Perona felt a profound sense of trepidation emanating from the icy prison encasing the spirits, rendering her unable to meet it with direct gaze. But how infuriating! However, having been raised as a princess by Moria, she had never before encountered such humiliation. The surge of indignation that welled up within her instantly conquered her fear of Song Yin. In an instant, dozens of negative phantoms erupted from her hands, unflinchingly colliding with Brook from all directions, determined to strike him down even if it meant being encased in ice. It is indeed true that she embodies the traits instilled in her by Moria. Feudal, Brook murmured. Soul-snatching song. Adorn. The bone sword flickered rapidly in the air. As his agile form danced in place, the sword tip creating an afterimage while flames suspended in the air lingered. The shadows of the sword quickened, akin to a brush painting in midair, igniting the entire space, and then silently expanding outward, corresponding perfectly with the phantoms conjured by Perona. The dancing Song Yin cast a long shadow in the air, like a bullet, targeting the negative specters soaring in the sky. Luffy and Robin retreated, pressing against the wall, yielding the stage to the newly returned Soul King, who yearned for a dazzling performance. The clash of azure flames and phantoms instantaneously transformed into a chilling ice sculpture, exuding an aura of extreme cold. Before the ice sculpture could plummet to the ground, ethereal flames from the underworld ignited in the air, causing the sculpture to burst forth like fireworks, scattering crystalline shards that floated gently downwards. The firelight illuminated the scene, casting countless reflections and enveloping the entire basement in a kaleidoscope of colors, enchanting and beautiful. Beneath the radiant hues, Brook gracefully performed a gentlemanly bow, as if to conclude this splendid duel, which felt more like a performance than a battle. Slowly retracting his blade to his chest, Brook made a swift motion with his hands, igniting his skeletal staff in vibrant green flames, which gradually transformed into a delicate violin of bone. He positioned the instrument upon his shoulder, tapping his boots lightly on the ground 3 times, searching for the rhythm as he prepared for the performance's final touches. Having established the tempo, Brook's expression shifted abruptly to one of grotesque terror, his skeletal visage resembling a demon awakened from the depths of hell, whispering in the air with a voice that seemed to emanate from the very soul. Next, he beckoned the audience to savor the violin solo of the Requiem. Suzaku. Brook remained unperturbed as his arms began to dance rapidly, unleashing a resonant rhythm that filled the room. What? Moria gazed in disbelief at Brook, who had only days prior been at his mercy. Under the myriad colors, the bow and strings intertwined, producing a chilling energy that sent shivers through Moria's soul. This energy visibly coalesced in the air, morphing into a grand bird wreathed in blue flames. The melody continued to resonate, the azure flaming Suzaku spiraling above Brook, showering sparks that embellished his stage. Caw! The Suzaku suddenly emitted a cry, perfectly synchronizing with Brook's composition, signaling the conclusion of this brief concert. Requiem. Suzaku. First movement. The call. As Brook concluded his performance, stowing the violin away, a flash of icy brilliance flickered within his skull. With a fearsome visage, he uttered the final note, prompting the Suzaku to release another deafening cry. The sound surged forth with immense power, its icy breath causing the ground to tremble slightly. This cry seemed to encapsulate the essence of Brook's recent melody, only to unleash it in an instant. In an unknown realm, a formidable presence emanated from the Suzaku, chilling to the core. As she beheld the imposing figure of the Suzaku unleashing a thunderous call, Perona felt an overwhelming dread, her vision fading as she succumbed to unconsciousness in her spirit form. Unaware of the commotion, Brook swiftly returned his staff to its original form, and the whispers from the abyss echoed once more. Requiem. Suzaku. Second movement. Soul Peck. Before one's eyes, the vermilion bird shimmered and transformed into a sharp blade, fiercely charging towards the unconscious Perona. Cursed be the fragment bats. Moria, witnessing the perilous situation, could not allow Perona to suffer such a blow unprotected, and hastily called for aid. The voice of Death's Hand suddenly echoed from the void, delivering an inexplicable surge of force that collided with Brook. A myriad of blossoms in chaos shield. Chapter 93. Suppression. A multitude of pale hands swiftly emerged beside Brook, forming a flawless defensive line, completely shielding him. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the palm conjured by Robin's abilities. The blast singed Robin's delicate palm to a charred black, yet it did not affect Brook in the slightest. However, having unleashed his attack, Absalom once more vanished, eluding Robin's grasp. Brook leisurely stepped back, turning to Robin with a smile. Ho ho ho, thank you, Miss Robin. Robin offered a faint smile in return, lowering her arm and softly murmuring, "You're welcome." In the air, Moria suddenly exerted force, directing the fragment bats to flutter before Perona. Swiftly coalescing into a shadowy bat of comparable size to himself, clashing violently with the blue-flamed vermilion bird. The collision of these two colossal beings was as if they were projections from another realm, producing not a single sound. Only the contrasting lights, one bright and one dark, enveloped the room, attesting to the reality of this struggle. The shadow bat from the depths of gloom battled the vermilion bird from the underworld, igniting a series of dazzling flashes. After several exchanges, the shadow bat's form began to freeze under the fiery flames from the underworld, nearing complete encasement in frost. Yet, Moria's overall prowess far surpassed that of Brook, and ultimately, the energy coalesced into the vermilion bird was exhausted first, rendering the shadow bat victorious in retention of its combat capacity. With a mournful cry, the vermilion bird transformed into a blazing vortex, and after a cycle, dissipated into the last trace of indigo starlight, returning to the underworld. Unconscious, Perona's spirit began to drift downwards, perilously close to the ground. It was only then that Brook realized Perona had lost the ability to fight. He sheathed his bone sword and cast a questioning glance at Luffy. Luffy caught a glimpse of Brook's gaze. Although he was uncertain as to why Brook was suddenly looking at him in such a manner, he inexplicably sensed Brook's intention and nodded gently. In response, Brook immediately raised both hands, forming a triangle with his index fingers and thumbs, directing it towards the descending figure of Perona. "Perona!" Moria shouted, believing that Brook was about to launch another assault on her, yet he was unable to rouse the unconscious Perona. With his eyes narrowed in concentration, Moria prepared to command the shadows once more to strike at Brook, intent on thwarting his current actions. Whoosh! Suddenly, Luffy dashed forward in an instant, confronting Moria with a chilling tone. "Did I not instruct you to stand still and await your fate?" With that, he leaped into the air and, in a moment of utter surprise for Moria, executed a spinning kick that struck Moria squarely on the head, sending him hurtling through the wall and into an adjacent room. The abrupt assault caused Moria's consciousness to briefly fade, rendering his shadowy duplicates powerless, which then dissolved into a mass of shadows returning to Moria's feet. Unperturbed, Brook raised his skeletal hand, the chill of his icy grip coalescing into a small orb of azure flames, which he directed toward the ground where Perona had fallen. The flames swiftly descended, engulfing the surface in a crisp frost. Perona floated gently atop the ice, coming to a halt, her form serene as if she were in slumber. Only Brook was aware of the strange whisper within his subconscious, warning him that a soul like Perona's, if allowed to drift deeper into the abyss, would plummet into the depths of the underworld, with no hope of escape. Compassionate by nature, he could not bear to witness a young girl descend into such a chasm. Thus, with the captain's consent, he promptly rescued Perona. Meanwhile, Robin, having deflected the barrage aimed at Brook, began to survey the room with keen scrutiny. Her eyes, akin to a detection device, scanned every nook and cranny, yet she could not discern the presence of Absalom, the assailant. A sigh of exasperation escaped Robin's lips. Her instincts still sensed an anomaly, yet her perceptive abilities fell short, preventing her from accurately pinpointing the figure concealed in the atmosphere. Nevertheless, this did not signify a lack of strategy on Robin's part, though there lingered a hint of regret in her approach. In a flurry of blossoms, Robin crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and lowered her head, murmuring softly. The ring of clouds upon her right hand erupted into a swirl of purple flames, igniting her fighting spirit and bestowing her with heightened abilities. In an instant, a multitude of arms sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, blossoming like flowers in spring, radiating outward in all directions from Robin's core. Before long, the entirety of the room, save for the positions occupied by Luffy, Robin, and Brook, was adorned with slender arms flickering with a faint lavender flame. In one corner of the sea of violet fire, several arms began to sway peculiarly, as if stirred by an unseen force. A delicate smile graced Robin's lips, her eyes twinkling with a gentle allure, captivating and enchanting. As she addressed the air in the distance, "I've caught you." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his hands clenched tightly in the air. The gemstone on the cloud ring ignited with a fierce blaze, illuminating Robin's visage. Her delicate skin and serene features, bathed in the violet glow, appeared even more majestic and enchanting, resembling a celestial being amidst a riot of blossoms. The ground, once covered in arms, transformed instantaneously into pink petals, drifting low in the air. Suddenly, the petals erupted with purple flames, drawing together in a mesmerizing spectacle, culminating in a magnificent surge of violet light that soared towards the ceiling. As the purple aura gradually dissipated, it revealed a colossal hand, striking down recklessly towards the very spot Robin had just discovered. This mighty hand, accompanied by a ferocious gale, emitted a series of eerie wails, stirring the air before crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The room shook violently, the ceiling seeming to threaten collapse. Absalom, whose injuries had yet to fully heal, succumbed to unconsciousness under the force of this blow, his body broken and bleeding, lying helplessly on the ground. The abruptness of the incident left Moria, who had just crawled back from another room, witnessing only the gravely injured Absalom. Absalom! Moria's eyes widened with fury, bloodshot and nearly bulging from their sockets. Damn it! I will kill you. Chapter 94. Successful Negotiation. Shadow Mage. In a frenzied state, Moria disregarded the consequences, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate these intruding youths. While rage can empower some, it merely rendered Moria more reckless. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he chose to retaliate furiously, leaving Luffy uncertain whether it was mere pride or a genuine disregard for his life that motivated him. Yet, the conflict between Robin and Brook had concluded, and it was time to put an end to this farcical battle. Faced with Moria's shadow clone, Luffy opted to disregard it entirely. In an instant, he dodged the approaching shadow, his arm adorned with haki glistening like metal, his fist resembling a falling meteorite. A dazzling flash illuminated the scene as his obsidian punch collided fiercely with Moria's abdomen, forcing his bulging belly inward. Moria's body arched slightly, his face contorted with rage. Demonic eyes ablaze with hatred, fixated on Luffy. Ignoring the agony in his abdomen, he raised his massive right fist, aiming a brutal strike at Luffy's head. Thud! A dull metallic clash resonated as Luffy's left fist blocked Moria's attack, while his right fist shot forward like a cannonball, striking Moria's midsection once more. Puff! This time, Moria could not withstand the immense force emanating from Luffy's arm, momentarily losing control over his body as pain overwhelmed him. Luffy, undeterred, swung his fist, intent on delivering a third blow to Moria. The audacious little brat! Moria suddenly roared, his body enveloped in a faint crimson glow. His eyes turned pitch black, and the fangs at the corners of his mouth elongated ominously. The blood of the demon surged forth in his fury, transforming him into a veritable fiend. I will kill you. The fangs clashed, and a series of thunderous growls erupted from Moria's mouth, akin to rolling thunder. His fists clenched tightly together. He aimed a powerful strike directly at Luffy's skull. The abrupt transformation of Moria left Luffy momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the enormous fist was already perilously close to his scalp. Luffy instinctively raised his hands. Yet such an assault could not be thwarted merely by the absence of gaps in one's defense. With a resounding crash, a heavy blow struck Luffy, who, in his hurried attempt to respond, was unable to regain his balance and was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the wall, creating a human-sized indentation. The force of the punch, unrelenting, continued its descent, colliding with the ground beneath. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated as the earth began to fracture outward from Moria's epicenter, causing the already precarious walls to weaken further and, without any provocation, to begin crumbling away. It was evident that before long, this remaining structure would share the same grim fate as the others, reduced to mere ruins. The abruptness of the change in Moria's astonishing outburst caught Robin and Brook off guard, only reacting after Luffy had been thrown aside. However, aside from Robin's concern, they chose to place their faith in Luffy, trusting in his strength. Luffy gradually descended from the wall, propping himself up with his arm, and knelt on one knee before slowly rising to his feet. He dusted off his clothes, his gaze glinting with a cold light as he spoke to Moria with a frigid tone. I truly underestimated you. Hiss. Roar. This time, Moria chose not to respond, instead opening his massive maw and transforming into a beast, charging fiercely at Luffy. It appeared that he would have to exert his full strength. Luffy remarked with a hint of resignation. Initially, he had no intention of relying on the power of the Flame of the Dawn or even utilizing the strength of the X-Gloves, preferring instead to engage Moria with only his physical prowess and the dual-colored haki. The previous battle had made Luffy realize that the X-Gloves merely amplified his power at the moment of attack and could not be considered a part of his inherent strength. Although he could unleash formidable assaults with the aid of equipment, the weakness of his foundational attributes had begun to emerge as a significant flaw as his opponents grew stronger. Therefore, Luffy was intent on testing his physical capabilities against this future warlord of the sea, hoping for a contest of strength. The outcome was clear. Relying solely on his physical might, Luffy still fell short of Moria's prowess, and if he mishandled the situation, he risked being thoroughly overwhelmed by Moria. Moreover, this was with the knowledge that Moria had already lost the opportunity to absorb shadows. Otherwise, his strength would have been magnified several times beyond what it currently was. Luffy shook his head and murmured softly, "I have overestimated myself as well." Acknowledging his own weaknesses, Luffy no longer hesitated. The power of his equipment was indeed a part of his own strength, and he would not entertain any thoughts of relinquishing the use of his tools. Luffy harnessed his mental prowess, creating a tremor that surged forth like a flowing stream, instantaneously transferring to the gem atop the X-glove. With a forceful exhale, a blazing inferno erupted from the gauntlet, flames roaring with fervor. Waves of fire continuously surged forth from the gauntlet, punctuated by occasional explosive bursts in the air. Confronted by the formidable demon Moria, Luffy thrust his hands backward, unleashing a powerful surge of blazing energy as vibrant orange flames trailed behind him like a comet, radiating brilliance. In the wake of this immense propulsion, Luffy seized the initiative, his speed surpassing that of the onrushing Moria in an instant. The two figures drew near at an astonishing velocity, and Luffy swiftly retracted his palm, readying his diminutive yet ferocious blaze fist. Luffy raised his right hand, transforming it into a fist held high, while his left hand pointed in the opposite direction. Two streams of mental energy erupted simultaneously. Brilliant beams of light shot forth from his gauntlets, and Luffy, already endowed with a speed advantage, began to spin midair. This maneuver was inspired by his uncontrollable flames from that fateful day, which had surged uncontrollably in all directions. Harnessing the formidable propulsion of the flames, he maintained his arms at an optimal angle. The fire from his left palm intensified the rotational force, while his right fist adjusted the direction and angle. Initially, his hands controlled a minuscule amount of power, allowing him to accelerate towards his opponent, and when his fist made contact with the enemy, it was the moment of full eruption. His elevated right fist collided forcefully with Moria, who had charged in. A torrent of mental energy surged into the gauntlet of his right hand, unleashing a powerful inferno that seemed to rip through the very fabric of space, radiating an awe-inspiring might. The dazzling light pierced through the heat waves, illuminating the ground beneath. The explosive punch struck Moria's body, and the instantaneous force robbed him of control, sending him spiraling in the direction of the punch's momentum. Boom! Ultimately, in a final surge of power, Luffy's fist, accompanied by the already unconscious Moria, crashed heavily to the ground. In that instant, the earth fractured, the ceiling collapsed, and the overwhelming force transmitted through Moria's body to the very foundation of the structure. The subterranean castle could no longer withstand such terrifying power, crumbling inch by inch into rubble. Bang! At last, upon reaching a critical point, the entire underground castle collapsed with a thunderous roar. The last remaining structure of the island vanished without a trace. After a moment of silence, the debris ceased its tumult, and the dust settled. A blaze of fire erupted from beneath the rubble, gradually melting the stones away. Luffy and his companions, carrying the unconscious Moria, Roronoa, Absalom, and the still-conscious Hogback, ascended the staircase formed by Robin's abilities, emerging into the sky above. Luffy seized Moria's neck, who was bleeding profusely, and coldly inquired once more, "Will you submit, or shall I force you to submit?" Chapter 95. Alliance. A gentle breeze brushed against them, stirring up fine grains of sand that struck their faces. The injured Moria slowly opened his eyes, seemingly unaccustomed to the sudden light, only to shut them again. After a moment of respite, he cautiously reopened them. The malevolent glint that once characterized his gaze had vanished, leaving him in a pitiful state. The brutal blow he had endured was far more devastating than the burn injuries he had previously suffered from the energy shock. Gazing up at the violet-hued sky, a heavy gray cloud loomed over Moria's heart. It had been a long time since he last saw the sun, covered in blood. Moria's left eye was swollen with a deep purple lump, and his lip was cut by his own shattered fang. A long gash extending from the corner of his mouth down to his jaw. Having awakened after sustaining 2 severe injuries, Moria appeared to have undergone a profound transformation. He was not one to shy away from confrontation, despite his actions often reflecting a different form of evasion, relinquishing everything to others while he hid in the shadows. fantasizing that he could ascend to greatness through such means. Yet, his inherent nature was that of a defiant and violent demon, unafraid of battle. But this time, fear gripped him. When he witnessed Perona nearly being slain in her supposedly safe ghostly form, and when he saw Absalom, who could conceal his presence, easily vanquished by that woman, and that boy who had instilled terror and despair in him on 2 occasions, he truly did not wish to lose anyone else. "Mr. Moria," a faint voice called out, accompanied by the sound of fabric rustling as someone rose. Moria's stirring was immediately noticed by Perona, who stood nearby, her complexion pallid. After the battle, Brooke had utilized the power of souls to return Perona's spirit to her body. Under the mysterious force of her physical form, she quickly regained her strength, though the terrifying memories of her earlier fright still clung to her like a nightmare. "Is that Perona?" A frail, hoarse voice emerged from Moria's lips, revealing that its owner was not in a good state. Having suffered a severe blow to the head, Moria's eyes were clouded with dried blood, obscuring his vision and rendering the world a mere blur. The crooked corners of his mouth made any attempt to articulate lengthy thoughts seem like a futile endeavor. Fortunately, Perona possessed a distinctive vocal timbre, allowing him to recognize her instantly. From her tone, it appeared that Perona was unharmed, which eased Moria's anxiety somewhat. Perona approached with hurried steps, her slender legs adorned with black and white striped stockings, and her petite feet encased in vibrant red boots. Despite her still developing figure, she exuded an irresistible charm. Regrettably, the worry etched on her face, coupled with the dust that clung to her, marred this perfect image. Upon reaching Moria's side, panic was evident on her countenance. It was clear that she had yet to fully recover from the recent fright. In a soft voice, she whispered, "It's me, Lord Moria." Her demeanor was one of trepidation as she curled up beside him, seemingly seeking solace in his presence. "Ah, you're awake," a voice rang out, and Moria instantly felt a surge of alarm. Ignoring the agony of his fractured ribs, he strained to turn toward the source of the voice, lifting his gaze to the figure of Luffy standing nearby. What do you want?" Moria gasped, his breath ragged as he observed Luffy before him. The tension was palpable, and the recent struggle had reopened his wounds, blood trickling down his skin in rivulets. Luffy cast a nonchalant glance at Moria and the timid Perona hiding behind him, shaking his head slightly as he remarked, "I haven't thought much about it. I merely came to discuss a potential collaboration." His tone had softened considerably, a far cry from the earlier air of intimidation. After all, despite Moria's notorious malevolence, their fates were not intricately intertwined. The very fact that Luffy had taken the initiative to confront him, dismantling Moria's stronghold and engaging his subordinates, only to subsequently seek to exploit Moria's resources, led to a realization. Perhaps it was not such a grave matter after all. After all, Moria had seized a fruit of great significance to Luffy and yet remained unable to best him. The weak must possess the awareness of their own limitations. Luffy's gaze was icy as it bore down on Moria, emanating a chill that caused Moria's wounds to gradually congeal. The threat was unmistakable. His demeanor conveyed a clear message. Should you refuse, I shall compel you to acquiesce, leaving Moria no room for negotiation. Cooperation? Strangely, upon hearing those 2 words, the heavy stone weighing on Moria's heart suddenly lifted. The prospect of collaboration indicated that Luffy harbored no intent to kill. Yet, Moria still wrestled with inner turmoil. As a formidable figure once likened to the 4 emperors, Kaido, he now found himself reduced to this pitiable state, struggling even to stand. He was acutely aware of what forced collaboration entailed, but Luffy's failure to articulate the terms directly offered him a semblance of an escape. At the very least, they would no longer face harm. Casting a glance at Perona beside him, Moria's thoughts crystallized. His aspirations of kingship and empire evaporated from his mind. In that moment, a wave of unexpected relief surged through every corner of his being, unlocking the knots in his heart in a manner both profound and telling, yet also signaling his irrevocable descent into obsolescence, unworthy of the competitive seas. "I agree." The simple declaration emerged softly from Moria's lips, evoking an inexplicable sorrow in both Perona and Hogback, who was tending to Absalom. This signified that their king had been utterly defeated. Suddenly, feeling the weight of his losses, Moria felt as if the ground beneath him had vanished. His already beleaguered body could no longer endure, and he collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. "Lord Moria." Perona rushed forward to check on Moria's condition. At that moment, an unidentifiable pressure descended upon her. "In that case, let us return to the harbor. Once you have reached an agreement, seek me out there," Luffy stated nonchalantly to Perona, his conqueror's haki subtly emanating, rendering both her and Hogback too intimidated to breathe audibly. Observing their reaction, Luffy lost any desire to linger. The surroundings were strewn with ruins, offering little of significance to cherish. With the critical matter resolved, it was best to return to his small vessel, where Robin's care and Brook's music would provide far more comfort than remaining here to witness Hogback's gruesome medical procedures. "We're leaving," Luffy said, turning with a faint smile toward Robin and Brook before taking the lead toward the harbor. "All right," Robin replied with a radiant smile, quickening her pace to follow him. Indeed, witnessing Luffy effortlessly subduing a formidable adversary, Brook felt as though he had been favored by the goddess of fortune. Following such a person, life would undoubtedly be filled with extraordinary moments. "Let me compose your story into a magnificent symphony, destined to echo through the ages, Mr. Luffy." Chapter 96. Introduction. Several days later, at the harbor of the terrifying three-masted ship, aboard Luffy's vessel. "Thus, you have made your decision, have you not?" Luffy remarked, sipping on a glass of lemonade while crunching on ice. Moria clenched his teeth. For someone of his disposition, uttering these words was more arduous than facing death itself. However, the die was cast. As the captain of the Moonlight Pirates, it was both his duty and obligation. He stepped forward, his colossal frame trembling slightly. With a hint of glistening moisture in his eyes, "The arrogance of your dissipating." In a subdued tone, he declared, "I, Moria of the Moonlight, captain of the Moonlight Pirates, wish to join your esteemed crew." "Wait, hold on." Luffy hastily interrupted Moria before he could continue. What a joke. If the system recognizes him as a comrade, Luffy would find himself with no place to weep. Although Moria was somewhat acceptable, his three subordinates were truly lacking. And Luffy had no desire to squander the precious opportunity for companionship on such unworthy candidates. Moreover, Luffy yearned for a fateful encounter with the original companions from the story, which was a modest aspiration of his journey into this world. Luffy rose from his reclining chair and cast a glance at the demoralized Moria, along with the three members of the Moonlight Pirates behind him. With a tinge of melancholy, he shook his head slowly and remarked, "It is best that we maintain a cooperative relationship. I do not require your loyalty. As long as you can fulfill my requests, I shall offer you some compensation. Consider it a means to disrupt your tranquil existence." Moria clenched his fist, reflecting on how he had sunk to such depths that his voluntary allegiance was met with rejection. Yet, he could only suppress his indignation. It was too late for lamentation. After a brief pause, Luffy suddenly inquired of Moria regarding the zombies you previously created. "Do they have any specific physical requirements?" Moria hesitated for a moment before resigning himself to the truth, stating, "There are no particular requirements. As long as the muscles can ensure mobility, the controlled zombies do not experience pain. This is a facet of my Shadow Fruit's power. By placing the captured shadow within a corpse, it transforms into a zombie, which retains the battle prowess and character of its original Shadow's owner, though the fruit's abilities do not transfer to the zombie." Upon hearing this, Luffy furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "So, the strength of a zombie primarily depends on its shadow?" "It is not entirely the case, but shadows indeed play a predominant role. Generally speaking, the shadows of powerful individuals, when combined with weaker zombies, can unleash formidable strength. Conversely, feeble shadows paired with robust corpses remain weak, unable to manifest even the inherent power of the body itself." "Is that so?" Luffy mused thoughtfully while stroking his chin. "It appears that the formation of zombies predominantly relies on shadows, allowing frail bodies to gain strength under the influence of potent shadows." With this in mind, a familiar sensation surged within him, and Luffy cast a fleeting glance in Brook's direction. The Shadow Fruit and the Yomi Yomi Fruit. One harnesses the mental prowess of others, while the other depends on one's own mental force, seem quite analogous, indeed. However, since Moria has consented to assist him, it is time to officially commence the leveling up and training regimen. Luffy turned his head and addressed Robin and Brook, who stood nearby. "Robin, Brook, please tidy up. We are moving to the island." "All right," Robin replied casually. "Yo-ho-ho. It's been such a long time since I've lived on land." Brook exclaimed joyfully, "But don't celebrate too soon." Luffy suddenly grinned, revealing a mischievous smile. Little did they know, Luffy had prepared an entire basket of training plans awaiting them. Given Robin and Brook's current strength, they were merely slightly stronger than a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Yet, should they encounter a formidable foe, their own safety would be at stake. This world is fraught with hidden talents. What surfaces are merely those who seek the limelight, while the true powerhouses remain concealed, far beyond just the seas. By the way, allow me to formally introduce myself. Luffy abruptly shifted his gaze towards Moria's crew. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate as well. As Luffy was in the midst of his introduction, he suddenly paused for a moment but continued speaking nonetheless. Robin, with her long legs and upright posture, stepped forward, casting a deliberate glance at Perona, and smiled. I am Nico Robin. I look forward to your guidance in the future, hee. Upon finishing her words, Robin covered her mouth in a light laugh, leaving one to ponder the reason behind it. Yo-ho-ho. Brook, with his signature laughter, graciously bowed. Although they had previously been adversaries, now that they had allied, they were friends, as per the unspoken rules of the pirate world. I am Brook, the Soul King, a musician, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to perform for you all. When he mentioned his identity as a musician, a bright gleam flickered in Brook's hollow eyes, revealing his genuine passion for music. At this moment, Moria had already adjusted his mindset, or perhaps he had long been prepared. His earlier discomfort was merely a fleeting reaction. Moonlight Moria, user of the Shadow Fruit, he introduced briefly before shifting his gaze gently toward Perona. This is Perona, my adopted daughter, a user of the Ghost Fruit, who adores things that are both eerie and adorable. Oh, Brook interjected upon hearing Moria's words. Little sister, we might get along splendidly. Yo-ho-ho. Perona, recalling that day's memories upon gazing into Brook's empty eyes, quickly shook her head, her twin ponytails creating a pink circle in the air to signify her rejection. The sudden rejection left Brook feeling despondent, his head drooping to his chest, startling Perona once more. Henceforth, Perona began to act like a typical little girl, losing her affinity for frightening things, an unexpected progress, indeed. Ha ha ha. Luffy and Robin, who stood nearby, burst into laughter, with Luffy exclaiming, All right, Brook. She is still just a young girl, don't frighten her. Indeed, she is a little girl, Robin chimed in. Her emphasis and the arms she kept tucked away seemed to carry a deeper meaning. A woman who holds grudges is the most fearsome. Moria quickly reassured Perona before continuing with the introductions. This is Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit. At the mention of his name, Absalom became instantly anxious. He had endured countless hardships alongside Moria, often coming perilously close to death, particularly at the hands of that woman. Casting a wary glance at Robin, Absalom recoiled, having begun to feel a sense of dread towards her. Even standing beside her made his legs tremble, as if he might collapse. And this is Dr. Hogback, a renowned surgeon in the world. With all four introduced, Moria sighed deeply. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the weak have no choices. Luffy clapped his hands and declared, All right, since everyone is acquainted, let us proceed to the island and discuss our future endeavors together. Chapter 97, Matters of Significance. On the island, at the site of the old castle, within a rudimentary stone house, a result of a week's labor by the few remaining zombies on the island, Luffy, Robin, and Brook were seated on the left side of an elongated round table, while Moria and his companions occupied the right side. Luffy leaned forward with both hands resting on the table and addressed Moria directly. I shall be forthright in stating my request. I require the powers of the Shadow Fruit to create a multitude of formidable zombies for training purposes to enhance my strength. Training? Moria paused, momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had considered utilizing zombies for such a purpose. Indeed, zombies are impervious to pain and can engage in relentless combat, making them the ideal sparring partners. Moria glanced at Luffy, realizing that it was no wonder he possessed such prowess at such a young age. Only someone who constantly seeks to grow stronger deserves such power. Luffy could never have anticipated that a single phrase would lead to such a misunderstanding for Moria, ultimately inspiring him for an extended period, until the day when this plan was truly set into motion. At this moment, Luffy remained oblivious to Moria's thoughts and continued, Moria, you have been capturing nearby pirates for a while now. Have you considered utilizing Sea Kings? Sea Kings. Moria hesitated briefly before shaking his head and slowly replied, It's not feasible. Their bodies have been submerged in the sea for extended periods, saturated with salt. The moment their shadows enter, they would lose control and fly away. Is that so? Luffy felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that this aspect had indeed escaped his mind. The zombies' vulnerability to salt severely restricted their capabilities. After a moment of regret, Luffy inquired again, What about the shadows of the Sea Kings? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Perona glanced at Moria with confusion, puzzled by the sudden quiet. Meanwhile, Moria clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed with regret. The shadows of the Sea Kings. Why had he not considered this before? Because he was an ability user, he had never thought about the possibilities beneath the sea. Moria recalled a saying he had often heard: "There are no weak devil fruit abilities, only weak users." In this moment, he was thoroughly convinced, gazing at Luffy with a perplexed expression. Though Luffy did not appear to possess a natural-type fruit, he had managed to develop his abilities to such an extent. For the first time, Moria recognized that the gap between individuals could sometimes be greater than that between a person and a pig. Striving to regain his composure and maintain his poise in this situation, Moria gradually spoke. "The shadows of the Sea Kings can indeed be used on zombies, but..." He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the only non-ability user present was Hogback, the non-combatant doctor. He continued, "However, capturing Sea Kings is exceptionally challenging. It seems we lack anyone capable of descending into the depths to catch them, and zombies cannot approach seawater. Thus, our first step must be to resolve this issue. Additionally, the Sea Kings in the Devil's Triangle are exceedingly rare, so I suggest we leave this place and head to the Calm Belt, where Sea Kings are abundant and inexhaustible. The islands in the Calm Belt also harbor formidable creatures, allowing us to collect some powerful corpses along the way. Moreover, there is the matter of storage. Sea Kings are of considerable size, and transporting them during the day would prevent exposure to sunlight. Consequently, shadows can only be obtained at night, necessitating a large storage facility. Originally, the castle had such an area, but it has since been destroyed. The quickest solution would be to reconstruct a storage room based on the previous design. However, we must also consider the challenges posed by the massive size of the Sea Kings, complicating matters further. Additionally, there is the question of their intelligence. Sea Kings possess limited cognitive abilities, which may hinder their ability to execute precise commands, potentially preventing the formation of formidable combat strength in a short time frame. Moria posed a series of questions, yet deep within, he was acutely aware that these inquiries merely represented inconveniences rather than insurmountable obstacles. Firstly, it was entirely feasible to devise a tool for use at sea, facilitating the capture of creatures from the depths. The second concern was somewhat more complicated. The mast lay in utter ruins, and restoring it would require a significant investment of time. However, in Moria's perspective, any issue resolvable by time was not truly a problem. The third point was even simpler. The ruins of the castle housed a large storage facility that could be slightly expanded to accommodate additional needs. Lastly, one could argue that the final point hardly constituted a problem at all. Once the quantity was sufficient, considerations of precision became irrelevant. He believed that even a legion of 1,000 zombies, capable of shattering a mountain with a single blow, would instill a sense of dread. These questions were merely meant to convey to Luffy that the endeavor was indeed viable, albeit time-consuming. To Moria, this was a splendid plan, and he was beginning to feel a modicum of admiration for Luffy. Unfortunately, it seemed Luffy did not share this sentiment. Moria's barrage of questions left Luffy momentarily speechless. His gaze fixed on Moria in a daze, unsure of how to respond. The notion of deep-sea capturing was straightforward. Moria viewed him as a fruit user, but in reality, he was not. Luffy could easily take matters into his own hands, especially since shadows possessed reusable properties, making Moria's abilities more advantageous than direct confrontation. Yet, the duration required to reach the Calm Belt remained uncertain. The issue of storing Sea Kings did pose a dilemma. Should they dig a large pit on the island and channel seawater into it? One could only wonder if such an action might cause the island to submerge. As for the discussion of combat strength, that was a jest. Luffy intended to use the zombies for battling others, not merely for experience points and gold. Ultimately, these zombies would meet their demise at his hands, rendering any notions of wisdom irrelevant. Observing Luffy's prolonged silence, Robin surmised the reasons behind it and swiftly interjected. "Let us first formulate a plan. First, we must diligently repair the mast and sails, steering our course towards the Calm Belt. Second, we shall construct a large storage space, complete with fixed facilities for the transport of Sea Kings. Third, we will create a substantial number of corpses, beginning our captures of Sea Kings en route to the Calm Belt. Now, let us consolidate all usable zombies and assign them tasks. The remaining matters can be entrusted to Luffy." Upon hearing Robin's words, Luffy cast a surprised glance at her and then replied nonchalantly, "All right, let us proceed as Robin suggested." Perona and the others exchanged looks, their gazes ultimately settling on Moria. Moria merely nodded slightly, seemingly contemplating Robin's plan, and then spoke calmly. "Let us implement this plan. If there are no objections, we shall proceed." The words "execute" emerged from Moria's lips with an air of naturalness, indicating that he had indeed clarified his position. Go ahead. Luffy immediately expressed his agreement. Moria nodded once more and led Perona and the others out of the stone chamber. As soon as they departed, Luffy turned his attention back to Robin, just in time to catch her gaze, and the two shared a knowing smile. It is no wonder that reading is beneficial. Those who read extensively, like Robin, can pinpoint issues with precision, reasoning logically while still preserving Luffy's dignity. She truly is the captain's finest support. With external matters resolved, Luffy decided to address the internal issues. Everyone. Luffy suddenly slammed his hand on the table and leaped to the other end, landing on the chair recently vacated by Moria. The attention of Robin and Brook was instantly drawn to Luffy as they both turned to look at him. Luffy's expression darkened as he solemnly declared, "I discovered an important issue this morning." Noticing Luffy's grave demeanor, Robin and Brook couldn't help but focus intently on him, awaiting his next words. Luffy drew a long breath, heightening their anticipation. "The fact is, our pirate crew still lacks a name." "What?" Chapter 98. The name of the devil, a name. Our crew's name. I can't believe I had nothing to say during the introduction today. How embarrassing, Luffy exclaimed, pounding the table in frustration, resembling an irate child. Previously, he had not given this matter much thought, but today, when Moria introduced himself as the captain of the Moonlight Pirates, he thought, how incredibly cool. As a force destined to shake the world, we cannot settle for such a mundane name as Luffy Pirate Crew. Thus, we must establish a name today. Robin, unable to contain herself at Luffy's antics, suddenly burst into laughter. When Luffy and Brook turned their gaze towards her, she quickly composed herself, feigning calmness as she nodded seriously, stating, "Indeed, it is a significant issue." Brook turned back, his hands clasped before his chin, his skeletal visage adopting a grave expression, with flickers of light dancing in his eye sockets as if he were deep in contemplation. The room fell silent for a brief moment before Brook, embodying the wisdom of experience, spoke in a grave tone, "This is indeed a serious matter." The flames in his eyes flickered once more as he thoughtfully continued, "Generally, pirate crew names fall into three categories. The first category is named directly after the captain. The second category derives from the captain's title. The third category is special, reflecting the crew's overall style, developmental direction, or life goals." After explaining, Brook turned his darkened gaze back to Luffy, adding, "These are the common methods for naming a pirate crew." Luffy nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with confusion. Robin looked on in bewilderment, her eyes widening as she observed the two men seriously deliberating over the issue of their pirate ship's name. The romance of manhood was beyond her comprehension. Luffy hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating, and slowly remarked, "Firstly, we can disregard that point. Both the Straw Hat Pirates and the Monkey Pirates sound exceedingly unappealing." Robin and Brook remained silent, patiently awaiting Luffy's subsequent words. As for the second point, Luffy hesitantly glanced at Robin and continued, "I once held a title. The Demon Boy. Robin's bounty title is the Demon Child." "What?" Brook exclaimed suddenly. Miss Robin is also a wanted person? In Brook's mind, although Robin possessed remarkable abilities, she was well-mannered, knowledgeable, and spoke with gentleness and kindness, her only interests being reading and cooking. It seemed implausible that such a girl would be a target for a bounty. It appeared that Luffy and the others must have engaged in some rather outrageous deeds upon the seas. Brook mused. Having been confined to the Devil's Sea for 40 years, he had completely lost his sources of information and was utterly oblivious to matters of the outside world. Indeed, Robin's bounty is quite substantial, Luffy explained with a smile directed at Brook. Robin also offered a faint smile, her tone teasingly proud as she declared, "Demon Child Nico Robin. Bounty of 79 million. In the past, she had despised mentioning this title, as it represented the pain of her childhood. However, things had changed. The Demon Child, the Demon Boy, they sounded like a pair. Robin thought sweetly to herself, no longer feeling sorrowful or pained by this moniker. Clang. Brook's jaw dropped onto the table with a crisp and bright sound. He slumped over the table, filled with disappointment, softly murmuring, "Miss Robin's bounty is more than double mine." For pirates, being wanted was always regarded as a form of honor. The height of one's bounty had long been a means of comparison among pirates. He. Brook's demeanor once again amused Robin, eliciting a peal of laughter that chimed like silver bells, her eyes narrowing into slits, her body trembling with mirth, causing her chest to rise and fall. All right. Let's get back to the main topic." Luffy, with a sense of exasperation, halted the antics of the two individuals. Shaking his head, he pressed his fingers to his temples, bemused by how a serious occasion had veered off course. Resuming the previous discussion, Luffy continued. What do you think of the name Demon Pirate Crew, considering the demonic moniker and Brook's appearance? Demon? Pirate Crew. Robin and Brook murmured in unison, one on each side. However, the name felt utterly lacking in grandeur, leaving both of them with an odd sensation. Moreover, neither of them possessed a malevolent nature. Despite the fearsome title and their devilish appearances, it was not reflective of their true selves, which caused them to hesitate regarding the term demon. Yet, unwilling to contradict Luffy, they merely exchanged glances and remained silent. All right. Luffy observed their expressions and discerned their discontent with the name. He muttered to himself, Demon Pirate Crew, and indeed, it lacked a sense of gravitas. It seemed that only the weak would adopt such a fierce title. Sighing heavily, Luffy reclined in his chair, staring at the ceiling, deeply exhaling. After all, this was a matter of a lifetime. He could not afford to be reckless. He certainly could not call it the black-haired pirate crew or the beardless pirate crew. Why did others get to have such melodious names as the Sun Pirate Crew or the Moonlight Pirate Crew? Drifting in thought, Luffy lamented within his mind. Sunday. Moonlight. Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the ceiling. His pupils converged as if he could see beyond the stone bricks, penetrating through the dense fog to behold the vast cosmos filled with stars. Within this celestial expanse, a myriad of planets flickered before Luffy's gaze, ultimately resting upon a cerulean planet. Eureka! Luffy suddenly sprang to his feet with a leap, striking the table with his hand as he exclaimed. Robin and Brook exchanged glances, awaiting what he would proclaim next. Luffy extended his arm, pointing towards the sky beyond the stone slab, seemingly eager for Robin and Brook to feel the distant celestial bodies. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, Let us call ourselves the Starry Sky Pirate Crew. Starry Sky Pirate Crew. The two echoed softly, their eyes gradually brightening, as if enchanted by the name, experiencing an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. In their hearts, they silently envisioned their future titles. Brook, the chief musician of the Starry Sky Pirate Crew, the King of Souls. And Nico Robin, the historian and culinary demon of the Starry Sky Pirate Crew. Instantly, they felt a significant elevation in status, far superior to that of the Demon Pirate Crew. They raised their heads and smiled in unison at Luffy, affirming, Yes, we shall be the Starry Sky Pirate Crew. With that, Luffy lowered his voice once more. The name was not merely melodious, it also harbored Luffy's aspiration, a dream he scarcely dared to entertain. Even in the realm of pirates, he regarded it with indifference. He reveled in true freedom. With a grandfather like Garp and a father like Dragon, there were few who could challenge him in this world. Yet, there was one place he yearned to return to behold once more. Some things, no matter how splendid, can never be reclaimed. Luffy gradually leaned his face closer to the two companions, his eyes glistening with a hint of moisture as he declared, Our future goal is the boundless sea of stars. Together, we shall explore the essence of the world. Although Robin and Brook, natives of the pirate realm, did not fully grasp the profundity of his words, Luffy's fervent expression deeply resonated with them. Sensing a strange melancholy in their captain, they chose not to pry further, instead remaining steadfastly by his side, which was enough. Chapter 99. Sea Kings. 2 months later, the vast and splendid ocean always exudes an irresistible charm, inspiring awe in all who behold it. The ocean's embrace is one of tolerance, having endured millennia of storms and tranquility, its waves rising and falling in rhythmic harmony, as frothy tides surge forth only to disperse once more. Suddenly, with a mighty splash, a colossal figure erupted from the depths, soaring into the sky. As the cascading water glimmered under the sun's rays, it formed a vibrant rainbow curtain, shattering the ocean's long-held serenity. The tumultuous waves roared like thunder, resembling a stampede of wild horses. In an instant, the sea transformed into an ancient battlefield, the sharp sound of a horn echoing through the air, as the waves became fearless warriors launching a sacrificial assault upon the shore. Amidst the chaos, Robin stood upon the coast, donning a white sun hat and a light purple denim outfit, her arms crossed elegantly over her chest, shielding her neckline from view. A gigantic, pallid hand materialized from the shoreline, its arms stretching infinitely towards the immense figure above. With a swift motion, the colossal hand grasped the mighty Sea King, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire coast, blocking out the sun. With determination etched on her face, Robin gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her grip as the Sea King writhed, the seawater eroding the powers bestowed upon her by the Hana no Mi. She had no choice but to hasten the regeneration of her arms. focusing her mind to barely keep the Sea King under control. This endeavor had persisted for over a month. What began with her reliance on the Cloud Ring's power to command the creature had now evolved into a strenuous, yet pure exercise of her devil fruit abilities. It could be said that this represented a significant qualitative leap. In just a month, both Robin's strength and spirit had seen a modest increase. The Sea King was delivered to the shore by the enormous hand, which transformed into a flurry of petals that vanished into the air. A horde of bizarre zombies swiftly arrived, binding the Sea King in their grasp. During this process, the creature made one last desperate attempt to escape, flipping and crushing 2 zombies beneath its weight. The other zombies, unfazed by the chaos, dragged the unfortunate duo along with the Sea King's carcass towards the half-constructed castle. Once again, a slender figure leaped from the surface of the water, soaring high into the sky. The figure's hands ignited with a brilliant orange flame, producing a sonic boom in the air. Propelled by the fire, it swiftly descended upon the shore. Luffy, on the coastline, Robin, who had been waiting for a while, hurried over, naturally grabbing a towel to dry off Luffy's body. I can manage on my own, Robin. Since he was engaged in battle in the depths of the sea, Luffy wore only a simple pair of swimming trunks, with Robin attending to him. Some accidental physical contact inevitably caused a flush to rise on Luffy's cheeks, rendering him somewhat bashful. Although this was not their first encounter of this nature. All right. As always, I'll help you with the spots you can't reach, but the rest is up to you, Robin remarked playfully, her tone suggesting that she was looking out for him while he remained oblivious as she dried his back. The playful smirk at the corner of her lips resembled that of a mischievous little imp relishing her own cleverness. After giving his hair a final shake to dry it, Luffy donned a casual shirt that revealed his muscular torso and turned to Robin, calling out, "Let's go back." "All right," Robin replied with a smile, following closely behind Luffy with a light and cheerful stride. Inside the castle, it was just the right time for dinner. The members of the Moonlight Pirates were gathered around a round table, leaving 3 seats at the head of the table vacant. Nearby, servant zombies steadily brought forth an array of dishes, gradually filling the table. Brooks serenaded them with a melodious little nocturne, providing delightful pre-dinner entertainment. Everyone awaited Luffy and Robin's return in quiet anticipation. Not long after the table was fully set, Luffy and Robin returned just in time. Nodding to Brook in acknowledgement, Luffy took his seat in the center, with Robin sitting to his right. Brook, swaying to the music, gracefully transitioned the tune into a concluding note and took a seat to Luffy's left, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor. At that moment, the dinner could finally commence. As the group engaged in light-hearted conversation about recent amusing events and reviewed their latest tasks, they also reported any challenges encountered in their work. Thus, the dinner unfolded amidst a flurry of chaotic discussions, and soon, the table was littered with empty plates and discarded bones. Luffy was always diligent in executing his part in the Clean Plate initiative. After the meal, Moria patted his unchanged belly, pondering to himself, "It seems I must prepare more for tomorrow." The sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. Luffy patted his belly, settling his meal, and inquired, "Are we nearing the doldrums?" The encounters with Sea Kings had become increasingly frequent, marking the 4th one this week alone. Absalom, the one responsible for steering the formidable 3-masted ship, promptly responded, "At our current pace, we should reach the doldrums in about half a month." Luffy nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to Moria, asking, "Is there any news today?" Hehehe. Moria let out his habitual cackle before retrieving a newspaper from his pocket, declaring, "Today, there is indeed a piece of news that will astonish the world." Luffy took the newspaper, spread it open, and placed it on the table. Beside him, Brook and Robin also leaned in curiously. The headline announced that Boa Hancock, the supreme leader of the Amazon Lily warrior tribe and captain of the Kuja pirates, who previously had a bounty of 80 million berries, had accepted the government's summons and was officially appointed as a warlord of the sea. "How beautiful!" came the simultaneous exclamations from both sides of Luffy, leaving him perplexed. In the center of the newspaper was a striking photograph of the Empress Hancock. Undeniably, she was exquisite. Yet Luffy thought Robin was equally stunning. He wondered why the reaction was so pronounced. Noticing Brook's eyes had turned into hearts, Luffy couldn't help but ponder, had my dimensional barrier not completely shattered? With a sigh, he folded the newspaper and stood up. Addressing Moria, "Let us go see today's Sea King." Moria nodded and followed Luffy out of the dining hall, while Hogback hastily rose to join their pace. As the 3 departed, the remaining 4 also stood up. "Well then, let us commence today's training, everyone," Robin said softly. Though her slightly furrowed brow revealed she was not as at ease as she appeared. The other three nodded, and together they exited the dining hall, heading towards the newly constructed training grounds outside the castle. A group of maid zombies hurried over to clean up, and the castle fell into a brief silence. Chapter 100. Zombie. This is today as Sea King in the castle's basement warehouse. There was a massive pool, where a Sea King was half exposed to the air and half submerged in the water. It doesn't seem as large as yesterday's, Luffy remarked unhappily as he approached and examined it closely. In the realm of Sea Kings, size often equates to strength. Ha 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 ha. Moria cackled, remaining silent otherwise. He was already quite satisfied with the shadow of this magnitude. Slowly, he retrieved a pair of enormous scissors from behind him and began to snip away. At that moment, Dr. Hogback arrived with several zombies, pushing a large operating table towards Moria and Luffy. Lord Moria, the corpse is ready-o. Shall we begin? Luffy glanced at the imposing beast, designated as number 666, lying on the operating table and instinctively stepped back. Now, it was time for Moria's work. He merely needed to observe in silence. Moria nodded towards the distance and declared, "Let us commence." Clank, 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 clank. For robust chains began to shift at the corners of the pool, gradually hoisting the Sea King from the depths. The sudden upheaval startled the Sea King, prompting it to struggle fiercely. The sound of the clanking iron chains reverberated throughout the enclosed warehouse, creating a cacophony that echoed in Luffy's ears. However, such trivial commotion had no effect on him. Snap! A spotlight was directed at the rear of the Sea King, elongating its shadow until it stretched to Moria's feet. Hee. Moria approached with a sinister grin, placing his hand upon the shadow on the ground as the powers of the shadow fruit activated instantaneously. The immense shadow of the Sea King was torn from the ground like a mere sheet of paper, extending several meters long and tethered to the beast's body. Hee. Moria cackled maniacally, brandishing his scissors, and with a decisive snip, he severed the shadow. Clean and efficient, leaving no trace behind. Deprived of its shadow, the Sea King succumbed to a mental assault, collapsing onto the chains in a state of unconsciousness. The warehouse fell into a hush. Yet, the dark shadow of the Sea King began to writhe silently in Moria's grasp. Despite its colossal size, far exceeding Moria's own, it was ensnared by the latter's grip. Unable to escape his clutches, the nearby laboring zombie hastily pushed the prepared corpse to Moria's side. Moria, with a menacing grin revealing his sharp teeth, retained his devilish demeanor as he addressed the struggling shadow. "Be still. From this moment forth, I am your new master." As his words resonated, the shadow gradually ceased its struggles, surrendering to Moria's command. Moria laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Now, you shall be reborn as a zombie. I bestow upon you voice and form. But you must forsake all remnants of your past, all habits, and become my obedient soldier." The shadow of the Sea King, as if comprehending, nodded gently. Hee. Thus, the contract is established. Awaken, my soldier. Moria lifted the massive shadow, gradually merging it into the prepared zombie, until the shadow was entirely consumed by the flesh. The warehouse remained silent for about 10 seconds, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, the zombie on the operating table opened its eyes, disregarding its surroundings, and charged directly towards the pool. "Oh dear, if it falls in, all efforts will be in vain." Luffy chuckled softly, whispering a few words. In an instant, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the colossal bull. He grasped the creature's sharp horn and gracefully arched his body backward. The giant bull zombie suddenly lifted its 4 legs off the ground, its entire form suspended in the air by Luffy. With a thunderous crash, the zombie landed, creating a massive crater in the earth, sending clouds of dust swirling around, causing the entire castle to tremble. The bull zombie continued to thrash about on the ground, struggling relentlessly. Luffy turned around, pressing his hands firmly against the head of the zombie, ensuring it could not rise under any circumstances. "TCH, if there weren't so few corpses, I would have dispatched you by now," he remarked, his clothes now dirted by the rising dust, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. 2 months prior, Luffy had conducted an experiment, forcing salt into the zombie's mouth to extract its inner shadow. However, it yielded no insights. Confounded, he embarked on numerous subsequent trials. Ultimately, he deduced that to gain experience from the zombie, one must utterly destroy the corpse, allowing the shadow to escape without a place to reside. Only in this manner would the system acknowledge his efforts and reward him accordingly. Yet, This approach rendered his leveling plan far less idyllic than anticipated, nevertheless. It was still significantly better than before and quite acceptable. Each time he passed an island, Luffy would infiltrate, methodically eliminating the large creatures and transporting their remains back. This process, however, prolonged their voyage considerably. In the end, Luffy resolved to set sail for the doldrums first, for it was replete with islands and abundant wildlife. And the weather was far less capricious than on the Grand Line, making navigation somewhat easier. Once the issue of propulsion was resolved, the pace of leveling would naturally accelerate. 5 minutes later, the gigantic bull zombie under Luffy's command gradually ceased its struggles, prompting Luffy to slowly release his grip. The zombie staggered to its feet, taking unsteady steps towards Moria. With a thud, it knelt before him, marking the complete revival of the zombie. Luffy shook his arm as if he had exerted considerable effort, theatrically striding over to the Sea King and proclaiming loudly, "All right, let's transport it to the ocean before it awakens." "Yes, Captain Luffy." At his command, dozens of zombies sprang into action, lowering the iron chains and setting up pulleys beneath the Sea King, pushing it toward the cliff by the coast. "Let us go? Return now." Luffy turned to Moria and said before exiting the warehouse. Moria glanced at the kneeling zombie and instructed, "You should find your own dwelling first." He then followed Luffy out of the warehouse. For efficient management, Robin meticulously divided the island into distinct areas: the residences and castle of Luffy and Moria, the warehouse for storing corpses and shadow materials, the control center of the terrifying three-masted ship, and the cemetery for the zombies. The cemetery itself was a vast open space surrounding the island, encircling all the aforementioned areas. Each zombie, based on its size, was assigned a separate dwelling, with a nameplate marking its territory. This arrangement allowed the zombies to organize their own living spaces, thereby conserving management resources. Each was further categorized and assigned specific duties, significantly improving their operational efficiency compared to the previous chaotic clustering in the cemetery and the forest. Even the weakest of zombies was compelled to work, devoid of any semblance of humanity. The giant bull rose and followed Moria out of the warehouse, seeking its own residence. As Luffy exited the castle, he placed his hands behind his head, striding confidently ahead. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back and asked, "By the way, Hogback, how is the tailed beast project progressing?" Chapter 101. The initiation of the plan, huh? Hogback, trailing behind Luffy and Moria, momentarily froze before hurriedly responding, "Captain Luffy, the tailed beast project is currently not favorable. The cellular vitality of the previous batch of corpses is too weak, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve successful physical fusion. The portion successfully fused thus far is less than 300 meters, far from your stated requirement of over 1,000 meters. Hogback lowered his head, trembling slightly as if fearful of Luffy's reprimand. Certainly, Luffy is not as petty as he imagines. In fact, Hogback's abilities are so refined that they astonish Luffy. It is his first encounter with the concept that cells from organisms of different genes can be fused together and continue to exchange nutrients while remaining viable. He feels as though the 3 years he spent studying biology in high school have been in vain. One can only say that it is truly a realm of fantasy. Not only can Newton's coffin not contain him, but many a scientist's grave remains untouched as well. Upon witnessing Hogback's terrifying capabilities, an intriguing notion began to blossom in Luffy's mind: the tailed beast plan he had just mentioned. Noticing Hogback's slight unease, Luffy waved his hands dismissively, saying that if there are difficulties, they should be set aside for now. The primary task at hand is to prepare the corpses of ordinary Sea Kings, as there may be significant consumption in the near future. In the vastness of the world, leveling up takes precedence. The tailed beast plan is merely a whimsical notion meant for amusement, and one must first attend to serious matters. Moreover, acquiring a Sea King shadow capable of controlling such a massive tailed beast is no easy feat, as you command, my lord. At this moment, Moria and Hogback were unaware that the consumption Luffy spoke of was indeed genuine consumption. If possible, they could disassemble some parts from the Sea King's body to install on the biological exterior, which should greatly expedite their progress. I shall hasten the research, my lord. Let us first create the Guardian Crane to test its effectiveness. As the group conversed, they returned to the castle to plan their subsequent endeavors. More than half a month later, at Luffy's behest, a grander castle with a touch of Chinese style had been completed. Outside the castle, there was a designated area reserved as a training ground. At this moment, Robin stood in the center of the open space, her eyes closed. Suddenly a stone, whistling through the air, shot towards her direction. Robin's ears twitched slightly. She deftly sidestepped the oncoming projectile. The stone struck the ground, creating a modest crater. The air rippled once more, and another stone materialized seemingly from nowhere. Then, as if signaled, stones began to launch continuously from the atmosphere, emitting a cannon-like roar as they fiercely attacked Robin. With her graceful form, Robin danced nimbly, evading the lightning-fast assaults, embodying an ethereal beauty as she glided through a flurry of petals without a single leaf touching her. On the other side of the training ground, Brook held a pitch-black longsword aloft with his skeletal hand, defending against the phantoms unleashed by Perona with a series of point-line plane defenses. The sword's aura transformed around Brook into a barrier adorned with sharp spikes, fending off attacks from all directions. Boom! In the distance of the training grounds, a sudden cacophony erupted, shaking the earth with an unrelenting tremor. The Shadow Sorcerer. A silhouette swiftly ascended into the sky, seizing the shadow of the Sea King that longed to return to its original master. Moria clenched his teeth, watching Luffy descend from above, unable to restrain himself any longer as he spoke. Mr. Luffy, this marks the 5th corpse today. Yesterday, Hogback reported that this was to be the last one. Moria's tone was laden with regret and sorrow, yet he found himself powerless to oppose Luffy, forced to witness the destruction of his cherished zombies while silently shedding tears within. No more corpses? Luffy, heedless of Moria's feelings, wore a look of disappointment, expressing a lingering desire. Moria, drenched in cold sweat, hastily shook his head, affirming once more. There are none left, none at all. There is just one remaining, and it must serve as the vessel for this shadow. Very well. Luffy gazed longingly at the immense shadow in Moria's grasp before continuing. Mark the shadow for future use. Understood. Moria silently exhaled, genuinely fearful that Luffy's impulsive nature would lead him to obliterate all the corpses, causing the shadows to eventually return to their original hosts over time. After a brief period of exertion, Luffy took a breath, glancing at his experience bar, shaking his head in exasperation once more. Experience, 6, 586, 470, 000. Just one more zombie is needed for an upgrade. He cast a wistful glance toward the shadow in Moria's possession. With over 100,000 coins, it was regrettable that it remained insufficient for any purpose. Luffy has now preliminarily mastered the X-Gloves V.R., enabling him to wield the flames of the just with remarkable ease in battle. He estimates that once he gathers 1,000,000 gold coins, he will be able to control the release of the just flames proficiently. It would be the perfect moment for another evolution. However, recalling the ferocity accompanying the evolution of the just flames, Luffy considers this matter with due caution. The shadows of the Sea Kings he previously captured were rather weak, their strength comparable to that of pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Only the last shadow he encountered was somewhat stronger, providing over 10,000 gold coins. Sigh. Luffy exhaled in resignation. He would have to wait until they reached the Calm Belt, slaughter a few islands, and gather sufficient corpses. At that moment, the endless zombies. Well, just the thought of it brings a smile to Luffy's face. Moria truly is a good person. Meanwhile, Moria, who had just received Luffy's compliment, gazed at the ground littered with the corpses he had painstakingly cultivated, tears welling in his eyes. These were the fruits of years of labor, now reduced to charred remains. He longed to find a secluded spot to weep in silence. Robin, Brook, let us take a break. Bored after returning to the castle alone, Luffy strolled past the training grounds and spotted Robin and Brook engaged in practice, shamelessly dragging them into idleness with him. Upon hearing Luffy's voice, the 4 individuals in the training yard instantly halted their movements. Robin flashed a smile at Luffy and hurried towards him, saying, "Why are you here so early today, Luffy?" I've run out of corpses and have to wait for the next island to replenish them. It's so annoying." Luffy couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction upon hearing Robin mention this, wearing an unhappy expression. "Is that so?" Robin replied softly, secretly thinking, "Let us wipe out all the creatures on the next island. That should cheer Luffy up." Under Luffy's domineering influence, Robin has sunk deeper into this world, now entirely transformed into a cold-blooded queen centered around Luffy. The state of the world no longer matters. All that counts is Luffy's happiness. This may well reflect Robin's current inner thoughts. Chapter 102, The Calm Belt, my lord. We have entered the Calm Belt region, and the islands are now beginning to slow their movement. Absalom bowed respectfully as he reported to Luffy. Remarkably swift. Indeed. After the absence of any corpses, Luffy devoted several days to intense training alongside Robin and Brook. Both have made significant progress. Robin can now freely wield her observation haki, albeit with a limited range. Nevertheless, enhanced by her equipped skills, she finds it easier than most to detect subtle fluctuations within her surroundings. Brook, too, has successfully mastered the art of enveloping his weapon with armament haki. Luffy's conjecture proved to be accurate. The black substance on Brook's hand bones was indeed a manifestation of the hardened armament haki. However, for reasons unknown, it had adhered to Brook's skeletal structure, assuming a form of permanent existence. The sails of the three-masted ship no longer contributed propulsion to the island, which began to drift aimlessly over the waves, slowly navigating the sea's surface. Sir, according to the nautical charts we have gathered, there lies an uninhabited island directly ahead. Absalom unfurled a map before Luffy. Continuing, it is said to be home to many ferocious beasts. Lord Moria wishes us to procure supplies and corpses from this island first. How long will it take? Luffy interrupted Absalom's report. Nautical charts, filled with chaotic numbers and annotations, were incomprehensible to Luffy, who sought only the final outcome. After a moment of contemplation, Absalom replied somewhat ambiguously. It may take about a month, but with the newly constructed power system, it should be reduced to around 10 days. Such a long wait, Luffy exclaimed, gazing out at the distant sea. Ever since the experience-gathering activities ceased, he had been counting the days with keen anticipation, longing for a life abundant in feasts. The revolution has yet to succeed. Hurry, activate the power device and set sail at full speed. Luffy commanded Absalom. Understood, my lord. Absalom acknowledged and quietly withdrew. Following the transmission of Luffy's orders, massive wheels were erected at both ends of the island, towering thousands of meters high. These wheels were supported by a colossal axle with 24 alloy spokes radiating outward. Each spoke bore a scraper at its apex, from which handles extended inward, allowing control of the wheel's power within the island. The wheels were linked to the island via a dynamic bearing, enabling limited directional control. 48 powerful zombies, crafted from the shadows of sea kings, tirelessly operated the handles day and night, propelling the island forward, while 2 additional zombies managed its course. Thus, the island's control system was established. In the windless zones where sailing vessels could not traverse, Moria's terrifying three-masted ship roamed freely. Lord Luffy, giant sea kings detected. Lord Luffy, giant sea kings detected. Barely had Absalom departed when a bat zombie suddenly fluttered towards Luffy in a state of panic, its piercing voice capable of penetrating over 100 meters. Upon hearing this, Luffy leaped into the air, inquiring, gigantic? How large? The sea kings are typically categorized into several tiers. Those under 100 meters are classified as small sea kings. Those between 100 and 500 meters are considered ordinary sea kings, and those exceeding 500 meters are deemed large sea kings. The term gigantic is reserved for sea kings that reach depths exceeding 1,000 meters. While the specifics remain unclear, they are certainly over 1,000 meters. The bat zombie hovered midair, flapping its wings as it responded. Which direction? To the west coast, where more zombies are keeping watch. Excellent. Time is of the essence. Having encountered such a formidable sea king, Luffy had no intention of letting it slip away. With a powerful leap from the ground, he soared into the sky. He swept his arms back, palms facing east, as a dense energy coalesced at the center of his hands. A brilliant flame, reminiscent of the sun, erupted forth, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The terrifying force propelled Luffy over 1,000 meters in an instant, and within half a minute, he had reached the western coast. Master Luffy, Master Luffy. Upon landing, 2 humanoid zombies rushed forward, urgently pointing towards the distant horizon, exclaiming, Master Luffy, the Sea King is charging towards us. Luffy gazed in the direction indicated by the zombie's finger and, indeed, beheld a colossal shadow flickering upon the surface of the sea. Illuminated by the sunlight, merely from the reflection of the shadow in the sun's rays, it was evident that its size exceeded 1,000 meters. Luffy's eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger as he fixated on the approaching silhouette of the Sea King in the distance. Even a creature less than 1,000 meters away could yield over 10,000 gold coins. The thought of extracting its shadow was tantalizing. Lost in such musings, Luffy found himself unable to contain his excitement. Though the Sea King was steadily drawing closer to the island, one could never predict if it might unexpectedly veer off course. It was better to act preemptively. With a sudden surge of fiery determination, Luffy soared into the sky, ascending above the Sea King. His heterochromatic pupils sparkled with intensity. His arms outstretched, his left hand aimed at the dark figure beneath the waves, while his right hand reached behind him, unleashing a torrent of dazzling golden flames that blazed with fervor, illuminating the heavens with their brilliance. Orange sparks began to emerge from the palm of his left hand, reminiscent of bygone days, radiating a terrifying energy that enveloped the entire sea. Sensing the looming threat, the Sea King instinctively recoiled, plunging into the depths of the ocean, its massive body creating colossal waves as it thrashed about on the surface. Upon witnessing this, Luffy's lips curled into a smile, revealing his gleaming teeth, his eyes glinting with a playful glimmer, as he resolved not to grant it any further opportunity to struggle. Ex-burner. The immense energy converging in his left hand erupted forth in an instant, resembling a colossal dragon, emitting a resonant howl that reverberated through the vast expanse of the sky above the sea. This energy dragon, seemingly imbued with life, unleashed a divine radiance, a tremendous pressure radiating outward, while the ferocious flames surged through the air, crashing violently upon the ocean's surface. The searing fire instantaneously parted the waters, generating immense boiling waves. The seawater proved utterly inadequate as a shield against the Sea King. The fiery column collided with the creature, swiftly penetrating its robust exterior, while the thick layer of fat only served as a prime accelerant, engulfing the entire Sea King in flames, creating a tremendous wave of fire upon the surface of the sea. 200 kilometers away, on a massive battleship, a corpulent woman pointed towards the blazing light in Luffy's direction, exclaiming, "Your Highness, look there." Chapter 103, Guardian Crane. Moria, quickly summon assistance. As soon as Luffy set foot on the shore, he spotted Moria hurrying to the beach, led by the bad zombie. He eagerly waved and called out to him. As Luffy waded through the sea, drawing nearer to the coast, Moria's eyes gleamed like lanterns, filled with a glimmering greed. Luffy, with one hand grasping the massive head of a Sea King, advanced step by step, causing the creature's body to gradually rise above the surface. From the sheer size of its colossal head, Moria could envision the creature's approximate dimensions. This was no ordinary Sea King. However, he shouted, "Hey, Moria, quickly summon Hogback. I seem to have inadvertently exerted too much force. It's on the brink of death." At that moment, Luffy, captivated by the immense size of the Sea King, assumed its strength must be formidable as well, especially since it was making its way into the depths of the ocean. Luffy did not ponder much and merely exerted a modicum of strength, truly just a mere fraction. The mental toll he experienced this time was not even half of what he endured during his battle with Moria. Who could have anticipated that this Sea King would be so intolerant to flames? In a matter of moments, it was thoroughly tormented by the blazing inferno for a full minute in the depths of the ocean, succumbing to unconsciousness due to overwhelming pain. When Luffy finally located it, its eyes were glazed over, and its skin charred black. Even in the depths of the sea, Luffy could faintly detect the aroma of grilled fish. Were it not for the absence of any notification of experience gained from the system, Luffy might have truly believed it had perished. Upon hearing Luffy's call, Moria finally realized that the blackened exterior of the Sea King was not its natural hue, but rather the charred remnants of its flesh. Strangely, he felt a sense of kinship, a shared plight, as he cast a sympathetic glance at the Sea King, which Luffy was painstakingly dragging toward the shore. He hastily scampered off with his short legs, hastening toward the castle. After all, he did not wish to lose such a valuable source of shadow material. Soon, all the idle zombies on the island gathered around, offering their hands and strength to lift the Sea King. Hogback found himself at a loss when faced with the massive creature, but after Luffy's explanation, he deduced a conclusion: severe burns. However, given the creature's immense size, it was clear that Hogback could not treat it incrementally. He performed a few minor procedures on the Sea King's head and applied some burn ointments, which kept him occupied until dusk fell. After finishing dinner, Luffy, who had been waiting for Hogback to complete his tasks, stifled a yawn. As he saw Hogback descend from the Sea King's body, Luffy hurriedly approached him and inquired, "How is it? Can it still survive?" Luffy contemplated that if this Sea King were to succumb, it would be more merciful to grant it a swift end. Should time drag on without the system recognizing its experience, the outcome would be far from favorable. Hogback, feeling somewhat fatigued, nodded gently and responded in a weary tone. "There should be no significant issues. I just examined the muscular tissue beneath its skin and discovered that the internal burns are not severe. It appears that only the fat has been consumed, thus there is little cause for concern regarding its life." Upon hearing this, Luffy let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Upon learning that the Sea King was no longer in danger, he expressed his delight, saying, "Is that so? That's wonderful. I was wondering why it appeared so emaciated. It turns out it was merely shedding weight." However, a question arose. "Luffy," Moria interjected, "there are no more idle corpses on this island, and it will take several days to reach the next one. If, during this time, it were to awaken." Moria scrutinized the colossal Sea King from head to toe, seemingly realizing that there were indeed very few places on this island where it could unleash its tumult. Luffy furrowed his brow, as he had not previously considered this dilemma. After some contemplation, he realized it was indeed a challenging predicament. Must he purify a zombie first? After all, such a splendid shadow could not be easily discarded. "Lord Moria, Lord Luffy." Just as Hogback was about to take his leave, he suddenly halted, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in his eyes. He regained his composure and mysteriously addressed Luffy and Moria. "It seems the two of you have overlooked certain matters." Luffy and Moria simultaneously turned their gaze towards Hogback, perplexed by his cryptic insinuation. "Could it be that Lord Luffy has forgotten the very zombie you designed with your own hands?" Hogback clasped his hands over his chest, rubbing them together as a sinister smile crept across his peculiar visage. Luffy, suddenly enlightened, yet still tinged with confusion, replied, "Are you referring to the tailed beast? But didn't you mention it was too difficult to accomplish, and the plan was forced to be suspended?" Hogback let out a proud laugh, then continued, "Indeed, Lord Luffy. Creating a creature exceeding 1,000 meters by connecting muscle cells is a formidable challenge. However, your recent capture of a giant sea king resembling a capybara provided me with tremendous inspiration. Its head aligns perfectly with the image you described." I pondered. If we were to sever its head and affix it to the body of the tailed beast we designed, it would indeed save us considerable effort. After several days of research, a sudden stroke of genius led me to design a permeable osmotic membrane tissue. This tissue effectively prevents the exchange of salts between various tissues and possesses characteristics akin to muscle tissue. I fashioned the completed terrestrial beast's muscles into visceral walls, extending all the way to the throat, ensuring that the fluid from the capybara's head would not allow any salt to infiltrate its internals. Furthermore, I isolated the Sea King's flesh using the osmotic membrane, while constructing the inner skeleton of the tailed beast from alloys and beast bones. Ultimately, after a month of arduous effort, I have successfully created the tailed beast as you described, Lord Luffy. Hogback reported his achievements of the past month in what he believed to be the most succinct manner to Luffy and Moria. Throughout his explanation, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile lingered on his lips, akin to a scientist who had just unveiled a groundbreaking discovery at an international conference, simultaneously experiencing exhilaration and fulfillment, as if he were soaring to the heavens. Though Moria and Luffy could not fully grasp Hogback's current emotions, they had no difficulty understanding his words. After reflecting on Hogback's speech, a hint of a nearly manic smile began to emerge on their lips. Moria comprehended all too well what Hogback's success entailed. It heralded the imminent birth of countless colossal zombies under his command, signifying that he, Moria, would soon possess a legion of terrifying zombie soldiers. Luffy was well aware that Hogback's success signified a future where zombies could be created using Sea Kings, thereby alleviating the issue of corpse quantity. In other words, the experience activities were soon to make a triumphant return. Excellent. Without further ado, let us commence the witnessing of Hogback's magnificent creations. Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly exclaimed his desire to witness Hogback's research achievements. No. Those are your creations, Master Luffy, hissing with delight. He. Let us behold the monstrosities crafted by the strongest and the most brilliant minds combined. The trio engaged in a lively exchange of flattery, their laughter resonating as they entered the heart of the castle. Time passed quietly. The following morning, a colossal ship docked at the port of the fearsome three-masted vessel. Delicate, jade-like legs graced the shores of the terrifying ship, skin as smooth as cream, fair with a rosy tint, gentle as jade, and translucent. Suddenly, the owner of a pair of stout legs spoke. "Sister, it seems that the great fire occurred here yesterday." Chapter 104. Hancock. Following behind were two unusually tall and bare women. One had orange hair and a plump, broad figure, while the other was green-haired and slender. A host of women closely trailed them, all elite warriors meticulously selected from the Snake Princess clan. The second sister, the green-haired Boa Sandersonia, flicked her long tongue and spoke with caution. "Sister, This island does not appear on the nautical charts. We have visited this sea before. I recall that we did not encounter this island during our last visit. The third sister, Boa Marigold, also tightened her grip on her weapon. For reasons unknown. The sudden appearance of this island instilled a sense of unease within her. Your Majesty, look over there. Suddenly, one of the female warriors behind them pointed toward the distance. At her exclamation, everyone turned to follow her gaze. Not far from their moored coast, a massive water wheel continued to spin incessantly. Above the water wheel, indistinct figures could be seen moving. It appeared that this was not an uninhabited island. That contraption seemed to control the island's movements, remarked the stout Marigold. Let us proceed. This island has successfully piqued my curiosity. With an alluring countenance that exuded undeniable authority, the captain of the Kuja pirates, Boa Hancock, declared. Sandersonia cautioned, Sister, we should still exercise caution. This island seems to have its own master, whether it be the imposing water wheel or the distant walls. They seem to signify that this is an island owned by someone. To intrude recklessly may very well provoke the displeasure of its rightful owner, leading to unnecessary disputes. Hancock, with a graceful toss of her hair, allowed the delicate strands to dance in the air, further enhancing her enchanting visage. In her sweet voice, she proclaimed, It matters not. Whatever I do shall be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. Wow, Lady Snake Princess, truly, you are magnificent. The members of the Kuja pirates, upon hearing Hancock's words, instantly transformed their gaze into pink hearts, without exception. Let us depart. Hancock suddenly reverted to her icy and aloof demeanor, her tone calm, yet imbued with authority, leaving no room for dissent. Yes. Meanwhile, outside Hogback's expansive laboratory within the castle, a colossal zombie, towering over 1,000 meters and several hundred meters wide, lay prostrate before Moria. Its tail, adorned with scales and stretching over 200 meters, swayed incessantly in the air. The creature's earth-toned skin was interlaced with violet patterns, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the scars of sutured wounds within those markings. Hee. Moria stood before the guardian, laughing heartily, his long, sharp horns and wide mouth revealing terrifying teeth, resembling a dark lord who dreams of world domination, save for the arrival of a brave hero to subdue him. Unfortunately, our hero was currently unable to contain his elation, his face aglow with joy as he patted the shoulder of the Dark Lord's minion, repeatedly exclaiming, Hogback, you truly are remarkable. This is simply astounding. Luffy gazed at the creature before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous impressions, and erupted into laughter. Simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished by Hogback's remarkable medical skills. Luffy firmly believes that if one were to unveil the attribute panel of Hogback, a resplendent plus sign would undoubtedly grace his qualifications. Such a level of expertise, developed within mere months, is a rarity in this world, with only a handful of geniuses comparable to him. This signifies that Luffy's future endeavors in terms of experience and gold will no longer be a source of concern. After all, while the seas may lack in certain aspects, they are teeming with a multitude of sea kings and marine beasts, as plentiful as the stars in the sky, easily gathered in droves. Provided there are sufficient corpses, the issue of shadows can be readily resolved. Regrettably, the shadow of the mightiest sea king has been fashioned into a zombie, otherwise Luffy would have eagerly utilized it for training. Each encounter could yield tens of thousands of gold coins and over 10,000 experience points, allowing him to effortlessly indulge in purchases without a care for financial matters. Observing Moria's considerable girth, it is high time for him to shed some weight. Once Hogback has prepared the corpses, he shall be compelled to work overtime, all in the name of promoting his health. Alas, encountering such formidable sea kings, even within the calm belt, is no simple feat. Luffy suddenly recalled that the Sea King, stripped of its shadow, is still stored away in the warehouse, with the sun now risen. Returning it to the ocean is no longer feasible. Contemplating this, Luffy inquired, What shall we do with the giant Sea King? It won't awaken today, will it? Rest assured. My lord, I have dispatched zombies to administer a substantial amount of sedatives. Although the effects may not be overtly apparent, it should remain in slumber until nightfall. Hogback replied respectfully, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Having toiled since the previous afternoon without respite, he felt the weight of exhaustion, especially after the recent disturbances caused by the awakening of the zombie. Being merely human, he was indeed overworked, especially alongside the two formidable figures of Luffy and Moria. Even Robin and the others had long since returned to rest. Noticing Hogback's drowsy demeanor, Luffy couldn't help but urge, "You should return to rest soon. After all, you are incredibly vital to me at this moment. Thank you for your concern, my lord. However, I must collect samples from the giant Sea King shortly." "I cannot afford to rest just yet," Hogback responded with a hint of reluctance. "Samples? What kind of samples?" Luffy inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Luffy's question, Hogback promptly explained. "It is my belief that the genes of the Sea Kings may harbor the potential for rapid and limitless physical growth. A certain substance I wish to explore. Although the concept of genes exists in the world of One Piece, the absence of a formal education system renders Hogback uncertain if Luffy would grasp the notion. Genetics. Your words ring true. Should we succeed in our research, we might just create formidable gene-based zombies, far more agile than mere stitch creations. Pray, do hasten forth." To Hogback's astonishment, it seemed that Luffy truly comprehended his words and grasped his intent. "Very well, my lord," Hogback replied, preparing to withdraw. Suddenly, "Lord Moria! Lord Luffy! Danger approaches. Someone is sabotaging the power system. The zombies can no longer withstand it." Chapter 105. The First Encounter with the Empress Boom. A massive zombie was sent hurtling through the air by the tail of a colossal python, crashing into the ground. Sonya swiftly darted backward, transforming from her serpent form back into her human guise. Turning to Hancock, she spoke with urgency, "Sister, something is amiss here. These creatures, regardless of the fatal wounds they endure, appear impervious to pain. They show no fear of death in battle." A female warrior of the Kuja tribe thrust a long spear, enveloped in a dark, armament-infused aura, into the beast's body. In a swift motion, the spear penetrated deeply, emerging from the other side. Yet the creature, seemingly devoid of sensation, continued to open its gaping maw, its sharp claws lunging towards the weaponless warrior. Bang! Once more, a massive serpent's tail swooped in, rescuing the beleaguered warrior from the creature's jaws. "Go assist the others," Marigold shouted at the dazed fighter before dashing to another battlefield. Moments later, Marigold, somewhat fatigued, returned to Hancock's side, effortlessly slicing away a large rhinoceros charging at her. Noting the rhinoceros's lack of response as it rose from the ground to engage nearby fighters, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Anxiously, she implored, "Sister, we must retreat. If this continues, our warriors will be defeated." Hancock's gaze remained composed, coldly surveying the faltering Kuja pirates amidst the chaos of battle. "Humph," she scoffed, observing the grotesque zombies in turmoil, her lips curling disdainfully as she declared, "The word retreat does not exist in my lexicon." With that, Hancock stepped forward, her chest swelling with determination, her elegant hand pointing towards the Sea King zombies engaged in combat. Within her proud and lofty eyes lay an indomitable strength, and with an imperious tone, she proclaimed, "You wretches, bow before the beauty of this queen." In an instant, an astonishing and terrifying unknown power erupted from Hancock, reminiscent of her expansive heart, coalescing into an aura of profound dread, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. The entire sky, and indeed the world, seemed to plunge into a monochromatic abyss. Enveloped by this formidable force, the zombies suddenly had their pupils constrict sharply, only to gradually dilate again, their gazes rolling back, drained of color, and frozen in a stupor. With a series of ominous thuds, one after another, the zombies collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious under Hancock's overwhelming presence. This was the might of the Empress Conqueror's haki. Even though it was not the first time witnessing such a spectacle, Marigold and Sonya remained in awe of this regal prowess, a gift possessed by but one among a million. "Lady Empress, she is so beautiful." The ever-charismatic Hancock, with a gentle toss of her hair, ignited a fervor of excitement among the ranks of the Kuja pirates. Achieving government recognition at such a tender age, summoned to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea, was not merely due to the Kuja clan's innate mastery of haki. It was also a testament to the extraordinary strength displayed by Boa Hancock, leaving Navy observers in sheer astonishment. He. Having just vanquished a peculiar horde of monsters, the Kuja pirates barely had a moment to assess the situation when the ground suddenly quaked. Young warriors, who had just endured a fierce battle, struggled to maintain their footing, almost toppling to the earth. As the tremors intensified, a bizarre laughter echoed through the air, prompting the crew to gaze upward toward the horizon. There, emerging from the heart of the island, a colossal, earthy-hued monstrosity lumbered closer to the Kuja pirates. With each step, it sank deep into the soil, leaving behind enormous footprints. Finally, As the women anxiously awaited, the gargantuan creature loomed before them. It's enormous. A young girl from the 9 Snake Pirates, participating in her first expedition beyond the seas, could not help but exclaim in wonder. The others had already gripped their weapons tightly, a layer of pitch-black hockey enveloping their arms, their eyes fixated on the staggering figure of a guardian crane approaching. Merely its colossal size instilled a sense of dread even in these battle-hardened warriors. Ha 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 ha. An eerie laughter echoed once more. It was at this moment that the members of the 9 Snake Pirates discerned that upon the monstrous head stood several enigmatic figures, the peculiar laughter emanating from one of them. Initially distracted by the creature, the women had failed to notice Luffy and the others atop its head due to their distance. Only the Hancock sisters had from the very beginning directed their gaze toward Luffy and Moria, drawn together by a mysterious connection that can only manifest between the truly powerful. From a lofty vantage point, Luffy gazed down upon a group of women, each clad in scant attire and varying in appearance. His focus ultimately settled upon the commanding figure of the Empress at the forefront. Her visage, undeniably one of rare beauty, exuded a profound allure that transcended mere physicality, emanating a captivating essence from within. However, such spiritual seduction bore no effect on Luffy, whose mental fortitude was exceptionally high. Casting a sidelong glance at his companions, he noticed their dazed expressions. With a subtle release of his conqueror's haki, akin to a gentle yet firm strike against the back of their minds, he swiftly dispelled the enchantment clouding their thoughts. Humph! A gathering of bosom monsters. Upon regaining her senses, Perona surveyed the female warriors below. Suspended in the air with hands on her hips and her body bent forward as if attempting to extract something from the situation. In a moment of self-deprecation, she cast a glance at Robin, who stood beside Luffy. Humph! Nearby, the Guardian, a towering crane, gradually lowered its immense head, its jaw almost brushing the ground, resembling a pet patiently awaiting its master's caress. Luffy and Brook effortlessly leapt from the summit of the Guardian crane, plummeting from a height exceeding 100 meters. Brook, with his ethereal grace, bent his legs upon landing, perfectly dissipating the acceleration of gravity, and stood steadily upon the ground. Luffy's hands descended, the crystals on his gauntlet shimmering as a flash of fire erupted in an instant. The explosive force counteracted his downward momentum, and he swiftly followed Brook to the ground. A shadow then emerged beside Luffy, gradually revealing a face that seemed to shatter, fissures appearing one after another, unveiling a pallid visage with grotesque angular features, an unsightly maw, sharp teeth, and a corpulent figure clad in checkered suspenders. Moria materialized slowly. Robin waved her hands, and a pair of delicate, pink wings unfurled from her sides, scattering cherry blossom-like fragments that danced in the air. With a graceful flap of her wings, she ascended, resembling an angel, and gently descended behind Luffy. Perona puffed her cheeks, her gaze fixated on a cluster of large dairy cows, as if hoping to drink their milk. Following Robin, she floated slightly above the ground and positioned herself behind Moria. Absalom, perched atop the head of the guard bird, felt a touch of awkwardness as he glanced at the others who had already landed. Earlier, Luffy had suggested they all go enjoy the spectacle, but since Hogback was a non-combatant, he hadn't been invited to join. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse the chance to ride such a peculiar creature, as it was a rare opportunity. However, he found himself alone, left to face the chilly air while the others showcased their talents, feeling quite isolated. Initially, he had admired the group of ladies below and even struck a pose with his arms crossed over his chest, but now he found himself in a rather precarious situation. After contemplating for a moment, Absalom activated his transparent fruit ability, rendering himself invisible, and began to carefully descend along the folds of the guard bird's face. Upon reaching Moria, he resumed his pose, canceling his invisibility, and instantly appeared beside Moria without altering his stance. He thought to himself, surely, I haven't lost face this time. Little did he know, the majority present were proficient users of haki, and at the moment of his disappearance, all their observation haki was unleashed, allowing them to observe his descent. It must be said, while his descent was indeed clumsy, the effort he made to appear nonchalant was truly commendable. Disregarding the antics of the amusing Absalom, Hancock and her companions redirected their attention to the confrontation between Luffy and Moria. If she was not mistaken, no, she could not be mistaken. The master of this island was one of these two individuals. Moria glanced at Luffy with an inquisitive expression. Luffy shook his head, and Moria instantly understood, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. Who would have thought that this small island would one day host such a significant figure? The Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. From the very beginning, Moria had recognized this beauty who had recently graced the newspapers. But his pride would not allow him to be swayed merely by her allure. To him, Hancock was less worthy of admiration than the formidable guardian behind her. However, since his defeat at Luffy's hands, he had subtly begun to change, no longer underestimating any adversary, especially after sensing a mental pressure emanating from the Empress herself, which he understood all too well. Sandersonia widened her eyes, flicking her serpent-like tongue nervously as she leaned forward and softly addressed Hancock, "Sister." He seems to be the notorious pirate Moonlight Moria, who was once a force to be reckoned with in the New World. It is said that he suffered a great defeat under Kaido and ultimately escaped from that realm. Moonlight Moria, Hancock murmured, her lips parting slightly as she spoke his name, yet her gaze remained fixed on the diminutive figure of Luffy behind him. Among those present, Luffy was indeed the shortest, aside from the girl floating in midair. Yet Moria's unabashed demeanor made it clear who truly held sway here. In this vast ocean, no one could survive solely by will. As the queen of the Kuja tribe, Hancock possessed her own pride. Stepping forward, she boldly displayed her formidable presence, shielding her people behind her as she addressed Luffy directly. "Hey, you are the true master here, aren't you? From this moment forth, everything on this island belongs to me." Her strikingly beautiful yet cold eyes, slightly furrowed brows, and exquisitely delicate features, coupled with her alluring lips, made it difficult for anyone to refuse her. Unfortunately, such an outrageous demand would not be heeded after Luffy helped everyone break free from the temptations of the Devil Fruit's power. "Understood, Your Majesty." Before Luffy could fully contemplate the situation, Absalom, with starry eyes, fixated on the Empress, drooling as he shouted. Perona glared at the love-struck Absalom and shouted, "Don't embarrass us, you fool." Negative ghost. A white specter penetrated the unsuspecting Absalom. His earlier exuberance vanished in an instant as he fell to his knees, burying his head in his arms. Lamenting on the ground, "I'd rather be a worm, let me find a crack to hide in." Luffy gazed in disbelief at the 2 absurd clowns, unable to suppress a murmured remark. "This seems even more humiliating, doesn't it?" Beside him, Moria, who was disregarded by Hancock, ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes fixed on her with a feral intensity as if he would devour her whole. Although he was a defeated foe from a bygone era, having fallen at Kaido's hands, the experience of being so blatantly overlooked was unprecedented for him. Yet, after his fury swirled through his mind, he reflected on his current predicament and ultimately exhaled in resignation, turning away to allow space for Luffy and Hancock to exchange glances. Luffy stepped forward and jestingly remarked to Hancock, "I've heard tales that the Pirate Empress is the most exquisite beauty in the world, but upon seeing her now, I must say she pales in comparison to my dear Robin." This statement, of course, was a fabrication, despite lacking the powers of a devil fruit. Hancock was undeniably a stunning beauty, possessing a figure, appearance, and charisma that were peerless. While Robin was certainly lovely, she could not rival Hancock's allure. However, given the adversarial relationship between the 2 parties, Luffy would never bolster Hancock's confidence at the expense of his own. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly innocuous comment struck both ladies like a bolt from the blue. "What? Luffy thinks I'm attractive. No, wait. He claims I am more beautiful than the world's most stunning woman. But I am certainly not more beautiful than her. Could this be what they call love's delusion?" At that moment, Robin's mind was akin to Chopper, who had consumed 3 rumble balls, rampaging chaotically. In stark contrast, the Empress was engulfed in a state of despair. Her heart felt like ashes, her expression frozen, her brow twitching slightly in shock and disbelief. This was the first time in her life she had heard someone say she was not beautiful. The first time. A tremendous humiliation. That insufferable man. "I shall gouge out your eyes and cleanse them thoroughly," in a fit of rage. Hancock felt as though the world was crumbling beneath her as she faced the man who dared to ignore her beauty. Thus, she vowed to annihilate all who dared overlook her magnificence. Chapter 106. Attest the Empress, Hancock, sensually extended a slender finger towards her soft, delicate lips, kissing them lightly as one might treat a beloved. In an instant, a pink heart materialized from her cherry-red mouth, resting upon her elegant fingertip. With a single touch to the back of the heart, it adhered to her jade-like hand, stretching as she drew her arm back, transforming the heart into the shape of a bow. Hancock's bright eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Luffy and all those around him. While warriors of the Kuja tribe typically chose various weapons upon reaching adulthood, there was one weapon that every Kuja warrior must master. Their foundational weapon, the bow and arrow. On Nine Snake Island, One could randomly select an individual, and perhaps she may not possess formidable strength or agile limbs, yet she would undoubtedly be a master archer, capable of hitting her mark with unwavering precision. As the mightiest of the Kuja tribe, Hancock harbors her own unique understanding of archery. The love arrow, drawn taut, aimed directly at Luffy's position, glimmered with a soft pink hue. Alas, what a predicament! Luffy shook his head in resignation, as the unfolding events strayed far beyond his expectations. The arrival of the Empress and her unreasonable demeanor exceeded his imagination. If given the choice, he truly wished to avoid antagonizing Hancock, for she commanded the strength of an entire nation. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that this was an authentic, man-free realm of women. Arrow of captivity. The Empress parted her tender lips, releasing the tension in her hand that held the bowstring, causing a torrent of love arrows to surge forth from the pink heart, their sharp tips transforming into beautifully crafted heart shapes, yet imbued with an enigmatic power, raining down upon Luffy and his companions. Luffy has never underestimated the strength of the Empress. She is unlike Moria or Crocodile, who fled the New World after their failures. Possessing the Conqueror's haki, she has transcended the period of explosive potential and, at her current age, has developed over 70% of her physical capabilities. It can be said that among the 7 warlords in the original narrative, the Empress ranks at least within the top 3. Though Luffy remains unable to discern her precise position, given his current attributes, he likely possesses less than half of her physical prowess. Fortunately, combat relies not solely on raw strength. With the aid of his system's enhancements, Luffy is exceedingly confident in his offensive capabilities, sufficiently compensating for his shortcomings. Thus, he harbors no fear of Hancock. As Luffy prepared to act against the multitude of peculiar heart-shaped arrows, Robin unexpectedly stepped forward, arms outstretched. With her hands tracing an arc in the air towards her chest, she suddenly brought them together in a gesture of prayer, causing the cloud ring to emit a brilliant radiance. From the ring, a surge of purple flames erupted, extending from Robin's fingertips like an unending chain, enveloping her entire being in a vibrant display of colors. In an instant, the purple flames erupted from Robin's form, her eyes ignited with fierce determination. She would not forgive anyone, even the stunningly beautiful Pirate Empress, for daring to attack Luffy. The purple flames surged upwards, reaching for the heavens, as countless petals danced chaotically within the blazing inferno. Ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal hand, exceeding 100 meters in size, reminiscent of a giant's hand descending from the sky, crashing towards Hancock and her onslaught. Hancock remained unflinching, her eyes calmly observing the descending giant hand, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. The heart-shaped arrows collided with Robin's colossal hand. Suddenly, Robin's face contorted with strain. Her teeth clenched tightly as purple flames surged forth again, merging into the giant hand and amplifying the powers of her flower fruit. The pink arrows struck the palm without causing any destruction, merely creating a ripple before merging seamlessly into it. However, the once delicate palm rapidly transformed into a massive stone sculpture, akin to a towering 5-finger mountain, crashing down between the two combatants with a resounding thud. Cold sweat beaded on Robin's forehead as she could no longer maintain her strength, letting out a cry of distress. The momentum she had gathered dissipated instantly, and she reverted to her fragile self, consciousness wavering as she fell backward. Luffy, as if foreseeing the event, swiftly moved behind Robin and enveloped her in his embrace. It is noteworthy that the limbs and organs formed by Robin's Hana no Mi possessed sensory capabilities identical to those of normal arms. In that fleeting moment, Robin endured the petrification of her arms countless times, and even after 2 months of rigorous training that significantly enhanced her strength, she was unable to withstand the mental strain. The others began to panic. After months of collective training, the 4 of them had become well acquainted with each other's strengths. When it comes to the uncanny, Brook's soul attacks were indeed indefensible. However, in terms of overall prowess, Robin stood out among them as the one with the greatest explosive power, combat strength, observational skills, and endurance. Yet, this formidable Robin was vanquished by a mere probing attack from her opponent, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Brook and the others, who had been eager to showcase their abilities, were suddenly doused with cold water, their fighting spirit extinguished in an instant. They realized that this battle was beyond their capacity to engage. No wonder Luffy had insisted they merely observe rather than participate. The vast ocean was perilously treacherous. Even a casual appearance by a formidable foe could result in such monstrous combat prowess. Absalom suddenly entertained the notion of a career change. Perhaps journalism would be a commendable choice, Humph, how laughable that such a worthless creature would dare to attack me. Hancock sneered disdainfully at the unconscious Robin, her tone dripping with arrogance. Suddenly, the heavens erupted in a thunderous roar, as if a celestial clap of thunder resounded, rolling like waves tumultuously crashing upon the sea. Luffy's eyes suddenly turned cold, and from those captivating orbs emanated an overwhelming force that bore down upon the haughty empress. He vowed that today he would ensure this woman understood the consequences of her words. His comrades may falter in battle, yet that does not grant anyone the liberty to insult them with impunity. After entrusting Robin to Brook, Luffy swiftly turned, his palm gradually gathering a tremendous surge of energy. Wait, Mr. Luffy, might I take on the vendetta for Miss Robin? He chuckled ominously. Chapter 107, The Initial Battle of Guarding the Crane. Moria wore a smile, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of seriousness as he regarded Luffy. Only recently had he discovered that Luffy was also a candidate for the title of king, possessing the formidable conqueror's haki. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. With such remarkable prowess at such a tender age, how could his potential be anything less than extraordinary? Yet, after nearly a decade of stability in the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, encountering both Luffy and the Empress, young yet astonishingly powerful individuals, filled Moria, nearing his 50s, with a sense of being rendered obsolete by the tides of time. But he refused to submit. Moonlight Moria would not be vanquished by the relentless march of progress. Legends of his exploits still echoed in the New World. How could he resign himself to being so easily forgotten? His pride forbade him from bowing to the era. Now, with yet another formidable presence akin to Luffy emerging, Moria began to feel a creeping dread. He feared that if this continued, he might truly forsake the dreams of his past, the aspirations he once shared with his fallen comrades. Even if hope seemed distant and the outcome was all but certain, there were some ties he was unwilling to sever, for they represented his final connection to those he had lost. Moria recognized that although Luffy treated him as an equal, it stemmed from Luffy's complete lack of fear, or perhaps indifference, to his inability to harness the power of the Shadow Gathering. In truth, he was merely offering Luffy his services under a pleasing guise. Yet, he felt no discontent in this arrangement. Luffy's arrival instilled a glimmer of hope within him. A hope for strength and transformation. Inspired by Luffy, he experienced an unimaginable enhancement in both the quantity and quality of his shadows, enabling him to better develop the capabilities of the Shadow Fruit. While he could endure humiliation for the sake of Perona and the others, he did not wish to retire from the world of warriors. He yearned to prove his vitality and perhaps one day to engage in a fierce battle with Luffy as an equal. Moria's imposing figure suddenly obstructed Luffy's path, blocking his assault with a wide, toothy grin, exclaiming, "Kurihihi, Mr. Luffy, allow me to test my mettle in this battle." However, Hancock's recent words to Robin had truly infuriated Luffy. His sole desire was to deliver a lesson to Hancock. The searing energy in his hands remained unwavering despite Moria's interjection. His heterochromatic eyes disregarded Moria and focused intently on the vigilant Empress as he coldly asserted, "You had better step aside, Moria, my mood is rather foul." In moments of indifference, one's genuine thoughts often emerge. In Luffy's eyes, Moria was not of sufficient caliber to participate in his confrontation with Hancock. Moria's expression shifted subtly, his teeth clenched, yet he remained rooted in place, his fists tightening, nails digging into his flesh. After a brief pause, his palm suddenly unfolded, and in a low, almost demonic tone, he implored, "Mr. Luffy, I request permission to join the fray." Upon hearing this, Luffy's mind cleared momentarily, casting a curious glance at Moria. Despite their months of interaction not fostering a deep bond, signs of camaraderie had begun to emerge. Moria's sudden use of honorifics puzzled Luffy, yet he contemplated the situation and subsequently retracted the energy he had amassed, as well as the pressure he had exerted upon Hancock. In an instant, as dawn breaks, tranquility returned to the sky, and the waves gradually calmed. The members of the Kuja pirates collectively exhaled. Even though Luffy had not applied his conqueror's haki upon them, the oppressive atmosphere had made it difficult to breathe. Casting one last indifferent glance at the Empress, Luffy chose silence in respect to Moria's request. He turned to pick up Robin, who was beside Brook, and said to Brook, "Let us take our leave," and then proceeded straight towards the rear of the ship. Oh. Upon regaining her senses, Brook hastily followed Luffy away from the scene. Perona and Absalom exchanged a fleeting glance before turning to depart as well. After all, if it were a battle initiated by Lord Moria, he would likely employ the newly created tailed beast zombies, which could spell disaster for this vicinity, nay, for the entire island. The two cast a glance at the imposing figure of the guardian crane, who remained dormant, awaiting orders, before they hurriedly exited the area. Finally, they're all gone. Moria forced a smile, though it was devoid of genuine joy. He had inexplicably intervened in Luffy's battle, a decision born of a momentary impulse. However, Luffy's attitude had ignited an unnamed fury deep within his soul. This wrath was not directed at Luffy, but rather at himself. When had the illustrious pirate, Moonlight Moria, been reduced to merely spectating others in combat? What had he been doing all these years? Since returning from the New World, his strength had not only stagnated but had diminished compared to the past. Hancock furrowed her brow as she regarded the grotesque figure before her, glancing momentarily in the direction Luffy had departed. Luffy's sudden display of Conqueror's haki had indeed taken her by surprise, catching her off guard. Just as she prepared to retaliate, he withdrew his haki and turned to leave. In that instant, Hancock felt a profound insult. No man had ever dared to disregard her in such a manner. Unforgivable. Sonda Sonia, Marigold. You two handle him. I shall make that boy regret his earlier demeanor. Hancock suddenly lifted her head, disregarding Moria entirely, and sprinted towards the direction where Luffy had vanished. Yes, sister. Boom. Before Sonda Sonia and Marigold could initiate their transformations, an enormous claw suddenly descended before the three of them. Moria stood atop the guardian crane. His visage twisted with malice as he bellowed, "You, do not underestimate others." Roar. The guardian crane abruptly reared up, extending over 1,000 meters, gazing down upon the Kuja pirates, who appeared as mere ants, and lifted a massive foot, intent on crushing them. What a troublesome creature. Gazing at the towering monstrosity that reached into the clouds, Hancock's eyes flickered with impatience as she murmured. She realized that this creature was not simply a faade of size, under the control of that repugnant man. Sonda Sonia and Marigold alone would not suffice to counter it. Perfume femur. Hancock's graceful form soared upward, her long, alabaster legs lifted high, enveloped in a layer of dark haki, colliding fiercely with the descending foot of the guardian crane. Boom. Two immense forces collided, producing a deafening roar that surged outward like a tempest. Under the tremendous power of Hancock, Shoha nearly toppled backward, stumbling a few awkward steps before raising a cloud of dust from the ground. The very spot where Hancock had just kicked began to slowly petrify. Fortunately, Shoa's feet spanned several hundred meters. That modest area of petrification was akin to a mere callus beneath the feet of an ordinary person, hardly worth concern. After this confrontation, Hancock descended from the sky, slightly out of breath, and without a glance back, declared, "Damn it. You too. Take the others and leave. Do not obstruct us here." Given the circumstances, Hancock had no choice but to defeat Moria and this colossal creature before seeking out that insolent man. Hancock's two sisters, recognizing their inability to assist in this battle, quickly gathered the members of the Kuja tribe and hastily retreated to the port from whence they came. Little one, you wouldn't be thinking of fleeing, would you? Moria's confidence surged, bolstered by Shoa's might. After just one confrontation, his arrogance compelled him to taunt once more. TCH. The Empress disdainfully regarded the lofty Moria, noting that had it not been for the interference of the Kuja pirates, she could have effortlessly evaded Shoa's onslaught. With Shoa's clumsy speed, the notion of catching her was utterly fantastical. Damn brat. Moria, feeling his pride wounded by Hancock's apparent disregard, issued a command to Shoha. Crush her. Roaring in compliance, the zombie Shoha lifted its massive foot and aimed to stamp down on Hancock. However, with a slight bend, Hancock summoned her strength in her elegant legs. Despite the lack of any apparent technique, her speed surpassed that of many users of the shave technique. In a graceful spin, she deftly evaded Shoa's attack. With another swift movement, the Empress leapt onto Shoha's foot, treading upon its stitched surface as she dashed towards Moria, each step creating a deep indentation upon Shoha's body. In mere seconds, Hancock had ascended to the summit of Shoha, towering over 1,000 meters high. Damn. Moria's forehead beaded with cold sweat upon witnessing how effortlessly Hancock approached him. Sweet wind. Without hesitation, Hancock formed a heart shape with her hands atop Shoa's head, and a peculiar wave emanated from her palms, surging towards Moria. Suddenly, he felt a disorienting sensation wash over him, and he inwardly muttered, "Not good." As the energy fluctuations drew ever closer, the Shadow Warrior was unleashed at an unprecedented speed. Suddenly, Moria appeared between the feet of the Guardian Crane. The shadow of Moria, perched atop the Guardian Crane, remained unaffected by the sweet, gentle winds, revealing a sinister grin as it mockingly gazed at Hancock, gradually morphing into Moria's true form. Truly deserving of being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he certainly possesses remarkable skills. The earlier swift assault left Moria barely able to react, narrowly escaping danger. However, now that he was prepared, fear was no longer a companion. Hush. Hancock let out a long sigh, realizing that her rapid attempt to dispatch Moria had significantly drained her stamina. It dawned on her that this devilishly unattractive man was far more complex than she had initially perceived. Chapter 108, Empress Versus. Moria he. Unaware of the unpleasantness of his own laughter, Moria cackled uncontrollably. A shadow of dark purple slowly extended from beneath Moria's feet, shielding him from the recent offensive. It was evident that the Empress was a formidable practitioner of comprehensive martial arts, her devil fruit ability serving primarily as an auxiliary force. Given this, the battle-hardened Moria naturally opted for a strategy that favored him. Go forth, Shadow Mage. Shadow Spear. Moria, baring his fangs like a devil abducting a princess, mercilessly commanded his shadow clone to launch a powerful strike against Hancock. The Shadow Mage, created from the Shadow Fruit, possessed equal strength to Moria while boasting significantly superior speed and uncanny adaptability. Upon Moria's command, the Shadow Mage surged forward at high velocity towards the Empress, its form becoming increasingly distorted, limbs moving in disarray. The upper body grotesquely arched backward, the raised arm instantaneously transforming into a pitch-black spear, slicing through the air like a bolt of purple lightning, aimed directly at the Empress's sapphire-like eyes, oblivious to the concept of cherishing beauty. Cursed man. Having been resisted by 2 men in a single day, Hancock, accustomed to being the center of attention, felt deeply wounded, enraged by the sudden assault. Hancock did not flinch or evade, her delicate hand extended, and the hockey of armament instantly enveloped her. Although Moria's attack was swift, in the eyes of the Empress, no. Beneath her observation hockey, it was utterly transparent, the trajectory of the assault completely within her grasp. Crash. A tremendous wave of sound surged forth from Showa's head, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. The clash between the Shadow Mage's spear and Hancock's arm produced a metallic cacophony, sparks dancing between Hancock's palm and the Shadow Spear, indicating that their struggle was far from over. From the moment the battle commenced, Showa received orders and, as if in a stupor, stood frozen in place. Keihiki. Shadow Spear, rapid thrusts. Moria observed the stalemate between the Shadow Mage and the Empress with growing excitement. Those who specialize in fruit abilities possess a distinct advantage. Their attacks boast greater range, enhanced flexibility, and a plethora of techniques. For a brief moment, the Shadow Mage, locked in combat with the Empress, shifted form in an instant, unleashing a barrage of erratic thrusts from every part of his body. The speed so great that it rippled through the air with a series of piercing sounds. Clang, clang, clang. In a flash of dark light, countless erratic thrusts struck the Empress like resonant metal. Damn it! The sudden shift tightened Hancock's chest, her form as light as a feather, deftly evading the relentless shadow assaults. Yet, the Shadow Mage's attack range was overwhelming. Ultimately, she was compelled to manifest a layer of hockey as a protective shield, successfully blocking all of Moria's onslaught. The Empress's elegant purple gown was utterly torn to shreds during Moria's assault, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to her form. Sister, Your Majesty, the members of the Kuja pirates, witnessing their once dominant queen in such disarray, cried out in alarm. However, their limited strength rendered them unable to approach, and even Showa dared not intervene, let alone assist Hancock. Humph. The Empress executed a graceful backflip, narrowly avoiding Moria's subsequent strikes. She swiftly grasped her cloak, shielding her delicate form from view. Unforgivable. Hancock's voice lowered, a roar escaping her lips. A fierce fire ignited in her sapphire-like eyes, her expression transforming dramatically. Her hair billowed unnaturally in the air, her body emanating an aura of latent power. The Conqueror's hockey surged forth like a raging tempest towards Moria. Yet, Moria was prepared, in the past. He had faced many with kingly presence. In an instant, the Shadow Mage retreated from the battlefield, absorbing the Empress's oppressive aura into his very being. This time, however, the Shadow Mage did not transform into the shadow beneath Moria's feet. Instead, it became an energy from a different dimension, enveloping Moria's mind in protection, battling against the mental pressure of the Conqueror's hockey within him. The clouds above were scattered by the Empress's formidable presence, yet Moria appeared unfazed, chuckling mockingly, Keihiki. Little girl, even Conqueror's hockey comes in tears. You indeed are the feeblest user of Conqueror's hockey I have ever encountered. Hihihi. Hancock, however, chose to remain silent, her demeanor devoid of the previous aloofness, replaced by a flicker of anxiety. To her astonishment, Moria exhibited an array of formidable tactics. Coupled with the undeniable superiority of Luffy's status, she began to regret her decision to set foot on this island. Bending gracefully, her elongated legs pressed down upon the head of the guardian crane, creating a series of indentations as she surged towards Moria. A sense of foreboding gnawed at her. A swift resolution was essential to prevent this chaotic battle from dragging on. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki gradually dissipated as the Empress advanced. Moria, gazing at the approaching figure of the Empress, widened his eyes, the whites of his eyes slightly bulging. The cold blood that had long lain dormant began to simmer once more. He had done it, charging forward with the same reckless fervor as he had 20 years prior. An ardor that had driven his comrades away. His hand, adorned with jagged spikes, opened, a dark, mysterious essence emerging. Silent tears streamed down Moria's face. A testament to the passage of time. It had indeed been far too long. The chilling aura of armament haki gradually enveloped his entire arm. It had been ages since he had felt the urge to engage in combat. It was time for a long-awaited battle. Shadow possession. A dark violet glow enveloped Moria's body. Fleeting and elusive, easily mistaken for a mere trick of the eye. Harnessing the powers of his devil fruit, he absorbed his own shadow, magnificently doubling his strength. This was an ability he had developed shortly after acquiring the shadow fruit, his reliance during his ventures in the Grand Line. Yet, since entering the New World, his physique had ceased to be his greatest asset, and this technique had been shelved as he turned to more cunning methods of attack. Time had flown by, and to his surprise, after such a long interval, he found himself rekindling the spirit to swing his fists. Let us commence anew. Moria's expression turned grave. Shedding the mocking demeanor, his pitch-black fist was aimed squarely at the advancing Empress. Fragrant feet. Boom. The clash of the giant hand and the long leg created a tempestuous wind, reverberating with a low rumble in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Two figures stood atop the head of the crane, the space between them serving as a perfect arena for their fierce confrontation. Their fists and feet clashed continuously, tracing lightning-like shadows in the air. The gleam of cold light flashed as their powers collided, sending ripples of energy cascading to the ground. Akin to the roar of a mighty dragon, echoing its fury to the world. Who would have thought that Moria possessed such formidable techniques? In the distance, Luffy and the others gazed up at the intense battle unfolding high above. Lord Moria. Roronoa clasped her hands tightly against her chest. Her expression filled with concern as she watched Moria engage in combat with the Empress. Well, how impressive indeed, Brook remarked nonchalantly, though the trembling of his skeletal hand resting on his sword betrayed his inner turmoil. The onlookers remained captivated by the fierce skirmish in the sky. In Luffy's embrace, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Luffy. Luffy lowered his head and gazed into his embrace, where Robin lay with her eyes open, looking up at him. With a smile, he said, "Ah, you're awake?" Robin, her voice was remarkably delicate, and her cheeks were faintly flushed. How do you feel? You're not injured, are you? It's all right. It was merely a moment of overwhelming mental strain, but now I have completely recovered. Is that so? Then I am relieved. As Luffy voiced his concerns, he gently assisted Robin in rising to her feet. Ah, Robin exclaimed in disappointment as Luffy unexpectedly helped her up. What's wrong? And nothing, she replied. Her spirits diminished, secretly wishing she had feigned her condition a little longer. Chapter 109, Defeat Bang. Another grand confrontation unfolded. As Moria struggled to withstand Hancock's relentless assault, the two had exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. Initially, the exhilarating clash invigorated Moria, but gradually, his physical shortcomings became increasingly apparent. A trace of haughty amusement graced the typically frosty visage of the Empress. Boom. Another kick, swift as lightning, struck Moria's hastily raised elbow. Hancock adeptly exploited her long legs, thrusting them like spears toward Moria's ample body, her attacks intensifying with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Moria shielded himself with his arms, striving to minimize the area exposed to Hancock's blows, persistently defending against her onslaught, his armed haki enveloping half of his body, leaving no room for complacency. However, a prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. As Hancock's dazzling barrage continued, Moria's stamina rapidly waned, and he found it increasingly difficult to fend off her strikes. Utilizing the momentum from one of Hancock's flying kicks, Moria leaped back, creating distance between them. Once steadied, he began to gasp for breath, replenishing the oxygen his body desperately craved. The passage of years had caused his physique to steadily decline. He was no longer the maritime overlord of his youth. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience accumulated over the years, he might have already succumbed to Hancock's prowess. Yet, as he gazed at Hancock, whose brow was merely dampened with sweat and whose breath remained composed. He realized that without resorting to alternative tactics, his defeat was almost inevitable. Casting a glance at the fallen Sea King zombies, he could not fathom that. Even with the power of 100 Sea King shadows, he would struggle against a mere girl. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Moria shook his head internally, thinking, perhaps it's best to refrain. Those shadows belonged to Mr. Luffy. Indeed, he no longer regarded those shadows as his own. At this juncture, he yearned not to rely on anyone else. In his renewed resolve, he sought to ascend to the pinnacle once more through his own strength. What is the matter? Are you surrendering? Hancock exhaled deeply, slightly raising her chin and casting her gaze downward. Despite Moria's towering height, which was more than 3 times her own, she maintained an air of disdain, looking down at him as she spoke. Even at this moment, she still had reserves of strength, for she understood that her true adversary was not the grotesque giant before her. A fleeting glance toward Luffy revealed a hint of bitterness on Hancock's face. Though it vanished almost instantly, her eyes still brimming with determination. Seemingly perceiving Hancock's thoughts, Moria straightened up, genuinely towering over her, and chuckled, hee hee. If your power is limited to this, you could never hope to defeat Mr. Luffy. Before he could finish his sentence, Moria suddenly swung his colossal fist toward Hancock, attempting to catch her off guard. You best consider how to surpass me first. Boom. The Empress raised her leg to block Moria's hammer-like fist, the force of it pressing her slightly into the flesh of the Sea King. Yet, she remained cold and proud. A disdainful expression on her face as she replied, your words hold some truth. Very well, let us begin with you lying here. As soon as the words left her lips, Hancock swiftly lowered her stance, and in the blink of an eye, she had crouched before Moria. Bang! Her speed was like lightning, leaving Moria unable to react. Seizing the opportunity, Hancock unleashed a powerful kick, sending Moria soaring into the air. Cough! Moria felt a metallic taste in his throat, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips and scattering through the air. Hancock, however, offered him no respite. She leapt onto the head of the Sea King, crushing its skull with her weight. In an instant, she soared into the sky, rapidly pursuing Moria's figure. The top of the Sea King's head, already riddled with craters, was further shattered, losing a third of its skull. Yet, this was not the end. Moria is about to lose, Luffy remarked, his expression a mixture of emotions as he watched Moria, helplessly kicked into the air. Even from a distance, Luffy sensed the sudden surge of fighting spirit emanating from Moria. It was somewhat regrettable to see him lose in such a manner. He murmured softly, am I being influenced by the fervor of the old man? What? Perona exclaimed in shock at Luffy's earlier words, then urgently pleaded, Luffy-sama. Luffy-sama. Please save Moria-sama. Rest assured, Moria is not so easily defeated. He will only sustain some injuries, Luffy reassured her. Luffy comforted Perona, while Absalom cast a fleeting glance at the two before returning his gaze to the battlefield. His eyes glistening with moisture as he spoke in a despondent tone, as Lord Moria, lost once more? Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Moria, gritting his teeth against the pain, sensed Hancock's relentless pursuit and realized the gravity of his situation. In an instant, a shadowy figure darted from Moria's body, soaring through the air and landing on the ground. Shadow Master, Shadow Warrior, you stand no chance now. Before Moria could unleash his powers, Hancock, a vision of elegance, gracefully ascended to his side in the sky. Fragrant leg, her long, fair legs lifted high. Yet the layer of dark haki that enveloped them marred their beauty, albeit adding a touch of valor. Before Moria could switch places with his shadow clone, her long legs lashed out like whips, slicing through the air with a flash of pink lightning, forcefully striking Moria in the abdomen. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The force surged through Moria's flesh and organs, crashing into his spine like a tidal wave. The horrifying strength instantaneously shattered his bones. Cough! Moria's mouth fell agape in shock. His eyes bulging and dimming as blood gushed forth, propelled by the tremendous force towards the unsuspecting guard. Boom! The guard, commanded to remain still, was struck down by the falling Moria. The guard roared uncontrollably, the unleashed power manifesting perfectly upon him, as his robust muscles fractured inch by inch, the sutured skin tearing apart completely. Roar! The colossal figure, over 1,000 meters long, was utterly devastated by Hancock's formidable impact, collapsing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust that engulfed a significant portion of the island. Poor guard, who had yet to make a name for himself in battle, became Moria's most steadfast cushion. With his body shattered, the shadow, now unbound by Moria, soared back to the castle, landing upon the unconscious giant sea creature. Amidst the remnants of flesh, Moriya's form lay contorted, his formerly rotund belly vanished, leaving behind a ghastly indentation. His eyes widened, devoid of life, while blood continued to trickle from the corners of his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lord Moriya. Ignoring Robin's pleas, Perona flew directly towards the unconscious Moriya. Luffy and his companions hurriedly arrived. Hancock landed, breathless and drenched in sweat. The myriad of Moriya's tactics instilled a sense of dread within her. She realized that if this stalemate continued, even if she emerged victorious, she would be left with insufficient strength to confront that wretched man. Thus, she resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, before Moriya was prepared to unleash his full power. She would not engage in a war of attrition but instead unleash all her might in a single, decisive strike. Had Moriya successfully exchanged places with the Shadow just moments ago, evading her desperate attack, the ultimate victor of this confrontation could very well have been uncertain. Fortunately, Hancock triumphed. Yet she refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Moriya. She was acutely aware that, regardless of her eventual victory, she might lack the strength to leave this place. Moreover, the 9 snake pirates were still present. The strength of that woman, although insignificant to her, could prove formidable for the rest of the crew. Furthermore, the 9 snake pirates had only recently emerged from a fierce battle, while their adversary had sustained no losses, a thought that genuinely troubled Hancock. After a moment of contemplation, Hancock managed to catch her breath, her stamina gradually replenishing. Sensing something, she abruptly lifted her gaze to see Luffy and his companions emerging slowly from the island's depths. The flames of pride and fury rekindled within her. She endeavored to steady her breath, ensuring her voice did not betray her fatigue. With a disdainful glance directed at Luffy, she coldly proclaimed, "You shall be next." Chapter 110. The Elixir of Life. Casting a fleeting glance at the Empress, Luffy chose to disregard her once more. Striding directly toward the unconscious Moriya amidst the ruins, Luffy's reaction only served to further infuriate the Empress. However, she too found herself in need of time to replenish her strength, thus refraining from provoking Luffy any further. Lord Moriya. Lord Moriya. Beside Moriya, Perona cried out incessantly, her voice thick with anguish. Yet, as a mere spirit, she was incapable of shedding tears. Her mouth agape, she trembled in a peculiar manner, her expression a bizarre amalgamation of emotions. Calmly, Luffy approached Moriya, passing through the ethereal figure of Perona before gently crouching down beside him. He remained unperturbed, for he was aware that Moriya still clung to life. This was not solely due to his observation haki, which allowed him to perceive Moriya's heartbeat, but also because he discerned that the Empress was deliberately directing Moriya towards the Guardian Crane, whether her intention was to afford Moriya a chance for a soft landing, thereby preserving his life, or to eliminate the Guardian Crane to prevent it from threatening the 9 snake pirates, remained an enigma to Luffy. As his consciousness traversed the void, a vial of crimson elixir materialized in Luffy's hand, a miraculous potion he had just purchased from the marketplace system, capable of restoring vitality. This small life potion promised to replenish 1,000 points of life force, applicable to all living beings, and was priced at a staggering 10,000 gold coins. Indeed, the price was not a misprint, it was 10,000 gold coins. Such an exorbitant cost for merely 1,000 points of life, approximately 1/20th of Moriya's total life force. Perhaps even less, was astounding. Yet, it was certainly sufficient to sustain Moriya's life. In truth, Luffy believed that even without the life potion, Moriya would likely survive. However, Moriya was certainly worth Luffy's investment. After all, Moriya represented a bank of sorts for Luffy, granting unlimited loans without the burden of repayment. Such an opportunity was rare. The coins spent today would yield returns many times over in the future. As Luffy administered the life potion to Moriya, the latter's injuries began to mend gradually, and his once sunken belly slowly swelled. It seems I may have inadvertently inflated Moriya's belly, Luffy whimsically mocked in his heart. As he observed Moriya's injuries miraculously healing, Perona ceased her cries, her gaze fixated on Luffy, who had possessed Moriya, her eyes wide open as if witnessing something unthinkable. Noticing Moriya remained unconscious, Luffy's eyes darted thoughtfully. After a moment, his consciousness swiftly navigated the void, purchasing 9 bottles of life potions once more. To save a life is to see it through to the end. One must deliver a Buddha to the West. Without hesitation, he decided to exchange some gold coins for Moriya's favor, as there was no immediate need for his gold. Perona, watching intently, leaned closer to Luffy, determined to inform Moriya of Luffy's deeds today, viewing it as a form of compensation for the earlier forced labor. In the pirate world, most people's thoughts are rather simplistic. Evil is evil and good is good. They operate on a principle of reciprocity. Hence, Luffy was unafraid that Moria would not appreciate his gesture. The crimson potions appeared in Luffy's hands like magic, one after another, as he fed them to Moria. In truth, the system shop offered more than just this potion for restoring health. However, using them on Moria required a greater price. For Luffy, if he needed to restore his health, he could easily purchase another item from the shop. Small life pills, restores 1,000 points of vitality, effective only for the host and companions acknowledged by the system. Priced at 1,000 gold coins. Medium life pills, restores 10,000 points of vitality, effective only for the host and companions acknowledged by the system, priced at 10,000 gold coins. There are, of course, larger life pills and corresponding potions, but they are even more costly, and Luffy seldom has opportunities to use them. By the time he possesses 100,000 health points, there would likely be few in this world daring to provoke him. The relatively low price of the life pills, nearly 10,000 gold coins equating to Luffy's current life, allowed him to control them mentally within his backpack for immediate use. This can be regarded as one of Luffy's assurances for his reckless adventures. Otherwise, with his current health, a single misstep could result in him receiving a full-force strike from 10 warlord-level foes, likely leading to his demise. This is also why Luffy often favors explosive confrontations and seeks swift resolutions. After all, his power primarily stems from the attack force granted by the X-Gloves, while his other attributes remain considerably lacking. As 9 bottles of life potions coursed into Moria's body, a surge of 10,000 vitality surged within him. His injured abdomen swelled back to its former roundness. The crooked spikes miraculously straightened and shone anew, shattered fangs began to regrow, and broken bones inexplicably reconnected, as if time itself were reversing, erasing the fissures. Apart from some wrinkles and holes, in the dust-laden clothing, Moria's appearance had entirely reverted to his pre-battle state. Luffy-sama? Beside them, Perona stared in astonishment as Moria transformed from the brink of death to his current state, incredulously inquiring of Luffy. The empty vial gradually vanished from Luffy's hand as if it had dissolved into the air. Rising to his feet, he merely offered Perona a faint smile, saying little more. Soon, Moria regained consciousness, assessed his injuries, and gazed at the white clouds above, puzzled as he asked Perona, how long have I been unconscious? His last memory was of the Empress's overwhelming strike crashing upon him like a cataclysm, leading him to recognize his defeat. Awakening now, he presumed a considerable amount of time had elapsed. What? Perona was taken aback by Moria's question but quickly responded, Lord Moria, you have been unconscious. For about 5 minutes, I suppose. Moria looked at Perona in confusion, feeling his injuries anew. Indeed, there was still pain where he had been struck. Could it be that the woman merely put on a grand display? No. The sensation of pain from the blow was undeniably real. All right, Moria, you should be able to stand now. A voice interrupted his thoughts as Luffy approached the Empress. Chapter 111. The battle against Hancock. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar as Sandasonia and Marigold led the members of the Kuja tribe swiftly to Hancock's side. Despite being a group of young women, their footsteps resonated with more power than many armies. Sister. Sandasonia reached Hancock's side, surveying her injuries while softly inquiring. However, the Empress paid her no mind, her eyes wide as she watched Moria slowly rise. That recent blow had struck him directly, and Hancock was certain Moria had been left in a state of near death. Yet now, as he stood, he bore only minor injuries, without a single visible serious wound. Even the proud Empress momentarily faltered in her composure. Damn it, how is this possible? The Empress's eyes trembled, her lips clenched tightly, as though struck by a bolt from the blue, unable to believe the sight of Luffy advancing toward her. Could he be a healer? A rare fruit user capable of standing alongside the mythical Zoan types. Sister? As Marigold called out once more, sensing the Empress's lack of response to her sister's cries. She whispered softly, hush. The sound of her voice brought the Empress back to reality, prompting a gentle sigh. Turning, she received a long gown from Sandasonia, casting aside the cloak that enveloped her form. In a swift motion, before the cloak could touch the ground, a regal and dignified queen's gown adorned Hancock's figure. At this juncture, the impending conflict was unavoidable, whether it involved one adversary, two, or a multitude. Her pride would not allow retreat, regardless of whether her opponents were human, ghost, deity, or demon. They must yield to her allure. For she was Boa Hancock, the pirate empress. Yet, even the mightiest possessed their vulnerabilities and reservations. Glancing at the members of the Kuja pirates, who were still mesmerized by her recent display of charm, a flicker of unusual light danced in Hancock's unwavering, proud eyes. Sandasonia, the cold empress suddenly declared, now, I command you to lead the Kuja pirates away from this island. Habitually entranced by her sister's beauty, Sandasonia promptly responded, yes, Your Highness. Moreover, if within 3 days I have not sent Sarum to find you, Sandasonia, you shall become the new king of the Kuja tribe. Sarum, a serpent intimately close to the empress, was diminutive in stature yet possessed astonishing strength. Before the echoes of her command faded, clarity returned to the crowd. What? Hancock's words struck like a thunderclap, awakening the Kuja pirates from their enchantment. They stared in astonishment at their empress, the realization dawning upon them as they pieced together her statements. Their sovereign, it seemed, did not possess the assurance of survival from this island. Wait, Your Highness, we shall fight alongside you. Sandasonia, regaining her senses, seized her weapon, enveloping it in haki, and proclaimed resolutely. Mary Galad mirrored her actions, her determined gaze conveying unspoken understanding. The other pirates also armed themselves, united in their resolve. A young member of the Kuja pirates, concerned for Hancock's safety, suddenly exclaimed, Empress, if defeat seems imminent, you should escape first. We will. Silence. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from the empress, interrupting the words of the female warrior. Although she did not employ any conqueror's haki, the atmosphere became chilling for all present. The words of the female pirate stirred Hancock's brow. Her innate pride would never allow her to resort to the cowardice of fleeing. Anger adorned Hancock's visage with an exquisite coldness. Her regal presence reflected in the eyes of the onlookers, noble, aloof, and indomitable. With a subtle flick of her hair, Hancock activated the secondary ability of the sweet fruit, instantly transforming the eyes of the 9 snake warriors into pink hearts. There was no remedy. It was all Hancock's fault for being so breathtakingly beautiful. The powers of the devil fruit surged forth, rendering those captivated by Hancock's charm unable to refuse any of her commands. Now, return to the ship and leave this place, commanded the resplendent Hancock, embodying an ethereal grace with her commanding presence and defiant gaze. Yes, Your Highness. Yes, Lady Empress. The warriors, ensnared by the allure of the earthly goddess Hancock, became like puppets, entirely devoid of their rationality and independent thought. Under Hancock's directive, they gradually withdrew from the battlefield, making their way to the port. Luffy and his companions observed silently, refraining from obstructing the 9 snake warriors' exit. It must be said, in that fleeting moment, Hancock's charm was fully unleashed. She appeared as if enchanted, exuding an unparalleled dominance while being extraordinarily beautiful. Even Luffy felt a momentary reluctance to act, and Moria nearly fell under her spell. As for the others, Luffy glanced at Absalom, who had succumbed to his conqueror's haki, and shook his head in exasperation. It was truly embarrassing. While others awakened from a mere gentle strike, Absalom remained completely enraptured by Hancock's beauty. It was likely that even without the mental allure of the sweet fruit, he would still follow Hancock like a devoted admirer, obedient to her every command. He. You should have run with them. For reasons unknown, Moria, who originally intended to leave the battlefield to Luffy, suddenly addressed Hancock. Yet, his tone bore a hint of complexity, a blend of admiration and disbelief. Defeated foes have no right to speak to me. The Empress remains imposing, utterly disregarding Moria. She has never deemed any man worthy, let alone one who has suffered a humiliating defeat at her hands. Strangely, Moria exhibits no sign of anger. He casts a complex glance at Hancock before turning to leave. If only I had been more rational back then, perhaps you would not have perished. As the arena dwindled to just Luffy and Hancock, Luffy ground the flesh and blood-soaked earth beneath his feet and spoke to Hancock with a casual tone. So, you intend to exchange your life for theirs? Upon hearing Luffy's words, 2 veins throbbed visibly at Hancock's temples, her inner fury ignited like a blazing flame in her eyes. Yet her tone remained eerily calm. You cannot possibly believe that I am afraid of you, can you? Although Hancock anticipated danger today, she never considered the possibility of being bested by Luffy. Gazing at the figure before her, whose expression remained composed and who appeared to have no regard for her beauty, her anger swelled further. An overwhelming aura erupted from her, her conqueror's haki transforming into a potent assault aimed at Luffy. Simultaneously, it swept through the air like an unexpected tempest, scattering the grotesque remnants of flesh and blood from the ground, as if to cleanse the surroundings of all impurities. How could the venue of the Empress be so sullied? As for the announcement of the upcoming chapters, I find myself bereft of time to elaborate. Today, I strive diligently to pin several chapters, unaware that launching a series entails a surge of updates. The initial subscription is evidently tied to recommendations. How vexing. Regarding the chapters that have been censored, chapters 161 and 207 have been blocked and cannot be altered at this time. Friends may join the group chat at number 534403868, where the files for chapter 112, Heart's Dread, are available. The air is filled with a continuous tearing sound, as if the very fabric of space were fracturing. A colossal aura emanates from Luffy's being, intertwining with the Empress's might, releasing unparalleled power. In the distance, Brook and others stand aghast, witnessing the clash of these titans wielding Conqueror's haki. The air currents begin to move in a rhythmic pattern, emanating from the epicenter of Luffy and the Empress, gradually rippling outward like waves. Black lightning seems to flicker across the ground, darting and howling. Stones are sent flying, the earth shatters, and dust clouds envelop the two figures. The two terrifying auras clash in the air, on the ground, and within their gazes, reminiscent of two dragons spiraling in the sky, issuing mighty roars. Is this a contest of mental prowess? To speak candidly, Luffy possesses only this aspect. He has never truly feared Hancock. After all, he embodies the culmination of all mental growth and the systematic attributes calculated until the age of 17, endowed with multifaceted enhancements. Regardless of physical endurance, strength, or agility, he has methods to train in each area. However, Luffy's data-driven physique is considerably limited when faced with genuine power. Relying solely on physical prowess may render him an inadequate opponent. The only exception lies in the realm of spirit. In the world of pirates, there exists no method to cultivate or amplify it. It is intangible, growing solely alongside an individual's development. In contrast, Luffy can draw upon the strength of his companions, receiving substantial spiritual augmentation. It can be asserted that spirit is currently the sole attribute of which Luffy takes pride. A resonating hum filled the air, its frequency escalating, gradually manifesting into slicing currents of wind, transforming into streaks of black light that ravage the earth beneath, causing it to convulse and suffer. The Empress's brow furrowed, beads of perspiration beginning to glisten on her forehead, trickling down her chin to her chest. This marked her first encounter with an opponent possessing Conqueror's haki, and she was taken aback to find herself subdued in this clash of wills. An invisible yet formidable energy pressed inexorably toward the Empress. Luffy raised his head, his tightly sealed lips resembling a shadow that cloaked his visage, leaving only his piercing gaze to fixate upon the Empress. A chill emanated from his eyes, sharp as a blade, penetrating her form with icy intensity. The air crackled with tension, swirling dust dispersing like a veil of smoke that isolated Luffy and the Empress from the outside world. Both were rendered blind, unable to discern one another's positions. Confronted with an unprecedented mental strain, the typically proud Empress recognized her predicament, acknowledging that her haki fell short of Luffy's. Yet what of it? Since charm could not ensnare him, and her haki could not prevail, only the language of fist remained. Suddenly, Luffy sensed a reduction in Hancock's resistance before he could react. With unwavering determination against the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki, Hancock charged towards Luffy, her silky hair trailing like a long shadow amidst the dust and chaos. In the blink of an eye, she was at Luffy's side. With a fragrant kick, before Luffy could fully discern Hancock's figure, a slender, fair leg appeared in his peripheral vision. Bang! Boom! A decisive strike. Luffy, whose speed and strength paled in comparison to Hancock's, was forcefully kicked away, carving a deep trench into the ground. Everything transpired so abruptly that Luffy was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Luffy gradually rose from the chasm, shaking off the dust that clung to him. He coughed lightly twice, expelling the mud from his mouth. In the instant he was struck, his Conqueror's haki slipped from his grasp, dissipating entirely into the air. The once electrifying atmosphere suddenly returned to tranquility, resembling the surface of a waterlogged land after rain, where only the faint haze of dust lingered, leaving behind a scarred terrain. Truly formidable, the Pirate Empress. Luffy brushed off his sleeves and glanced at his health bar, murmuring softly. Health points, 1, 133, 016, 500. What an impressive woman. Enduring the spiritual damage of Conqueror's haki to deliver a blow with an attack power of 5,000, which took a third of Luffy's health. This power exceeded 3 times that of Moria in normal conditions. It is no wonder she is one of the 7 warlords, possessing exceptional prowess. Secretly, He consumed 5 small life potions he had prepared, restoring his health to nearly full. With over 50,000 gold coins remaining, he was well equipped to face the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, the Empress, having delivered her strike, suddenly knelt on one knee, gasping deeply for breath. Sweat began to bead and trickle from her smooth skin, soaking through her gown and clinging tightly to her form. She was not unscathed. In the moment she unleashed her attack, she had nearly borne the full weight of Luffy's conqueror's haki. With Luffy's current mental attributes, it was effortless for him to overwhelm those with bounties in the tens of millions. The pressure that Hancock had endured not only inflicted significant mental damage, but also left her with an odd sensation, weakness in her legs and a heart that raced incessantly. What a lesson this has been for me. A voice suddenly emerged from the swirling dust, deep and measured, surprising anyone who would attribute it to a young man. Hancock widened her eyes, gritting her teeth as she gazed at the steady figure within the haze, her hands digging deeply into the earth, reflecting her disbelief. That strike was indeed not her full power, yet Luffy emerged unscathed, a reality hard for her to accept. She had nearly brought the giant onion-headed man to death with a similar blow. Is the disparity truly this vast? The typically defiant Empress felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Luffy's feet pressed into the soft earth as he approached Hancock, his tone devoid of embellishment as he remarked, "This is the first time I've learned that there exists such a method to counter the Conqueror's haki. I shall not err in this regard again." Observing the weary Empress kneeling before him, Luffy found himself momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he uttered not a word. In his earlier days, Luffy had held a fondness for Hancock, particularly the version portrayed in the original narrative. Her unwavering love for him, coupled with her whimsical dreams of marrying him, had endeared her to him. Alas, dreams are but illusions. It was only upon encountering the real Hancock that he realized he had long since transformed from the person he once was. Raising his right arm, an immense surge of energy coalesced into an orange blaze, illuminating Hancock's visage like a beacon. Under the glow, she was indeed a vision of beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy's eyes had morphed into striking heterochromia. His expression remained tranquil, devoid of any emotion, as if he were gazing upon an ordinary stone rather than a living being. The fervent flames intensified, akin to a dazzling sun, emanating boundless warmth. The fire was aimed at Hancock, who bore an expression of alarm. Witnessing the helplessness etched on the Empress's face, Luffy, driven by past sentiments, could not help but offer a word of reassurance. "Fear not. I shall not take your life. Fear not. I shall not kill you." The sound of his heartbeat surged abruptly. "Fear not. I shall not." Thump. "Fear not." Thump. Luffy's every utterance pierced deeply into Hancock's heart like a myriad of sharp blades. Each word resonated within her, akin to a potent stimulant, causing her heart to thump vigorously. What was happening to her? What was this sensation? Thud. 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 No, this was not her. Something was amiss. Hancock's previously unfocused gaze suddenly solidified. Her pale blue eyes regained their former clarity, calm and unafraid, as she stared directly into Luffy's eyes, undeterred by the formidable power coalescing in his grasp. Luffy was taken aback by Hancock's sudden transformation, shattering the tranquility that existed between their contrasting pupils. In an unguarded moment, Hancock unexpectedly uncovered a truth that even Luffy himself was unaware of. Luffy's Conqueror's haki is evolving. It remains uncertain whether this phenomenon is a result of his heightened mental prowess or an innate special potential within him. However, after being enveloped by Luffy's formidable haki, she found herself affected mentally, succumbing to the illusion that the person before her was insurmountable. Under the elegant drapery of her cheongsam, Hancock appeared even more enchanting. With a captivating grace, she slowly rose, yet she refrained from mentioning the embarrassing predicament she had just experienced. Instead, she resumed her haughty demeanor and disdainfully addressed Luffy, declaring, "Foolish man, you have squandered your best opportunity to defeat me." Chapter 113, Defeating Hancock, the Inferno of Flames. Heavy artillery fire. Although Luffy was bewildered by Hancock's sudden and nonsensical remarks, the current state of affairs left little room for contemplation. Luffy possesses a certain level of self-awareness. The disparity in fundamental capabilities is several-fold. Should he not rely on unexpected offensive maneuvers to seize the initiative, it is quite possible that he would be thoroughly subdued by Hancock. A surge of intense fiery pressure was instantaneously unleashed from Luffy's hand, as an orange fireball, akin to a radiant rainbow, streaked through the air, leaving a long tail in its wake. Luffy's speed may indeed pale in comparison to that of the Empress. Yet the velocity of the flame of justice is not something just anyone can match. The flame projectiles hurtle towards Hancock with the swiftness akin to that of a comet. Growing larger in her sight, a fierce wave of energy radiates from the fiery shells, spreading outward like a tide. Even the typically proud Hancock recognizes that this is not the moment for bravado. Armament hockey envelopes her ankles in an instant, amplifying the explosive power of her legs. Her slender legs strike the ground with great force, and she begins to alternate her steps incessantly, her figure a mere wisp as she vanishes from sight. Having already sprinted beyond 100 meters in the blink of an eye, boom, the fiery projectile crashes into the ground, instantly sending dust and debris soaring. Flames leaping skyward as a tremendous explosive force surges from the earth, radiating outward with the intent to engulf all in its path. The battlefield becomes awash in flames, greedily consuming the surrounding air. Luffy furrowed his brow, and upon witnessing Hancock's astonishing speed, he immediately extended both hands, palms raised, with all 10 fingers pointed towards her direction. Flame bullets. The sharp sounds erupted in a rapid succession, akin to the piercing wails produced by boiling water in an old-fashioned kettle. 10 small orbs of fiery energy shot forth at an astonishing velocity, effectively sealing off Hancock's retreat. From a distance, one could only perceive a stream of fire rushing towards her, while Hancock beheld 10 strands of searing flames intertwining, menacingly hurtling towards her. Realizing there was no escape, Hancock boldly lifted her long skirt, her fragrant foot sweeping across the ground in an instant, and a peach-pink aura coalesced in the wake of her elegant leg, forming an unusual barrier. Alas, the relentless flames of pure energy showed no mercy. They merely hesitated momentarily upon encountering the exquisite peach-pink shield. Boom! The first fiery projectile struck the barrier, erupting and creating a small breach, followed swiftly by the second. Boom! 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 The explosions resonated continuously, with red and pink lights illuminating the air like resplendent fireworks, dazzling and overwhelming. The surging heat wave forced Hancock to retreat 3 steps, yet she ultimately managed to deflect this swift assault with grace. As the fiery mist dissipated, 2 smudges of ash adorned Hancock's lovely face. Yet they did nothing to diminish her beauty, rather, they accentuated her lively charm. Remaining defensive was never the proud empress's style. Seizing the moment while the smoke still lingered, Hancock delicately touched her alluring lips, conjuring a massive pink heart-shaped substance reminiscent of gelatin. Holding the heart in one hand, she drew it back like a bowstring. Cupid's arrow, fire at will. With a low growl from Hancock, the heart suddenly swelled to an immense size, pulsating with an irresistible energy that exuded a tantalizing allure. At that moment, had anyone stood beside Hancock, they would have likely found themselves petrified, not by any action of hers, but by the overwhelming energy radiating from the heart. Hancock tugged at the enormous heart with great force. Amidst the swirling smoke, Luffy cautiously waved his arm, the flickering flames within his gauntlet casting a radiant glow, dispersing the surrounding dust and haze. As his vision cleared, Luffy suddenly felt a chill above him and quickly glanced upward, his calm demeanor betraying a hint of surprise. Above him, a veritable storm of thousands of pink arrows filled the sky, their sharp tips ominously directed downward towards Luffy. Each arrow carried a power that seemed to slice through the air, relentlessly hurtling towards him. The heart-shaped tips of the arrows possessed an enigmatic fruitability. Upon the slightest contact with any object, they would instantaneously unleash their petrifying effects. Though Luffy was uncertain if his digitized body would succumb to petrification, he had no inclination to test that theory. Faced with this indiscriminate assault that had silently approached him, Luffy suddenly diminished his presence, his pupils reverting to a deep black, and his tousled hair no longer fluttered. He became an embodiment of tranquility, his obsidian gaze fixed on the arrows hurtling towards his face, and calmly extended his hands to shield himself. 0-point breakthrough. In a harmonious convergence of serene words, composed expressions, and tranquil actions, an extraordinary force was born. Crack, crackle. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3, 10, 100, 1,000. A layer of ice manifested in the sky, encapsulating the arrows one by one in a frozen embrace. Bathed in sunlight, they shimmered with a spectrum of colors, resembling exquisite works of art. The arrows, rendered powerless beneath the icy flames, cascaded to the ground, producing a cacophony of sound. Before long, a thick wall of ice had formed before Luffy. Hancock, having expended much of her strength to unleash 1,000 arrows imbued with special and mysterious energy, watched as Luffy effortlessly neutralized her assault. Yet, This was far from the end. For Hancock, it was merely the beginning. Although Luffy's display had somewhat unsettled her, it would not deter her from stealthily concealing herself within the smoke, her form moving with astonishing speed. Boom! Her slender legs resembled a sharp arrow, suddenly transforming in midair into a gleaming flash, swift as lightning. Her ethereal figure eluded capture, leaving observers bewildered. With all his attention focused on the myriad of arrows before him, Luffy had no surplus energy to regard what lay behind. In a fleeting moment, Hancock seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick infused with fragrant allure to the back of Luffy's neck. The unexpected force rendered Luffy weightless, propelling him sideways. Hancock, of course, would not squander such a prime opportunity. She sprang forward, embodying the fierce grace of a beautiful panther, her presence imbued with a predatory instinct as she lunged at Luffy. The light struggled to keep pace with her velocity, her form blurring as she moved through the air, leaving only a thunderous sound and the imprint of her landing to trace her trajectory. However, despite her meticulous calculations, she failed to account for Luffy's data-enhanced physique. While an ordinary person's neck would succumb to immediate unconsciousness under such a blow, Luffy merely experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation before regaining clarity, swiftly comprehending the situation. Under the influence of his observation haki, he sensed Hancock's rapid approach and hastily consumed several small life potions from his backpack, restoring his vitality almost to its peak, thereby averting the threat of being overwhelmed by her explosive assault. In the blink of an eye, Hancock had closed the distance, poised to unleash a barrage of attacks upon Luffy. Suddenly, an eerie chuckle escaped from Luffy's lips. Hancock's pupils dilated in alarm at such high speed. She witnessed Luffy turn his head, his expression devoid of pain, as if the earlier strike had been utterly ineffective. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hancock abruptly halted, intending to retreat, but Luffy swiftly grasped her ankle. In that moment, Hancock swore she had never felt her long, elegant legs transform into a burden. "I've got you," Luffy whispered softly, his form suddenly coming to an abrupt halt. "Let go of me." Hancock, ensnared, seemed intent on wielding her enchanting power to command Luffy. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, Luffy grinned, coldly asserting, "First, I shall cripple your speed." Hancock's agile body boasted a velocity surpassing Luffy's by nearly double, making it exceedingly difficult for him to accurately grasp her elusive figure. However, the circumstances had now shifted. The hand gripping Hancock's delicate ankle gleamed with a sudden radiance, as the sapphire shimmered under the illumination. The figures beneath the gem appeared to awaken, transforming into a colossal surge of energy that flowed into Luffy's palm. Hancock's expression shifted dramatically, her form contorted as she bent gracefully in midair, her other leg launching forcefully towards Luffy. Yet, Luffy remained undeterred, the energy within his palm converging to a critical mass. Boom! Hancock's assault erupted simultaneously with Luffy's blazing inferno. A flash of fire illuminated the scene, and a tremendous shockwave swept over both figures, energy swirling, winds howling, as the two became a singular black beam, crashing down upon the earth. The once-even terrain lay in utter devastation, riddled with ravines and craters, with several mounds of earth piled high. Luffy emerged from the pit and surveyed the gold coins. This battle had cost him nearly 20,000 coins, but thankfully, everything had settled at last. There was no denying that Hancock's speed and strength far surpassed his own, reaching at least over 3,000. Luffy could only rely on the restoration of his vitality and his data-augmented form, which did not compromise his combat efficacy, to psychologically pressure Hancock, compelling her to opt for a swift resolution to the battle, thus playing directly into Luffy's hands. He strode deliberately to the edge of the pit where Hancock was situated. There, he beheld Hancock, now seated sideways on the ground, her once elegant gown tattered, revealing her alluring physique. However, the ankle recently seized by Luffy was grotesquely disfigured, marred by a dark hue, shattering the beauty of her delicate form. "You have lost," came a soft voice. Upon hearing this, Hancock lifted her gaze. Above the ravine, Luffy raised one hand, a vast power once again converging within his palm. Chapter 114, Captive Humph. The illustrious pirate empress, reduced to defeat by an unknown individual, was a reality that Hancock, ever proud, could scarcely accept. Yet, faced with the present circumstances, she realized that her capacity for resistance was severely limited. However, the absence of options did not equate to surrender without a fight. With her legs incapacitated, she resolved to utilize her hands for movement. Suddenly, her delicate hands thrust forcefully against the ground, propelling her into the air with remarkable agility. Luffy retracted the turbulent energy that had coalesced in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that threatening her into submission was an impossibility. Initially, Luffy had no intention of resorting to violence, yet at this juncture, he found himself devoid of alternatives. The Empress in the sky maintained her stunning presence, her graceful curves captivating, unperturbed by the exposure caused by her tattered garments. The armament haki enveloped her remaining long legs, her body poised defiantly in midair. The pride of the strong can often be so obstinate. Even when faced with destruction, she would never utter the word surrender. Gazing at her graceful silhouette above, Luffy too infused his arm with armament haki, while the soft flames entwined around his elbow like a cord. A faint smile graced his lips as he assumed the most suitable stance for close combat, showing no signs of complacency despite Hancock's injuries. Although he struggled to comprehend the mindset of those who would rather die than yield, he found himself inexplicably admiring them. With a forceful, unrefined punch, he struck towards the heavens, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy, as if seeking to incinerate the void itself. The clash between his armored fist and the Empress's descending foot reverberated through the air, a colossal force erupting in an instant. The sound of their collision echoed like a deep, resonant bell in an ancient temple, resonating throughout the expanse of the world. Luffy and the Empress gritted their teeth. Their physical strength, armed haki, conqueror's haki, and the heat of the flames of softness intertwining around them in a vivid display of energy. In this moment, the fierce confrontation fractured the earth, creating a rift that extended towards the coast, stirring the tumultuous waves of the sea which crashed upon the shore, sending water surging from the fissure towards the island. Meanwhile, the other side of the rift stretched ominously towards the castle at the island's center. Should no one intervene, the castle would be obliterated by the aftermath of their battle. Tragically, it had only recently been rebuilt and was now facing an untimely calamity. High above, observing the battle, Moria, Robin, and Brook were taken aback by the sudden and rapid collapse of the ground, leaving them no time to express their astonishment. Moria hastily summoned his shadow, channeling his fruit's power towards the advancing fissure. Shadow Horn Spear. In an instant, the Shadow Mage transformed into a black and purple spear, thrusting towards the crack. However, the attack's limited range only served to divide the fissure into two, directing them towards the training ground and the side hall. Suddenly, a massive, delicate fist surged from the ground, striking the earth before one of the rifts with tremendous force. The ground caved in instantly, halting the fissure's progression. With a sigh of relief, Robin turned to face the other rift. Meanwhile, Brook unsheathed his skeletal sword, his slender figure suddenly darting towards the crack with astonishing speed, leaving behind a blur that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A cerulean flame ignited behind him. Soul Requiem, Ice Abyss. With the tip of his sword pointed towards the ground, Brook became a beacon of azure fire. In mere moments, the flames intertwined with the fissure. Boom! A towering iceberg erupted from the ground, completely freezing the rift, rendering it immobile. Ho 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 ho, Mr. Luffy, you truly are remarkable. Having secured the castle, Brook sheathed his sword into his cane and wiped his forehead, which bore no sweat, with admiration. Robin and Moria looked up, gazing at the divided heavens. The howling wind tousled Hancock's long hair, yet her figure was steadfastly anchored atop Luffy's fist. Her gaze, imbued with the authority of a sovereign, exuded an intangible pressure, arrogantly dismissing all beneath her. Yet, in her arrogance, Luffy's defiance surpassed her own. The conqueror's haki, enveloping the fist, suddenly unleashed its unparalleled might, causing the once divided world to undergo a profound transformation. Winds surged and clouds roiled, as if the very heavens were descending, obscuring all sunlight. TCH, Hancock bit her lip, her face betraying the strain as she endured the searing flames emanating from Luffy's fist while simultaneously resisting the overwhelming pressure from the cosmos. Luffy's lips curled into a smile, revealing a row of teeth, and his gaze suddenly turned fierce, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of toppling mountains. This immense presence surged forth like a torrential flood, a wave of spiritual energy crashing toward the Empress. With a powerful thrust of his fist, he charged forward with unstoppable momentum. A sudden gasp escaped Hancock as she, already injured, coughed up blood, her body propelled uncontrollably backward by the force of Luffy's tremendous punch. With a resounding thud, she fell to the ground, rolling several times. The proud expression she once bore was now replaced with a look of disarray, her hair matted with dirt, one of her long legs broken, leaving her devoid of any fighting spirit. Straining to lift her head, she gazed at Luffy, who approached her step by step. In that moment, his figure instilled in Hancock a sense of unparalleled grandeur. It was as if he were enveloped in a blazing sun, radiating a formidable power akin to that of a deity, commanding respect in every direction. How infuriating Hancock summoned her last vestiges of strength to utter 2 words from her throat. Deep down, she was acutely aware of the negative effects stemming from Luffy's conqueror's haki, yet an irresistible urge to kneel before him surged within her. In an instant, a tempest of emotions, humiliation, admiration, resentment, and submission swirled chaotically within her, leaving her heart in turmoil and her mind in disarray. Shall we cease the battle? Luffy approached the Empress step by step, a smile gracing his lips, as if the preceding events had been nothing more than a playful jest. Yet, only he was aware that, in order to sustain the standoff with Hancock, his gold coins were nearly depleted. However, Luffy glanced at Hancock, who lay prostrate on the ground, utterly defenseless, and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Reflecting on his own schemes, he found the situation undeniably worthwhile. Haha. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Hancock, feeling the weight of Luffy's peculiar chuckle and the turmoil within her mind, found her eyes beginning to moisten. Tears, a rarity over the past 2 decades, slowly trickled down her cheeks as memories of her childhood, locked away in a cage, resurfaced. Luffy, undeterred, stepped forward with the intent to bind the Empress. He suddenly noticed that, due to the intensity of the recent battle and the encroaching flames, the Empress's attire had been rendered tattered, barely concealing her modesty, while the sky-blue tattoo on her back was fully exposed to the air. After a moment's contemplation, Luffy removed his own similarly ragged shirt and draped it over her back. Upon feeling the fabric against her skin, the Empress was overtaken by a sudden panic, summoning an unexpected strength to resist Luffy's conqueror's haki, and exclaimed loudly, "You saw everything?" "Of course, I'm not blind," Luffy replied dismissively, before reaching out to embrace her. "What are you doing?" she protested, only for Luffy to swiftly deliver a chop to her neck, muttering quietly to himself, "Women are truly troublesome." Chapter 115, Aftermath. Robin. From a distance, Luffy spotted Robin and the others standing in the clearing, calling out loudly. Luffy, hearing his voice, Robin hurried towards him. As she approached, she realized that Luffy was shouldering what appeared to be a person. Hesitating for a moment, she took a couple of steps forward, voicing her confusion. "Luffy, what is this?" Upon noticing Robin pointing at Hancock with a puzzled expression, Luffy gently lowered Hancock from his shoulder and continued, "Robin, could you please lend her some of your clothing? Your figures should be somewhat similar. Oh, I remember that Moria has a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. Let's secure her in the storage room for now. I will need her later tonight." After Luffy spoke, he unceremoniously handed Hancock to Robin without regard for her reaction. Stretching his limbs after the recent exertion, he let out a yawn. Robin, bewildered, accepted Hancock into her arms, gazing at the beauty nestled within, yet she found herself unable to feel any joy. As she walked towards her room, reflecting on Luffy's earlier words, "Tonight, it will be useful," a sense of unease began to settle within her. Sitting in her bedroom chair, she randomly selected a dress she despised, forcing herself to resist the allure of the Empress's exquisite form as she dressed her in it. How beautiful! Hee. Moria, still nursing a faint ache in his abdomen, approached Luffy with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Mr. Luffy, you truly are remarkable." Just moments ago, Perona had relayed the entirety of Luffy's efforts to save him, having thought he had already witnessed Luffy's formidable strength. He couldn't help but silently marvel again. Mr. Luffy possesses immense power, cunning, and remarkable subordinates. He is undoubtedly destined for greatness. Perhaps. Luffy. Brooks stepped forward hesitantly, voicing his concern. "Luffy, the Kuja pirate's ship likely hasn't strayed far. After all, that woman is one of the newly appointed warlords of the sea. If they report to the Navy, who knows what might happen?" It must be said that, as a 90-year-old elder, Brooks' perspective was quite thorough, directly linking Hancock's identity to the potential response of the Navy. After all, Hancock was not alone. The Kuja were currently waiting for her just beyond the seas. Should we pursue them now? Moria stepped forward, eagerly volunteering for the task at hand. The warehouse was devoid of any corpses, and Moria was in dire need of a fresh batch to satiate his morbid collection. Moreover, he cast a furtive glance at Luffy, who, unbeknownst to him, was the very embodiment of a graveyard benefactor, a source of endless torment for Moria. He sighed, deciding it best to disregard them. Luffy waved dismissively. He had no intention of antagonizing the Kuja tribe. However, Hancock's demeanor was insufferably hostile. Had it been anyone else, they might have already been seated together, sharing drinks and feasting. Luffy's gaze drifted back to Moria, pondering why no one had yet summoned him to become a warlord of the sea. Had some unforeseen circumstance arisen? He dismissed the thought for now. His original plan had been to wait for Moria to attain the title of warlord, thereby allowing him to freely traverse the Grand Line aboard a Navy ship and return to the East Blue. However, it seemed this ambition had become increasingly complicated. By the way, Moria, instruct Hogback to expedite the creation of another batch of artificial zombies. We must hasten our progress. Understood, Mr. Luffy. Time slipped away swiftly. And when the conflict between Luffy and Hancock concluded, the sun had yet to reach its zenith, but darkness had already enveloped the land. The coastline of the horrific triangular sail, ravaged by the battle between Luffy and the Empress, lay in tatters, with even a small patch of land on the verge of detaching from the island. In a relatively flat area, the corpse of a gorilla was bound tightly to the ground. Hee. Moria cackled wickedly as he inserted a shadowy figure into the gorilla's body, the dark essence merging with the lifeless form as if dissolving in water. Mere seconds later, the gorilla's fingers twitched, followed by the movement of its entire arm. Clank, clank, clank. The chains securing the gorilla rattled noisily. Suddenly, the gorilla stood, glancing at the chains binding it, and bellowed in a voice reminiscent of a human's. Damn it! Who dares to treat this king with such disrespect? It was then that the creature's gaze fell upon Luffy, towering before it, the disdain in its eyes mirroring that of Hancock, albeit now residing in the body of a gorilla. The beast coldly addressed Luffy. You wretched man, is this your doing? With a flourish, the gorilla even pretended to toss non-existent hair, then formed a heart shape with its hands, exclaiming loudly to Luffy, sweet, sweet wind. Uffed. Luffy could no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha. Laughter instantaneously enveloped the entire coastline. Even Moria found himself awkwardly chuckling. Witnessing a chimpanzee mimicking the actions of the Empress Hancock was undeniably absurd. The chimp, glaring at the guffawing Luffy, bellowed in fury, How dare you mock me? Yet, this only elicited even more laughter. Athahaha. Hee. At that moment, even Moria could no longer contain his amusement. That insufferable man. The chimp roared again, then swiftly extended its muscular black leg, aiming a kick towards Luffy. The chains tethering the chimp proved futile, snapping effortlessly as the brute's leg tore through the air, creating a resonating shockwave that struck Luffy with tremendous force. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Luffy did not underestimate it. He unleashed a fiery blast, propelling himself high into the sky. With one hand outstretched, palm directed at the Empress's chimp, his immense power began to coalesce. Boom. The chimp's version of a fragrant kick crashed heavily onto the ground, instantly creating a massive pit spanning 100 meters. Damn it! Upon seeing Luffy ascend into the skies, the chimp leaped after him, its hefty form surprisingly agile, closing the distance swiftly. Unfortunately for it, reaching the height signaled the impending end of its brief existence. As Luffy's energy reached its zenith, he aimed his arm at the oncoming chimp's head. Ex-burner. A searing flame of overwhelming intensity surged forth towards the chimp's cranium. Ah! The chimp let out a series of agonizing cries, ultimately succumbing to the intense waves of fiery pressure. A shadow erupted from its mouth, captured deftly by Moria's shadow manipulator. Phew! Above the ground, Luffy gazed at the shattered earth, effortlessly destroyed by the gorilla, and couldn't help but express his relief. Fortunately, zombies fear flames. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a zombie general, earning 75,800 experience points and 154,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching maximum experience points. Leveling up begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level, 28. Chapter 116. Hancock Awakens. Alas. Despite leveling up, gaining experience, and acquiring gold, Luffy let out a long sigh. Casting a glance at the zombies tirelessly working on the power system, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If not for the necessity of ensuring the island's normal operation and hastily seeking other islands, he would have long since purified and utilized them. Sighing once more, Luffy resigned himself to the situation. There was no choice. In order to adhere to the sustainable development strategy of zombie characteristic upgrades and to ensure a better life in the future, he must endure. Upon returning to his chamber in the castle, Luffy barely had time to collect his thoughts when hurried footsteps approached. "LL Luffy-sama," Absalom panted, his already stitched mouth becoming even more unintelligible as he called out loudly. Once his breath steadied, Absalom exclaimed urgently, "Luffy-sama, it's bad. That woman has awakened." Luffy murmured in confusion. He was not unaware of whom Absalom referred to. He was simply perplexed as to why Hancock had awakened so quickly. Logically, a person from whom Moria had extracted their shadow would not awaken without extraordinarily intense mental stimulation. Absalom caught his breath and quickly continued. "The Pirate Empress has awakened in Miss Robin's room. Currently, she is still restrained with sea stone handcuffs in Robin's chamber. Wait. Robin." Luffy initially intended to inquire further about the specifics of the situation. But upon considering the possibility that Hancock might awaken in Robin's room and that Absalom had rushed over in a state of agitation, he surmised that Hancock was likely causing chaos in Robin's quarters. Concerned for Robin's safety, Luffy hastily exited the bedroom, making his way to Robin's room. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from within, and a gaping hole appeared in the wall, through which a foot was slowly being withdrawn. "You see it, don't you?" The Empress's countenance was dark, and despite her hands being shackled tightly with sea-stone handcuffs, she maintained an air of regal composure. If one disregarded her black and white, form-fitting dress, she was still the quintessential queen. Robin furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed by the Empress's words. Moments prior, she had been engrossed in a book collected by Moria, a memoir of an adventurer from decades past. The text detailed the places he had visited, along with intriguing tales that had not become widely known, one of which pertained to the celestial dragons. Suddenly, Robin recalled Luffy's request for her to investigate the celestial dragons while in Sabaody Archipelago, prompting her to delve into that particular account. As she stumbled upon a narrative related to the slaves of the celestial dragons, she inadvertently murmured a phrase about their hoofs. Those 5 simple words struck Hancock's mind like a thunderclap, awakening her as if pricked by a sharp thorn, leading to the earlier confrontation. "Miss Robin." Brook burst through the door, witnessing Robin cornered against the wall. He quickly drew his sword and advanced, pushing Hancock back a step. Turning to Robin, he anxiously inquired, "Are you unharmed, Miss Robin?" Moments ago, he and Absalom, 2 men sharing similar pursuits, had been strolling through the castle discussing art when they heard commotion from Robin's room. They paused for a moment, only to be taken aback as the wall of Robin's chamber was suddenly breached. Brook promptly instructed Absalom to fetch Luffy before rushing into the room himself. Robin shook her head. Hancock's assault had not been particularly swift, remaining within her capacity to endure. Thus, aside from a momentary shock from the unexpected attack, she had sustained no injuries. "Humph." The Empress tossed her hair back, casting a glance at the sea-stone cuffs binding her wrists, her eyes ablaze with fury as she seethed. "You dare to treat me, the Empress, with such disrespect." With that, she prepared to launch another attack. 6-petal bloom. Hooklock. Robin swiftly crossed her arms over her chest, activating the powers of the Hana no Mi. 6 arms suddenly emerged on either side of Hancock's body, reaching out toward her arms and thighs. Already nursing injuries, with her legs yet to heal, and compounded by the effects of Seastone, Hancock had, in truth, exhausted her strength. Much of her earlier display had been a fade, sustained by her pride, which would not permit her to exhibit any sign of weakness. Thus, to be captured was, for her, a humiliation far greater than death on the battlefield. Cursed, damnable insects. Hancock's face was a mask of panic, yet her lips remained defiant as she hurled insults. When Luffy arrived at Robin's room, he found Robin and Brook seated comfortably in chairs, while Hancock lay bound and helpless on the floor. "Are you all right, Robin?" Though the situation appeared stable, Luffy felt compelled to ask. Upon hearing Luffy's inquiry, Robin's face lit up with a honeyed smile, her dimples appearing as she reassured him. "Don't worry, Luffy, I'm perfectly fine." "Oh, that's good." Luffy nodded gently, then shifted his gaze to Hancock, inquiring what happened to her. "She's fine, Luffy," Robin quickly replied. She wished to shield Luffy from the notion that she had botched the situation, and also to alleviate his worries. Noticing Robin's intent to conceal something, Luffy could not help but express his frustration. "Didn't I tell you to put her in the basement prison? Why did you bring her back here?" Earlier that morning, after Hancock's defeat, Luffy had instructed Robin to confine her to the dungeon. Even after extracting Hancock's shadow, Luffy reiterated his orders. After all, while Seastone could weaken Devil Fruit users, those who had attained a certain level of power could still pose a formidable threat, even in a weakened state. Hancock was clearly one of those individuals. Fortunately, Robin's recent training had not been in vain. With her newly acquired observation haki, she deftly evaded Hancock's initial, most powerful assault. Just as Brook charged in, "I'm sorry, Luffy." This time, Robin refrained from elaborating further. The commotion had arisen due to her actions. A mistake she had to acknowledge. "All right, as long as you're okay, that's what matters." Luffy noted Robin's sincere admission of fault and waved it off. He then addressed Brook, saying, "Brook, please take her to the underground prison." "Yohoraro." "As you wish, Captain." "Wait." Robin suddenly interjected, stopping Brook. With a complex expression, she implored, "Luffy, could she stay here with me?" Luffy furrowed his brow, gazing at Robin in confusion. However, upon encountering the pleading look in her eyes, he felt a twinge of compassion. "All right, but, Robin, you must assure me that you will not come to harm, correct?" "Of course not." Robin responded with a sweet smile in return. "I'll move in next door today. Feel free to call on me anytime." Luffy reiterated his concerns. Upon hearing this, Robin's smile grew even more radiant. Chapter 117, Robin and the Empress Nighttime. Inside Robin's chamber, all the inhabitants of the castle had succumbed to slumber. Even the zombies had retreated to their respective resting places, quietly awaiting the dawn to commence their daily routines. Robin lit a candle and turned the final page of her autobiography, her gaze tinged with fatigue as she stifled a yawn. Closing the book, she lifted her eyes slightly to survey Hancock, who sat upon her bed, her expression one of indignation, brows knitted tightly, exuding an aura of authority even in her anger. Her pristine teeth clenched in frustration, evoking a sense of empathy. Were it not for the sea-stone handcuffs binding her hands and feet, one might easily conclude that she was a sorrowful and melancholic queen. Suddenly, Robin rose to her feet, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief as she softly inquired of the incapacitated queen, "Do you wish to rest?" Robin's voice acted like a spark to kindling. No sooner had the words left her lips than Hancock erupted in fury, flames of wrath igniting in her eyes as she thundered, "How dare you treat this queen in such a manner? You shall pay dearly for this." The Empress's face turned ashen, her expression a fierce declaration of her hatred as she glared intently at Robin. Luffy, apprehensive that the Empress might stir trouble once more, procured a pair of sea-stone handcuffs from Moria, securing Hancock's feet, to prevent Hancock from ensnaring Robin with her allure. Both keys to the handcuffs were kept in Luffy's possession. Thus, even if Robin were to unwittingly succumb to Hancock's beauty, Luffy would remain untroubled. Upon hearing this, Robin exhibited no reaction, maintaining her gentle smile as she gradually approached Hancock, with her pearly teeth slightly parted. She uttered words that left Hancock utterly astonished. "Is that the hoof of a celestial dragon?" Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over Robin, causing her to stumble, nearly fainting. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was commendable, allowing her to withstand Hancock's conqueror's haki. "What are you saying?" Hancock, despite being a captive, suddenly exuded an air of authority, her gaze piercing and frosty as she sternly addressed Robin. Robin reached out to steady herself against the nearby table, struggling to regain her composure. Gradually lifting her head, her blurred vision focused on the fierce expression of Hancock, and she softly remarked, "The pattern on your back." The atmosphere thickened, resonating with a muffled hum. Clenching her teeth, Robin pressed on against the mounting pressure, continuing, "The tattoo on your back. It is indeed the hoof of a celestial dragon, isn't it?" "Humph." The Empress grimaced, her teeth clenched, yet she found herself at a loss for words. The intensity of her conqueror's haki gradually diminished. In her current state, she no longer possessed the right to maintain her pride. A captive empress? What sort of empress is that? With a sigh of relief as the pressure lifted, Robin took a moment to reflect internally. So, this is the essence of conqueror's haki. Luffy once elucidated the essence of the three types of haki to her and Brook, yet he never allowed them to truly experience the overwhelming force of conqueror's haki. That recent aura, which seemed to freeze the very fabric of space, was indeed conqueror's haki, was it not? It is said that in the New World, those possessing conqueror's haki are as numerous as the carp crossing a river, impossible to count. Alas, I am still too weak. After a moment of contemplation, Robin once again gazed into Hancock's eyes and continued, "It must be correct. I found it curious when I changed her clothes today." Hancock, caught off guard by Robin's unwavering gaze, turned her head away, unable to meet Robin's eyes. Unfazed, Robin took a step closer to Hancock. In truth, Robin had no knowledge of what the celestial dragon's boot was truly like. The autobiography merely alluded to it briefly. More so, it detailed the debauched lifestyle and immense power of the celestial dragons. However, Hancock's peculiar behavior today was glaringly apparent. With her keen intellect and insight, Robin made a faint connection and immediately surmised Hancock's possible anger. Now, witnessing Hancock's reaction, Robin's suspicion solidified and her gaze softened with compassion. It must be so painful, right? Her tender lips parted, yet unexpectedly, Hancock uttered words that took Robin aback. In the warmth of her voice, Hancock was momentarily moved and turned her gaze towards Robin. Robin approached Hancock's side, looking down at the latter, who had inadvertently curled up on the bed, and gently spoke. I am Robin, the historian of the Straw Hat Pirates. And, at this juncture, Robin abruptly paused, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Hancock turned her head, looking at her with curiosity. Ultimately, Robin refrained from completing her thought and continued, I hail from O'Hara, a land rich in knowledge. After speaking, Robin suddenly shook her head, her tone growing somber as she added, but that no longer matters. When I was very young, the world government sent the Navy to annihilate my home. I was the sole survivor of that island. Ever since, I have been ensnared in darkness. I have witnessed slavery and endured horrors far worse than that of slaves. I can envision your suffering, and I shall refrain from uttering any platitudes that might urge you to forget it. Robin spoke softly as she gradually approached Hancock. Her gaze fixated on the shackles binding Hancock's hands and feet. Suddenly struck by a thought, she remarked, Your shadow has already been seized by Lord Moria. Thus you must absolutely refrain from touching sunlight. Otherwise, you will be reduced to ashes. Though Luffy is fierce towards his adversaries, he exhibits a gentle nature towards his allies. The fact that he allows you to don my garments and reside in my quarters indicates that he harbors no ill will towards you. If you could assure me of your intentions, I would be willing to speak with Luffy on your behalf, requesting him to grant you some freedom, at the very least. To avoid the confines of a prison cell, I believe, you would prefer not to endure that sensation again. Robin's soothing voice flowed like a river transitioning from the chill of winter to the warmth of spring. Initially frigid, it gradually transformed into a gentle stream, slowly infiltrating Hancock's heart. Hancock's face was a canvas of astonishment, her lips trembling slightly as she uttered, So, that is why you permitted me to remain in your room. Robin maintained her smile, silently observing her, uttering nothing. In truth, even Robin was uncertain of her own motivations. Perhaps it was the emergence from darkness that ignited a spark of kindness within her. Perhaps it was Hancock's exquisite beauty that compelled her, prompting Robin to shield her from such torment. Or perhaps it was the fear that Luffy might indeed take some action against Hancock during the night. Hancock lowered her gaze, fixating on her restrained hands and feet, which inevitably evoked unpleasant memories. How infuriating! How can such a gentle soul exist in this world? The proud empress mused inwardly. Though being shackled is undeniably uncomfortable. The hour is late, and this bed is sufficiently spacious. Let us rest for now. Robin rose to extinguish the candle, stating, Moonlight streamed through the frosty window, illuminating Robin's face and casting a glow on her sweet dimples. Tomorrow, I shall plead on your behalf. With that, Robin reclined in a corner of the bed. Very well. Hancock's complexion flushed slightly, her gaze lingering on Robin's face under the moonlight, her thoughts becoming somewhat muddled, as her voice softly floated from her throat. So beautiful. Chapter 118, Tranquility upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Sister, it has been 3 days. Marigold's complex expression was directed towards Sandasonia, who stood nearby. Sandasonia gazed at the placid sea, remaining silent for an extended moment. After a considerable pause, Sandasonia suddenly inquired, What is the status of the paper concerning the Empress's life? It has fully recovered. Marigold responded, Is that so? That's good. Sandasonia let out a sigh of relief in her heart. 3 days prior, they had suddenly discovered that Hancock's life paper had ignited, causing the entire crew of the ship to be seized by dread. Fortunately, the burning trend had eventually ceased. The following day, it even began to recover gradually. Sandasonia continued, Since the royal sister's life is not in danger and we have received no news from her, it suggests that she must have been imprisoned by them. Imprisoned? Marigold's eyes widened, her brow furrowing. Having undergone extraordinary experiences, the word imprisonment held profound significance for them. Grabbing a weapon nearby, Marigold shouted at Sandasonia, We must hurry to rescue the royal sister. Wait. Sandasonia suddenly pulled her back, preventing her from making a foolish move. With a dim expression, she said, Even the royal sister has fallen there. Our efforts would be in vain. Then what should we do? Marigold abruptly turned her head, her eyes blazing with anger, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. How could she not understand the strength of her royal sister? How could she not grasp the dangers of that island? Yet, in her confusion, she felt utterly helpless. Other than to fight to the death, she could find no alternative. The mere thought of what Hancock might face made Mary Gollard want to scream. Her mind was solely focused on returning to the terrifying three-masted ship to rescue Hancock. "Calm down, Mary Gollard," Sonda Sonia shouted with authority, her expression revealing concern yet exhibiting remarkable composure. Upon seeing the look in Sonda Sonia's eyes, Mary Gollard's impulsiveness gradually subsided. Among the three sisters, the eldest, Hancock, was always the most formidable, while the second sister was also exceptionally intelligent and distinct from others. They had relied on each other since childhood, and although they had later fallen into slavery, they remained together. Each time that detestable celestial dragon wielded his whip to seek amusement from them, the eldest and second sisters would take turns standing in front of her to shield her. They had always protected her, ensuring she suffered no harm. She had trained diligently, ultimately transforming into her present self. Although she still could not match the prowess of her elder and second sisters, she no longer required their protection. Yet now, with Hancock imprisoned by the enemy, she found herself utterly powerless. How lamentable this was. But she still had her second sister. Looking into Sonda Sonia's eyes, she sensed that her sister might have a plan, and she quickly asked, "Sonda Sonia, what shall we do?" Sonda Sonia nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light, as if contemplating something. After a moment, she calmly stated, "At this point, we have only one course of action left." "What is it?" "The Navy." "The Navy?" Sonda Sonia stepped forward, leaning against the ship's railing, and continued, "At this moment, we can only seek the assistance of the Navy." However, Mary Gollard hesitated, suddenly pausing, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Sonda Sonia discerned her intent and elaborated, "Although this may anger Her Highness, we can no longer afford to dwell on that. Our priority is to save lives. Moreover, as a newly appointed warlord of the sea, Her Highness has just announced her status to the world through the newspapers. If news of her defeat were to surface now, I believe the Navy's reputation would suffer as well." Then, Mary Gollard clenched her fist and finally relented, saying, "Let us hasten to the Navy headquarters." Meanwhile, within the confines of the fearsome triangular sails, in an indoor training arena, Hancock struck forward, delivering a kick to Robin's shoulder. Robin was instantly sent flying. "Robin!" Hancock exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist her, concern evident in her voice. "Are you all right, Robin?" Robin, slightly embarrassed as she was helped up by Hancock, sensed an oddly peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. "I'm fine, let us continue," she asserted, rising to her feet and addressing Hancock. "Very well." Hancock responded softly, then withdrew to assume her stance once more, engaging in combat with Robin again, though this time her strength was diminished by a third. Nearby, Moria and Luffy stood at the periphery of the training ground, observing the two graceful figures dancing in combat with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Since when have they become so close? Luffy pondered aloud. He. Miss Robin truly is remarkable. Moria chuckled, not answering Luffy's question, but rather expressing her admiration. Upon hearing this, Luffy shook his head, expressing his helplessness as he remarked, "What is so impressive about that? Hancock has been merely feeding attacks, and her strength is evidently diminishing. She is merely playing with Robin." He. Moria simply chuckled, saying nothing. He could certainly discern that Hancock was aiding Robin in her training. His mention of impressive did not pertain to Robin's combat prowess. Rather, it was remarkable that within just 3 days, Robin had transformed once formidable foes into friends. Although Hancock still presented a facade of cold indifference, she now shared meals and lived alongside them in harmony. However, she consistently insisted on sharing a room with Robin, refusing to occupy the new quarters Moria had prepared for her. Of course, Hancock's shadow had yet to be returned to her, still residing with Moria, reserved for Luffy's training purposes. Half a month later, an improbable ship appeared at the port of Marineford. Vice Admiral Tsuru gazed at the two anxious female pirates across from her and spoke in a low tone, "I understand your request. Therefore, please have the Navy dispatch personnel to rescue the Empress." Mary Gourd eagerly exclaimed. "Wait a moment," Vice Admiral Tsuru replied calmly, lifting her gaze to the two agitated figures, continuing, "Rescue is possible, but we have a condition." "What condition?" Mary Gourd inquired. "From now on, the Kuja tribe must provide 50 children under the age of 10 annually to participate in the Navy's training camp." "That is impossible." Before Vice Admiral Tsuru could finish her sentence, Sandasonia immediately interrupted loudly. "The Kuja tribe will never betray its kin," Sandasonia declared resolutely. Do not be hasty in your rejection. Tsuru's composed tone created an unusual sense of tension for the anxious duo. Our condition is merely to enroll in the training camp. The subsequent choices regarding their futures can be left to your people. It seemed that Vice Admiral Tsuru's words had resonated with the two, as their expressions began to show signs of uncertainty. After a moment of silence, observing their lack of response, Tsuru continued, "If you still find it difficult to accept, we can make further concessions. We require only 30 individuals each year to join the Navy's training camp." Empress Sandasonia. Mary Gord seemed somewhat swayed, whispering to Sandasonia. Sandasonia clenched her teeth, and ultimately, it appeared she relented, uttering 3 words through gritted teeth. "We agree." "Excellent." Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly smiled. Turning to the Navy personnel beside her, "Please summon Vice Admiral Zanka to my office." "Yes." Chapter 119. The Serpent returns to the sea 2 months later. Aboard the terrifying triangular sailboat, Luffy's frequent training ground, X-Burner, a surge of searing heat erupted, instantly enveloping a female emperor zombie in the sky. Flames bursting forth with a terrifying intensity, reducing the encased undead to mere ashes in an instant. Moria's shadow clone soared into the air with practiced ease, as if it had become second nature, effortlessly grasping the fleeing empress. The flames gradually jetted forth, and Luffy descended to the ground at a steady pace alongside the flickering fire. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie general, earning 75,800 experience points and 150,000 gold coins. With a resigned shake of his head, Luffy gazed at the 2.5 million gold coins in his inventory and couldn't help but let out a sigh. In the past, such an immense sum would have sent him into a frenzy of ecstatic celebration. Yet now, despite this unprecedented windfall, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Luffy initially believed that with Hancock's shadow and an abundance of corpses, he would embark on a journey filled with boundless joy and high scores. However, he was ultimately defeated by the harshness of reality. It remains uncertain whether this was due to Moria's insufficient mastery of his fruit's powers or Hancock's formidable will, which rendered the shadow unlike any ordinary one. In any case, the multitude of standard zombies created by Hogback were utterly incapable of absorbing Hancock's shadow. Each time Moria completed a contract with a shadow and placed it into a corpse, the shadow inexplicably escaped from the zombie's body. Only corpses of a certain strength, those that had been powerful in life, could seamlessly integrate with Hancock's shadow. Yet, such corpses were exceedingly rare to find. Time was swiftly passing, and the day of Ace's departure at sea was drawing near. Luffy initially intended to remain at home after this journey, relishing a moment of leisure while awaiting a more intriguing turn of events in the world, and to encounter the characters from the original tale. Thus, his original plan was to utilize Hancock's shadow to amass a considerable fortune in gold, thereby fortifying himself. However, his hopes were ultimately in vain. Over the course of 2 months, Luffy and his companions traversed 2 islands, only to discover a mere handful of corpses capable of sustaining Hancock's shadow. One could easily predict how exceptionally particular Hancock's shadow was. Yet, one must learn to be content. Luffy's aura diminished, his pupils returning to their usual black and white, and he reverted to his typical demeanor. "Mr. Luffy, this is the last zombie," Moria reported, clutching Hancock's shadow as he approached. Luffy nodded, already aware of this matter. He glanced at the shadow, still writhing in Moria's grasp. And after a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively and said to Moria, "Please return the shadow to Hancock." After all, Hancock and Robin had become friends. Although she continued to act aloof and haughty, displaying no awareness of her predicament, Luffy certainly would not treat Hancock with the same animosity reserved for foes. As long as she remained with Robin and caused no trouble, he would allow her to do as she pleased. Given that Hancock's shadow was no longer of use, it would be prudent to return it to her sooner rather than later. Robin had mentioned this matter to him several times, but at that time, the shadow had been of great significance to him, so he had not acquiesced immediately, only assuring Robin that he would return it to Hancock after his training. Upon hearing these words, Moria was momentarily taken aback. Such a remarkable shadow was indeed a rare treasure, a once-in-a-century occurrence. After all, this shadow was inherently more formidable than he himself. Yet, upon contemplating Hancock's connection with Miss Robin, and subsequently reflecting on the bond between Luffy and Robin, Moria nodded with a complex expression, obediently loosening his grip. As the constraints of the shadow fruit dissipated, Hancock's shadow transformed into a streak of black light, soaring towards the sky before ultimately landing in a chamber at the heart of the island's castle. Within the castle, Robin, who was enjoying afternoon tea with Hancock, was momentarily startled before breaking into a smile and glancing at Hancock's feet, sharing another smile with her. Hancock, intrigued by Robin's sudden pause, followed her gaze downwards. To her astonishment, a dark, amorphous shadow clung closely to Hancock's feet. Hancock extended her hand, and the shadow mirrored her movement, kicking its leg in unison. Having not seen her shadow for 2 months, Hancock found herself momentarily entranced, as if still adjusting to the unexpected return of her shadow. Robin, however, smiled gently and remarked to Hancock, "Luffy has decided to let you return to Amazon Lily. How wonderful." After all, on one side stood her beloved Luffy, and on the other, her dear friend Hancock. For the past 2 months, Robin had found herself caught in the middle of their dynamic. Luffy, unfazed, prioritized his own feelings, often making decisions that aligned with his desires. In contrast, Hancock harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Luffy, far more intense than that of Brook or Moria. Robin had long believed that Hancock's hostility stemmed from her own victory over Hancock. Thus, some time ago, Robin had subtly inquired with Luffy, hoping he would return Hancock's shadow sooner rather than later to ease the tension between the two. If this situation persisted, Robin would find herself increasingly burdened. Now, with Luffy having restored Hancock's shadow, it indicated that Luffy had made a concession, presenting an opportunity for a thaw in their relationship. The next step rested upon her shoulders. To persuade Hancock earnestly. Go back." Hancock's expression grew slightly troubled, having just emerged from her reverie. She heard Robin's words and couldn't help but respond with a hint of sadness. However, returning was imperative, for after all, Sandersonia and the others were still awaiting her. As the queen of Amazon Lily, she could never remain trapped in this place forever. Yet, at this moment, she found herself reluctant to depart, for Hancock gazed at Robin with deep affection, hesitating for a long while before seemingly making a resolute decision. She said to Robin, "Robin, will you join my pirate crew?" Robin's hand, which had been holding the cup, suddenly froze, and she placed it on the table. Her expression turning serious as she replied, "That is impossible. Hancock, I hope you refrain from saying such things." This sudden seriousness from Robin caused a pang in Hancock's heart. Yet she remained undeterred, continuing to inquire. "Then, Robin, what is your true reason for becoming a pirate?" "Me?" Robin suddenly laughed, as if reminiscing about cherished memories. The first meeting with Luffy, weathering storms, traversing one ocean after another. It seemed as though time had flown by unnoticed. Robin murmured softly, "Has it really been so long?" "What?" "Nothing." Robin took a sip of her juice and continued. "The reason I became a pirate is because Luffy invited me to join him, and thus I became a pirate." As she spoke, a glimmer of purple sparkled in her eyes, and the ring on her hand emitted flickers of flame, symbolizing her unwavering determination at that moment. Chapter 120. Look. Here is a pair of shoes that no one has worn. The sun shone with dazzling brilliance, illuminating a vast expanse of clear sky. Intense sunlight beamed down onto the azure waters, with no clouds in sight and not a whisper of wind, creating a seamless blend of sea and sky. At the horizon where the ocean met the sky, the blue gradually spread towards the sandy shore. The sea was as blue as the heavens, clear and sparkling like silver threads woven into a magnificent tapestry. Upon this expansive azure sea, an odd figure emerged. Stretching across the boundless ocean was a straight ice path, seemingly connecting both ends of the sea, disappearing into the distance. Even more peculiar was the sight of a tall figure with a head full of curly hair, leisurely pedaling a red bicycle along the narrow ice path, akin to a child on a spring outing, carefree and at ease. Fortunately, the bicycle's tires were crafted from a specific super rubber developed by the world-renowned scientist Vegapunk, surpassing the wisdom of 5 centuries, making them slip-resistant, wear-resistant, and leak-proof. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to handle Akiji's travel plans, which spanned hundreds, if not thousands, of nautical miles. However, under the scorching sun, Akiji wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled out Hancock's life paper. Damn it, how could this go wrong again? Having received a clandestine mission from the crane, Akiji departed from Marineford with Hancock's life paper, provided by the Kuja pirates. After a month of arduous travel, he arrived at the location of the island as indicated by the Kuja tribe in the Calm Belt, only to discover that the promised land was nothing but an expanse of vast ocean, devoid of even the faintest silhouette of an island. Initially, Akiji suspected he had erred in his navigation, for the anxiety etched upon the faces of the Kuja was far too genuine to be feigned. Subsequently, he consulted Hancock's life paper, determined a new direction, and forged another ice path, embarking on yet another journey spanning nearly half a month. To his astonishment, upon rechecking the life paper, he found the coordinates had shifted once more. Even the typically composed Akiji was on the brink of expletives. After being outwitted twice, he finally resolved to employ a clever tactic. He tore a strip of fabric from his clothing, affixed the life paper to the front of his bicycle, thereby creating a rudimentary yet effective GPS navigation system, and continued on his quest to rescue the fair maiden. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the fearsome three-masted ship, driven by 100 Sea King zombies, propelled towards the abode of the Kuja tribe, Amazon Lily Island. As night fell, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Luffy sat in his room, his gaze fixed intently upon the system marketplace, eagerly anticipating the arrival of dawn. Indeed, it was that time of the month again, the moment when the random item system would refresh. Luffy was curious to see if any desirable items would emerge this month. Typically, at the beginning of each month, he would keep an eye on the random item system. However, he had previously lacked sufficient gold and found no items of use, thus missing opportunities for expenditure. After the return of Hancock's shadow, Luffy resumed his practice with the shadows of Sea Kings. While his accumulation of gold and experience continued to surge, it paled in comparison to the days when he amassed hundreds of thousands in a single day. To date, he had amassed 279 million gold, and as the new month drew near, Luffy resolved to wait for the random item refresh before deciding whether to purchase items or to enhance himself, Robin, or Brook. Though he had become quite affluent, Luffy was determined not to squander his wealth recklessly. The last time he had spent over 1 million, it had seemed substantial, yet in the blink of an eye, it had vanished. This time, he was only slightly better off with just over double that amount. Ding! The random items in the marketplace have been refreshed. Please check. Host. The system's notification resonated perfectly, heralding the dawn of a new day. Luffy's mood remained remarkably stable, as he had experienced similar circumstances countless times before. With suitable equipment, everyone rejoiced. If not, alternative enhancement methods could be considered. All roads lead to Rome, especially since Luffy was born there. He accessed the mall system and navigated directly to the random item interface. It must be noted that this time, the random items were indeed what Luffy currently lacked, and they also evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Within 3 square frames, 3 pairs of shoes were displayed. Luffy activated the first shoe with his thoughts. Berserker's Greaves. Originating from the League of Legends universe, grant an increase of 45 in movement speed and a boost of 35 to melee attack speed. Priced at 350,000 gold. Berserker's Greaves may not ring a bell for many, yet its other name is indeed renowned. Attack speed boots. Luffy never anticipated that he would once again encounter this familiar emblem. In his earlier days, he tirelessly devoted countless nights to ascend the ranks. Not particularly strong, but managing to barely attain the status of a master in the Electric District. Eventually, he became preoccupied with other pursuits and ceased to engage in the game. It must be acknowledged that the Swift Shoes are indeed an exceptionally cost-effective piece of equipment. However, Luffy was in no rush to acquire them. Instead, he directed his attention to a second familiar item. Boots of Swiftness origin. League of Legends effect. Increases movement speed by 25. Grants an additional 115 movement speed out of combat price. 150,000 gold. Likewise originating from League of Legends. These 5 speed boots possess attributes that are somewhat lackluster. They are undoubtedly adept for traversing distances, yet in the world of pirates, even with a 10-fold increase in speed, journeying from one island to another would likely require a span of 5 or 6 days at the very least. Thus, this was the first piece of equipment that Luffy decided to pass on. Now, the focus shifts to the third piece of equipment and how it compares to the Swift Shoes in terms of aligning with Luffy's preferences. Mercury's Treads origin. League of Legends effect. Increases movement speed by 45. Grants immunity to 25 of elemental attack damage when subjected to any negative effect from an attack. Reduces the impact of such effects by 50. Price. 100,000 gold. Luffy gazed wide-eyed at the Mercury boots displayed in the marketplace. Undoubtedly, there was no need for deliberation. Even a fool could discern which option was superior. With an immunity of 25% to elemental damage, Luffy had previously envied the gear of his companions, Robin and others, for possessing such a remarkable attribute. Little did he expect that one day he too would have the opportunity to enjoy it. However, the price. Despite all being equipment of the same alliance, the disparity among them was striking. In his heart, Luffy silently murmured, "System, purchase the Mercury boots. Ding. Purchase successful. They have been placed in your backpack. Please check, host." As the voice of the system echoed, Luffy's gold coins instantly diminished. Luffy gazed at the dwindling sum of 169 million berries, shaking his head in resignation, murmuring, "I did say that money must be managed wisely. Once a plan is set, it vanishes." Alas! Reflecting on the countless nights spent watching Moria slice shadows, observing Hogback create zombies, and ultimately witnessing Moria resurrect them, only to exert himself to gain experience. Considering all this, it truly is a hardship for Moria. Yet, there is no choice. The revolution has yet to succeed, and comrades must strive further. Achu. Just as Moria finally found a moment of respite, he was abruptly roused from his slumber by a sneeze. Alas! It seems that overuse of his fruit has led to a decline in his physical capabilities. Chapter 121. Akiji Amazon Lily. An island located in the calm belt adjacent to the Grand Line is a mysterious land, a veritable island of women. This territory is solely inhabited by females, forming the formidable warrior nation known as the Kuja tribe. They are nurtured as warriors from birth, shouldering all responsibilities and labor. Even in pregnancy, they bear only daughters. Each girl is entwined with a snake and possesses the extraordinary ability to transform it into a weapon, excelling in the use of haki. The island is governed by an absolute decree issued centuries ago that forbids the presence of men. Any man who dares to enter this land faces annihilation. Of course, this decree holds no power over the strongest of beings. Yet, Luffy is hardly considered one of them, and moreover, men, should I ever hear even a whisper of you mistreating Robin, I shall lead all the warriors of the Kuja to pursue you, relentlessly, until the ends of the earth. Hancock's words grew increasingly haughty as she tilted her head back, her chin pointed skyward, while her bosom swelled with pride. Though Luffy was not in sight, she could accurately point towards him. One must admit, to wield observation haki to such an extent is indeed a rarity in this world. Luffy was genuinely at a loss for words, gazing at the captive he was about to release with an air of bewilderment. He simply could not comprehend what emboldened her to speak to him in such a manner. Over the past few months, Luffy had effectively defeated Hancock nearly 20 times. And should they engage in combat once more, he would undoubtedly demonstrate to her what it meant to be so skilled that it evoked sympathy. "All right, Hancock. It's time for you to return. Your sisters might be growing anxious," Robin urged, noticing the shift in Luffy's expression. Under her request, Luffy agreed to release Hancock. However, if this decision caused discomfort to Luffy, Robin would inevitably feel a pang of guilt. TCH. Hancock straightened herself. In the world of pirates, the phenomenon of same-sex attraction had yet to manifest, which left Robin oblivious to Hancock's true feelings, perceiving her merely as an unusually special friend. Yet, Hancock could distinctly recognize Robin's blatant affections for Luffy. Observing Luffy's seemingly harmless demeanor only fueled Hancock's ire. One day, she vowed to reveal the grotesque demon concealed within her heart to Robin. Ever since that day when Luffy's unique conqueror's haki had disturbed her senses, she understood that this man was far from the simplicity he projected. The commanding aura that compelled all beings to submit was not something a free-spirited pirate without a penchant for conflict could exude. Damn it! Why is this person still so formidable? Hancock cast another furious glance at Luffy, letting out a delicate huff through her nose before turning to step onto the small wooden boat that Luffy and his companions had prepared exclusively for her. The fearsome ship, the Thousand Sunny, had already anchored within 300 nautical miles of Amazon Lily. With Hancock's stamina, swimming that distance would take her merely half an hour. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Queen's dignity, she insisted that Luffy and his crew assist her with this modest vessel. Luffy was eager to observe how she would gracefully paddle across the sea in this windless zone. Alas, just as the spectacle was about to unfold, a chilling voice shattered the tranquility. Ice Age. With a sudden surge of immense energy, a powerful wave of frigid air swept over, engulfing the entire island in a terrifying cold front in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the fearsome three-masted ship plummeted from summer to winter in an instant. The clouds above seemed unable to endure the abrupt drop in temperature, gradually coalescing and absorbing warmth from one another, ultimately discarding the parts rendered useless, which transformed into snowflakes gently descending to the ground. The world froze, and time itself stood still. The low temperature caused the blood within people to thicken slightly, simultaneously diminishing cellular vitality. The extreme cold suppressed all human emotions to their lowest ebb. Only Robin, amidst this terrifying chill, trembled incessantly, a testament to the fact that life still persisted in this world. The once turbulent sea transformed into a sheet of ice, completely encircling the fearsome three-masted ship, rendering it immobile, along with the small wooden boat that Hancock intended to navigate. Oh dear, no wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. A languid voice suddenly broke the momentary stillness. A tall figure, adorned with a green eye mask, ambled across the icy surface towards Luffy and the others, appearing as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Akiji, exuding an aura as frigid as ice, seemed to meld with the surrounding environment. While surveying the massive wheel on the island, he remarked, "Is it through this contraption that one continues to move? No wonder it took me so long to locate it." With that, Akiji's gaze shifted towards Luffy's group, honing in on Robin as he coldly stated, "What an unexpected acquaintance, Nico Robin." In an instant, as if employing a form of ninjutsu, Akiji vanished from sight. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ice before Luffy, exuding the same languid demeanor yet now tinged with a hint of menacing intent. "Hey," Luffy interjected, stepping in between Akiji and Robin, his tone laced with discontent. "What do you intend to do to my friend?" Upon raising his head once more, Luffy's eyes had transformed into a striking blend of orange and yellow hues, flames erupting from his hands as an overwhelming energy radiated outward, causing the ice to gradually melt, forming a faint expanse of seawater. Akiji's previously relaxed demeanor shifted abruptly. A new layer of ice swiftly spread beneath his feet as he looked up in astonishment at Luffy, who continued to unleash searing flames, and could not help but exclaim, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. I almost fell into the sea. After all, I am a devil fruit user." With a mischievous giggle, Moria stepped forward, instinctively shielding the trembling figure behind him. Given his stature, even if 3 Robins were to appear, he would effortlessly protect them all. Hancock leaped directly from the wooden boat, positioning herself between Luffy and Moria, emanating an irresistible allure that captivated Akiji. Regrettably, Akiji seemed disinterested, his eyelids gradually lowering before reopening, his expression unchanged as he regarded Hancock. TSK. Having once again been overlooked by a man, Hancock began to question whether her charm had faltered, though this matter was not of paramount importance. With a graceful gesture, she raised her delicate finger, pointing accusatorily at the Marine Vice Admiral Kazan, her commanding voice resonating. "Who do you think you are, daring to harbor murderous intent towards Robin? This is utterly unforgivable." Without affording Akiji a chance to respond, Hancock advanced, lifting her leg to deliver a kick towards him. Luffy cast a glance back at Robin, who was still trembling, furrowing his brow slightly before calling out, "Robin." Startled by Luffy's voice, Robin lifted her head, and a warm surge flooded her heart, as if it melted away the icy shackles surrounding her, bringing her a sense of relief both physically and mentally. Slowly raising her gaze, she smiled at Luffy and reassured him, "Don't worry, Luffy. I'm fine now. I was just recalling some unpleasant memories and lost my focus for a moment." Luffy nodded faintly, responding gently, "That's good." He then turned to Brook and inquired, "Brook, would you be interested in comparing whose ice is stronger?" This time, Luffy was cautious. Facing the formidable Admiral Akiji, the highest combat strength in the realm of pirates, he estimated his stats to be at least around 8,000. Akiji, who had once effortlessly intimidated Doflamingo with mere presence, was not someone any of them could defeat in a one-on-one confrontation. Upon hearing Luffy's proposal, Brook was initially taken aback. Then his expression turned serious as he drew his bone sword from his waist, stating ominously, "It is an honor." He understood that Luffy preferred solitary battles, and this sudden invitation to join him in aiding Hancock spoke volumes about the strength of their adversary. Coincidentally, he too wished to test the extent of this ice from the abyss. Chapter 122, Chaos X Akiji, the Blade of Ice. Facing Hancock's fierce onslaught, Akiji remained unperturbed, swiftly directing his palm towards the ground, conjuring an ice blade from the frozen sea beneath. With his frost-bitten sword drawn, he launched a direct strike at Hancock. Clang! The icy weapon clashed against Hancock's elegant leg, producing a resounding friction, leading to a brief stalemate between the two. "Wait a moment, I'm not here to fight." Akiji spoke slowly, yet his movements showed no sign of halting, as the ice blade continuously parried Hancock's attacks, creating a rhythmic sound akin to table tennis. As she pressed forward, Hancock glared at Akiji and demanded, "What have you done to Robin?" Her aggression was not without reason. The moment Akiji appeared, he had immobilized the island and the boats, and Robin's demeanor had shifted the instant he revealed himself. It was clear that Akiji was not a bearer of goodwill. Hey, you must be the Empress Hancock, right? I'm here too. Akiji attempted to explain while dodging Hancock's relentless strikes. Yet, consumed by fury, Hancock paid no heed and maintained her aggressive assault. Black box. Before Akiji could finish his words, Moria swiftly manipulated his shadow clone to emerge from Akiji's shadow, transforming into a dark box that ensnared the towering figure of Akiji within. Hancock retreated, inquiring with a breathless tone. Hiki. Shadow Spear. Witnessing his ability successfully imprison Akiji, Moria chuckled with confidence and immediately initiated a series of relentless assaults. The black box containing Akiji suddenly caved inwards, revealing countless spears protruding menacingly from its exterior. Thud. The sounds of muffled impacts echoed, akin to flesh being pierced. Emanating from the shadowy prison, Moria furrowed his brow. With a wave of his hand, the black box morphed back into a shadow, retreating to his feet and lying in wait. Inside the black box, Akiji had been transformed into a grotesque figure, riddled with numerous puncture wounds. An ordinary person would have perished countless times under such an onslaught. Yet, Akiji remained, slowly exhaling frigid air, his demeanor shifting from languid to grave. Truly formidable. The great pirate, Gecko Moria. The punctures on his body gradually became encased in a layer of ice, producing incessant cracking sounds. Moments later, Akiji appeared unscathed, as if Moria's prior assault had borne no fruit whatsoever. TCH. Such troublesome Logia users. Moria gritted his teeth in frustration but then shouted loudly, Shadow Spear. Continuous strike. A mass of darkness shot forth in the direction Moria pointed, resembling a bolt of black lightning, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in the air. The shadow swiftly reached Akiji, transforming into a multitude of thrusts aimed at him. Once again, Akiji was struck repeatedly, his body peppered with holes. The Logia type is not entirely immune to physical attacks. Elemental transformation also demands stamina, especially for someone like Moria, who excels at offensive fruit abilities but struggles in close combat. The strategy against Logia users typically involves exhausting their stamina through rampant assaults before delivering a decisive blow. Unfortunately, today they face not the arrogant Logia users Moria encountered in the New World. This was the future Marine Admiral, a figure who had trained under Zifa and Garb. The Marine headquarters boasts a rigorous and scientific training regimen. Every officer emerging from the Marine headquarters possesses a foundation that far exceeds that of the majority. Moreover, Akiji Kazan had stood out since his rookie training. Ah, how troublesome. Akiji remained unfazed by the black spears piercing his body, as if they were non-existent. He raised one hand and suddenly bellowed at Moria. Ice Age. Seal. A torrent of frigid air was unleashed from the hands of Akiji, swiftly coursing across the icy surface towards Moria. An urgent sense of peril surged within Moria's heart like an overwhelming tidal wave. Shadow Sorcerer, Shadow Wall. In an instant, Moria summoned his shadow clone back, forming a broad wall before him to serve as a barrier. However, the extent of the shadow wall was utterly insufficient compared to the icy breath capable of enveloping the island. The shadow barrier was instantly frozen, yet the chilling air encountered no resistance, continuing to rush toward Moria at a breakneck pace. How infuriating! As the frost had already crept beneath Moria's feet, he realized that his corporeal form would soon be encased in ice. Soul Devourer, White Tiger. A massive tiger, wreathed in pale flames, suddenly leapt onto the battlefield, its colossal form swiftly blocking Moria's path. With a gaping maw, it inhaled fiercely, drawing in the surging icy energy as if it were sustenance. Well, that was a close call. Brook laughed as he approached with light, buoyant steps. Cradling a pale electric guitar, ethereal waves of energy emanated from it, seemingly resonating with the great tiger before Moria. Upon reaching Moria's side, the formidable beast let out a thunderous roar that shattered the ice upon the sea, heralding the arrival of the King of Souls onto the battlefield. It seemed that matters had taken a turn for the worse, Akiji murmured softly, observing the three opponents before him, each one a formidable contender. Moreover, turning his gaze toward the center of the battlefield where Luffy was advancing, Akiji distinctly sensed that the trio, Hancock and her companions, had deliberately weakened their presence, as if to make way for the young man, the esteemed Marine Admiral. Casually strolling into this fray, Luffy jested, attempting to glean Akiji's intentions. Should he truly be here for Robin, this day would devolve into a battle of life and death. Despite the formidable allies at his side, Luffy felt uncertain about his ability to defeat Aokiji. Of course, there was no escaping this confrontation. Resistance was the only option. Perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. Aokiji paused at Luffy's words, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a hint of peculiarity. Admiral? No. I am merely a rear admiral of the Navy. After uttering these words, he fell silent, as if uttering another word would bring about trouble. Aokiji's reticence was deliberate, and Luffy, sensing the underlying intent, felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, it was evident that Aokiji bore no significant malice in his visit. Luffy boldly urged, just express your intentions clearly, or today's events may not end favorably. Luffy gestured towards Hancock, whose hair stood on end in anger. He understood that Aokiji likely harbored no ill intentions towards Robin, yet the young Aokiji still adhered to the commands of the Navy, lacking his own convictions, which compelled Luffy to remain vigilant. Aokiji pondered for a moment, seemingly deliberating his choice of words, before he once again spoke in a slow and ambiguous manner. Nico Robin. With a bounty of 79 million. You truly have come for Robin. The instant Aokiji uttered those words, Hancock could no longer contain herself and shouted out. After all, Aokiji's presence had instilled such fear in Robin that Hancock found herself projecting her childhood experiences onto Robin, unable to fathom why Robin would be so terrified. Yet, Aokiji remained unfazed by Hancock's outburst, casually placing his hands in his pockets. He continued, the amount of a bounty not only signifies a person's prowess, but also reflects the extent of that individual's threat to the government. A child who was wanted at the tender age of 8, managing to survive to this day, escaping when betrayal loomed, and exploiting any opportunity for shelter. Aokiji suddenly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes fixating on Robin on the island. His voice growing weighty as he seemed to address her directly. You have survived in this dark society by such cunning opportunism. This temporary refuge you have chosen appears to be even more formidable than before. Be quiet. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from Luffy, mercilessly bearing down on Aokiji like a thunderous clap, resonating above his head. The world seemed to lose its color, descending into chaos. At this moment, confronting Aokiji, who was here to unearth Robin's scars, Luffy felt compelled to let him experience what true pain entailed, regardless of whether Aokiji arrived with malicious intent. Chapter 123. 3+1 Crack. The thick layers of ice shattered under Luffy's terrifying presence, and seawater surged onto the ice surface under immense pressure. Absolute zero. Aokiji, momentarily dazed by the sudden onslaught of Conqueror's haki, stumbled on the trembling ice, nearly plunging into the sea. He hastily activated his devil fruit powers, refreezing the sea's surface once more. Return to the island. Luffy commanded the 3 devil fruit users behind him, though he realized that he alone was no match for Aokiji. He understood that if they engaged in battle at sea, his abilities could easily melt the ice, providing Aokiji with an opportunity to strike down the others, thus complicating matters further. Therefore, Luffy planned to have them retreat to the terrifying 3-masted ship, taking it upon himself to lure Aokiji into battle, with the intention of surrounding him together. Mr. Luffy. Suddenly, Brook stepped forward, his electric guitar transforming back into the skeletal sword in his grasp. The Songyan White Tiger likewise morphed, dissipating into ethereal energy that vanished into the air. Mr. Luffy, I can assist you in expanding the battlefield. With these words, Brook slashed the air with his skeletal sword, and a serene blue flame erupted violently, engulfing the ice atop the sea with ferocious intensity. In a short while, the once frozen surface of the sea rose slightly, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, instilling a sense of unease. Oh! Luffy kicked the icy surface, bringing his hand, entwined with the flame of steel, closer to the ice. Although the ice continued to melt at a visible pace, it did not revert to seawater. Instead, it transformed into wisps of frigid vapor that ascended into the sky until they completely vanished. This way, there was no longer a fear of Brook and the others plunging into the sea. Excellent! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he glanced at Brook, a smile gracing his face. Despite Brook's attribute enhancement being relatively modest over such a long time, even less potent than the slumbering Zoros, he had nonetheless developed an array of unique abilities that even Luffy had not anticipated. Moria stepped forward, chuckling. Hehehe. Brook, you truly grow more formidable. The shadow clone, encased in ice, suddenly morphed into a shadow, seemingly devoid of substance, and fell to the ground, reappearing at Moria's feet in the blink of an eye. Hancock, with a haughty huff, refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead stepping forward with her elegantly armored feet, standing shoulder to shoulder with Luffy and Moria in battle readiness. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the infamous pirate Moonlight Moria, an enigmatic young warrior, and the peculiar skeleton. Aokiji recited their identities as if calling a roll, then murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Is this your dwelling place?" Suddenly, without warning, Aokiji unleashed a torrent of frigid air towards his opponents, enveloping Luffy and the others in a chilling wave reminiscent of an apocalyptic winter. Flame barrier. With a swift motion of his hands, flames erupted from Luffy's gauntlets, soaring into the air like a protective screen, shielding him and his companions from the onslaught of icy winds. Moments later, Aokiji exhaled another breath of cold air, casting a glance at the unaffected individuals behind the flames. He gathered his fingers, retracting his powers, and though the effort seemed effortless, he feigned a dramatic sigh. "You truly are a troublesome lot." Luffy promptly extinguished the flames and turned to Brook, exclaiming, "Prepare to engage, Brook." "Understood." Brook replied immediately, his voice resonating with a low chuckle. The bone sword in his grasp ignited with a chilling green fire, the flames suddenly leaping into the air. Gradually, the sword melted away, ultimately transforming into a towering skeletal harp, resting before Brook. His slender bony fingers unfurled gracefully, beginning to pluck the strings of the harp. A heavy melody erupted, and as the strings vibrated, a diminutive skull at the top of the harp emanated a vibrant green light, reminiscent of a flickering soul's flame. The skull began to exude a peculiar green energy, which gradually expanded in the air, enveloping Luffy and his companions. "Soul Guardian, Xuanwu, arise." With Brook's low command, the green energy in the atmosphere abruptly contracted, converging above him to take the form of a colossal beast with a dragon's head, a tortoise's body, and a serpent's tail, cloaked in a dark hue. Hiss. As Xuanwu released a serpent-like hiss, a torrent of green ghostly flames surged forth from its formidable shell. The flames descended rapidly to the ground, spreading outward and thickening the layer of ice beneath. A glimmer of green light flickered in Brook's eyes as he addressed Luffy. "Mr. Luffy, the battlefield is prepared." "Okay." With a hearty laugh, Luffy's gaze suddenly deepened as he solemnly addressed Moria and Hancock. "Let's go." However, Aokiji remained indifferent, seemingly dismissive of their presence from the very beginning, for the disparity in strength was indeed overwhelming. Fragmented bats. In the face of such formidable foes, Moria dared not underestimate the situation. With a swift motion, he dispersed his shadows around Aokiji. Captures loss. Hancock also sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of arrows from her love fruit, raining down upon Aokiji with relentless ferocity. Both of them opted to utilize their devil fruit powers from the outset, aiming to sap Aokiji's stamina. Yet Luffy stood still, making no move. He understood that defeating a person of Aokiji's caliber could not merely be achieved through a battle of endurance. After all, Aokiji had once clashed with Akainu for 10 grueling days and nights at Punk Hazard, fundamentally transforming the very environment of the island. Engaging such a monster in a contest of stamina was tantamount to courting death. As anticipated, faced with the hail of arrows and the swarm of shadowy bats, Aokiji remained unfazed by the expenditure of energy, unleashing a wide-scale freezing ability. Ice Age. The air crackled with his immense frost energy, and the sky was soon filled with howling winds and swirling snow. "What?" Moria and Hancock stared in astonishment at the terrifying chill emanating from Aokiji. They had not expected him to unleash such a vast display of his powers so recklessly against the three of them. The arrows and dark bats soaring towards Aokiji were ensnared by the blizzard, gradually coated in layers of frigid ice. The attacks, now completely encased in ice, lost their momentum, falling to the ground like torrential rain, creating countless craters upon impact. The cold did not relent. The fierce winds continued to surge towards Hancock and the others. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they hurriedly retreated, while Luffy again raised his hand, releasing an energy that rivaled the blizzard itself, intense flames that countered the chilling onslaught and shielded Moria and Hancock. The blizzard, still under Aokiji's control, pressed onward towards Luffy. Above them, a striking tableau of contrasting elements unfolded, with the scorching red light and the frigid blue light intertwining in the sky, merging and then dissipating into nothingness. Gritting his teeth, Luffy noticed that Aokiji seemed intent on wearing him down, determined to deplete his strength. He urgently called to Moria and the others behind him. "Cover me for a moment. I will seek an opportunity to strike." "Understood." Moria replied without hesitation, his gaze lifted towards the sky, where the colors of the ongoing battle shimmered in his eyes. "Humph." Hancock did not verbally respond, yet a sound of discontent escaped her teeth, signaling her agreement with Luffy's strategy. "All right." Luffy let out a fierce roar, his aura instantly soaring to its zenith. intertwining the power of his haki with the flames of his conqueror's spirit. In an ephemeral moment, he unleashed nearly the entirety of his formidable strength, surging forward with overwhelming force towards the blizzard and Aokiji, momentarily stifling Aokiji's onslaught. Luffy urgently shouted, "Now's the time. Hurry up." Chapter 124. The Mercury Boots Hancock swiftly crouched down, her figure moving like a specter, her delicate legs gliding silently across the icy surface. Resembling a giant serpent approaching its prey, exuding an aura of danger as she dashed towards Admiral Kazan with remarkable speed. Above in the sky, a torrent of hot winds surged relentlessly towards Aokiji, leaving him momentarily unable to attend to other matters. Moria, manipulating a shadow, floated behind Aokiji with an even more ghostly grace. In a flash of dark light, the shadow slipped into the depths of obscurity, gathering strength and awaiting its opportunity. Aokiji cast a casual glance at the shadow beneath him before shifting his gaze back to the sky, dismissing it, observing the colossal fireball that continued to swell and expand. He remarked with mild astonishment, "The youth of today truly are becoming more formidable. I wonder if Admiral Tsuru's decision was right or wrong." As for what Admiral Tsuru's decision entailed, who could possibly know? Confronted with Luffy's increasingly massive energy accumulation, Aokiji adopted a serious demeanor, expertly channeling the energy within him, transforming it into the power of the ice fruit. Extending one hand, he directed it towards the enormous fireball above. Glacial epic. Abyss. Demon. A surge of terrifying might erupted from Aokiji's being calm, serene, indifferent, yet immensely powerful. The world was frozen. This time, it was not mere semblance, but a genuine freeze. The searing flames above consumed the oxygen in the sky, while the extreme cold below continued to liquefy and solidify the air at ground level. For a moment, the entire maritime expanse was devoid of breathable air. In a bid for equilibrium, the surrounding gases surged frantically towards this spot. In the skies, a cataclysmic wind pressure formed, so intense that the creatures of this realm dared not breathe audibly. On Amazon Lily, the winds howled violently, rendering the streets of the kingdom uninhabitable. Households sealed their doors, praying their homes would withstand the ferocious gales that threatened to shake them apart. Fortunately, Luffy and his crew had not anchored their formidable three-masted vessel too close to Amazon Lily. Otherwise, the mere aftermath of this confrontation could have claimed countless lives. The powerful warriors of the Kuja tribe braved the relentless wind pressure, heedless of danger, as they ascended the city walls. All stood agape, gazing at the distant waters beyond the island. What is that? A group of formidable guardians of the nation, in this very moment, confronted with a power that seemed to transcend the divine and the demonic, suddenly felt their own insignificance and frailty. In the distant waters of Amazon Lily Island, a wave of searing heat surged forth, with a blazing orb suspended high above, flames spiraling around a singular focal point, reminiscent of a sun god descending upon the mortal realm. Conversely, another region was blanketed in frost, from which countless ice spires erupted from the ground, spiraling upwards, coalescing in the air to form a gigantic hand reaching towards the scorching fireball, akin to a demon plummeting into the abyss. Yearning for the last vestige of light from the world, the sun god descended from the heavens, attempting to eradicate the demons on the ground, along with the abyss itself. The demons, equally defiant, extended their despairing claws towards the sun, striving to drag it into the depths. Amidst the tumultuous clash of energies, the fierce flames and unparalleled frost wreaked havoc in the skies, while the weather beyond the battlefield melted swiftly like snow meeting the summer sun, yet within the battlefield, the atmosphere froze instantaneously as if a river encountered an unprecedented cold wave. Now is the moment. Suddenly, Luffy shouted, relinquishing his control over the soft flames in the sky, propelling himself like a finely drawn arrow to the side. The soft flames, now devoid of Luffy's guidance, extinguished in an instant, akin to a bonfire starved of fuel. What? Even Aokiji was taken aback. He had not anticipated Luffy's ability to master such formidable power with such finesse. Still enveloped in his icy breath, Aokiji found it impossible to dissipate his already unleashed ability instantaneously. Under the inertia of his power, the colossal hand of the ice demon continued its advance. At that moment, a ghostly figure materialized beside Aokiji. The graceful and enchanting Hancock, with her delicate physique, piercing gaze, and decisive intuition, seized the fleeting moment of Aokiji's distraction. Like a bolt of lightning, she soared through the air, delivering a forceful kick to Aokiji's shoulder. However, Akiji had anticipated this, his observation haki fully awakened. He seemed to foresee the future and preemptively transformed his body to evade Hancock's assault. Hancock's kick met only a thin layer of ice, passing through Akiji's form and crashing into the ice layer below with tremendous force. Boom! The ice layer collapsed instantaneously, spreading outwards in all directions. Even after enduring Akiji's freezing and Brooks' solidification, the glacier beneath could no longer withstand Hancock's devastating blow, shattering into countless tiny ice crystals that plummeted into the depths of the sea, rendering it unpassable. Yet, the Empress's setback did not signify the end of the assault. Moria, unaccustomed to close combat, unexpectedly charged forward, his massive fist enveloped in a dark layer of haki. Despite his corpulent form, he moved with remarkable swiftness. And in the blink of an eye, his heavy fist was before Akiji. As Akiji gradually reverted from his elemental form, he had not yet set foot on the shattered ice crystals when he was confronted by Moria's colossal punch. Hastily, he coated his body with a layer of haki darker than Moria's while swiftly channeling his icy energy to create an absolute zero shield before him to defend against Moria's onslaught. Everything transpired so abruptly. There seemed to be no plan, yet they synchronized seamlessly in their offensive rhythm. Moria's fist was overwhelmingly large, leaving Akiji with no avenue of evasion. To face this blow head-on risked being sent crashing into the sea. Thus, this was the only defensive maneuver Akiji had managed thus far. Yet, witnessing this, Moria suddenly grinned, revealing a triumphant smile. Shadow user. Suddenly, a shadowy figure of deep purple hue appeared beside Akiji. It was none other than Moria's shadow clone. Distinctly, this clone brandished a colossal fist imbued with haki. The heavy blow landed fiercely against Akiji's side, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes that caught him utterly off guard. However, aside from sending him flying, Moria's punches proved ineffective. Yet, that was sufficient. In Akiji's trajectory, Luffy was forming a triangle with his hands, positioned before his chest, awaiting his moment. Akiji's expression abruptly shifted, casting aside his earlier nonchalance. The orange-red glow emanating from Luffy's hands instilled within him a palpable sense of danger, and his Kinbunchika haki was relentlessly transmitting alarming signals. Fire. Explosive. Bullet. Luffy articulated three seemingly inconspicuous words with clarity, yet his hands remained relentless in their gathering of energy. As a radiant orb of light gradually formed, no larger than a marble, this luminous sphere represented the culmination of Luffy's utmost mental fortitude. A manifestation of the flame of steel, containing an energy that surpassed even the explosive power he once displayed in battle against Moria, who wielded the formidable Shadow Fruit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Akiji swiftly maximized his control over his freezing abilities, condensing them to their utmost strength. Ice Age. Ice Ball. Instantly, a towering spherical ice shield enveloped Luffy, providing Akiji a moment of respite. It was imperative to recognize that the released energy was potent enough to vanquish either Moria or Hancock. Alas, he could never fathom that within this world existed an unconventional system, giving rise to an extraordinary piece of equipment. The emerald green boots adorning Luffy's feet seemed to emit a faint glow. Immunity to 25% elemental damage. The effects of control skills diminished by 50%. This maneuver by Akiji fulfilled all the special attributes of the Mercury boots, rewriting the damage and control inflicted upon Luffy by mysterious rules, instantly reducing them to less than a quarter. Although still formidable, they would not pose any significant threat to Luffy. Crack, crack. The ice sphere began to shatter at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Akiji was still on a collision course with Luffy. Chapter 125, Spiraling Sphere Bang. The ineffective ice sphere erupted, scattering into fragments as Luffy charged forward through the icy debris. With one hand, he grasped a luminous orb of fire, its spiraling flames coiling like a spring, compressing a surge of energy into a singular point, poised to unleash an even more astounding force. With a sudden motion, he hurled the fiery orb towards Akiji, who was hurtling towards him, caught off guard. Thud! The mighty energy of the flame's spiraling sphere struck Akiji's chest silently, eerily merging into his body as if it had vanished from existence. Only Akiji and Luffy were aware of the immense power imprisoned within Akiji, restrained by layers of icy walls. Disperse! With a decisive strike, Luffy stepped back and shouted loudly at Brook and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the terrifying three-masted ship. Upon hearing his call, Brook and his companions wasted no time in following Luffy at their utmost speed into the heart of the island. However, Luffy had significantly underestimated the power of the flame spiral and overestimated Aokiji's ability to withstand it. Before they could escape far, an overwhelming wave of fiery energy surged forth, its scorching breath rushing towards Luffy and his companions. Boom! A torrent of searing heat engulfed Hancock and the others entirely. The intense heat waves left even Hancock in a state of utter shock, panic flooding her thoughts. Run! The rising heat billowed into the clouds, akin to a massive boulder plunging into still waters, creating ripples of chaos. In an instant, the winds howled. The clouds in the sky were blown apart by the heat. Rushing away from the battlefield, at the very center of the flames, Aokiji, undergoing a fierce trial by the flame of steel, was gradually regaining his elemental form. Yet, just as he began to recover, the furious flames would once again wreak havoc, forcing him to start the process anew, again and again, in an endless cycle. In that moment, Aokiji was utterly immobilized, relying solely on his formidable physical resilience to withstand the relentless onslaught of fiery energy. The flames, radiant as divine light, surged in all directions, intent on incinerating everything in their vicinity, causing vast quantities of seawater to evaporate and gradually boil. Even the terrifying three-masted ship was violently thrust away by the overwhelming force, pushed back several kilometers. On the coast, Robin gazed at the fiery horizon, defenseless against the boundless heat that surged towards her, reddening and scorching her delicate skin. Luffy, her worried eyes remained fixed on the distant flames, as if she could see the world beyond the energy storm. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside Robin, gradually revealing Moria's dim skin as the darkness faded. Ha! 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 After swapping places with his shadow clone, Moria collapsed to his knees, gripping the soil tightly, gasping for the slightly warm air. Ironically, he, the slowest, became the first to reach the safety zone through this means. Chased by the heat wave, Luffy, bolstered by the speed of his mercury boots, raced alongside Brook across the melting ice-covered sea. Glancing back at Hancock, who was on the verge of being engulfed by flames, a fleeting moment of hesitation crossed Luffy's mind. After a brief contemplation, he clenched his jaw and slowed his pace. "Mr. Luffy?" Brook called out urgently, noticing Luffy lagging behind. "Don't worry about me. You go on ahead." Luffy utilized 2 small life potions from his backpack, instantly replenishing his vitality. Meanwhile, Hancock's flowing hair began to flicker with sparks, as the raging flames drew nearer. In truth, the intensity of the explosive aftermath was not particularly unbearable for Hancock. However, she stood upon the surface of the sea, the melting ice beneath her feet now coated with a layer of seawater, lacking the Navy's moonwalk and the graceful agility of Brook. Each step she took was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weakness that swiftly encroached upon her mind, rendering her unable to harness her full strength. Damn it! Hancock gritted her teeth, striving to control her feeble legs as they moved. Sensing the rising heat behind her, she momentarily lost focus with her next step and miscalculated her footing, plunging one foot into the water. Her body lurched forward, teetering on the brink of collapse into the sea. With a soft thud, she found herself in Luffy's embrace, gazing ahead at the surging flames. Reminiscent of a mountain cascading downwards, Luffy wasted no time and turned to sprint towards the island. He propelled himself forward, leveraging the last remnants of ice floating on the water's surface. "Put me down." Hancock, never having been so close to a man before, felt an overwhelming urge to escape, even contemplating death rather than remaining in the arms of this detestable man for another second. Her struggles caused Luffy's speed to wane, and his vitality began to dwindle once more, prompting a frown as he was compelled to use another small life potion. "Settle down," Luffy shouted in frustration. To conserve time and resources, he unleashed his conqueror's haki to intimidate Hancock. She felt her mind whirl in confusion as her mental fortitude clashed with Luffy's overwhelming presence. Ultimately, she succumbed to his might, gradually yielding to the influence of his haki. Damn it, that peculiar sensation again. Is this the man Robin admires? How utterly domineering. As her thoughts faded in the final moments, Hancock succumbed to unconsciousness, her struggles ceasing altogether. Luffy maintained his full speed, racing towards the safe zone. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions in the distant waters surrounding the terrifying 3-masted ship showed no signs of abating. The severely battered Aokiji, however, sustained his freezing powers, standing firm against the onslaught of flames. Though Aokiji's stamina remained robust, the energy level of the flames surpassed the capabilities of his devil fruit by an overwhelming margin. As a result, while he could defend himself with relative ease, completely evading the relentless assault of the flames proved to be a daunting challenge. Moreover, these were flames compressed to their utmost by Luffy's mental strength. Even the might of an admiral could hardly contend with such ferocity. Luffy, having staggered into the safe area, nearly lost his balance but managed to steady himself at the last moment, urgently calling out to Robin, who was not far away. He placed the unconscious Hancock into Robin's arms and leaned against a nearby rock, exhaling deeply to calm his racing heart. Mr. Luffy, Moria, and Brook hurried over, their expressions tinged with concern. They could vaguely sense that amidst the terrifying flames, a far greater force was continuously clashing against it. Akiji's formidable strength utterly shattered their understanding of power. Even Moria, who had faced Kaido, felt like he had merely been crushed, never truly witnessing the might of the world as strongest. In the midst of such a terrifying maelstrom, the ability to gradually reclaim the initiative was a power they could scarcely have imagined, even in their wildest dreams. Luffy remained silent, gazing upon the violently trembling sky and the surging ocean. A radiant interplay of blue and red light dispersed in all directions, unleashing a colossal tide of energy. The frigid energy remained unchanged, while the flames gradually flickered out. Amidst the surging energy, the silhouette of Akiji became increasingly distinct, seemingly poised to quell the ensuing turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, Luffy abruptly straightened and declared, "It seems we need another round." Chapter 126. The battle. In an instant, the seawater evaporated, forming a vast concave arc upon the ocean's surface. Wisps of ice shards cascaded from the sky, landing upon the sunken sea level, where an abundance of frigid energy was released, completely encasing the water in a gradually forming, sharply defined layer of ice. With a resounding explosion, the final remnants of warmth in the sky were supplanted by the encroaching cold. Akiji, feeling somewhat fatigued, plummeted from the heights. His momentary lapse in control led him to crash onto the ice below. Coughing, he rose to his feet, expelling several puffs of heated black smoke from his insides. Upon raising his gaze, he caught sight of Luffy standing at the edge of the 100-meter deep pit, noticing the familiar energy flames coalescing in Luffy's hand. Akiji couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Hey, there is no need to go this far, right? I'm not here to attack you." Akiji uttered these words of frustration, yet a chilling low temperature emanated from him, revealing that he was far from as fearful as his words suggested. If one were to quantify Akiji's life force, the recent blow had consumed over 8,000 of his health points, less than 1/10 of his total capacity. This was the future Marine Admiral, the pinnacle of naval combat prowess. Just a single utterance from him could deter the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo among the 7 warlords. Underscoring the formidable strength that Akiji possessed, Luffy wore a grave expression, fully aware that with his current strength, defeating Akiji was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Yet, he was not without his contingencies. He still possessed the opportunity to utilize the growth capsules 4 more times. Given his body, endowed with the world's most extraordinary talents, the power he would acquire after these 4 enhancements might not surpass that of an admiral, but it would certainly not fall short by much. However, unless absolutely necessary, Luffy was reluctant to squander his lifespan, even though the marketplace occasionally refreshed with items that could extend it. After all, as long as he had sufficient gold, the means to enhance his strength were plentiful, and his physique was already nearing perfection, rendering further consumption unnecessary. Yet, when faced with the brink of life and death, what was a mere lifespan in the grand scheme of things? The blaze of iron in his grasp surged to its zenith once more. Yet Luffy did not cease the output of his mental energy. The overwhelming force of his consciousness continued to flow into the X-gloves. The previous successful assault had relied entirely on Hancock and Moria's feigned attacks, coupled with Akiji's momentary lapse in judgment. Who would have anticipated the existence of such a cheating item as the Mercury boots? This had afforded Luffy the opportunity to inject the blaze of iron into Akiji's body. Now, however, Akiji was fully on guard, and Luffy would no longer be granted such a fortuitous chance. Thus, he readied the terrifyingly heated blaze of iron, forming a Rasengan with one hand while channeling immense mental power into his other hand. The gauntlet shimmered with a faint glow as a torrent of flames erupted once more, the orange light flickering and generating intense waves of heat in the air. "Oh dear, I'm not here to hunt pirates. Is this truly necessary?" Akiji remarked, his eyes fixed and expression serious, seemingly intent yet casual in his address to Luffy. The flames of the second Rasengan quickly coalesced, and Luffy lifted his youthful visage, his eyes shimmering with an unspoken resolve. embodying a determination that was unmistakable. I never claimed that my desire to punch you stemmed from your status as a Marine. His calm voice resonated as he spoke, and in the blink of an eye, Luffy vanished, leaving behind 2 orange trails that streaked through the air like lightning. What a nuisance, Aokiji muttered under his breath, raising both hands forward. Although Luffy's speed had reached a point imperceptible to the naked eye, it was still too sluggish for Aokiji. Ice Age. Ice Spear. Suddenly, a blue frost enveloped Aokiji's visage, and a chilling white aura surged forth from his body, cascading toward the front. Under the absolute zero, where not even a hint of warmth can penetrate, an astonishing scene unfolds. With a swift motion, an array of sharp ice spikes erupts from the ground, converging rapidly towards Luffy, resembling a myriad of glistening blades carpeting the icy expanse. Anticipating the chill of Aokiji's ice, Luffy propels himself forcefully off the frozen surface, soaring into the air like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, ascending towards the heavens. Observing Luffy's choice to ascend into the sky, Aokiji's lips curl slightly, revealing a semblance of satisfaction on his otherwise expressionless face, as if the situation were entirely within his grasp. Ice block, violent bird. Aokiji calls out loudly, standing calmly in place, as he suddenly sweeps his right hand, gathering a vast amount of cold air around his arm. In an instant, this cold air coalesces into ice, transforming midair. Soon, a breathtakingly exquisite ice bird, vivid and lifelike, takes flight in the sky, exuding immense kinetic force that shatters the air around it, freezing everything in its path, trailing a long, ethereal blue tail behind it. Luffy remained unfazed by the ice bird conjured by Aokiji. Channeling strength from his waist, he suddenly began to rotate mid-air without any support, creating 2 immense spirals of fiery energy in his hands. As Luffy spun at an astonishing speed, these spirals formed a blazing ring of resistance in the atmosphere. The clash between the ice bird and the fiery ring produced a considerable amount of steam, which ascended into the air. Upon encountering the frigid external temperature, the steam condensed into tiny droplets, floating aloft and enveloping Luffy in a thick veil of mist, obscuring his figure entirely. In that shroud, all sound vanished, as if tranquility had reclaimed the surroundings. Abruptly, the white fog parted from the center, revealing Luffy still spinning vigorously, the intense flames distorting the air around him. This distortion refracted in Aokiji's eyes, akin to how searing heat warps the fabric of time and space. With a resounding thud, Aokiji, with his arm cloaked in haki, grasped Luffy's hands. The ice beneath him shattered instantly, sending him plummeting toward the depths of the sea at an incredible velocity. The prior layers of ice had been bypassed, while an aura of extreme cold emanated from Aokiji, freezing the surrounding waters to prevent his body from submerging. Simultaneously, he unleashed an even more formidable chill, encasing Luffy's arms and a significant portion of his body in ice, effectively immobilizing him despite the enhancement of his mercury boots. The 2 tumultuous orbs of fiery pressure in Luffy's hands continued to swirl atop his gauntlet, yet they could not inch any closer to Aokiji. "Young man, you have lost," Aokiji remarked, gazing at the seemingly energy-drained flame spiral ball in Luffy's grasp, his tone devoid of emotion. "Huh." Luffy's striking heterochromatic eyes met the small, green bean-like eyes of Aokiji, and suddenly, a hint of disdain escaped his lips in a soft chuckle. His eyes gradually closed, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, and he uttered no further sound. "You little brat." The seemingly stoic Aokiji, renowned for his extraordinary mastery of observation haki, appeared to sense something amiss. His typically impassive expression finally shifted, revealing a face full of astonishment as he gazed at Luffy, his tiny pupils brimming with incredulous emotion. Luffy revealed a perplexing smile, imbued with confidence, resignation, and madness. A colossal wall of ice suddenly materialized before Aokiji, yet the explosion was nearly upon him, rendering the ice wall utterly ineffective. In an instant, it was pierced by the searing flames, transforming into steam that dissipated into the air. At the moment the explosion roared to life, Luffy was violently propelled through the air by a terrifying force. In mid-flight, he struggled to maintain his consciousness, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming drain on his mental faculties caused by the dual flames of steel. Desperately, he consumed life potions from his backpack to replenish his dwindling health. Just as he managed to restore his health from the brink of annihilation, the fierce flames surged towards him once more. Exhausted and incapable of controlling his own powers, Luffy was instantly engulfed by the very flames he had unleashed, causing his vitality to plummet once again. The inferno swirling around him may not have inflicted fatal harm upon Aokiji, but for Luffy, it represented an onslaught far exceeding his threshold of endurance by 5 or 6 times. System. Purchase 1,000 small life potions for me. As Luffy hastily consumed the pills with his mind, he anxiously called out to the system within his thoughts. The purchase was successful and the items were placed into his backpack. An overwhelming torrent of flames surged violently in all directions. The blazing light resembling a divine dragon descending from the heavens, imposing its might and cleaving through the void, rushing forth like a mighty tide. The unparalleled heat sent shivers of dread through the spectators in the distance. The national warriors of Nine Snake no longer dared to remain atop the city walls, fearing the sudden backlash of the residual force. Yet, as guardians of the nation, they steadfastly held their ground beneath the walls, ready to alert the citizens at the first sign of danger. Luffy. Tears glistened in Robin's eyes as she gazed at the relentless waves of heat advancing from afar, which washed over her face, instantly evaporating the tears that had yet to fall. Chapter 127. The Seven Warlords. The deterrent power of 2 flame pressure spiral balls exploding simultaneously far surpassed that of 2 individual flame pressure spiral balls, akin to how 1 + 1 can, in many cases, yield a sum greater than 2. After a considerable time, the world finally returned to tranquility. Roar, cough. Within the shattered ice of the deep sea, Aokiji suddenly turned over, pulling his face from the ice. In that moment, he had shed the indifferent demeanor he once possessed. His clothing bore the scars of burns, and his skin was marred by severe scorch marks, wounds that even elemental transformation could not heal. Not to mention the grievous internal injuries inflicted by the violent explosion and the frenzied heat within him. Since training under Vice Admiral Garp, Aokiji's physical prowess had been steadily increasing. He had long since forgotten how many years it had been since he had experienced such intense combat. Although the two sides could not yet be considered evenly matched, it was utterly astonishing that a mere moment of carelessness on his part had resulted in such severe internal injuries inflicted by his opponent. Yet, what shocked him the most was far from over. The cold air beneath him gradually released, lifting his body higher. Due to the recent explosion, this expanse of sea had once again transformed into a mingling of ice and water. From his elevated position, Aokiji effortlessly spotted Luffy drifting amidst the icy waters in the distance. An icy path. A solid path of ice extended from beneath Aokiji's feet, connecting to the location where Luffy lay. Fragments of ice clung to Luffy's body, the piercing chill instantly rousing him from his stupor. Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground. Remarkably, aside from the scorched marks on his clothing, he bore no injuries whatsoever. However, his unsteady posture revealed to Aokiji that Luffy's condition was far from the robust image he projected. Have the youth of today truly become this formidable? Aokiji mused, shaking his head as he approached Luffy along the icy path. Luffy stood there, his gaze both hazy yet resolutely fixed on Aokiji. Should the battle continue, Luffy was prepared to immediately utilize the 4 growth capsules nestled within his backpack. He possessed the confidence that the strength acquired in mere moments over 4 years would be sufficient to vanquish Aokiji. Suddenly, Aokiji halted, a wave of trepidation washing over him, as though taking another step forward would lead to his demise. Though it seemed utterly absurd, he chose to trust his instincts. In his youth, it was precisely his keen intuition that had allowed him to escape the clutches of numerous nefarious pirates. Perhaps today would be no exception. A breath of cold air escaped his lips as Aokiji remarked with astonishment, "Truly frightening, young one." Vibrant hues. For trees. Just as Aokiji was about to continue, Robin, rushing from a distance, activated her devil fruit powers. Though standing in the sea, the water-repelling boots did not weaken her. Petals aglow with violet flames surged skyward, converging on the icy surface to form 4 enormous arms. These arms interlocked, creating formidable fists that descended upon Aokiji's position, conjuring a howling tempest in their wake. Before the colossal fist could reach the ground, a wave of frost erupted from the base of the arms, swiftly encasing them in exquisite ice sculptures, severing Robin's control. Robin's brow furrowed, her eyes quivering, seemingly enduring an intense agony, yet she chose to unleash her powers once more. Vibrant hues. 2 trees. Hey, let me finish my sentence. Aokiji glared in discontent at Robin. A series of icy thorns shot up from beneath his feet, racing toward Robin with alarming speed. Requiem of Souls. Ice Spire Mirror. With a deep shout from Brook, a radiant prism of colors suddenly appeared before Robin. The icy thorns collided with the prism. Instantly assimilated by the otherworldly energy emanating from within, the vibrant light cascading back along the ice crystals toward Akiji's feet. As the dazzling light gradually faded, it transformed into a subtle crystalline membrane, enveloping Akiji's frost, rendering it immobile, unable to expand further. Simultaneously, it solidified, freezing Akiji in place upon the icy path. Crack. Snap. The ice crystals lingered for but a second before beginning to shatter. Akiji, his body adorned with haki, slowly emerged from the fragmented ice. He glanced down at his left foot, still adorned with shards of the multicolored ice, and turned his gaze toward Brook. Luffy. Robin hurriedly seized the opportunity to approach Luffy, steadying him as he wavered precariously. Robin, please, do not act impulsively. As time passed, Luffy's mental fortitude gradually began to resurface, and he spoke to Robin in fragmented sentences. He sensed that Akiji had lost his will to fight, perhaps even relinquished the desire to capture Robin. Luffy had already exerted all his strength and managed to inflict considerable injury upon Akiji. However, relying solely on Moria and his companions to defeat Akiji seemed a daunting task. Thus, Luffy called out to Brook and Robin, who were still eager to continue the battle, intending to first ascertain Akiji's true purpose for coming. With steady strides, Akiji advanced towards Luffy, suddenly articulating, "Why do you not flee as you did in the past? Over a decade ago, the giant who perished for O'Hara, Jaguar D. Saul, was my dear friend." What? Akiji's words struck a chord with Robin, and although her vigilant demeanor remained unchanged, a flicker of surprise graced her features. After all, she had witnessed Akiji gradually encase his aforementioned friend in ice. Yet, Akiji seemed unfazed by Robin's reaction, raising his gaze to continue in a calm tone. "That day, I heeded his advice and allowed you to escape the island. I believed it was my duty to monitor your life, yet for over a decade, you have not found a place to belong. For the world government, you are a ticking time bomb. Our unexpected encounter has compelled me to no longer neglect your fate. I had intended to bring closure to everything related to O'Hara, but unexpectedly." "Unexpectedly what?" Robin interjected. Her curiosity piqued despite the painful memories Akiji's words evoked. Maintaining her composure, she awaited his response. Akiji slowly closed his eyes. Akin to a father witnessing his daughter grow up, and with a sense of comfort, he remarked, "Have you finally found a place to call home? Was it right or wrong for Saul to spare your life? In the future, will you reveal the answer to me? You will see." Before Robin could respond, Luffy interjected, "You will witness the answer you seek, the one you deem erroneous. Things that displease Robin, I shall eradicate them one by one." Akiji gazed at Luffy, his palm slightly clenched, seemingly torn between the decision to eliminate these potential threats here and now. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "Never mind, let the higher authorities decide on that matter. I shall focus on accomplishing my task for today." Akiji's characteristic languor, or perhaps a seed of justice, led him to choose to turn a blind eye to the situation, silently contemplating within himself. Subsequently, Akiji reached into his pocket and retrieved a document that, despite having faced annihilation countless times during the recent battle, bore no signs of damage. Addressing Moria, who had just arrived, along with the other three, he stated, "My mission here consists of 3 tasks. Task 1, to ensure the safety of Boa Hancock, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Task 2, to summon the once renowned pirate captain, Gecko Moria, and his crew, formally integrating them into the ranks of the 7 warlords under the world government, granting them the right to pillage freely, albeit with the obligation to remit a portion of their plunder to the Navy. Additionally, their previous bounties will be revoked, and the world government shall no longer pursue any past transgressions, though they must be prepared to respond to mandatory summons from the world government when necessary." As for Task 3, Akiji suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Luffy. Chapter 128, Task 3. Task 3, based on intelligence from Sander Sonia, the vice captain of the Kuja pirates, combined with information held by the Navy. A preliminary conclusion has been reached. The Moria pirates are suspected of engaging in some clandestine collaboration with a particularly powerful organization. Akiji scrutinized Luffy, a hint of menace glinting in his eyes, though it was unclear whether this threat emanated from the world government or the Navy. Pausing momentarily, Akiji's voice took on a somber tone as he continued to address Luffy and the others. "The objective is to eliminate any possibility of Gecko Moria collaborating with anyone. Otherwise, Task 2 will be rendered void, and the highest level of bounty will be issued against the Moria pirates and their associates, with a full-scale pursuit initiated. At the same time, upon hearing Akiji's words, Moria, Robin, and Brook braced themselves once more, their spirits instantly heightened. Yet Akiji remained unfazed, continuing in his low tone. Furthermore, collaborators shall face immediate execution. However, Akiji's tone suddenly elevated as he declared, however, should the collaborators agree to cooperate, the Navy may offer concessions, including a position among the 7 warlords. The 7 warlords. Luffy was momentarily rendered silent, not due to the mention of the 7 warlords by Akiji, but rather because of the peculiar stance the world government had taken towards Moria. In the original narrative, following the conclusion of the Marineford War, the world government dispatched Doflamingo, accompanied by numerous pacifists, to hunt down Moria. Despite having served as a warlord for many years under the watchful gaze of the world government, Moria was initially overlooked for reasons tied to his lineage and the knowledge he possessed of certain matters best left undisclosed. Had it not been for these factors, he would have long since drawn the attention of the government and would not have lived as long as he did. Thus, among the remaining possibilities, the most plausible reason appears to be Moria's devil fruit, the shadow fruit. By designating Moria as a warlord, the world government could maintain a firm grip on his movements. Should any unforeseen incidents arise that the world government wished to avoid, they could swiftly deploy formidable forces to subdue Moria. In this manner, they could both restrain Moria from undertaking any erratic actions and prevent the shadow fruit from drifting into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Yet, Luffy cast a fleeting glance in the direction of Moria. What exactly is the function of the shadow fruit that instills such unease within the government? Furthermore, their unwavering stance against allowing Moria to collaborate with anyone suggests that the world government possesses knowledge of certain information, perhaps a capability intertwined with the shadow fruit, which could yield extraordinary effects. Alternatively, it may be that the government has already harnessed this power, yet is currently unprepared, thus necessitating the shadow fruit's abilities at some point in the future, leading them to keep Moria in a state of limbo. There are layers of obscurity veiling the truth behind all of this, leaving Luffy with no means to ascertain it at present. Nevertheless, given that the government has commanded him to cease his collaboration with Moria, Luffy had no intention of readily acquiescing, for he had yet to amass sufficient gold. However, he was not entirely opposed to the idea, as the 7 warlords possessed numerous advantages. Moreover, a principal factor for Luffy was his belief that being one of the 7 warlords could be quite entertaining. Although he remained uncertain about who might be displaced in the hierarchy, it mattered little to him. What does a pirate truly seek in freedom if not the ability to do as one pleases, with joy being paramount? During the course of Akiji's narration, Luffy gradually regained some spirit, at least managing to stand upright with ease. He gently patted Robin's wrist, signaling that he had recovered. Subsequently, Luffy withdrew his arm from Robin's support and confidently approached Akiji. Despite the evident disparity in their strengths, Luffy remained unfazed, gazing at Akiji with a calm demeanor before articulating, "So, Akiji, if I choose to decline the government's proposal, what will you do?" Upon hearing Luffy's words, Akiji anxiously rubbed his head. His thinning hair, which had relied on the volume of his curls to appear normal, was becoming more disheveled due to his incessant fidgeting, and it seemed he was on the verge of sporting a receding hairline. After a moment, Akiji exhaled a weary sigh and replied, "In that case, I would have no choice but to return to the Navy headquarters and report truthfully to my superiors, including your capabilities. As for what the Navy and the world government would decide thereafter, I could not ascertain." With that, Akiji sighed once more, muttering in a voice only he could hear, "What a hassle." "Is that so?" With a smile, Luffy remarked that he did not believe the world government would disrupt years of anticipation merely due to a misunderstanding. Furthermore, incorporating Luffy into the Shichibukai was precisely what the government desired. The Shichibukai, touted for their freedom of action, were always precisely located by the Navy whenever matters arose, which raises questions about the true essence of their liberty. Thus, if permitted, the government would indeed be keen on having Moria's partner join the ranks of the Shichibukai, under the watchful eye of the government. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Akiji to present this condition to Luffy. Meeting Akiji's gaze, Luffy continued to smile and said, "You can return to inform your superior that a year from now, Moria and I will part ways completely. Should you agree to this condition, you may send me the title of Shichibukai. If you refuse, then let the Navy attempt to discover what price they must pay to confront me." Unaware of his own weakness, Luffy maintained unwavering eye contact with Aokiji, leaving the latter perplexed. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent, yet Aokiji felt an unsettling chill, an inexplicable fear that spun relentlessly in his mind. Did he truly say that? Vice Admiral Tsuru scrutinized the paper report submitted by Aokiji. Aside from the omission of any mention regarding Robin, the details concerning Hancock's presence during Luffy and the others' farewell were clearly articulated, leaving Tsuru with a sense of unease. This was entirely uncharacteristic of Vice Admiral Kazan. Contemplating, Tsuru returned the intelligence to Aokiji and stated, "I have no issues on my end. The agreement with the Amazon Lily Kingdom has been finalized. Deliver the intelligence to Sengoku and let him make the final decision." While engrossed in her duties, Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly recalled the striking name mentioned in the report and couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. 3 days later, a newspaper disseminated a momentous announcement throughout the seas. Following the Yonko and the Marines, another formidable organization emerged, known as the Shichibukai. This name was familiar to the populace, as news had circulated for years about various individuals becoming Shichibukai, detailing the privileges they enjoyed and the obligations they bore. Almost periodically, the government and Navy would promote these updates. However, today was destined to be unlike any other, for a name was about to resonate across the world, making its debut on this grand stage. The list of the 7 warlords of the sea is as follows: the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk; the pirate empress, Boa Hancock; the sand crocodile, Sir Crocodile; the fishman, Jinbei; the great pirate, Gecko Moria; the Don Quixote of the night, Don Quixote da Flamingo; and the captain of the Starry Sky Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty: 0. Who is this person? I have never heard of him. Curse the world government and their lackeys. Shall we go and eliminate him? A pirate exclaimed, pointing at Luffy's visage on the newspaper. Indeed, look at that youthful, naive appearance. He is likely just a mere fade. Indeed, what a foolhardy pirate, constantly inciting others to seek trouble with Luffy. Chapter 129, Voyage in the Tranquil Doldrums. A few seagulls flapped their wings, creating ripples upon the desolate sea surface. A vessel, resembling a naval warship, sailed unbridled through this calm and vast windless zone. The sea stone apparatus beneath the ship rendered the sea kings in the depths oblivious to its presence above. Occasionally, large schools of fish would glide excitedly to the surface, as if they had found kin, showering the air with a cascade of colorful, crystalline droplets. On the deck of the ship, Brook donned a white-fitted trench coat, its edges adorned with an eccentric pattern of black. His hollow eyes gazed intently into the distance, seemingly captivated by something alluring, the depths of his gaze concealing unfathomable thoughts. Suddenly, Brook turned as if sensing something. "What are you looking at, Brook?" Luffy, having just emerged from the cabin, stretched lazily while approaching Brook with curiosity. "Why are you up so early?" "Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Luffy. I couldn't quite sleep," Brook replied, his face betraying a hint of excitement. Though he struggled to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, his tone elevated slightly as he spoke to Luffy. Luffy smiled faintly, stifling a yawn as he leaned against the ship's railing, casting a sidelong glance at Brook. "Are you feeling a bit restless with excitement about embarking on a new journey, or perhaps eager to reunite with Laboon?" he inquired. Brook's hand, gripping the railing, trembled slightly, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a moment, he spoke in a nostalgic tone, gazing out at the vast ocean. "Indeed, it has been such a long time. I wonder if he is doing well." Delicate tears pooled at the edge of Brook's eyes, seemingly on the verge of cascading down. "Should we go see him?" he pondered. "No, we shouldn't," Brook immediately replied, shaking his head resolutely. They had other matters to attend to, and he did not wish to delay the team's journey for his own concerns. He understood that if he were to voice his feelings, Luffy would undoubtedly choose to assist him without hesitation. Thus, he was willing to endure a bit longer for Luffy's sake. "It's nothing, really. We still have plenty of time," Luffy continued to persuade, lifting his gaze to the sky, seemingly contemplating the extent of his remaining time. Moreover, they had no pressing matters at hand. He had previously excused himself from the recent Shichibukai meeting under the pretext of being unwell. He had heard from Moria that Carp, in a fit of rage, had sent the obstructing navy flying, shattering the conference room door and slamming his iron fist onto the table with such ferocity that even the 6 notorious pirates felt a twinge of fear. Ignoring Sengoku's attempts to restrain him, Carp had bellowed loudly about teaching someone a lesson. The thought of Moria laughing heartily while recounting his grandfather's embarrassing moments brought a flush of embarrassment to Luffy's face. There were approximately 10 months until Ace set sail, and the ship currently belonged to Luffy, acquired from the Navy as a specially designed warship under his identity as a Shichibukai. Though it was an older model, its sailing speed was unmatched by ordinary sailing vessels. With ample time at their disposal, it seemed prudent to fulfill Brook's heartfelt wish first. Besides, Luffy was eager to encounter that adorable giant whale. Mr. Luffy. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Brook's heart seemed to waver. He gripped the ship's railing tightly. Caught between nervousness and excitement, an inexplicable surge of emotions flooding his soul. Then it settled. Luffy sprang to his feet, not waiting for Brook's response, and joyfully declared, "I shall go below deck and ask Robin to assist in altering our course." "Very well, Mr. Luffy." Brook suddenly stood at attention, watching as Luffy re-entered the cabin. In his heart, he silently thought, "Laboon, I imagine you must be eagerly awaiting our return. How fortunate it is to encounter Mr. Luffy. I believe you would feel the same, wouldn't you, Laboon?" In the control room on the lower deck, Robin was engrossed in the nautical charts, calculating various aspects while observing the array of buttons and dials on the panel to ensure the ship could sail smoothly. Luffy's voice resonated from above the control room. "I am here, Luffy." Upon hearing Luffy's voice, Robin promptly responded. Following the sound, Luffy curiously ventured into the control room. Although this military vessel had been acquired quite some time ago, Luffy had never set foot in this command center. In fact, regarding the purchase of the ship, Luffy had merely suggested the idea, allowing Robin to contact the Navy headquarters via a transponder snail to procure this decommissioned warship from a few years back. It can be said that Robin had managed everything. Over the years, Robin had truly harnessed her exceptionally brilliant mind for Luffy's sake. Through relentless study and reading, she had become proficient in a multitude of skills: washing clothes, cooking, steering the ship, controlling the sails, healing wounds, and engaging in combat, all while mastering both forms of haki. She exemplified the ideal of being equally adept in the parlor and the kitchen, capable of confronting the Navy and standing against ruffians. "Robin, we need to change our course," Luffy declared as he entered the control room. Change the course? Where are we headed?" Despite the current course being the most efficient route that Robin had painstakingly calculated, she remained unfazed and merely inquired with curiosity. Luffy flashed a grin, revealing a row of exquisite white teeth, and with an air of mystery, he addressed Robin. "Let us head to the entrance of the Grand Line." "The entrance to the Grand Line?" Robin furrowed her brow in confusion for a moment, but then, as if struck by inspiration, she suddenly laughed in realization. "I see now." "Very well, Captain Luffy." With that, Robin promptly unfurled the world map provided by the Navy, retrieved paper and pen, and began recalibrating the necessary data. She then pressed several buttons on the control panel, which Luffy could not comprehend at all. Suddenly, Luffy felt a slight tremor, and the entire vessel began to change course. They had already reached the boundary of the East Sea, and passing through the doldrums would lead them to the weakest sea. However, in order to reach the Twin Cape at the entrance to the Grand Line, they would have to turn around and sail in the completely opposite direction. This was also the primary reason why Brook did not wish to trouble Luffy. After all, both he and Robin were aware that Luffy intended to return to the East Sea for his brother's sailing ceremony. Thus, although Brook deeply missed Laboon, he never expressed this sentiment to Luffy. Consequently, Luffy did not contemplate visiting Laboon before noticing the expression of longing on Brook's face. Just as the ship was navigating towards the Twin Cape, the voice of the Den Mushi suddenly rang out. Bururu Bururu. Bururu Bururu. Chapter 130. The Phone Bururu Bururu. Bururu Bururu. Luffy and Robin turned their curious gazes toward the transponder snail. Aboard their vessel, they housed two such creatures. One was an ordinary transponder snail, responsible for facilitating communication with the outside world, while the other was a white transponder snail, employed to prevent eavesdropping. Although Luffy was uncertain about who might seek to overhear his conversations, he heeded Robin's counsel and discreetly acquired the white snail from the black market. Strangely enough, this acquisition made Luffy feel somewhat aligned with the identity of a warlord of the sea. In Robin's eyes, becoming one of the warlords under the world government was already a formidable symbol of power. After all, unlike Luffy, she had not witnessed the numerous instances where former warlords were bested by the protagonists. To Luffy, attaining the title of warlord was primarily a whimsical endeavor. merely an opportunity to experience a life he had previously only observed on television. Approaching the transponder snail, he lifted the receiver, causing the creature to cease its calls and instantly adopt a visage that irritated Luffy. "It has been a while, Mr. Luffy," came a deep, boisterous voice from the other end, as the most perilous man among the warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, erupted into maniacal laughter. Luffy wore an expression that seemed to say, "What now?" as he gazed at the two pointed eyes of the transponder snail. Bringing the receiver to his lips, he sighed and said, "Hello? What is it now, Doflamingo?" Hearty laughter echoed from the other end. In the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo spoke to Luffy in a tone reminiscent of a rogue leader. "There's no need to be so distant, Mr. Luffy. As fellow warlords of the sea and colleagues, it is quite natural for us to communicate and foster our camaraderie, don't you think? Now, enough of the pleasantries. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Luffy interrupted Doflamingo's forthcoming words with palpable impatience. He found it quite disconcerting to engage in casual banter with someone like Doflamingo, a notorious underworld boss. One could inadvertently divulge sensitive information, which left Luffy feeling utterly drained. "I merely intended to commend the unexpectedly popular zombie soldiers purchased from Captain Luffy," he remarked. "All 2,000 ordinary zombies, 50 zombie generals, and 3-tailed beast zombies from last time have been sold at exorbitant prices." "Is that so? That's splendid." Indicating that our collaboration remains quite agreeable, Luffy responded with an indifferent demeanor. He continued, "However, shouldn't you be discussing such matters with Moria instead?" "I find it rather curious, Mr. Luffy." A faint sound of friction accompanied Doflamingo as he reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. He addressed the microphone again. "Why is it that immediately after I finalize a transaction, government agents come knocking at my door? Could this be merely a coincidence?" Doflamingo's pointed toe inadvertently indicated a man before him, clad in a suit and sunglasses, who was kneeling on the ground, bound by ropes and gagged with a rag. He lay motionless, blood steadily dripping from his nose onto his knees, staining his attire crimson. Toripole exaggeratedly bent at the waist, holding a cane while standing beside Doflamingo, wearing a foolish grin that, combined with the drool threatening to spill onto the floor, rendered him a comical image of a simpleton from the countryside. "Agents?" Luffy's playful expression faded as he adopted a serious and cautious demeanor. With a grave tone, he inquired of Doflamingo, "Is it CP0? CP0? Indeed, Mr. Luffy possesses remarkable insight. To be so well informed about the clandestine operations of the highest intelligence agency directly under the world government. TCH. Luffy remained silent this time, fearful that speaking too much might inadvertently lead him into Doflamingo's trap. Previously, in a moment of carelessness, he had revealed the concealed location of the Revolutionary Army, specifically the name of Baldy Island. Consequently, Doflamingo managed to locate the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army using just that name. Fortunately, Doflamingo approached the Revolutionary Army under the guise of being the Underground Emperor, the Joker, ultimately securing a substantial number of arms trading contracts and profiting immensely. Otherwise, Luffy would have truly become a pitiful second-generation official. Subsequently, Doflamingo sent Luffy a considerable sum of money, ostensibly as a gesture of gratitude, though to Luffy, it felt more like mockery. This money was essentially what Luffy intended to use to purchase warships from the Navy. Doflamingo seemed keen to entice Luffy, one of the 7 warlords, to his side, and he began to frequently reach out to Luffy, demonstrating a level of diligence that surpassed even Liu Bei's earnest efforts to recruit Zhuge Liang. This led to a series of underground dark dealings, including plans for slave trading, corpse transportation routes, and zombie trading markets. With Luffy as collateral, Doflamingo primarily handled the investment, while Moria was responsible for production. The convergence of these 3 world-renowned figures established a robust triangular trade network in the unseen underworld, eluding the scrutiny of the government. Over the past year, there had been a notable increase in pirate disappearances at sea, with more than a third of these missing pirates connected to the trio. The CP0, which Luffy mentioned, refers to the world government's secret highest intelligence agency, Cipher Pol, Aegis, divided into 9 departments, each responsible for varying levels of tasks. It is said that within CP0, there are more than one intelligence operative with the strength of a Navy admiral. They do not answer to the world government, but are directly affiliated with the Celestial Dragons, making them a formidable and omnipresent organization. Most members are orphans procured from around the globe by the government, subjected to brutal training and bloody eliminations, leaving only those with potential hidden throughout the world. As for the eliminated orphans, their fates remain a mystery, as no one has seen them since. In truth, Luffy's intention to have Doflamingo sell zombie soldiers was to gauge the government's reaction and assess the extent to which Moria's fruit abilities posed a threat to them. Not CP0. Doflamingo suddenly remarked, glancing at the operative beneath him, who was now barely breathing. He gestured to Tremble. Meanwhile, Luffy heard a peculiar conversation emanating from the transponder snail. Damn it, don't get too close. It's disgusting. Let Sugar handle him. All right, Doflamingo. The telephone bug transformed into a lecherous expression, uttering a cacophony of nauseating sounds, seemingly as Toribol exited from Doflamingo's chamber. TCH. Doflamingo sighed in dissatisfaction. Then resumed speaking into the receiver. Well, Mr. Luffy, it appears you have little time to engage in sentimental exchanges with me. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. The purpose of this call is to inform you that the young rascals from Germa departed from my vicinity yesterday. Oh, have they left? Upon hearing this news, Luffy perked up, his interest piqued as he inquired, how is that kid faring? He's quite an impressive little brat, isn't he? Recently, he even held his own against Diamante, demonstrating remarkable progress, truly worthy of being Mr. Luffy's subordinate. He's not my subordinate, Luffy promptly retorted, clearly not regarding Germa as one of his subordinates. However, it was true that Germa had aided him in resolving a troublesome matter at his behest. If one were to define their relationship, it would be more accurate to describe Germa as Luffy's half-apprentice, akin to a 3-month apprentice serving for 5 years. Luffy never intended to have Gadio assist him for a lifetime. Rather, he encouraged him to pursue his own dreams. Well, it must be said that Gadia is far more competent than Mr. Luffy. Ha. Luffy furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Doflamingo's laughter, and could not help but say, I am already aware of the matter concerning Sabaody. If there is nothing else, let's end this call. Just a moment, Mr. Luffy, please don't always be like this. Allow me to pose one last question, if you will. What is your purpose for venturing to the East Blue this time? Suddenly, Doflamingo's voice resonated once more from the other end of the transponder snail. Luffy's expression darkened instantly, and he coldly remarked, you should be aware of what I detest. Ah, dear me. Doflamingo teased with a chuckle. It was merely that one of my subordinates happened to glimpse you heading towards the East Sea during our last transaction, and thus, I grew curious. After all, Mr. Luffy is a man of significant enterprise. I merely wish to ascertain if there might be a potential for collaboration. Humph. Luffy exhaled through his nostrils, expressing his discontent. Regarding this matter, he found himself quite helpless. Even the 4 emperors are subject to surveillance, let alone his current cooperative relationship with Doflamingo, from which he could not extricate himself. Very well, if Mr. Luffy prefers not to speak, so be it. It is already lunchtime. I shall not intrude upon your meal. The call was abruptly disconnected. Naturally, it was Luffy who hung up, unable to endure Doflamingo's over-the-top laughter any longer. Doflamingo, however, remained unfazed, continuing to chuckle on the sofa. Such a bad temper. At that moment, the recently departed Treble returned, stating, Doflamingo, that individual has been dealt with. However, it seems there are quite a few government agents lurking about lately. Fortunately, Sugar's abilities are rather unique. Sugar is a vital member of our family. You must ensure her safety, Treble. Doflamingo rose from the sofa and approached the castle window, observing the joyous nation outside. With a grave expression, he solemnly cautioned, we must exercise particular caution of late, especially concerning outsiders. Indeed, Treble replied promptly. Then noticed that Doflamingo seemed to have no further words to share and wisely began to withdraw. CP0, is it? Doflamingo gazed through his sunglasses at the bustling city below. Chuckling softly, it appears matters are becoming increasingly intricate. Moreover, you know far more than I had anticipated. Suddenly, Doflamingo spread his arms wide, the heavy flamingo attire billowing with his movement, the pink feathers quivering lightly. Monkey D. Luffy, what a fascinating individual you are. Let this tumultuous era become even more frenzied. Doflamingo's laughter resonated through the palace of Dressrosa, soaring into the heavens and scattering the clouds away. Chapter 131, Laboon Luffy, Brook? We have arrived. The sweet melody of Robin's voice emanated from the ship's intercom, rousing the still, slumbering Luffy and Brook. The sound of hurried, crisp footsteps echoed as the two rushed onto the deck. Though their vision remained somewhat hazy, they could gradually discern the towering, indistinct silhouette of the red line in the distance. The vessel continued its voyage across the sea, and the outline of the red line grew increasingly distinct. "Brook, look!" Suddenly, Luffy shouted at Brook, extending his hand towards the horizon, where the sea appeared to curve into another realm. In the distance, a massive shadow loomed. Although Brook's eyesight could not possibly reach such a far-off point, he seemed to sense something, his teeth trembling slightly as he gazed intently ahead, on the verge of losing his voice, murmuring, Is that Laboon, Mr. Luffy?" At that moment, at the exit of Reverse Mountain, a gigantic island whale stood motionless upon the surface of the sea. The whale's forehead bore numerous scars, gunshot wounds, knife cuts, cannon injuries, and even more from countless collisions. With a thunderous roar, the whale suddenly threw its head back, emitting a clear and melodious sound that pierced through the clouds and reached the heavens, tinged with excitement and a hint of sorrow, as if it were expressing deep emotions. From the whale's back, a circular iron hatch swung open, and out stepped a peculiar old man clad in a pink checkered shirt, his hair resembling saffron. The elderly man gently caressed the skin of Laboon, saying, "What is the occasion today? You seem so joyful, Laboon." Despite his age, the man appeared robust, with strong arms and sharp eyes that belied the frailty typical of old age. "Oh!" Laboon's eyes squinted with delight, and from his enormous mouth, wider than the passage of Reverse Mountain, he let out another joyful roar. "Do you feel something?" Seemingly infected by Laboon's happiness, Kuroka's also revealed a faint smile. Though he knew this might merely be an illusion, he spoke to Laboon with warmth. After all, having spent nearly 50 years with Laboon, a profound bond had formed between them. Witnessing Laboon relentlessly battering the iron-hard red earth every day caused Kuroka's great heartache. Now that Laboon was so jubilant, he wished for this joy to linger a little longer. It seemed he could forego today's tranquilizers. Kuroka silently mused. "Captain, we're flying. What do we do?" "Captain." Suddenly, a cacophony of shrill screams erupted from the other side of Reverse Mountain. "Silence. I see it. Damn it." With an extraordinarily high-pitched voice, a medium-sized pirate ship was swept up by the tumultuous currents of Reverse Mountain, soaring into the sky. As the ship reached its zenith, it gradually lost its upward momentum and, under the acceleration of gravity, began to plummet in a parabolic arc, hurtling towards Laboon's forehead. The pirates aboard the ship clung desperately to anything that could secure them, their anguished cries echoing through the air. "Captain, we are about to collide with the mountainside below," shouted a pirate closest to the captain. The captain, whom the crew looked to for salvation, gritted his teeth and glared at the impending rock face, his voice piercing the chaos as he declared, "I am Captain Kree, the sovereign of the West Sea. A man destined to become the pirate king cannot perish at the threshold of this grand line." Suddenly, a thick yellow mist erupted from Captain Kree's body. Under his command, the fog surged beneath the pirate ship, swiftly coalescing into a dense cloud. The vessel's descent gradually slowed under the cushion of the cloud, yet they remained perilously close to disaster. At this rate, the ship would still crash into the mountain, shattering into countless pieces. "Captain," a sailor cried out once more. "I need no reminders." Floating cloud, clad in denim, Kree roared again, his form blurring as he transformed into a mass of soft, white vapor, akin to the clouds above. Graceful and ethereal, the cloud he became surged relentlessly toward the hull of the ship. The mist spread apart, and under Kree's control, it transformed into a vast shroud, enveloping the entire vessel and significantly diminishing its plummet. Kree's figure re-emerged within the cloud, leaning against the ship as beads of sweat streamed down his face, single-handedly bearing the weight of the entire craft. Having endured countless battles in the West Sea, Kree had never felt so utterly drained. Fortunately, his stamina remained robust. Under his protection, the ship gradually slowed, ultimately drifting gently into the sea. A cloud of white mist billowed from the ship's underside, coalescing on the deck to gradually reveal Kree's form. "Captain," a pirate exclaimed immediately. Kree flashed a proud smile, turning back with an air of confidence. "Ha ha ha. No need to say it. I know you all admire me." "No, Captain, look above." A crew member rudely interrupted Kree's self-adoration, pointing frantically at the sky behind him. "What?" Confused, Kree suddenly felt a shadow sweep over him, casting darkness across the sky. Observing the panicked crew staring behind him, Kree slowly turned his head. "Oh!" Labu surged forth, his massive form leaping from the water, momentarily suspended in the air before crashing down like a giant island. The mountain is falling." The Kree pirate crew let out their final cry, only to be silenced by the immense body of the whale, plunging beneath the depths of the ocean. Laboon. It seems you've gotten into trouble again, mumbled Crocus, hastily entering Laboon's body through the iron arm passage while the seawater had yet to surge in. However, Laboon, the island whale, appeared oblivious to it all. After all, to Laboon, Klee's ship was no larger than an ant in the eyes of humans, who would concern themselves with potentially trampling a few ants along the way. Over the years, the number of pirates who perished in Laboon's presence numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Laboon had become the very first hurdle for all pirates venturing into the Grand Line. Suddenly, the water surged as the massive Laboon dove into the sea, creating a deep depression on the surface and unleashing colossal waves that spread across the tranquil ocean. Truly akin to a live rendition of soaring to great heights, with water crashing for 3,000 miles. Cough, cough. The first mate grabbed Klee by the collar and hurled him onto a shard of driftwood. Klee immediately began to retch on the splintered board, expelling the seawater from his stomach. Coughing violently, he cleared the brine from his throat, quickly rising to scan the vicinity, counting heads, and then sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Is everyone all right?" The Klee pirate crew was the most renowned band of pirates in the West Sea this year. Although the crew consisted of merely 20 pirates, each was a valiant sailor. Their captain, Klee, possessed the powers of the natural type cloud fruit. Thus, even in the face of such a significant assault, the Klee pirate crew did not suffer any casualties. The crew swam toward the shore, eventually collapsing onto the rocks, all unharmed. The recent ordeal had certainly taken a toll on their nerves. Many were still in disbelief, gazing at the azure sky while desperately inhaling fresh air. Klee observed his crew, panting on the shore, and glanced at the fragments of their ship, which carried their dreams, submerged in the water. Anger surged within him, and he struck the ground with a fist. "Damn it!" he shouted, abruptly rising to his feet as dark clouds began to swirl around him, drifting skyward. His eyes were fixed furiously on Laboon, whose half-submerged form loomed above the water. The clouds above grew denser, and as time passed, ominous black clouds enveloped the entire sky, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Oh, as if sensing the anomaly in the sky, Laba resurfaced from the water, gazing innocently at the gathering dark clouds, much like a child playing in the streets, utterly unaware of the peril that awaited him. The lightning intensified, and under Kayle's command, the ominous clouds began to coalesce. Kayle's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld Labu upon the water's surface, thoughts of his beloved ship flooding his mind. With a pointed finger aimed at Labu, he bellowed, "Die, monster!" Thunderstorm. The rumble echoed ominously. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the clouds in the sky thickened, swirling rapidly above Labu. The rotation quickened, and lightning began to congregate at the vortex's center, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying force, akin to divine retribution. The lightning descended from the heavens, targeting Labu directly. Suddenly, a figure faster than lightning materialized above Labu, intercepting the ferocious bolt. A shimmering black light struck against the menacing flash, dissipating the overwhelming energy of the storm. The lightning was gradually absorbed beneath the eerie black glow, while an ethereal sword aura cleaved through the sky, dispersing the clouds above. Sunlight once again graced the tumultuous sea, restoring illumination to the world. A slender figure descended from the heavens, adorned with black skeletal hands, wielding a white sword, and crowned with a skull. "Ladies and gentlemen, grant me your indulgence. Ha ha ha, if you still crave a fight, then allow me to engage you next." Chapter 132, The Battle of the Sea King of the West Who. "What are you, human or ghost?" Kayle's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the enigmatic creature before him. Despite lacking flesh, it stood strangely firm. Devoid of a throat, it emitted a resonant voice. Though wholly skeletal, it exuded an overwhelming presence that rendered Kayle's breath shallow. The Grand Line, indeed, lived up to its reputation. Having barely arrived at its threshold, he was already confronted with such bizarre occurrences. It seemed his preparations were woefully insufficient. The blow he had charged for so long was effortlessly countered by the skeleton before him, revealing the formidable strength of this creature was not to be underestimated. Kayle regarded Brooke with heightened vigilance, his previously raging eyes now tempered with calm. The pirates, who had been resting on the ground, quickly regained their composure, those armed drawing their weapons, poised against Brooke. Brooke's aura surged suddenly, an ominous wind emanating from his bony form, casting a chill over the surroundings. Where he passed, the earth appeared drained of life, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent and desolate, evoking a sense of dread. "I am Brooke, the esteemed musician and the king of souls of the Straw Hat Pirates. A chilling aura enveloped the members of the Clay pirate crew, and despite the blazing sun above, the pirates felt an unsettling coldness seep into their bones, as if something was about to escape from within them. Might I request your indulgence in forgiving Labo's recklessness? Though I have long lost my dignity, ha 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 oh. A familiar sensation suddenly surged within Labu's heart, yet having experienced countless similar illusions before, he hesitated to accept the reality of the moment, releasing a perplexed cry. Brook, however, remained motionless, speaking in a fragmented manner to Labu behind him. Labu. It is I. Wait, let me first resolve the matters at hand. Then, I shall come to reminisce with you. At that moment, Brook dared not turn to face Labu, for tears brimming in his eyes were on the verge of spilling over. Oh, Labu called out again in confusion. Yet the familiar figure and voice seemed to affirm that this was no mere figment of his imagination. Tears began to gather in Labu's eyes, cascading down from his oversized head, each drop bearing the weight of hundreds of pounds. The exhilarating cries echoed across the vast sea, and ultimately, Labu obediently descended to the ocean floor, gazing up at Brook from beneath the water's surface. Brook managed to suppress the tears that almost overflowed from his hollow eye sockets and continued addressing the members of the Clay pirate crew. I witnessed what just transpired, and as Labu's friend, I am willing to offer compensation on his behalf. Brook spoke with a tone of entreaty, yet it conveyed no sense of choice for others. Clay furrowed his brow, surveying his companions, and noticed that everyone appeared affected by the inexplicable aura and the overwhelming call of the colossal whale. Though their hands remained firmly gripping their weapons, their eyes were now glazed and unfocused. Captain the vice-captain, who possessed a measure of strength but was not severely affected, trembled as he spoke. Captain, it is the Starry Sky pirate crew. What Starry Sky pirate crew? Clay, who typically engaged solely in combat and avoided entanglements, observed the vice-captain's grave expression and sensed the complexity of the situation, quietly inquiring. The vice-captain swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down from his temple, his entire being taut with anxiety as he replied. The Starry Sky pirate crew, led by one of the 7 warlords, Monkey D. Luffy, is a mysterious and formidable pirate crew that has suddenly emerged in the world. It is said that over 20 renowned pirate crews have gathered in the Grand Line this year, seeking to confront this crew that ascended to the pinnacle so abruptly. Yet all have vanished without a trace, lost to the depths of the sea. To this day, no one has laid eyes upon the true visage of the Starry Sky pirate captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Before the vice-captain could finish his anxious introduction, Clay surprisingly extended his tongue and licked his lips, displaying an expression of keen interest. With a gaze reminiscent of a beast, he looked at Brook and remarked, "Oh, the 7 warlords of the sea, is it? Clay, you wouldn't mean to." The vice-captain, visibly alarmed, gazed at the eager Clay in disbelief. "The 7 warlords of the sea, this could serve as the stepping stone for my dominance over the oceans. How perfectly fitting." Clay laughed heartily. Having established his invincibility in the West Sea, Clay possessed his own pride. With the powers of the nature-type abilities, he believed that even if he could not defeat his adversaries, he would remain in an undefeated position, which led to his habit of looking down on others. Yet, it was this indomitable spirit that allowed him to gather a cadre of exceptional comrades. Cloud Demon, Sheep Cloud, Shield. With a resounding thud, Clay delivered a powerful punch to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, while a mass of white cloud formations erupted from his back. The cloud seemed almost alive, moving gracefully through the air, swiftly coalescing into a vast, transparent arc-shaped barrier, permitting visibility from the inside, while rendering the outside a mere swirl of constantly shifting clouds, thus cloaking and protecting Clay's pirate crew. Clay, Captain. The crew within the barrier shouted loudly, seemingly attempting to dissuade their captain's impulsiveness or join him in battle. However, their cries were in vain. The sound waves reverberating in the air collided with the billowing sheep clouds, akin to meeting a layer of soft wool, completely absorbing the vibrations without transmitting them outward. At that moment, the outside world could no longer hear the sounds emanating from within the cloud. As the dust settled, Clay stepped forward alone, layers of white mist rising from his body, wisps of cloud ascending into the sky, gradually gathering above. "Are you the Starry Sky Pirates? One of the 7 warlords? I've heard that by slaying your captain, one can gain renown across the world. Am I correct?" Clay brazenly fixed his gaze upon Brook, showing no concern for Brook's fearsome visage or chilling eyes, speaking candidly. Suddenly, the air thickened, An icy chill from an alternate dimension enveloped the entire area in an instant. The ground was coated with a glistening layer of frost, as if a frigid breeze from the depths of an icy abyss had swept through this world. Brook slowly raised his head, his expression shifting dramatically from the previous liveliness. At that moment, Brook finally exhibited the intimidation befitting a skeleton, a shadow casting over his face. As the tip of his white-boned sword unexpectedly touched the ground. "You just mentioned wanting to kill Mr. Luffy?" As if a cacophony of voices emanated from all directions. It felt as though multiple individuals were simultaneously whispering into Krell's ear, angry yet scornful. Like inquiries rising from the abyss, they momentarily stalled his thoughts, compelling his mind to instinctively seek escape from the tumult, abandoning contemplation. However, Krell's formidable spirit ultimately regained control, confronted by the formidable presence of Brook, whose mere aura exuded such power. Krell recognized he could no longer afford to delay. He pondered whether he would possess the courage to strike at the individual before him in moments to come. With a low murmur, Krell's entire being abruptly transformed into a deep azure mist, floating high above as if resembling a tempestuous cloud burdened by excess water, hastily gathering the previously dispersed layers in the sky. In an instant, Krell's form expanded, and the cloud enveloped him, manifesting as a colossal 10-meter-tall cloud figure hovering ominously above Brook's head. Acid rain of the rain cloud entity. The towering figure of the cloud giant, Creel, opened his vast maw, unleashing a deluge of pale red rain that abruptly descended from the heavens. Centered around Brook, a torrential downpour commenced, the rainwater striking the ground and swiftly corroding the metal-rich surface of the red earth continent, creating countless minute craters. Faced with the rain cascading from above, Brook exhaled a frosty breath, gazing at the eroded terrain, and spoke in a somber tone. "Ah. It would be disastrous if my magnificent afro were to be damaged." Chapter 133, The Battle of the West Sea Overlord. A relentless torrent of acidic rain plummeted from the sky towards Brook, its formidable corrosive power prompting even the air to retreat in trepidation. In an instant, the entire space was cloaked in a dense crimson veil, resembling an isolation from the world. Outside, the sun shone brightly, while within, it felt akin to a hellish realm. As the terrifying acidic rain threatened to engulf Brook, the skeletal sword at his waist suddenly ignited with an eerie green flame that flickered ominously, as if it would absorb the very essence of all living beings, emanating a sense of foreboding. The flame surged forth, spreading across the ground before Brook like a portal from another dimension, gradually rising from the earth. Beneath the flames, an extraordinary piano, encrusted with white bones, began to materialize. From the piano's keys, a dim, blood-stained starlight emanated, like ethereal sprites dancing around its periphery, imbuing the skeletal instrument with a touch of warmth. The four supports of the piano resembled the limbs of a beast, sustaining its form. "It has been a while since I sang for you, Labo." Brook slowly seated himself, a piano bench appearing perfectly behind him. He lifted his skull to retrieve a long-preserved sound shell. The familiar, lingering melody once again filled the air, as Bink's sake resonated like a true elixir, celebrating reunion and song. Regardless of the distance or the separations of life and death, the moment music played, memories of shared moments would surface in one's mind. Joyful notes danced through the air, transforming into an invisible force that shielded Brook's figure, akin to a grand umbrella, protecting the musician in his performance. As the music twirled with splotches of blood-red light, it radiated an unusual beauty, reminiscent of a realm beyond the soul, a beauty born from the depths of hell. While the familiar melody stirred Labu, lying beneath the sea, to reminisce about past joys, eliciting a sound that was both joyful and sorrowful. Above, the rain cloud manifestation of Creel, upon hearing this heartwarming reunion melody, felt a tremor within, his body involuntarily shuddering. What was a sumptuous auditory feast to others, to Creel's ears felt like a lullaby from the abyss, luring him into an eternal slumber. Flowers, glory, the adoring gazes from across the world. Here lay everything Creel desired, requiring no effort. He and his comrades could ascend to the pinnacle of the world, becoming the coveted pirate king, shattering the navy, and establishing their own dominion. All of this, he believed, could be attained simply by succumbing to sleep. At this moment, even Creel's elemental form could not resist this soul-controlling energy. His eyes grew heavier, consciousness gradually fading, as his elemental body reformed into a flesh and blood entity, plunging mercilessly from the heights. Creel, the first mate, who had a panoramic view of the scene, hurriedly emerged from the vanishing barrier of the sheep cloud. his heart-rending shouts echoing as he raced towards the location where Cly had fallen. "Captain!" The crew of the Cly pirates swiftly followed suit, rushing with urgency to catch their descending captain. "Cly?" Another agonizing cry shattered Brook's musical rhythm, awakening the dazed Cly, who gradually opened his eyes, breaking free from the embrace of blissful dreams. As the ground drew nearer, Cly was suddenly jolted awake. He bit down hard on his tongue, compelling his mind to heed his command. With a sudden thud, a cloud of white smoke plummeted to the earth, the force of impact shattering it and scattering it like a delicate layer of uncolored sand, light and ethereal. Upon witnessing this, the first mate and the others slowed their pace, exhaling a sigh of relief. In their worldview, as long as Cly remained unharmed, their pirate crew would forever be invincible. With the miraculous powers of the cloud fruit, they had vanquished numerous older and more powerful pirate crews in the West Sea, thus instilling them with unparalleled confidence. Newly arrived in the Grand Line, they remained oblivious to the existence of a technique known as haki, which could perfectly counter the elemental manifestations of nature. And they could not fathom the bizarre abilities possessed by Brook, which surpassed those of any devil fruit. Their prideful ignorance led them to foolishly believe that victory was still within their grasp. Ding! As the final elongated note faded, the entire reunion melody came to a close, and the shimmering lights surrounding the piano gradually dissipated, a life dedicated to a single composition. "Huh!" A chilling breath emanated from Brook's lips, leaving a trail of icy mist in the air. "Now it is your turn." The flames of souls flickered in Brook's eyes as a terrifying, dark skeleton lifted its pallid visage, gazing down at the ill-fated souls before it. Clang! The sound of clashing blades resonated suddenly as 10 black fingers danced swiftly across the piano keys, accompanied by a tempestuous symphony reminiscent of a blood-soaked storm, cruel, volatile, and imbued with an overwhelming, oppressive force. It surged towards the crew of the Cly pirates. "You all retreat." Confronted by an overwhelmingly potent force, Cray hastily commanded his comrades to retreat. He stepped forward, his body swelling rapidly, arms raised to be level with the ground. His robust fists instantaneously contracted inward, transforming his entire arms into colossal cylindrical cannons. From these arm cannons surged a voluminous cloud of dull gray-yellow smoke, which, upon emergence, wasted no time in advancing swiftly forward, forming a dense barrier. The cloud barrier propelled itself ahead, colliding silently with Brook's musical prowess. One side was tangible and supple, harboring concealed strength, while the other was intangible and domineering, exuding a formidable aura. The two energies were evenly matched, locked in a tense standoff in the air. Cray clenched his teeth fiercely, witnessing the clouds being ominously constrained by an inexplicable force. With a resolute heart, he bellowed, "Explode the clouds." Instantly, his elemental body expanded, resembling a towering giant. He turned and bent down, gathering his arms to shield the members of the Cray pirates. The clouds, previously in a stalemate, suddenly transformed, flickering with yellow flashes that danced within the murky haze, radiating brilliance against the gloom. Boom! The clouds erupted violently, creating a chasm in the ground, while turbulent winds surged forth, slicing through the air like a blade and stirring up a layer of dust that swept towards the sea. The howling winds whipped around Cray's cloud-like form, swirling layers of vapor upwards into the distant sky. Yet, amidst such a ferocious explosion, the sound of a piano emerged, as if from another realm, penetrating through the chaotic noise and resonating clearly in the ears of the onlookers, fierce and malevolent, akin to an ancient, man-eating beast lurking nearby for an opportunity to strike. A chill ran through the crowd, and they instinctively huddled closer together, seeking warmth in their proximity. The savage sound abruptly halted, the air at that moment crystallizing, ceasing its flow. Destruction melody. Azure Dragon. Devouring mist. The piano melody then echoed, a vicious glare emanating from Brook's eyes, as the notes danced at his fingertips, coalescing in the void to form a unique incantation, ascending towards the heavens. Thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, the clear sky was pierced by a bolt, the sun still shone above, yet the earth lay shrouded in shadow. A ripple coursed through the sky, and an azure dragon soared into view, shimmering with waves of light, as if emerging from the mystical realms, inhaling clouds and exhaling mists, traversing all directions. Chapter 134. I have tamed the Pokemon. What is that? Sensing the disturbance in the sky behind him, Cray controlled his elemental form and turned his head. Upon witnessing the legendary beast soaring in the sky, He could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed in shock. "What happened, Captain?" The other pirates were sheltered beneath Krell, entirely oblivious to the horrifying scene unfolding outside, only able to hear a chilling howling sound descending from the heights, which stirred their anxiety. Merely listening to that terrifying noise made it abundantly clear that something extraordinary was occurring beyond their confines. In that moment, all the crew members profoundly realized they had become a burden to Krell. Weakness, in this world, was the gravest of sins. The Azure Dragon soared through the skies, stirring the air with its undulating movements, producing a thunderous sound that resonated like a tempest, shrouding the entire firmament. With a resounding roar, the dragon unleashed a cataclysmic force, chaotic energy surging towards Krell, as if intent on pinning him to the earth beneath the weight of the clouds. A fierce hurricane approached, accompanied by the colossal and fearsome form of the divine dragon. The ancient beast's might was laid bare in that instant. A mere breath from it sent forth a flash of black light, akin to a lightning bolt, targeting all beings that dared to oppose it. With an agile twist, the Azure Dragon surged down from the heavens, resembling a sinister, ink-blue ray of light aimed at Krell and his companions. Damn it! For reasons unknown, despite his elemental form, Krell felt an undeniable instinct that he could not withstand this assault. Clearly, his intuition was correct. The dragon, imbued with overwhelming force, struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth, stirring up dust and scattering stones. Layers of mist enveloped the feet of Krell's crew as the cloud giant swiftly rose, cradling them in his grasp, desperately fleeing. In that moment, regret flooded his heart. He lamented his arrogance, regretted not directing his comrades to a safer location, and regretted ignoring the first mate's counsel. Yet, all of this had become mere history. How could the speed of clouds possibly rival that of a dragon controlling the mists? The roaring Azure Dragon, like a bolt of emerald lightning, swiftly pierced through the cloud giant Krell and his companions, carving a rugged trench in the ground. Krell's form slowly diminished, sinking into the chasm alongside his crew, their garments wrinkled, yet strangely unscathed by injuries. The Azure Dragon ascended abruptly, soaring into the cosmos. As ripples spread across the sky, its silhouette gradually fading from view, retreating back into another realm of time and space. At that moment, Luffy and Robin were just leisurely navigating their warship, arriving at the Gemini Strait, which had recently witnessed a minor skirmish. It seemed that all had come to an end. As Luffy and Robin ambled down the movable dismantling ladder from the ship, they surveyed the somewhat chaotic harbor. "Mr. Luffy," Brook exclaimed, rising from his seat. The piano ignited once more with a ghostly flame, levitating in the air before transforming into a skeletal sword that retracted to Brook's waist. "What has transpired, Brook? Did you not come in search of your comrades?" Robin inquired gently, her smile softening the inquiry. Brook cast a glance at Kureha and the others, who lay in the ravine, before diverting his attention back to Luffy and Robin. "It is nothing, merely a group of arrogant pirates attempting to challenge Mr. Luffy," he replied. After a brief pause filled with a hint of supplication, he continued, "Mr. Luffy, I did not kill them, merely imposed a modicum of punishment upon them." Brook hesitated, perhaps accustomed to Luffy's ruthless reputation, which left no survivors. It's all right, Luffy interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. He could surmise Brook's thoughts. Perhaps he wished to refrain from spilling blood on such a splendid day, not wanting to tarnish the joyous atmosphere. Nowadays, Luffy did not place much value on trifling experiences or coins, rendering these matters relatively inconsequential. As for the punishment Brook mentioned, one glance at the wrinkled faces of Kureha's crew in the ravine told the tale. Brook had employed a unique method to extinguish part of their souls, reducing their lifespans to a mere decade, obliterating their dreams from the very first day they set foot on the Grand Line. Suddenly, the sea erupted with a colossal bulge as the enormous island whale, Laboon, gradually surfaced. With eyes nearly 100 meters wide, it fixated on Brook's explosive hair, its glistening orbs shedding cascades of tears. "Oh!" Laboon let out another cry, seemingly reproaching Brook for the prolonged absence. Brook gazed at the immense creature, tears streaming from his darkened eyes, and slowly approached, caressing its skin as he murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Laboon." Creak. The iron door on Laboon's back swung open from within, and Crocus emerged, spear in hand. You are," Crocus exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. Brook wiped the tears from his skeletal visage and responded, "Indeed, it is I. I have returned." Crocus stared at Brook for a prolonged moment, choking back emotion, before hesitantly asking, "Who are you?" The atmosphere fell instantly silent, and the poignant emotions of their reunion transformed into an overwhelming awkwardness. No, awkwardness scarcely sufficed to describe the tumultuous feelings that surged within Brook at that moment. Suddenly, Kuroka's erupted into laughter, stepping forward to envelop Brook in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "It has been far too long, Brook." "Indeed, it has," Brook replied with a sense of relief. "Oh, Labu chimed in, echoing the sentiment, as if also expressing the joy of their long-awaited reunion. Time slipped away, and night descended. The dark canopy of the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, while the silvery moonlight danced upon the flickering flames of the bonfire below. Brook, Kuroka's, Luffy, Robin, and Labu shared laughter and tears, painting the tranquil night with the vibrant hues of togetherness. A night destined for unease quietly unfolded. Throughout the night, Brook recounted his tales like melodic notes to Labu and Kuroka's, narrating the myriad adventures, joys, and peculiarities encountered since the Rumbar pirates had set sail from the Twin Cape. These stories, which Brook had relived in solitude over the past several decades, were now etched in his memory. He briefly brushed past his loneliness, elaborating on his fateful encounter with Luffy, and the hope and strength that Luffy had bestowed upon him, as if he were determined to share all the unspoken words accumulated over the years on this very night. As dawn approached, the eastern sky brightened, and the sun, with its radiant and gentle light, emerged shyly from behind a slender veil of clouds. Brook, Luffy, and Robin, having awakened from their slumber, beheld Brook nestled beside Labu, still fast asleep. They called out softly. Brook's head stirred slightly, his vacant gaze making it impossible to discern whether he had truly awakened. "Mr. Luffy," Brook replied in a voice that suggested he had just risen from his dreams. "We must be on our way, Brook." "Is that so?" Brook stood up and glanced back at Labu. At that moment, both Labu and Kuroka's began to awaken slowly as well. Luffy approached Labu, gently stroking his soft skin as he spoke. "So, Brook must have already spoken to you, Labu. Would you like to join us on an adventure?" Labu glanced at Brook and then at Kuroka's, hesitating momentarily before letting out a call. After 50 years of companionship, Labu had become as dear as a child to Kuroka's. Now, on the day of parting, a bittersweet sadness overwhelmed them. "Go ahead, Labu. This is the promise you made with Brook, isn't it?" Kuroka said, tears welling in his eyes. Labu cried out once more, tears streaming down his face, signaling his resolute decision. With his mind made up, Luffy stepped forward, retrieving a pokeball from his backpack and placing it on Labu's forehead, smiling as he declared, "Welcome to the team, Labu." The pokeball suddenly opened, emitting a red beam of light that enveloped Labu's body. The crimson glow rapidly assimilated him, transforming his massive form into a stream of red light that surged into the pokeball. The water's surface instantly formed a vast indentation, with the surrounding sea rushing in. On the shore, Brook and the others stood in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Although they had heard Luffy mention bringing Labu along on their journey, they could never have imagined it would truly come to pass. "Brook, I entrust Labu's pokeball to you," Luffy said. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on capturing your first pet, the island whale Labu, and unlocking the companion system's pet subsystem." Chapter 135, Crossing the Red Earth Continent. "Well then, my brothers, it is time for us to set sail," Luffy declared, raising his arm to the bright sun, issuing orders to Robin and Brook. "Luffy, the Grand Line is quite complex. I need to examine the sea charts and make some calculations." Robin, though reluctant to interrupt Luffy's enthusiasm, knew they could not embark recklessly. "Is that so?" Luffy replied, a hint of confusion crossing his face before he shrugged it off, saying, "It's fine. We want to be passing through the doldrums anyway." Both Robin and Brook exchanged puzzled glances. The only route from the Grand Line to the East Blue was through the doldrums. Yet, judging by Luffy's demeanor, he seemed to possess some extraordinary method. All right, let us board the ship. We must set sail." Luffy offered no further explanation, merely urging the two with a smile. Although still bewildered, they obediently boarded the ship. "Well then, Uncle Kuroka's, we shall be departing," Luffy exclaimed, waving his hand energetically towards the astonished Kuroka's, who was still reeling from Labu's sudden disappearance. "Huh? Oh, farewell," Kuroka's replied, dazedly waving his hand in response. With a resounding splash, Luffy plunged into the sea. Before long, the waters near the shore began to bubble vigorously, releasing a multitude of steaming bubbles that danced upon the surface. Robin and Brook exchanged wide-eyed glances, as if silently questioning whether they were sharing the same extraordinary thought. In unison, they nodded, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Suddenly, the ship was rocked by a jolt, prompting Robin and Brooke to swiftly grasp the corners of the vessel, securing themselves firmly. Astonishingly, the entire massive ship began to levitate upwards. Luffy grasped the ship with one hand while positioning himself with the other, unleashing a torrent of formidable flames that warped the surrounding air with its intense heat. Kuroka's removed his spectacles, wiped them with his garment, and put them back on. Murmuring softly to himself, "How old I have become. I seem to be experiencing hallucinations lately. Hey, by now." Luffy had soared high into the sky and could no longer hear his whispers. He called out to Kuroka's, who had become a mere speck below, "Farewell, uncle. I shall return to visit you in a few years." Upon finishing his words, the flames in Luffy's hand flickered abruptly, erupting with even greater energy. The ship, propelled by the flames, soared rapidly towards the summit of the Red Land. The Red Land, encircling the pirate world, boasts towering mountains and is the most expansive landmass on the planet, home to a multitude of world nobles, the celestial dragons, following the audacious ascent of adventurer Fisher Tiger, who single-handedly scaled the Red Land and wreaked havoc at the world government's sacred headquarters, Mariewa, liberating thousands of enslaved individuals from various races. The world government became acutely aware of the vulnerabilities in the defense of the Red Land. Consequently, it initiated a clandestine conscription, establishing the world's first army primarily focused on land defense. Although soldiers had previously been stationed on the Red Land, they were largely affiliated with the Navy, primarily positioned near established trade routes to deter pirates and other nefarious individuals from attacking passing merchants and to collect trade taxes. Following the Fisher Tiger incident, the government spared no expense, recruiting vast numbers of laborers to fortify the Red Land. Army divisions were swiftly deployed to every corner of the territory, with two main headquarters established on either side of Reverse Mountain, centered around Mariewa. At regular intervals, an army division was established. The world government further mandated that the army maintain a vigilant watch day and night, ensuring stringent oversight. The army divisions were organized to manage the Red Land in phases, guaranteeing that similar incidents would not recur. At this moment, in the absence of suitable candidates, the temporary army marshal, the formidable commander-in-chief Kong, a robust elder with a broad chest, tawny skin, and a mountain-like mane of white hair and beard, sat in his office at one end of Reverse Mountain, listening to a trusted confidant who had just returned from a government military meeting. "Report, Marshal. The government's latest directive emphasizes the need for the entire army to enhance training and preparedness, deeply implementing the government's strong military ideology and adapting to the current circumstances with the most fitting military strategies. We must expediently select appropriate candidates for the positions of army marshal and generals, and if necessary, draw personnel from other military branches. Furthermore, we must remain steadfast in our original mission, ensuring strict oversight of every corner of the Red Land." Enough. Kong rubbed his temples and suddenly interrupted with a sigh, expressing his concerns. The emergence of formidable figures at the general level is no simple feat. Do the elders not consider the practical situation? Marshal, in my humble opinion, the government is likely requesting you to reassign personnel from the Navy under the guise of the Commander-in-Chief, which makes it even less feasible. The seas are rife with cunning scoundrels, and the Navy already lacks high-caliber combatants. How could they possibly spare anyone? The heir abruptly interrupted him, stating that as a former naval admiral, he possessed a profound understanding of the Navy's struggles. Moreover, the Army faced far fewer adversaries to defend against. It was perplexing why the government exhibited such urgency. However, just as his confidant was about to articulate further, a jarring alarm suddenly pierced the atmosphere. With a furrowed brow, he rose without hesitation, striding toward the office exit while inquiring what had transpired. "Let us go investigate." As he approached the Red Line, Luffy marveled at the sight before him, pondering the purpose of the military forces surrounding him. The majority of the celestial dragons resided in Mariewa, leaving much of the surrounding territory desolate, yet the government seemed intent on deploying such an overwhelming presence. It appeared that the Red Line was far more complex than one might have imagined. Gently lowering his ship before the gates of a military base, Luffy set it aside, preparing for a brief respite. Though only 3 hours had elapsed since departing from the Twin Cape, he felt a degree of fatigue. He had intended to rest along the Red Line but found himself inadvertently stumbling into the government army's main base. As the gate swung open, a squad of highly trained soldiers swiftly emerged, encircling Luffy and his vessel. From among the ranks, several figures advanced, donned in justice cloaks akin to those of the Navy, but exuding a more formidable presence as they approached Luffy. One individual, in particular, radiated an aura of dread, causing the ship to creak and stirring a cloud of dust from the ground beneath. Luffy. Mr. Luffy. Noticing the escalating tension, Brook and Robin hastily leaped from the ship, hastening to Luffy's side to confront the advancing army. It's all right. Do not worry. Luffy reassured his companions with an air of calm. Who are you to dare intrude upon the army's headquarters? The air crackled with authority as he approached, embodying an unmatched presence. In the world of pirates, characters who defy the passage of time are not limited to just Garp. Luffy's conqueror's haki surged forth in unison, clashing with the formidable aura of the sky, producing a resounding roar. However, soon after, silence enveloped the scene as the two combatants tacitly retracted their formidable energies. Luffy stepped forward and calmly declared, "The warlord of the sea, the Starlight Pirates, seeks passage across the red line to enter the East Blue." Chapter 136, The Conqueror of Logtown Bang. The Marine Admiral Sengoku slammed a report onto the desk in front of Garp, the sound jolting the sleeping Garp awake. Sengoku bellowed furiously, "Garp, come and see what trouble your grandson has stirred up this time." Garp, still bleary-eyed, opened his eyes. Sengoku swore that had he not mentioned the word grandson, Garp would have undoubtedly fallen back into slumber. "What is it, Sengoku? What has happened now?" Garp yawned, struggling to fully awaken, and glanced at the fuming Sengoku. Sengoku, exasperated, slammed his hand on the table and plopped down in a chair, pointing at the report before him, impatiently stating, "Just read it for yourself. It's your grandson's doing." "Really, can't you just read it to me?" Garp grumbled. But upon hearing it involved Luffy, he begrudgingly stood up. He picked up the report that Sengoku had slammed down and began to read softly. "Yesterday, the warlord of the sea, Monkey D. Luffy, led his pirate crew to ascend the Red Line, seeking to traverse it to reach the East Blue, which has already been approved by the Fleet Admiral." What on earth is Luffy doing back in the East Blue?" Garp murmured, lifting the report to scrutinize it further. However, as he continued reading, he drifted off to sleep once more. "Garp!" Sengoku shouted in exasperation, his voice echoing throughout nearly half of Marine headquarters. The working Marines, however, were already accustomed to such outbursts. A day without it would indeed be strange. Sengoku, looking at Garp, who had once again awakened, fought to suppress his frustration and said, "Aren't you going to do something about your grandson? He dares to ascend the Red Line now." Garp, unfazed by Sengoku's distress, burst into laughter, impressive indeed. "He truly is my grandson, ha ha ha. You." Sengoku pointed an accusatory finger at Garp, his expression one of disappointment. "Garp, others may not know, but you should. The Red Line is not a place one can just stroll onto. Moreover, Luffy has had dealings with Moria. Do you realize that the world government has set its sights on your grandson?" "Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it, Sengoku. Luffy will handle it just fine," Garp replied nonchalantly, pinching his nose. "I truly have no way of dealing with your family. I must attend a meeting regarding the deployment of additional troops. I cannot concern myself with you any longer. May you find your own fortune." Sengoku huffed, dramatically swishing his sleeves as he stormed out of the office, leaving Garp alone. "Ha ha ha. Finally, I have the chance to sneak some of Sengoku's senbei." Kapu continued to smile until Sengoku stepped out of the room. As he picked up the report once more, a profound melancholy, unseen by anyone before, gradually spread across his face. "Luffy, do not indulge too much in play. There was a matter that even Sengoku and Tsuru were unaware of. Luffy is merely 15 years old this year. He had only just turned 14 when he ascended to the position of a warlord of the sea, a detail he had never disclosed to anyone. In the conference room of the Navy base in Rogue Town, once again, Luffy arrived at this location, accompanied by Robin and Brook. However, this time, seated opposite him was a man with short silver hair, donned in a coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back, and sporting a pair of windproof goggles around his neck. He was none other than Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters, a user of the smoke fruit, currently serving as the highest commander in Logtown. "The state of law and order here has undeniably deteriorated. It seems your performance as a Navy officer is rather inadequate." Luffy idly toyed with a ceramic teacup on the table as he addressed Smoker. "TCH." Smoker scoffed, raising the seastone handcuffs strapped to his back, pointing them at Luffy. "Even if you are a warlord of the sea, you don't seem to possess the right to intrude upon a Navy base at will. My arresting you is entirely within the bounds of the law." "Oh." Luffy observed the handcuffs before him, suddenly sitting upright, a subtle yet formidable pressure emanating towards Smoker. "Colonel, do you truly believe that I would hesitate to kill you here?" Boom. As the words left his lips, Luffy unleashed his conqueror's haki. An overwhelming force that shattered the conference table between them with a resounding crack, wooden splinters flying in all directions. Smoker, who had arrogantly perched on his chair, was instantaneously sent crashing to the ground, his consciousness beginning to wane. Colonel, what has happened to you?" Inside, Dasky, carrying a pot of tea, was about to knock and enter the conference room when she caught sight of Smoker sprawled on the floor through the crack in the door. She hurried inside, bending down beside Smoker to assess his condition. Unable to discern anything amiss, Dasky suddenly turned her gaze toward Luffy and his companions, her face twisted with hatred. "Damn pirates! You must be the ones who attacked Vice Admiral Smoker." The young Dasky, oblivious to the cruelty of the world, still fancied herself a prodigious swordswoman of the Navy. With that, she swiftly drew her short sword, Shigure, and aimed a strike at Luffy. Luffy remained utterly motionless, not even blinking, as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching Dashiki. With a hushed command from Robin, for arms abruptly sprouted from Dashiki's shoulders and elbows. Two grasped her arms, while the other two seized her wrists, pivoting her around 180 degrees, the blade now poised menacingly at her throat. "Ah!" Dashiki stared in terror at the ever-approaching sword, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with fear. "No, please, do not harm Dashiki." On the ground, Smoker's fingers twitched slightly as he managed to utter a few words with great effort. Luffy waved at Robin, and in an instant, the arms of Dashiki dissolved into nothingness. Startled, Dashiki collapsed to the ground, her eyes glazed and unfocused as she gasped for breath. As Luffy and his companion strode out of the conference room, they passed by Smoker, who lay sprawled on the ground. Luffy cast a fleeting glance at him and coldly remarked, "Do not presume that your petty schemes can elude anyone's notice. The news of my arrival in the East Blue was disseminated by you, was it not? You are not yet worthy to test me." Smoker remained silent, as even the act of breathing had become a daunting challenge for him. Upon stepping out of the naval base, Luffy immediately sensed countless eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated upon him. With a dismissive scoff, the trio continued undeterred along the desolate street, making their way towards the harbor. As they passed through the square of Rogue Town, where the execution platform of the infamous Pirate King Gold Roger stood, the trio abruptly halted. Surrounding the square, a menacing throng of pirates, armed with swords and firearms, emerged from the shadows, encircling Luffy and his companions completely. "You are the notorious Monkey D. Luffy, one of the 7 warlords, aren't you?" A man clad in a brown vintage captain's attire stepped forward from the crowd, raising his sword menacingly towards Luffy. "I am." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating in the minds of every pirate in the square. Boring. Luffy advanced with determined strides. With his current spiritual prowess, a single full release of his conqueror's haki was beyond the capacity of these insignificant pests, whose bounties barely exceeded 30 million. In an instant, the pirate who had just spoken found himself bleeding from every orifice, unable to withstand the mental onslaught, succumbing to cerebral death, and ultimately losing his life. With each step Luffy took, numerous pirates inexplicably collapsed. By the time Luffy and his companions exited the square, the ground was drenched in blood, strewn with lifeless bodies. Colonel! A panicked Navy officer rushed into Smoker's office, breathlessly exclaiming, "Colonel, everyone is dead." The officer spoke in a disjointed manner, clearly struggling to catch his breath. In truth, Luffy had not unleashed a particularly fierce display of his conqueror's haki against Smoker. To Luffy, Smoker was still a commendable marine, deserving only a minor reprimand. However, this seemingly insignificant punishment nearly left Smoker unconscious. "What?" The dazed Smoker rubbed his temples, unable to fully comprehend the officer's words. The Navy officer's eyes bulged in disbelief as he muttered, "They're all dead. Over 500 pirates, all perished." Chapter 137. The Pet System. Upon reaching the harbor, Luffy gazed out at the boundless sea, his attention drawn to the ships docked at the port. Suddenly, he remarked, "It seems we no longer need to take a ship." Huh. Robin and Brook exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to grasp Luffy's meaning. Luffy's eyes gleamed with brightness as he gazed at the vast expanse of the sea ahead, exclaiming, "Brook, take out the Pokeball." Brook, realizing the request, joyfully opened his skull and retrieved Labu's Pokeball from the abyss within, handing it to Luffy. Luffy and his companions walked along the port for a while, arriving at a desolate stretch of coastline. This place was rather bleak, devoid of any vessels, and most importantly, It was spacious enough. Come forth, Laboon. Luffy aimed the Pokeball at the heart of the ocean, and in an instant, a brilliant red light emitted from its center, illuminating the sea and transforming into a massive, translucent silhouette. With a joyful cry, Laboon stirred the waters, creating a tremendous wave. Although the Pokeball offered no sense of solitude, Laboon still preferred to share moments in the tangible world alongside Luffy and the others. Ever since Luffy captured Laboon with the Pokeball, their bond has ascended to extraordinary heights, reaching a level nearly equivalent to that shared with Brook. Luffy approached and gently caressed Laboon, smiling as he said, "Laboon, from now on, let you guide our journey." With a twinkle in his eyes, Laboon joyfully responded, "Boo. Haha. You truly are easily satisfied." Luffy chuckled, giving Laboon's head another affectionate pat. He then turned to Brook and said, "Now, Brook, please wait here for a moment while I go fetch Robin and bring the ship over." Suddenly, Brook bent slightly, placing his right hand on his left shoulder in a butler-like gesture, and replied, "Certainly, Mr. Luffy." On the reverse coast of Rowtown, the colossal island whale opened its enormous mouth, seemingly capable of swallowing half of Rowtown. The seawater churned within Laboon's mouth, still stirred by the winds and waves. Yet the ripples here were entirely distinct from the outside world, as if a new maritime realm had formed in this very place. Luffy, Robin, and Brook navigated their vessel, propelled by the direction of the wind, gradually drifting deeper into the cavernous maw of Laboon. As Laboon slowly closed its immense jaws, the world around them was enveloped in darkness. The trio could only perceive the increasingly frantic sound of water rushing beneath the ship, its velocity escalating with astonishing rapidity. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness gripped them. Luffy felt as if the vessel was plummeting downwards. In a swift motion, he grasped Robin with one hand while tightly holding onto the ship's railing with the other, surrendering to the free fall. Brook, in a state of panic, clung to the sails, his cries morphing from fragmented utterances into a coherent melody. Eventually, he transformed into a magnificent tenor, unleashing a dolphin-like vocalization as they descended. No matter how formidable he became, his whimsical nature remained unchanged, particularly after encountering Laboon. With a resounding thud, the ship crashed onto the surface of the sea. Fortunately, the craftsmanship of the Navy held firm. Otherwise, this impact could have sent Luffy and his companions tumbling into the depths below. Inside the island whale Laboon, the interior had been meticulously transformed by Crocus into a miniature world. The gastric walls were adorned with hyper-realistic murals of the sky, where the sun was represented by a colossal spotlight. Amidst the gastric fluid lay a small island. Robin unfurled a map of the East Blue and inquired of Luffy, "Luffy, where shall we venture next?" Luffy rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the nautical chart spread before him, searching for the emblem of the Kingdom of Goya. Suddenly, a particular location captured his attention. He pointed to an island on the map and declared, "Let us head to this place first." Robin glanced at the spot Luffy indicated, committing the island's name to memory, and replied, "Very well, Luffy. I shall calculate the course of our voyage and then guide Laboon." "Sounds good." At that moment, Brook approached with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Mr. Luffy, I've just had a burst of inspiration and need to compose a new tune." "Excellent. Go ahead." Before long, the small cottage on the island was left with Luffy as its sole occupant. Luffy finally found some free time to thoroughly explore the newly launched pet system. In his mind, he silently thought, "System, please provide an introduction to the pet system." As soon as Luffy's heartfelt words resonated, the system responded without the slightest hesitation. A chilling voice emanating, "Pet system, a subsystem of the companion system. Pets are various items with capturing effects purchased by the host from a random shop. Upon successful capture, the captured beings are determined by the nature of the capturing item used. For instance, in the realm of Pokemon, a Pokeball cannot capture beings with human genes. Conversely, in the magical world, a magic capturer is limited to capturing humanoid entities. Once captured, pets are acknowledged by the system and develop a profound affinity towards the host. However, captured pets do not receive level enhancements from the host, nor do they provide level bonuses to the host. Each pet is granted a passive skill by the system, which the host must activate manually. Additionally, pets possess 4 skill slots, comprising 3 ordinary skills and 1 ultimate skill. The activation of these 4 skills necessitates the expenditure of gold coins. The first 3 ordinary skills are categorized into 5 levels, requiring progressively increasing amounts of gold: 100, 1, 000, 10, 000, and so forth. The host may freely choose the level of activation for the pet's skills. Note, once a skill is activated, it cannot be altered. The fourth skill is the ultimate skill, which demands a cost of 10,000 gold coins for activation, beyond personal training and growth that enhances attributes. The host can also augment a pet's attributes through the expenditure of gold coins. The exchange ratio is as follows. For attribute points below 100, 100 gold equals 1 attribute point. For points exceeding 100 but below 1,000, 1,000 gold equals 1 attribute point. For points exceeding 1,000 but below 10,000, 10,000 gold equals 1 attribute point, and so forth, with the expenditure of gold increasing tenfold for every 10-point increment. Once the pet system is activated, the random item shop will refresh to include equipment or items usable for pets, so the host should pay attention to the updates. Alas, Luffy let out a sigh, fully aware that the system would undoubtedly seize his hard-earned savings. Gazing at the exorbitant amount of gold coins, he suddenly felt that the 30 million coins he had accumulated over the past year scarcely attained the threshold of a modest living. Merely the ultimate skills of 3 pets had already cost him 30 million coins, not to mention the ordinary skills. System, how are these ordinary skills categorized? Ordinary skills are randomly selected from the myriad realms based on the pet's characteristics and elements, as well as the varying amounts of gold coins expended by the host, showcasing moves that possess differing potentials, agility, and compatibility. Once again, the myriad realms. System, please open the attribute interface for Labu. Chapter 138. The Universe Within Pet. Labu Stamina. 5432 Strength. 1724 Agility. 835 Spirit. 224 An attribute page coalesced into a luminous screen, unfurling before Luffy's retina. The various attributes of Labu were nearly in line with Luffy's expectations. Aside from stamina, which had reached the level of a master from the New World, the others could only be deemed somewhat impressive in the early stages of the Grand Line, hardly remarkable. The spirit attribute, in particular, was lamentably low. Perhaps, in an ordinary individual, such spirit might be considered formidable, but on Labu's colossal frame, it appeared minuscule. After all, controlling such a massive body posed a challenge inherent to its species. However, Luffy had no intention of having Labu serve as his primary combat pet. Thus the lesser attributes were of little concern, as long as its stamina was sufficiently robust to enable boundless voyages. With a body as immense as an island, Labu functioned as a vast, mobile base, even more liberating than Moria's terrifying 3-masted ship, while also possessing diving capabilities, truly a perfect sailing companion. Its practical utility far outweighed its combat prowess. Strength alone does not define excellence. Beneath Labu's attributes were 5 vacant boxes, each adorned with a dark gray plus sign at their centers. Luffy pointed at the plus sign and inquired, "System, is this the skill bar for Labu?" The system responded, "Indeed, host. You merely need to focus your thoughts and click on the plus sign within the box of the skill bar to bestow skills upon Labu. The first box contains a talent skill granted by the system. The second, third, and fourth boxes are for ordinary skills. Upon clicking, a selection interface will appear, allowing the host to choose the skill level to be bestowed upon Labu, with a corresponding deduction of gold coins. The higher the skill level, the greater its effect. So please choose wisely. The fifth box represents the ultimate skill, the most formidable among them, possessing immense value. It is advisable for the host to unlock it for their pet." Luffy couldn't help but wonder if the reason behind the system's promotional tone was due to his considerable wealth that he had yet to utilize. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts and, following the system's guidance, focused his mind and clicked on the first plus sign. Ding! Labu acquired the talent skill, Universe Within. Boom! Luffy suddenly felt the world around him sway, as a mysterious force surged forth, only to vanish in an instant. The peculiar sensation was fleeting. Had it not been for the extraordinary timing, even Luffy might have dismissed it as mere illusion. System, what just transpired? Luffy sensed an unusual feeling, which he believed was undoubtedly connected to Labu's innate abilities, and hurriedly inquired of the system. The system responded, indicating that the recent surge of power from its modifications had endowed Labu with abilities, resulting in a disturbance in the rules, but there was no cause for concern. The notion of ability endowment causing a disturbance in the rules was entirely new to Luffy. Even when he had previously drawn powers from other realms for Zoro and the others, such terminology had never arisen. The concept of inner universe sounded reminiscent of a spatial ability. Could it be that Labu's internal space had been expanded? System, please elaborate on the inner universe. Certainly, host. Inner universe. The stomach has been transformed into a miniature world. This small world can be freely controlled and modified, allowing for the creation of objects from thin air, as well as the ability to reshape landscapes. However, the extent of alteration to this small world correlates with the energy consumption incurred. Creating objects from nothing incurs significant energy loss, and such creations can only consist of inorganic materials. Additionally, this small world serves as a reservoir of energy. When the body lacks sufficient energy, it will consume all materials within the small world and convert them into energy. The area of the small world is calculated as physical strength multiplied by 10,000 square meters. A small world? System. Could it be that we are now in an entirely different space? Indeed, the system replied coldly. The pet Labu's stomach has been transformed into a spatial node, becoming a realm completely independent from the pirate world, with an area equivalent to physical strength multiplied by 10,000 square meters. In his mind, Luffy calculated that even the largest football field measures merely 1,000 square meters. This implies that the internal miniature realm within Laboon spans an astonishing area equivalent to 54,320 football fields. Furthermore, this expanse will continue to expand in proportion to Laboon's growth. With a surge of excitement, Luffy pushed open the door of the small cabin and swiftly dashed outside. In an instant, flames flickered from his hands, propelling him skyward in the direction of the sun. Robin, having just calculated their course, happened upon the spectacle of Luffy soaring into the sky and called out in confusion. However, Luffy, eager to verify Laboon's latent abilities, paid no heed to Robin. After soaring for what felt like an eternity, Luffy realized that the sun remained unchanged in the heavens, finally accepting the reality that he had indeed crossed into another realm. Otherwise, he would have long since collided with the barrier or encountered that energy-draining light bulb. Having concluded his test, Luffy returned to the island. Robin hurried over, her brow furrowed in curiosity as she inquired, "What transpired, Luffy?" "Ah, indeed, there is something, but allow me to clarify it before I share with you and Brook," Luffy replied. "Very well, Luffy." Robin responded with a gentle, Leda-like smile, then continued, "By the way, I have already determined our course. Shall we set forth now?" "Absolutely." "Then let us." As Luffy was about to respond, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Robin, exclaiming, "Wait, Robin, you should head back first. I will come find you shortly." All right. Okay." Robin, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Although she did not fully comprehend the reason behind his request, she obediently returned to the ship. At present, the only entity inhabiting Lab's belly was a small island, thus leaving Luffy alone while Robin resided aboard the warship. After watching Robin depart, Luffy stood still and inwardly inquired, "System, we are now in a miniature world. How do we exit?" The system replied, "There is no need for concern, dear host. Simply speak to the sky, and your words will resonate within the mind of your pet. Your pet, Lab, possesses the ability to freely manipulate this miniature world and can transport you or any creature or object within it to the outside realm. At present, there are 2 teleportation points available. One is the mouth, and the other is the back." "Ah, I see," Luffy murmured softly, thus resolving the issue of comings and goings. Luffy pondered for a moment before inquiring once more, "So, system, what is the nature of this conjuring of objects out of thin air and the ability to reshape mountains and fill seas?" The system responded, "The entity known as Labu, who possesses the skill of abdominal universe, is the sovereign of the internal realm. Labu can, through the expenditure of energy, fabricate items within this miniature world or alter its environment. However, I must caution you, dear host, that the act of conjuring objects from nothingness demands a tremendous amount of energy, which can easily deplete Labu's reserves, leading to unusual physical manifestations. Therefore, I advise against its use." The system continued its explanation with unwavering patience. "I see. So, Labu can freely control objects brought from the outside as well, correct?" "Indeed, as long as they are inorganic and devoid of intelligence or life." "Very well, I understand now." Luffy then glanced at the remaining 4 skill slots of Labu and declared, "Let us proceed." Chapter 139. Labu's skills. Luffy once again opened the attribute panel of Labu, directing his thoughts to the plus sign of the second skill. In an instant, a small interface emerged from the original skill screen, prominently displaying the words "Please select skill level," followed by the uppercase numerals 1 to 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy directly ascended to the 5th level. Labu's extraordinary innate skill bestowed upon Luffy a fresh perspective on skill acquisition. Given the existence of such a remarkable ability as the universe within, capable of altering the laws of space, who knows what even more exhilarating surprises might lie ahead. Ding. Labu acquired the ordinary skill Ice Unicorn Whale. Ice Unicorn Whale? Upon hearing the name of the skill, Luffy felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. In his recollection, it seemed reminiscent of a minor character's technique from Naruto. Surely, this wouldn't require chakra to unleash, would it? Moreover, as far as he remembered, it didn't appear to be a particularly formidable ninjutsu. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Luffy focused his thoughts to open the description of the new skill. Ice Unicorn Whale. Summons a unicorn ice whale of equal size to the user from the ice elemental plane to attack a target. Is that all there is, system? Is the introduction so brief? Luffy, somewhat perplexed, inquired. There had been an abundance of explanations when it came to introducing talent skills. Yet when addressing ordinary skills, not only had he expended 1,000,000 gold coins, but the explanation was merely a fleeting line of text. As Luffy posed his question, the system's cold voice resonated. Response to the host. Introduction completed. Is that what I asked you? What I meant to inquire was. Stifled by the system's reply. Luffy choked momentarily, then resignedly covered his face, murmuring, never mind, just tell me about the attack power of the Ice Unicorn Whale. Response to the host. The Ice Unicorn Whale is a summoning skill that enables the conjuration of an elemental avatar from the ice elemental plane, belonging to the Ice Unicorn Whale lineage. This creature is entirely composed of ice elements, possessing an exceptionally high ice density, weighing twice that of Labu at the same volume. Furthermore, upon attacking, the ice elements will swiftly disperse outward, inflicting minor frostbite damage. The precise damage is situational and cannot be accurately assessed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luffy smacked his lips, observing the system's explanation. The one-horned white whale was akin to summoning a massive ice block laboon to launch a charging attack against foes. Beyond that, it seemed there was little else to be gleaned. Even the ice element attack was described as merely slight. The weight of laboon, being double, was neither excessive nor insufficient. Against the pirates of paradise, it could potentially deliver a swift defeat. However, when confronting the formidable pirates of the New World, it might fall short. It could be deemed tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Sighing, Luffy shook his head in disappointment. After all, greater expectations often lead to greater disillusionment, and the stark contrast left him somewhat discontented. In truth, the one-horned white whale, ice, was already a potent skill, as it could unleash an attack at least double his own strength. Yet, having experienced the wondrous technique of creating a miniature world within, Luffy had grown indifferent to such commonplace attacks. With focused intent, he selected the third box, opting for the plus sign on the second ordinary skill. Still choosing the level 5 skill. Even if the one-horned white whale skill did not possess the might Luffy envisioned, it should not diminish Laboon's skill level. Ding. Laboon acquired the ordinary skill of self-regeneration. Self-regeneration, a capability that expends energy to facilitate rapid healing of injuries. Another succinct phrase. Luffy has discerned that ordinary skills pertain to abilities related to attack and defense. The white whale of one horn serves as a commendable offensive skill. And now with the addition of a self-regenerative ability, an inclination towards defensive self-healing, the likelihood of encountering any extraordinary skills seems rather diminished. However, Luffy does not intend for Labu to become a combatant. Nevertheless, this arrangement proves to be quite satisfactory. During their voyages, various minor adversaries of the sea can be entrusted to Labu, sparing Luffy and his crew from unnecessary confrontation. With that in mind, one cannot help but anticipate the ultimate skill that lies ahead. The activation alone demands a staggering sum of 10,000,000 gold coins, which surely implies that it will not be feeble. Without any hesitation, Luffy adeptly clicked on the plus sign for the final ordinary skill. Ding. Labu has acquired the ordinary skill. Surfing. Surfing? Luffy mused, promptly proceeding to explore the skill's description. Surfing summons a colossal wave, allowing for rapid movement upon its crest, and can also be employed offensively against targets in the depths of the sea. Luffy glanced at the 3 skills, each costing 3,000,000. The white whale of one corner, self-regeneration, and surfing, one for offense, one for defense, and one with an attached acceleration effect. The synergy among these skills is remarkably well crafted. Overall, it can be deemed quite successful. Furthermore, considering the previous skill of the inner universe, it can be said that the pet system has bestowed Luffy with a significant surprise. Luffy gradually shifted his gaze towards the final skill. The ability known as the White Whale, which nearly doubles one's attack power, requires merely 1 million gold coins. He was indeed eager for this costly ultimate skill. After a moment's hesitation, he contemplated the fact that this single decision would consume a third of his total assets. He had yet to purchase equipment for his companions, Robin and the others, as he originally intended to ensure everyone was settled before making any plans. If he were to squander all his savings prematurely, it would be quite an embarrassing situation. 10 million. That seemed somewhat acceptable. Perhaps. With a chime, the crisp sound of the system echoed, signifying Luffy's painful resolve. Laboon acquired the ultimate skill, transformation into Kuin. Huh? At that moment, a phrase suddenly resonated in Luffy's mind. I once thought the evolution had failed, yet I unexpectedly transcended to become a Kuin. Filled with anticipation, Luffy swiftly clicked to open the introduction of the ultimate skill, transformation into Kuin. In avian form, one aspires to become a phoenix. In aquatic form, one must transform into a Kuin. This skill awakens and transforms the latent talents of fish, granting the ability to devour all, converting everything into energy to nourish oneself, and allowing for ceaseless evolution. Ceaseless evolution. Luffy gazed at the 4 words displayed on the luminous screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the first time he had witnessed the system bestowing such a lofty evaluation. It must be said that for the first time, Luffy felt that the system had not deceived him with his coins. It truly granted Lab a skill that left him utterly astonished. Was this a prelude to devouring the world in grand fashion? Could it be that Lab was about to embark on an infinite journey of evolution, transforming into a Kuin? If he truly became a magnificent Kuin beast, would he not be able to transcend the heavens and traverse the boundless rivers of stars? Luffy contemplated all this, yet he held no expectations. On board the ship anchored near the small island, Luffy excitedly called out, "Robin, Brook." Moments later, Robin and Brook emerged from their quarters and stepped onto the deck, just in time to see Luffy waving at them with an exuberant expression. "What's the matter, mister?" "Luffy?" Brook inquired as he approached. "Come quickly. I have something fun to show you." Luffy, like a child eagerly unveiling a new toy, excitedly addressed the 2 companions. Without waiting for their response, he shouted towards the heavens, "Laboon, rise to the surface and transport us onto your back." The sound echoed with exuberance. Robin and Brook exchanged bewildered glances, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed. They were no longer within the wooden confines of the ship's deck. The once serene sea had turned tumultuous, the crashing waves resonating ceaselessly in their ears. Robin and Brook gazed around in astonishment. Brook bent down to touch the ground, his expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, Is this Laboon's skin?" Chapter 140. A corner of the White Whale. Ha. Indeed. We are standing upon Laboon's back. Luffy pointed towards the vast, boundless ocean, laughing heartily, seemingly quite pleased with the astonished expressions of Robin and Brook. Robin, with a look of utter disbelief, turned to Luffy and asked, "Luffy, weren't we just inside Laboon's belly? How did we suddenly?" Having never encountered the powers of space, Robin could not fathom how all of this was possible. As she spoke, she turned her head to survey her surroundings, gazing at the turbulent waters churned by Laboon's movements, uncertain of what to say next. Brook wore a similarly astonished expression. He slowly rose to his feet on Laboon's back, staring in awe at the island-sized creature as it gently swayed in the sea. Since Luffy and the others had yet to determine their course, Laboon was advancing slowly in a general direction. Observing their reactions, Luffy chuckled again but did not address Robin's confusion, cheerfully stating, "I'll explain everything to you later. Just follow me." Without waiting for their responses, he turned and walked towards Laboon's forehead. Robin and Brook, slightly delayed, quickly caught up. Their curiosity piqued as they followed Luffy's retreating figure, unsure of what he intended for them to do. With a few strides, they reached Laboon's broad forehead, where the creature, as if sensing their presence, let out a joyful cry. Luffy bent down and gently touched the large scar on Laboon's forehead, softly uttering, "Laboon, show Brook and the others your might." Laboon responded with a human-like sound, then suddenly half-closed his enormous eyes, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. From the moment the skill was bestowed upon him, Laboon could wield it with remarkable proficiency, transcending any barriers. Oh! The colossal whale let out a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, its sharp cry soaring into the sky, reminiscent of a single drop of water splashing into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the air. Crack, crack, snap. A chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere. As the ripples surged, they expanded instantly, creating fissures across the sky that continued to spread outward. In the blink of an eye, a vast gash opened in the heavens. A blue and white horn emerged from the rift, towering like a celestial pillar, reaching down towards the ocean's surface. Robin and Brooke stood in shock, gazing at the crystalline horn descending from the sky, rendered speechless. Their astonishment did not stem from Luffy's capabilities, but rather from the realization that the orchestrator of this spectacle seemed to be Laboon, the island whale beneath their feet. In the sky, the gigantic horn continued to extend, the rift in space widening dramatically. Accompanying it was the projection of an ice elemental, a one-horned white whale, materializing in the void. Unlike Laboon's round head, the one-horned whale possessed a long, flattened skull, yet its enormous body bore an uncanny resemblance to Laboon, exuding a chilling essence that lingered momentarily in the air. The gigantic figure swiftly filled the sky, its blue and white form sparkling with mysterious dew under the sunlight. The ice whale, having manifested, did not linger, as if it were unable to exist in this world for long. In that fleeting moment of complete emergence, it plunged straight towards the ocean's surface, akin to a creature gliding through the waters, its massive tail whipping around, stirring up a tempest that surged in all directions. Boom! The magnificent white whale crashed violently into the vast ocean, producing a sound akin to thunder that resonated throughout the realm, even reaching the distant town of Rogu. The villagers, some rushing to the shore and others climbing to higher ground, looked out at the distant sea in bewilderment. What was that sound? It resembled thunder. Yet it was different. Could it be that pirates were attacking Rogu? What a joke! Did you not see the hellish scene at the square just moments ago? The crowd engaged in light banter, passing the time idly, when suddenly a wave of commotion rippled through them. Hey, look! Something seems off. What is that? A tsunami. It's a tsunami. Run! In the distance of Rog Town, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred as towering waves, soaring to heights of thousands of meters, suddenly emerged from the sea, spreading outward. A portion of these monstrous waves was relentlessly advancing towards Rog Town. The tranquility of the previous moment was abruptly transformed into chaos in the next. The colossal waves roared, surging with an unstoppable force, swiftly approaching Rog Town. Even the inhabitants of this island, accustomed to the surrounding sea, could not fathom the origin of such a tempest. When the towering waves, still hundreds of meters high, reached the vicinity of Rog Town, it was clear that even a tsunami of mere dozens of meters would suffice to obliterate much of the town. The cacophony of footsteps, collisions, cries, and prayers melded together. Yet none could drown out the heart-stopping roar of the impending tsunami. At this moment, only despair lingered in Rog Town. The waves drew near, obscuring the sun above, enveloping the town in darkness, exuding an aura of abyssal terror and impending death. Many had already relinquished hope of escape, standing foolishly in place, gazing at the approaching demon in the distance. Colonel Darsky, arriving at the harbor, anxiously clutched his clothing, staring blankly at Smoker, with 3 cigars clenched between his lips. The smoke billowing from them nearly obscured his entire face, presenting a fearsome visage, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry and fear. Damn it! Navy forces, evacuate the civilians at full speed. The terrifying tsunami posed no real threat to him, even as the merciless sea, an adversary to his devil fruit powers, surged toward him. He remained confident in his ability to survive this calamity. However, his loyal subordinate, Tashigi, the naval officers stationed at the base, and the townsfolk would undoubtedly face peril in this disaster. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted, and without a moment's hesitation, Smoker soared into the sky, leaving behind Tashigi's helpless figure swallowed by the thick haze. Ascending into the heavens, Smoker gazed upon the monstrous waves that resembled the opening of the gates of hell. With a sweeping gesture, vast amounts of white smoke billowed from either side of his form. To attempt and to succeed are 2 distinct concepts. As the supreme commander of Lo Town, his sense of justice compelled him to confront the impending disaster. In a matter of moments, a nearly 100-meter-long smoke barrier materialized to confront the tsunami. His heart, filled with righteousness and a desire to protect, fully awakened his latent potential. It had been quite some time since he had fought with such fervor, especially after being easily bested by his dear friend Akiji. The extensive smoke barrier coalesced into 10 colossal white fists, poised on either side of Smoker. Although they appeared diminutive in comparison, his courageous stance inspired the citizens of Lo Town to muster their courage to flee. The city seemed to revive once more. In the sky, the 10 gathered fists descended with tremendous force upon the towering waves. Yet, the stark disparity in magnitude merely caused the tsunami to falter momentarily before resuming its relentless advance toward Lo Town, as if Smoker's efforts were in vain. "Smoker!" Tashigi cried out in a panic from the shoreline. The ocean spray soaked into Smoker's garments, and a creeping sense of helplessness washed over him. "Ah, stop. Just stop." Smoker suddenly bellowed to the heavens, his arms releasing an even greater volume of smoke as he forcibly drained his vitality, doubling the expanse of the smoke barrier. His already gray hair took on an even more ashen hue. Countless white fists grew in size, striking the waves and creating a series of craters upon the surface. Ultimately, however, Smoker succumbed to the might of nature. The sea thoroughly drenched his body, and without the ability to maintain his powers, he plummeted helplessly from the sky. At that moment, a massive figure emerged from behind the tsunami, hurtling toward the direction of Smoker's fall with a resounding call. Boom. Chapter 141, Ver. V. G and Ping Luffy acknowledged that he had underestimated the skill of the unicorn whale. He initially perceived the unicorn whale, ice, merely as a standard impact attack. Not particularly formidable. After all, the future Marine Admiral Fujitora could effortlessly manipulate falling meteors from the heavens. The colossal impact generated by such meteors upon landing far exceeds the weight of Laboon by a factor of 2. However, despite the immense force of these descending behemoths not reaching a level that instills fear in the mighty, the offensive range of the unicorn whale and the tremendous spectacle created by its massive form crashing into the sea serve as a perfect illustration of how quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. Laboon's considerable size perfectly complements this skill, adding a final touch of brilliance. Luffy swiftly seized Smoker, who had descended from the heavens, and hurled him onto Laboon's back, instructing, "Laboon, first send him into the small world." The moment the white whale breached the sea, Luffy sensed an impending danger, prompting him to direct Laboon to return Robin and Brook to safety. He then followed Laboon, activating his surfing skills to ride the tumultuous waves and hasten his approach. "Hurry! Move quickly!" The Navy personnel lined the streets, incessantly urging the nearby populace to evacuate. Some, with tempers flaring, began to berate the crowd. Nevertheless, not a single sailor abandoned their post to flee with the masses. Even though they knew the refuge would be utterly inadequate against such a colossal tsunami, they resolutely upheld their duty. They could not falter. They were the last bastion for the citizens. Even if it meant death, they would face it before the townsfolk. This was the calling of a soldier. The crowd remained in a state of agitation, a cacophony of sobs and chatter filling the air. Suddenly, a Navy officer, stationed near the port to assist in the evacuation, pointed in astonishment towards the direction of the tsunami, exclaiming, "Look! What is that?" "What?" At that moment, as everyone was desperately fleeing, very few noticed the officer's voice. Yet, the few who happened to glance in the direction he indicated found themselves frozen in shock. Between the tsunami and Rogue Town, Luffy and Labu drifted upon the surface of the sea. "Labu, let us resolve the troubles we have caused ourselves." A cry from Labu resonated in response to Luffy, and his surfing skills were instantly unleashed. A towering wave, nearly 100 meters high, surged forth from the depths, heading towards the distant horizon like a menacing tsunami. Riding the wave, Labu and Luffy commanded a magnificent spectacle, finally capturing the attention of those in despair. "What is that?" "It appears to be a whale. What is it trying to do?" "It seems to be attempting to halt the tsunami." The fleeing crowd halted in their tracks, gazing at Labu, who was scarcely smaller than the colossal wave, charging towards the merciless torrent. "Oh!" A resounding call echoed, sharp and piercing, yet inexplicably comforting. The Navy personnel, who were still engaged in fortifying the harbor against the waves, paused their efforts, staring up at the enormous creature soaring above. Typically steadfast, the Navy found themselves silently praying countless times in their hearts. "Labu, smash it!" With that, Labu, propelling forward at full speed, suddenly flicked his massive tail, miraculously breaking free from the water's surface, leaping into the sky. Luffy stood at the forehead of Laboon, his palms gently pressed against the creature's brow. His gaze intensified, and in an instant, his black and white eyes transformed into a blazing hue as he unleashed the full force of his conqueror's haki. To protect is often far more challenging than to destroy. Luffy possesses an unwavering confidence that allows him to remain steadfast amidst the tumultuous waves, yet he cannot assure that the tsunami will spare a single soul in Roach Town. The tsunami was born from his negligence, and he must intervene. Suddenly, a long-dormant mental energy surged wildly into the X-Glove G. This marks the first time Luffy has truly unleashed its power since upgrading the X-Glove. The X-Glove G bears no significant changes compared to the X-Glove Fur. save for the removal of the previous limitation of infusing only 500 points of mental energy at a time. In this moment, the X glove will unleash flames of an even purer essence, fueled by Luffy's ever-increasing mental energy, without end. Armed with the flames of transformation, he commands. Flame armament. Transform into a rock. The surging flames instantly enveloped Laboon's form, cascading from his head to his body like a rolling wave. The deep crimson flames, akin to divine fire from the heavens, rapidly evaporated the surrounding moisture, momentarily halting the tsunami in its tracks, seemingly daunted by the fierce heat. Suddenly, immense wings sprouted from either side of the colossal island whale, radiant and fervent, sending forth a violent surge of energy through the air, reminiscent of a sun god descending to liberate the suffering. Is that a bird? The townsfolk, gazing skyward, beheld Laboon, radiating boundless warmth and light. The tsunami obscured the sun. Yet Laboon transformed into a new sun, illuminating the darkness of Rogetown and rekindling hope within its people. No, it is a deity. Yes, it is surely a god come to rescue us. There can be no mistake. It is indeed a god. We are saved. Rogetown erupted into a cacophony once more, yet this time, their words were devoid of despair. For reasons unknown. Those illuminated by the flames infused with Luffy's conqueror's haki gazed at Laboon, now a sun in the sky, with eyes that grew increasingly dazed, akin to fervent devotees. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the citizens of Rogetown turned to Laboon and knelt upon the ground. In a short while, only a handful remained standing, their expressions reflective of a pilgrimage, gazing upward. The entire town, comprising navy, pirates, and ordinary residents alike, bowed their heads, fervently praying for divine protection. Hey, what has come over you all? Beside the port, while still preoccupied with concerns for Colonel Smoker, Tashigi found herself pondering the possible reasons behind her unease. Perhaps it was due to the valor of the swordsman's heart, or the overwhelming presence of Luffy's aura hovering above Logetown. Yet, she was only mildly affected by Luffy's formidable energy, as it was but a mere fragment of his essence. She distinctly observed the towering figure of the warlord who had just assaulted her and Colonel Smoker, standing atop the colossal head of a whale. Ignoring the singed scent of her hair, she gazed in bewilderment as several Navy soldiers suddenly knelt, fervently worshipping the heavens. The tsunami loomed ever closer. In the sky, a magnificent rock, radiating like the sun, flapped its wings, astonishingly lifting its immense form into the air. Its gigantic wings, spanning thousands of meters, howled through the atmosphere, igniting a blaze as resplendent as roses. With a resounding cry, the rock unleashed a torrent of crimson flames that enveloped Luffy. The air was thick with fiery energy, saturating every inch of space with an intensity akin to the sun's true fire. The colossal waves roared as they collided violently with the blazing sunbird. In an instant, vast quantities of seawater transformed into scalding steam, propelled toward Logetown by the force of inertia. Fortunately, the inhabitants of this pirate world possessed robust physical resilience. Although the searing heat inflicted numerous burns, there were no fatalities. The people remained prostrate, willingly enduring the fervent baptism from the sun god. A titanic clash unfolded between the overwhelming energy of flames and the fearsome tsunami, locked in a fierce stalemate just offshore of Logetown. In the heavens above, one side shimmered with boundless brilliance, a fiery barrier ascending towards the sky, while the other loomed dark and merciless, a relentless surge of monstrous waves. The furious flames of the sun battled against the genuine wrath of the ocean. Gradually, with Luffy's mental fortitude continuously bolstering the effort, the tsunami began to recede, 800 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters, down to 100 meters, until, at last, a new sun emerged in the sky, casting down its warm light. Catch it, little beauty. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, rousing Tashigi from her daze beneath the terrifying force. A figure descended in a parabolic arc towards the ground before her. Abruptly, the flames of the sun god dissipated. Luffy knelt on one knee, resting his forehead against Laboon's, breathing heavily. Hurry and take me back, Laboon. With great effort, Luffy spoke. In the next moment, he found himself lying on the ground of the island, his eyes closed. Having expended a significant amount of energy, he could barely discern the objects before him. If he persisted any longer, he was likely to slip into unconsciousness once again. The massive island whale twirled in the sky, rising up, and just as it was about to plunge into the sea, it executed its surfing skill. A colossal wave suddenly surged forth, catching Labu's immense body and carrying it towards the distant Rogetown. Is this the power of the seven warlords? gazing at the gradually vanishing giant figure, Dasky, supporting the fallen smoker, murmured softly. Chapter 142. The Return to Kokochia. Thus, a legend began to circulate in Roga Town. At the moment when darkness enveloped the world and the sea devoured mankind, the guardian hidden deep within the ocean would emerge like a deity. In the form of a colossal fish, it would spread its wings like a bird, its wings resembling clouds descending from the heavens. Capable of obscuring the sun and the stars, it would soar upwards, wielding the true fire of the sun to combat the demons lurking in the depths of the sea. Only to eventually plunge back beneath the waves, traversing 3,000 miles, its cries fading into the ocean, silently safeguarding humanity. And they would never come to know the truth behind the tsunami. A day later, within Labu's little world. I see, so it was Mr. Luffy who bestowed upon Labu this extraordinary ability, was it? Under Luffy's explanation, Brook and Robin gradually came to understand Labu's newfound special powers. Both had previously received wondrous abilities from Luffy, so they were not overly astonished, merely filled with curiosity about what Labu would become in the future. They eagerly anticipated the life of sailing across the sea aboard Labu. Brook felt a profound sense of relief. He knew that Luffy had once told them that in the latter half of the Grand Line, powerful foes were as numerous as the stars. Now that Labu's strength had been enhanced, their safety was assured. By the way, Robin, how long until we reach Kokochia village? Luffy inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Robin replied, at Labu's current speed, we should arrive in about a week, I suppose. Is that so? Luffy appeared slightly dissatisfied with the prolonged wait, yet after a moment, he excitedly exclaimed, once we arrive at Koko Village, we shall meet our other companion. Another companion? Robin and Brook inquired, bewildered. This was the first time they had heard Luffy mention the existence of additional comrades, leaving them momentarily speechless. Luffy chuckled, indeed. She is quite an extraordinary young lady. Though I wonder what she is doing now. In the office of the highest commander of the 16th Division of the East Blue Navy, a scrawny naval officer, whose long whiskers gave him a resemblance to a rat, stood before his desk with a sycophantic expression, gazing at the individual seated in the chair. He flatteringly remarked, Miss Nami, it is truly thanks to you that I have swiftly ascended to the position of highest commander of this division. Please accept this modest token of my gratitude. A sum of 200,000 berries. Only 200,000? Colonel Rat, that seems rather inadequate, the elegant figure seated in the chair responded, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at the pile of cash on the desk, emphasizing the title with a hint of reproach. Noticing Nami's apparent displeasure, Colonel Rat hastily clarified. No, Miss Nami, please do not misunderstand. The bounty of 800,000 will not be diminished by a single berry. It is simply that the division currently lacks sufficient funds and must report to the East Blue headquarters. Once there is a resolution, I will personally deliver it to you in Kokoyashi Village. As for this 200,000, it is my personal gift. I hope to count on your continued support in the future. His face was awash with flattery, as if the very essence of obsequiousness was written upon it. Ah, I see. Rest assured, our opportunities for collaboration will be plentiful. Nami suddenly burst into laughter, stuffing the cash into her bag. Colonel Rat rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he replied, that is splendid news. Everything relies on you. To him, such a small sum was inconsequential. He could easily withdraw multiples of that amount from the division's funds. Winning over a formidable individual like Nami was the path to advancement. Having gathered her money, Nami rose from her seat, declaring, all right, I must be on my way now. Don't forget about the bounty. She hoisted a bag of cash that was nearly half her size, its disproportionate weight not seeming to strike Colonel Rat as odd. He continued to bow and scrape, assuring her, I will not forget, Miss Nami. You can count on me. However, as he finished speaking, Colonel Rat paused, casting a beseeching glance at Nami. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, all right. I understand. Since that is the case, I suppose I shall grant you some leniency. With that, Nami strode toward the door, but her expression suddenly shifted. The joy that had adorned her face vanished, replaced by the obsequious demeanor akin to that of Colonel Rat. As she gently closed the door behind her, she then cradled the money bag as if it were a treasure and departed from the naval base. Colonel Rat was indeed benevolent. Even though he had captured the pirate, he still distributed the bounty and accolades to those bounty hunters who toiled for monetary gain. I find myself utterly perplexed by Colonel Mouse's motives behind his actions. Those bounty hunters, despite their formidable skills, seemed to engage in no acts of justice. Two naval attendants, diligently tidying the area near the office, chanced upon the scene and commenced a casual conversation. Suddenly, a light cough emanated from behind them. Colonel Mouse! Colonel Mouse! The two sailors turned to see that the source of the cough was none other than the esteemed Colonel himself. They immediately set aside their tools and rendered a crisp salute. Colonel Mouse gazed sternly at the two sailors, commanding in tone, "Focus on your duties while working. No idle chatter." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." "Belmere. Nokigao. I have returned." A gentle breeze wafted through, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, swirling around the little girl, lifting her orange tresses with a lively, buoyant flare. "You're back, Nami." Nokigao, just returning from the orange grove, greeted the equally returned Nami. "It seems I shall be preparing dinner for 3 tonight. What a laborious day it has been." At that moment, Belmere, having overheard the commotion and nonchalantly puffing on a long cigarette, emerged from the house, stretching lazily. However, Nami frowned, her expression one of irritation as she glared at Belmere. "Belmere, you've been smoking indoors again. The air has become unbearable," Nami exclaimed vehemently, waving her hand in front of her face to dispel the encroaching smoke and pointing accusingly at the cigarette perched at the corner of Belmere's mouth. For Nami, who wielded the sky's annihilation dragon magic, the quality of air bore a direct correlation to her rate of empowerment. It was a genuine ability that thrived on the very act of breathing. I'm sorry. Belmere hastily extinguished the cigarette, though the smile upon her face betrayed no hint of remorse. "By the way, Nami." Nokigao seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly darting back inside. Moments later, he emerged with a newspaper in hand. He spread the paper across the table and pointed at it, urging Nami, "You must see this." "What is it?" Nami asked, curious as she approached the table, casually tossing her money pouch onto its surface, following Nokigao's finger to the headline. The front page displayed a photograph of a sunlit sea after a rainstorm, emblazoned with bold letters, "Shock. A guardian beast spotted in Rocktown. Single-handedly stopping a tsunami and saving thousands." "What is this, Nokigao?" Nami inquired, bewildered as to why he wished to draw her attention to such sensational news. Not this. Nokigao placed his finger firmly on the table, indicating an image beneath the headline. "One of the 7 warlords, Monkey D. Luffy, has emerged in the East Sea, ruthlessly slaying over 500 pirates in Logtown, and departed proudly, significantly alleviating the burden on the East Sea Navy." Upon seeing the name Luffy, Nami instantly perked up, leaning closer to the newspaper to scrutinize the accompanying image. It cannot be mistaken. Although he had matured into a young man, that hairstyle, that gaze, that visage, there was no doubt. It was Luffy. Nami gasped in astonishment. He was the one who had saved them and bestowed upon her extraordinary powers. Despite the passage of many years, she had never forgotten that small figure and the promise made a decade ago. Meanwhile, far across the sea from the island of Caucasia, on a ship, Luffy, holding a pokeball, addressed Labu. "You should return and rest for a while, Labu. If you get any closer, you might collide with the island." "Oh," Labu replied somewhat reluctantly, due to Labu's immense size. Luffy and his companions had no choice but to continue their journey by boat. Otherwise, Labu's mere rolling near the island could potentially cause tremors. With the villagers' well-being in mind, Luffy felt compelled to act this way. A flash of red light illuminated the scene, and Labu's colossal form vanished from the surface of the sea. "All right, let us proceed." Chapter 143. Nami returns. "I have made my decision." Nami suddenly slammed her tiny hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming fervently, "What?" Nojiko, startled by Nami's outburst, looked at her in confusion. "I want to truly set sail. I want to find Luffy," Nami declared resolutely. In the kitchen, Belmere, who was chopping vegetables, momentarily halted her actions, only to resume cutting once more. However, her movements were languid, imbued with a sense of distraction. "Are you out of your mind? Where do you intend to find him?" Nojiko shouted, seemingly provoked. "If I look for him, I will surely find him. Don't joke around." "Nami, didn't he say he would come looking for you later? If he doesn't..." Nojiko, Belmere, who was preparing the meal, suddenly interjected with a tone that demanded restraint. A flicker of unexplainable emotion sparkled in Nojiko's eyes at being interrupted, yet she remained silent, merely pursing her lips and murmuring, "Belmere." But Belmere did not turn around. She continued her work at the stove, her voice laced with an ambiguous mix of resignation and reluctance. "It's futile, Nojiko. Ever since Nami decided to become a bounty hunter a year ago, I knew this day would inevitably arrive." "Belmere." Nami gazed at Belmere's tirelessly busy figure, and her once unwavering resolve seemed to waver. Since that day, she had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of their promised day. She had been training relentlessly, mastering dragon-slaying magic, and studying navigation, all to qualify as Luffy's companion, not to squander the strength he had bestowed upon her. It seemed that, unbeknownst to her, she had overlooked the closeness of those around her. The moment Nami firmly resolved to leave, she suddenly realized it had been quite some time since the three of them had engaged in meaningful conversation. Over the past few years, she had either been training, reading, or embarking on sea adventures. Belmare mom, Nojiko, sister. The spatula continuously stirred and sought the ingredients in the pot, and the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, like a beguiling hand soothing her restlessness about leaving home. Bang! Belmare abruptly placed the shovel down, extinguished the fire, and slowly turned around, drawing a cigarette from her pocket and lighting it. This time, Nami remained silent. It was only from the day you returned weeping after taking a life that I truly grasped your resolve. At that moment, I understood that you could no longer remain here. Ultimately, you would depart, albeit a few years earlier than I had anticipated. Belmare raised the cigarette with one hand, gazing through the wisps of smoke at Nami's youthful visage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if on the verge of spilling over. Suddenly, she gently shook her head, wiping away the moisture in her eyes, and gazed into Nami's eyes, saying, "The sea is vast and far more perilous than you imagine. Over these years, you have sailed smoothly, yet I have always harbored concerns that you might be deceived, that you could suffer harm or face setbacks. Though you remain reticent, I have noticed the increasing sums of berries you bring home. Noki and I are aware that the dangers you confront are ever mounting." Extending her hand, she wiped away the tears that had begun to flow and continued, "However, I realize my worries are unwarranted. Unbeknownst to me, you have grown stronger, perhaps to a degree I cannot fathom. You have begun to perceive the world from a perspective distinct from mine. The sea, to you, no longer seems so daunting. Go forth, Nami. Pursue your aspirations. Home is your sanctuary, not a prison that confines you. When you wish to soar, the sky must be your stage. Noki and I will forever stand by your side." A motherly smile of satisfaction spread across Belmare's face, recognizing that her child had matured. Nami, slightly choked with emotion, murmured softly. After a moment, she slowly lifted her head and said, "I'm sorry, truly sorry. I had no idea that you and Noki were so concerned about me." Suddenly, Nami walked outside, facing away from the orange grove, her bright eyes fixed intently on the ground ahead. A fierce wind surged, swirling around her, while her orange hair danced wildly in the breeze. A formidable aura erupted from Nami's being, generating a fierce wind pressure that set the surrounding orange trees rustling. Nami abruptly spread her arms wide, and the tempest stilled, the air compressed, converging and entwining around her arms, invisible yet palpable, forming wings as light as feathers. Belmare and Noki stood in stunned silence, watching Nami master the raging winds. Her daily training had consisted of meditation and physical conditioning, often performed on deserted shores. Thus, they had never truly comprehended the extent of her power. With a sudden, forceful motion, Nami swung her arms towards the forest ahead. Heavenly Dragon's wing strike. At this moment, the accumulated wind pressure was instantaneously unleashed, sharp as a blade. Thousands of knives sliced through the surface of the forest, reducing trees to mere splinters that danced in the air. Fallen leaves mingled with the razor-like gales, propelling forward without restraint. In no time, a passage over 100 meters long appeared through the once lush and dense woods. Trees lay toppled on either side, while the ground bore a 20-centimeter trench, turning over the moist soil beneath. Huname exhaled softly, the swirling air around her dissipating in an instant as she returned indoors. Observing the astonished expressions of Belmel and Nokigao, she suddenly broke into a charming smile, squinting her eyes and revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. "Now, you need not worry about me any longer, do you?" At the entrance of Kashiao village, chaos erupted in the streets. Hey, what is that? Is it a monster? Don't look. Quickly, get the children indoors. It's looking this way. Run. Panic ensued as people fled in all directions. Haha. Brook, look at you. You still possess quite the pirate's dignity. Luffy jested, walking along the deserted street of Kashiao village, addressing the downcast Brook. Robin chimed in, suppressing a smile that shaped her eyes like crescent moons. Brook lowered his head, his radiant skeletal face tinged with a blush, seemingly lamenting, "Honestly, it's quite disheartening to be spoken of in such a manner, even though I have no heart. Haha, don't take it to heart. After all, we are in the East Blue. It's only natural for everyone to be a bit frightened." Luffy spoke reassuringly, suddenly pointing towards a modest little house. That over there must be the police station, right? Let us venture inside and have a look. Perhaps we will find some familiar faces there. After a brief moment, Aegean, Nami, burdened with a large bundle of luggage, abruptly pushed open the door of the police station and exclaimed loudly. Chapter 144, Nami and Roronoa. Nami, your arrival is perfectly timed. Aegean exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Nami glanced around the room and noticed Aegean, his windmill hat spinning incessantly, a peculiar skull-headed figure. A gentle and graceful long-haired beauty, and unmistakably, a visage that mirrored exactly that of the photograph she had just seen. Luffy, Nami whispered uncertainly, as though she were caught in a dream. Hey, it's been a long time, Nami. Luffy raised his cup of steaming tea, revealing a radiant smile akin to a small sun, and greeted Nami. Upon hearing this, Robin and Brook also lifted their heads to gaze in the direction of the entrance. Luffy. Nami suddenly dropped the bag she had been carrying and leaped onto Luffy. She was unsure why. Despite having known him for such a brief time and having only interacted once, Luffy's diminutive figure had left an indelible mark on her memory, evoking an unforgettable sentiment that accompanied her growth. Robin's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed Nami, who had thrown herself onto Luffy at their first meeting. A subtle aura of menace seemed to permeate the air, barely contained within her. Although Nami still resembled a child, there was an undeniable air of maturity about her, accentuated by her undeniable charm. Oh! Brook suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming loudly, sensing the potential for chaos in the serene little town. He hastily called out to Luffy, Luffy, the weather is splendid today. How about we step outside for some tea? And perhaps you could introduce us to this lovely young lady? Indeed, it was quite a challenge for Brook, with his aging frame, to conceal Robin's ire. As he stumbled over his words, oblivious to the nonsensical nature of his own speech, Luffy was taken aback when Nami rushed towards him upon their first meeting. After all, the time they had spent together did not exceed 2 days, had it not been for the genuine acknowledgement from the system that deemed her a true companion. She would not have followed him so wholeheartedly. Luffy might begin to worry whether Nami still recognizes him. However, the situation before him is indeed somewhat unexpected. Luffy awkwardly spoke. Nami, it's been a while. You've changed so much. Come, let me introduce you to 2 new friends. With that, Luffy discreetly nudged Nami away from himself. Nami seemed to realize her previous actions were somewhat excessive, her cheeks reddening as she stood on the ground, fidgeting with her fingers and breathing heavily. All right. This is Brook, the musician of the Straw Hat Pirates. He has composed thousands of melodies and is proficient in a variety of instruments, though due to certain circumstances, he now appears as he does. Startled, Nami, who had been fixated on Luffy, suddenly recognized that the skeleton before her was indeed alive. Oh, hello, lovely miss. I am Brook, he greeted awkwardly upon noticing Nami's startled expression. Nami unexpectedly extended her hand towards Brook, signaling, Hello, I am Nami, Luffy's navigator. Brook, observing Nami's outstretched hand, slowly raised his bony arm and clasped it with her small hand, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. Yo-ho-ho-ho, although I no longer possess a heart, wow. You're truly made of bones, how impressive. Nami remarked, captivated by Brook's comical demeanor despite his skeletal form, which still managed to engage in conversation. As a companion of Luffy, Nami certainly did not wish to display any signs of fear. After all, she aspired to sail the seas alongside him, though there remained a flicker of trepidation within her. Her formidable strength had long since quelled any thoughts of fear. Luffy smiled as he observed the harmonious interaction between Brook and Nami, feeling a surge of happiness himself. He continued, Nami, this is Robin, our historian. Robin is exceptionally intelligent, proficient in various fields such as culinary arts, navigation, and medicine. She is truly an elder sister. Before Luffy could finish his introduction, Nami suddenly called out loudly, emphasizing elder sister, perhaps hinting at Robin's age, and extended her small hand towards her, saying, Does elder sister Robin also understand navigation? My sailing skills are exceptional. Soon, I won't need you at all. What seemed like an ordinary exchange was laced with an undercurrent of rivalry. A woman's intuition can often be more acute than even the most developed observation haki. The moment Nami entered the room, she sensed her rival. She had already been discreetly observing Robin, feeling something was off. The last time she had met Luffy, he had not yet reached her height. Perhaps it was the natural growth spurts that boys experience as they mature. However, she estimated that Luffy was likely around her age. On the other hand, Robin, elegantly seated with an air of composure, was unmistakably not young. Although her skin was impeccably maintained, rivaling that of girls in their late teens. The mature aura she exuded was unmistakable. At the very least, she appeared to be at least 6 years her senior. Thus, Nami immediately seized upon the age factor as a point of attack, reiterating her own significance while attempting to undermine Robin. With a graceful demeanor, the poised and sophisticated Robin extended her right hand, firmly shaking Nami's with a tone that exuded confidence, with a hint of alluring fragrance. She straightened her posture and said to Nami, "Hello, little sister Nami. It is a pleasure to meet you." Luffy has mentioned on numerous occasions that his sister possesses an unparalleled talent for navigation. However, Robin, turning once more, playfully remarked, with Laboon by her side, "It seems we no longer require such meticulous navigational skills." The astute Robin effortlessly countered Nami's words while also showcasing her enviable figure, her slender hands clasped in the air. From their expressions, it appeared as though 2 bolts of lightning, one green and one purple, flashed between them. A keen-eyed Akainu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, suspecting he had misperceived the scene. Yet, Luffy and Brook understood that this was no mere illusion conjured by Akainu's vision. It was an energy born from the spirit of battle, involuntarily unleashed. As the two seemed poised to remain in a stalemate, Luffy swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Haha, Nami. We have now established the Starry Sky Pirates, and I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. We are returning to the East Blue for a brief respite before embarking on our adventures. I specifically came to ask you if you would like to join us." The sudden appearance of Luffy interrupted the escalating tension between the two, as a spark flashed through the air, and they gradually released their hold on one another. Nami instantly donned a cheerful expression and responded to Luffy, "Of course I want to. I can hardly wait to embark on an adventure with you." Luffy. She's still so young. If she sets sail, her family will surely be worried, Robin gently interjected from the side. Upon hearing this, Luffy experienced a moment of clarity. "You're right," he acknowledged, realizing his oversight. In the original story, Nami was constantly on the run due to Arlong's persecution, having long grown accustomed to being far from home. However, the present Nami indeed had her own family. It would be wise for her to spend more time with them and not leave her hometown too soon. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy raised his head once more. "I truly overlooked that, Nami. Let's consider this a visit. In a few years, we will come to take you with us." "No. Please, no." The refusal that escaped Luffy's lips pierced Nami's tender heart like a needle. A surge of intense energy erupted from her being, and uncontrolled magic dispersed, creating a gust that disheveled the room's arrangement in an instant. "I don't want to wait any longer. I train diligently every day, meditating, all to be able to assist Luffy sooner. I vanquished so many pirates to strengthen my courage. I will never hinder you again. I beg you, take me to sea." The room fell into silence, witnessing the tears welling in Nami's eyes. Even Robin felt a twinge of emotion, regretting having been so stringent with such a young girl. "Ah, I see." Luffy suddenly spoke softly, "I understand your resolve. Nami, how about this? If you can defeat Robin, we shall set sail together this time." Chapter 145, The Roar of the Celestial Dragon. Certainly, Luffy is not intentionally stirring trouble. He merely perceives that Robin and Nami seem to be at odds, and out of respect for him, they put on a facade of friendliness. If such a charged atmosphere were to extend into their future maritime adventures, Luffy would find himself caught between the two, leading to endless complications. Thus, he has made this decision. While it may not forge a bond akin to sisterhood, it allows Nami to witness Robin's formidable strength, and Robin to recognize Nami's dedication and resolve. When two individuals hold mutual admiration, their relationship is unlikely to become overly volatile. Given that Robin possesses attributes nearly threefold that of Nami, Luffy believes she can maintain the proper balance. After all, Robin is the one who understands Luffy's intentions best. She is not as capricious as Nami, who is more akin to a spirited young girl. A fight? Nami's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness as she glanced at Luffy, then at Robin, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Indeed, Luffy continued to reassure, saying, "As long as you can defeat Robin, it will demonstrate your strength, granting you safety upon these seas. This way, Aiken and Belmere need not worry about you, allowing them to trust you to embark on adventures with us. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon finishing his words, Luffy turned his gaze towards Aiken, signaling him that it was time to say something. Though uncertain of Luffy's intentions, Aiken was genuinely concerned about Nami. The news of her sudden decision to set sail startled him profoundly. He repeatedly nodded at Nami, seemingly in agreement with Luffy's sentiments. "All right, I am in agreement." Nami's eyes sparkled with determination. Over the years, while she may not have matured as a woman, she certainly was not intimidated when it came to combat. Having spent nearly a year as a bounty hunter, few pirates had compelled her to unleash more than a third of her strength. Thus, she had come to realize just how formidable the power Luffy bestowed upon her truly was, and she cherished his invitation even more deeply. Luffy directed his gaze towards Robin, seemingly inquiring with his eyes. Robin, meeting Luffy's gaze, appeared contemplative and eventually nodded gently. Luffy also revealed a gratifying smile, for he understood that Robin had comprehended his intentions. Thus, let us seek out a suitable venue for our sparring. Luffy clapped his hands and then turned to Ajien, saying, Mr. Ajien, could you please go to Nami's house and summon her family to join us? Nami's determination had profoundly moved Luffy, regardless of the outcome that awaited them. As long as Belle-Mère consented, Luffy would ensure that Nami accompanied them on their journey. It was for this reason that Luffy sought to demonstrate their strength to Belle-Mère and her family, allowing them to feel secure in entrusting young Nami to their care. After all, they bore an official title, the Warlords of the Sea, which should be quite formidable to ordinary folks. Upon hearing the mention of a battleground, Nami suddenly interjected. No need, Luffy, there's an empty space right behind our house. Oh, is that so? Then let us head to Nami's home. It works out perfectly, Luffy declared with a decisive tone, establishing the battleground without hesitation. All right. Nami promptly responded with a cheerful demeanor, then discreetly cast a glance at Robin. Humph. With her charming little feet playfully stepping forward, she led the group toward the direction of the Belle-Mère residence. Only Aken stood momentarily bewildered, silently pondering, how come I don't recall an open space at the Belle-Mère house? Before long, the group arrived at the doorstep of a quaint little cottage. Luffy gently nodded towards Ajien, who instantly understood and stepped forward to knock on the door. Some words are best articulated by him alone. Disregarding Aken's negotiations, Luffy and his companions, under Nami's guidance, proceeded towards the rear of the house. Nami, where's the open space? Luffy inquired curiously as they arrived behind the building. Apart from a 10-meter-wide road adjacent to the forest, he could discern no suitable place for combat. Wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. Nami responded without elaboration. Suddenly, she dashed to the forefront of the forest and called out loudly, Dragon of the Heavens. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks inflated adorably, momentarily captivating. Alas, such a charming scene was fleeting. An unseen, yet palpable surge of energy rushed towards Nami. Roar! Boom! A tremendous torrent of energy erupted from Nami's mouth, surging forth like a raging river into the forest. Instantly, a fierce gale howled, lifting 3 inches of earth and stirring up clouds of dust. Wood splintered, stones clashed, and chaos ensued. The wind intensified, creating a powerful backlash that sent Luffy and his companions' garments fluttering. The relentless force surged forward for hundreds of meters, akin to the roar of an ancient dragon, transforming everything in its path into mere fragments. A vortex of wind spiraled in the air, and soon, a broad passage emerged once more in the dense forest. Nami abruptly turned, her formidable magical prowess undiminished. The entire forest fell into a tumultuous atmosphere, with trees bending away as if in fear of Nami's might. A colossal energy vortex swayed like a reaper, and swiftly, a clearing of roughly 100 meters appeared before Nami. As the final tumultuous gust gradually diminished, Nami inhaled deeply again, replenishing a fraction of the magical energy she had just expended. At that moment, Belle-Mère and Nokigo, drawn by Aken, witnessed Nami retracting her magic, staring in disbelief at the scattered debris around them. Is this Nami's power? They marveled, finding it even more astonishing than her earlier display of the dragon's wing strike. Moreover, the shock was compounded by the presence of an old man adorned with a windmill hat, who was genuinely taken aback by Aken's reaction. Luffy chuckled and shook his head. He discerned that Nami was deliberately attempting to showcase her progress over the years. However, as she was about to engage in battle with Robin, it seemed rather presumptuous to unleash such extensive magic, consuming vast amounts of mana. This prideful display was indicative of the drawbacks of being in the East Blue. Ever since the Pirate King surrendered, following the execution and the birth of Ace, the Navy established a tight-knit communication network in the East Blue, deploying a substantial military presence. During this time, they also eradicated numerous pirates, and now Smoker was stationed in Logtown for oversight. It is fair to say that since then, the Navy has maintained a vigilant watch over the East Blue, resulting in only a handful of pirates remaining. Any pirate with a bounty exceeding 30 million could easily dominate the entire region. The title of the weakest sea is not merely a phrase. However, for the common folk, this is indeed a significant boon. In the absence of pirates, there are no pillaging and destruction, ensuring the sanctity of life. Even the most unscrupulous Navy officers, motivated by greed, may oppress the populace, yet at least they do not pose a lethal threat. What regime is devoid of corrupt officials? Nonetheless, these individuals are not representative of the majority. Most of the Navy still draws upon a sense of justice as their driving force, safeguarding the citizens of the East Blue. Yet, the lack of formidable adversaries has led Nami to misunderstand the essence of true strength. After all these years, despite having acquired the Dragon Slayer power of the sky, how could her bounty be merely around 300 million? Moreover, a quarter of this power is attributed to Luffy's level attributes. Otherwise, Nami would only possess the strength of about 100 million. While Luffy pondered these thoughts, Robin and Nami had already taken their positions in the clearing. Standing face to face, a surge of purple and green energy erupted between them, signaling the imminent clash of women. Chapter 146, The Battle of Women. Luffy. We are already aware of Nami's impending departure, Belle-Eme restated, her expression a complex mixture of emotions as she appeared beside him. Rest assured, Nami's mother. If you do not wish for Nami to leave. Luffy gazed at Belle-Mere's conflicted expression and reassuringly said, I will assist you in persuading Nami. After all, familial bonds transcend all else. Upon hearing this, Belle-Mere stood still for a moment, lost in thought. After a brief pause, seemingly recalling something, she gently shook her head without uttering a word to Luffy, her focus remaining on the two girls caught in the maelstrom. In the center of the clearing, the two girls exuded an ever-growing aura. The haughty pride emanating from the lofty clouds clashed with the enigmatic power of sky magic. The two distinct forces erupted from their beings, creating flickering bursts of purple and blue flames that danced like electric surges, crackling and sizzling incessantly, causing those outside the fray to squint instinctively. The Robin possessed attributes that far surpassed Nami's and had endured battles of greater intensity. Her techniques were primarily long-range physical attacks. In contrast, Nami, a mage of the sky's annihilation with years of meditation, excelled in controlling her aura. The energies they radiated began to reach an impasse. However, apart from the rare, overwhelming spirit attacks akin to Conqueror's Haki, ordinary auras struggled to sway the mindset of two formidable warriors. It was evident that both the petite and adorable Nami and the graceful and composed Robin were indeed powerful fighters. Suddenly, Robin's eyes sharpened, fixating intently on Nami's form. For Robin, battles often unfolded in the blink of an eye. 8 slender arms abruptly sprouted from either side of Nami's body, swiftly gripping her jaw and arms with remarkable speed. But what is this? The restrained Nami gazed skyward, her arms tightly bound. Teeth clenched as she writhed in a desperate struggle, her eyes betraying a palpable tension as she exerted herself to break free, yet to no avail. Nami! No Kigo exclaimed in astonishment, as if everything had reached its conclusion in that very moment. However, Robin was entirely unfazed by such thoughts. Given the formidable magic just unleashed by Nami, the restraints she faced were merely child's play. Ensnared inexplicably by Robin's control, Nami broke free from her surprise amidst no Kigo's cries. A surge of air began to converge around Nami, the swift winds coalescing into razor-sharp slashes, unhesitatingly aimed at her discordant arm. With a soft sound, her arm transformed into delicate pink petals, drifting gracefully through the air until they vanished from sight. The sharp pang of severed flesh instantly coursed through Robin's mind, causing her lips to quiver slightly. For Robin, such pain was trivial. Nami swiftly leaped backward, creating distance between herself and Robin, as the winds began to swirl around her hands. Yet, having never encountered a devil fruit user, Nami could scarcely fathom the strangeness of their powers. With a thunderous sound, a deep purple flame erupted from the ring of clouds on Robin's right hand. She crossed her arms before her chest, the flickering purple flames casting shadows across half of her stern visage. Floral chaos, a tree. Robin chose not to unleash her full strength from the outset. After all, this was merely an internal sparring session within their pirate crew. She intended to gradually apply pressure on Nami, allowing her to acclimatize to the rhythm of combat among the strong. Suddenly, a torrent of purple flames surged from behind Nami, reaching towards the heavens. A colossal hand, 10 meters in height, abruptly rose, its 5 fingers splayed wide, swiftly descending towards Nami's position. The immense palm overshadowed all of Nami's escape routes, leaving her with no means of evasion. The rapid pace of this combat style was indeed profoundly disconcerting for Nami. Fortunately, the air that had just coalesced around her arm had yet to dissipate, as the forces of the sky regained control over the intangible elements surrounding her. Dragon Shattered Fang. A surging torrent of magic erupted from Nami's hands, unleashing a tempest of energy that stirred the very air around her. The colossal hurricane, imbued with immense power, collided with Robin's massive palm, producing a cacophony of tearing fabric. The atmosphere around them was thrown into disarray by Nami's might, as fierce winds began to converge upon the battlefield to aid her. The entire village of Coco was transformed, as swirling sands and dust rose ominously, spreading outward from the site of their tumultuous clash. Suddenly, a transparent wall of golden flames materialized before Belmare and her companions. In an instant, the chaotic air currents and flying debris seemed to forget their presence, bypassing them entirely as they dispersed under the onslaught of the seething flames. The massive palm, bereft of Robin's support, was violently shredded by the tempestuous wind blades, disintegrating into a flurry of petals. Nami, however, swiftly turned around, directing the wind blades that entwined her hands forward, once again tearing apart Robin's extended arm. A smile danced on Robin's lips as she remarked, "It appears you've grown accustomed to this kind of battle." Nami pouted, fully aware that her opponent was holding back, but still defiantly replied, "It's not that easy." Meanwhile, the three onlookers from Coco Village had succumbed to a state of stupor. The spectacle of Robin's monstrous hand and Nami's unleashed magic had long surpassed the limits of their imagination. Even Belmare, who had endured the brutality of war, found herself stunned, oblivious to the cigarette that had fallen from her mouth to the ground. On Robin's right hand, the gemstone of the cloud ring suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance, and a flowing cascade of violet flames enveloped her entire being. Enshrined within the purple fire, Robin's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity, surveying the world with an air of divine disdain. "Now, I shall be serious." Her cold voice resonated. "What?" Nami gazed at Robin, who was engulfed in the strange flames, perplexed. Yet, Robin had no intention of explaining herself to Nami. The violet flames erupted explosively, radiating outward and engulfing a significant portion of the clearing in a torrential blaze. Suddenly, 6 delicate wings unfurled from Robin's back, enhancing her beauty and sanctity. With a powerful flap, Robin ascended into the sky. The combined wingspan exceeded 10 meters, soaring above Nami amidst the sunlight. Bathed in golden rays, a path of light pierced through Robin's form, casting her as a silhouette, as if she were descending from the heavens, ethereal and transcendent. With her arms crossed, the sky above was instantly cloaked in violet flames. The fierce blaze illuminated the entire landscape, imparting an aura of solitary grandeur that resonated within the hearts of those below. Celestial radiance, 6-winged angel, beneath the blazing flames. Robin stood high above, gazing down upon Nami with the grace of an angel, observing the foolish mortals below. With a swift motion of her arm, a wing on her right side morphed amidst the swirling purple flames, transforming instantaneously into a fiery, delicate giant fist. This colossal hand aimed menacingly at Nami below. Is this some kind of joke? Nami was completely taken aback by the sudden shift in Robin's presence, the very air around her beginning to tremble. The giant fist hurtled towards her with astonishing speed. Oh no! In a moment of desperation, a whirlwind wrapped around Nami's feet, propelling her high into the air, just outside the reach of the impending blow. Boom! The fist struck the ground, creating a crater that echoed with the sound of shattering earth. Dust and debris flying into the air. Panting from narrowly evading the attack, Nami barely had time to catch her breath before Robin launched another assault. The opposite wing transformed once more into a fist, her violet flames burning bright as her gaze fixed upon Nami below. "Nami, watch out!" shouted Belmare and the others, their voices filled with concern, yet their warnings went unheard amidst the chaos of battle. Boom, boom, boom. The twin fists of purple fire relentlessly descended upon Nami, each strike creating devastating impacts on the ground, resembling a hellish landscape engulfed in dust and chaos. Nami, amidst the swirling debris, used all her agility and focus to evade Robin's heavy punches. "How infuriating!" Nami exclaimed, retreating until she finally found a fleeting moment to breathe. In a surge of rage, her entire being erupted with immense magical energy, driven by her fury. With a fierce scream, Nami summoned a whirlwind barrier that intercepted Robin's heavy fist, halting it in its tracks. The clash of wind and flesh produced a sound akin to iron scraping against iron. Robin's haughty demeanor wavered slightly as curiosity flickered in her eyes, drawn to the center of the whirlwind. Within the vortex, the power of the wind began to coalesce beneath Nami's feet, gradually lifting her into the air. The breeze tousled her hair, and her eyes sparkled with magical energy as she glared defiantly at Robin. With a flourish of her hands, the currents of the sky began to obey Nami's command. Swirling around the battlefield, her voice rang out, resolute and commanding, "The sky is my domain." Chapter 147. The Power of the Dragon, the Dragon's Wave. Nami swung her arms downward with great force, generating a wave of air vibrations. The elemental currents that had accumulated above suddenly erupted and began to spiral. In the sky, they coalesced into a formidable tornado, hurtling directly towards Robin. The howling hurricane instantly enveloped Robin, with razor-sharp air currents tightly winding around her. The chaotic power of the massive tornado wreaked havoc without restraint. The terrifying wind force ruthlessly swept the earth into the heavens. Within the turbulent air, sharp grains of sand and stone added to its lethal potency. "Oh my, Miss Nami is truly remarkable," exclaimed Brook, steadying his skeletal frame by leaning his sword against the ground, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Luffy adjusted his coat, which fluttered incessantly in the turbulent air, and smiled quietly without uttering a word. Nami stood suspended in midair, her hair billowing, her eyes shimmering with an imposing magical light, fixated intently on the violet orb at the heart of the vortex. The purple light gradually spread, seeping into the whirlwind, transforming the chaotic whirlpool into something pure. The majestic violet flames engulfed the spiraling tempest that soared towards the heavens. Suddenly, Nami's expression shifted to one of strain, the glimmer in her eyes flickering tremulously. Amidst the raging storm, 3 pairs of exquisite wings shielded Robin's figure closely. From these wings radiated bullets of purple flames, striking against the cutting edges of the swirling winds. Some flames scattered, while others enveloped, instantly disrupting the rhythm of the vortex. The wind blades, eroded by the violet flames, danced in circles, propelled by the solitary flames in the air. Soon, the once controlled whirlwind by Nami transformed into a fiery vortex, still spiraling in place. At the vortex's center, Robin's eyes mirrored the passage of celestial bodies, her aura suddenly heavy and withdrawn to the utmost degree. Then, boom! With a resounding explosion, the purple whirlwind erupted, morphing into a thick blaze that surged momentarily before gradually dissipating into nothingness. The sudden surge of power disrupted Nami's grasp on the magic, and the chaotic winds nearly sent her plummeting from the sky. Years of meditation allowed Nami to maintain her floating power just in time. After a brief stumble, she regained her balance. In the sky, the gathered wings unfurled with a swift motion, revealing an unscathed Robin, adorned with a subtle smile, emerging among the 6 angelic wings, resembling a goddess, evoking both admiration and compassion. Yet, in the next instant, this beautiful tableau vanished abruptly. The goddess's visage was once again shrouded in frost. With a flicker of violet flames, the angelic wings inexplicably expanded to twice their size, stretching freely through the air. The fully unfurled 6 wings cast a considerable shadow over the sky. A chill flickered in Robin's eyes. At the tips of the wings were slender fingers, sharp as blades. A close inspection would evoke an unsettling sensation, an eerie and terrifying quality that would linger in memory. The wings curved, the sharp tips aimed at Nami's figure, reflecting a glimmer of bright starlight under the sun. With no warning, the wings suddenly lunged towards Nami suspended in the air, trailing a long, flesh-colored shadow. The wings collided fiercely with the wind barrier, creating the most intense clash between spear and shield. Sparks flickered at their point of contact. Nami waved her hands, and a fierce gust of wind momentarily repelled Robin's assault. Riding the hurricane, she swiftly charged towards Robin. Robin's angelic wings continually contracted, slicing through the air like a lance, initiating a tempestuous barrage against Nami. Utilizing her petite stature, Nami skillfully dodged all of Robin's attacks, gliding upon the currents of air. The source of magic began to coalesce in her hands, manifesting 2 invisible blades. Without a moment's pause, Nami lunged forward, thrusting the blades towards Robin's chest with the swiftness of lightning, the air instinctively parting to avoid any obstruction. Clang! The wind blades were intercepted by the tips of Robin's upper wings, producing a clear, resonant sound. The lower wings transformed into lethal edges, cruelly aiming for Nami's slender waist. With astonishing speed, Nami countered, deftly wielding the wind blades in a fierce clash with the feathered appendages. Simultaneously, the power of magic enveloped her, surrounding her with an invisible yet razor-sharp airflow, bolstering both her defense and offense. Boom, clang, crash. The air was filled with a relentless cacophony of collisions. The intensity of their exchanges overwhelmed Belmir and the others below, rendering them unable to keep pace with the spectacle. Two forms, nearly invisible to the naked eye, flickered in the sky, their fierce clashes the only indication that the aerial battle persisted. The forces of wind and cloud, magic and determination collided. Both Robin and Nami bore fierce expressions, granting no quarter, striking from one end of the sky to the other. As time passed, their expressions gradually softened. Robin's formidable strength began to conquer Nami, while Nami's unwavering resolve touched Robin. Nami could discern that even now, Robin held back, not unleashing her full potential. And she, with a sudden metallic clash, Nami abruptly retreated in midair, staggering to the ground, her legs almost giving way beneath her. Robin also descended, choosing not to capitalize on Nami's apparent weakness. How formidable! Nami, drenched in cold sweat, felt her gaze turning somewhat unfocused. Depleted of magical energy, she found herself bereft of the strength to continue. Yet, she yearned for victory. Summoning the last vestiges of her magical power, she unleashed it without reservation. In a reckless display of magic, a colossal magic circle materialized beneath her feet, intricate yet extraordinarily potent. The remnants of magical energy lingering in the sky began to flow towards the magic circle, forming a whirlpool, a testament to the might of this spell. Illuminating the heavens, she invoked Sky Shatter, 60-petal flower, hook chain. Suddenly, a multitude of arm-like chains, resembling ropes, emerged around the magic circle, instantly binding Nami, who was still gathering magical energy, rendering her completely immobile. The magic circle, deprived of its source of power, gradually lost its luster and dissipated, while the concentrated air currents also dispersed. Defeated, Nami stared blankly at the sky. The fervor of battle subsided, and for a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Robin, somewhat bewildered, turned to look at Luffy. Their initial intention had been to set sail with Nami, but the rhythm of the recent conflict had spiraled beyond Robin's control, compelling her to engage seriously and unleash some of her true strength. Now that Nami had been defeated, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Luffy gently shook his head at Robin, intending to say something to Nami, but his raised arms suddenly halted. A thunderous sound, reminiscent of distant thunder, reverberated above everyone's heads. Lost. I cannot lose. I must not lose. I yearn to set sail. I must triumph. The clear sky abruptly convulsed with violent turbulence. Nami's eyes ignited with a brilliant blue light, reminiscent of the vast heavens above. Streams of air surged towards her relentlessly. Despite the absence of any magical control, it transformed into pure energy, merging seamlessly into Nami's being. With a crack, the restraints on Nami's arm were instantaneously torn apart, disintegrating into petals, rendered powerless. A layer of pristine feathers began to emerge on one side of Nami's body. Her delicate hand gradually enlarged, fingers curling as white energy enveloped it. The human palm morphed into a beastly claw, glimmering with a chilling light, leaving no doubt as to its razor sharpness. A roar, unmistakably not of human origin, erupted from Nami's mouth, stunning everyone present. Wielding her formidable claws, Nami viciously shredded the arms that bound her. Her once clear and bright eyes transformed into fierce, piercing orbs, losing all semblance of humanity. Driven by an insatiable desire for victory, Nami surrendered her body to the dragon-slaying magic crystal within, forsaking her identity in pursuit of greater power. The feral gaze fixated on Robin, as Nami kicked up a cloud of dust beneath her feet, swiftly raising her grotesquely uncoordinated claws to launch a fierce assault on Robin. The speed was such that Robin had no time to react. Brook, with a thunderous shout, Luffy commanded, "At your service, Captain Luffy." Brook, either intuitively understanding or perhaps having anticipated the moment, grasped his sword with one hand and swiftly predicted Nami's position. He executed a rapid slash, unleashing a chilling gust from the abyss towards his intended target. Oblivious to Brook's assault, Nami, fixated solely on Robin, charged straight into the heart of the icy tempest as if choreographed. In an instant, her beast-like form was ensnared by the frigid breath emanating from the depths. Nami's body gradually reverted to its original state, a fleeting glimmer of light flickering in her eyes before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 148. Preparing to set sail. With a swift motion of Luffy's arm, the blazing barrier dissipated instantly, allowing Belmir and the others to once again breathe the outside air. Yet Luffy paid them no further heed, swiftly making his way to the battlefield, where he inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Robin?" With a hint of trepidation. Robin pressed her lips together and shook her head, signaling that she was relatively unscathed. However, the rapidity of Nami's previous actions had left an indelible impression on her mind. If Nami thrived in the East Blue, a realm devoid of worthy adversaries, which shaped her proud demeanor, then Robin was no exception. Countless pirates had met their demise at Robin's hands in the Grand Line, foolishly attempting to assail Luffy in a bid to seize the title of Warlord of the Sea. From the outset, she had engaged in this confrontation as a strategist. Little did she expect that not only would her true strength be compelled to surface, but she also narrowly escaped injury from the rampaging Nami. This battle was not merely a revelation for Nami about the existence of greater forces and individuals beyond her comprehension. It also made Robin realize that her recent training had grown increasingly lax. "Brook." Luffy approached the ice sculpture that encased Nami, softly calling her name. Brook understood the cue and stepped forward, placing a single hand upon the frozen surface. In an instant, the entire block of ice began to evaporate, releasing a chilling mist that ascended into the heavens. Luffy swiftly caught the falling Nami, enveloping her in his embrace. "Nami!" Noki exclaimed, rushing over with a look of concern as he gazed at the delicate figure cradled in Luffy's arms. No one could fathom that such a charming girl could possess such formidable strength. "Rest assured," Luffy addressed Noki Gao and the arriving Bell-Mel and Ajien, saying, "Nami merely exhausted her magical energy and is fatigued. She will be fine after a brief rest." Upon hearing that Nami was unharmed, Bell-Mel felt a sense of relief wash over her tense heart, yet her gaze remained fixed upon Nami. Luffy gently entrusted Nami to Bellmere, softly saying, "Nami's mother. You should take Nami back to rest." Bellmere's eyes shimmered with an indescribable emotion as she accepted Nami from Luffy's embrace. Watching Bellmere retreat with Nami in her arms, Luffy couldn't help but exhale softly. In his mind, he quietly accessed Nami's attribute interface, and a luminous screen projected before his eyes. Nami qualification, SS, stamina, 680 strength, 520 agility, 630 spirit, 850. All 3 equipment slots remained vacant. Luffy initially intended to save his money, hoping that the system store would refresh with formidable items. However, after such a long time, he had yet to encounter anything suitable. If he continued to wait without finding a worthy item, he would consider using the funds to purchase equipment for Robin and the others. Although he had hoped to invest the money in himself, it seemed that fate was not on his side. The attributes granted to his companions by their gear would not reflect back on Luffy, and at this rate, he feared he might struggle to surpass his own crew members. It was indeed a source of concern. After closing Nami's attribute interface, Luffy opened Robin's screen. Nico Robin qualification, SS, stamina, 1560 strength, 1140 agility, 1860 spirit, 1720. Over the years, Robin's attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Only she knew the immense effort and sweat she had dedicated throughout these years. With relentless training day after day, she aimed only to ensure she would not be a hindrance to Luffy and to assist him whenever possible. Alas, today, she still felt inadequate. Clenching her fists, she dug her nails deeply into her flesh. "Robin." Luffy, noticing her distress, furrowed his brow and approached her slowly. He wished to prevent her from feeling guilty over such minor matters. With rare gentleness, he reassured her, "I'm here for you." These simple words radiated warmth like the sun, instantly dispelling the shadows in Robin's heart. In truth, it was not entirely Robin's fault. Nami had just unleashed a devastating Dragon Slayer power, a rarity even in the fairy tale world. Her agility attribute had surged to over 2,000 in an instant, making it nearly impossible for even Luffy to evade perfectly. However, glancing at his gold coins, the thought of equipping his companions made Luffy sigh inwardly. He would soon need to spend more money. That evening, before Aiken's humble abode, due to the limited housing in the village, Luffy and his companions had to return to their ship for the night. As they pushed open the door, the trio, having just finished dinner at Aiken's, paused in surprise. Under the dim light, they saw Bellmere standing at Aiken's doorway, holding 2 large bottles of white liquor and continuously puffing on a cigarette. The cigarette butts on the ground indicated she had been there for some time. The soft beam of light between Luffy and Bellmere resembled a delicate mist of ice crystals, dividing the world into 2 realms, one, a warm home, and the other, the vast expanse of the universe. "Care for a drink?" Bellmere raised the bottle in her hand, smiling at Luffy. "Sure." Luffy chuckled softly and promptly replied, then turned to Robin and Brook, saying, "You two may head back." They nodded in silence and quietly departed from the scene. Aiken sat by the window, gazing at Belmere as she walked away with Luffy towards the outskirts of the village. Removing his hat, he murmured to the whirling windmill above, "Belmere, Nami." Atop a small hill near Kokoyashi village, a place that served as Belmere's final resting spot in the original narrative, the view was breathtakingly expansive. Above, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars and a luminous moon, while below lay homes, fields, and the glow of myriad lights. Belmere sat directly on the ground, with Luffy following suit. Without allowing him a moment to savor the scenery, Belmere remarked, "Nami often sits here. It struck me that this was my first time here. I hadn't anticipated the view to be so unexpectedly captivating. It truly aligns with my taste." Belmere gazed at the ocean beneath the night sky, where moonlight danced upon the waves, infusing the tranquil evening with a touch of vitality. Nami must have endured quite a bit over the years, hadn't she? Luffy did not, like Belmere, pay attention to the night scenery ahead. Instead, he glanced around and observed the nearby ground marked by the traces of punches, kicks, and the slashes of blades. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "The Dragon Slayer magic indeed possesses immense potential, yet it cannot endow an ordinary girl of 15 or 16 with such terrifying prowess." Nami's strength is inextricably linked to her dedication. With a decisive motion, Belmere bit open a bottle of strong liquor and began to drink heartily, the liquid spilling from the corners of her mouth and trickling down her neck. Under the soft moonlight, gentle ripples formed, casting reflections of Luffy's shadow across the way. "Nami," Belmere said after swallowing the fine wine, "ever since that day you left, Nami has spent less and less time at home. At first, both Nojiko and I were quite worried, but as the days passed, we gradually grew accustomed to it. Until one day, she suddenly declared her intention to set sail as a bounty hunter. We desperately tried to dissuade her, but she insisted she had come to understand that we should not have stopped you. Thus, she wished to witness what lies beyond the beauty of this world. Not long after, she departed from Koko Village, alone and carrying the weight of our concerns. I still remember her return that day, tears streaming down her face. I thought that would be the end of it." Belmere took another hearty gulp of her drink, her eyes inexplicably moist and shimmering with complex emotions, as if she were reminiscing about something profoundly significant. She continued, "Little did I expect, not long after, she dashed off again. After that, she never shed another tear." Turning her gaze toward Luffy, she asked, with a hint of uncertainty, "Out on the sea, there cannot be many formidable individuals like you, can there?" Luffy did not directly respond to Belmere's inquiry. Instead, he gazed into the distant horizon, as if he could glimpse the world's end beyond the shroud of night. After a moment, he began to speak. "There are countless things, far too many to count." Luffy did not exaggerate in the New World. A bounty of 300 million is merely enough to qualify one as a mere pawn. Is that a lot? Belmore's hand trembled slightly as she grasped the bottle. And after a moment, she inquired once more, "It must be quite thrilling then?" "Indeed, it is incredibly thrilling," Luffy responded with remarkable decisiveness, declaring that mere brilliance sufficed. Suddenly, Belmere rose, handing another bottle of wine to Luffy. With an imposing demeanor, she addressed Luffy, who was seated on the ground, in a grave tone, "Warlord of the Sea. Monkey D. Luffy, since I have entrusted Nami to you, should you fail to care for her properly, I, as a member of the Navy, shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and eradicate your band of pirates." Without fail, Luffy grasped the fine liquor and clinked his bottle against Belmere's, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Belmere suddenly chuckled once more and remarked, "Shouldn't you make some assurances at this moment before downing that bottle?" "Haha." Luffy chuckled lightly and declared, "I do not enjoy drinking." Yet, in an unexpected gesture, he removed the cork with his thumb and tilted his head back, pouring an entire bottle of liquor down his throat without leaving a single drop. "For I shall never succumb to intoxication." Under the moonlight, Luffy slowly turned, the gentle breeze lifting the corners of his attire, an inexplicable aura flowing through his eyes. "I need not offer any assurances, for my name is Monkey D. Luffy." Chapter 149. An encounter with a mouse. Kokokasia Village, Port. "Nami, please take care of yourself out there." Nojiko, with tears of parting streaming down her face, cupped her hands into a megaphone and shouted towards the distant grand ship anchored at the port. The harbor of Kokokasia Village was far too narrow, compelling Luffy and his crew to anchor their vessel just outside. At that moment, Nami stood at the stern of the ship, gazing at the villagers who had gathered to bid her farewell. They had only just learned that the remarkable young girl had become a pirate, and a subordinate of the 7 warlords of the sea no less. Though they did not fully comprehend the significance of the 7 warlords, it mattered not to them. Each villager continued to wave goodbye to Nami with smiling faces filled with blessings. Akan and Belmir stood on either side of Nojiko, sharing silent smiles. "Nami, we are departing now," Luffy said to her, reminding her to prepare herself emotionally. Nami nodded earnestly, letting out a sound from her nose. The sails gradually rose, the sea breeze filling them, and with her navigational prowess, Nami easily deduced that in 5 seconds, the ship she was aboard would leave the harbor. With tears glistening in her eyes, she looked at the villagers still watching her from the port, wiping away her tears with her palm. Today is a joyous day. Since it was a day of celebration, she would not allow herself to weep, even though she was leaving her beloved hometown, her caring mother, her protective sister, and the villagers who had supported her. Even if this departure meant it would be many years before she could return. At the harbor, Belmir and Akan watched as the ship slowly sailed away, each extending their hands and giving a thumbs up in pride for their beloved Nami. "Belmir," Akan said, his voice slightly choked with emotion. You're crying. Mind your own business." The vessel continued its journey into the vast ocean, while Kokokasia village faded into a mere speck, disappearing from the sight of those left behind. Luffy gently patted Nami's shoulder, seeking to divert her from the melancholy of parting. "Nami, it's time to introduce you to another one of our companions," he declared, reaching out to signal Brook to present Laboon's Pokeball. However, just as Luffy was about to proceed, Robin's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his motion. "A naval ship is approaching us," she announced. As the lookout, Robin utilized the powers of her flower fruit to gaze ahead in the direction of their voyage. The Navy? Luffy's curiosity was instantly piqued. The waters surrounding Koko Village are relatively remote. Even the most adept merchants of the East Sea might be unaware of its existence. It is a region so devoid of interest that even pirates are disinclined to linger here. Yet unexpectedly, the Navy has arrived. What should he do? Does Luffy need to pay attention to this? For them, the East Sea Navy is as insignificant as ants. Whether to acknowledge them depends solely on whether these ants obstruct their path. Nami gazed at the silhouettes aboard the naval vessel and remarked, "Sister Robin and the others must be here for me." After spending several days in Koko Village, Nami and Robin's relationship had blossomed, transcending mere camaraderie to a bond akin to sisterhood, save for matters concerning Luffy. Women, forever an enigma. As time passed, the two ships drew closer, allowing both sides to discern the features of those aboard. "Colonel Mouse, have you come to deliver a bounty?" Nami shouted across the narrow channel, her voice carried clearly by the sea breeze to the naval ship. "Pirate Hunter Nami, today, this colonel has come to commend you for your outstanding assistance to the Navy in capturing pirates. I hope you will continue to perform splendidly." Colonel Mouse had long mastered the art of theatrics. Each time, accompanied by different naval soldiers, he sought to assert his dominance before the infamous pirate hunter, the Storm Witch, thereby solidifying his authority at Base 16 and enhancing his influence. Politics is but a stage, and Mouse's ambition was to navigate its treacherous waters, flattering those above while feigning wisdom and integrity to those beneath him. Through talent and diligence, he aspired to ascend to the upper echelons of government, becoming one of the world's select few. Yet this time, the circumstances seemed somewhat different. "Colonel," before Mouse could deliver the prepared lines, his loyal aide interrupted him, disrupting the flow of his performance. Given the aide's propensity for sycophancy, Mouse decided to grant him a moment, curious about what pressing matter could warrant such an interruption during his moment of flourish. "Colonel, look at the skeleton across from us." "What?" Following the guidance of his aide, the Mouse cast his gaze towards the ship across the way. His once pea-sized eyes suddenly expanded, transforming from the size of green beans to that of yellow beans. Despite his corruption, nepotism, and embezzlement at the expense of the common folk, he prided himself on being an exemplary naval officer. Each command from his superiors was meticulously studied through the night, as he pondered the true meaning behind every punctuation mark. Recently, the much-discussed arrival of the 7 warlords in Rogue Town stirred considerable commotion in the East Sea, with most believing it to be mere bluster. However, within the ranks of the Navy, there existed an authentic red-headed document that meticulously detailed all information regarding the Starry Sky Pirates. Amongst these revelations, the memory of a musician who existed in a skeletal form left the deepest impression on the Mouse. The 7 warlords, masters of adaptability, had always been a source of pride for him. In the face of a formidable adversary capable of slaying hundreds in mere minutes at Rogue Town, the Mouse dared not assume an air of superiority. As for losing face in front of his soldiers? Absurd. What value does pride hold when life hangs in the balance? These notorious pirates disregarded even Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters, let alone someone of his modest rank in a mere branch. Oh, are you the Navy stationed here? Luffy approached the railing of the ship, his gaze devoid of emotion as he addressed the lecherous middle-aged man across from him. Yes, indeed. I am the highest authority of the Navy in this region. How may I assist you, esteemed sir? The rat bent at an angle of 100 degrees. Almost leaning further to avoid missing the side of Luffy's shoes, he would have contorted himself to 180 degrees if necessary. Observing the avaricious demeanor of the rat before him, Luffy pondered for a moment and then spoke. Nami will henceforth be a member of our Starry Sky pirate crew. After our departure, the safety of this maritime area will rest in your hands, particularly that of Kokoyashi village. Yes, yes. Rest assured, sir. The rat nodded fervently, stating, From my extensive observations, Kokoyashi village boasts beautiful inhabitants and fertile lands, with a vibrant cultural foundation. Morality flourishes abundantly, and acts of kindness emerge ceaselessly. The blossoms of civility are in full bloom. In the upcoming evaluation for the exemplary villages of moral civilization conducted by our branch, Kokoyashi village will surely claim its rightful place. The government will provide substantial support, constructing roads free of charge, establishing trade ports, and increasing agricultural subsidies. It is no jest. After all, this is a warlord of the sea. Even if it requires financial sacrifice, he is determined to develop Kokoyashi village. Moreover, the government indeed possesses funds earmarked for poverty alleviation, though they have never reached the hands of the common folk. This understanding remains unspoken among them. Although the warlords of the sea and the Navy are fundamentally distinct entities, for individuals such as them, whether on the dark or light side, aligning with the right path opens avenues to future opportunities. Caught momentarily off guard by the rat's bureaucratic rhetoric, Luffy hesitated before responding. Just ensure the protection of Kokoyashi's safety. Rest assured, esteemed sir, Nami's home will be my home. I shall lead by example, inspiring the entire Navy to collaboratively cultivate this beautiful homeland. Luffy clicked his tongue in disbelief at the shamelessness of the Navy. The rat's demeanor left him utterly speechless. It would be prudent to refrain from listening to him any longer. Otherwise, Luffy feared he might unwittingly bestow upon him some unwarranted favors. Nevertheless, certain actions must still be taken. With a swift motion, a piece of paper soared through the air, landing squarely in the rat's palm. This is my snail phone number. Contact me immediately if anything arises, he declared. Brook, let us depart. With that command, Luffy turned on his heel, prompting the rat to immediately recognize the situation and fall silent. Clutching the paper as if it were a precious treasure, he understood that this could very well be his best opportunity for advancement. Nami truly was a benefactor to him. Brook, disregarding the astonished expressions of the surrounding Navy, opened his skull and retrieved a pokeball, pressing the switch towards the expanse of ocean ahead. The long-awaited arrival of Laboon was heralded by a resounding cry, its massive tail thrashing and stirring up towering waves. Luffy steered the ship, gradually entering the mouth of Labu, under the astonished gazes of the crew. Chapter 150, The Rubber Fruit. In the kingdom of Goya, life unfolded as it always did, with the populace continuing to suffer exploitation and refuse being expelled relentlessly. The uncertain terminus, once reduced to ashes years ago, was beginning to take shape once more. It would not be long before the moniker Mount Trash returned. At the southernmost edge of the island where the kingdom of Goya resided, Windmill Town appeared as a veritable paradise, maintaining its customary tranquility and harmony. Due to Carp's frequent returns aboard naval warships, the port of Windmill Town was more organized than that of an ordinary village, accommodating Luffy and his crew's vessel effortlessly. Having just experienced a wondrous journey through the belly of a fish, Nami radiated an unusual excitement. Her large eyes sparkled with starlight, brimming with hope and dreams for the future. The group, each with their own emotions, set foot on the soil of Windmill Town. Is this truly Luffy's hometown? Robin inquired with a sweet smile as she surveyed the surroundings. Ah, such a rich sense of local culture. The aroma is intoxicating, making me want to burst into song. Though I am but bones, without a nose, Brook humorously declared, unabashedly showering compliments. All right. Brook, I never expected you to be like this. Luffy gazed at Brook in speechless disbelief, chuckling as he engaged in conversation with his companions while making his way towards the heart of the town. The lively Nami pranced ahead, skipping joyfully and occasionally twirling about. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Luffy, where is your home? Let us visit your abode first. My home, well, When Nami inquired of Luffy, a contemplative expression crossed his face. If one were to speak of home, the Makino household might qualify, as would the Dayton family. Yet, it seems he does not possess a home that truly belongs to him. However, it matters not. Come, I shall take you to meet my sister, who has cared for me since childhood. With a grand flourish, Luffy led the group towards the direction of Machino's tavern. Suddenly, before Luffy could reach Machino's abode, an aged and raspy voice echoed from the side of the street. The village chief's eyes widened as he beheld the figure before him. Although he had suspected Luffy would return upon hearing of the 7 warlords' arrival in the East Blue, the reality of the moment still filled him with astonishment. Ha ha ha, Grandpa Village Chief. It has been far too long. Luffy immediately burst into hearty laughter. The cherubic visage of Luffy in his youth gradually melded with that of his youthful self, as the familiar timbre of his voice resonated. Is it truly Luffy? The village chief's eyes brimmed with benevolence as he sought confirmation. Indeed, it is I. I have returned. The village chief, trembling, leaned on his cane and approached Luffy. Noticing the chief's struggle to move, Luffy hastened a couple of steps forward. You dare to come back? The village chief suddenly brandished his cane, striking fiercely at Luffy. I warned you against your reckless pursuits. How dare you become a pirate? You are nothing but a disgrace to Windmill Village. The village chief swung his cane with fervor, displaying a vigor that surpassed that of many younger men as he relentlessly struck at Luffy. Luffy found himself in an awkward predicament, dodging the village chief's cane while occasionally stepping forward to assist, lest the chief should lose his balance and fall due to his vigorous exertion. Please, stop, Grandfather Chief. I acknowledge my mistake, he implored, apologizing profusely to the visibly irate chief, leaving Robin and the others nearby in a state of bewilderment. It was rather unexpected for such a formidable figure as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned across the Grand Line, to endure such treatment in his hometown. What was anticipated to be a joyous reunion had taken a rather unforeseen turn. After a considerable duration, the village chief finally exhausted his strength, leaning on his cane and panting heavily. Are you all right, Grandfather Chief? Luffy inquired weakly, while the village chief remained there, fuming, his chest heaving with either exhaustion or anger, his frail body suggesting he might collapse at any moment. Humph! Slamming his cane down on the ground, the chief exclaimed in indignation. I truly cannot fathom how that grandfather Garp has managed. He allowed his own grandson to become a notorious villain. Uncertain of how to respond, Luffy could only manage a few awkward chuckles. Humph! After such a long absence, he didn't even bother to send a word back. It has caused everyone such worry for you. As if calming down, the chief's tone gradually softened. You know the situation was tense at that time, especially with that celestial dragon. Upon hearing the name of the celestial dragons, the village chief spat vehemently, raising his cane as if to strike Luffy. It was during the same period when the celestial dragons departed from the Goa kingdom that Luffy too vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, news swept across the seas of the celestial dragons who had left the East Blue meeting a tragic fate. Moreover, it was rumored that one of these celestial dragons had taken the life of Luffy's sworn brother, Sabo, in Windmill Village. Anyone even slightly acquainted with Luffy understood his formidable character and strength, leading to their own unspoken conjectures. Thus, despite the uproar surrounding this incident throughout the world, the villagers of Windmill Village acted as if they had never heard of it, choosing to remain silent. Although many years had elapsed, the weight of this matter lingered heavily on the village chief's heart. Countless nights, he had awoken in a cold sweat from nightmares of young Luffy being captured. Observing the chief's expression, which seemed to warn him that further discussion would lead to more blows, Luffy wisely decided to remain silent. He quickly shifted the topic, saying, Grandpa Village Chief, let us hurry to Sister Makino's house. I would like to introduce you to my companions. Luffy gestured with a finger, and Robin along with the others presented themselves to the village chief. To their surprise, the chief merely glanced back without being startled by Brook's appearance, as if he had known it all along. Meanwhile, at another entrance of the town, a young man with a bare torso, raven hair, and a smattering of freckles on his cheeks strolled into the village. Poor Gasti, Ace, Luffy's sworn brother, glanced at the list in his hand and couldn't help but scratch his head in frustration, exclaiming, Alas, why must I prepare so many things before setting sail? It's truly a hassle. My master insists that I gather everything before he grants me the ship. Observing the bustling streets, Ace, who had spent years training in solitude deep within the mountains and was not adept at socializing, let out a long sigh. Well, I might as well visit Makino's place. Her tavern should have quite a few items from my list. With a clever idea sparking in his mind, Ace devised a plan to take the easy route, enlisting Makino's help to procure these items. I am truly a little genius. Is that so? Makino exclaimed in surprise. Time had not altered her appearance. She remained as charming as a 17 or 18-year-old girl, captivated by the stories told by Luffy, her cherry lips agape in astonishment. Gently placing a large cup of milk before Luffy, Makino said tenderly, "It seems Luffy has not been bullied out there. That puts my mind at ease." Humph. What are you so at ease about? Now that he is a great pirate, he could be captured by the Navy any day. The village chief grumbled from the side. Haha, the chief is clearly worried about Luffy too. Makino unreservedly pointed out, causing a hint of embarrassment to flush across the chief's wrinkled face. Just as the chief was about to retort, a youthful, powerful voice suddenly rang out. Makino, it's me, Luffy. Two arms, each spanning several meters, swiftly crossed the tavern's hall and landed on Luffy's shoulders, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Luffy, is that really you? A figure shot like lightning, bouncing along the elongated arms to Luffy's side, exclaiming in delight. Ace! Seeing Ace's outstretched arms, Luffy displayed an astonishment that was tenfold, no, 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than Ace's. Indeed, it's me. Ha ha ha, it's been ages. Ace, treating Luffy's surprise as a typical joyous reunion, casually draped an arm over Luffy's shoulder, drawing them close. Who would have thought you'd grown so tall in these years? Ace playfully ruffled Luffy's hair, completely unfazed by Luffy's eyes rolling to the back of his head. By the way, the last time I heard from Dayton, she mentioned you had become a warlord of the sea. It truly startled me. Ace held on to Luffy's shoulder, forcibly pressing him back into his seat. Huh. As Ace was about to turn and utter a few words, he was suddenly startled, causing him to stand upright and take a step back. Is Luffy's bone drinking milk? He exclaimed. However, in his astonishment, Ace completely forgot that his hand was still firmly gripping Luffy's body. Without any defense against Ace, Luffy, still reeling from the surprise, was abruptly brought down to the ground by Ace. With his legs entangled on the stool, he found himself sprawled on the floor, gazing up at the ceiling. He vowed that if there were a next time, even if it were his beloved older brother, he would show him no mercy. With a swift lunge, he knocked Ace down, gripping his mouth tightly with both hands, pulling and tugging. Wah, stop it. Let me speak. You must explain this to me. What is going on here? With his arms fully outstretched, Luffy pulled Ace's mouth to an impressive length of over a meter, the entire set of teeth glimmering as they intermingled. With his 10 fingers splayed wide, Ace's mouth snapped back with a resounding pop, quivering elastically for a moment. What are you doing, Luffy? Ace exclaimed, rubbing his swollen cheeks with a tone of grievance. You two truly never seem to grow up, remarked Makino, covering her mouth with a smile. Ahoy there. Brook also set down his cup and stood, bowing to Ace with a gentlemanly gesture. Luffy dusted off his trousers and, with a sense of resignation, replied to Makino. Ace truly never matures. He has become even more foolish than before. I wonder what experiences he has encountered over the years. Once a rather serious little adult, he has instead grown increasingly childlike. Reaching out, he grasped Ace's arm, attempting to lift him from the ground. However, Ace, feeling the tug on his extended arm, shrugged it off, and Luffy, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Get up this instant." With a hint of confusion, Ace stood up and, perplexed, responded to Luffy, "Honestly, Luffy, why are you so irritable these days?" Luffy hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately refraining from voicing the thoughts lingering in his mind. Well, when did you consume the gum-gum fruit? He inquired with a sense of resignation, having settled into a compromise. He never anticipated that the fire fruit, which he had meticulously prepared for Ace over the years, would be usurped so unexpectedly by the protagonist's fruit. Just when Luffy believed he might never encounter this fruit in his lifetime, it manifested before him in such an extraordinary manner. Fire Fist Ace, henceforth, vanished from the world of pirates. Could it be that the gum-gum fruit is the true harbinger of destiny in this realm? You are also aware of the gum-gum fruit? Ace replied, astonished. He then reminisced, it seems my master found it at sea, and I inadvertently consumed it, leading to my current state. As he spoke, Ace elongated his arm, wrapping it around himself thrice, exclaiming, see? This way, I can become incredibly large and long. Luffy covered his face with one hand, pondering whether the paramecia fruit was, in fact, a unique variant of the Logia type. Can the mind truly be rendered elastic? As Ace's body returned to its original form, Luffy inquired once more, who is the master you mentioned? My master, Ace replied, revealing an uncommon seriousness in his gaze. Not long after you left, I was attacked by a fierce beast in the forest. I was on the brink of death when my master suddenly appeared and saved me. He is incredibly powerful. With just a glance, he frightened the beast away. By the way, Luffy, do you know about Conqueror's Haki? A mischievous smile crossed Ace's face, his eyes suddenly sharpening as if signaling something. Instantly, a wave of spiritual pressure surged toward Luffy unrestrainedly. Under the onslaught of this imposing aura, the cups between Luffy and Ace shattered, spilling creamy milk everywhere. However, the overwhelming force before Luffy dissipated like a brook merging into a lake, vanishing without a trace. Absorbed and assimilated by an even greater power, stirring not a single ripple. I knew it, Ace remarked as his playful demeanor shifted to one of intensity. With Luffy's strength, you must have already attained Conqueror's Haki. After more than half a year of training, I can only release it at will. I have yet to master it effortlessly. I must strive harder. Ace elevated his resolve, declaring, just to keep pace with you has left me utterly exhausted these past few years. But, Luffy, mark my words. One day, I will become a worthy brother. A brother who can protect you. Luffy's eyes quivered slightly as he gazed at the spirited Ace. Your words move me deeply, and I have faith in your abilities. Facing Ace, Luffy suddenly raised his voice, but that does not grant you the right to destroy the tavern's cups. Bang. A formidable blow, the ultimate technique of the monkey family, the iron fist of love, struck Ace squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ace exclaimed, rubbing his head while glaring at Luffy. Hey, Luffy, what kind of brother uses Haki against his own sibling? He stepped onto a chair, confronting Luffy defiantly. What a ridiculous joke. Luffy, placing a foot on the stool, faced Ace and bellowed, go take a look. Whose brother behaves so recklessly as you do? Indeed. Sabo seems to be the more sensible one. He continued, how dare you start to despise me right after our reunion? Nonsense. It is you who engages in foolish antics. The two of them became embroiled in a heated argument, their voices booming loudly enough for passers-by outside the tavern to hear clearly. Robin and the others stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide, even forgetting the raised glasses in their hands, as liquid dripped onto the floor. Their usually composed and strategic captain now resembled an irate street vendor, shouting and arguing incessantly. Makino squinted with a smile, remarking, Luffy has finally returned. This is wonderful. Ace has been so hard on himself these past few years. Perhaps only with Luffy can he truly let loose. She pondered, it has been far too long since we celebrated Luffy's birthday. We must throw a grand celebration for his 15th this year. Chapter 152. Ace's Master Makino's words struck Robin like a bolt from the blue. 15? She murmured, suddenly devoid of thought, no longer focusing on Luffy and Ace's ongoing quarrel. She turned to Makino, bewildered. What? Makino replied with a sweet smile, yes. In his childhood, we celebrated a few birthdays for Luffy, but later he departed from Windmill Village, which feels somewhat regrettable. Makino blinked, gazing at Brook, Nami, and Robin, three companions who have stood by Luffy's side, and slowly remarked, he may seldom have the chance to return here again. Luffy, she mused, brushing the hair from her forehead behind her ear, placed the polished glass cup down and gazed at her reflection in it, continuing. Although he has always been different from ordinary children, exuding a mature demeanor, there are moments when I feel as if he is the one caring for me. Yet, he possesses a side that is more childlike than anyone else. From the moment we first met, his inexplicable determination and stubbornness, coupled with his habit of wanting to control everything, often left me puzzled. Makino lowered her gaze, pressed her lips together, paused to take a deep breath, and then spoke again. I do not fully comprehend the world outside. I only know that the village chief mentioned Luffy has become a great pirate and has taken on the title of Warlord of the Sea. Simultaneously, I understand that while warlords are recognized by the government and not pursued, the higher one ascends, the greater the pressure they face. I lack the ability to help. Her tone grew increasingly melancholic. No matter where Luffy goes or how much he grows, Makino will always worry for him as a mother would. Over the years, this concern has coalesced into a profound sense of self-reproach. Everyone, I entrust Luffy to you, she said softly, bowing gently. As supple as a willow yet as weighty as 1,000 mountains. In response to Makino's plea, Brook immediately straightened his skeletal frame, adjusted his attire, and solemnly pledged. Rest assured, Miss Makino, Mr. Luffy has given me so much. For the remainder of my life, I will wield every ounce of my being to carve a path through any thorns that lie ahead. I shall not hesitate, even at the cost of my own destruction. I too, Nami exclaimed, leaping from her seat, her petite figure radiating a conviction that was utterly compelling. Anyone daring to oppose Luffy shall know the wrath of the heavens. A gust of wind swirled in her palm, small yet undeniably powerful enough to shred anything in its path. Nami showcased her abilities, revealing her unwavering determination to Makino. So, I entrust all of you with this responsibility. Margino spoke, her words imbued with an indescribable sense of comfort and reassurance. Brooke cast a curious glance at the silent Robin. For according to their usual customs and hierarchies, she would typically be the first to speak up in such moments. Yet today was different. Robin, Nami gently nudged Robin's arm, calling her softly. What? Robin seemed momentarily lost, as if suddenly recollecting something, and hastily replied, Margino, rest assured, I will take good care of Luffy. After all, he is. Robin repeated the phrase several times, yet her eyes gradually dimmed. After all, he is our captain. Her gaze sparkled as if illuminated by starlight, but she firmly repressed it and smiled again, resolutely affirming, yes. With you all looking after Luffy, I can feel at ease. At that moment, the village chief ambled over to Margino, his eyes fixed on the three before him. Seemingly unable to confront the notion of entrusting pirates with such a task, he shyly uttered, I beg of you all. The group exchanged knowing smiles and redirected their attention to Luffy and Ace. Before long, the two children appeared to tire from their bickering, their voices gradually subsiding. Luffy sat on the chair, visibly vexed. He simply could not comprehend how the serious Ace had transformed into this. Stealing another glance at Ace, he mused that despite their bickering, it was merely an unconventional form of greeting, a way of conveying that both were thriving in their own lives. Although they engaged in a fierce exchange of words upon meeting, the intensity of their quarrels only served to reflect the depth of their bond. This friendship remained unwavering, impervious to the passage of time, distance, or any other changes. After a brief moment of silence, Luffy directly voiced his concern, Ace, I returned specifically to attend your departure ceremony. Have you finalized the date? The mention of the departure ceremony seemed to jolt Ace's memory, momentarily overshadowing their previous dispute. With a hint of delight, he responded, I initially intended to set sail sooner, but my master insisted that I prepare all necessary sailing provisions first. As he spoke, Ace retrieved a lengthy list from his black shorts and presented it to Luffy, continuing, honestly, having to shop for all these items is such a hassle. Luffy took the note from Ace's hand and glanced over it briefly. Indeed, it contained a selection of commonly used navigational tools, which could hardly be deemed excessive. Much like in the original tale, where one would dare to challenge the vast ocean on a mere wooden raft. One could only say that the sea had been overly forgiving. As for these items, you may fetch them from my ship. I have plenty of spares. Truly, Luffy remains as reliably steadfast as ever. Reminiscing about their childhood, Ace sighed. By the way, Luffy, have you seen Sabo? Not yet. However, the fellow warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, is currently forging a close alliance with Sabo under my guidance. It is said that Sabo has now risen to a senior position within the Revolutionary Army. Without hesitation and with a remarkable audacity, Luffy inadvertently revealed the existence of the Revolutionary Army's main base, claiming it as his own guidance, and conveyed Sabo's current situation to Ace. The Revolutionary Army? Ace's eyes widened in astonishment as he questioned. Sabo has chosen not to become a pirate? Perhaps he has his own reasons, Luffy thought, feeling unable to elaborate further and resorting to a vague response. Indeed, Sabo has always been quite astute, Ace remarked with a faint smile. Despite their differing personalities, experiences, and aspirations, the three of them shared an unmistakable resemblance when they laughed. It is no wonder they became brothers. After all, one does not enter the same door without being family. The same sunlight, the same confidence, and the same vibrant smiles graced Ace's face, enveloping those who beheld him in a wave of extraordinary energy. By the way, Luffy, shall we go meet my master shortly? I often speak of you to him. My master resides near Kolbo Mountain, quite close. Luffy blinked thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before replying, very well. It is just the right occasion to visit Dayton and the others. Chapter 153. Naguri. The following day, deep within the confines of Kolbo Mountain, Luffy and Ace set forth once more along the familiar forest path they had traversed countless times before, having spent the night at Dayton's home after parting ways with Robin and the others. Since Luffy's departure, Ace had remained secluded in the dense woods, devoting himself to training and seldom returning to Dayton's abode. Last night, the entire Dayton household had celebrated the reunion of Ace and Luffy with an exuberant revelry that lasted throughout the night, leaving both of them with little sleep. However, given Luffy's current physical condition, the need for rest had lost its significance. Sleep had merely become an ingrained habit from his past. Are we there yet? Ace, observing the monotonous scenery around them, heard Luffy's impatient voice behind him once again. It is worth noting that Luffy had once been a frequent visitor to this area. Yet he still could not discern where Ace intended to lead him. Nearly an hour had passed since they entered the forest that Luffy knew so well. Almost there. Just a bit further ahead, Ace replied without turning his head, a dismissive tone in his voice. This is the 8th time you've said that, Luffy exclaimed. And this marks your 9th inquiry. Ace lamented, his freckles dancing as he spoke. Luffy, however, remained utterly unconcerned. After all, he was a younger brother, and younger siblings are often afforded certain privileges. Time slipped away as the two exchanged complaints and grievances. Ace reached out, effortlessly tearing away a vine that obstructed their path. A brilliant shaft of sunlight burst into the shadowy forest, akin to a beacon of life, dispelling the gloom and infusing the woods with vitality. As they stepped forward, their surroundings opened up before them. A golden beach, waves crashing against the shore, a modest wooden cabin, and a seemingly brand-new small vessel came into view. Additionally, there was a diminutive old man, with a long smoking pipe in his mouth, wearing a tattered wizard's hat and sporting a wild mane of white hair. Master. Upon seeing the old man, Ace immediately waved his hand, greeting him with palpable excitement. Master, my brother has returned. As Luffy emerged from behind Ace, he froze momentarily upon seeing the elder, suddenly struck by a striking resemblance to the figure from his memories. He recalled the identity of this elderly man, Naguri, a once great pirate of the Grand Line, a member of the second wave of formidable warriors alongside figures like Roger and Whitebeard. After suffering defeat in a clash with GOLD, Roger's pirate crew, he had lost contact with his comrades and wandered aimlessly. In his later years, he had drifted to the East Blue, eventually settling in the Goa Kingdom. Oh, little Ace has returned. Naguri inhaled from his pipe, and as he spoke, a pale plume of smoke wafted into the air. Come on, master. I'm already an adult. Ace, slightly embarrassed by being referred to by a nickname in front of Luffy, felt his cheeks flush with shyness. Haha. Naguri laughed heartily, then turned his gaze to Luffy. You must be Ace's brother, Luffy. Ace often speaks of you. Is that so? Has he said anything bad about me, has he? Luffy burst into laughter. To which Nagli replied, not at all. He truly admires you. When the news of your appointment as a warlord reached him, he was overjoyed for several days. Master, Ace exclaimed, suddenly regretting bringing Luffy to meet Nagli. If this continued, his brother's dignity would be at stake. I am immensely grateful to you, esteemed mentor, for your guidance and care over the years for this foolish brother of mine. Ha ha ha, there is no need for such formality, Nagli replied, tapping the ash from his cigar. To have a prodigious disciple at such a young age is indeed a significant fortune in life. A thin veil of smoke once again rose, obscuring Nagli's eyes and blocking his gaze towards the sea. As age crept upon him, it became increasingly difficult to see far into the distance. Guarding this small patch of earth, with a disciple to accompany him, time flowed by in remarkable tranquility. By the way, master, the items you asked me to prepare have all been arranged by Luffy. I plan to set sail in the coming days. Ace exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards the ships at the shore, unable to contain his enthusiasm. This vessel, crafted under Nagli's guidance, was a ship that encapsulated Ace's dreams. Upon hearing this, Nagli's expression suddenly turned pensive as he observed Ace joyfully dancing by the ship. Is Ace really leaving? Will I once again find myself alone? The years had accustomed him to Ace's presence, to having a young lad who called him master by his side. Nagli had deliberately instructed Ace to prepare everything before embarking. Knowing full well how challenging it was to gather such items in the small kingdom of Goa, he simply wished to keep Ace here a little longer. For reasons unknown, a voice suddenly echoed within Nagli's heart. Keep him here. Do you truly wish to be alone once more? Your time is limited. Do you want to spend these final days in solitude? No, Nagli suddenly shouted, filled with fervor. Ace and Luffy turned to him, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. Under the gaze of the two young men, Nagli's body grew tense as he slowly uttered, It is not yet time, Ace. The sea is fraught with peril. If you do not possess formidable strength, no, only if you can defeat me shall you set sail. Why, master? Ace expressed his confusion. He was on the brink of setting sail, ready to pursue his own freedom. Yet, Nagli's reasoning was utterly incomprehensible to him. Even Luffy gazed at Nagli with bewilderment. In their youthful eyes, only higher aspirations and distant horizons existed, They could hardly fathom the solitude of an elder. Perhaps realizing his own lapse, Nagli silently placed the smoking pipe between his lips. This is the final trial. Ace, if you can accomplish this, I shall no longer impose restrictions upon you. Master, Nagli's desolate tone affected Ace, casting a shadow over his mood. I understand, Master. A layer of black armament hockey enveloped Ace's fist, his brow etched with a hint of severity. His rubbery skin, however, radiated an extraordinary resilience. Setting sail. This was his solemn pact with Luffy and Sabo, a dream he held dear. Nagli set down his pipe, instantly cloaking himself in armament hockey. Ace, with a complex expression, murmured Nagli's name. He recognized the error of his ways, yet he yearned to indulge himself just this once. A singular opportunity in a lifetime. Come forth. The golden sands surged with two immense forces. The air erupted with thunderous sounds, akin to invisible lightning shattering the void. Harnessing an enormous force, it stirred the turbulent air currents. The unleashed pressure forged an irresistible weapon, violently carving deep gorges into the earth. Luffy stood aside, quietly observing the outcome. Chapter 154, The Battle of Master and Apprentice Master. Boom. A surge of frenzied energy erupted from the two combatants, blasting outward and stirring up clouds of sand and stone. The sea ebbed and flowed, and countless fish and shrimp succumbed to the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's hockey. Their lifeless bodies washed ashore by the waves. With a thunderous roar, Ace unleashed a fist enveloped in a layer of armament hockey, propelling it towards Nagli like a dragon emerging from the depths, glinting with cold light and casting ominous shadows, carrying with it a powerful aura that surged forward with unstoppable force. Yet, in the face of Ace's fierce assault, Nagli remained utterly unperturbed. At the very moment the black fist was about to strike his face, his body suddenly flickered. The tip of his nose brushed past the shadow of the punch, perfectly avoiding contact, while the gust of wind created by the force ruffled Nagli's pale eyebrows, sending them swaying towards his ears. With remarkable mastery of observation hockey, Nagli seized the opportunity, effortlessly sidestepping Ace's attack. However, having trained alongside Nagli for many years, Ace was fully aware of the formidable prowess of his master's observation hockey. A faint smile graced Ace's lips as he suddenly called out, "Rubber! Boomerang!" In an instant, the black fist that had narrowly missed Nagli made a sharp turn in midair, executing two precise 90-degree angles. The entire arm transformed into a scythe-like shape, and the dark, iron fist shot forth from behind Nagli, aiming for his vulnerable back. Bang! The fist collided with Nagli's hastily raised pipe, erupting in a fierce sound that sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing the sea to recede in response. With a crack, Ace retracted his rubbery hand, discreetly shaking it. A visible, swollen bump had formed on his knuckles. "Ace, you still have a long way to go." Nagli, having successfully evaded Ace's surprise attack, turned and pointed his pipe at him, speaking softly, yet with an air of undeniable authority that left Ace without a retort. Nevertheless, a proud expression suddenly crossed Nagli's face. The technique Ace had just attempted was one he had never even heard of before. Recalling the time Ace had accidentally consumed the devil fruit and often found himself inadvertently harming himself with his own powers, he now realized that Ace was no longer the child who had yet to master hockey. Ace had grown. Master. Ace gazed at Nagli, who had taught him the path to strength while simultaneously hindering his dreams, grappling with complex emotions he struggled to articulate. Ultimately, only a faint whisper escaped his lips. "Come on, Ace. Let me see just how much you have learned from me over the years." Nagli, in stark contrast, maintained a calm demeanor. His pale, elongated brows obscured his already diminutive eyes, rendering his thoughts utterly inscrutable. His slender physique suddenly emanated an aura of unparalleled mastery, a commanding presence that resonated throughout the shores of the kingdom of Goya. Under the weight of this formidable energy, the sea itself seemed to defy the natural signs of the rising tide, retreating as if in submission to his overwhelming might. Luffy gazed in astonishment at the figure of the elderly man at the epicenter of the terrifying aura. Such a formidable presence required even him to muster all his strength. Luffy gazed intently at Nagli, who was engaged in battle with Ace, and began to ponder. He initially believed this was merely a final test from a master to his apprentice before setting sail. However, under such terrifying pressure, it seemed exceedingly difficult for Ace to emerge victorious. Could it be that he truly did not wish for Ace to embark on his journey? This perplexing thought suddenly entered Luffy's mind. Despite its incredibility, he found it impossible to dispel. Although Nagli had once been defeated by Roger, it did not imply that he was weak. In the New World, his pirate crew was a formidable force, capable of shaking the sea with their mere presence. In those days, there were no Yonko, no warlords of the sea. What existed were pirates with their individual ambitions and an endless navy. Every pirate crew that made a name for themselves in the New World did so through countless bloody battles. Nagli, surrounded by notorious pirates, had undoubtedly stained his hands with countless blood. The souls of the damned had honed his spirit, rendering him a brutal and terrifying force, akin to a bloodthirsty demon. Observing Nagli, who was still gathering a dreadful aura, Luffy found himself at a loss. After all, this contest was a battle between master and disciple, and he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Yet, if Ace were to lose, who could say when he would next have the opportunity to set sail? Such a formidable opponent could not be defeated by mere fleeting progress. Under the oppressive weight of Nagli's aura, Ace trembled uncontrollably. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, teeth clenched tightly. His expression fierce and unyielding as he summoned every ounce of strength to resist this overwhelming pressure. Even so, he could only manage to stave off complete immobilization. Any attempt to move felt perilously difficult. Nagli, on the other hand, revealed a slight smile of satisfaction, yet his movements did not cease. With a swift motion of his arm, he brandished his long pipe towards Ace, creating a crack in the air akin to a lightning strike. The fissure rapidly expanded, forming a chilling green crescent that sent shivers down the spine. A vicious wave of slashing energy suddenly materialized, barreling straight toward Ace's body. The gum-gum fruit granted immunity to all blunt attacks, yet it was powerless against slashes. Faced with this aggressive and chilling assault, a rigid Ace could only desperately coat his arm with a layer of deep black hockey, bracing it in front of himself, choosing to confront this menacing force head-on. Boom. A brilliant light surged upward, and the terrifying slash, akin to a weapon wielded by a deity, seemed intent on cleaving heaven and earth. The ferocious energy unleashed chaos upon the ground, sending layers of sand and debris soaring to heights of dozens of meters, before crashing back into the vast ocean behind Ace. As the dust gradually settled, amidst the lingering haze, Ace remained frozen in his previous stance. Beneath him, 2 shallow trenches had formed, a testament to the terrifying force of Nagli's strike that had propelled him 10 meters away. Blood streamed down Ace's sturdy forearm, cascading onto the beach, where the sand swiftly absorbed it, transforming it into a dark, ominous scab, strikingly unsettling. Suddenly, Ace lifted his head. In his eyes were confusion, uncertainty, and a deeply buried fury. In this moment, he shared the same thoughts as Luffy. What he had initially perceived as a mere test of strength from Master Nagli now appeared to be something far more profound. The sting of his wounds pierced Ace's mind, igniting his rage as his heart became enveloped in a mysterious, armor-like darkness. An unparalleled force erupted from Ace's being, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, surging towards Nagli. The mightiest of potential, the ferocity of his blood, had been unleashed. Chapter 155. Mysterious substance and overwhelming spiritual pressure suddenly emanated from Ace. The bloodline power of the former pirate king clashed once more with Nagli. Bloodshed, intimidation, murderous intent, submission, cruelty, and fear, various horrifying energies clashed chaotically in the air. Fortunately, there were no humans residing near the coast. Countless marine creatures, wild beasts of the forest, and insects of the soil were all inadvertently harmed by Ace's uncontrollable conqueror's haki during this mental confrontation. The mysterious substance surged from Ace's heart, only to reintegrate into it, instantly transforming into minuscule particles infused with a unique, elevated energy, moving erratically. As Ace's anger intensified, the demand for blood circulation escalated, causing his heart to beat incessantly. The blood propelled these special energy particles at an astonishing speed, racing through every corner of Ace's body. When this potent substance coursed through the wound on his arm, it suddenly adhered to the nearest cell's surface. Energy surged forth wildly, vast, yet exquisitely refined. A unique energy of the dissolves a special unidirectional channel on the surface of the cell membrane. Minuscule, enigmatic particles immediately traverse this channel and enter the cell, accelerating the rate of cellular division. Ace's incessantly bleeding wound begins to miraculously heal, gradually closing. In merely seconds, Ace's injury transforms into a faint scar. Yet, this is not the conclusion. The wondrous energy not only hastens Ace's cellular regeneration, but also causes the influx of black matter coursing through his body to undergo further transformation. After circulating throughout the body, the black substance, upon returning to the heart, suddenly morphs into a vibrant crimson hue, seamlessly merging with the flesh and blood, vanishing thereafter. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful heart suddenly beats vigorously, resonating like a war drum between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Luffy, standing nearby, feels an inexplicable tremor arise from the depths of his being at the moment of Ace's transformation, an emotion both indescribable and profound. A metallic clang reverberates from Ace's body, as a layer of dark red armament Haki manifests, enveloping his fists. A faint vapor wafts from Ace, radiating an aura of determination. Master, I shall set sail. This is our pact. You cannot stop me. His voice, devoid of any tumult or fluctuation, emerges from Ace's lips, yet it sends a jolt through Nagli's heart. As if sensing Ace's formidable spirit and unwavering resolve, Nagli's weary eyes glimmer faintly, though still clouded by age. Retracting the ineffective aura directed at Ace, Nagli lets out a soft sigh, as if awakening to a realization, and earnestly states, "Defeat me, Ace. Prove to me that you possess this qualification." Suddenly, a torrent of Haki erupts from Nagli's body, saturating his clothes, hat, and the pipe in his hand with a brilliant black sheen. Under the sunlight, it glimmers resplendently, akin to donning a suit of gleaming armor. Bang! The two individuals exchanged a mere glance. As if bound by an unspoken agreement, they suddenly vanished from their original positions, only to reappear and collide with one another. The sound of their impact resonated through the air like the deep toll of an ancient bell hidden in mysterious mountains. The clash of fists, the most primal form of combat, unleashed a tempest of terrifying energy. The ground beneath them crumbled instantaneously, immense fissures rapidly expanding in all directions. The sea surged through these cracks, flooding the coast as if it were being torn asunder, golden sands plummeting into the abyss, where dull earth mingled with the encroaching waters. Ace clenched his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to strike against his master, his blood boiling with fervor. The sheer force of their confrontation left both combatants somewhat beleaguered, their energies converging to a singular point. Nagli's heart swelled with astonishment. Just moments ago, Ace had been incapable of matching his power. Yet now, with all his strength unleashed, they found themselves at an impasse. What extraordinary talent this was! Despite Nagli's age and the subtle decline of his physical prowess, pride still surged within him, a steadfast confidence in his capabilities. Nagli gazed into Ace's resolute eyes, his own expression brightening. This was still far from sufficient. A fierce roar escaped Nagli, reminiscent of his youth, as his overwhelming aura surged to meet Ace's fists. The advanced application of armament Haki coalesced his entire presence into a singular force, erupting into a powerful shockwave. The range may have been limited, yet the force was undeniably formidable. Boom! A tremendous impact reverberated, piercing through Ace's body and surging into the sea, momentarily parting the waters to unveil a wondrous spectacle. What? The unexpected assault caught Ace entirely off guard. The colossal force overwhelmed him, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and uncontrollably fly backward toward the ocean. Mysterious energy manifested once more, swiftly enveloping Ace, stabilizing his injuries. In midair, Ace's arms suddenly elongated, stretching forth as he bore the agony from his innards, hastily grasping two massive boulders on the shore. Rubber! Ace aimed himself at Nagli on the coastline. The foreign energy within him flowed with astonishing rapidity, akin to a meandering stream, yet harboring the might of the ocean itself. His injuries healed instantaneously, yet the abundant energy did not cease, continuing to surge into his cells. Energy flooded Ace's body. Beneath his muscles throbbed the power destined to astonish the world. Master! Ace suddenly let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. I shall set sail, more free than anyone else. If I yield beneath the weight of power, what meaning is there in my existence as a man? I will not allow my life to be marred by regrets. I am determined to seek the answers that my life in this world demands. In Ace's eyes, a terrifying aura surged, capable of stirring the very heavens and the earth, as he gazed down at Nagli. Rubber! The divine descends. Suspended in midair, Ace transformed in an instant into a cannonball, cutting through the air with a furious crack, spiraling forward like a lightning bolt, leaving a blazing trail across the sky like a comet. A dark crimson Haki enveloped his entire being. The surging, tumultuous power surged like a tidal wave, causing the very island beneath to tremble, the intense pressure momentarily halting Nagli's form. As he gazed upon Ace's formidable figure, reminiscent of a deity or demon, Nagli's eyes gradually regained clarity, becoming as bright and radiant as those of a youthful spirit, filled with dreams and luminosity. Indeed, Ace, nothing can deter a man's resolve to embrace the sea. Forward, Ace. I shall quietly await the day you ascend to greatness. Boom! Channeling an immense power, Ace surged forth, the sharp sound of his passage cutting through the air, igniting flames that enveloped him, merging with the dark hockey like the gates of hell, in a vivid, terrifying crimson. The frenzied force struck the shore with a cataclysmic impact, crashing down upon Nagli, who was clad in hockey, as if a meteor had descended from the heavens. With a deafening roar, the entire coastline was reduced to ashes under the relentless assault of unmatched power. Henceforth, it vanished from the map of the Kingdom of Goya. Chapter 156, Ace sets sail. The sea surged continuously towards the island, swiftly filling the void left behind. Suddenly, Luffy leaped from the depths of the sea, one hand grasping the unconscious Ace, while the other clutched the deformed body of Nagli. Alas, what an unfortunate situation this is. On the shore, Luffy wrung out his drenched clothes, gazing at the two individuals lying on the ground, and sighed in resignation. He shook his head once more. As someone who is inept in all matters except combat, whenever faced with troublesome circumstances, Luffy's first thought invariably drifts to his childhood caretaker. In Windmill Village, it would be the delightful Machino, and in the hills of Corbo, it would undoubtedly be the renowned pirate Captain Dayton from the Goa Kingdom. It is best to take them to Dayton's home first 3 days later, at the port of Windmill Village. Ace stood beneath Luffy's colossal ship, surveying the crowd at the port. The devastation from that day's battle was immense. The vessel he had painstakingly constructed had yet to set sail before meeting destruction at his own hands. Luffy bestowed upon Ace his uniquely crafted ship, embedded with sea stone. In his heart, there exists only one vessel worthy of bearing his spirit. This warship, destined for obsolescence, is now entrusted to Ace. Luffy, Makino, the village chief, and all others. I shall set sail. Ace stood by the shore, raising his arms high above his head, exuberantly shouting to those who cared for him, to the kingdom of Goa, and to the world at large. Ace. Luffy's calm gaze fixed upon Ace as he spoke. The world beyond is indeed fascinating. Yet it is fraught with peril. Even with your formidable strength, one must exercise utmost caution and never underestimate the might of the world's warriors. As an experienced individual, Luffy earnestly counsels Ace, genuinely apprehensive that Ace's fiery spirit might compel him to recklessly confront one of the four emperors, while facing Shanks might be somewhat manageable. Should he unwittingly venture into the territories of Big Mom or Kaido, his survival would be far from guaranteed. Given Ace's current prowess, he remains unperturbed by the likes of ordinary pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Yet he would still be at risk when encountering the officers under the command of the four emperors. Luffy is reluctant to set sail only to find that news of Ace has vanished from the vast ocean. I understand, Ace replied, his face reddening slightly, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Being nagged by his younger brother left him somewhat embarrassed, even diminishing his excitement for the voyage by a fraction. And also, Luffy suddenly burst into laughter, playfully warning, if you ever find yourself in danger, please refrain from mentioning my name. I fear for your safety. Is that so? I understand. Ace replied, pulling his sun hat down over his head, joining in Luffy's laughter. He then declared, in that case, allow me to assist you in vanquishing all those foes. Is that so? That might be a bit arduous, Luffy mused. Their brief reunion was drawing to a close, and Ace was poised to embark on his own remarkable journey. Luffy remained oblivious to whether Ace would once again choose to ally himself with Whitebeard. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, his life would undoubtedly be far more extraordinary than before. Here, I share some of my reflections, which I hope may prove beneficial to you. As Luffy spoke, he took a notebook from Robin's hand. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to document the methods for activating Gear 2nd to Gear 4th from the original work. Although both Gear 2nd and Gear 4th come with significant side effects, Luffy understood that even if he refrained from informing Ace of these details in advance, Ace would eventually discover them on his own over time. After all, Ace's combat prowess was unparalleled by anyone in the world. What is this? Ace inquired, receiving the notebook containing the development of the gum-gum fruit from Luffy. His curiosity piqued. He began to peruse its contents. After merely 2 pages, Ace's pupils involuntarily constricted, overwhelmed by astonishment that lingered for an extended moment. Eventually, he gently closed the notebook, inhaling deeply before looking at Luffy and remarking, "You are still as remarkable as ever, Luffy." The pressure on me to keep up with you is immense. Unbeknownst to Ace, Luffy had long since become intimately familiar with the rubber fruit. From Ace's perspective, it seemed that after only a few days of interaction, Luffy had conceived such a multitude of techniques and authored this manual. He firmly believed that mastering the contents of the notebook would exponentially elevate his combat capabilities. Luffy paid no heed to Ace's admiration. Instead, he expressed his concerns, saying, "Ace, I have noted the side effects of the technique in my journal. I did not compile this notebook to have you rely on it entirely. My hope is that, when faced with peril, you possess sufficient means to protect yourself. These are merely one method of becoming stronger, but not the sole path. Ace, I hope you do not lose yourself in the pursuit of power." "Rest assured," Ace replied, looking intently into Luffy's eyes. "I am not as weak as you may think, so do not underestimate me." With that, he placed the notebook into his bag and added with a smile, "But still, thank you, Luffy." The two exchanged a knowing smile and simultaneously extended their fists, colliding them in the air. "Be safe. You too." With that, Ace leaped gracefully onto the warship. "I am setting off now, everyone." The warship, under the watchful eyes of the townsfolk of Windmill Village, gradually sailed away from the kingdom of Goa. A new legend was about to unfold. As Ace's figure vanished completely into the horizon, Luffy stretched languidly and turned to his companions, saying, "Let's go too. It is time to find a place to settle." Luffy had matured, and with Robin and the others by his side, it was no longer feasible to continue residing at Makino's and the villagers' homes. It was indeed time to seek a stable dwelling. "Robin? Robin?" Luffy took 2 steps forward, casting a puzzled glance back at Robin, who remained stationary, her head bowed. For reasons unknown, Robin had been unusually distracted these past few days, leaving Luffy with an unsettling feeling he could not quite articulate. Suddenly, Robin snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with Luffy, her gentle smile returning as she said, "Let us be on our way, shall we?" Luffy temporarily set aside his worries and made his way towards Kalbo Mountain. "Daiden, I have come to fetch Zoro," he exclaimed loudly upon entering Daiden's abode. There, in a corner of the room, Daiden trembled incessantly, offering no response. Meanwhile, the members of Daiden's family, upon seeing Luffy, hurried forward, silently gesturing to convey the extent of Daiden's recent sorrow. However, after deciphering the thieves' intent, Luffy remained unfazed and continued to laugh heartily. "Ace has already set sail. It won't be long before his name echoes across the seas." Without the slightest awareness of the emotional undertones, Luffy continued to speak of Ace. Strangely, the frequency of Daiden's bodily convulsions began to diminish. As a mother, she may struggle with the pain of separation from her son, yet it would never impede his future. Moreover, Luffy had returned to this place. After a while, Daiden wiped away the tears from her face, managing to calm her emotions. "Has Ace truly departed?" A hoarse voice suddenly emerged from within the room. Ace's mentor, Naguri, lay in bed, softly murmuring. "Indeed." Luffy gazed in the direction of Naguri and remarked, "He asked me to convey to you that once he departs, his bedroom will be yours." "Bedroom?" Naguri responded, puzzled, before continuing, "What a pity. That room has been destroyed in battle. After all, it was a sanctuary filled with memories of him and Ace." "No." Ace was referring to the bedroom at Daiden's house. Daiden interjected suddenly. "Ace's mentor, from now on, we shall be one family." Naguri flinched slightly. As one ages, the hollows of the eyes deepen. Daiden noticed the tears streaming from Naguri's eyes and commented, unaware of how fiercely she had wept moments ago. Only Luffy stood awkwardly by, observing the scene unfold. He could not shake the feeling that Naguri's tears were not born from sentimentality. Chapter 157. Zoro's anxiety after departing from Daiden's residence. Luffy and his companions, carrying the slumbering Zoro, made their way toward the kingdom of Goa. Along the journey, Nami and the others occasionally cast curious glances at Zoro, who was swathed in blankets. Luffy, with the exuberance of youth, was unable to contain his curiosity, prompting Nami to inquire, "What's wrong with Zoro?" Her curiosity was not unfounded from a young age. During their first encounter, she had witnessed Zoro being dragged along the ground by Luffy, unconscious like a vegetative state. To her astonishment, even after growing up and setting sail with Luffy, all these years had passed, and Zoro remained unresponsive. At that moment, Nami's mind began to conjure over 300 imaginative scenarios involving the passionate escapades of Luffy and Zoro, childhood friends, relying on one another, delving into perilous traps to save each other. Lost in thought, her charming lips inadvertently curled into a smile. Luffy, who was busy orienting himself, was oblivious to Nami's mischievous thoughts. He was momentarily distracted by her query, blinking in surprise before responding. Zoro is our crew's first mate. Alas, it seems he has lost his way in the realm of souls. First mate? Souls? Lost. The trio exclaimed in unison, gazing at Zoro, who was cocooned in blankets with only his green head visible. Suddenly, a sense of uncertainty about the future washed over them. Ha ha ha. Here is an extremely vital piece of advice. Under no circumstances, allow Zoro to handle anything related to directions. Absolutely not. Luffy earnestly addressed the crowd. Yet it seemed that his words had not truly resonated within them. Some lessons can only be ingrained through the harshest of experiences. Meanwhile, in Zoro's inner world, a tremendous force erupted suddenly. Beneath the desolate blood moon, a ray of dawn illuminated the shattered earth. One sword style, Spirit Slash, once standing alone upon a desolate land. Zoro, already resembling a youthful figure, suddenly transformed into a streak of silver light, akin to thunder, unleashing a radiant brilliance that streaked across the sky in utter silence. The gleaming silver blade, under the eerie illumination of the crimson moon, reflected a sinister hue of blood, exuding a sense of cruelty and a thirst for life. In this moment, not only did the blade's brilliance instill fear, but Zoro himself appeared as a ferocious beast, his eyes revealing a savage glare, as if he had become a sharp sword, determined to cleave through all thorns ahead. The lightning-like flash of the blade, imbued with a menacing aura, sliced through the air with a swift whoosh toward its target. The intertwining colors of silver and blood formed a luminous pale red. The red-faced, bare-skinned Azura, locked onto by Zoro, gazed calmly at the blood-colored flash charging towards him. He slightly raised the dark red blade in his hand and merely thrust it gently forward. A crisp, clear metallic sound resonated through the heavens and earth. Two shockwaves instantly radiated from Azura's body, fanning out to either side and carving deep trenches into the ground, each several dozen meters long. With a swift leap, Zoro retreated, holding his sword with one hand, and sighed in disappointment. You've made progress, Zoro, the Azura remarked, seemingly oblivious to the expression on Zoro's face. The ancient voice echoed as if it emanated from the very fabric of the universe, reaching Zoro's ears. Having grown accustomed to this manner of dialogue, Zoro's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by the Azura's praise. After spending countless years in this realm, engaging solely in rest and combat, he had entirely forsaken all normal training methods, leading to a rapid enhancement of his abilities. However, throughout these years, Zoro had only encountered 3 individuals in his world: the whimsical Kuina, the taciturn beast, and the Azura, who had begun mentoring him since last year. Had it not been for Zoro's unwavering will, he might have been lost in this solitude long ago. Ever since he could effortlessly unleash a blade that could slay him, his strength had plateaued. He continuously engaged in physical training within this space, crafting a flawless foundation. It could be said that, in terms of fundamental skills, no swordsman in the entire pirate world could surpass him. Yet, combat is not merely a contest of fundamentals. A solid foundation merely translates to fewer vulnerabilities. Tightly gripping the wad Ikemanji, Zoro turned to survey the nearly 100-meter fissure caused by the Azura's gentle thrust. He furrowed his brow once more and murmured despondently, "Too slow." "Your rate of progress is already among the fastest in the world," Kuina interjected timely, as if sensing Zoro's confusion and offering solace. Zoro lowered his head in silence. Yet all present were manifestations of his soul, fully aware of his thoughts. Luffy had returned, accompanied by new companions. The beast appeared unexpectedly, conveying the news that Zoro yearned to know. "Luffy?" Zoro suddenly froze, staring at the Wado Ikemanji in his hand, seemingly lost in recollection. Then, gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Damn it! I clearly promised Luffy that I would become his crewmate, journeying together to the world of the strong and ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Yet here I am, trapped in this bizarre world of sword souls. Although I am also a victim of circumstance. It fills the ever-competitive Zoro with a strange sense of betrayal. Too slow. Too slow. Luffy has been waiting for so long." A fierce determination surged in Zoro's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the final obstacle preventing his progress, resembling a hellish ancient Buddha. The might of this formidable foe, Shura, was entirely distinct from that of Goina and the beast. It represented a genuine, unparalleled strength at the summit of the world. Not merely a power equivalent to Zoro's own as was the case with Goina. To conquer Shura, one must possess a power of the same elite caliber. Yet, Zoro remained oblivious to this truth. All he comprehended was that without vanquishing Shura, he could not repay the strength gifted by Luffy, nor could he honor Luffy's trust. We continue. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zoro locked his unwavering stare on Shura. Zoro, gourmet called out in immediate concern, you have fought for 10 days and nights. It is time to rest. Please take a moment. I said. Continue. It seemed that the news of Luffy invigorated Zoro, whose eyes now bore no trace of fatigue, only an insatiable combat spirit. Gourmet hesitated, ultimately suppressing her concerns without uttering a word. Suddenly, his body transformed into a blinding white light, swiftly merging with the Wado Ikemonji in his grasp. The beast concurrently morphed into a black Wado Ikemonji. We have returned once more. A resounding roar echoed throughout the realm. In the face of Zoro's ferocious onslaught, Shura remained composed, wielding his sword defensively. However, a slight shift in Shura's otherwise stoic expression hinted at a crack in his resolve. In mere minutes, Zoro had grown even stronger. Truly, he is our master. In the inner city of the Goya Kingdom, a place where only nobles resided, Luffy and his companions stood in a park, curiously surveying their surroundings. Luffy, why are we here? Nami inquired, seemingly uncomfortable with the atmosphere, her little nose slightly wrinkling in distaste. Luffy surveyed his surroundings, seemingly unable to locate his target, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Upon hearing Nami's words, he turned to her, addressing not only her but everyone present, and explained, for the time being, we shall reside here until Zoro regains consciousness. If I calculate correctly, it should only take a year or two. Once that time arrives, we will set sail. However, Mr. Luffy, it appears that those who dwell here are the nobility of this country. Will they truly allow us to reside among them? Brook, who had once served in the kingdom, was acutely aware of the true nature of those aristocrats and inquired with a hint of concern. Luffy chuckled heartily and said, rest assured, I have acquaintances. Chapter 158. The Sabo family. As dusk approached, the moonlight was hazy and the stars sparse, with a faint glow still lingering in the sky. In the capital of the Goa Kingdom, before a splendid mansion near the royal palace, Luffy and his companions, after considerable inquiry, finally confirmed that this was the former residence of Sabo. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Please open the door. Without a hint of courtesy, Luffy strode toward the grand entrance and rapped forcefully upon the door. Creaking open, the opulent door was slowly unveiled by a maid from the Sabo household. Curious despite her intention to rest, she leaned out to discern which noble had the audacity to visit her master at such an hour. However, before she could complete her polite inquiry, she was met with the sight of two exquisite ladies, a man bearing another upon his back, and, most astonishingly, a skeleton. With a resounding thud, the maid's formidable psyche triumphed over her fear, and she swiftly shut the door. Oh no, this is dire. Master, there are monsters. At that moment, Robin and Nami stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. Observing Brook's mortified expression, the youthful Nami, unrestrained, exclaimed with glee, Brook, you've frightened someone again. Another achievement unlocked. Haha. Luffy also broke into a cold sweat while smiling. For reasons unknown, that recent scene evoked a vivid reminiscence of the classic tale Journey to the West, where the four disciples sought refuge in the homes of ordinary folk. Moreover, the gaze of that maid had left him feeling rather uneasy. Casting a glance at Zoro behind him, Luffy increasingly felt that the maid must have had some inappropriate thoughts. Observing the tightly shut door, he sighed helplessly, expressing, what a nuisance. I merely intended to act as a civilized individual. After all, the atmosphere in the inner city was quite pleasant, and he had no desire to disrupt this tranquility. Yet, as is often the case, reality defied his intentions. With a resounding thud, the grand entrance of the opulent residence collapsed, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. It was evident that the maid had not taken her cleaning duties seriously. Behind the fallen door stood Luffy, retracting his right foot with a nonchalant demeanor. Let us proceed inside, he declared. Nami and the others seemed wholly unconcerned with Luffy's trespassing, following him directly into the luxurious abode. Who are you? Having taken only a few steps, they were met by Sabo's father, who suddenly appeared at the far end of the hall, flanked by a contingent of soldiers. The soldiers swiftly formed two lines, raising their weapons. The gleaming muzzles aimed squarely at Luffy and his companions. Sabo's father, adopting a composed demeanor, leaned on a black cane with an air of arrogance, standing imperiously behind his troops. The inner city was not entirely devoid of danger, as petty thieves occasionally roamed the streets. Thus, The nobility typically maintained a cadre of personal guards within their homes. Nobles of Sabo's father's stature often employed elite soldiers trained by the monarchy for their protection. Slowly, Sabo's father lifted his noble head, embodying the utmost of aristocratic pride. However, the moment his gaze met Luffy's through his monocle, an inexplicable chill enveloped his heart, momentarily shattering his arrogance. Even the sight of Brook failed to raise his suspicions, but upon encountering Luffy for the first time, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him. A tumult of emotions stirred in his chest, causing his legs to tremble slightly. "Who are you? Trespassing in a noble's residence could cost you your life," Sabo's father bellowed, pointing emphatically at Luffy and the others, seemingly attempting to rally his own courage. Luffy, undeterred and silent, continued to advance step by step. The distance between the two narrowed. Yet Sabo's father hesitated to issue a command for the soldiers to attack. Much like a frail insect possessing an instinctual awareness of danger, he, who thrived in the predatory realm of nobility, harbored a unique sixth sense of his own. Coupled with an inexplicable thrill, he found himself inexplicably rooted to the spot. Opting not to flee, instead, he observed Luffy, gradually inching closer. "It has been a long time, dear uncle." As Luffy approached, he suddenly lifted his head, revealing his handsome visage, his radiant smile akin to a spring breeze caressing the eyes of the middle-aged nobleman. Illuminated by that smile, reminiscent of a small sun. Sabo's father instinctively recoiled, exclaiming in astonishment. The familiar grin instantly awakened dormant memories within him, memories long sealed away from years past. Since that fateful day when he discovered that the small fishing boat, which had clashed with the sky, was indeed controlled by his own son Sabo, he had buried all recollections connected to Sabo. For a nobleman who had pinned his hopes on his son marrying a princess and ascending to kingship, such a dark history was an unspeakable stain. This sordid past could not be revealed to outsiders. In the aftermath, he even resorted to considerable effort and means to silence those in the know. Little did he expect that the mischievous imp who had once accompanied Sabo would reappear before him. That day, the bloody scene vividly replayed in his mind. You. His grotesque finger pointed at Luffy for an eternity, yet the nobleman ultimately said nothing. It was not fear that held him back, but rather the realization that he seemed powerless to thwart whatever Luffy intended to do. "Do not be alarmed. I come with no malice this time. On the contrary, I seek cooperation." "Cooperation?" Sabo's father responded incredulously. "Indeed, father." Before Luffy could finish his sentence, a boy, nearly the same age as Nami, suddenly dashed out from the mansion. It was Sabo's brother, adopted by Sabo's parents, the most fitting child of nobility, Sturley. Upon seeing the middle-aged nobleman sprawled on the ground, Sturley immediately shouted, "What is this place?" "This is the inner city of the Goa Kingdom, the private estate of the most esteemed nobility, lacking any concept of strength beyond class." Sturley did not consider why his father's face was marred by fear. He only knew that in this kingdom, aside from royalty, there was no one beyond their reach. Sturley rushed directly behind Sabo's father, waiting for Luffy to shout, "Fire! Shoot! Kill him!" The soldiers, long indoctrinated by a classist regime, had lost their independent thought. As Sabo's father could no longer issue commands, the soldiers promptly obeyed Sturley's orders. Bang! 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 In an instant, dozens of firearms erupted simultaneously, bullets spewing forth from their chambers. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, forming a turbulent barrier of air that shielded Luffy and his companions. Upon striking this wind wall, the bullets, as if encountering an immense force, ricocheted violently in the opposite direction. The frenzied lead projectiles shot backward at a velocity surpassing their initial trajectory. Cries of anguish erupted among the defending soldiers. Some were instantly felled by the ricocheting bullets, while others, though wounded gravely, were not mortally struck and could only wail in excruciating pain. In that fleeting moment, petals of exquisite pink unfolded within the room, as if in bloom. With the fluttering of these petals, each surviving soldier sprouted two arms that ensnared their heads in a vice-like grip. Robin stood with her hands crossed before her chest, her fingers splayed outward in a flourish. Then, with a sudden motion, she brought them together. The sound of bones fracturing resonated uniformly, a chilling symphony of destruction. In the blink of an eye, 100 mercenary soldiers met their demise. Luffy once again displayed a radiant smile and said, "Now, may we discuss the matter of cooperation?" Chapter 159. The Throne. What cooperation? Sabo's father languidly slumped onto the exquisite marble floor, surrounded by an inconceivable number of lifeless soldiers. A foul odor gradually wafted between his legs. He vowed that if he were to survive this day, he would undoubtedly rend Sturley's mouth apart. Do not be so tense. You are Sabo's father. Regardless of whether he acknowledges you or not, I shall not harm you as long as you refrain from committing any egregious acts. Luffy, oblivious to the stunned father and son, made his way towards the opulent mansion. Speaking of which, surely there must be ample vacant rooms here. I certainly do not wish to reside outside. As Luffy surveyed his surroundings, he spoke, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. Yet, to Sabo's father, this seemingly ordinary smile represented the most lethal threat to life. Indeed, exclaimed a noble, fully aware of the significance of flattery, as he hurriedly responded. He had no desire to provoke the wrath of the demon before him due to a moment's hesitation. Not in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded with a smile, displaying an expression of a teachable spirit as he regarded Sabo's father. He felt no remorse for his own despicable actions. In Luffy's worldview, laws and order were merely illusions. What truly mattered to him was strength, for only with immense power could he liberate himself from the constraints of others. It was only in the absence of such shackles that he could genuinely pursue his desires. In response to the middle-aged noble's submission, Luffy directly stated, "Please find us a few rooms. We shall temporarily reside here." Very well, very well. The flustered noble immediately rose unsteadily, disregarding the dampness between his legs, and hurried into the inner chamber to guide Luffy and his companions. Wait. Luffy suddenly called out to Sabo's father, who was in a state of panic. At that moment, Sabo's father was utterly obedient, coming to a halt as he turned back to look at Luffy with a puzzled expression. Luffy gazed at his dazed expression, recalling his previous haughty demeanor, as if he were two entirely different individuals. Such is the lament of the weak. After contemplating this internally, Luffy, maintaining a serene countenance, addressed Sabo's father. "We may be residing here for an extended period, so please seek out some decent accommodations." "Certainly. Absolutely." Sabo's father responded with eager nods. Luffy continued, "Moreover, I shall not allow your sacrifices to be in vain. Would you be interested in assuming the role of this nation's emperor? As the saying goes, one good turn deserves another. Regardless of the circumstances, he is indeed Sabo's biological father. While Sabo may have long forsaken the ties of blood, I believe it is only fitting to extend a modicum of respect. Since I intend for him to undertake certain responsibilities, why not elevate him to the throne? This would undoubtedly facilitate my own endeavors." The emperor, Sabo's father, seemed as though he had been ensnared by a spell, his very existence appearing to be suspended in time, save for his frantic, grotesque eyes, which flickered with an inexplicable light. "After all, we are to remain here for a while. Assuming a more prestigious role as collaborators would certainly render our actions more convenient. Wouldn't you agree?" Luffy gazed into the eyes of Sabo's father, donning a smile reminiscent of a schemer. Such a smile is typically found on the faces of individuals like Doflamingo, perhaps due to the frequency of their conversations. Even Luffy had unwittingly adopted the sinister smirk from the transponder snail. Within this seemingly ordinary smile lay an undercurrent of hypnotic allure and seduction, as if it were guiding the inner demons of those around him, magnifying their desires and awakening their ambitions. The psychological pressure gradually emanated, causing Sabo's father to slowly lose himself amidst the surging waves of this mental force. The throne? What is that? Is it not his own dream? Had he not poured his heart and soul into raising his offspring, solely to elevate his family to a status of superiority? Could this individual before him grant him the path to ascend the throne? Sabo's father's eyes glazed over, as he found himself endlessly wandering within the recesses of his mind. Upon witnessing the expression on Sabo's father's face, Luffy realized that he had achieved the desired effect and began to further unleash his spiritual power. This was a newfound application of the Conqueror's haki that Luffy had recently discovered. By employing subtle sensory stimuli, he could lower an individual's mental defenses and then, through verbal persuasion, induce a hypnotic effect. However, this technique was effective only on ordinary individuals like Sabo's father and remained of no practical use in combat situations. Luffy merely conducted a singular experiment to observe its effects. It is evident that when the allure of words aligns with another's inherent thoughts or desires, it can be said to achieve the pinnacle of hypnotic influence. In the realm of pirates, the formidable individuals primarily wield the power of haki for destruction. However, having encountered numerous psychic abilities, Luffy believes that the Conqueror's haki, which pertains to mental prowess, undoubtedly harbors a wealth of untapped potential. Perhaps it is worth the endeavor to explore this further, as it might yield remarkable results in the future. Indeed, The diminutive Goa kingdom presents itself as an effortless target for one such as I, a warlord of the sea. So why not consider instigating an uprising? In the name of the people. Luffy's words resonated like whispers from a demon of the abyss, each syllable piercing through the ears of Sabo's father with crystalline clarity, transforming into a celestial melody that heralded boundless light, hope, and a promising future. Despite his utter disdain for the seven warlords, Luffy's overwhelming prowess, combined with the psychological allure of his presence, instantaneously conquered the very essence of his mind. Thud! Sabo's father collapsed to his knees, hands pressed against the ground, bowing his head deeply in earnest submission, exclaiming, "My lord, I am at your service." Luffy slightly turned to the side, partially acknowledging the greeting from Sabo's father. His expression gradually returned to a state of tranquility, devoid of the earlier malice and wickedness, rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts. He spoke coldly. "These matters are quite simple. As long as you follow my instructions, the throne shall undoubtedly be yours. Remember, it is you, and not your family." Luffy's enchanting voice resonated incessantly within the minds of the nobility, intertwining seamlessly with their long-held class ideologies. A fierce flame, known as ambition, surged within Sabo's father's gaze, radiating a brilliant light. Luffy smiled with a grin. Blackbeard's words ring true. The dreams of individuals shall never cease. This holds true for everyone. Yet, the majority are vanquished by the harshness of reality, learning to conceal their aspirations and to flatter instead. Let us pause here for today. Quickly, seek us a place to rest. Luffy stood in the center of the grand hall, stretching languidly, seemingly weary. The desolate chamber was surrounded by the lifeless bodies of nearly 100 soldiers, with blood seeping through the cracks in the tiled floor, extending into the distance. Under the guidance of Sabo's father, Luffy and his companions made their way towards the guest rooms at the rear of the mansion. As the dust began to settle, Sturley gazed apprehensively at his adoptive father, who appeared entirely transformed, and softly murmured, "Father, must we truly heed their words? The father I once knew was a shrewd and cunning man. Yet now, within his eyes, I discern a flicker of unyielding authority, a subtle air of solemnity emanating from him. Is that so?" Sabo's father slightly lowered his head, casting a glance at Sturley, and silently contemplated. Now that there is no need for a matrimonial alliance with the royal family, does Sturley, as an outsider, hold any significance? Chapter 160. Robin's form and feet. The true darkness began to descend. Even in the most bustling and opulent inner city, there was an eerie silence at this moment. Every household had firmly shut its doors, casting aside the pretense of nobility from the day, indulging freely in the night. Within the entire inner city, only one estate near the castle remained aglow with light. Luffy and his companions busily arranged their personal belongings in their preferred locations, while a group of maids fluttered around, too intimidated to voice any complaints. Their esteemed noble master was astonishingly assisting these enigmatic guests with their luggage and tidying up, a sight that struck the maids as if the sky were about to collapse. Some astute maids even began to harbor doubts, pondering whether these individuals might be world nobles devoid of those peculiar bubble-like coverings. The mere thought of the terrifying and cruel celestial dragons intensified their diligence, as they dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Once everything was prepared, Luffy settled into a chair in his bedroom. As silence enveloped the room, he found himself reminiscing about Robin's peculiar demeanor over the past few days. Luffy resolved that it was time to indulge in some expenditures. He had assumed that Robin was feeling down due to her conflict with Nami, but regardless of the reason, Luffy intended to spend some gold coins to equip Robin. After all, among all his companions, Robin had been by his side the longest. He harbored a slight favoritism towards her that, in the routine of daily life, seldom manifested outwardly. Thus, when Robin's confidence was shaken by Nami's remarks, he was the first to step forward to console her. Now, in an effort to uplift her spirits, he decided to treat her this very evening. With practiced ease, he accessed the shop system on the interface and navigated to Robin's equipment section. Aside from the pair of black-framed glasses he had gifted her long ago, there were only 2 empty black boxes awaiting to be filled, corresponding to her upper and lower body gear. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy commanded the system in his mind, "System, please procure the remaining 2 pieces of partner equipment for Robin, ensuring they enhance agility and spirit." Instantly, too cold. Mechanical voices resonated in Luffy's mind. Partner equipment upper body purchased successfully, placed in the backpack. Partner equipment shoes purchased successfully, placed in the backpack. Gazing at the white tunic and white shoes nestled within his backpack, Luffy issued another command. System, bind the equipment to Nico Robin. Ding. Binding complete. Luffy nodded, indicating that he understood, though he was uncertain to whom he was signaling. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, System, what is the maximum rank to which equipment can be upgraded? The system's voice promptly responded, to answer the host. The highest rank for partner equipment can reach up to the 8th tier, with the enhancement level being limitless. The 8th tier. Luffy murmured to himself, reflecting on the sum, which was even less than he had anticipated, although the levels of enhancement were theoretically limitless. The cost in gold coins for later stages of strengthening would soon reach astronomical figures, far beyond what Luffy could currently afford, despite his considerable wealth. Never mind. He decided to expend his current funds. After a moment's contemplation, he purchased 80 upgrade gemstones from the shop system, causing 800,000 gold coins to vanish in an instant. He then acquired an additional 16 upgrade gemstones, incurring yet another expenditure of 160,000 gold coins. Luffy's savings have suddenly dwindled to below 30 million. Alas, Luffy let out a gentle sigh. This was the very reason he had always refrained from spending his money. For when one truly finds oneself in need of funds, one realizes that no amount of wealth can truly provide solace. You cannot capture a wolf without first sacrificing a child. Now that a decision had been made, Luffy naturally would not hesitate any longer. He immediately upgraded the 2 pieces of equipment to their utmost level. A continuous stream of system notifications echoed in his ears, only quieting down after a full minute. Luffy picked up the upgraded white fabric armor, examining it thoughtfully in his hands. He then said, System, please check the attributes of this equipment. A flash of white light illuminated the screen before him. Partner equipment, Agility 410, Spirit 410, Skill 1. Can transform into various garments and adornments at the user's will. Skill 2, All-Element Resistance 5, Skill 3. Damage Absorption 10, Skill 4. Defense Capability 20, Skill 5. Damage Reflection 20, Skill 6. Stamina Recovery 50, Skill 7. Blood Shield Skill 8. Immunity to Death System. What do the shield and the immunity to death signify? Luffy unexpectedly gazed upon 2 skills that took him by surprise, inquiring further. The other skills were relatively straightforward, merely enhancing existing attributes with additional boosts. However, these 2 newly acquired skills, no, he could somewhat guess the effect of the shield. But this immunity to death, does it truly mean one cannot die? That seems rather excessive. As if in response to Luffy's anticipation, the system promptly provided an explanation. Blood Shield. Each day, one can possess a layer of blood shield equivalent to the user's health, protecting the user from harm. Immunity to death. Once per day, one has the opportunity to be immune to a lethal attack's damage. Upon hearing the system's introduction to the equipment skills, Luffy realized it was not as he had imagined, and he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, being immune to lethal damage just once a day was a far cry from the absolute immunity to death he had envisioned. Nevertheless, it was still an exceptionally powerful skill. Now, surely Robin would be pleased. In his heart, Luffy contemplated, and then continued speaking. System, please display the attributes of another piece of equipment. A flash of white light illuminated the screen, showcasing the equipment's properties before Luffy's eyes. Partner equipment. Feet Agility 410, Spirit 410, Skill 1. Can transform into various foot adornments at the user's will. Skill 2. All-Element Resistance 5, Skill 3. Damage Absorption 10, Skill 4. Leg Strength 20, Skill 5. Movement Speed 20, Skill 6. Wall Walking Skill 7. Water Surface Walking Skill 8. Teleportation what? 3 non-status skills. Upon seeing the attributes of the shoes, Luffy was once again astonished. However, this time he refrained from premature elation and directly inquired of the system. System, please elaborate on skills 6, 7, and 8. The system remained silent, projecting the skill descriptions directly into Luffy's mind. Wall walking consumes a certain amount of stamina, allowing the user to traverse walls sideways or even upside down, akin to a gecko. The stamina cost varies depending on the roughness and angle of the wall. Water surface walking consumes a certain amount of spirit and stamina, enabling the user to walk, run, and move freely across the water's surface. The consumption of spirit and stamina is contingent upon the calmness of the water. After reviewing the system's descriptions of the 2 skills, Luffy could not help but exclaim, isn't this just a fundamental ability of ninjas? He then turned his attention to the final skill description. Teleportation allows the user to transfer within a radius of 100 meters once per minute, with the destination being a location within line of sight. This seems to qualify as a combat skill. Having examined all the skills, Luffy stroked his chin, deep in thought. The ability to teleport once a minute is remarkably high in frequency and is without any cost. However, considering the distance limitation and the requirement of line of sight for its use, it does possess significant constraints. Nonetheless, overall, the attributes of these two pieces of equipment are sufficient to greatly enhance Robin's strength, particularly in terms of survival, which alleviates Luffy's concerns considerably. When should he find an opportunity to present these to Robin? Perhaps now would be the right moment? Luffy gazed outside into the moonless, windy night, pondering quietly. Chapter 162, The Guardian of the Clouds. What? Asked the mature and intellectually sophisticated Robin, suddenly feeling shy. Luffy, seemingly oblivious to Robin's expression, continued with gleaming eyes. So, does this mean you will be able to create an infinite number of clones in the future? Robin paused for a moment, collecting her thoughts, before responding slowly, yes. I suppose so. Luffy then inquired once more, can you manipulate the size of your clones? To which Robin, seemingly grasping Luffy's intent, continued. If we incorporate the ring's replication ability, I believe it should be relatively effortless to create giant clones. However, the quantity may be constrained by my own mental capacity, potentially resulting in fewer than one might envision. I see, Luffy responded. Luffy, somewhat disappointed, inquired once more, with your current abilities, how many giant forms can you conjure? Robin tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and replied, I can approximately manifest 10 giants, each standing 50 meters tall. 50 meters? Luffy paused momentarily and inquired once more, what about the combat prowess? This time, Robin responded without hesitation, in terms of strength, it should be comparable to mine, albeit augmented by the weight of a 50-meter giant. In other words, it possesses the power of an ordinary giant, enhanced by your strength amplification, correct? Well, more or less. Robin replied with a hint of uncertainty. That still sounds quite impressive. Luffy suddenly chuckled. In truth, it is not merely quite good. It is akin to suddenly acquiring 10 formidable warriors, all from the giant race, possessing the capacity for extensive area attacks. One could regard it as a legion of giants. Alas, this can only be considered lateral development. The true measure of a person's strength lies significantly in the heights they can achieve. Robin. Luffy ceased his waiting and directly retrieved 2 meticulously prepared items from his system's backpack. Addressing Robin with earnestness, these 2 treasures possess a remarkable similarity to the spectacles you adorn. Just like those, they can be adjusted in style and size according to your preferences, and they come imbued with a plethora of formidable effects. With that, Luffy extended his hand, presenting the items before Robin, and continued, these are for you. I hope you find joy in them. His radiant smile, coupled with his sincere words and genuine heart, spoke volumes. Gazing at the unpretentious fabric armor and shoes in Luffy's hands, Robin was momentarily at a loss for words. Clouds, like Robin, often experience solitude, suspended high in the sky. Yet, do not forget, she too is a part of the heavens, and I shall always be your sky. Luffy raised the X-glove in his hand, its azure hue reminiscent of the sky, shimmering beneath the moonlight like a gentle spark of stars, yet radiating like a fervent beam, penetrating deep into Robin's heart. Luffy grasped Robin's right hand. The coldness of the gauntlet coursed along Robin's fair skin, reaching her mind. Yet, Robin felt an unusual warmth. Her tear-filled eyes continuously reflected shimmering lights, scattering across Luffy's face. Upon witnessing Robin's tears, Luffy surprisingly refrained from offering comfort. Gazing out at the crescent moon, Luffy suddenly spoke. Robin, my dream is distant. So distant that I cannot even fathom the possibility of its fulfillment. It is so far away that when I finally achieve my dream, I wonder if I will still be able to be with all of you. Therefore, I dare not make any promises or guarantees. I believe you understand me. In that moment, Robin knew. Luffy remains unchanged, still the same Luffy as ever. Crystal tears linger in his eyes, poised to erupt alongside Robin's emotions. Yet, they are restrained by Robin's unwavering resolve, held firmly within her gaze. I know, Luffy. I shall become your strength, aiding you in the pursuit of your dreams. The tears recede, and in Robin's eyes, the tender emotions gradually fade, concealed in the depths of her being, while a steadfast determination blossoms from within. At that moment, no matter what, I shall never allow you to escape. With a soft sob from Robin, a brilliant radiance suddenly bursts forth from their entwined arms. The light filters through the cold window, illuminating the entire estate. The night in the kingdom of Goa resembles the arrival of a divine light, as a beam of illumination ascends from near the palace, reaching high into the heavens. Upon Luffy's hand, the X-glove surged forth with boundless power, flowing through the connection of their clasped hands and entering Robin's right hand, where it met the ring of clouds. The radiant purple gem of the ring eagerly absorbed this unparalleled energy. Under the torrent of this force, the gem began to shatter gradually. Yet, from the fissures of the ring, a fierce blaze of violet aura erupted, reminiscent of Robin's unwavering spirit, igniting fiercely between them. Beneath the flames of determination, the ring slowly melted, ultimately transforming into a bracelet adorned with a purple crystal. With a sudden smile, Robin picked up the bracelet and donned it on her right wrist, softly murmuring, "Just right." Upon exiting Robin's chamber, Luffy glanced at the starry sky adorned with countless twinkling stars, reflecting his current mood. After all, to be human is to be fallible. Who among us is free from doubt? Luffy is not emotionally oblivious. He is keenly aware of Robin's feelings for him. However, he hesitates, for he is uncertain whether he can return to Earth. He does not know if he can take Robin and the others with him. Everything remains shrouded in mystery. System, do I still have a chance to go back? After many years, Luffy finally voices this deeply buried question in his heart. Yet, what he receives in response is a profound silence from the system. Luffy gently shook his head. Everything remained as it always had been. Since he could not discern the direction, he resolved to move forward without hesitation. One day, someone might inform him that this path could indeed be a dead end, one he would never traverse. When that time comes, he will rely on his strength, forging his own path with each decisive blow. The path is forged by those who tread upon it. Robin sat upon her bed. Beneath the delicate fabric lay a captivating allure. Alas, at that moment, she was the sole witness to her own beauty. Suddenly, her dainty feet descended from the bedside, gently touching the ground below. Her elegantly curved legs intertwined, stepping softly upon the gentle moonlight, advancing gracefully towards the exquisite little window, where she leaned with poise against the shroud of night. Gazing outside, she observed the shadows of clouds cast into her room. Robin's lips parted, and with a soft yet chilling tone, she uttered, "Clouds cannot escape the sky. Yet the sky can remain devoid of clouds for miles. Therefore, I shall claim the grandest cloud, one that shields the heavens from all gloom." The moonlight danced and shimmered upon Robin's bracelet, only to abruptly vanish. Unbeknownst to her, dark clouds gathered above the kingdom of Goya, enveloping the entire sky. A fleeting glimmer of amethyst light flickered, swiftly retreating into obscurity. However, within the crystalline depths surged a disquieting energy. This formidable force flowed through the bracelet, continuously infusing Robin's resolute heart. The energy was instantaneously assimilated by her being, transforming into vitality, life force, and mental strength, permeating her entire essence. If, at that moment, Luffy were to unveil Robin's attribute interface, he would discover her 4 fundamental attributes ascending at an astonishing rate. Chapter 163. Usurpation 2 years later. Within the inner city of the Kingdom of Goya. Kill. For the new era. For the revolution. Amidst the chaos, shouts, the sounds of gunfire, and the clashing of blades reverberated. The tragic cries echoed like the wails of hell, unleashing upon this distorted realm, staining the once serene inner city with a brutal crimson hue. Within the opulent palace, war had yet to encroach. This brief tranquility provided a fleeting sense of solace for the palace servants. Yet, the proclamation loomed. "Your Majesty, your reign has come to an end." Sabo's father, clad in knightly armor and wielding a slender sword, pointed it directly at the white-haired elder seated upon the golden throne. Removing his steel helmet, he exuded an aura of solemnity and justice, addressing the king with the fervor of a true knight. "Sasuke, you dare." The feeble old king, trembling with rage at the sight of the intruder, pointed a finger adorned with a dazzling emerald ring, glaring furiously at the figure before the throne. "So it was you who orchestrated this?" The resplendent crown upon the king's head trembled with each step he took, as if it might be dislodged by the fury radiating from him. Yet, Sabo's father remained unfazed, sheathing his knightly sword and fastening it at his waist. With deliberate strides, he advanced into the grand hall of the palace, moving toward the throne where his majesty resided. With each step, a commanding voice resonated throughout the chamber. "Your Majesty, can you hear the cries from outside? Those voices belong to your subjects. They are the very people who once placed their unwavering trust in you." Planting his feet firmly on the floor of the great hall, Sabo's father raised his gaze to the king, who remained elevated and aloof. The gilded walls behind the throne reflected a radiant golden light, casting an almost divine glow, yet rendering the aging monarch grotesque by comparison. Sash, how dare you conspire with the commoners? You are a disgrace among nobles. A scoundrel. Within the palace, other nobles of equally lofty status congregated, ensnared by the sudden outbreak of war, and they incessantly chastised Sabo's father. In the eyes of the aristocracy, class was paramount. The decayed class system had long obscured the hearts of the king and his supporters. Your Majesty, do you still fail to grasp the reality? What is the essence of our nation? It is not the nobility. It is the people. Sabo's father pressed forward, arms outstretched, bathed in the same golden light, resembling a divinely appointed figure on a sacred mission, compelling some to refrain from contesting his words. As silence enveloped the room, he continued, Your Majesty, the people are like water, and the ruler is like a boat. Water can both support and overturn the boat. The people's pin-up anger has long been brewing. And even if I do not rise, there will come a day when someone will break free from this distorted cage. I am merely responding to the call of destiny, chosen by the times to dismantle this antiquated classism. Suddenly, a throng of rugged men, clad in simple and mismatched attire, burst into the palace, wielding an assortment of weapons, bloodied sickles, shovels, and butcher knives that starkly contrasted with the opulence of the royal setting. They arrived just in time to catch the climax of Sabo's father's impassioned speech. In an instant, the pain they had endured and the tears they had shed transformed into a mere illusion. To have a noble who truly valued and cared for them ignited a fervor within the oppressed commoners, long subjugated by class privilege. At that moment, they yearned to lay bare their hearts and follow this illuminated figure, pledging their allegiance without regret. Yes, for the revolution, for a new life. The common folk thronged at the entrance of the royal palace, their thunderous cries causing the very edifice to tremble. The aged king and the nobles gazed in astonishment at the sea of dark figures assembled before them. With his worldview shattered, the old king, trembling, pointed at the jubilant militia, his eyes wide with disbelief, bloodshot, and filled with panic. He staggered forward a few steps, incredulously exclaiming, No, it cannot be. My royal army. How could they be so easily defeated? No, no, it is impossible. Suddenly, Sabo's father unsheathed his knight's sword from his waist, directing its tip at the old king's throat. Observing the king's obstinate denial, he spoke with a tinge of melancholy. Nothing is impossible, Your Majesty. What do you believe the royal army to be? They were once but young dreamers from the outer city, though they passed rigorous selection to enter the inner city. Their wives, children, parents, and friends remain ordinary commoners. To win the hearts of the people is to seize the realm. This saying, along with the words I just spoke, was imparted to me by an elder. In hindsight, that elder was indeed correct. The king, now driven to madness, faced the glinting sword tip without a hint of fear, his gaze vacant as he muttered, Impossible, impossible. I am of royal blood, the most esteemed king of the kingdom of Goya. You cannot defy me. Have you not observed the lives of those commoners in a long while? Sabo's father regarded the old king, who once shared similar thoughts, with a complex expression before continuing. 2 years ago, I requested a transfer to manage the outer city. It was only when I truly immersed myself in the grassroots that I grasped the dire plight of the people of the kingdom of Goya. No one is born noble, nor is anyone born lowly. Nobility ought to guide the people towards a better life, not oppress and exploit them. Thus, I secretly rallied like-minded individuals and spent 2 years forming the people's army. We fight for the people, in the name of the people. Wait. A voice suddenly emerged from the cowering nobles. My son holds a significant position in the outer city. He would never allow such events to transpire under his watch. Sabo's father turned to glance at him before casually replying, Of course, it is because all who resist have had their voices permanently silenced. You. A noble furiously pointed at Sabo's father, yet upon contemplating his current predicament, he found himself too intimidated to raise his voice further. Do you think the royal lineage is so simple, Sasuke? The once distracted old king suddenly regained his composure, stepping back to evade the sharp tip of the sword. Boom. A massive boulder was abruptly hurled from within the palace, crashing down upon the cheering civilians, instantly claiming the lives of several unfortunate militia members and sending them to the underworld. Immediately thereafter, a robust man emerged from a concealed door within the palace. Sasuke, did you truly believe that the royal lineage consisted solely of the king's soldiers? Allow me to unveil the true hidden power of the monarchy. Eliminate these unruly peasants, Naruto. The burly man suddenly bellowed, his entire form transforming in an instant, his body swelling as dark, dense fur erupted all over him. In a matter of moments, he had morphed into a colossal black gorilla. Roar! I am the guardian of the Goya kingdom, a wielder of the gorilla fruit's powers. All who dare to oppose the Goya royal family, prepare to descend into the depths of hell. As the gorilla made its appearance, it unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the palace, causing everyone present to wince in pain. Humph. However, Sabo's father remained unperturbed, brandishing his exquisite knight's sword before him, its blade reflecting a faint, cold glimmer as he contemptuously regarded the old king and his gorilla ally. With disdainful eyes cast upon the two, he shouted, "Miss Nami, save me." Chapter 164, Revolutionary Warriors Whoosh. A fierce gale swept through, the intense wind pressure slicing against every face like a blade, compelling the crowd to squint their eyes tightly. Even the guardian of the Goya kingdom was forced to shut his lantern-like eyes against the cutting gusts, his thick, dark eyelids shielding him from the sharp wind blades. Moments later, as the gathered crowd regained their composure, a graceful figure had mysteriously appeared beside Sabo's father. The enchanting Nami, adorned in a sleek black evening gown, her long skirt elegantly revealing her ankles and part of her calves, wore a black rose in her hair, accentuating her mature allure. With a curvaceous silhouette, cascading orange locks, and captivating large eyes, she exuded charm, even as she yawned and stretched in a delightful manner. Had she been holding a red rose, she would undoubtedly resemble a noble princess poised to attend a grand ball. Alas, she was not. Thus, the nobles present today were destined for misfortune. Ah, I thought my presence would no longer be required. Upon Nami's entrance, she appeared utterly lethargic, languidly standing at the heart of the palace, effortlessly captivating the attention of all present. After 2 years of rigorous training and a healthy diet, Nami's physique has reached its splendid apex. Though she has only recently transitioned from her youthful stage, she already possesses a modestly impressive figure. Miss Nami, there is no need to elaborate. I am already aware, she interjected, waving her hand dismissively to cut off Sabo's father mid-sentence. Having concealed herself outside, she had already gleaned every detail occurring within the palace. To her surprise, Sabo's father, undeterred by her interruption, continued to assert loudly, "No, Miss Nami, you do not comprehend. Although I have long been aware of the royal family's clandestine cultivation of formidable power, this is my first encounter with it. He serves as the shield for the aristocracy of the Goya kingdom. It is precisely due to his presence that true patriots dare not raise their voices in rebellion." Over the years, many brave souls, repulsed by the royal family's grotesque visage, have attempted to assassinate the Wang family. Yet, ultimately, they have all fallen beneath his hand. He represents the final obstacle to the liberation of the Goya kingdom. If he is slain, the people shall attain genuine freedom. With fervor, Sabo's father raised his sword high towards the heavens. "People, this is the final battle of our revolution. The most arduous struggle awaits. Let us hoist the banner of a new era. Fear not the shedding of blood. Fear not sacrifice. This very moment is ours for victory. Kill, kill." His impassioned call successfully invigorated the spirits of the populace, which had waned in the face of the Guardian's terrifying presence. The people reignited their fervor, embodying the very essence of Sabo's father's exhortation, unafraid of sacrifice. Ordinary individuals surged forth towards the beast. Some were felled by a single blow, others torn asunder, and a few unfortunate souls were wielded by Naruto as makeshift weapons, caught in a desperate struggle for survival. Nami observed Sabo's father with a mixture of astonishment and confusion, unable to grasp the significance of his rallying cry. What seemed to her a mere few minutes had compelled him to stir the hearts of the masses in a collective assault against the monster. Had he truly been influenced by Luffy's theories and ideologies? Yet, that did not align. If Luffy were to have such an effect, should he not become increasingly astute? Miss Nami, at this very moment, as the people's army clashed vigorously with the guardians of a bygone era, Sabo's father quietly approached Nami's side. In a whisper so faint that, had it not been for Nami's adept mastery of observation haki, it might have gone unheard, he urged, "Please remain calm, Miss Nami. Among this group, there are a few whose voices resonate strongly with the populace, and I fear that as we approach the final moment." He cast a furtive glance at Nami, as if concerned she might not have grasped his words. Nami, with a resigned gesture, signaled her understanding. Indeed, one cannot expect a dog to change its nature. Yet, Luffy is truly remarkable. After merely a few days of tutelage, He has transformed this once despised noble into a newly embraced king by the people. The fickleness of public sentiment is indeed a curious phenomenon, almost on the brink of adulthood. Nami found herself pondering some rather profound questions. Meanwhile, the gorilla had once again seized a militia member by the right leg, hurling him desperately into the crowd, and was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Originally a throng of hundreds, over 100 had already succumbed to his wrath, yet he too was sustaining injuries. Though not severe, as time wore on, he could not guarantee his survival. Disperse, everyone. Sabo's father bellowed as he noticed that those capable of matching him in strength had suffered considerable losses. His words carried substantial weight among the people's army. Although the militia was perplexed, they obeyed and retreated. Raising his knight's sword once more, he pointed its tip at the gorilla Naruto, adopting a demeanor of noble sacrifice, and coldly yet authoritatively declared, "Those who can still move, take all the wounded and leave this place immediately. He is not an adversary you can confront. Go assist others in battling the noble's private soldiers in the city. I shall handle this." Although he had voluntarily stepped forward to prevent the others from attacking Naruto, his words conveyed the weight of immense pressure, as if he alone could withstand the overwhelming odds. "Sasuke, our leader, you cannot." Voices rose from the crowd. "Indeed, leader. We still need you." Concern was palpable in the gazes directed toward their esteemed leader. "This is my command," Sabo's father suddenly shouted. Then his tone softened, imbued with a sense of acceptance. "After all, this is my only command in these past 2 years." The crowd responded with a collective lament for Sasuke, their leader. "Fear not, for I never undertake actions without certainty. I still have promises to fulfill, to guide everyone towards a prosperous, democratic, civilized, and harmonious new era. I shall not perish here." Sabo's father spoke softly once more, uttering assurances of survival, yet his tone was laced with a poignant sense of impending sacrifice. "We understand, Leader Sasuke. Once we have rescued more of our brothers, we shall return to save you. Indeed, you must also take care." "Very well, leader." With a rustle, the militia departed from the palace in scattered groups, leaving Sabo's father still striking his pose. Unable to contain herself, Nami shot him an exaggerated glare. Had it not been for her continuous use of magic to suppress the gorilla, countless lives would have been lost during their lengthy conversation. Suddenly, a clang echoed as Sabo's father's sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, drawing the attention of everyone within the palace. He offered an awkward smile and quietly explained to Nami, "My apologies, Miss Nami. The duration of this pose has left my arm quite fatigued." Chapter 165, The King's Demise. Sighing, Nami covered half of her face with one hand, her expression reflecting her inability to watch any longer. Her eyes narrowing as she shook her head. "Had I known, I would have summoned Brook instead. Can I deal with them now?" Nami pouted impatiently, her charm evident in her demeanor. Yes. Thank you, Miss Nami." Sabo's father instantly reverted to his former self, donning a facade of obsequiousness as he incessantly nodded and smiled at Nami. However, Nami paid him no heed. For the past 2 years, this had been his unvarying demeanor during each of their encounters. She directed her gaze towards the subdued gorilla, Naruto. With a mere flick of her forearm, the magical barrier dissipated, and Naruto regained his freedom. The invisible and colorless magic went unnoticed by the ordinary bystanders, who merely observed as the gorilla suddenly gasped for breath, fear lurking in the depths of his dark eyes. He understood that today, the kingdom of Goya was on the brink of transformation. In truth, Naruto was not a native of the kingdom of Goya. Born in the South Sea over a decade ago, he was drawn into the tumultuous era of piracy by the call of Roger's spirit. With aspirations for wealth and fame, he gathered a band of like-minded brethren, fearlessly setting sail for the Grand Line in pursuit of their dreams. Yet, within less than 2 years, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The perils of the Grand Line were beyond his comprehension. Coming to terms with this harsh truth, his group endured numerous hardships, bolstered by extraordinary fortune, and eventually drifted from the Grand Line to the East Sea. After a series of trials, they finally arrived at the kingdom of Goya, where his companions settled. Thanks to his formidable strength, he earned the favor of the old king and was appointed as the protector of the kingdom. Although he experienced years of indulgent excess, he would never forget the monstrous beings he encountered along the Grand Line. Thus, he possessed a keen self-awareness. Despite his ignorance of the young girl before him, her ability to render him immobile was sufficient to have cost him his life several times over. With a sudden movement, Naruto bent his legs and knelt on the ground, reverting to his former robust stature, his forehead meeting the earth. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, my lord, spare my life. I am merely an ordinary person who fortuitously consumed a devil fruit. I have remained within this palace, but I have no connection to them. I was merely hired. I have never committed any wrongdoing. My lord, please have mercy. A wise individual recognizes the times. Before the threat to his life, Naruto abandoned all notions of dignity. In the face of mortal peril, he wept and bowed repeatedly in supplication. Meanwhile, the old king and the nobles who had placed their hopes in him were utterly stunned by this spectacle, soon succumbing to chaos. With their last bastion of support reduced to such a pitiful state, were they not doomed today? With a yawn that betrayed her boredom, Nami disregarded his pleas for mercy. Over the years, she had encountered countless individuals of this sort. They professed innocence, yet in their position, certain deeds were all but inevitable. How could one remain untainted amidst such corruption? With a subtle lift of her hand, her index finger rose, channeling a surge of magical energy from the heavens beyond the palace. In mere moments, a swirling sphere of wind elements began to coalesce atop her fingertip. This sphere brimmed with immense elemental energy, spiraling with such velocity under Nami's meticulous control that not a single trace of power escaped, yet its latent, terrifying might was unmistakable. This technique, taught to her by Luffy, was rumored to be called the spicy immortal root. However, finding the name unappealing, Nami christened it the spiraling sphere. With her delicate arm in motion, the ethereal orb floated effortlessly toward the elderly king and the gathered nobles, appearing weightless as it glided through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the heart of the crowd. The wind element sphere landed upon the floor amidst a few individuals, initiating a rapid spin, producing a piercing sound as it met the ground. Just when the old king and his entourage believed all was well, calamity struck. The sphere began to rotate with increasing speed, drawing in surrounding winds affected by the pressure, culminating in a tremendous force that propelled several powerless bystanders toward its center. Boom! Like a storm crashing upon a tranquil sea, the elemental wind erupted violently, unleashing a wave of intense pressure. In an instant, chaos ensued. Flesh and stone were shattered, debris scattered, and a cloud of dust engulfed the scene, obscuring the vision of the remaining three. Coughing violently, Sabo's father expelled a mouthful of small stones, his body drenched in blood. Some wounds were from jagged debris, while others were the result of the old king's companions being crushed under the high pressure. Still unstable, Nami mused softly, withdrawing her wind barrier as she surveyed the gruesome aftermath, her face twisting in mild disgust at the bloody pit before her. Perhaps I should refrain from using this technique on mere minions in the future. Turning her gaze toward Naruto, she raised her hand once more, the swirling wind pressure converging anew. Meanwhile, Naruto, facing impending doom and having witnessed the devastating power of Nami's previous attack, found himself devoid of consciousness. In moments of despair, when hope eludes, the eyes lose their spark, Naruto stared blankly at the remnants of limbs and flesh within the gaping chasm. The spiraling sphere gradually took shape in Nami's hand. Wait, Miss Nami. As Nami was poised to hurl her spiraling sphere towards Naruto, Sabo's father unexpectedly interjected, interrupting her assault. Confused, Nami turned to regard him, her energy vortex suspended in midair, unlaunched. Miss Nami, I believe it would be prudent to spare his life and allow him to contribute to the liberation of our people. With a resounding pop, the energy orb in Nami's hand burst, releasing a gentle breeze as she cast a displeased glance at Sabo's father. She detested the convoluted rhetoric of politicians, which only served to remind her of her own lack of education. Miss Nami, please do not be upset. Sabo's father quickly interjected upon noticing her discontent. You see, his association with the royal family is merely a matter of collaboration. We could easily sway him to our cause and thus bolster our governance of this nation. In this way, we would augment our fighting strength. After all, we cannot burden you and Mr. Luffy with every challenge we face. Nami, indifferent, pursed her lips dismissively. What a preposterous notion of joint governance. She and Luffy would inevitably depart from this place. He was well aware of that. His words were merely a fade to enhance his own power. You handle it yourself, she declared curtly, and with a gust of wind. Nami gracefully leaped into the air, gliding away like a moonlit apparition, leaving behind the ordinary Sasuke and the easily capable of inflicting harm, Naruto. Sasuke, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at the still bewildered Naruto, not anticipating that Nami would leave so abruptly. Taking a deep breath, he hesitantly approached and softly inquired, Comrade, are you all right? Huh? Naruto looked at him, still dazed. His expression gradually returned to clarity, recovering from the earlier fright. What? What do you want from us? However, despite regaining his wits, the once formidable man felt as fragile as a bullied child, struggling to maintain his balance as he knelt, only to teeter backwards. Rest assured, comrade. We mean you no harm. Noticing Naruto's lack of resistance and his bewildered expression, Sabo's father relaxed, invigorated by the prospect of enlightening such a confused individual. He was ready to roll up his sleeves and dive into the task at hand. Chapter 166. The October Revolution. As the People's Army, composed of commoners, gathered once more into a formidable force and surged into the palace, they coincidentally arrived just as Sabo's father concluded his ideological education of Naruto. Upon entering the palace, the forefront of the People's Army beheld their leader, Sasuke, bloodied yet fervently speaking to a burly man who listened intently, seemingly absorbed in his words. Leader. Sasuke, leader. In the crowd, several voices erupted in concerned exclamations, capturing Sasuke's attention. You have returned. Is everything proceeding smoothly? A dignified yet warm smile graced Sasuke's face as he turned to address the gathering. Smoothly. The queried individuals responded in unison, their eyes twinkling with fervor as they gazed earnestly at their leader, Sasuke. Indeed, Sabo's father nodded gently, then turned to Naruto, stating, I believe you now comprehend the significance of the revolution. Yes, Sasuke, leader. Naruto replied promptly, embodying the spirit of a revolutionary warrior who had been nurtured in advanced ideological teachings for several years. Those whose intellect is solely occupied by brawn are often the most susceptible to manipulation, especially under the mature and sound educational framework provided by Sabo's father. Thus, Naruto easily embraced his role as a revolutionary. Sabo's father paused, observing the increasing throng of civilians outside the palace, sensing that the opportune moment was near. He readied his knightly sword at his waist and retrieved the helmet that had been carelessly discarded on the ground. With deliberate strides, he approached the palace's exit. The sunlight cascaded upon him, reflecting brilliantly off his steel armor, while the ruby adorning his knightly sword shimmered, enhancing Sasuke's imposing and dignified presence. Sasuke emerged before the crowd with the stature of a victorious general, surveying the assembled citizens within the palace. The bloodstains on his armor stood out starkly in the sunlight, yet they added an aura of valor and ferocity to his image. The entire palace,